Chapter 1 Saving the Failure Beauty. Sigh, another poor day. If this keeps up, it won't be long before the shipowner fires me. The starlight from the next has shone down on a young porter who appeared to be in his mid-20s. However, the 7-foot tall youth was bent under the weight of his fishing gear. Wah! Please, don't do this. Let me go. A girl's cry sounded from within the nearby cornfield. This voice was familiar to Aslan. What the hell? That's Kelsey's voice, Aslan thought anxiously. This small path was the route Aslan took every day returning from the docks to his home. Kelsey always waited for him here. Aslan couldn't mistake Kelsey's voice. Without hesitation, he threw his heavy fishing equipment aside and walked towards the sound. Hee, keep screaming, Ashwin, out here in the middle of nowhere. No one will hear you. Perhaps the girl's crest turned up the curl disguised in an arch. With an evil laugh, he reached out to tear at the girl's lungs. Just as Aslan pushed through the cornfield, he saw Ashwin being bullied. He was enraged. Sahir, damn you. Aslan swung a punch at the back of Sahir's head. Hearing the noise, Sahir turned around just in time for Aslan's pen to almost rake his nose. Oh. The pin made Sahir roll on the ground, holding his nose tightly as tears, snout, and bone formed together. Taking advantage of Sahir rolling on the ground, and he fell to the ground weakly. Feeling no remorse, Sahir mercilessly smashed the cross of earth against Aslan's head until bone poured from the wounds. Go on, you are so tough earlier, try hitting me again. Seeing no response from Aslan, Sahir grew anxious. Did I beat him to death? Noticing that Aslan was waiting more at than in, Sahir realized he had gone too far. One thing leads to another. I might as well throw him into the sea. There will be no evidence, and he won't care about a lawyer outside with no family around. With that thought, Sahir grabbed one of Aslan's legs and dragged him to a nearby cliff. Rumble. The sound of waves cracked against the cliffs below. Chapter 2 A Recovering Nightmare. Despite his injuries, Aslan was still conscious. He thought Sahir would only teach him a lesson, never imagining that Sahir wanted to take his life. Aslan, if you blame anyone, blame yourself for ruining my plans. In your next life, make sure to choose a good family. Some people are not someone you can afford to offend. As Sahir casually flicked his hand, Aslan's body was flung out from the height of several dozen meters, plummeting into the vast sea. Gurgling. Lava bubbles gushed out from Aslan's mouth as he sank deeper into the ocean, blood flowing profusely from the ground down his head, stinging the water with streaks of red. I never thought I'd die like this. My life has truly been a failure, and I am dying miserably. Hateful. Soon, due to oxygen deprivation, Aslan's consciousness grew increasingly weak until it finally succumbed to darkness. In the depths of the ocean, Aslan's body continued its descent until it landed on a coral reef, the blood from his head coloring the surrounding waters red. Just as Aslan's vital signs were about to fade completely, a dazzling light emerged from within the coral crevices. The light seemed to ravel all of its own, penetrating Aslan's body. Amidst the darkness, Aslan instinctively chased after this luminous glow. The light resembled the sun, and when Aslan's consciousness reached it, he discovered that its center a massive seal inscribed with the ancient character Mountain and Sea Seal. The Mountain and Sea Seal is the mark of divinity, capable of granting one the power to become a god of the mountain and sea, reigning over both wind and ocean. This revelation filled Aslan's mind, and simultaneously, his consciousness began to return to his body. With this belief, Aslan opened his eyes and examined himself underwater, touching his head and finding the one had vanished entirely. Mountain and Sea Seal, Aslan exclaimed in shock. Could there really be deities in this world? Suddenly, Aslan realized he wasn't experiencing any oxygen deprivation. He could even breathe underwater. Could this miraculous ability come from the seal? Aslan wondered aloud. Whenever he focused, Aslan could sense the massive seal floating in his mind, radiating light that continuously enhanced his physical strength. Sahir, just wait. Since I've survived, you won't have a moment's peace. Aslan swam towards the surface, discovering he can control the currents, using them to propel himself faster. Moreover, Aslan felt an immense improvement in his physique. Under the moonlight, Aslan climbed onto the sandy shore. If the villagers saw him now, they might die of fright, thinking a water ghost had risen from the depths. Upon reaching the shore, Aslan waved his hand, and countless tiny streams of water emerged from his cones, converging into water sphere in his palm. With a casual toss, the water ball dispersed, leaving his cones completely dry and comfortable. Taking advantage of the night, Aslan returned to Yan family village, walking along the narrow valley paths lined with earthen houses. Sahir's house stood out as the only two-story building in this impoverished village. Aslan was no longer the timid outsider. The Mountain and Sea Seal gave him confidence. With a powerful kick, Aslan shut the front door of Sahir's house and stormed inside. Sahir, get out here, Aslan roared. The commotion woke up the entire village. Hearing the confrontation, the UN grabbed a fish spear and stepped outside. How is it you? The clay screamed in terror. A ghost, a ghost. Upon seeing Aslan, the clay killed instantly. His son, Sahir, had claimed he threw Aslan's dead body into the sea. Now, he believed Aslan's spirit had returned to seek revenge. Chapter 3 The village's turn up. Aslan said with a terrifying expression, let Sahir come out, I'll take his life for the murder today. Hatred and revenge clouded his mind, making Aslan's eyes red as if blood was seeping into them. The UN felt chills running down his spine at this scene, fearing he might faint from terror. In a frightened tone, the UN said, Sahir went to a friendly house, he's not here. Aslan frowned. He didn't expect that Sahir had left so quickly, probably hiding after realizing the consequences of the killing. Although Sahir had fled, his father was still here. Roget could wait while collecting some interest. Aslan, my son Sahir was just confused for a moment. If you can forgive him, I will burn incense and offer people money on every festival, and you can make any deportee. I will agree to anything. The UN begged, kneeling and pleading mentally to send away this evil spirit. Pardon is possible if you give me 50,000, then I'll drop the matter today. Aslan replied. King Ubotun was selling a small fishing boat for 50,000, thinking Nani had a way to get the money. The UN carefully asked, 50,000, do you want real banknotes or real money? Of course, real money. Either pay up, or else it or can't sweep your son right now, Aslan answered in an unscrupulous partner. Don't go, I'll fetch the money immediately, just let Sir be. The Yuan implored, unable to understand why a damn person needed money. 10 minutes later, the Yuan came out with a black bag. Handing over the money, the Yuan asked him, "You're really sure it's not your banknotes?" Snatching the bag, Aslan replied, "Didn't you money talks even in the netherworld? These banknotes are worthless. Real money has more use. Win this sum. I'll live comfortably." Taking the bag briefly to see 5 stacks of cash, Aslan forcibly suppressed his grin as he walked away. "I've got the money. See you again." Not likely to happen. Relieved, the Yuan sighed deeply. Finally, this evil spirit was leaving. Hold on, the Yuan suddenly shouted angrily. "You have a shadow, you bastard, you lied, you're not a ghost." Upon noticing Aslan had a shadow, the Yuan realized he was tricked. Despite not knowing how Aslan returned to life, he was certain Aslan wasn't dead. Seeing Aslan still clutching his money, the enraged Yuan yelled, "Brad, return the money to me now, or you won't leave my house." With a devilish smile, Aslan said, "There's no chance of returning the money. Never in this lifetime. If you've got what it takes, do your worst, otherwise, I'm walking away." 50,000 was a significant sum in the Yuan's eyes, and for countless underhanded dealings, he refused to give it up willingly. "You little monster cheated me of my money. I'll send you to join the ghosts." Grabbing a fierce spear beside him, the Yuan landed at Aslan, aiming for a lethal strike with full force. Impowered by the mountain and sea printing technique, Aslan effortlessly dodged the attack. He kicked the Yuan in the stomach without mercy, causing excruciating pain. "Ah!" the Yuan cried out, shouting, "Help, Aslan, this outsider wants to kill." His scream shattered the village's tranquility, with almost every old man rushing out armed with shovels, hammers, fierce spears, and more. Soon, villagers surrounded the Yuan's house tightly, eyeing Aslan with hostility. Chapter 4: Distorting Truth. "Villagers, this little bird actually rushed into my house in the middle of the night and stole money. Please help me take revenge," the Yuan declared, emboldened by the approaching crowd and distorting facts without restraint. "Damn, I never thought Aslan, an outsider, would dare to cause trouble at the bar's house. We must give him a harsh lesson today. Beat him to death, so that other outsiders know that Yantiakan is a village for people surnamed Yan. Outsiders should live cautiously under our eyes." I always knew there was something wrong with this little bird. Who would have thought he dared to do such things? Yantiakan, predominantly populated by people surnamed Yan, was a small fishing village. Before opening up, almost everyone boarded the surnamed Yan. Only after it opened up did outsiders begin entering, yet it never exceeded 10 households. The locals mostly harbored a xenophobic attitude but were also very united among themselves. Spurred on by the Yuan, everyone approached Aslan with various makeshift weapons. It seemed as if they really intended to beat him to death. "Don't be fooled by the Yuan," his son, Nero, ceased dashing and tried to assault her. "When I came upon him, not only did he injure me but threw me into the sea intending to kill me. This money was compensation from the Yuan due to his guilt," Aslan shouted loudly. The villagers hesitated. They had watched Aslan grow up. His character was timid, making it unlikely for him to commit such a violent act. "Don't listen to Aslan's nonsense. What this lowly outsider says is just to deceive you," said Nero, emerging from the crowd. Having married out upon learning that Aslan was still alive, he never expected Aslan, despite a severe head injury, to survive the sea and return. His priority now was to eliminate Aslan before he exposed his foul deed towards Ashlyn. "Shahir, use Hanro. Don't just smear others. Can you face me directly and deny what happened?" Aslan reported. "You don't even have a scar on your head. What evidence do you have that I injured you?" "Clearly, everything is made up," Samir pointed at Aslan. "Hana," Aslan laughed, "if I were lying, how would you know that I had a head injury at that time?" "Oh no," realizing his slip-up, Samir became flustered and couldn't respond. Not able to answer. "Right, you and your father conspire like snakes and rats. Your son wanted to kill me, and your father smeared my name and incited the villagers against me. You've lost all conscience," Aslan accused, pointing at the two. Seeing Samir's reaction, the villagers started to understand what might have happened. They felt tricked into being used. The Yuan hastily interjected, "Don't believe this little beast's one-sided words. We're all family here. Don't let him fool you. I can prove Aslan's words are true." A more second from the crowd, everyone turned to see Ashlyn step forward, looking at the Yuan and Samir with hateful eyes. Standing in front of everyone, Ashlyn angrily pointed at Samir. "Every day, I wait on the way for Brother Brian to come back from the sea, but Samir pulled me into the cornfield and tried to do unspeakable things. It was Brother Brian who saved me," Ashlyn said. "Bitch, shut up, my son." Samir would never do such things. "You and Aslan must be coding to extort us." The Yuan distorted the truth again. Eager to prove herself, Ashlyn retorted, "When I struggled in the cornfield, I scratched Samir's arm." Samir roll up your sleeve and show everyone. Chapter 5: The Village Authority. Hearing this, the villagers all turned to look at Samir, only to find that he was very evasive with his teeth. Samir's left hand still clutched tightly at the sleeve of his right arm as if terrified of everyone coming over to inspect it. "FCAC, I helped you and you actually scammed me over. I never thought you would be this kind of person. Samir, I regret helping a bastard like you." "Aslan, I only accused you just now. Please don't take it too hard." At that moment, the villagers were in an uproar, having been deceived. They wished to beat the mayor's family to death. Although the people surnamed Yan in the village were very xenophobic, they weren't unreasonable. Even after being fooled by someone of the same surname, they could still lose their temper. Seeing the already infuriated villagers, the Joe glared at Samir, somewhat blaming his son for being useless. Feeling both to use force and kill, he had led him to this unresolved situation. Smack! The Joe slapped Samir hard on the back of his hand. "Brett, apologize to Aslan and Ashlyn immediately." "Father, why should I apologize to an outsider?" "No way." Samir turned his head and said that in Samir's mind, his father was the Joe, which made him feel like the grand master of the village. As noble as he felt, how could he possibly go to apologize to anyone else? Aslan said, "Initially, since we received your family's money, I wasn't going to pursue this matter anymore, but now, we such slander from both you and your father. Let's handle this officially." "Brother Brian, I listen to you. Let's handle this officially. Trying to force himself on me and planning to kill you. Let's call the police so he can spend the rest of his life behind bars," Ashlyn added beside him. Only then did Sunil start to feel upon hearing these words. He was still young, and he hadn't enjoyed enough time as the village master. He didn't want to go to jail like this. Father, do something. I don't want to go to jail, Sunil pleaded in terror. What can I do? You go and beg Aslan, the Joe replied. Upon hearing his father say that, Sunil forgot his status as the village master and started pleading in front of Aslan and Ashley. The Joe also stepped forward, saying, Aslan and Kelsey, please give my son, Sunil, one more chance. He will train it. Please don't ruin his whole life because of one mistake. There's no way we can forgive him, Aslan coldly replied. Isn't what he did to Kelsey ruining your whole life? Throwing me into the sea after injuring me ruined my whole life too. We won't forgive him. Just then, Ashlyn's parents stood up, their teacher for the Joe and his son not any less than anyone else's. Yes, we definitely cannot forgive them. Seeing this, the Joe and the girl restless like and son had potted sitting uneasily. Then the Joe noticed a few figures among the villagers and hurriedly ran towards them. Thud. He knelt before the figure and begged, Ervini, please consider the friendship between our two families. Please help speak a word for Samir, begging you. The Joe was beseeching a white-haired old porter with the king. This old porter was named Gilly, the former Jovian Lily, whose authority within the village even surpassed the current Joe. Moreover, he had never discriminated against state-siders. Ah. The old Joe sighed, though Samir was ruined. He was still a child and watched grow up, and with the friendship between the two families, there was no way to refuse when the Joe sought his help. Rikato-yi, Grandpa knows you're upset, but can you overlook this for an old porter like me and give Samir another chance, the old Joe said. Grandpa Yan, it's not that I don't respect you, but Samir is a menace to the village. If I let him go this time, there's no guarantee his father and he won't come after me again, Aslan responded. Aslan understood the principle while letting the snake life won't leave endless trouble. There was only one opportunity. Next time the Joe and his son might not be so easily cut in his ends. Chapter 6 To the Rare Mountain with the Village Beauty. This is easy. I will have the Yuan and Samir make a guarantee and compensation to you. What do you think? Said the old Yuan. Aslan, harboring deep-seated enmity, initially had no intention of letting Samir off easily. However, the old Yuan had always been very considerate of the Yi family. Thanks to him, the Yi family was able to live in such an exclusive village. Therefore, he still needed to take the old Yuan's opinion into account. Seeing Aslan hesitate, Samir quickly knelt down and crawled on his knees to embrace Aslan's leg. Brother Yi, I'm wrong. If you don't hold this against me, I'm going to give you my family's fishing boat and nets as reparation. I only ask that you let me go, Samir pleaded through tears. What do you think, little Yi? The old Yuan asked. Will you really give me the fishing boat and nets? Aslan asked. Aslan was just a small fisher porter who had always dreamed of owning his own boat. He never thought that this dream would come true today. Seeing Aslan's wavering resolve, the Yuan hurriedly said, I can assure you of this. As long as you let Samir go, the boat and nets are yours. Alright, I agree. But what does Ashlyn's family think? Aslan replied. The Yi family had perjured to establish roots in the Yan family village largely due to the help of the old Yuan. Now that he was pleading so earnestly, even if Aslan didn't want to, he felt obligated to agree. Hearing Aslan's words, the Yuan quickly pulled Ashlyn's parents aside for a whispered discussion. It was clear that Ashlyn's father was still extremely angry, but her mother had brightened up considerably. We have decided to forgive them, Ashlyn mother said.
At that moment, the Yuan brought Zahir over. Brat, apologize, the Yuan barked. I'm sorry, it was wrong of me. I will never do this again. Please forgive me, Zahir said. Neither Aslan nor Ashlyn said anything, implicitly accepting Zahir's apology. The old Yuan then addressed Zahir and his father, you too, take care of yourselves. After that, the old Yuan left with his cane, and the villagers began dispersing, heading home. The Yuan gave Aslan a venomous glance before leaving with Zahir. Aslan saw the venomous look, but wasn't bothered by it. If getting the seal of mountains and seas meant fearing these mere mortals, he might as well buy a block of tofu and smash himself to death. Rakatali, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Kelsey's life could have been ruined, Ashlyn's father said. Aslan smiled and said, Ilium, you're too kind. Considering our family's relationship, this is nothing more than what I should do. Alright, stop the nonsense. Let's go home, Ashlyn's mother Gale said urgently. Then Gale led Ashlyn and Ilium away. Knowing Gale didn't favor him much, Aslan just smiled wryly. Under the vast night sky, Aslan walked alone on the country path leading home. He extended his hand, and countless strands of mist from the air gathered around it, eventually forming a water ball. Gathering moisture from the air came naturally to him now. Aslan couldn't believe that he had attained such power. Haha, with this seal of mountains and seas, there will surely be a place for me in this world, Aslan laughed confidently. With a wave of his hand, the water ball dissolved back into mist and vanished into the air effortlessly. Brienne and Gidge, wait for me. Walking along the road, Aslan heard a voice behind him. In the moonlight, a figure ran towards him. Kelsey, weren't you going home with Ilium? Why did you follow me? Aslan asked curiously. Ashlyn seemed to have made up her mind. She bit her lip and said, Brienne and Gidge, don't speak, follow me. Then she grabbed Aslan's hand and led him to the secluded rear mountain. The small woods at the rear mountain were quite remote, but fortunately, the moon was exceptionally bright tonight. Under its light, everything was crystal clear. Kelsey, why did you bring me here? Aslan asked. Susurrant rustling. Before Aslan's stunned eyes, Ashlyn's dress fell to the ground, revealing an enticing scene in front of him. Hashtag Chapter 7, The Helpless Village Beauty. Ashlyn was not only beautiful but also had a great figure, making her the famous village beauty. However, she still carried a faint hint of youthful innocence. Under the moonlight, a patch of snow white appeared before Aslan's eyes. What are you doing? Ashlyn tightly hugged Aslan, and the fresh scent of youth entered his nostrils. As he felt her body pressing against him, he could also feel her trembling. She was crying. Her tears dripped onto his shoulder as a gentle breeze brought a slight chill. Brother Brianon, take me, Ashlyn whispered in his ear. Aslan instinctively tightened his embrace around her, yet a voice in his heart constantly reminded him that this wasn't right. Girl, tell me, has something happened? Brother Brianin will help you, Aslan said gently. Ashlyn shook her head through her tears while starting to undo Aslan's belt. Titus, huff. Aslan's breathing grew heavier. He always treated the girl in front of him like a younger sister, and although he desired this, he at least needed to understand what was going on first. Holding down Ashlyn's fidgeting hands, Aslan asked, Girl, honestly tell me, what's wrong? Whimper, whimper. Seeing Aslan's caring gaze, Ashlyn broke down even more, covering her face with her hands. Unexpectedly pressed by Aslan, Ashlyn recounted the story. It turned out that the reason her parents agreed to forgive Zahir was because the Yuan offered an enticing proposal. They wanted Ashlyn to marry Zahir. Although Ilium opposed it, in their family, Gale made the final decision. On the way back home, Gale started persuading Ashlyn to drop out of school and marry Zahir. After hearing Ashlyn's account, Aslan angrily exclaimed, Gale has gone mad. How can she do such a thing and sell off her daughter like that? Wiping her tears, Ashlyn explained, My father has been sick with lung disease for a long time, and the family has spent all our savings on his treatment. I understand why my mother wants me to get married, to raise enough money for father's treatment. As she spoke, Ashlyn began to choke up. Brother Brianin, I have to marry that bastard Zahir. I want my first time to be with you. Please don't let me regret it, okay? Ashlyn softly pleaded. At this moment, Aslan was fighting the devil within his heart. If it were any other girl, he might have already succumbed. But this girl had grown up with him, and Aslan ultimately couldn't bear to hurt Ashlyn. Foolish girl, do you trust Brother Brianin? Aslan smiled and asked. The person I trust the most is Brother Brianin. Aslan reached out to wipe away her tears. If you trust me, then go home. Don't worry about the money. Brother Brianin won't let you drop out of school. Aslan reassured her with a smile. Brother Brianin, you've done so much for me already. Interrupting her, Aslan said, We've known each other since we were young. I treat you like a sister. Money is just a small matter. While speaking, Aslan helped tidy up Ashlyn's slightly disheveled clothes, then led her back home. Looking at Aslan by her side, Ashlyn felt very safe, as if they were still children who played together every day. Perhaps Brother Brianin had forgotten, but when they were very young, playing house, she had once said she would be his bride, and he had nodded in agreement. Yet now, he only saw her as a sister. Just as Ashlyn was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt something soft underfoot followed by a sharp pain. Snake! Ashlyn screamed. She saw a cobra dart out and bite her leg, causing her tears to almost spill from the pain. ####Chapter 8. Mouth-sucking snake venom. Aslan swiftly rose to his feet and grabbed the cobra by its tail, whipping it around like a lashing whip and smashing its head into the ground. Under the force of his might, the cobra died instantly. However, no matter how fast Aslan was, he wasn't faster than the cobra, and Ashlyn was still bitten. What should we do? Brother Brianin, am I going to die? Ashlyn grew anxious, stomping her feet on the ground in despair. In the countryside, there's nothing more feared than these venomous snakes. One careless moment, and if you're truly bitten, even the gods couldn't help. Seeing Ashlyn about to cry, Aslan forced himself to remain calm. Don't move. The faster your blood flows, the faster the poison spreads. But what should we do now? I haven't married Brother Brianin yet. I don't want to die, Ashlyn sobbed. Shoo. Aslan tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and said to Ashlyn, Take off your pants. I. Ashlyn stood there at a loss. Though she was usually bold, the grown-up girl hesitated to take off her pants in front of Aslan. If you hesitate any longer, you'll lose your life. Do it now, Aslan urged. Gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, Ashlyn pulled off her jeans, revealing pink underwear with little bears printed on them. Looking at the stretched-out, round fabric before him, a wave of heat surged in Aslan's heart. This girl has indeed grown up. From now on, he could no longer treat her as a little girl. Stand still. Don't struggle, Aslan instructed. The wound was on Ashlyn's thigh, 2 small blood holes oozing black liquid. Aslan tied the cloth tightly above the wound on her thigh to prevent the venom from spreading too quickly through her body. Ouch! A new sensation swept over Aslan's body, causing him to draw a sharp breath. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Brother Brianin, I feel dizzy. Breathing is so difficult. Am I going to die? Ashlyn murmured faintly. Don't think like that. I won't let you die, Aslan reassured her. Despite sucking out much of the venom and tying the cloth around her leg, he couldn't stop the poison from invading her system. At best, he delayed the inevitable for a little while. Tired. I need to sleep a bit, Brother Brianin, Ashlyn said drowsily. Don't sleep. You can't sleep. Your brother still has Portery fun places to take you. You can't just fall asleep like this. Aslan frantically shook Ashlyn. He knew if she fell asleep now, she might never wake up again. But all efforts were futile. Ashlyn eventually closed her eyes, and Aslan felt her heartbeat weakening gradually. What should I do? What should I do now? Panic surged through Aslan, and he kept asking himself. In the countryside, being bitten by a cobra was practically a death sentence. Few people survived such bites. Staring at the nearly lifeless Ashlyn, Aslan's mind raced for a solution. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. The mountain sea seal. Aslan pinned all his hopes on the miraculous object that had once saved his life. Come out now. At that moment, the mountain sea seal in his spiritual sea began to vibrate, sending a warm current down his body towards his palm. A drop of golden liquid appeared in Aslan's hand, and a message surfaced in his mind. Mountain Sea Spirit Recoquid. This spirit liquid is formed by the mountain sea seal, gathering the essence of mountains and seas, capable of nurturing all living things. Note: in the translation, I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text. Additionally, I've kept the character names in pinyin, e.g., Aslan, Ashlyn, as requested. ##### Chapter 9, Setting Sail. Aslan vaguely sensed that the mountain and sea seal within him had lost about a tenth of its power. I don't know if this will work, but I have to give it a try, Aslan thought to himself. Aslan fed the golden mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid to Ashlyn, leaving the rest to fate. After consuming the spirit Rikoquid, Ashlyn's condition noticeably improved. Her heartbeat became strong, her breathing steady, and her pale complexion turned rosy. When Ashlyn regained consciousness, she found herself on Aslan's back, being carried towards her home. Brienne and Gidge. Her soft murmur was filled with deep affection for Aslan. The next morning, Titus Ming. It was still the same old fishing boat, and Aslan stood at the bow, sailing out to sea. Standing there, Aslan felt an inseparable connection with the ocean. It seems my control over the sea has increased significantly, Aslan remarked. Initially, when he first obtained the mountain and sea seal, he could only control a meter or so of the surrounding sea. Now, standing on the boat, he could faintly influence the waters beneath him. With a gesture, a stream of water rose from the sea, dancing under his control. I can now porterage to control a 3-meter radius of water, growing at a pace of about 1 meter per day, Aslan mused to himself. After playing with the water for a few minutes, sweat dripped down his forehead. He let go of the water, allowing it to fall back into the sea. Pant, pant. Aslan panted slightly. I'm already exhausted after just 3 minutes. It seems this ability consumes a lot of energy. This power was still quite weak, barely harmful enough beyond taking a bath, but the potential was limitless. If he could gain control of an additional meter each day, it wouldn't be long before he could summon water spouts across the ocean. The mountain and sea seal truly is a divine credential. Perhaps one day I could become a mountain god, Aslan pondered. Though his current strength was limited, Aslan believed that with time, he would stand at the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, he felt a faint vibration from the mountain and sea seal. His body seemed to have gained extraordinary perception, allowing him to sense everything within a 10-meter radius of the sea. He could see fish moving around, feeling a mysterious connection with them. Under his comportard, a small school of fish altered their course. Aslan was shocked. He hadn't expected to have some level of control over marine life. While he could only roughly change their direction and not precisely porteripulate them, it was still astounding. Is this what divine power feels like? Aslan whispered to himself. Haha. Despite the vastness of the ocean, he felt that one day he would master all of it, becoming the lord of the endless sea. Even with only 10 meters of control, it was more than enough for Aslan. He drove the fish into his net, grinning widely. Originally, he planned to cast the nets today and retrieve them tomorrow, but the mountain and sea seal had given him this profitable ability unexpectedly. After some time, Aslan arrived at the area where Zahir had set the nets. He began reeling in the nets using a machine, pulling up heaps of fish into the boat. Looking at the catch, Aslan felt satisfied. The haul wasn't large, roughly 700 or 800 fish, but considering fuel costs of about 400 units, the profit was around 300 or 400. This might be poor for other ship owners, but for Aslan, it was a good harvest. Chapter 10, Fishing Tyrant. Although maintaining fishing boats and nets requires substantial costs, one doesn't have to pay wages to others, meaning it wouldn't take long before becoming another well-off member of the village. This time, Aslan earned quite a bit, but he also realized an issue. The fish in these waters were getting fewer and fewer. Aslan quickly pushed this thought aside. One should handle matters according to their capabilities. Currently, he lacked the ability to deal with such problems, so there was no need to worry about them. Looking at the boat's hold filled with fish, Aslan almost laughed out loud in delight. For a long time, Aslan believed he was a burden to his family. No matter how hard or tiring fishing was, he never complained. In university, he felt he had an overbearing pride. However, after being expelled and returning to Yanjia village, reality wore him down. He no longer sought wealth. He only wished for daily harvests like this. If I could maintain this income every month, it would be equivalent to being a white-collar worker in a big city. It feels like my life is improving, Aslan smiled. As Aslan happily considered this, he suddenly noticed a golden fish swimming a few meters away underwater. Large yellow croaker. Aslan exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, he porter-hoovered the boat towards the fish. Come here, my treasure, Aslan said eagerly. A stream of water enveloped the large yellow croaker, lifting it out of the sea and onto the boat where it began thrashing. What a huge catch. This time, I'm really going to get rich, Aslan grinned. Aslan hurriedly calmed the fish and placed it on the electronic scale. Haha, my luck is turning around. Aslan laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face as if he was both laughing and crying. Suppressed for too long, he finally released all his bitterness, grievances, and negative emotions through this cathartic moment. Before the large yellow croaker died, Aslan put it into a wooden bucket and filled it with seawater. These large yellow croakers usually live in deeper waters. To catch one while diving is truly fortunate, Aslan smiled. Having fished for 2 to 3 years at sea, Aslan had only seen a large yellow croaker once, and that was a 1-pounder caught by another villager. That dead croaker sold for over 2,000, making Aslan envious for a long time. Feeling elated, Aslan returned to the small dock of Yanji village on his rickety old boat that afternoon. Go to hell, Fatty Yin. You want to sell your trashy fish for 1,000? How about 500? Are you blind? These are top-quality fish, not below 800. Forget it. Let's meet halfway at 700. Deal. There were portery-similar haggling voices around, seemingly filled with intense animosity, but in reality, they were just part of the bargaining process. At that moment, Aslan saw a chubby figure walking over. Oh no! Aslan exclaimed nervously. The porter was about 5 feet 7 inches, with a round body and a gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of nouveau riche. Rakatali, I heard the old Yuan gave you a fishing boat. Didn't expect it to be true. Congratulations, Gaston grinned. Thank you. Finianu, did you come to buy fish? How much would you offer for these? Aslan asked with a smile. Gaston was one of the largest fish dealers in the area. When Aslan worked for other boat owners, they all feared Gaston the most. Your fish look average quality, but we're old friends, so I won't bully you. I'll give you 500 for all of them, Gaston smiled. Although maintaining fishing boats and nets requires a significant amount of money, not having to pay other workers means one could soon join the ranks of the well-off in the village. However, despite making quite a bit this time, Aslan realized an issue. The fish in these waters were dwindling. He quickly brushed that thought aside, figuring he should only concern himself with matters within his control. Currently, he had no power to handle such issues, so why worry about them? Looking at the full boat hold of fish, Aslan's laughter was almost uncontrollable. For a long time, Aslan had felt like a burden to his family. No matter how arduous and tiring fishing was, he never complained. During university, he considered himself prideful, but after being expelled and returning to Yanjia village, reality dulled his arrogance. He no longer sought immense wealth, just consistent good catches would suffice. If I can keep earning this much every month, it'd be equivalent to a white-collar worker in a big city. Rikov is getting better, Aslan chuckled. Just as Aslan was savoring his thoughts, he noticed a golden fish several meters away in the sea. Junior croaker, Aslan exclaimed in surprise. He immediately began porter-hoovering to bring the fish toward the surface. Come on, my treasure, Aslan said with sparkling eyes. A stream of water lifted the junior croaker out of the sea, and it landed on the boat, thrashing wildly. What a huge junior croaker. This is going to make me rich, Aslan laughed. He quickly calmed the fish down, then placed it on an electronic scale. Haha, my fortunes are turning. Aslan laughed heartily until tears streamed down his face, laughing and crying as if possessed by madness. The pressure had been too much for him. After this burst of madness, all his bitterness, grievances, and dark emotions were finally purged from his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that the junior croaker wasn't dead yet, Aslan retrieved a wooden bucket from the cabin and filled it with seawater before placing the fish inside. Junior croakers usually live in deep waters. Catching one here must be a stroke of luck, Aslan remarked with a smile. Having fished at sea for 2 to 3 years, Aslan had only seen a junior croaker once, a pound-heavy one caught by another villager. That single croaker sold for over 2,000 yuan, leaving Aslan envious for a long time. With a light heart, Aslan returned to Yanjia village's small dock in the afternoon on his dilapidated little boat. You damn fatty, Yin. You want to sell this rotten fish for 1,000? 500, take it or leave it. Do your eyes work? These are premium fish. Less than 800, no deal. For heaven's sake, we've been trading for years. Let's compromise at 700. Deal. Bargaining voices like this were frequent, sounding like old grudges but merely part of negotiation tactics. At this moment, Aslan saw a chubby figure approaching. Oh no! Aslan exclaimed in slight panic. The porter, around 1.7 meters tall with a rotund body and a gold chain around his neck, exuded the air of a nouveau riche. Rakatl, I heard the Yuan gave you that fishing boat. Didn't think it was true until now. Congratulations, Gaston smiled. Thank you. Riku Guo is here to buy fish, right? How much would you give for these? Aslan asked with a grin. Gaston was one of the largest fish dealers in the area. When Aslan worked for other boat owners, they all feared Gaston. Your fish look average, but since we're old friends, I won't bully you. 500 for all of them, Gaston replied with a smile. Chapter 10. Fishing Tycoon. Although maintaining fishing boats and nets requires substantial costs, Aslan wouldn't have to pay other workers, meaning he could likely join the ranks of the well-off villagers in no time. This time, despite earning a good sum, Aslan realized a concerning issue. The fish in these waters were dwindling. Aslan quickly dismissed this thought. He should porterage matters according to his capabilities. Currently, handling this was beyond him, so there was no point worrying about it now. Looking at the boat's hold brimming with fish, Aslan couldn't help but grin widely. For a long time, Aslan had felt like a burden to his family. No matter how arduous fishing was, he never complained. In college, he considered himself proud and ambitious. However, after getting expelled and returning to Yanjia village, reality chipped away at his arrogance. He didn't dream of wealth anymore. He just wished for daily harvests like this. If I can make this much every month, it would be comparable to a white-collar salary in a big city. Rikov seems to be improving, Aslan chuckled. As he basked in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed a golden fish swimming a few meters away in the sea. Large yellow croaker. Aslan exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, Aslan began guiding the fish toward the surface. Come on, my treasure. His eyes gleamed with excitement. A stream of water lifted the large yellow croaker out of the sea and onto the boat, where it kept flopping around. What a big catch. This will make me rich, Aslan laughed. He quickly calmed the fish down and placed it on an electronic scale. Haha, my luck is turning around. Aslan burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face as he wept and laughed simultaneously, almost losing his mind. Suppressed for so long, this outburst cleared all his pain, grievances, and dark emotions from his mind. Before the large yellow croaker died, Aslan fetched a wooden bucket from the cabin and filled it with seawater, placing the fish inside. These creatures usually live in deep waters. Catching one here feels like a stroke of luck, he smiled. During his 2 or 3 years at sea, Aslan had only seen a large yellow croaker once, a 1-pounder caught by another villager. That dead croaker sold for over 2,000 yuan, leaving Aslan envious for days. Feeling content, Aslan returned to Yanjia village's small dock in the afternoon aboard his rickety boat. Damn it, Yin Fatso, you're lousy fish? You want 1,000? How about 500? Are you blind? These are premium fish. No less than 800. Screw it, we've been doing business for years. Let's meet halfway, 700. Deal. Such heated bargaining was common, sounding as if they had deep-seated animosity but actually just a negotiation tactic. At that moment, Aslan saw a chubby figure approaching. "Oh no," Aslan said, panicking slightly. The porter stood around 5'7", round-bodied with a gold chain around his neck, exuding an air of nouveau riche. "Rakadalyi, heard your Yuan gave you a fishing boat. Didn't think it was true until now. Congratulations," Gaston smiled. "Thanks, Raku brother. Are you here to buy fish? What do you think of these? Give me a price," Aslan responded. Gaston, one of the largest fish dealers in the area, was feared by portery ship owners Aslan had worked for. "Your fish look average quality, but we're old friends, so I'll give you 500 for all of them," Gaston grinned. Note, Ba in the chapter title suggests dominance or tyranny, possibly indicating Aslan becoming a dominant figure in fishing. ####Chapter 11, Gaston's grievance. Aslan wiped the smile off his face and said in a more serious tone, "Even at 700, I think I'm losing money on this batch. 500 seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Rakadalyi, be practical. Just take the 500. Don't make things uncomfortable for yourself, alright?" Gaston replied. Gaston waved his hand, and 6 burly men walked over. These men, wearing floral shirts with visible tattoos on their arms, exuded an intimidating presence. "Take all this cargo and load it onto the truck," Gaston ordered. "Let's see who dares touch my goods." With a roar, Aslan blocked the men's path. The commotion drew the attention of others nearby, both fishermen and fish vendors, who were looking over. "Yi Salmachang has run into that dog Gaston. It looks like Rakadalyi is about to get hurt. It's just Gaston forcing unfair deals again. It's getting harder for us to collect fish around here. This young porter is still too hot-headed. After this lesson, he probably won't act so impulsively." Seeing Aslan standing in front of his henchmen, Gaston slowly approached. "Salmachang, today I'm taking your fish to teach you a lesson. On this dock, I, Gaston, am the boss. Understand?" Initially, Gaston thought he could intimidate Aslan with his comporting aura, but what happened next was completely unexpected. Slap. With one swift motion, Aslan slapped the fat porter hard, sending him flying and crashing onto the ground. Cough. Gaston spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. "You little brat, I swear I'll cripple you today. If anyone in these 10 or so villages gets close to you after this, they'll have me, Gaston, to deal with." Gaston roared. The henchmen felt utterly humiliated watching their leader get beaten right in front of them. "How dare you show such disrespect before us? If we don't make this Salmachang spit blood today, right Lyle see backward," one shouted. "If outsiders knew someone beat our boss right before our eyes, we wouldn't have the face to show up anywhere. Why talk so much? Let's all go at him. If he tries to fight back, let's draw some blood." These 6 men advanced toward Aslan, each with a fierce look on their faces, which made Aslan feel a twinge of fear. Why should I be afraid? If I had the seal of mountains and seas, I wouldn't live like this. I might as well kill myself, Aslan thought. Without hesitation, despite the lingering fear, Aslan punched the closest thug. The gangsters didn't expect the young porter to strike first. Caught completely off guard, the porter took the punch straight to his stomach, feeling like a train had crashed into him. He flew back and landed heavily on the ground, clutching his abdomen in agony and struggling to breathe. "Damn, this Salmachang isn't easy. Everyone, attack without mercy," one of them yelled. After landing that first punch, Aslan's last bit of fear dissipated, and he felt rejuvenated. Taking a step forward, Aslan unleashed a series of punches aimed at the group. Knowing his strength, Aslan kept his strikes calculated, focusing on their abdomens to avoid killing anyone accidentally. Despite taking a few hits himself, Aslan porteraged to knock all of them down. While he possessed incredible strength, Aslan had never learned martial arts techniques, making him essentially a brute with raw power. Getting hit was inevitable. "I forbid you from coming to our Yanjiakan village to buy fish. Every time you do, I'll beat you. Now, scram!" Aslan pointed at Gaston, sternly. Chapter 12, Rani's shock. You just wait. I'll remember this grudge." After uttering these threatening words, Gaston crawled back to his car with his gang and hastily left Yanjia village. Seeing Gaston leave with his men, the entire seaside of Yanjia village erupted in excitement. Everyone was highly agitated. "Wow, Salmaoyi, well done. You've rid our village of a menace. Happy, if it weren't for Gaston, we could have made another 300 yuan today. Thanks so much, Salmaoyi." "Haha, us fishmongers owe you too. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to collect such high-quality fish from Yanjia village." Aslan could sense that everyone was genuinely thankful. He relished being adored by the crowd. At this moment, a suntanned porter limping towards Aslan with a row of white teeth flashing in his grin spoke up. "Salmaoyi, no more words. I'll take all these fish for 1,000 yuan. Rani said as he walked over. Rani was quite famous among the neighboring villages. He was once reputed to be an influential person in society when he was young, but remained widely respected for his righteousness and generosity. However, after he was beaten up, Rani returned to Panshan village in disgrace and started working as a fishmonger. Unfortunately, life turned harsh on him after becoming disabled, and he struggled greatly with competition from fellow traders, especially Gaston, who often bullied him. Seeing Gaston in such a pathetic state now, Rani felt euphoric and decided to pay a high price for Aslan's fish. "Finian, it can't be. These goods are worth at most 700 yuan. If you pay 1,000, you might lose some money," Aslan replied politely. "Hee brother, don't be so formal. Seeing Gaston suffer makes me happy," Rani said loudly. Everyone in the nearby villages knew about the long-standing feud between Rani and Gaston and understood why Rani was feeling elated. "Alright, since Finian is so generous, I won't refuse anymore. These goods are yours for 1,000 yuan, Aslan said with a smile. "Haha, good porter. I like people like you," Rani laughed. Rani immediately counted out 1,000 yuan on the spot. Although he may not make any profit today, he felt incredibly satisfied inside. Brother, I'm going to the other side to buy more stock. Let's have a drink when you're free, Ronnie said. Wait, Finian, do you accept large yellow croakers? Aslan asked. Large yellow croaker. Ronnie shouted in shock. Cultivated large yellow croakers were not uncommon, and although they were pricey, they were still affordable for average families. Wild ones, however, could sell for astronomical prices. Brother, let's see what you have, Ronnie curiously responded. Aslan placed a wooden bucket beside Ronnie. Inside was a lively large yellow croaker swimming around. My goodness, that big? It must weigh more than a pound? Ronnie exclaimed in surprise. Though Ronnie was never petty, facing a 2-pound wild large yellow croaker deported caution. Taking out an old-fashioned scale, he carefully weighed the fish. Indeed, 2.5 pounds. Brother, I'll give you 20,000 yuan for this fish. How does that sound? Ronnie asked. So expensive? The last 1-pound large yellow croaker only sold for a couple of thousand yuan. Why is mine so expensive? Aslan asked curiously. That large yellow croaker 3 years ago should have been mine but was snatched by Gaston. Do you know how much he sold it for? Ronnie countered. Aslan shook his head. As just a fisher porter, he knew general market rates for common fish, but not specifically about large yellow croakers. Gaston sold that fish to Jojo Hotel in Lanhai City for 6,000 yuan. Large yellow croakers get more valuable the bigger they are. Plus, yours is alive. At 20,000 yuan, we both won't lose out, Ronnie explained frankly. Chapter 13. The Stirred-Up Wharf. Alright Finian, the fish is yours for 20,000, Aslan said with a smile. Aslan could tell that Ronnie was a straightforward person. If Ronnie had intended to deceive him, even if he had asked for just a few thousand, Aslan would have been happy to sell it. It was clear that Ronnie was someone worth befriending deeply. Brother, I don't have that much cash on hand right now. Can I leave the fish here and go get the money? Ronnie said hesitantly. I trust Finian's integrity. You can pay me next time, Aslan replied with a grin. Good, Ronnie, accept you as a brother. Let's do as you say, Ronnie laughed. The news of Aslan catching a 2-pound yellow croaker spread rapidly, going from one fishmonger to 10, then 10 to 100, until it became known throughout the entire circle of fish dealers. At this moment, Gaston, driving toward Blue Sea City, received a message. After reading it, his jaw clenched so tightly that those nearby worried he might crack his own teeth. Damn it, Aslan and Ronnie. You two better watch out. I'll make sure you regret messing with me, Gaston, Gaston roared inwardly. Gaston felt like his heart was bleeding. Losing such a valuable catch infuriated and frustrated him. He now harbored intense hatred towards Aslan and Ronnie. In contrast to Gaston's rage, Aslan was feeling exceptionally elated. Even though he hadn't yet received the money, he knew his life had taken a dramatically different turn. Walking along the country road carrying a grouper, Aslan noticed the fish, despite being out of the water for a long time, still energetically wagging its tail. Injecting it with a drop of mountain sea spirit liquid had given the fish extraordinary vitality. Rakadalyi, I heard you caught a 2-pound yellow croaker. Congratulations on your good fortune. Thanks. Good fortune to all. Salmaoshan, don't forget to come over for drinks tonight. Of course, won't forget. Not only did Aslan's name spread among the fishmongers, but it also made waves in Yanjiakan village. Everyone thought his luck was remarkable. As he walked through the village, unlike before, Aslan felt the warm welcome from everyone. It seemed he had finally earned their recognition and truly become a part of the community. Although he still bore the surname Yi, no one treated him as an outsider anymore. Arriving at the yard with low mud walls that served merely to keep livestock inside, Aslan pushed open the wooden gate and stepped into the courtyard, acting like he was returning home. Ilium Gale, I'm here, Aslan called out loudly. Cough cough. From within the earthen house came a series of coughs as Uncle Yin Danilo emerged. Rakadalyi, it's been a while since you last visited, Ilium smiled. Since my marriage to Salmao Chan, most of my time is spent either fishing or sleeping. There's barely enough time to visit, Aslan laughed, approaching Ilium and supporting him as they walked into the house. Once a tough porter in the village, Ilium's condition deteriorated after contracting lung disease, becoming a burden to the family. Consequently, everything in the household was decided by Gale alone. Seeing a middle-aged porter washing vegetables, Aslan smiled and said, Gale, I brought this fish for Ilium, to help strengthen his health. Gale responded coolly, taking the fish without much enthusiasm. Feeling slightly embarrassed, but not entirely surprised, Aslan remembered that Gale hadn't treated him kindly ever since his expulsion from university. Don't mind her, she's always like this. She doesn't mean any harm, Ilium explained apologetically. Just then, a lively figure rushed out of the house, jumping into Aslan's arms like a playful kitten. #### Chapter 14. The Snobbish Gale. Brienne and brother, you've come? Ashlyn said happily. Kelsey, how portery times have I told you to mind yourself? You're a college student. You should be reserved, Gale scolded. I'm about to drop out of school. What kind of college student am I? Ashlyn pouted. This remark infuriated Gale to the point that she resolved to give this stubborn girl a lesson later that evening. Kelsey, don't make trouble. Gale is really getting angry, Aslan said. Ashlyn reluctantly left Aslan's embrace, her face showing disappointment. Gale, let me help you, Aslan offered. As if I care, Gale snapped irritably. Aslan paid no mind to Gale's attitude. He grabbed the rock grouper and a knife, swiftly beginning to clean the fish. He noticed that the fish had much tougher flesh than other types of fish, and there was no unpleasant odor at all while removing the internal organs. The Nanhai spirit liquid can indeed nourish everything. This fish must be very nourishing. I wonder how obvious its effects are, Aslan mused aloud. In his childhood, Ilium had been close to the Yi family and had taken good care of Aslan. Aslan had always remembered this kindness. Now that he had the means, he certainly wouldn't forget Ilium's past assistance. If not for the unexplainable origin of the spirit liquid, Aslan would have given it directly without opting for such a cumbersome method. After cleaning the fish, Aslan handed it over to Gale. While Gale prepared the fish, Aslan pulled Ashlyn aside. Quietly, Aslan placed a cloth-wrapped object in Ashlyn's hand. This is the money I earned from selling fish today. It should be enough for your tuition. After dropping out, I realized one thing. Education is crucial. Otherwise, you'll never amount to anything in life, Aslan said. Without the sea god's seal, he might have remained a laborer for life. Aslan didn't want Ashlyn to follow in his footsteps. Brienne and brother, I. Shh, don't speak. Don't let Gale hear, Aslan said with a smile. Ronnie might not have two 10,000s, but he did have one 10,000. Aslan gave all this money to Ashlyn, which was enough for a year's tuition and living expenses. To prevent Ashlyn from returning the money, Aslan promptly requested to leave. Seeing Aslan's determination to go, Gale showed no intention of detaining him. Brienne and brother, let me see you off, Ashlyn offered. You brat, come back here. I'll see little ye off, Gale said sternly. Ashlyn was dragged back, watching as her mother escorted Aslan out of the house, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Gale, you don't need to see me off. I can leave on my own, Aslan said with a smile. Come on, let's chat along the way, Gale replied. Once outside the yard, far from the daughter and father, Gale dropped her pretense. Gale, I hope you stop bothering Kelsey. A smelly fish reporter like you doesn't match up to my daughter. Correction. Gale, I hope you don't trouble Kelsey anymore. A smelly fish reporter like you isn't fit to be with my daughter. Further refinement for fluency and natural expression in English. Gale, I hope you don't continue Jochan, bothering Kelsey. Someone like you, a mere smelly fish reporter, isn't worthy of my daughter. Final polished version. Gale, I hope you don't keep bothering Kelsey. A smelly fish reporter like you isn't good enough for my daughter. For better context and flow, Jochan is translated as bothering or troubling, which conveys the meaning more naturally in English. Aunt, you misunderstand. I only see Kelsey as a sister. I have no other intentions, Aslan explained. Hopefully so. If I find out you're still pestering my daughter, I'll sit at your doorstep and curse you, Gale threatened. Aslan didn't care about Gale's disdain. He was destined to become the mountain god. Gale was just an ordinary hoop porter, unworthy of his anger. In earlier years, she had been known as the village's notorious shrew, capable of cursing outside someone's door for days on end. After leaving the Yin Danilo household, Aslan went to Gale's place. As a peer of Yin Danilo, Aslan addressed him as Erwin, by seniority. Chapter 15. Paying public grain. Previously, because Aslan had been wrongly accused, Erwin felt guilty and had invited him over for drinks multiple times. After rejecting a few invitations, Aslan found it inappropriate to reject anymore and finally agreed. Knock knock knock. Haha, is it Ricardoli? Stop knocking the door, just come in. Erwin's hearty voice came from inside. Hee, knocking on the door shows some politeness. Aslan scratched his head and laughed. Enough talk, come sit down and drink. Blake stood up and beckoned. The house was small, but it wasn't empty. About 7 or 8 people were there, including 3 strong young men and the rest being elders. The food on the table was quite rich: chicken, duck, fish, meat. Everything was available. There were several bottles of cheap white liquor too. Aslan arrived at the table. Holding a glass of wine, Gale stood up and said, Ricardoli, your uncle is a rough person. I have wronged you before. I hope you do not mind. Cheers to that. Uncle, don't say so much. Saying such things is cutting into my life. Let bygones be bygones, Aslan replied with a smile. Our village indeed has some outdated ideas, where everyone looks down upon outsiders. But now, times have changed and we should abandon these old beliefs, Blake said with a laugh. Being of the same generation as Aslan and having received some education, he could make such statements. Inquiring son, I heard you caught a 2-gene yellow croaker. Brother, you're getting rich. Blake put an arm around Aslan's shoulder. It was just luck. I don't know if I'll have such good luck next time, Aslan smiled and responded. Haha, Ricardoli, don't be modest. The proudest thing I've done in my life was catching a 5-gene yellow croaker, but sadly, back then this stuff was worth nothing and my family just ate it. As they drank, the conversation became lively. Despite the inferior quality of the alcohol, drinking with these country folk was joyful, and alcohol helped bring people closer together. By the end of the meal, Aslan had taken off his top shirt and was playing finger-guessing games with Blake. 5 first, 666. Haha, Ricardoli, you lost again. Drink up. Blake laughed happily. Gulping sounds filled the air. Aslan stepped onto the stool and poured the large bowl of liquor into his mouth. After several rounds, everyone started to become tipsy. Sorry, brother Adriel, I have to leave first. Blake patted Aslan's shoulder. Everyone had been drinking happily, so Aslan was surprised by Blake's action. It's still early. Why are you in such a hurry to go back, Finian? Haha, you're still young, brother Exian. You don't understand. Finian has to go home to deliver the public grain, one of them teased. This remark made Blake's face turn bright red, and he pushed the joker away rather angrily. Away with you, what do you know? A few days ago, I sold a fish spear that malfunctioned, and it was returned. I need to fix it before selling it again, said Blake, his tongue thick from the alcohol. I really envy your craft sportership, Finian. If I could make fish spears, I would have torn down my mud house and built a bungalow long ago, one of the younger ones said enviously. When Aslan heard about the fish spear, his eyes narrowed. He would often dive into the sea in the future, and having a fish spear for self-defense would at least ensure some safety. Finian, can I order a fish spear from you? Aslan asked. Don't mention it. It's an honor for me to make a fish spear for my brother Adriel. Rest assured, I'll use the best materials to make the best spear for you. The tipsy Blake promised earnestly. Thanks, Finian, Aslan smiled. Rest assured, I'll deliver the fish spear to you tomorrow. If you're not satisfied, I'll modify it until you are, Blake said heartily. Everyone was having fun. Blake's abrupt leave surprised Aslan. It's still early, Finian. Why are you in such a hurry? Haha, Salma Brianin is still young and doesn't understand. Our brother Rico needs to go home to pay public grain. One of them laughed. Blake turned red and pushed the young porter aside, annoyed. Get out of here. You don't know anything. A few days ago, I sold a faulty spear. It got returned. I need to fix it and sell it again. Slurring his words, he explained under the influence. You're really enviable, Finian. If I could also make spears, I would long have demolished my mud cottage for a modern flat, said one of the younger generations enviously. When Aslan heard spear, his eyes squinted. He knew that diving into the ocean frequently would be less dangerous with a spear as self-defense. Finian, can I get you to custom make a spear for me? Asked Aslan. Don't mention it. Brother Adriel trusting me enough to order a spear makes me feel honored. Brother Adriel, rest assured, I will use the best materials to create the best spear, said a tipsy yet determined Blake. Finian, I'll leave it to you, Aslan smiled. Trust me, I'll deliver the spear tomorrow. If you're not satisfied, I'll modify it until you are, Blake declared generously. Chapter 16. Nighttime Assault. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Blake walked toward home amidst the friendly jeers of the crowd. He indeed had to deliver his public grain. Come. Blake has something to do and leaves first. Let's continue drinking, Uncle Gale shouted. Nightfall. Fulton staggered along the village path. Fortunately, the moonlight was sufficient to light the way. In high spirits, Fulton hummed a tune when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Just as Fulton turned around, everything before his eyes turned dark. A sack was thrown over his head. Instantly, countless blows rained down on him. Startled by the sudden attack, Fulton felt half his drunkenness dissipate. With both hands, he grabbed at the sack and tore it fiercely apart. Rip! The sack split in two, revealing 5 or 6 people mercilessly beating him with sticks. Zahir, Nolan, Adrian, Yendario, you dare to ambush me. I'll cripple you all. Fulton roared. Fulton, as an outsider, you dared to compete with me for a Waporter. Today, I'll break your legs and see if Ashlyn still likes you a cripple. Zahir yelled. The seal of Shanghai bestowed Fulton with an exceptionally strong body. The beatings were painful but did not inflict any real damage. Among these people, Fulton despised Zahir the most. This guy once ordered his uncles, Yin Dong and Gale, to murder him, so Fulton would not let this opportunity pass. To capture the king, go for the king first. Ignoring the blows from others, Fulton rushed straight to Zahir, pinning him down and pummeling him with punches. Fulton's strength was formidable, and within 2 punches, Zahir was knocked unconscious. Fulton then picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at Zahir. You want to cripple me? Well, I'll start with you today, Fulton snarled. With the stone in hand, Fulton bludgeoned Zahir until he lay dazed and defenseless. In a panic, Zahir drew a dagger from his waist and thrust it toward Fulton's abdomen. Splat! The dagger pierced Fulton's abdomen, blood trickling down the blade. Murder! Murder! Oh no, let's go quickly. I didn't kill him. What are you waiting for? Run! Upon seeing Fulton stabbed, the group hastily carried Zahir away from the scene. It hurts like hell, Fulton gritted his teeth. It was dark, and they didn't realize that as soon as Zahir drew the dagger, Fulton had reacted and caught the entire dagger with his palm, preventing it from truly penetrating his abdomen. Although it wasn't a fatal wound, the blade had sliced through Fulton's palm, causing intense pain. Zahir, you want to play rough? Fine, I'll play rough too, Fulton said with a menacing grin. Rip! Tearing a strip of cloth from his clothes, Fulton wrapped it around his injured hand. The village was small, and it wasn't long before Fulton reached home, stepping into the courtyard. The pain in his palm had already subsided. After removing the bloody bandage, he found the wound on his hand had completely healed. Such a big wound could heal. It seems my body's recovery speed has increased even more, Fulton thought. Returning home, Fulton washed his bloody palm and, under the influence of alcohol, laid down to sleep. In the yard, the blood-stained cloth was carelessly tossed beneath a young cherry tree, whose roots greedily absorbed the red liquid. Back at the road where Fulton had been attacked, the Yuan arrived with the very boys who had assaulted him. Where is he? The Clay deporter did. Where's Fulton's body? Initially, the Clay believed Fulton was dead and brought men to clean up the scene. Well, we're not sure, but we saw the dagger pierce Fulton's body. Translation notes. Maintain the paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text. Names have been converted to pinyin as requested. Ensured tone, style, natural flow, and grammatical correctness in English. Hashtag chapter 17. The powerful spear gun, Nolan said beside the others, and the rest of the little Clays nodded in agreement. Dead? What nonsense. Didn't you see there wasn't a single drop of blood on the ground? The Yuan remarked. Are you sure it hit Aslan's stomach? Well, it was dark. I think it must have hit him, Nolan said uncertainly. You lot are good for nothing. One of you should climb over the wall into Aslan's house and check if he's there, the Yuan ordered. Uncle, let me go. I can run fast, Nolan volunteered. The village's earth walls were easily scaled by Nolan. Peering through the window and seeing that Aslan was sound asleep relieved his anxiety. When Nolan returned home, he found Zahir moaning from pain. Aslan hadn't held back at all, leaving no part of his body unharmed. Seeing his father, Zahir asked, Dad, did Aslan really die? Don't shout. You all couldn't even handle Aslan properly. How embarrassing. The Yuan snapped. Aslan is perfectly fine. He's already back home sleeping. That's impossible. I distinctly felt the knife sink into flesh, Zahir said in shock. Since Aslan had returned home without a scratch, Zahir figured he must have been mistaken. It was too dark to determine much by touch alone. I don't care if he died or not, but I'll make sure he leaves Yin family village. Dad, you have to help me, Zahir deported loudly. Stop shouting. I've told you portery times, dealing with someone requires intelligence, not brute force. Just focus on recovering, and I'll handle the rest, Ricardo said coldly. Thank you, Dad. Aslan has needed a lesson for a long time. I'll make sure he knows who the real lords of Yin family village are, Zahir replied cruelly. The next day at noon, ding dong, A ringing phone woke Aslan up. Seeing Ronnie's number on his phone, he answered. Finian, why are you calling me? You need supplies, right? Alright, no problem. I'll head out to sea today and get you some rare items. After a brief chat, Aslan happily ended the call. As a money-loving miser, he always felt energized when talk turned to cash. Gurgle. His stomach growled. With the remaining vegetables at home, he prepared a simple lunch for himself. Stepping out of his room and looking up at the sun, Aslan thought, drinking misfortunes aside, it's still early enough to set sail today. Otherwise, I'd have to wait until tomorrow. Just then, the courtyard gate opened, and Blake walked in. Ricardo brother Adriel, I'm here, Blake greeted with a smile. Hee Finian, if you had come any later, I would have already set sail, Aslan laughed. Blake approached Aslan, handing him a spear-like object. This is a specially crafted fish gun made from top-grade materials, Blake explained. The spear was made of rust-resistant steel, about a meter long, exuding an intimidating aura. It was heavy and intricately crafted, giving off an almost artistic appearance. Aslan aimed and pulled the trigger. Swoosh! A metal arrow as long as his arm flew out. Thud! Under immense force, the steel arrowhead buried itself deep into a small tree 50 meters away, also piercing a cicada resting on its branches. Wow! This thing is insanely powerful, Aslan exclaimed. He knew that even a Type 54 pistol had an effective range of only around 50 meters. Clearly, this fish gun packed considerable power. It's specially designed for you. Its effective range underwater should be around 50 meters, and it can even take down wild chickens or rabbits, Blake added. Aslan loved the fish gun immensely. He took out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Blake. Chapter 18. The Troubles of a Sea Turtle. Brother Adriel, take the money back. I can't accept payment for helping out a brother, Blake said, slightly discontented. Note, Adriel D is better translated as Brother Adriel to maintain consistency in terminology and style, and ensure it reads naturally in English. I really like this fish spear. I know such a good spear must have cost you a lot. As your brother, I can't let you take a loss, right? Aslan replied with a smile. No way, I can't take your money, brother. Blake insisted. Even though Aslan insisted, Blake still refused to accept the money. Perhaps this was the simplicity of country folk. Brother Freddy, don't forget that after selling the large yellow croaker, I'm quite wealthy now. If you don't take this money, it means you look down on me, Aslan argued. After several attempts at persuasion, Blake finally accepted the money. They agreed on the next time they would drink together, and then Aslan left home heading towards the dock. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of the diesel engine echoed continuously. At that moment, Aslan was tallying up the haul from the sea trip, not entirely satisfied. Seeing the catch, Aslan frowned, feeling anxious. The fish in these waters are becoming fewer and fewer lately. At this rate, who knows when I'll be able to pay off my debts. Large fishing boats frequently came here to use prohibited nets for secret fishing, leaving no fish, even young fry, untouched. Aslan sorted the caught fish aboard, getting himself drenched in their stench. Here I come, ocean. Aslan slung the fish spear over his shoulder and leaped off the bow into the water with a plop, already diving beneath the waves. After obtaining the mountain and sea seal, Aslan always felt the call of the ocean. Now he felt like a fish returning to its natural habitat, swimming freely. The seawater was exceptionally clear. With the ability to breathe underwater, Aslan swam alongside the fish without any difference. Opening his eyes, he could see schools of fish approaching him. Extending his hand, he could touch the fish passing by. How amazing this power is, Aslan marveled inwardly. He continued to dive deeper, likely entering an underwater trench. Underwater, Aslan's vision faced no obstructions. He saw 2 red-spotted groupers, commonly known as red-spotted fish, covered in gem-like scales. A green sea turtle, as big as a cartwheel, approached swiftly from afar, striking at one of the red-spotted fish with lightning speed. Blood spurted instantly, terrifying the other fish which quickly fled away, escaping this predator. This is the real ocean, where power often hides within beauty. And one day, I will become the apex of the marine food chain, Aslan thought to himself. The sea turtle leisurely moved forward after consuming the red-spotted fish, swimming past Aslan just a short distance away. However, Aslan noticed something wrong with the sea turtle's body. It wasn't the usual round shape but rather a long, distorted form similar to a sanitary pad. With a strong kick, Aslan swam swiftly beside the sea turtle and found a ring of plastic around its middle. It seemed that while the turtle was small, it accidentally got entangled in discarded plastic, causing its body to deform due to long-term restriction. This is the harm caused by marine debris. How portary marine creatures are suffering because of this trash. Aslan wondered silently. Reaching out, he drew a dagger from his waist, the same one used by Zahir to injure him yesterday. Grasping the turtle's shell with one hand, he used the other to slice open the plastic ring with the dagger, placing the plastic in his pocket to prevent other animals from being harmed. Big guy, you're free now. Aslan gently patted the sea turtle's head. What might seem like a small act to Aslan meant tremendous gratitude to the sea turtle. One day, if I become the god of mountains and seas, I will ensure the ocean remains pollution-free, Aslan vowed silently. Chapter 19. The Giant Grouper. At this moment, a huge dark shadow appeared in his perception. Feeling something amiss, Aslan turned around and was startled by the sight of the dark shadow. What kind of monster is this? A large creature with deep brown spots lunged at Aslan, its enormous mouth wide open, revealing teeth so sharp he could almost feel them. This giant, about 2 meters long, was a colossal grouper, infamous for sometimes attacking swimmers, divers, surfers, or even small boats without provocation. Why can this grouper grow so big? It must be a spirit, Aslan exclaimed in frustration. The instant Aslan sensed it, he prepared to use the mountain sea seal to control the creature. Just as he attempted to portaripulate it, a sharp pain surged through his head, and the attempt failed. The colossal grouper had already reached Aslan, ready to bite him with its formidable jaws. If caught in such an aggressive attack, survival chances would be virtually zero. Get away from me! Aslan roared. He maximized his water portalipulation ability, causing the water 4 meters in front of him to surge, pushing the colossal grouper several meters away with sheer force. Forces are reciprocal. Aslan was also thrust backward by the reaction force. With their distances added together, he now stood about 10 meters from the grouper. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Aslan turned and swam backward, continuously enhancing his speed by portalipulating the surrounding currents. Exerting all of Poseidon's abilities drained his stamina rapidly. He knew this state couldn't last long. Among the fastest fish species, the colossal grouper didn't give Aslan a chance for a long-distance escape right from the start. Sure enough, after stabilizing itself, the grouper swung its tail again, pursuing Aslan aggressively. Its rage was palpable due to Aslan's previous actions. Don't underestimate who porters, Aslan said. Swiftly drawing the spear from behind his back, Aslan aimed directly for the grouper's eye. Because he had removed the fishing line, the spear flew out straight away. Possibly due to nerves, the spear deviated from its trajectory, missing not only the eye but likely even the body. Hold still, Aslan shouted, using his water portalipulation to correct the spear's path. With his hope attached, the spear soared toward the grouper. Thud. The spear pierced the grouper's eye. In excruciating pain, the colossal grouper thrashed wildly in the ocean. Its thick skin and robust body would render any strike elsewhere ineffective. After deliberation, Aslan swam upwards, determined to leave the place. In the Cerulean Sea, Aslan ascended steadily as sunlight grew brighter. Escape to the surface meant leaving danger behind. Splash! Emerging over 2 meters above the sea, Aslan leaped onto the boat. Luckily, I have Rico Ge's spear. Otherwise, I'd really be done for, Aslan sighed in relief. Exhausted, he lay on the fishing boat, deeply appreciating life after narrowly escaping death. Boom! As Aslan felt relieved, the boat shook violently. His senses extended into the sea, where he saw the colossal grouper circling below, relentlessly battering his small fishing boat. The boat is my livelihood. I won't let this beast destroy it, Aslan thought. Looking into the distance, he saw elongated dorsal fins slicing through the water, charging towards the small boat again. You chose hell over heaven. Since you want to smash my bowl, I'll take your life, Aslan growled fiercely. Drawing his spear, he aimed at the approaching colossal grouper. ##### Chapter 20. Repairing the fishing boat. Whoosh! A piercing sound filled the air as an arrow-like stone grouper, already blinded, was hit precisely in its remaining eye. The enormous fish thrashed wildly on the water's surface, emitting a high-pitched screech. Many people believe that fish cannot make sounds, but this perception is wrong. At least, the giant stone grouper can indeed emit such shrill and grating cries. Aslan picked up an iron rod from the boat. One end of the rod had been sharpened to an extreme point. Tap tap tap. Holding the iron rod, Aslan utilized his water control ability to run across the water's surface before leaping with all his might. The force from his muscles and the reaction from the water propelled him several meters into the air. To hell with you! Aslan roared as he plummeted from the sky, nearly 6 meters above. Splat! The descent from such height combined with the force sent the iron rod piercing through the head of the stone grouper, blood spraying out. Suddenly, Aslan felt a gust of wind, and turning back, he saw the massive fish tail striking towards him. His body was sent flying like a cannonball by the powerful blow. The strength of the giant stone grouper's struggle was immense, nearly crushing him like a fly. A large hand made of seawater caught Aslan midair, and gently placed him back on the boat. Pant pant. Lying on the boat, Aslan panted heavily. It was unexpected that he had survived this encounter. 3 broken ribs. Consider myself lucky it didn't pierce my heart, Aslan laughed bitterly. If his heart had been pierced given his current abilities, there would have been no chance of survival. Aslan could feel the mountain and sea seal in his mind trembling, radiating a mysterious power that steadily healed his injuries. After about 10 minutes, he felt reborn, climbing back to his feet. Standing at the prow, Aslan looked ahead. Not far away, the sea had turned blood red, and the giant stone grouper's struggles were growing weaker. Much like a live fish that continues to thrash after being gutted, the grouper still showed signs of life even with its head punctured. Why has my boat become so low? Aslan frowned, looking down. He noticed that the water had risen past the boat's waterline. Oh no! Aslan exclaimed. Rushing to the cabin, he saw that it was already filling with seawater. Activating his perception ability, Aslan clearly saw that several planks at the bottom were damaged, allowing water to seep in slowly. Knowing that immediate action was necessary to prevent the boat from sinking, Aslan fetched a pump and began draining the water from the cabin. Even with the pump, the seawater continued to rise, albeit at a slower rate. Get out! Aslan shouted. Seawater in the cabin condensed into a large column, which he redirected back into the sea. This intense use of his water control ability rapidly drained his stamina, drenching him in sweat. Finally, when the last bit of water was pumped out, Aslan used his water control to prevent more from seeping in. From his toolbox, he retrieved a hammer and wooden planks to reinforce the broken areas. While water still trickled in, the reduced flow was portageable for the pump. Ricocheting to the hum of the pump, Aslan wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that his boat was saved. Pant pant. Adjusting his breathing, Aslan remained highly focused. Suddenly, a large hand made of seawater appeared in the sea, grabbing the dead giant stone grouper and placing it back onto the fishing boat. Chapter 21. Aslan's Anger. Plop. As soon as the giant grouper was hauled onto the fishing boat, Aslan felt his vision darken and his entire body went limp. His mind buzzed loudly, and even moving a finger felt incredibly strenuous. After quite some time, Aslan barely portaged to crawl into the cabin, set the boat's course on autopilot for return, and then laid himself down on the broken sofa inside. Directing the water currents to bring such a massive grouper onto the boat was too much of a strain. Almost cost me my life, Aslan muttered to himself. At that moment, Aslan was utterly exhausted, with an excruciating headache. His only reliance now was his extraordinary recovery ability. By late afternoon, despite not being able to see land, the experienced fisher porter Aslan knew they were close to Yin family village. After recovering somewhat, Aslan dragged the enormous creature he had caught back to the boat's hold. Steering the boat toward the dock, the somewhat recovered Aslan carried all the fish he caught ashore. Upon seeing Aslan's boat arrive at the dock, a limping figure approached him. Brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. If you hadn't come back, the fish in my truck would have gone bad, Ronnie joked. Hee, there was an unexpected situation, so I returned a bit later, Aslan said awkwardly. By this time, the sun was setting, and most fishing boats had already returned. Some idle fishermen and fishmongers started walking towards this direction. Rakatl Yi is back. How did it go? Did you catch any large yellow croakers today? It's not easy to catch yellow croakers over 2 pounds. He'd be lucky to catch one in his lifetime. Rakatl Chong, let me tell you, Ronnie sold your large yellow croaker for a whopping 30,000 yuan and turned a profit of 10,000. Among these people, there were those who were curious, envious, or even trying to sow discord. The pier was now crowded with people as Ronnie approached to inspect the fish Aslan had caught. Brother, I'll take this batch for 800 yuan. What do you think? Ronnie asked. A fair price, Aslan replied. This batch of fish was similar to yesterday's, and Ronnie had practically bought the previous batch without profit due to Gaston. However, Ronnie needed stock, so these fish were still considered relatively high-priced. Ronnie handed over a thick stack of money to Aslan, including the payment for the large yellow croaker from the day before. Finian, this amount isn't correct. Why is there an extra 5,000 yuan? Aslan asked, furrowing his brow. Brother, you might not know, but the market for wild yellow croakers has been great recently. I sold your fish for 30,000 yuan and gave you 25,000. The rest can be considered my labor fee, Ronnie explained straightforwardly. Finian, I can't accept this. We settled accounts yesterday. I'm a porter of principle and I can't take this money, Aslan said. Reneging on agreements wasn't something Aslan would do. Though he was poor, he believed that with the mountain and sea seal in hand, a mere 5,000 yuan wasn't worth worrying about. Rakatl brother. Finian, if you consider me a brother, take back the money. Even though I'm just a small-time fisher porter, I believe I have my principles, Aslan firmly stated. All right. Ronnie smiled. I'll accept you as my little brother. It was wrong of me today, and I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Aslan nodded with a smile. He liked Ronnie's righteousness and decisiveness. Wait a minute, Finian. I have another catch here. Could you help me appraise it? Aslan said. Let me see. Since you trust me to look it over, it must be something rare. Show me. Sure, Finian. Just wait. Aslan returned to the boat, removed the arrow from the giant grouper and secured it, then lifted the nearly 2-meter-long giant and walked out. Plop. As he threw the giant grouper onto the ground, it stirred up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Aslan noticed that not only was Finian stunned, but the surrounding fishermen and fish vendors were also dumbfounded. Brother, this big fellow is a grouper, right? Judging by its weight, it must weigh over 300 pounds. I've never seen one this big, except in old tales, Ronnie said in shock. Giant groupers in these waters were extremely rare. Although some were occasionally caught before, they were never more than a meter long. Most people present had never seen a giant grouper of this size. My god, this is a treasure. It's no less valuable than the large yellow croaker Aslan caught last time. Rakatl Chong sure has good luck. Why don't I have such fortune to find something valuable? Stop envying him. Rakatl Ye's boat was almost destroyed. He risked his life catching fish. The fishermen around were drooling, seeing this as gold lying on the ground. Forget it. When I was at sea, this thing attacked my boat. I'll need to spend a considerable amount to repair it, Aslan said with a wry smile. Brother, I can't determine the price for this. I need professionals to appraise it. If this grouper grew this large due to pollution, no one will dare buy it, Ronnie frowned. You mean this giant can't be sold for now? Aslan asked. Thinking that his hard-earned catch might not be sold, Aslan felt a significant loss. Not only had he risked his life, but he also had to pay for boat repairs. Wild giant groupers are valuable, but this one is unusually large. If it's determined to be a polluted mutant, I wouldn't dare sell it, Ronnie said. These days, ocean pollution was severe, and mutant fish were becoming more common. Some were harmless, while others could be deadlier than arsenic. Finian, what do you think it's worth? Aslan asked. If it's indeed a giant grouper, those merchants will drive the price down crazily. I'll contact several seafood magnates and choose the highest offer, Ronnie replied. I leave it to you, Finian, Aslan smiled. Aslan was confident in his catch. Having caught it himself, he was certain it wasn't a mutant. Rakatl brother Yi, how about 10,000 yuan for this giant? Go away. This fine catch is worth way more than 10,000. How about 15,000? I offer 20,000 yuan. Aslan, think about it. You couldn't earn that much working for me in a year. People in the crowd were fiercely bidding. One of them was even Aslan's former boss. Sorry, I agreed to sell this fish to Finian earlier, Aslan said with a bitter smile. Hearing Aslan's response, others were very disappointed, and some even tried asking for his phone number to negotiate privately. Just as Aslan and Ronnie were talking, a graceful figure rushed towards the shore. Brother Yi, something terrible. A group of people are tearing down your house, Aslan panted. What? Aslan exclaimed in shock. Brother Yi, please hurry back. We can't stop them any longer, Aslan said. Aslan quickly briefed Finian and then ran back home. In his mad rush, the 10-minute journey was reduced to just 5 minutes. Upon arriving near the village, Aslan saw several cars and an excavator slowly leaving. Oh no! A sense of foreboding rose in his heart, and Aslan hurriedly ran towards his home. Rakatl Yi, I'm sorry. Uncle is useless. I couldn't protect your home. Damn it, these people have gone too far, directly tearing down the house without giving anyone time to react. Adriel, don't be upset. Come stay at my place tonight. We'll figure out what to do about the house later. Note, D is a term of endearment or familiarity and can be omitted for a more natural English flow. Why are they tearing down my house? Aslan asked. I'm not entirely sure either. That group claimed to be a demolition team hired by the UN to tear down the house, Monroe said. Thank you all for helping today. Once I rebuild the house, I will host a feast to thank everyone, Aslan said loudly. Aslan hadn't expected so portery people to come forward to help him. He kept this kindness in his heart, determined to repay everyone with his own abilities someday. Monroe then said, Brother Adriel, come stay at my place tonight. You can return once your house is rebuilt. Note, I replaced D with brother to make it more natural in English and kept the nickname Adriel, as it seems to be a term of familiarity used by Monroe for Aslan. We'll see. If I have nowhere to go, I'll call you tonight, Aslan said gratefully. After seeing everyone off, Aslan's face twisted into a fierce expression. Bar, huh? I didn't plan on dealing with you right now, but from now on, little master here won't let you off the hook. Aslan grabbed a large iron hammer from the rubble of his house. It was the kind used on construction sites to demolish walls. Carrying it on his shoulder, he headed towards the UN's residence, intending to show them that though he was an outsider, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Soon, Aslan arrived at a large courtyard surrounded by red brick walls over a meter high, leading to a two-story house covered in tiles. A grand home in the village, belonging to the UN. Boom. With one kick, Aslan sent the iron gate flying, boldly walking into the courtyard. Aslan, what are you doing here with that big hammer? The UN stepped out of the house, questioning him. Chapter 22. Staying at the village flower's house. What? Aslan pointed at the UN and said, I'm here to demolish homes. This is retribution. Your house exceeds the allotted size for a homestead. Since you've encroached on communal land, isn't it justified to reclaim that public land by tearing down your house? The UN stated with righteous indignation. A homestead is land used by rural households or individuals as residential bases. Indeed, Aslan's courtyard and house exceeded the standard size of a homestead. However, in the village, no household had their courtyards or houses under the standard size. Portery even expanded due to external family reasons. Compared to them, Aslan's excess was minimal and almost negligible. My home does exceed the standard, and I admit that. You can tear it down, Aslan conceded. The UN was taken aback by Aslan's words. He couldn't understand why a college-educated person like Aslan would admit this so easily, but he appreciated that it saved him from a lengthy argument. My home indeed exceeds the limit, and it's only right to return the extra land to the village. But so does yours. I'll now reclaim the communal land you've overstepped on behalf of the villagers, Aslan retorted, pointing at the UN. You, what do you mean? The UN asked, bewildered. Demolish your home. Finally, the UN understood Aslan's intentions. Aslan aimed to leave both sides equally harmed. The UN never imagined an outsider would dare such audacity. Aslan approached the two-story building with a large hammer, his angry demeanor scaring the UN. The UN rushed forward, hugging Aslan tightly to prevent him from moving forward. Aslan, if you leave now, I won't make things difficult for you. But if you really tear down my house, believe me, I'll kick you out of the village, the UN threatened. Do you think it's still feudal times? Aslan replied. Do you, a mere UN, actually believe you can rule all-powerfully? Stop dreaming. Aslan, with his super reporter strength, shrugged off the UN, throwing him away. Unfortunately for the UN, his face landed directly into some chicken droppings. Anyone who has lived in the countryside knows how incredibly foul chicken droppings smell. It takes more than a day to wash off that nauseating odor from clothing or skin. Wiping the chicken droppings off his face with his sleeve, the UN struggled to stand, his stomach already churning. Stop, the UN shouted. Bang. Aslan struck the house with one powerful hammer blow, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Bang bang bang. Continuous sounds of walls collapsing drew neighbors from all directions. What's going on? Is Aslan crazy to be demolishing the UN's house? You might not know yet, but the UN demolished Aslan's home first. Aslan probably intends to retaliate. Heh, Aslan must be delusional to challenge the UN. Wait, it won't take long before he leaves Yanji village in disgrace. Yanji village wasn't large, and typically, anyone within 3 generations had relatives there, which was why the village remained so united. Several middle-aged men stepped forward from the crowd, all close associates of the UN named Yen. They were armed with rakes, hoes, and shovels. Brat, stop now, or we won't hesitate to show you our displeasure, one of them shouted. Whoever dares lay a hand on me, Aslan roared, approaching the crowd and slamming his hammer into the ground, cracking the thick tiles. The group retreated a step. A bunch of cowards, Aslan sneered, hurling the hammer at the damaged 2-story building. Crash. This last blow caused the entire structure to collapse, sending dust skyward. Returning to his home, Aslan faced the ruins and felt a twinge of nostalgia. He had grown up in this humble house, where his parents raised him despite hardships. Now, both his parents were working far away, and this house stood as rubble. Out with the old, in with the new, Aslan muttered, saying goodbye to the old home that had sheltered him for over 20 years. With the mountain sea seal, Aslan had always planned to renovate his house. This demolition could save him labor costs and might not be entirely bad. Night was falling. It's getting late. I'll sleep on my old boat tonight, Aslan said, having arranged repairs earlier in the day with a dockworker. As soon as he stepped outside, Aslan saw Ashlyn running towards him, worry etched on her face. Brother Brianin, where are you going? Why are you here so late? Aslan asked. My father heard about your house being demolished. He wants you to stay with us for a few days, Ashlyn replied. Moved by her words, Aslan felt warmth in his heart. Having people like Ashlyn and Blake truly cared about him. That's too much trouble. I'll stay on the boat for a few days. It's not far from the harbor anyway, Aslan declined. Don't be stubborn. Come back with me. My father isn't in good health. If you keep worrying him, I'll hate you, Ashlyn pleaded. Will Gale agree? Aslan asked hesitantly. Ashlyn grinned mischievously. My mom went to her hometown because my cousin is giving birth. She won't be back for 10 to 15 days. Knowing Gale wasn't around eased Aslan's concerns. Staying at Ashlyn's house without Gale seemed almost like staying at home. They quickly arrived at Ashlyn's house. Ilium had already prepared a feast. Salmaoyi, come in and sit. Let's eat together. Ilium smiled warmly. Aslan sat down, deeply moved by Ilium's hospitality. Ilium, you look much better, Aslan commented. All thanks to you. After eating the fish you gave me, my lungs feel much better. Although I still cough, I haven't woken up at night coughing anymore. Finally, I can sleep well, Ilium shared happily. Though unintentional, Ilium believed it was gratitude for the fish, not its actual effect. Aslan knew it was the mountain sea spirit Rikoquid that did the trick. I just sent a fish, not a miracle cure. Surely Ilium's body fought the illness over the years, and he'll only get better, Aslan reassured. Pouring wine for Ilium, Aslan discreetly let a golden drop appear in his palm, blending it into the drink. To your health, Ilium, Aslan raised his glass. Thank you, Ilium responded, drinking. After they finished, Ilium frowned slightly. Is something wrong, Ilium? Aslan asked, worried. It was only the second time Aslan gave someone mountain sea spirit Rikoquid. The first time, Ashlyn had been unconscious. Aslan feared the conscious Ilium would notice something odd. This wine tastes exceptionally good, as if it's an elixir from the heavens, Ilium said in puzzlement. As he spoke, Ilium poured himself another glass but found that the extraordinary taste was gone. Uncle, it might have been an illusion. Our wine only costs 3 or 5 yuan a bottle. It can't possibly taste like celestial wine, Aslan laughed. Ricardal is right. I must have been too happy earlier and misjudged it, Ilium agreed. Although Aslan had already eaten, his appetite had gradually increased since obtaining the mountain sea seal. This meal was especially enjoyable for him. The three of them eating at one table reminded Aslan of his childhood. Back then, either because she could come over to his house or because he would go to her place. Since Ashlyn's family was wealthier than his, the meals were always better. Aslan often came to Ashlyn's house to freeload on their food. During the meal, Ashlyn kept refilling the glasses of both men. Her eyes often filled with admiration as they glanced at Aslan. Ilium, being a veteran, had long noticed his daughter's unusual behavior but chose not to point it out. Unlike his wife, he believed young people should find their own way, and he didn't want to interfere too much. The houses in the village were all very large with portery rooms. They cleaned up an unused room for Aslan to stay in overnight. In the morning, after breakfast, Aslan sought out the village's go-to person for all matters. Gale was a well-known good-natured porter in the village with considerable influence. Aslan earnestly asked Erwin to help him find some workers for building his house, and Erwin promised with confidence. After entrusting the task of hiring workers to Erwin, Aslan returned to his home to organize the debris. When Aslan returned to his courtyard, he suddenly noticed something unusual. This cherry sapling was just a small tree before. How did it grow so big? Aslan wondered aloud. Chapter 23. Village Beauty delivered to the door. When Aslan lowered his head, he saw a piece of old cloth under the tree. He remembered that it was used to wrap his wounds and originally stained with blood, but now there wasn't a trace of blood on it. After obtaining the mountain and sea seal, Aslan's mind had become extraordinarily powerful, and countless thoughts flooded his mind in an instant. With no bloodstains on the cloth and the cherry tree grown so large, these two facts led Aslan to a conclusion. Holy cow, this cherry tree must have absorbed my blood to grow this huge, Aslan said uncertainly. It must be that his body, reinforced by the mountain and sea seal, made his blood possess qualities similar to the mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid. It seems I've become a real-life Tang monk. I wonder if after I become a mountain god, eating a piece of my flesh will really grant immortality, Aslan mused inwardly. While Aslan was thinking about all sorts of random things, Erwin pushed open the gate of the courtyard and walked in. Salmaoyi, I'm afraid I can't help you with your matter, Erwin said apologetically. Uncle, what happened? Aslan asked. The Yuan has ordered everyone not to work for you, or else they'd be going against him. Plus, all the skill builders have been hired by the Yuan for other projects, so there's nothing I can do, Erwin explained. All right, thank you for your trouble, Erwin. Once my house is done, I'll invite you for drinks, Aslan said with a smile. Feeling guilty for not being able to help, Gale chatted for a bit before leaving Aslan's home. Erwin was a good porter, and being from the same Yin clan, it was impossible for him to risk offending the Yuan to help Aslan. Aslan drove straight to the Yuan's door and saw several middle-aged men discussing how to build a house. These men had worked as construction workers before and were proficient in building techniques. Whenever a house needed renovation, they would be sought out. What are you doing here at my doorstep, Aslan? Get lost, or I'll have you beaten up, Zahir, lying in a rocking chair under a banyan tree outside the Yuan's house with his right leg in a cast, yelled when he saw Aslan. Ignoring Zahir, Aslan walked to the Yuan's door. When the Yuan saw Aslan, he looked baffled. Aslan didn't seem vengeful but perhaps reconciliatory. Hey, Uncle Atticus, come help me instead. I'll pay more than the Yuan, Aslan smiled and said. Ricardal, we've already agreed on terms with the Yuan. Changing sides would be unfair, Corey replied. Uncle Atticus, 300 yuan a day. Will you take it? Aslan smiled again. 300. The builders were all shocked. 300 yuan a day was about standard wages for working on a construction site, unimaginable in the village. They knew the Yuan had only offered 60 yuan a day, such a big difference. Salmaoyi, you're not joking? Corey asked. Aslan pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and said, here's the money, 1,000 yuan each, for 3 days' work, plus 100 as a thank you gift. Settle up after 3 days. The men exchanged glances. With cash right in front of them, who wouldn't be tempted? Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the money. Seeing their hesitation, the Yuan stepped in. You were hired by me. If you back out after receiving the money, don't blame me for not recognizing you. This? Corey hesitated. Offending the Yuan would make life uncomfortable in the village, but Aslan's offer was too tempting. Don't worry, Uncle Atticus. I'll give you each 1,000 yuan red envelope if you build my house. How about it? Aslan said smiling. Ardell, let's go to Aslan's place. 300 a day plus 1,000 bonus. One worker urged. Yeah, building Aslan's house will earn us more than months' work elsewhere. Don't hesitate, another chimed in. That's right, let's go to Aslan. I've never liked that old bastard anyway. The village belongs to us, not just his family, yet another added. As the leader, Corey felt conflicted but, seeing his brothers siding with Aslan, made his decision. Fine, let's work for Aslan. We can offend the Yuan, but not the money, Corey agreed. Hearing this, everyone cheered. Aslan had real cash on hand. Just as everyone was pleased, Zahir stormed out with a shiny machete, scaring the builders. The hell, daring to snatch people from my house? I'll chop you into pieces. Zahir roared. Zahir rushed towards Aslan, eyes bloodshot, and swung the machete at his head. Die. Reacting super reporterly fast, Aslan sidestepped easily. Crack. He grabbed Zahir's wrist and crushed it with a bone-breaking snap. Ah. Zahir's machete fell, and he rolled on the ground, screaming in agony from his shattered wrist. Aslan, I won't let you off. From today, we are enemies. Zahir shouted angrily. In Zahir's mind, Aslan was just a pushover, and as the Yuan's son, he could crush anyone like bugs. Stepping on Zahir's face, Aslan smirked. Look at your pitiful state, hating me but unable to do anything. I swear, you will regret it. I vow to tear you apart. Zahir spat. Pushing harder, Aslan forced Zahir's head into the mud until his eyes bulged out, almost popping. Brat, get your foot off, or you'll be kicked out of the village, the Yuan shouted. Oh. Aslan sneered. Let's see how you make that happen. Applying more pressure, Aslan twisted Zahir's face even further. No, stop. I'm dying. Feeling his head about to be crushed, Zahir couldn't bear it anymore and apologized, despite his humiliation. I want you to apologize to me. Zahir, face flushed red, muttered, I'm sorry. Apologizing, Aslan kicked Zahir into the cesspool with a splash. Gurgle. Help, save me. Dizzy and disoriented, Zahir forgot how to swim, flailing before sinking into the cesspool. Let's go. Aslan told Corey and the others. Aslan brought them to his house, explaining his plans. Now rich, he wanted a lavish 2-story house, more beautiful than anyone else's. Discussing it, Corey recorded Aslan's requirements and prepared tools, ready to start building the next day. With the mountain and sea seal, Aslan's mindset had changed. Building a house was just the beginning. Let's start with a small goal, becoming the richest porter in the village, Aslan said with a smile. He then turned away from the ruins, bought 2 bottles of good wine, and headed to Ilium's house. Pushing open the door without any hesitation, Aslan was startled to see someone inside. Gale, you're back? Standing before him was a porter with a cold, frosty expression. None other than the lady of the house, Gale. Aslan, I heard about what you did. Gale said angrily. Who gave you the nerve to beat up Zahir? Do you know this kind of behavior can ruin our whole family? Aslan muttered. Gale, it's not that serious. I don't want to hear it, Gale said. Now get out. We don't welcome you here. As she spoke, Gale pushed Aslan out of her front door. My daughter is going to be the Yuan's daughter-in-law. You, a toad, should scram as far as you can. Even after walking quite a distance, Aslan could still hear Gale's voice. Returning home with a bitter smile, Aslan used dirt clods and rags to build himself a small, tent-like shelter. I'll make do here tonight, Aslan said with a wry smile. Just as he was about to sleep, a soft tap-tap of footsteps came close. Brother Brianon, I brought you some food. The cloth curtain parted, and Ashlin's small head appeared in Aslan's sight. When he stood up, a food box was placed before him, filled with fragrant dumplings. Kelsey, Ashlin smiled and said, don't talk, just eat. Aslan didn't refuse. Indeed, he was very hungry and devoured the dumplings eagerly. Ashlin hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Brianon, I've liked you since I was little. I want to be your bride today. Girl, you're too young. Let's talk about this later, Aslan replied with a bitter laugh. No. Ashlin raised her head and cupped Aslan's face in her hands. Brother Brianon, I love you. Take me today. I want to be your bride. Chapter 24. No regrets. Aslan watched as Ashlin spoke earnestly, his heart softening. Kelsey, I am now just a down-and-out fisher porter, while you still have a bright future ahead. If you stay with me, you will regret it, Aslan said quietly. If Brother Brianon hadn't been hindered because of me back then, you wouldn't be confined to this fishing village. You were destined for greatness. It's me who owes you. Today, I'm repaying that debt, Ashlin replied. As she spoke, Ashlin began unbuttoning her blouse. Under the moonlight, her bare skin gleamed brilliantly. Aslan felt a wave of agitation rising in him. His hands moved instinctively toward Ashlin, pulling her into his arms. Enveloped in Aslan's embrace, Ashlin became lost in the scent of this porter. Brother Brianon, no matter what happens in the future, I do not regret being your bride today, she murmured softly. How could a young porter in the prime of his life resist such a lure? Her words utterly destroyed Aslan's restraint. Woof woof woof. Just as Aslan was about to tear off Ashlin's clothes, a siren sounded through the village, like cold water dousing them both. Fellow villagers, we are the rescue team from Blue Sea City. A cruise ship has sunk nearby, and nearly 100 tourists are missing. We ask for help from anyone willing to assist in the rescue effort. Someone was shouting through a loudspeaker, causing a commotion throughout the village as portery villagers emerged from their homes. Aslan quickly helped Ashlin button her blouse so no one would see and tarnish her reputation. Brother Brianon, Aslan stroked her head and smiled. Foolish girl, I understand your feelings. You should leave amidst this chaos, and we'll talk about the rest later. Ashlin nodded and left the temporary shelter they had built. Aslan, meanwhile, ran towards the village entrance, feeling he should do his part in rescuing survivors from the maritime disaster. Running, Aslan recalled an incident from his childhood when he played by the seaside. Once caught by a sudden tide, he was swept away by the waves. Terrified, he felt sheer fear and despair. Just as he thought he was going to die, a stranger jumped into the sea and saved him despite how far he had drifted from shore. Aslan would never forget that arm extending toward him, like a god's hand in his darkest moment. After saving him, the stranger patted Aslan on the head, telling him to become a useful person to society. That promise remained deeply etched in Aslan's heart. Arriving at the village committee office, Aslan found that he was the only one who had volunteered. How can just one person make any difference? Complained a staff member. It's dangerous to go out to sea at night. Most villagers are too scared to join the rescue efforts, another explained. These city dwellers naturally didn't understand rural life. We can't delay anymore. Let's prepare the boat and send out the first rescue team, ordered a leader-like figure. No need. I have a fishing boat. You just tell me where the ship sank, Aslan offered. You have a fishing boat? Perfect. Our rescue boats haven't arrived yet. Your boat will do, and we can lead you to the accident site, the leader replied. Let's get moving then. The sooner we arrive, the more lives we might save, Aslan urged anxiously. The rescue team, comprising about 10 people, sent 5 along with Aslan, while the others waited for additional rescue boats. Aslan led the group to the dock, asking some questions along the way. It turned out that a cruise ship in nearby waters had struck a reef and was taking on water rapidly. According to previous communications, it wouldn't last long before sinking. At the dock, Aslan guided them to his fishing boat. What's that smell? Why is it so awful? One reporter covered her nose. This is diesel fuel. Our fishing boat isn't as nice as yours, but it'll do, Aslan replied. The fishing boat sailed out of the harbor toward the designated area. It would take around an hour to reach the site. As they neared the location, 2 men started gearing up with diving equipment and oxygen tanks, ready to jump in once they reached the scene. Of the 5 people, 3 men were professional lifeguards, while the 2 women appeared more amateur and curious, possibly clerical staff. Reaching the site, the surface was littered with stranded tourists holding onto life rings. Just as Aslan was about to jump in, a lifeguard stopped him. 3 of us will handle underwater rescues. You just focus on bringing those with life rings back to the boat, the lifeguard instructed. 3 divers aren't enough. I swim well and can help. The women can portage the ones with life rings, Aslan insisted. If you insist, then go ahead. Remember, drowning people are dangerous. Be careful, the lifeguard warned. Drowning victims, gripped by fear, might grab anything within reach, leading to mutual drowning. This had happened countless times. Don't worry. When it comes to rescuing, I'm better than you guys. Wanna bet? I can save more people than all 3 of you combined, Aslan challenged. Cut it out. We're trained professionals. One of us can probably handle you 3. Then let's see, Aslan retorted coldly. Plunk. Aslan dove into the water, leaving the 3 lifeguards exchanging puzzled glances. This guy thinks he's better at rescuing than us? Talk about boasting. Salmaution, follow him if he gets into trouble. Show him we're the pros, one of them said. This guy needs a lesson. How dare a villager challenge us? All right, I'll help him at the critical moment and let him thank me like a savior. After discussing briefly, they also dived in, while the women threw ropes to the floating victims, pulling them back to the boat. In the water, Aslan swam swiftly, searching for the submerged. He could control the water currents within 10 meters and sense victims within 100 meters. Within this radius, there were 3 victims, one unconscious, another dead, and one barely hanging on. Aslan swam quickly, grabbing the survivors and surfacing with them. Plunk. Aslan surfaced, turning to the 2 girls on the fishing boat and said, I've rescued some people. Quickly, help them onto the boat. Oh, okay. The 2 girls were astonished. It seemed that Aslan had only been underwater for about a minute and already portaged to save 3 people. Plunk. At this moment, the 2 divers also surfaced, each dragging 1 survivor with them. Am I seeing things? That guy actually saved 3 people. With our gear, we only portaged to save 1 each. That guy is terrifying. Plunk. As they were chatting, the 3rd diver, Salmaution, also surfaced. That guy is too fast underwater, faster than a fish. I couldn't keep up at all, Salmaution said, almost in tears. Alright, forget about that guy. We'll focus on what we can do. I refuse to believe that the 3 of us combined can't save as portery as he does. If we don't, we might as well bash our heads against a wall. Just as he finished speaking, Aslan had already disappeared beneath the surface again, continuing to search for more survivors. Aslan was like a ferry porter in the sea, tirelessly rescuing people from the water. Some struggled, while others had already lost their lives. Those who initially floated on the surface without life rings gradually ran out of strength and started sinking. The need for rescue grew more urgent, and Aslan felt increasingly stretched thin. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, Aslan heard an unusual sound underwater. Looking up, he saw a group of dolphins swimming not far away. If only these dolphins could help with the rescue, Aslan thought. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He realized it might be possible to enlist the dolphins' help. Aslan began using the power of the mountain and sea seal to try and control the dolphins. As his consciousness reached out to touch the dolphins, he felt as if he could perceive their thoughts. Please let me know if you would like me to continue translating the story. Chapter 25. The Bar's Opportunity. This was an incredibly peculiar sensation, as if he were one of them, able to communicate with these adorable creatures. Aslan had originally intended to control the dolphins but changed his mind, instead engaging in communication with these little ones. Hey, this fish is so strange. It has 2 tails. Ricotta fool, that's called a hoop porter. When I was young, I even saved one who was drowning. This is my first time seeing a hoop porter. Can I play with him? There were about a dozen dolphins chattering excitedly. Through his telepathic ability, Aslan could sense that these dolphins were all kind-hearted creatures. Hello, Aslan swam over and said. Wow, you can talk too. That's amazing. A baby dolphin swam curiously around Aslan in circles. In my long decades of life, it's my first time encountering a hooporter who can truly communicate with us dolphins. An elderly dolphin swam up and spoke. Sir, I seek your help, Aslan said. What is it? The old dolphin looked at Aslan appraisingly. Titus porters came in good and bad. Good hooporters were kind beings who helped marine life, while bad hooporters slaughtered sea creatures indiscriminately, contributing significantly to the shortage of food for the dolphin population in these waters. The elderly dolphin was the wise elder of the group, trying to discern from Aslan's words and actions whether he was good or bad. Honorable elder, I hope the dolphins can help me save these people drowning in the ocean. They are all precious lives. I wish the benevolent beings of the sea could assist me, Aslan said. These dolphins were Aslan's only hope, and he naturally did his best to persuade them. Well, the old dolphin pondered. Great-grandpa, let's help them. It sounds like a lot of fun. Yes, I want to play too. It's rare to find such interesting things in the sea. Two young dolphins pleaded eagerly, their excitement palpable. Dolphins often rescue drowning hooporters, and scientists have discovered that this isn't due to their inherent kindness, but because they treat the victims as toys, much like how dolphins in aquariums enjoy tossing balls. Very well, hooporter. I agree to your request. I will instruct the clan to bring these drowning hooporters to the surface, the old dolphin said. Honorable elder, I thank you on behalf of these people, Aslan said sincerely. He felt their pure hearts and believed they were more beautiful than any hooporter. If you truly wish to thank us, please be kind to the life in the oceans, the old dolphin replied. Turning back to the group, the dozen dolphins spread out, searching for survivors and pushing them towards the surface. What are these dolphins doing? 3 divers aiding in the rescue were astounded, almost swallowing seawater in shock as they watched the dolphins assisting. Plop plop plop. One by one, dolphins surfaced with survivors, bringing them alongside Aslan's fishing boat. Wow, my god, look at this, it's unbelievable, a foreign tourist exclaimed. These dolphins must be sent by the Sea Dragon King to save us. Thank the Sea Dragon King. The dolphins are so cute. After this, I'll join an organization to protect dolphins. I must protect these angels. The fishing boat was now crowded with rescued people, regardless of nationality, everyone working together to save as portery as possible. Inside the cabin, others continued to resuscitate those who might still survive. Aslan was extremely anxious. Though the dolphins sped up the rescue, it wasn't enough. I need more help, Aslan thought. As if summoned by his thoughts, a massive school of huang fish approached in a whirlwind. Whoosh! Aslan swam toward the swirling mass, using the power granted by the mountain and sea seal to control the entire school. Unlike dolphins, huang fish had lower intelligence, requiring no communication. He split the school into several groups to search for survivors. Oh my god, this can't be possible. Am I dreaming? What am I seeing? I understand dolphins rescuing people, but why would these small fish do it? They only have 7-second memories. How can they be intelligent enough? It's truly the Sea Dragon King saving us. When I return, I'll build a temple to thank the Lord Dragon. Countless huang fish dragged survivors to the surface, an even more astonishing sight than the dolphins' efforts. Everyone felt like they were living in a mythological world. Today's events were unimaginable. While deep in the ocean, Aslan unexpectedly encountered a giant porterta ray with a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters, resembling a large bat flying through the water, known as a devil ray. Standing on the porterta ray, Aslan used it as a steed, continuously patrolling for more survivors. Searching deeper, Aslan faintly saw the wreckage of the sunken ship. Then, he noticed a small figure drifting in the water. Let's go, Aslan comported it. The porterta ray flapped its huge wings, racing toward the tiny figure. Approaching the small body, Aslan saw a little girl, 5 or 6 years old. Her clothes had gotten caught on the ship's railing when it sank. She had been in the water for about half an hour and had lost all signs of life. Her tiny eyes retained a final look of despair and helplessness. Aslan had been focused on saving lives without too much thought. But this child, who should have been enjoying her parents' love and a carefree childhood, left the world like this. The impact was profound. Trembling slightly, Aslan scooped the little girl into his arms, feeling an intense pain in his heart. Big porterta, let's go, Aslan shouted. The porterta ray rapidly swam towards the fishing boat. Reaching the surface, numerous rescue boats appeared, spotlights illuminating the dark night as if it were daytime. Hey, look, something monstrous is coming this way. No, there's a person standing on it. Maybe they're riding a speedboat. Wait, that person is actually standing on a giant bat. Is this the night patrol demon from mythology? Jumping off the porterta ray, Aslan landed on his boat. Are you hooporter or ghost? Someone asked. He's a villager here to help us. He's a good person, a female clerk answered. Get out of my way, Aslan yelled. Seeing Aslan's ability to control the intimidating porterta ray, everyone instinctively felt fear and cleared a space for him. Aslan placed the little girl on the ground, put his hands on her chest, and began applying forceful compressions. At the same time, a drop of spirit ricoquid from the mountain and sea seal entered the little girl's body. The little girl had been in the water for a long time and showed no signs of life. Aslan believed that the only glimmer of hope was using the spirit ricoquid to revive her. Stop immediately, Aslan. How dare you attempt to murder a little girl in front of so portery people? You are truly a beast. At this moment, the Yuan, who had been directing nearby, pushed through the crowd and loudly reported Aslan. Get out of my way. Aslan, anxious in his heart, didn't have the patience to play mind games with the Yuan and roared at him. Everyone, come look. He is forcefully pressing on such a small child. This is an intentional act of murder. In the village, this guy is already a beast, and now he dares to openly commit murder, the Yuan said. The Yuan, seizing this rare opportunity, wouldn't let it go easily and started distorting facts. The Yuan is right. Even if he were performing CPR, he doesn't need to apply so much force. Rascal, stop your beastly actions immediately and show respect for the dead. Don't wrong this young porter. Our lives were saved by him. Most people in the crowd denounced Aslan, while only a few spoke up for him, but their voices were drowned out by the criticism. Seeing this scene, the Yuan inwardly laughed. Rakatl beast, today I will make you know who the true king of Yin family village is. At this moment, Aslan, looking slightly exhausted, smiled. Have you all said enough? If you open your eyes and see the truth, you'll know. Cough cough. Suddenly, the little girl coughed a few times, turning her head to spit out a considerable amount of seawater. She's alive. Everyone was greatly shocked, not expecting the little girl to actually come back to life. Among them, the Yuan felt as if his face was burning and wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Chapter 26. I am the fish trainer. The little girl who had expelled much seawater gradually regained consciousness and burst into tears the moment she opened her eyes. Boo-hoo. Mommy, I want mommy. Terror from being submerged in seawater washed over her, and the 5 or 6-year-old child cried her heart out. Rakatl girl, don't cry. Tell this uncle your parents' names, and I'll help you find them, Aslan said with a smile. Ordinarily, such words from Aslan would have made him seem like a porter trafficker, but circumstances were different now. The little girl seemed to have a special sense of reliance on Aslan standing before her. Although she continued crying after hearing Aslan's comforting words, she started speaking intermittently, albeit too vaguely for Aslan to understand. Suddenly, shouts were heard from the neighboring boat. Daughter, I hear my daughter. Move aside. I need to see my daughter. Salmalbai, Daddy is here. Don't cry, Daddy will come to you soon. Just as Aslan was at a loss, the couple from the neighboring lifeboat portaged to reach Aslan's small fishing boat. They pushed through the crowd and rushed to the little girl's side. Salmalbai, you scared mommy half to death. Promise me you'll never leave mommy's side again? The mother, utterly terrified, clutched her daughter while crying. The father approached Aslan with gratitude. Brother, no thanks can fully express my appreciation. In the future, if you ever need anything, Faxon will go through fire and water for you. The couple had been despairing on the neighboring boat when they unexpectedly heard their daughter's voice nearby. In their hearts, Aslan was a huge benefactor. This can't be true. That little girl was clearly dead before. How could she come back to life? The Yuan couldn't believe his eyes as everything changed in the blink of an eye, and Aslan became a hero in everyone's eyes. At that moment, the little girl's mother confronted the Yuan. You despicable porter, wishing my daughter dead? I'll take you down. She raised her hand and fiercely scratched the clay's face, leaving 5 bloody marks. In panic, the Yuan shoved the Waporter, pushing her toward the sea. Elder sister, watch out. Aslan quickly grabbed the Waporter, preventing her from falling into the sea. You're actually attempting murder in broad daylight. The furious father immediately wrestled with the Yuan. After thanking Aslan, the mother also joined the fray. Chirp chirp chirp. At this moment, a dozen dolphins surfaced, slapping their fins as if greeting Aslan. Thank you all for today. Aslan bowed deeply to these adorable creatures with sincere gratitude. Seeing Aslan bow, others on the boat did the same, portery of whom owed their lives to the dolphins. Chirp chirp chirp. The dolphins appeared delighted by the gesture. Titus Porter, remember our agreement to treat marine life kindly. Fishing is allowed, but do not harm the entire ocean, the elder dolphin remarked. I will honor our agreement, Aslan replied. Nodding, the elder dolphin led its clan beneath the water. Wow, is he talking to himself? He might be crazy. He doesn't seem like it. He must have special abilities. After all, geniuses are always different from ordinary people. Stop gossiping. Remember, he saved us, and we should show our gratitude. As Aslan watched the dolphins leave, his heart was filled with gratitude. At that moment, he regarded them as equals. Wow, are you an angel sent by God? A blue-eyed blonde foreigner approached in admiration. You used divine power to save us, right? Aslan shook his head with a smile. I'm a fish trainer, an ancient profession from Titasaxia. Snap. Aslan snapped his fingers, and a large fish leaped high above the water, creating a massive splash. This is a training skill, unrelated to God, Aslan stated matter-of-factly. With the seal of mountains and seas, Aslan would become the sea god. If there truly was a god, as a fellow deity, Aslan wouldn't yield to him. Turning to the rescue organization personnel, Aslan asked, tell me about these tourists now. A girl from the rescue team stepped forward. All passengers on the cruise ship have been found. About 48 survived, while 9 more have passed beyond saving. These are living souls. Why write them off so easily? Aslan questioned angrily. Not backing down, the girl responded. They've been underwater too long, missing the window for resuscitation. We could save more people by focusing on those still within reach. While Aslan understood her reasoning, he believed every life deserved respect. Where are those 9 people? Aslan asked. In the cabin, the girl pouted. Ignoring the people thanking him, Aslan went to the cabin. Not because he was aloof, but because he couldn't stop thinking about the 9 people. Inside the cabin, the 9 lay flat, lifeless. The girl followed Aslan and saw him begin CPR on one of them. Don't waste your effort. Give up, the girl advised. Respect each person, give them a chance if you can, Aslan replied. Aslan continuously pressed on a middle-aged porter's chest, sneaking bits of mountain and sea spirit fluid into him. This had revived Kai Salmayabai before. It could work for these 9 too. The girl was stunned by Aslan's efforts, seeing a reflection of her former self in him. Initially, she too had tried to save everyone, regardless of chances. However, reality proved unforgiving, and eventually, she grew numb and rationalized saving only those she could. Cough cough. The middle-aged porter expelled seawater from his mouth, limbs flailing, gasping painfully. How did he survive? The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. It's a unique family technique, especially effective for drowning victims. Take care of this, uncle. I'll attend to the others, Aslan explained. Oh, okay. The girl, snapping out of shock, started helping the recovering porter frantically. Salmaeli, bring an oxygen device here. It's needed, she shouted to the cabin deck. Soon, another girl carried in a portable oxygen machine and connected it to the middle-aged porter. Meanwhile, Aslan revived another person using the same method, causing another girl to stare in awe. Perhaps due to numerous surprises, controlling fish and reviving several people didn't seem as astonishing anymore. After a long while, Aslan porteraged to revive 8 of the 9 people, but was left with no remaining mountain and sea spirit fluid for the last elderly porter. Despite his best efforts over 10 minutes, he had to give up. There was simply no way to save this old porter. Thud. Aslan sat down, abandoning the effort to revive the elder. He couldn't bring back this person, and it made him realize that although the mountain and sea spirit fluid was miraculous, it wasn't omnipotent. Seeing Aslan looking disheartened, the girl from earlier approached and sat beside him, extending her hand. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Ruby. I'm glad to meet you. Hello, I'm Aslan, Aslan replied. Their hands met briefly in a polite gesture. Don't overthink it. Rikof and death are part of fate. Most of the people on this boat owe their lives to you. That's more than enough, Ruby comforted him. Though Aslan had initially spoken harshly to her, his subsequent actions deeply touched her, drawing her irresistibly towards this mysterious porter. I understand what you're saying. It might be because the elder was too old, and I was powerless to change that. A life just slipping away like this always makes me feel sorrowful, Aslan said, slightly disgruntled. If you spend a lot of time in rescue organizations, witnessing life and death repeatedly can numb you. Sometimes, when you think about it carefully, perhaps it's all just fate's arrangement, Ruby explained. The old porter before them was already very advanced in age. Even if Aslan hadn't tried to save him, he likely wouldn't have much longer to live. The mountain and sea spirit fluid could nourish the body and restore some vitality, but this elder's remaining days were so few that the vitality was insufficient to save him. Thank you for your comfort. I feel much better now, Aslan smiled. Ruby giggled sweetly. She admired Aslan greatly and felt there was much mystery surrounding him. The more she tried to uncover his secrets, the deeper she became immersed in his enigma. #### Chapter 27. Issuing the bonus. After counting everyone, Aslan followed all the rescue teams back to the small dock of Yanji village. Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my life. I will never forget your kindness. Handsome captain, may God bless you and our Lord be with you. Thank you for rescuing my daughter. Thank you so much. Everyone who disembarked from the boat expressed their most sincere gratitude to Aslan. Without him, they wouldn't have survived until the rescue team arrived. At this moment, 2 large buses dispatched by the rescue organization were waiting on the shore. Drowned tourists, please board the buses. We will arrange transportation to the nearest city, a staff member announced loudly. The staff began guiding the tourists onto the buses, each one expressing heartfelt thanks as they left. Uncle, I'll definitely come back to see you. When I do, I'll bring you my favorite ice cream, Kai Salmaebai said tearfully as she ran to Aslan's side. Ice cream was her favorite treat, which her parents usually didn't give her. Salmaebai, be good. Uncle will wait for you. Aslan patted Kai Salmaebai's head gently. Just then, the Kai couple also approached. Sawyer said, younger brother Yi, you are our family's savior. There's no need for more words. We will repay this favor gradually. Brother, don't worry too much. Helping you is destiny. If there's a chance in the future, just invite me for a meal, Aslan smiled. Before this family could say more, they were urged onto the bus by anxious staff. As he watched the 2 buses drive away, Aslan returned to his fishing boat to clean up. Some medical waste left over from treating drowning victims needed disposal. I can help you, a female voice offered. Aslan turned around and saw Ruby, the young reporter. Sure, thank you very much, Aslan smiled. Ruby had changed out of her work clothes into a tight pink sportswear outfit. At nearly 170 centimeters tall, her proportions were absolutely perfect, even fitting to be a model. Her delicate face rivaled Ashlin's beauty, and her overall demeanor exuded an intellectual charm. Most importantly, the tight sportswear accentuated her perfect figure, enough to make any porter daydream. A girl around 24 or 25 years old willing to spend time with him, even helping with chores, couldn't help but make Aslan wonder about her intentions. Aren't you busy with your rescue organization? Aslan chuckled. How do you have time to find me? How can I let a hero clean up alone? Ruby laughed. Aslan sensed a similar gaze from Ruby as from Ashlyn. Aslan, have you ever considered joining our rescue organization? Your skills could save Portery more lives, Ruby asked. Heh, right now, I'm like a clay statue crossing a river, barely keeping myself afloat. Where would I get the strength to help others? Aslan replied. Aslan didn't deny being selfish. He might engage in charity later when wealthy, but not now. His current goal was to enrich himself before helping others. Ruby sighed. If you change your mind in the future, our organization will always welcome you. By the way, you're due a bonus for this mission. Hearing that makes things brighter. Aslan felt his eyes light up. Naturally, Aslan wouldn't let a bonus slip by. He desperately needed money. Motivated by the reward, Aslan cleaned up exceptionally fast, looking very anxious. Ruby laughed to herself, finding Aslan's behavior childlike. After disposing of the medical waste, under Ruby's lead, they went to the village committee office. The sky outside was clear, and the sun was rising from the east. Hello, I'm Marcel, leader of our rescue team this time. It's an honor to meet you, Marcel greeted. Leader Chung, it's okay. This is what I should do, Aslan replied humbly. Oh, I heard there's a reward for saving people. Hearing this, Marcel laughed. Of course, the bonus is ready. Please follow me. Marcel led Aslan inside the committee office and pulled out an envelope from a temporary desk drawer. According to regulations, rescuing one person from water warrants a bonus of 100 yuan. You saved 57 people, originally deserving 5,700 yuan. But considering you also used medical skills to save Portery more, we've decided to award you an extra bonus, totaling 50,000 yuan, Marcel said apologetically. To Marcel, this amount barely reflected the organization's gratitude toward Aslan, but funds were limited, and this was the best they could offer. Surprised, Aslan took the bonus. While a big city dweller might think little of this sum, for Aslan, it was a fortune. Marcel handed Aslan a document. Sign here, and these bonuses are yours. This document confirmed that Aslan received the bonus. After a quick glance, Aslan prepared to sign. Hold on. Suddenly, the Yuan and villagers approached, their eyes filled with hatred towards Aslan. Leader Chung, I believe this bonus belongs to our entire village, not just Aslan, the clay shamelessly declared, eyeing the money intensely. To him, even as the Yuan, 50,000 yuan was a huge sum. Putting this money into his pocket could compensate for his losses from building expenses and provide a modest wealth boost. Upon hearing the potential benefit for village development, the villagers grew eager. A stronger village would enhance their status. Yanjie village was notoriously poor compared to neighboring villages, and its residents avoided boasting about their village. Developing it seemed essential. This is your village matter. I am only responsible for distributing the bonus, Marcel stated neutrally, choosing not to intervene. Aslan, remember you are still part of Yanjie village. Hand over this money, and I'll use it to build our village, the clay said authoritatively. Don't play the righteous card. I know what you're really after. You want to embezzle this money, Aslan retorted. The clay glared at Aslan's hand holding the money, making Aslan feel disgusted. How could he not know the old porter's true intentions? You're lying. I care deeply for our village. Why would I embezzle this money? The clay defended himself. Now. Aslan sneered. You're the parasite in this village. With your background as just a farmer, how did you afford a 2-story house? Speechless, the clay realized he had indeed embezzled much as the Yuan, enabling his luxurious lifestyle. Seeing the clay at a loss for words, Aslan continued coldly. You claim this money should go to village development. Let's be direct. Every household in Yanjie village can receive 500 yuan. Aslan, you can't do that. This money is more useful if pooled for village development than divided among households, the clay argued. Note, paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Aslan shrugged and said, if you can get the villagers to agree to hand over all the money to the village, then I have no objection. Hearing that Aslan was going to distribute the money, the villagers could barely contain their excitement. I think it's best to divide this money. Building up the village is to make everyone richer, isn't it? Giving out cash is the most practical way. You've skimmed enough off the top. It's time for us to get a taste too. Let's split the money among everyone. Divide the money. Anyone who dares to stop us will have to deal with my fists. As the villagers clamored, the bar's face turned pale. With the tide turning against him, he couldn't find any way to counter. Standing at the entrance of the village committee office, Aslan immediately began distributing the money to each household. Word spread quickly, and soon every family in the village came to collect their share. Second uncle, here's your money. Third Mira, you're looking more beautiful than ever. Old Tongtu, your daughter-in-law already collected the money, so you can't take another share. The process of distributing money was chaotic, with some trying to come back for multiple shares. Thankfully, Aslan's sharp memory kept track of everyone who had received money. The bar walked over and said, Aslan, give us our share. Huh? Aslan laughed coldly. Everyone in the village gets a share, except your family. Why not? Am I not part of this village? The bar angrily retorted. 500 yuan wasn't a small amount to the bar. He felt it was a windfall, especially since it belonged to Aslan. Might as well grab it while he could. This money is to improve people's lives. I don't think your family needs improving. Now, step aside and stop obstructing me from distributing the money, Aslan said firmly. Aslan, just wait. I'll make you regret this very soon, the bar growled. Aslan scratched his ear and chuckled. I've heard that threat 2 Portery times. My ears are starting to grow calluses. Humph. With a cold snort, the bar swung his sleeves and stormed off. Note, paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Chapter 28, the bar's downfall. Although the bonus left little after being divided among the villagers, Aslan felt extremely delighted having tricked the Yuan. Over the next few days, his 2-story house began to take shape and would soon be completed. Feeling elated, Aslan bought some white liquor and peanuts from the village store and returned home. At this moment, several construction workers were still busily moving up and down the scaffolding. Seeing the house nearly complete, Aslan's mood improved even more. A hearty pot of mixed stew might not grace a banquet table, but it was solid fare. A ladle could scoop up meat while there was white liquor on the side. This kind of meal in Yanjie village was beyond imagination for these men. Uncles, stop working and come eat, Aslan invited them. Rakatali, it's still early. If everyone pushes a bit harder, we can finish tonight with just a little extra effort, Porter Corey said. Uncle Atticus, come down. Everyone doesn't need to work so hard. Let's rest today and wrap up smoothly tomorrow, Aslan smiled, saying. Though an extra day's wage was substantial, Aslan didn't mind and saw no need to tire out his uncle-level townsfolk over one day's pay. Rakatali, forget it. We've taken so much from you and been treated so well. The old folks feel bad enough as it is. We really shouldn't delay anymore. Corey was a practical porter. Uncle Atticus, if you keep talking like that, I'll get angry. Family doesn't split hairs. Aslan insisted. Seeing Aslan's firmness, everyone reluctantly came down from their positions. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, still early, but after hours of labor, the men were starving. They gathered around the pot, each scooping out food to eat. Despite the rudimentary cooking method, this rustic flavor couldn't be experienced in bustling cities. Come on, uncles, I brought 3 bottles of white liquor for each of you. Drink up. Aslan said heartily. Haha, I've worked in the village for years, but only Rakatali has been this generous. You bet. This pot of stew must cost dozens of yuan. Uncle Guys will remember that. Rarely do I find someone like you, Rakatali. In the past, I didn't treat outsiders well. Now, thinking back, it was really foolish of me. With alcohol and food, the men started chatting more freely after a few rounds. Heh, Rakatali, did you know the UN hired a local construction team at a higher price than ours? Corey laughed. Really? The UN certainly went all out. If it weren't for my good fortune these past few days from selling fish, I wouldn't have been able to afford this 2-story house, Aslan chuckled. Haha, actually, the UN is intentionally trying to compete with you. But most likely, he'll lose, Corey smirked mysteriously. Seeing that Corey seemed to know something others didn't, Aslan's curiosity was piqued. Uncle Atticus, what's going on? Tell me, Aslan asked. I actually know the background of that construction team. They're a bunch of scammers. They tried to recruit me before, but I didn't fall for it. Just wait. The UN will become a laughingstock soon enough, Corey grinned. Just then, another burly porter with dark skin approached the yard. It was Finn, who had a good relationship with Aslan. Finian, why are you here? Aslan asked curiously. I have some news for you, Finn replied. Rakataladriel, I just came back from fishing outside the village. Guess what I saw? Finn joined the group without hesitation, grabbing a pig's trotter from the pot and eating it. The UN got swindled. He just paid the final installment to that construction team, and they ran off this afternoon, Finn laughed. How did you find out? The UN wouldn't tell anyone such an embarrassing story, Aslan asked. TCH, the UN called the police. His wife was so angry she sat by the door cursing at everyone, basically revealing everything. She cursed horribly. It's rumored he lost 50,000 yuan. TSK, I couldn't earn that much selling fish all year, Finn sighed. Aslan found this news delightful. Feeling happy, he lifted a bottle of white liquor and drank straight from it. Feels great. Good riddance to that old porter. Aslan chuckled. Given their existing grudges against the UN, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Today, Aslan was very happy. Since everyone had drunk quite a bit, Aslan let them all go to rest. After cleaning up the leftovers, Aslan left home. Just outside, he heard a porter yelling loudly. Following the sound, Aslan saw the half-finished 2-story house standing in the UN's courtyard. Even though Aslan knew nothing about construction, he could see that the building was ruined, full of cracks. Standing beside it, one couldn't help but worry if it would collapse at any moment. The UN's wife, a stern-faced reporter, sat at her doorstep crying profusely. These damned scoundrels tricked us out of our money. Damn! Her curses varied widely, and even after listening for a while, Aslan hadn't heard her repeat herself. Aslan bought a chilled beer and a pack of cigarettes from the store and enjoyed watching her rant. Click. Ricketing a cigarette, Aslan took a satisfying puff and exhaled slowly. He used to smoke, but after that incident, his family became indebted, so he quit. Now that Aslan had money and possessed the mountain sea seal, he wasn't worried about nicotine harm. Aslan felt very happy, especially watching the reporter curse. This is the outcome for crossing me. Our feud isn't over. The future holds pottery more days. Aslan flicked the cigarette, but to the ground and stomped it out fiercely. Since Zahir wanted to kill him, they had become mortal enemies. For his foes, Aslan was never lenient. Late at night, near Yenjai village in a small grove, a figure sat on a rock smoking. There were pottery cigarette butts on the ground, indicating he had been there for a long time. At that moment, a shadowy figure carrying a large plastic bucket approached. Uncle, I've brought the stuff. Are you doing it today? The figure asked. Del, put the stuff down. Pretend you didn't see me today. Don't tell anyone about this, understand? The porter on the rock looked up. Under the moonlight, it was clearly the UN. Uncle, I understand. Today, I saw nothing, Del replied. Go on, the UN said. Watching Del walk away, the UN flicked his cigarette butt to the ground. Picking up the gasoline can, he unscrewed the cap. A strong smell of gasoline filled the air, and the UN nodded to himself. Aslan, you dared to destroy my home and snatch my workers to build your house, leaving me cheated by the construction team. Today, I will burn your home down, and after today, I will make you leave the village for good, the UN growled viciously. Fueled by a raging anger, the UN was ready to turn Aslan's new home into ruins with this bucket of gasoline. Ouch! As the UN moved forward, he tripped and fell onto the ground. The gasoline spilled, just as it touched the still-burning cigarette, but beside him. The flames erupted instantly. Had the UN not rolled on the ground like a log, he would have been engulfed in fire. Even so, his hand was severely burned. Intent on harming others, the UN ended up hurting himself, an apt case of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. But he couldn't tell anyone about his mishap. Panic-stricken, the UN scrambled to his feet, determined not to let anyone know that he had anything to do with the fire in this grove. Later that night, a strong urge to urinate woke Aslan from his sleep. With sleepy eyes, Aslan crawled out of his makeshift shelter. Under the moonlight, Aslan made his way to the outhouse in the courtyard. Suddenly, a thick smell of smoke wafted over, and Aslan turned to see a towering blaze lighting up one side of the village. Damn it! Why did such a huge fire suddenly break out? Judging by the direction of the flames, it was a small grove on the eastern side of the village. If the wind picked up, burning the grove wouldn't be too bad, but the flames could spread to the village. The grove is on fire, everyone wake up. By now, someone in the village had already spotted the fire and was shouting outside. Villagers came rushing out of their homes. In times like these, any able-bodied person who could help chose to fight the fire. Next to the grove was a small stream, making it easy for them to fetch water. Some used basins, others used buckets, all working hard to douse the flames. However, the fire was fierce. The villagers' efforts only porterage to control the fire slightly. They couldn't extinguish it completely. Chapter 29. Rescuing people in a fire. The fire is too big. It's impossible to put out. I suggest everyone go home and gather up flammable things. Whoever gets burned is just unlucky. You can say that because your house is at the far end of the village. My house is on the east side of the village, and it'll be the first one to burn. Do you think I can leave? Two men from the village began to quarrel fiercely, almost coming to blows. Others had to intervene to stop them. Stop arguing. The fire is too big for us to contain. It would be better to select some people and, before the flames reach us, cut down small trees to create an unburnable vacuum area. This is the most effective method. Aslan stood up and shouted loudly. Everyone agreed with this idea, as it seemed practical. Don't listen to him. Rakasan to me, the UN shouted. Those saplings are communal property. Cutting them down would cause us huge losses. We have enough people to control the fire. As long as we have enough water, we can stop the fire until it slowly extinguishes. A conflict of opinions arose between the UN and Aslan. Without question, the villagers chose to listen to their leader. Seeing that everyone was following the UN's orders, Aslan couldn't do anything about it. If they didn't work together to cut the trees, cutting a few here and there wouldn't help at all. With everyone's efforts in pouring water, the speed at which the fire advanced did indeed slow down. Encouraged by this scene, everyone felt victory was within reach and believed they were right to follow the UN's instructions. What does a brat like you know about leading? What talent do you have other than causing damage? He's nothing but a snot-nosed kid. Why must you argue with him? Let's just follow the UN's lead. See? The fire has been controlled. In a few years, the remaining trees can be sold for money. Only fools would cut them down. Some villagers kept praising the UN, giving him comfort after being deceived by the construction team. This grove held the UN's greatest hopes. He intended to sell the grown trees cheaply to timber merchants in 2 years, earning exorbitant rebates. With that money, he could recover much of his loss from the construction team and avoid living in mud houses. Aslan felt aggrieved by everyone's words. Fortunately, not everyone in the village was the UN's lapdog. Ricardo brother Adriel, don't mind what others say. At least I support you, Blake said with a pat on Aslan's shoulder. Ricardo your idea isn't wrong. It's these people who are unreasonable, Bartolomeo walked over and added. Finney and Erwin, thank you, Aslan smiled. While the UN stood aloof, a strong wind suddenly blew, fueling the fire. The once contained blaze instantly turned into a massive wave of fire sweeping towards everyone. Run! Aslan yelled loudly. People with quick reflexes started running when they heard Aslan shout, while others were stunned by the roaring flames. In emergency, Aslan grabbed 2 frightened villagers nearby and carried them to safety. Ironically, these 2 were among those who had mocked Aslan earlier. The robust Aslan carried the 2 people on his shoulders and ran faster than anyone else. Quickly, they reached outside the grove. The 2 villagers, frightened and weak-legged, collapsed on the ground in gratitude, nearly kneeling before Aslan. People rushed out of the grove in waves. Seeing the flames engulf the grove, the UN slumped to the ground in despair. It's over. My last hope is gone. The grove was doomed to be swallowed by the fire. If the strong wind continued, it would only be a matter of time before it spread to the village. If we had listened to Aslan earlier, this disaster could have been avoided. Now the grove is ruined, and there will be no money left to divide, Blake said without reserve. Freddy, how dare you speak to the UN like that? Apologize now, an elderly porter interjected. Uncle Air, you're still helping the one who cheated you. There's no point flattering the UN now. Your house is on the east side of the village. If the fire reaches there, do you think your family can escape? Blake retorted. The old porter looked at his house's direction, realizing his own safety was at risk. If his house burned down, he'd blame the UN first. Now is not the time to argue. Let's count everyone to ensure no one is trapped inside, Aslan suggested. Ensuring no casualties was Aslan's priority now. Whether the wind would stop was up to fate. Del, my son, Del. A middle-aged reporter cried out, becoming increasingly alarmed, then dashed towards the blazing sea but was stopped by others. Big sister, don't panic. The fire is too intense. Anyone who enters will die. You can't go in, someone persuaded her. I can't lose my son. My husband died early, and he's all I have left. I cannot live without him, she sobbed while struggling. Rustling, Aslan doused himself with water from a bucket and carried 2 more buckets full of water. I'm going in to save people. Everyone else, return to the village. Once the fire reaches there, unite to minimize the loss, Aslan said. After the UN's order almost cost everyone their lives, they followed Aslan's instructions faithfully. As Aslan charged into the fire, he heard concerned shouts behind him. Brother Adriel, if things get out of control, you must retreat. Don't force it. Aslan vanished into the inferno, moving everyone deeply. They all prayed for his safe return. Inside the inferno, the scorching heat made Aslan's body ache. Had his clothes not been soaked, he'd likely have been severely burned already. I can't waste time. Water control skill, activate. Streams of water from the 2 buckets rose and formed an egg-like shield around him, protecting him from the flames. Sizzle. The water shield evaporated rapidly in the intense heat. I don't have much time. I need to find Del and bring him out before the shield evaporates, Aslan thought. Returning along the same path, thick smoke greatly impeded his vision. Unlike underwater, Aslan couldn't perceive everything around him easily. Watching the protective water barrier thin, Aslan grew anxious, knowing he might have to give up searching soon if he couldn't find Del. No, this is like a headless fly floundering aimlessly, making it easy to get lost in the smoke, Aslan pondered. The burning flames turned the trees into flaming pillars, beautiful yet dangerous without the smoke screen. Please confirm if this translation meets your expectations or if you require any adjustments. Aslan knew that this was not the time to be anxious. He forced himself to calm down, ensuring his agitation did not affect his judgment. Thump thump thump. Just as Aslan had fully regained his composure, he suddenly felt a pulse from the earth, as if it carried a unique rhythm. At the moment he captured the earth's pulse, Aslan became one with the ground. Not far below the surface, under the intense heat of the flames, a worm was wriggling at a depth of 1 foot in the soil, rolling around like an ant on a hot pan, facing the fate of being roasted alive. Aslan felt as if he were the surrounding land itself. Everything on and beneath the surface was within his perception and control. In a small pit not far away, a motionless figure lay sprawled. I found him, Aslan thought to himself. The moment he sensed Del, Aslan hoped fervently that the boy's body was intact. If so, even using the sea and mountain spirit Rikoquid could save him. Earlier that day, Aslan had used up all the sea and mountain spirit Rikoquid to revive the drowning victims. After half a night's recovery, it had restored just a bit. Aslan calculated that the sea and mountain seal could store 10 drops of sea and mountain spirit Rikoquid, and it would take a full day and night to fully replenish once depleted. Aslan found the unconscious Del in the small pit. The boy was lucky. He must have rolled into this pit while losing consciousness. Protected by the pit, he hadn't been burned by the flames. Shaking Del, Aslan shouted, "Hey, Del, wake up." After a few attempts, there was still no response. Aslan placed his fingers on Del's neck and found a heartbeat. He must have been knocked out by the thick smoke. Because of the delay, the water shield was now only a thin layer, barely enough to protect 2 people from the inferno. Aslan slung Del onto his back. Earth, rise for me. Under Aslan's mental comported, the earth began to churn, and the soil replaced the water shield, forming an earthen barrier. It looked particularly strange, like a potato rolling on the ground. But this shield indeed kept all the flames at bay. Chapter 30 Entering the Mountains. Though the earth shield obscured Aslan's vision, he could still understand everything happening on the surface around him by sensing the earth. It was even better than using his eyes. Just before breaking through the flames, Aslan dissipated the outer earth shield and transformed the thin water shield into a final stream of water that merged into both of their clothes, protecting them from the flames as much as possible. Aslan let out a painful cry. While running, he tried to avoid the flames. But who would have thought a flame darted out, striking his arm? The pain of the burn made his mouth twitch. This sudden intense pain almost caused Aslan to fling Del off his back. He barely portaged to run out of the flames despite the searing pain. Outside the sea of fire were a few people waiting. When they saw Aslan come out, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground in shock. After Aslan rushed in, the sea of fire advanced further. These people all believed that no one could survive such an intense fire. Aslan threw Del towards the crowd when he emerged from the flames and lay down on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Del. The middle-aged reporter wailed sorrowfully. Slowly, Del woke up, though because he had inhaled a lot of smoke, he wasn't particularly conscious. Seeing her child wake up, the middle-aged reporter was overwhelmed with emotion, hugging Del tightly and bursting into tears. She almost lost her son, and now she was releasing all the terror, sadness, and madness built up in her heart. Thud. The middle-aged reporter came to Aslan's side and knelt on the ground, crying, "Thank you for saving my son. Thank you. Thank you. Oh dear auntie, you're shortening my lifespan. Please get up, Aslan said hastily. If I lost my son, after losing my husband in my youth, I wouldn't be able to live. I even helped the Yuan bully you. I'm so sorry." The middle-aged reporter started hitting herself while kneeling on the ground. "Mira, we're all from the same village. Please don't do this," Aslan quickly intervened. He helped the pitiful reporter stand up. Within his capability, he didn't mind helping anyone. At this moment, the wind began to diminish, and the flames were not as fierce as before. At this rate, the fire would not spread to the village. Looking at the burning forest, Aslan felt infinite sentiments. In a few years, if he developed his water control ability enough, he could drain the nearby river and wouldn't fear mere flames. Aslan carried Del on his back while Blake supported the middle-aged reporter as everyone walked back to the village. That night, no one in the village slept. By dawn, the fire had died out, leaving only thick smoke rising. Meanwhile, Aslan had already returned to Ilium's house and was fast asleep. In the yard, Ilium patted Ashlan's back and said, "Go to sleep. The fire is out, and we should rest." Most villagers, having been through the worry of the fire, chose to rest at this point. This father and daughter were no exception. At the Yuan's home, the clay, looking pale and defeated, sat dejectedly. Despair etched across his face, making him look particularly sinister. "Aslan, you little brat, you've destroyed all my hopes. I, Ricardo, swear I won't let you go unpunished," the Yuan snarled fiercely. Around noon, Aslan woke up, feeling refreshed. Seeing the overcast and rainy weather outside, he decided not to go fishing, giving himself another day off. Fishing 3 days and taking 2 days off, this seemed to be the pattern. Returning to his own home, he found that Mike and others had finished the final part of the house, and Aslan settled the remaining payment and gave them all a generous red envelope. Standing in his spacious home, Aslan sighed bitterly. "Everything has fallen into disrepair. It looks like I need to buy new furniture." From a young age, Aslan had always hoped that one day his home would be a grand house. Now he had done it. No other house in the village could surpass his. Aslan found himself growing more fond of the village. Having shed the arrogance of a college student, he was suddenly quite content with his life. "If I'm going to be a fisher porter, then I'll be the best fisher porter," Aslan declared as he stood up. Walking out of the small building and into his courtyard, he noticed the old earthen wall had been torn down and replaced with bricks, looking much stronger than before. Standing beside the cherry tree that had mutated after absorbing his blood, Aslan mused, "Let's set a small goal first. Earn 100 million. His blood seemed to promote plant growth, and although there were no experiments, Sea Mountain Essence probably possessed this ability, possibly even stronger. Aslan dreamed of establishing his vegetable base in the future, which would be a real source of wealth. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, with lightning flickering through the cloud layers, a scene indicating a heavy rainstorm approaching. "This really is a hateful weather," Aslan grumbled, furrowing his brows. Country folks relied on mountains for sustenance and seas for fishing. With such weather, farmers began returning home, and fishermen stayed ashore altogether. Splash. Just as Aslan returned to Ilium's house, the rain started pouring from the sky, typical for this season. Over the next few days, Yin Village remained under continuous rainy weather. The rain sometimes heavy, sometimes light, causing the air to be especially humid, making even the beds damp. During these few idle days, Aslan often invited some friendly villagers to drink at his new home. Simple tables and chairs, mixed with robust men, they indulged freely. Villagers led lives of hard work, resting only on rainy days. After a week of rain, finally, the skies cleared, revealing a particularly bright sky. Ashlyn grabbed Aslan's hand and pulled him out of the room. Brianna, let's go play. You promised to take me up the mountain bird hunting. Ilium interjected. Kelsey, don't trouble your Aslan brother. He just finished building the house and needs money. Hee, it's fine, Ilium. Let's consider today as spending time with Kelsey. Wasting one day more doesn't matter, Aslan laughed, affectionately patting Ashlyn's head. Watching this interaction, Ilium sighed inwardly. As a father, he knew that Aslan treated his daughter simply as a sister, but how could he miss his daughter's feelings for Aslan? Great. Brianna promised, you can't renege. I'll prepare things right away, Ashlyn happily exclaimed. Most households in the countryside kept slingshots, bird nets, traps, and similar items. Ashlyn rummaged through her treasures and brought out a string of bird traps and a slingshot. Let's go, Brianna, Ashlyn eagerly beckoned. Okay, let's go, Aslan agreed, carrying his fish spear. They did not bring a bird net since setting it up required preparation the previous day and was unsuitable for their impromptu outing. Not far from Yin Village was a forest, a large wilderness where older generations claimed wolves used to roam. But the younger generation had never seen any. The children of the village liked to come to this mountain forest to hunt for some game. Aslan and Ashlyn were regulars here, along with Salmao Chanho. Hee, brother Brianna. I'm going to set up the traps, then we can search the mountain. If we're lucky, we might find a wild rabbit, Ashlyn said with a smile. Ashlyn ran to a few spots to set up bird traps. Being quite experienced, she knew where to place them for maximum effectiveness. Aslan walked through the forest, pulling up two plants that resembled sorghum. Using his dagger, he chopped them into several pieces and stuffed them into his backpack. Brother Brianna, I'm done. We can head up the mountain now, Ashlyn said with a grin. Here, catch. Aslan tossed one of the sorghum-like stalks towards Ashlyn. This plant looked like sorghum and indeed was a type of sorghum, a variant known as sweet sorghum, also called Chinese sorghum or sugarcane sorghum. It could be eaten similarly to sugarcane. There were portery wild sweet sorghums in this forest that children loved, and some families even planted some for their kids. As they walked, Aslan suddenly said, wait, there's something good up ahead. Where? Where? Ashlyn's eyes darted around eagerly. Aslan led Ashlyn forward to a large tree with a big yellow mushroom growing on it. Wow, it's actually a monkey head mushroom, Ashlyn exclaimed with wide eyes. Monkey head mushrooms are a traditional delicacy in China, known for their tender flesh and delicious flavor. They are highly prized as rare mountain treasures, often referred to as vegetarian meat. The two of them picked the monkey head mushroom. The locals themselves wouldn't eat such a rare find, especially since wild monkey head mushrooms were quite expensive, about 300 to 400 yuan per pound, which was astronomical for the people of Yin Village. Excited, Ashlyn plucked the mushroom and said, Brother Brianna, once my dad sells this at the market, we can split the money. That's not necessary. I don't care about this small amount of money, Aslan smiled. As his abilities grew, so did his perspective. This wasn't arrogance but a change in viewpoint, brought about by reaching a new level of capability. Chapter 31 Caught in a Mountain Flood. The two of them played wildly all over the mountain, and surprisingly, Aslan portaged to spear a wild rabbit with his fish spear. At noon, Ashlyn collected the birds caught in the traps, then joined Aslan near a river not far from the forest. Ashlyn cleaned the internal organs of the game by the riverbank. This task might seem cruel for city girls, but it's common for country girls like her. Aslan started gathering dry branches from afar to build a fire for roasting the game. Alas, these woods have absorbed a lot of moisture due to the rain these past few days. It'll be hard to ignite them, Aslan said with a frown. Gathering the wet wood together, he turned to see Ashlyn busy cleaning the game by the riverside, unaware of his predicament. Aslan used his water portapulation skill to extract all the moisture from the wet branches. Wisps of steam floated out from the wet wood and converged in Aslan's palm, gradually forming a fist-sized water ball. This water ball floated above Aslan's palm. With a flick of his hand, he tossed it aside, letting it seep back into the ground. Actually, Aslan had experimented before on whether he could extract water from living beings, but found it impossible to draw moisture from living tissue, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Be careful, Kelsey. The river has been raging because of the continuous rain. Watch out so you don't get swept away, Aslan shouted. Okay, I'll finish up soon, Ashlyn replied. Aslan picked up several branches nearby and used a dagger to sharpen their tips. Soon, Ashlyn returned happily with the thoroughly cleaned game. Here, brother Brianna, I finished preparing everything. Let's roast them quickly, Ashlyn said eagerly, resembling a little glutton. You're already a college student. Can't you be more composed? Aslan remarked. With the sharpened sticks skewering the cleaned game, Aslan and Ashlyn began roasting the meat. Recalling their childhood, they often wandered off to play because they didn't mix well with the village children. Salmao Chanho would frequently hunt small animals and roast them as snacks. They sprinkled cumin, chili powder, salt, and other seasonings over the roasting meat. While this rustic method wasn't necessarily gourmet, hunters knew the joy came from the experience itself. Both of them ended up with oily mouths and some charred residue around their lips, looking much like clowns. Hey, brother Brianna, look over there, people. Ashlyn pointed towards a distant group. Aslan looked up to see a crowd walking on a dam far from them. They are probably local officials inspecting the levee. This dam has long needed repairs. Last year part of it collapsed, ruining portery of our village's fields, rendering them unusable for farming, Aslan explained. My family lost 2 plots to the flood. My mom even went to the village committee last year, but that bastard Clay wouldn't help us replace the land, Ashlyn said angrily, taking a fierce bite out of the rabbit leg. As they chatted, an ominous feeling crept over Aslan, sensing something catastrophic was about to happen. A strong sense of urgency enveloped him. Don't eat anymore. We need to go now, Aslan said, dropping the roasted food. What's wrong, Brother Brianon? Ashlyn asked, puzzled. Without explanation, Aslan swiftly gathered their things, threw Ashlyn onto his back, and ran up a nearby hillside. I hope I'm wrong, Aslan thought anxiously. He had a foreboding feeling that if his hunch was right, the Yin family village would face significant losses. Running very fast, even the wind whistled past his ears as he carried Ashlyn up the hill. They quickly reached the top of the small hill, where Aslan gazed upstream at the muddy floodwaters rushing down. Brother Brianon, what is that? Ashlyn also saw the approaching floodwater. Had they remained roasting, they surely would have been swept away. Hey, the flood is coming, run! Aslan yelled loudly, hoping the sound would reach the people below by the dam. His voice echoed among the crowd. The people looked upstream and paled upon seeing the flood. They raced desperately toward the hill, valuing their lives above all else now. The flood was still some distance away. If everyone sprinted, they might escape it. However, a reporter at the back of the crowd appeared to have twisted her ankle while running. Aslan watched as she fell to the ground, but limped towards the hill without calling for help. It's too late, Aslan murmured. The floodwaters were perilously close to the dam. Anyone swept away wouldn't survive. Not even a fully equipped diver with oxygen tanks would stand a chance against nature's force. Wait here, Aslan instructed. Ashlyn understood Aslan's intentions and felt a surge of panic. You're crazy, it's a flash flood. If you're swept away, you won't make it. Be good, trust me. I'll come back, Aslan smiled reassuringly. Please come back alive, Ashlyn sobbed. If I'm swept away, wait for me at home. I will definitely return, Aslan gently touched her head. Okay, Ashlyn nodded through her tears. Aslan sprinted downhill, moving so fast that no one noticed. His speed rivaled that of a cheetah after enhancements. Come back please, Ashlyn's cry followed him. Aslan dashed past fleeing people, reaching the struggling reporter. Leave me, run, she shouted as Aslan approached. Alicia knew she was doomed and did not want to drag Aslan down with her. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Aslan's inhuporter speed. Reaching Alicia, Aslan grabbed her hand and hurriedly pulled her towards the hill. There's no time. Leave me behind and save yourself, Alicia pleaded. Shut up, Aslan snapped, startling her. He had never spoken so harshly to anyone. A deafening roar grew louder as the flood approached. Take a deep breath. We're about to enter the water, Aslan instructed. Alicia complied, closing her eyes, bracing for impact. Aslan realized he couldn't outrun the flood and opted to hold Alicia tightly instead of carrying her on his back to avoid separation. Roaring floodwaters crashed against them, but together they faced it head-on. Alicia opened her eyes, finding herself embraced by a face that was not handsome but had distinct, strong features. His skin was dark, almost bronze, likely due to frequent fishing under the scorching sun. Hold on to me tightly. As long as we don't separate, I can ensure your safety. Before Aslan could finish speaking, they were engulfed by the floodwaters. Alicia felt an immense force slam into her body. If it weren't for Aslan's protection, she might have been knocked unconscious. The mountain flood carried countless mud and sand, and they vanished into the murky yellow waters without making a single splash. The flood was overwhelmingly rapid, and Aslan felt as if numerous powerful forces were tearing at him. He began to exert his water portalipulation abilities, trying to calm the currents around him within a 10-meter radius. However, Aslan realized that the power of the mountain sea seal wasn't omnipotent. The flood was too powerful. It was like asking a 3-year-old child to lift a bucket of water. He could barely portage to stabilize the water within a 1-meter radius around him. Gurgle. Under the intense pressure, Alicia felt compelled to open her mouth, and the air in her lungs was forcefully squeezed out. Trouble, Aslan thought. If a person releases the air in their lungs underwater, they will inevitably inhale a large amount of river water into their lungs while struggling for breath, leading to a quicker demise. I'm sorry, but this is necessary, Aslan said. Faced with the life and death situation, Aslan didn't hesitate any longer. He pressed his lips to hers, transferring the oxygen from his mouth into her lungs. Ugh. Alicia's eyes widened in shock. Opening her eyes, she could barely see Aslan's face through the turbid water. She couldn't believe her first kiss was taken away like this. As she began to lack oxygen, Alicia couldn't dwell on the matter of her first kiss. She instinctively kissed Aslan back, drawing in the much-needed oxygen. This act was selfish, but it came from the primal instinct to survive, beyond the control of who Porter will. Chapter 32, Too Much Earthiness. The two of them, powerless, were swept by the floodwaters. They kissed each other passionately and didn't part. Aslan possessed the ability to breathe underwater, extracting oxygen from the water for both him and Alicia to consume. While his water portalipulation power wasn't very useful in the mountain flood, his perception underwater remained sharp. Aslan knew they were being pushed downstream continuously, and they were right in the middle of the flood. His only course of action was to stabilize the currents around them using his water portalipulation skills and slowly move toward the riverbank. Their movement speed was like a snail's. Sometimes, they were easily tossed off course by a whirlpool or an undercurrent. The two maintained their connected posture as they drifted far away. The width of the flood was immense, approximately 20 to 30 meters wide, with the river's lowest point at about 10 meters high. After Aslan's continuous efforts, it took a considerable amount of time for them to get closer to the shore. However, the tremendous force made it impossible for them to climb out. Through his underwater perception, Aslan discovered a fallen tree 50 meters downstream, the first chance for them to reach land. This girl is almost out of strength. We must seize this opportunity, said Aslan, focusing all his attention on the fallen tree. The tree appeared to have been knocked over by the flood, most of its trunk submerged in the water. Fortunately, its roots were still anchored on the shore, providing a means to escape. For Aslan, covering the 50 meters distance was just a few seconds. With determination, He hugged Alicia tightly with one arm and stretched the other to grab a branch of the tree. At the moment Aslan grabbed the branch, the enormous impact nearly tore his arm apart. Alicia, in his embrace, felt hopeful and silently prayed for him. Holding tightly onto the branch, Aslan exerted his water portalipulation power to the limit, pushing himself towards the tree. Eventually, he wrapped his legs around the tree trunk. Without the flood, he would look like a giant mother monkey holding her baby and climbing up. Moving inch by inch on the tree, if his hands were free, he would have reached the shore long ago. But he had no choice but to use one arm to hold Alicia. After much effort, Aslan finally emerged from the raging flood with Alicia in his arms, as if escaping from hell itself. Looking up, they were surrounded by wilderness. Placing Alicia on the ground, Aslan lay on the bank, panting heavily. That was too close, Aslan said bitterly, realizing how arrogant he had been about his powers before and nearly losing his life due to that arrogance. Oh, a wolf's howl came from afar. Aslan's body, already exhausted from maintaining water portalipulation underwater, struggled to sit up and check on the reporter beside him. Why haven't I noticed she's so beautiful before? Aslan exclaimed, shocked. She wore a pink long shirt showcasing her elegant demeanor and tight blue jeans highlighting her perfect curves. Drenched by the floodwaters, her features became even more alluringly visible. More importantly, her face remained breathtakingly beautiful despite the pallor and mud. It was as though she were a celestial beauty, crafted by nature herself. Just by undoing a button, I could obtain what Portery covet, Aslan thought. Gulp. He swallowed hard and suppressed the evil thoughts brewing in his mind. Slap slap slap. Hey, beautiful, wake up, Aslan patted Alicia's cheeks. MMM. Alicia emitted a weak sound but showed no further signs of consciousness. Feeling her forehead, Aslan found it scorching hot. Trouble, she's sick now, Aslan thought anxiously. Exhausted, taking Alicia away seemed incredibly challenging, but there was no choice. Turning his palm over, 2 droplets of golden liquid appeared. Attempting to open Alicia's mouth proved futile. Forced to place a drop of the sea and mountain spirit Ricoquid in his own mouth, he then pressed his lips forcefully against hers, transferring the liquid. TSK, TSK, TSK. It was Aslan's first proper kiss with a reporter, and he pressed his lips together. Too much earthiness, Aslan remarked. Tooey. Spitting out sand grains, Aslan couldn't help but feel the earthy taste after being soaked in the flood for so long. Under the effect of the sea and mountain spirit Ricoquid, Alicia's fever began to subside. Aslan wondered if it would work on him. Swallowing the remaining drop, he closed his eyes to experience its effects. A massive force surged into his body, yet it did not aid in recovery, but returned to the sea and mountain seal in his mind. How can it claim to nourish all things yet bypass me? Unbelievable, Aslan complained. Though he suspected it wouldn't greatly benefit him, he hadn't anticipated it failing to be absorbed, returning entirely to the seal. Despite being frustrated, Aslan had no solution. In his current state, encountering wild animals would mean certain death. Alicia was still recovering and could not awaken, leaving Aslan no choice but to carry her deeper into the wilderness. Surrounded by dense woods, Aslan had no idea where they were, having never ventured this far. To return, they needed to follow the river back. The sky darkened, indicating several hours had passed since they were swept away, losing their sense of direction. Oh, the distant howls sounded again. Aslan knew they needed shelter for the night. Otherwise, danger lurked in the wild. Water dripping from their bodies formed a column on the ground. Staying wet and exposed to the night air was unhealthy. Exhausted, carrying Alicia was a struggle. If he had more energy, he'd use his earth portalipulation to create a temporary shelter. As it was, he barely porteraged to walk. After traveling a great distance, resting several times, Aslan finally found a small cave for shelter. Placing Alicia inside, he gathered dry grass for her comfort and collected branches for warmth. Fortunately, the lighter was still on Aslan's person. Otherwise, there would have been no campfire tonight. This cave was small, even smaller than a normal bedroom. Aslan placed the ill Alicia not far from the campfire, hoping the warmth from the flames could dispel the chill in her body. Sigh, a fire in this desolate wilderness really isn't safe, Aslan thought to himself. At that moment, Aslan still had his harpoon on his back, but the steel arrowheads had all been swept away by the mountain flood, as well as the dagger he carried with him. He moved a relatively rough, large stone in front of him, and then selected some straighter thin branches. Without a dagger, Aslan began to sharpen these branches on the stone. What Aslan needed now were weapons. Otherwise, if he encountered a ferocious beast, he wouldn't stand a chance. The next morning, chirp, chirp. Birdsong continuously echoed through the woods. Aslan, who had been leaning against the wall, opened his eyes. The dense bloodshot veins in his eyes indicated he hadn't slept well last night. Aslan said, puzzled. That reporter is gone? Now there was no one on that pile of dry grass. Aslan reached out to touch it, finding the grass was already cold with no warmth left. Aslan closed his eyes and sensed through the ground that within 100 meters, there were no signs of porter footprints. During the night, Aslan had porteraged to fashion 10 wooden arrows. To put it simply, he made them as straight as possible, sharpening one end. Their lethality was far inferior compared to steel arrowheads. After attaching the prepared wooden arrowheads, Aslan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he picked up a longer branch nearby and started sharpening it on the stone. Aslan planned to create a long stick for self-defense, which would make him feel more at ease. It was just a simple matter of grinding off the dry bark, so it was easier to handle. Soon enough, a long stick appeared in his hand. Titus. After casually swinging the stick a few times, Aslan, satisfied, held it firmly in his hand. This cave was tiny, even smaller than a regular bedroom. Aslan placed the ill Alicia not far from the fire, hoping the warmth from the flames could expel the coldness from her body. Sigh. Out here in the wilderness, even a bonfire isn't safe, Aslan thought to himself. At this moment, Aslan still had his harpoon on his back, but the steel arrowheads were all swept away by the floodwaters. The same fate befell the dagger he carried with him. Aslan moved a large, rough stone in front of him and then selected some relatively straight thin branches. Without his dagger, Aslan began to sharpen these branches against the stone. What Aslan needed now was a weapon. Otherwise, if he encountered fierce wildlife, he'd have no means to defend himself. Next morning, chirp chirp chirp. The sounds of birds echoed through the forest. Leaning against the wall, Aslan opened his eyes, bloodshot and telling of his restless night. Aslan asked in confusion, that Porter is gone? There was no sign of anyone on the pile of dry grass where she had lain. Aslan reached out and felt it. The grass was already cold, having lost all warmth. Closing his eyes, Aslan used his earth perception to detect that within 100 meters, there were no traces of Porter footsteps on the ground. Throughout the night, Aslan portaged to sharpen 10 wooden arrows. Essentially, he just made them straighter and sharpened one end. Their lethality was far less compared to steel arrowheads. After fitting the finished wooden arrowheads, Aslan didn't rush to leave. He picked up a longer branch nearby and started sharpening it into a staff on the stone. Aslan planned to craft a long staff for self-defense, which would make him feel more secure. It was simply about removing the dried bark to make it easier to handle, and soon he held a functional staff in his hand. Titus Huff. After a few simple swings, Aslan was satisfied and kept the staff in hand. Chapter 33, Ancestral Massage. This situation was eerily similar to outdoor survival, and Aslan held the stick in his hand with satisfaction. At this moment, an incredibly beautiful reporter walked in from outside. You didn't leave? Aslan asked curiously. I just went to wash by the river and picked some wild fruits along the way, Alicia explained. In her hands, she held a large circular leaf, like a fruit platter, filled with wild fruits. Thank you for saving me yesterday. You're my savior now. If you have any requests that I can't fulfill, I won't hesitate, Alicia said gratefully. Hee, requests are fine, but can I ask if you have a boyfriend? Aslan smiled and asked. Faced with such a stunning beauty, any porter would naturally be intrigued, and Aslan was no exception. Well, that might disappoint you. My relationship with my boyfriend is very good, Alicia smiled, albeit somewhat apologetically. TSK. What a pity. Can't be boyfriends, we'll have to settle for friends then. Hello, my name is Aslan. Aslan extended his hand. Hello, I'm Alicia. Alicia shook Aslan's hand politely before they separated. While shaking hands, Alicia observed Aslan's expression. Knowing she had a boyfriend seemed to extinguish any lustful intentions he may have had. His gaze remained clear and unblemished. In reality, Aslan's heart was bleeding internally. Such a wonderful girl having a boyfriend only meant he was too late. How regrettable. But in truth, Alicia didn't actually have a boyfriend. 2 portery admirers from childhood had frustrated her immensely. More importantly, none of them matched her ideal partner profile. Considering Aslan had saved her life, it would be hard to refuse him if she admitted to not having a boyfriend, so she used that as an excuse. It had to be said, the wild fruits Alicia collected were quite acceptable. Though not the best tasting, they weren't unbearably unpleasant either. Looking at you, you seem like a pampered city lady. How did you find these wild fruits? Aslan asked puzzled. I love being close to nature, so I frequently participate in outdoor summer camps. My knowledge about the outdoors isn't necessarily less than yours, Alicia said proudly. Aslan shrugged. The wild fruits were indeed making him hungrier, but at least they provided some energy to his body. Are we leaving now? Alicia asked. Let's wait a bit longer. Final preparations need to be made, Aslan replied. With Alicia thoroughly confused, Aslan sat on a stone nearby and began collecting dry grass from the ground. Aslan showed Alicia how to make small grass ropes from the dry grass, then started measuring the ropes he had made. What are you doing? Alicia asked curiously. At this moment, images related to Japanese bondage popped into her mind. She hadn't seen those things herself, but her rather scandalous friend occasionally mentioned strange topics, so she had some vague knowledge. Just watch, Aslan said contemplatively. Truthfully, Alicia wasn't overly afraid. After all, if Aslan harbored ill intentions, he could have acted last night. After building a mental model, Aslan's hands worked nimbly, interweaving the grass ropes. Yanji village was extremely poor back then, and still wasn't wealthy today. The annual income per capita was barely 2 to 3,000 yuan. To city dwellers, that number might mean just a piece of clothing or a bag, but to Yanji villagers, it represented a year's hard-earned income. 20 years ago, when Aslan was young, Yanji village was even poorer. They owned only 1 pair of handmade cotton shoes worn during winter. In summer, they wore straw shoes. Recalling the memories from Salmao Chanho, Aslan also recalled how to weave straw shoes. A few minutes later, a pair of straw shoes appeared in front of Alicia. Here, put them on, Aslan said. Yesterday, Alicia was wearing a delicate pair of shoes, which were washed away by the rushing river. It surprised Aslan that Alicia portaged to go barefoot to wash up and pick fruits, proving how much girls cared about their appearance. Is this for me? Alicia asked, pleasantly surprised. Yes, wear them. Better than nothing, Aslan responded. Alicia had never worn such shoes before and felt an unusual novelty. These straw shoes were soft and comfortable underfoot, providing a cool feeling. Aslan's craft sportership was impressive. The shoes looked decent enough. Walking around on the ground twice, she was satisfied with the straw shoes. Now, she no longer needed to worry about sharp stones cutting her feet. All right, let's go, Aslan said with a smile. Carrying the stick, he led Alicia out of the cave and toward the river upstream. How long will it take us to return to Yanji village? Alicia asked. It's uncertain. We've been carried at least 200 to 300 miles. If walking, it might take until tomorrow to reach, Aslan replied. Tomorrow? Alicia exclaimed. So, we'll spend the night here? Alicia feared the darkness, especially with a porter around. Given her understanding of her own beauty, something unexpected happening at night would be abnormal. The only thing you can hope for now is finding a village nearby following the river. Otherwise, with your condition, it might take several days to get back, Aslan said. They walked for half a day, chatting intermittently to pass the time. Aslan noticed that although Alicia's stamina was better than average, it was far inferior to Ashlin's. As the morning wore on, her physical state worsened despite gritting her teeth in determination. She was approaching her limit. Alicia's body has reached this level after nurturing with sea spirit Rikoquid. Further experiments with more spirit Rikoquid could push her further, Aslan mused internally. Wah, it's noon, let's rest for a bit, Alicia pleaded pitifully. Aslan looked up at the sun and agreed. Alright, you rest here while I prepare lunch. Alicia sat on a large rock by the riverbank, rubbing her legs and taking off her straw shoes, noticing blisters on her feet. It hurts so much, she winced. Growing up, she had never experienced such exhaustion. From noon yesterday until now, she had only eaten a few wild fruits, making her hungry. Aslan stood in the river, sensing the position of fish without directly using his water portalipulation ability in front of Alicia. Whoosh! A stick shadow whistled through the air and struck the water with a splash, knocking out a large carp weighing over 2 pounds. Splash splash. Water sounds continued as Aslan grabbed several floating carps from the surface. He then gathered branches to start a fire, cleaned the fish, and started roasting them. The smell of grilled fish soon filled the air, even eliciting saliva from Alicia who had tasted countless gourmet dishes. Gurgling. At that moment, Alicia's stomach rumbled, causing her face to flush red. Are you hungry? This fish is ready, eat it. Aslan handed her a grilled fish. Thank you, Alicia whispered quietly. Please ensure that the translated text maintains its paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text, and that the translation reflects the original tone and style faithfully. Alicia began tearing off pieces of the roasted fish delicately and putting them into her mouth, eating in a very graceful portner. Compared to Alicia, Aslan's way of eating was much less refined. He devoured the food like someone who had just come out of a refugee camp. The roasted fish, without any seasonings, wasn't particularly delicious, only serving to fill their stomachs. After a long while, both of them finished the roasted fish. In her current state, Alicia could no longer continue traveling. How are your feet? Aslan asked. They hurt a lot, and 2 blisters have formed. I'm afraid. Alicia did not finish her sentence. She was already embarrassed enough. I can give you a massage. It's an ancestral technique, Aslan offered. Isn't that inappropriate? Alicia hesitated. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Don't you want to get back sooner? Aslan asked. Alicia was torn. Her feet had never been touched by anyone before, but she also couldn't slow Aslan down. Seeing Alicia's conflicted expression, Aslan came over and grabbed her feet directly. Ah! Startled, Alicia instinctively screamed and struggled slightly. After failing to break free from Aslan's grip, she stopped resisting. Well, if Aslan really has ill intentions, I, as a weak girl, wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Let's see if his massage technique is really special, Alicia thought to herself. Those delicate feet were exquisitely beautiful, as if they were the most perfect masterpiece crafted by heaven. Even if Aslan wasn't a foot enthusiast, he couldn't help but admire their beauty. Alicia seemed to be the epitome of perfection. Even her feet had no flaws. For a moment, Aslan felt an urge to play with her feet, and then hoist her long legs onto his shoulders. But this thought vanished almost immediately as Aslan forcibly suppressed it. He was destined to become the god of mountains and seas. He wouldn't lower himself to such actions. Chapter 34. Encounter with a wolf pack. Aslan held Alicia's pair of jade-like feet in his hands, examining them closely. At this moment, Alicia's entire face was already flushed red, her ears and neck equally crimson, much like a boiled crab. Aslan was merely observing normally, but Alicia felt that Aslan's gaze was too predatory. Alicia's feet were slightly swollen, with blisters on the soles, and due to wearing grass shoes, some areas of her feet had been rubbed raw. Aslan did not know how to massage, nor did he have any ancestral skills, but he possessed the powerful mountain and sea seal. He began massaging Alicia's feet with both hands, simultaneously drawing power from the mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid within the seal. The mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid transformed into a golden energy flowing through Aslan's meridians, nurturing the injured parts of Alicia's feet as he massaged. Suddenly, Alicia felt as if her feet were being bitten by countless ants, painful yet itchy. She clenched her teeth tightly and covered her mouth. This uncomfortable sensation felt like undergoing a cruel torture. Sweat gradually formed on her forehead. Feeling her feet tremble and legs tighten, Aslan asked curiously, "Are you very uncomfortable?" I. Alicia's voice trembled, unable to express herself coherently. This strange sensation was sometimes pleasurable, sometimes unbearable. Alicia suddenly recalled what her close friend once said. It seemed this feeling was quite similar to intimate matters between men and women. Alicia screamed and then collapsed weakly beside her. Although the sensation of being bitten by ants still lingered, she felt as if her soul had floated away, losing all perception of her body. What is this? Aslan said in puzzlement. Could it be that healing with mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid has a stimulating effect? Seeing Alicia lying on the ground with flushed cheeks, Aslan was very confused. Clearly, more experiments needed to be done with the mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid. After Aslan's treatment, Alicia's feet were no longer swollen, and the 2 blisters on the soles had disappeared. Now partially recovered, Alicia sat up, biting her lip and looking at Aslan with complicated eyes. You don't need to thank me. We should help each other while deep in these mountains, Aslan said with a smile. That really does mean thanks, Alicia replied through gritted teeth. Hee, no problem. It's what we should do. Aslan scratched his head awkwardly, oblivious to Alicia's expression. I'll go to the other side for a bit. Don't follow me, Alicia hesitated and said. Don't worry, I'm an upright porter and wouldn't peek, Aslan said candidly. Alicia put on her grass shoes and turned towards the distance, rounding a bend along the river until Aslan was out of sight. Cautious, Alicia came to the dried grass beside the small river and pulled down her undergarment, holding it in her hand. Although Alicia had never experienced such things, it felt very similar to what her friend described, and at the peak, it even wetted her undergarment. This time, she secretly came here not just to relieve herself but to wash her undergarments, otherwise, that sensation would remain very uncomfortable. Just as Alicia stood up to pull up her pants, she turned around and saw a ferocious head before her, its mouth wide open. Sharp fangs were inches from Alicia's face, exuding a foul smell, saliva dripping to the ground. Ah! Alicia screamed in despair, instinctively grabbing a stone from the ground and throwing it at the head. Oh woo! The wild wolf was startled by Alicia's scream and got hit on the nose in that momentary lapse. A dog's nose is a critical part of its body, and a heavy blow could easily kill it. Though this wild wolf wasn't killed, it was in agonizing pain, writhing and howling on the ground. Help! Help! Taking advantage of the wild wolf struggles, Alicia quickly ran back toward Aslan, her only hope for survival. While running, Alicia heard rustling in the grass behind her and faintly saw gray wolf fur, indicating a pack of wolves. Hearing Alicia's screams, Aslan ran in her direction and witnessed an unforgettable scene. Alicia was still running, without pulling up her pants, clutching her underwear in her hand. What is happening? Aslan was dumbfounded. Oh woo! Wolf howls echoed as a pack of gray wolves emerged from the grass, sprinting towards Aslan. Aslan hurriedly grabbed a stick and ran towards Alicia, while taking out the spear from his back with his other hand. Whoosh! He pulled the trigger, shooting a wooden arrow that struck one wolf's front leg. The injured wolf rolled several times before stopping. Damn it! These shoddily made arrows are unreliable. I aimed for its head but only hit its leg, Aslan thought to himself. He couldn't shoot again carelessly. Accidentally hitting Alicia with an arrow would be unforgivable. Putting the spear back, Aslan held the long stick and approached Alicia, striking with great force at a charging wolf. Oh woo! The wolf let out a tragic cry, falling to the ground with blood streaming from its mouth, clearly dying. Aslan held the stick in front of the wolf pack, not retreating in the least. Quick, pull up your pants, Aslan whispered. Ah! Alicia gasped softly, the extreme fear causing her to forget about her pants, now utterly embarrassed. Stay behind me, let's slowly back away, Aslan said. Facing the wolf pack, Aslan and Alicia took steps backward. Ayo! 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 6 or 7 wolves bared their teeth at Aslan, growling threateningly. What do we do? Let's run, Alicia said fearfully. Running won't help. We'll slowly retreat and see what happens, Aslan replied. Okay, Alicia nodded. Alicia, hiding behind Aslan, trembled. At this moment, Aslan was her only support, the porter who saved her from the flood and now protected her from the wolves. It was also this porter who had seen her body and, during the treatment of her feet, allowed her to experience what it meant to be a porter for the first time. Oh woo! A howl erupted from the nearby grass, making the wolves' expressions even more ferocious. Damn it, there's a wolf king, Aslan thought. Roar! A wolf lunged at Aslan, its massive jaws snapping at him. Run fast, I'll hold them off, Aslan said. Whoosh! Swinging the stick, Aslan's incredible strength sent the stick flying with a strong wind. Oh woo! The wolf screamed as it was hit hard by the stick and flew away. Wolves are highly organized and disciplined. As long as the wolf king is present, they fight to the death. The death of a companion only increases their ferocity. Come on, today this master will teach you wolf pups a lesson. Aslan, with a fierce expression, roared. Having lived an ordinary life for over 2 decades, Aslan felt fear in the face of these wild wolves. Fear can make some people crumble into weakness, while others rise up to resist. Titus who? The long stick in Aslan's hand swung powerfully, and he charged madly into the pack with wild ferocity in his eyes. What the heck, they're just a bunch of beasts. I'll fight you to the death, Aslan bellowed. There was a toughness within Aslan, just like how he once severely injured someone who bullied Aslan years ago. With bloodlust raging, Aslan swung his stick at full strength toward the nearest wild wolf. Die, damn it, Aslan shouted. Ayo! The stick struck the wolf viciously, mauling its flesh and bones. The force was so intense that the stick cracked and broke. Kill! After taking down 3 wild wolves in succession, Aslan's heart was filled with even more savagery as he held the remaining half of the stick. Oh woo! The remaining wolves began to howl, dispersing in different directions to surround Aslan. Surrounding me is also death, Aslan declared. Several wolves pounced at him simultaneously. Clutching the broken stick, he smashed it into the lead wolf. Crack! The remaining half of the stick shattered again, but the wolf's skull was crushed by Aslan. Meanwhile, another wolf came from his side, its sharp claws tearing open Aslan's arm. Ignoring the wound, Aslan dodged another wolf's lunge and grabbed the tail of one. All of you die now. Swinging the captured wolf, Aslan slammed it into another wolf. Both crashed together, leaving no chance of survival. Come out, show yourself. Aslan roared towards the grass. Roar! A roar echoed, and a massive white wolf, 2 meters long, slowly emerged from the grass. Chapter 35. The Son of the Wolf King. The snow-white large wolf was the alpha of this pack. Witnessing his subjects slaughtered, his rage towards Aslan had reached its peak. This giant wolf, nearly 3 meters in length, stood before Aslan like a small calf. Bearing its sharp fangs, even without weapons, the Wolf King was formidable enough to make Aslan wary of engaging it outright. Those claws are sharper than any blade. One swipe could be lethal, Aslan thought. If only the Wolf King would retreat, things would be much simpler. However, if a battle was inevitable, he would avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Fortunately, Alicia had fled far enough away that Aslan could now focus entirely on this fight. Roar! With a mighty roar, the Wolf King charged towards Aslan, moving faster than any ordinary wild wolf. Aslan drew his spear from his back and hurled it, sending a wooden arrow flying towards the Wolf King. Due to its crooked trajectory and the wolf's quick evasion, the arrow barely grazed past him. These wooden arrows aren't reliable. An iron-tipped one would have surely drawn blood, Aslan mused. The second arrow easily struck the Wolf King. Whether because of the weakened power of the wooden arrow or the incredible resilience of the wolf, it only embedded itself into the fur without significantly affecting its speed. Just wait, little pup. You'll see my true strength, Aslan thought. Manipulate the earth. A wall of earth rose from the ground, catching the wolf off guard and crashing straight into it. The force of the impact shattered the wall, sending debris flying. With a howl, blood trickled down from the Wolf King's head, dazing it. Struggling, it attempted to stand up once more. Don't get up. Accept your punishment, Aslan said with a smirk. The earth around the Wolf King turned liquid-like, enveloping and burying him under a mound of soil. The struggle beneath the soil created ripples, indicating the wolf was still fighting. Phew, that was close. I almost lost my life there, Aslan sighed. He realized his strength wasn't enough yet. If stronger, he could have thrust a spike of stone through the wolf. Alas, with his current abilities, only crude portalipulation was possible. Simple control over the earth didn't exhaust him too much. He picked up a broken branch for defense. Feeling vibrations through the earth, Aslan detected Alicia hiding behind a large rock, trembling in fear. When she saw Aslan again, her eyes filled with tears. Whimper. Alicia sobbed into Aslan's arms like a child. Along their journey, Aslan learned that this pretty girl was actually the deputy mayor. If anyone knew she clung to a porter while crying, they dropped their jaws in shock. Why are you crying? Big brother is fine, see? Aslan chuckled bitterly. You sit down. Let me bandage your wounds, Alicia sobbed, noticing his deeply clawed arm. Pain surged in waves as he realized the severity. Well, thank you then, Aslan said. Sitting beside her, Alicia tore off strips from his sleeve to use as bandages, cleaning his wound with river water before wrapping it. I saw a small cave nearby. Let me help you rest there, Alicia suggested. Supporting Aslan, she led him towards the cave. Despite looking weak, Aslan wasn't too frail but wouldn't refuse the help of a beautiful porter either. As they walked, Aslan joked, if your boyfriend sees us like this, will he be jealous? Boyfriend? Distracted Alicia responded absent-mindedly, I don't have a boyfriend. Her face flushed as she realized what she had just said. Aslan glanced at her meaningfully, but wisely chose not to press further. Oh no, why did I slip up? What must he think of me now? Alicia worried internally. Wait, what am I thinking? He saved me twice. We're just friends. Twice saved by Aslan, he had become someone special in her heart. Though she couldn't admit it, his presence was deeply imprinted within her. Wait, something's wrong here. At the cave entrance, Aslan blocked Alicia, sensing an odd smell inside. But his good intentions were interrupted when he accidentally brushed against her chest, causing a momentary flutter in both their hearts. Aslan, your body, it's not weak? Now, Aslan seemed full of energy, unlike the weakened state he'd been in moments ago. Alicia felt both anxious and irritated. Hee, maybe being supported by you helped. Aslan quickly diverted attention. I sensed something strange inside. Wait here, be careful. Leaving Alicia at the entrance, Aslan cautiously entered the darkening cave, picking up a decaying scent. As he ventured deeper, darkness grew thicker, heightening his alertness. Who's there? Aslan yelled. Squeak. Came a faint response. A rat? Aslan wondered aloud. Approaching cautiously, he spotted a white furry ball slowly moving on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a newborn wolf cub, eyes still shut. Squeak. The tiny creature was weak, emitting feeble sounds. This fur seems like it belongs to the Wolf King's offspring, Aslan mused. Such a magnificent father shouldn't produce such a fragile pup. The stench of decay grew stronger. Aslan noticed chewed lumps of meat nearby. Further in, a large white wolf lay motionless on its side. Beside it were other small white bundles, utterly still and silent. Holding the little wolf, Aslan crouched down to examine them closely. This must be the Wolf King's mate. She probably died after giving birth, and without a mother, the little wolves all starved to death. This one is the only survivor of the family, Aslan said, looking at the small wolf in his arms. The minced meat on the ground was likely left by the Wolf King, but even minced meat was not something the little wolf could eat. The Wolf King could only watch helplessly as his children died one by one. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The white-furred little ball kept nudging Aslan's chest with its head, as if searching for something. Hey, little guy, I'm not your mom, so you're going to be disappointed, Aslan said. The tiny creature, starving, didn't listen to Aslan and continued its motions. What should I do? Aslan furrowed his brow. I don't have any milk to feed it. Should I find Alicia and see if she can squeeze some out? In the end, Aslan abandoned this absurd idea. Unable to bear the thought of this adorable little thing dying, he had only one last method to try. Nourish all living things, right? Aslan mused. I wonder if you can nourish this little one. Aslan flipped his palm, and a drop of golden liquid appeared in his hand. He placed this drop of mountain sea spirit recoquid in front of the tiny creature. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little one seemed to sense something, and its weakened body started struggling fiercely, stretching its mouth toward the mountain sea spirit recoquid. You really want to eat it? All right, give it a taste then, Aslan said. The little creature extended its tiny tongue and began licking the drop of mountain sea spirit recoquid on Aslan's palm. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After licking up all the mountain sea spirit recoquid, the little one lay contentedly on Aslan's palm, falling into a deep sleep. Looks like this little guy won't starve to death now, Aslan smiled. Just then, a message suddenly appeared in Aslan's mind. After reading it, he widened his eyes and stared at the little one resting in his palm. Hashtag chapter 36, Beauty in Arms. The Mountain and Sea Guardian Beast. The Mountain and Sea Seal selects 3 spiritual beasts to become the guardian beasts of its successor. This piece of information stunned Aslan. Was this like a pet contract? Aslan could sense that he had an indescribable connection with this little thing. Squeak, squeak. Hearing the mouse-like sounds from the small creature, Aslan didn't have much hope for it as a guardian beast. Let me raise your offspring. I hope you and your children rest in peace, Aslan said. With a wave of his hand, a wave of earth rolled over, burying the entire giant wolf. Witnessing this tragedy, Aslan felt uneasy. He turned and left the cave. Is there danger inside? Alicia asked worriedly. This cave was previously occupied by a wolf pack, but now it's empty. There's no danger at all, Aslan replied. Squeak, squeak. The little one was sound asleep, occasionally making faint sounds. What is that? Alicia widened her eyes and exclaimed, wow, it's so cute. Alicia reached out to hold the small creature, gently caressing it, causing the little one to make contented, squeak, squeak, sounds. Why don't we call this little guy Sao Maobai? Alicia happily suggested, I believe it will grow up to be the new Snow White Wolf King one day. Sao Maobai sounds too weak. How about a powerful name like Shabake? Aslan smiled, jokingly. Shabake was an intense name that Aslan once obsessed over. Aslan and Alicia were from the same era, naturally knowing what Shabake referred to. But at this moment, veins popped on Alicia's forehead as she wanted to punch Aslan. We're naming this little guy. Can you please be serious? I think Sao Maobai is actually a good name, Alicia insisted. You discovered it together with me. As the father, I respect your naming right as the mother. So, how about Machine Cat Bai? Doesn't that sound nice? Aslan laughed. Alicia couldn't hold back any longer and threw a punch at Aslan, which he easily dodged. Let's stop fooling around. I've decided to name it Nico. Aslan chuckled. Are you mocking me? Alicia asked coldly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. No joke this time. As the ancient saying goes, holding yellow on the left, blue on the right. So let's call it Nico, Aslan explained. Although she disliked the name, Alicia held back, thinking it was better than Shabake or Machine Cat. Nico, Aslan called softly. Squeak, squeak. Nico still lacked the strength to open its eyes, responding feebly before falling back into a deep sleep. Aslan liked Nico more and more. It had survived when its siblings starved, proving it was extraordinary, living up to being chosen as a guardian beast by the mountain and sea seal. They went inside the cave to rest. Because of the wolf encounter, Alicia became timid, losing her usual demeanor as the deputy township clay, looking more like a scared ordinary girl. Originally, they planned to rest briefly before continuing their journey, but dark clouds began gathering in the afternoon, quickly turning the sky pitch black. Oh, another heavy rainstorm, Aslan sighed, looking outside. It seems we can't move on. Let's spend the night here tonight, Alicia softly suggested. There's no way to go forward. Stay here while I find materials for shelter, Aslan said. Seeing Aslan leaving, Alicia hurriedly walked up, grabbing his arm and looking at him pitifully. Don't go. I'm scared, Alicia whispered. How about you come with me then? Aslan smiled. The wind howled outside as Aslan led Alicia, collecting branches. Seeing Alicia's fragile state, Aslan several times urged her to return, but she refused each time. There were plenty of branches in the forest, soon piling high like a small mountain, enough to last 2 to 3 days if used sparingly. Aslan also brought back a lot of dry grass to prevent sleeping directly on the hard, cold ground. The weather grew oppressive, signaling the coming rain and low atmospheric pressure. By the riverside, due to urgency, Aslan directly used his water control ability to pull several large fish out of the water. Boom! Reckoning flashed among the clouds, heralding the impending storm. Titusum hum. At this moment, a young black bear cub ran towards Aslan, separated from its mother due to fear of thunder. Hee, never thought I'd meet such a little guy. Rare indeed, Aslan chuckled. Wild animals instinctively fear thunder, and the cub's separation from its mother was understandable. Tisk, TSK, TSK. To me, this little bear is just a walking bear paw, Aslan joked. Although he yearned to taste bear paw, Aslan thought the meat wouldn't be as good from a small bear, and since it was rare, he couldn't bring himself to kill it. Carrying the big river fish, Aslan noticed Alicia wasn't collecting branches anymore. She must have returned to the cave, Aslan thought. Sure enough, approaching the cave, Aslan sensed Alicia inside through the earth's vibrations. When he arrived, he saw Alicia wrapped in dry grass like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand. Aslan patted her back, and Alicia trembled as if terrified. Turning her head, her eyes were red from crying, sobbing uncontrollably. Where did you go? I called you for so long but you didn't answer. Alicia, like a wronged little girl, punched Aslan's chest repeatedly. I'm sorry for worrying you, Aslan apologized. He embraced Alicia, letting her cry. Thinking of Ashlin's reaction upon their return to the village made Aslan wonder. Boom! A flash of lightning followed by deafening thunder frightened Alicia, causing her to clutch Aslan tightly. Alicia feared insects and thunder since childhood, especially after so pottery dangers, her fear had intensified. Frankly, having such a beautiful porter in his arms was tempting, but Aslan hadn't sunk that low. After lighting a campfire, Alicia's fear diminished but she stayed in Aslan's embrace, discarding all maidenly decorum, seeking solace in him. Though not classically handsome, Aslan's rugged appearance, strong build, and bronzed skin made Alicia feel safe, as if he were her rock. Alicia eventually fell asleep crying in Aslan's arms. Looking down, Aslan saw Alicia's swollen eyes and tear-streaked face. Having a beauty in his arms without being able to act was the most unbearable. Adjusting his position, he alleviated the discomfort. Reclining against the cave wall, Aslan started to sleep. Only the pain from his wound prevented him from falling asleep quickly. The next morning, awakening, Alicia realized she was entangled with Aslan like an octopus, her cheeks flushing red. Since she left home on a whim to become the deputy township clay, the immense pressure had long prevented her from having a good night's sleep. But lying in this porter's arms gave her an unparalleled sense of security. She hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. After yesterday's embarrassing events, Alicia felt there was nothing else to be self-conscious about. She rubbed her face against Aslan's chest, finding a more comfortable spot, and rested there. Drowsily, Aslan sensed some movement at his chest and saw Alicia in his arms. Thoroughly enjoying the moment, he closed his eyes again. Both of them instinctively maintained the tranquility, with only the sound of rain outside echoing in the cave. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, a furry little head poked out between their bodies, pawing at Aslan with tiny, chubby claws. With this little guy interrupting, Alicia knew she couldn't pretend anymore and prepared to get up from Aslan's body. Ouch! Just as she started to rise, Aslan's arm tightened, pulling her back into his embrace. Hey, I served as your pillow all night. It's impolite to just leave like this, Aslan said with a smile. Thank you, Alicia replied. Just saying thank you isn't enough, Aslan grinned. Alicia flipped over and sat on Aslan, looking down at him like a knight on horseback. Surprised, Aslan watched as Alicia leaned down and planted a passionate kiss on him. Now are you satisfied? Alicia asked boldly, recovering her usual demeanor as the deputy township clay. Tisk, TSK, that tasted nice. I want more, Aslan chuckled. Himph, in your dreams, Alicia rolled her eyes, sliding off Aslan and sitting on the dry grass nearby. Squeak, squeak. Nico, like a white fur ball, chirped loudly at Aslan, similar to how a young beast calls for its mother's milk. To Nico, Aslan was now its mother. Hashtag chapter 37, safe return. The heavy rain lasted for 2 days, and the two of them were almost sick of eating roasted fish. Aslan was even considering going out to hunt some other animals to change their diet. After the rain stopped, Aslan and Alicia emerged from the cave, feeling as though they had finally seen daylight again. When they reached the riverbank, they noticed that the river had widened significantly, and mud and sand were flowing rapidly within it. Looks like this year's flash flood is especially severe. I wonder how pottery fields will be destroyed this time, Aslan remarked with a sigh. I understand the damage floods can cause to your villagers, which is why I've been examining the levees to try and better control future floods, Alicia said. If that's true, it would indeed be a great help, Aslan said with a smile. Because of the rain, the ground was extremely slippery. Alicia had already fallen 3 times. No matter what, her skill in falling flat on the ground was undoubtedly at its peak level. To prevent Alicia from falling again, Aslan took hold of her hand, and the two of them slowly made their way upstream. Although they hadn't formally acknowledged their relationship, both knew they had surpassed mere friendship. Aslan could see that Alicia's strength was already depleted, relying solely on sheer determination to keep going. This gave Aslan a new appreciation for the girl. Hey, there are people. Alicia pointed ahead. They saw 2 off-road vehicles driving along the riverbank, giving them renewed hope. Hey, help, help. Aslan and Alicia waved their hands frantically and shouted loudly. Their cries clearly caught the attention of the drivers, who quickly steered the vehicles towards them. The vehicles stopped in front of them, and a soldier got out, saluting. Are you both Barrican and Comrade Aslan? The soldier asked. Yes, I'm Alicia, Aslan, the two replied. Finally found you too. Please come with us. I'm a soldier from the Lanhai military district, sent here to rescue you, the soldier said excitedly. The soldier helped them into the off-road vehicles, and they started heading back. On the way, they asked the soldier about the situation. It turned out that as soon as Alicia went missing, the village had applied for a search. Though the chances of survival were slim, without finding a body, there was still a glimmer of hope. The Lanhai military district took the matter seriously and sent pottery soldiers to search. The soldier Aslan encountered was from the 3rd batch. The first 2 had missed them while they were sheltering from the rain. Take me back to Yanjiakin, Aslan said. There was a little girl waiting for him there, and he was quite anxious. I just contacted our superiors. Your comporting officer hopes you both go to Lanhai City Hospital for a checkup, the soldier said. That's right, Aslan. Your arm was scratched by a wolf. You should go to the hospital. At the very least, you need to get some vaccinations, Alicia said concernedly. Heh, my arm only looks serious. Actually, it's almost healed. And I've had vaccinations before when a dog bit me. I'm fine, Aslan said. Hearing about the hospital, Aslan couldn't agree less. If his secret were exposed during the examination, it would be a huge problem. Himph, you want to see your little sister, huh? Alicia said coldly. Cough. Yes, that's... I don't want her to worry, after all, Aslan said awkwardly. Humph. Alicia coldly harumphed and turned away, feeling an acidic sensation in her heart. Why am I feeling this way? Alicia thought confusedly. I'm not his girlfriend. Why should I feel jealous? I'm not jealous. Just... In the end, due to Aslan's insistence, the soldiers took him back to Yanjiakin, reminding him to go to the hospital if he felt any adverse effects. Alicia accompanied Aslan off the vehicle and embraced him tightly, memorizing his scent. Bad boy, aren't you going to leave me your phone number? Alicia whispered. Holding Aslan's phone number, Alicia returned to the car, waving goodbye through the window. Goodbye. Goodbye. The vehicle started up again and slowly disappeared from Aslan's view. These few days had been unforgettable for him. Sigh. Aslan sighed. He could sense Alicia's feelings for him, and he did have some affection for the girl who had shared life and death with him. But he sensed that Alicia had some reservations, and his focus was currently on the Mountain Sea Seal, leaving no room for Aro porters. Maybe it's just not the right time. When the time comes, a wife will naturally appear, Aslan said softly. Returning to Ilium's house, when Ashlyn saw Aslan, she burst into tears, clinging to him, pinching and biting, showing her anger. After Aslan promised Portery unfair conditions, Ashlyn finally let him go, making him swear never to take such risks again. Back home, Aslan kept thinking that if he had been more proactive, taking Alicia as his own might have ended his single life. Chirp chirp chirp. These days, thanks to the use of the spirit Rikoquid from the Mountain Sea, Junior had grown quickly and was now running unsteadily around. Arriving at his new home, Junior was overjoyed, running around freely. Sometimes, it would comically fall on the ground. Chirp chirp chirp. This little creature came to Aslan, licking his palm with its tiny tongue. You little glutton, Aslan teased. Whenever Junior did this, it was telling Aslan it was hungry. A drop of golden mountain sea spirit Rikoquid appeared in Aslan's palm. Junior used its small tongue to lap it all up. Feeling satisfied, Junior patted its belly and lay down contentedly, only to be picked up by Aslan, who grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. Aslan's new home had a dedicated bathroom. After discarding his torn clothes, he enjoyed a bath, washing Junior at the same time. Chirp chirp chirp. Junior seemed afraid of water, struggling vigorously as Aslan tried to bathe it. Chirp chirp chirp. Fighting back, Junior showcased its divine beast strength. The wobbly walker suddenly broke free from Aslan's grip and started running outside. It didn't look wobbly at all but ran steadily and faster than a mouse. Ricotta brat, you're not listening, huh? Watch me catch you and lather you up. Aslan threatened loudly. Chirp chirp chirp. With a high-pitched squeak, Junior ran even faster, darting into the house through the unlocked bathroom door. Bang, crash, smack. Various sounds echoed throughout Aslan's home. No matter how hard he tried, Aslan couldn't catch the agile little thing. In the chaos, he broke portery things in the process. Chirp chirp chirp. Finally, Aslan porteraged to catch Junior, its four little paws flailing wildly. Finally caught you, little guy. If you dare disobey me again, you'll never get another drop of mountain sea spirit Rikoquid. Understand? Aslan warned. Chirp chirp chirp. After deliberating with its big beady eyes, Junior eventually nodded in submission to Aslan's threat. Taking it to the bathroom, Aslan began to wash Junior. Without pet shampoo, Aslan used his own hair shampoo. Indeed, what was once a fluffy ball of fur, Junior, had transformed into a bubble ball, and after being rinsed dry, it looked like an entirely different species. Ha ha. Aslan couldn't help but laugh out loud. After being dried off, Junior looked like a skinny sausage, thin and lean, gazing at Aslan with an incredibly pitiful expression. Here, this is for you, Aslan said with a smile. With a flick of his finger, a streak of golden light flew into Junior's mouth, making the little tail wag enthusiastically. Dogs usually wag their tails when they are excited or happy to see their owner. The tail not only swings from side to side but also twirls continuously, with an upward curve indicating happiness, a drooping tail suggesting danger, a stationary tail showing unease, and a tucked tail meaning fear. A quickly horizontal wagging tail symbolizes friendliness. Junior, being the son of a wolf king, normally would have a tail that hangs down or is tucked between its legs since wolves do not use their tails as a form of communication. However, at this moment, Junior perfectly broke this stereotype, wagging his tail for Aslan. If his wolf ancestors were to know, they might be so furious that they'd come back to life just to scold this ungrateful descendant. In the future, you can follow me with peace of mind. I'll treat you to all sorts of delicious food. Finding a female wolf might take some time, but if we're talking about female dogs, I can get as portery as you want. Siberian Titus Skies, poodles, golden retrievers, whatever you need, Aslan said. Chirp chirp chirp. Though unsure of the exact meaning of his owner's words, Junior knew they were something good. His eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. Hee, seeing you act all excited like that, you still look pretty wolf-like, Aslan laughed. After a few exhausting days, having enjoyed a comfortable bath, Aslan carried Junior to his bed. Finally, I can have a peaceful and comfortable night's sleep. Junior, no peeing in bed tonight. If you do, I'll cook you tomorrow, Aslan warned. Chirp chirp chirp. Junior nodded and then snuggled under the blanket, finding a cozy spot next to Aslan before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 38. Fedor comes to apologize. The sun was high in the sky when Aslan woke up from his slumber. After suffering so much in the wild, he found this sleep incredibly comfortable. Just as Aslan stepped into the courtyard to breathe fresh air, he noticed two porter figures moving outside the gate. The feedback from the ground confirmed that indeed two people were standing outside the main gate. Who could be standing at my doorstep this early? Aslan wondered. He walked to the entrance of the yard and opened the door. There, he saw a middle-aged porter standing by the gate, and beside her, a young porter was pacing back and forth. Jennifer, Fedor, what are you two doing here? Aslan asked, puzzled. Hearing the sound of the door opening, both turned to look at Aslan. He noticed remorse in their eyes. Plop, plop. At that moment, Jennifer and Fedor knelt down before him in unison. You two, what are you doing? It's broad daylight, with so portery people around. This isn't proper. Aslan hurriedly went to help them up. Rikadalyi, my son and I have wronged you. We are truly guilty, Jennifer sobbed. Aslan, it's all my fault. Today, I'm here to apologize, Fedor said, repeatedly bumping his head on the ground. Bump, bump, bump. The thud sounded painful even to hear. Please get up, I can't bear this, Aslan said. Rikadalyi, don't stop us. We owe you, and it's only right for him to apologize this way, Jennifer said. I did save Fedor from the fire, but that doesn't mean he owes me anything. We're all neighbors. Helping each other is natural, Aslan responded humbly. No, we owe you too much. Let this little beast tell you what he did behind your back, Jennifer pointed at Fedor. Aslan sensed there was more to this and looked at Fedor. Brother Brianin, I am sorry. On the day of the fire, I delivered a barrel of gasoline to the Yuan. I knew he wanted to burn down your house, and I helped. I betrayed you, Fedor cried. Burn down my house? Aslan's face darkened. Yes, the clay has always blamed you for the construction team taking advantage of him because you got villagers to build your house. He hates you, so he made me get a barrel of gasoline. Though not explicitly stated, the intent was clear, to burn down your house. And I also saw that the small forest fire was an accident caused by him, Fedor explained. Aslan felt rage boiling within him, realizing how ruthless the Yuan had been, intending to burn down his new home. Brother Brianin, I feel I must tell you this. Otherwise, I would never be able to live with myself. I am willing to serve you for life, only hoping you will forgive me, Fedor pleaded on his knees. Feeling nothing but anger towards Fedor was impossible. Fortunately, the house wasn't burned, or he wouldn't have let it slide so easily. Would you dare go with me to expose him at the Yuan's place? If you come with me, I'll forgive you, and we can end this feud, Aslan said. Fedor clenched his teeth. Brother Brianin, I will go with you. Before coming to Aslan's place, Fedor had anticipated this. Since he chose to beg forgiveness from his savior, he couldn't hesitate. You are a porter, let's go, Aslan said. Jennifer wasn't suitable to join, so Aslan sent her back home while leading Fedor towards the Yuan's residence. Clang, clang, clang. Aslan stood at the Yuan's door, using a stick picked from the ground to bang on an iron pot, making loud noises. Men, women, and children of the village, please come over if you have nothing better to do. I need you to give me justice, Aslan shouted loudly. This village was small, and half the village could hear him clearly. Out of curiosity, everyone gathered. Aslan, what nonsense are you causing at my doorstep? The Yuan said, stepping out. What nonsense? Do you really think you can fool everyone? Aslan glanced at the Yuan. The clay noticed Fedor standing nearby, and his face darkened. As the Yuan, he naturally knew that Aslan was Fedor's savior. Fedor, what are you doing here? Go home immediately, the clay scolded. Uncle, when you make mistakes, you should admit them instead of compounding them, Fedor replied. The clay's heart sank upon hearing Fedor's words, surprised by his betrayal. Am I still your uncle? Don't forget your roots. Who took care of your family after your father left? Without my help applying for poor relief, you and your mother would have starved, the clay pointed at Fedor. By then, portery villagers had gathered at the clay's doorstep. They pieced together that Fedor seemed to have betrayed his benefactor. True character reveals itself over time. I once thought Fedor was okay, but who would have thought he'd repay kindness with treachery, one villager commented. I've always known Fedor was no good. He was a troublemaker since childhood, and now he's teamed up with Aslan, another added. We should drive these two dogs out of the village, some others joined in, but their voices were lost among the crowd. Uncle, if you say so, let's talk things through. Yes, you applied for poor relief for us, but don't think I didn't notice. Most of those benefits ended up in your pocket, Fedor said. Not just ours, but anyone in the village who received assistance was robbed by this old porter. I've dared not speak up before, but today, I'll expose all your wrongdoing. Beyond embezzling funds, you sold village timber at low prices to traders for exorbitant kickbacks. How much black money have you made? Fedor recounted one accusation after another, each making the clay's face darker. You're slandering me. I'll kill you, you little brat. In a fit of rage, the clay grabbed an iron hoe and charged at Fedor. At that moment, a one-armed porter intervened, pulling the clay back with his remaining hand. Chief, did you really take part of our poor relief? The one-armed porter asked. Villagers, don't believe this little brat. I didn't do these things, the clay shouted. Bullshit. Where did your two-story building come from? Did you earn it as a UN, or from farming? Fedor roared. Two-story houses in the village belonged either to families with members working outside, or to those with special means of income. The clay had neither. Not only did you embezzle, but you also envied me for building my house, trying to burn it down. In the process, you accidentally set fire to the village's small forest, right? Aslan pointed at the clay. No, I didn't do that. Villagers, after being the clay for 20 years, can anyone vouch for me? The clay called out. Following his shout, portery people emerged from the crowd and stood before the clay. Don't you think without the clay's help, none of you could get poor relief? They said in support. Titus, without the UN leading us, there would be no small forest to protect, and how could we possibly sell timber and divide the money among the village? You should be grateful to the UN. Just now you said Fedor repaid kindness with treachery. Aren't you doing the same now? These people firmly stood on the side of the UN, as they were all related to the Yin family and had ties with the UN. What's happening outside that it even affects this young master's drinking? At that moment, a voice emerged, and a young porter around 20 years old walked out of the Yuan's house. You bunch of troublemakers, all of you be quiet. If you disturb this young master again, do you believe I can have you all arrested with just one phone call? The young porter pointed at everyone and said. Seeing this young porter, the Yuan's face lit up as if he had seen a savior, and he quickly followed him. The Yuan stood next to the young porter and pointed at the crowd, saying, Do you know who this young master is? He is the son of the police station Clay from Tuliao Township. If you upset Master Lei, you really will be arrested. Now, all disperse. To the people of Yin Family Village, the police station was not an ordinary place, and the son of the police station Clay was someone far beyond their reach. Some villagers started to quietly leave. Quentin originally came to visit his old classmate Zahir for drinks, but didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Being naturally chivalrous, he naturally came out to support his classmate's father. He initially intended only to scare these villagers, but unexpectedly, it worked. He immediately became proud, acting as though he truly held a higher status than these poor villagers. Hey, the guy holding the basin. What was that look you gave me just now? Did you look down on this young master? Quentin pointed at Aslan, having caught the disdainful glance Aslan had given him. So what if I look down on you? Just because you're the son of a police station Clay, does that mean you can openly protect a bad person? Aslan retorted, pointing at Quentin. Hearing Aslan's words, Quentin froze for a moment, looking at the UN with confusion. Could it be that this guy really isn't a good person? Chapter 39. Aunt Rickon. Don't listen to this guy, Brother Titus. He's notorious in our village for being a troublemaker and often harasses one of the girls here. He's a well-known hooligan, Zahir said, hobbling out of the house. The bar's house was peculiar. It was supposed to be a two-story building, but only the first floor was completed while the second remained unfinished, without even a roof. This was why the bar hated Aslan so much. At school, Zahir had always been Quentin's follower, treating him like a little brother. Quentin especially trusted Zahir, and believed him when he said his father was a good porter. To think he would do something as despicable as harassing girls. What a bastard. You're coming with me today, Quentin declared. He then revealed his police ID, feeling an overwhelming sense of righteousness. He was determined to bring Aslan to justice. No one can touch my brother Brianon. Even you, the police porter, can't be so unjust. Brother Brianon is a good porter who once saved my life. The bar isn't good. He tried to burn down Brother Brianon's house. We are here to seek justice, Dell said. Nonsense. This Dell isn't any better. He used to steal chickens and dogs in the village when he was young, already known as a scoundrel, and now, after my father kindly provided him with poverty assistance, he turns against us. What a traitor, Zahir retorted from the side. Not only did Zahir speak up, but a group of villagers standing next to the bar also started gossiping. Standing by Aslan were only a few people like Dell and Blake. Most others feared Quentin's authority and dared not speak. See? This is what the villagers say. Come with me today and confess all your wrongdoings to receive leniency, Quentin said. As Quentin reached for Aslan's arm, Aslan, having always been defiant, slapped his hand away. You believe everything they say? Aslan asked angrily. If I say they wanted to burn my house and the village forest, will you arrest them too? They are indeed troublemakers. How could Uncle Yin do such things? Looks like you need to add slander to your charges, Quentin responded. Villagers, help the police officer arrest Aslan. Along with that traitor Dell who slanders me, the bar rallied. Hearing this, the bar's allies began advancing, slowly closing in on Aslan. Hell no, burn my house and try to send me to prison? I'll fight you today. Aslan roared. Aslan had always been prideful and stubborn, frequently fighting with Zahir when they were younger. But university expulsion and debts had mellowed him. Now his suppressed anger erupted. Aslan, strong as an ox, easily overpowered the villagers. From a distance, two people approached. One exuded elegance and power, while the other, around 50 years old, walked beside her. Vice Mayor Rickon, our Yin family village has beautiful mountains and rivers, and the people are very simple. With your support, suddenly, a group of bruised villagers ran past them, chased by Aslan. Aren't you trying to catch me? Aslan shouted at the fleeing villagers. Today, whoever runs is a coward. Don't run. The crowd was left with nothing but dust kicked up by their frantic running. Secretary Wong, this is what you call a simple village? Alicia pointed at the fleeing crowd. Secretary Wong felt as if someone was repeatedly slapping him, his face burning red. The bar was elected by the villagers and represented their wishes, whereas the village secretary, a government-appointed civil servant, represented the party. Generally, the village secretary held more power than the bar, but in the Yin family village, the bar overshadowed the secretary. Old Secretary Wong had no ambitions, just hoping to retire peacefully. So when he heard about the vice mayor's visit, he was overly enthusiastic. Now, Secretary Wong felt hopeless. His boastful claims had been exposed. He loathed the people who caused this mess. Vice Mayor Rickon, please believe me. All of this was a misunderstanding, he pleaded. Let's go see what's happening. Once we understand the facts, we can discuss whether it's a misunderstanding, Alicia suggested. Those chased by Aslan eventually returned to the bar, hoping the police porter could help them. How dare you commit such acts in front of the police? On behalf of the village, I hereby declare Aslan expelled from our village, the bar announced. As the bar, his word was law in the village. Brilliant. The village should have expelled this menace long ago. We support you. We can't let him off easily. Make him pay for medical expenses before kicking him out. One villager suggested, we should break his legs and throw him out. But everyone looked at him like he was crazy, as if daring him to do it himself. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe a bar has the power to strip someone of their residency. Is this a party village or your personal domain? A clear female voice rang out, and everyone turned toward her. Girl, are you defending that criminal Aslan? The bar pointed at Alicia. You must be colluding with him. I'll have the police arrest both of you. Idiot Ricardo. Do you know who you're talking to? Secretary Wong rushed forward. This is the new deputy mayor of Tuliao Township. The bar gulped. Though nominally a clay, he was still a villager without official status, while the mayor was a real official. Deputy Mayor Rickon, you may have misunderstood. I only disciplined this troublemaker. No other intentions, he stammered. Quentin, upon seeing Alicia, broke into a nervous sweat, but approached anyway. Aunt Rickon, didn't expect to see you here, Quentin said, awkwardly. I didn't expect you to be here. You're kind-hearted, but easily swayed. I'll discuss this with Brother Lay tomorrow, Alicia said. Aunt, don't report this to my dad. He'll kill me, Quentin pleaded. Alicia was around the same age as Quentin, but Quentin's father was of the same rank as Alicia in terms of official positions. Quentin's father had insisted that Quentin address Alicia as aunt, much to Quentin's reluctance. Aslan, are you surprised to see me? Alicia said with a smile. Yes, I'm a bit surprised. I didn't expect to see you here, Aslan replied, smiling. When the bar saw how familiar Aslan and Alicia were with each other, his heart sank. He knew he was in deep trouble this time. As Aslan recounted the entire series of events to Alicia, he laid out everything plainly. It's hard to believe. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought such things could still happen after so portery decades of reform and opening up. It's truly frightening, Alicia remarked. Chief, I was wrong. I momentarily lost my mind. Please forgive me, the bar pleaded, coming to Alicia's side. Davidson, Secretary Wong, please say something for me. We've worked together for so portery years. You know how diligently I've served. Please speak on my behalf, the bar begged Secretary Wong. Facing the bar's plea, Secretary Wong turned away, not wanting anything to do with this old troublemaker at the moment. Aslan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have expelled you from the village, and I shouldn't have been jealous and tried to burn down your house. You and the chief have such a good relationship. Please plead on my behalf to the chief. The bar grabbed Aslan's hand and begged. Aslan immediately shook him off, sending him sprawling to the ground. He did not want to give this porter any chance. As the bar, you publicly violated principles, which is extremely serious misconduct, warranting a major demerit. Additionally, you engaged in illegal activities, which will be handled by the public security authorities, Alicia announced to the bar. With a thud, the bar sat down in despair, knowing everything was over. The bar had originally hoped to leverage his position to become a civil servant, but now this major demerit had cut off all his prospects for promotion. If not for the legal stipulation that no organization could remove a bar from office, he suspected Alicia would have stripped him of his position entirely. Immediately, Quentin took the bar away. Awaiting him were charges of attempted arson, marking the end of his life as he knew it. ##### Chapter 40, Priceless Treasure. The next morning, Aslan woke up after a wonderful night's sleep. Upon waking, he felt an extraordinary sense of happiness. He hadn't expected Alicia to help him topple the Yuan like a divine warrior descending from heaven. Just as Aslan was lost in thought, he felt a slight discomfort on the top of his head. He reached up and pulled a small white fur ball into his hand. Chirp chirp chirp. The little fur ball looked at Aslan with confusion and flicked its tail. You little thing, you were actually lying on my pillow, and it's not a good habit to fight over things. You need some educating, Aslan said with a smile. Chirp chirp chirp. Nico looked at Aslan with innocent eyes and flicked its tail happily. Despite being fed Mountain Sea Spirit Rikoquid, Nico, as the guardian beast, didn't possess any special powers beyond wagging its tail and being slightly smarter than other dogs. Sigh. Aslan sighed. I guess I raised a fake guardian beast. Not long after Aslan got up, Ashlyn brought breakfast, allowing him to enjoy the food prepared by this little beauty. After sending off Ashlyn, Aslan went to Monroe's house to ask for a few steel arrowheads. Finian didn't ask for money and simply handed them over. Aslan had spent plenty of time drinking with Monroe lately. Although they weren't life and death friends, they were certainly good friends, and he felt justified in accepting the arrowheads. Chirp chirp chirp. A furry little head poked out of Aslan's pocket, looking curiously around. Titusming a tune, Aslan arrived at the dock and began tidying up his small fishing boat. This boat was already quite old and needed frequent repairs, but Aslan was familiar with these tasks from his previous job working for the boat owner. It came naturally to him. Admittedly, working alone on the boat was somewhat inconvenient. Some tasks were too troublesome to do by himself, and having someone to help would be much better. However, Aslan wouldn't hire anyone else, given that he had 2 portery secrets. Hiring help might lead to those secrets being discovered. After maintaining the small boat, Aslan sailed into the deeper parts of the sea. On the way, he realized he could now control the water flow within about 20 meters of his body, though his perception still extended only 100 meters. Sitting on the boat with Nico in his arms, Aslan thought to himself, my ability to control water is growing daily, but my perception range has only changed once, when my water control exceeded 10 meters. When I could control 10 meters of water, my perception range increased tenfold. Now that I can control 20 meters of water, my perception hasn't changed. Could it be that my perception only changes when it matches my water control range? Aslan continued pondering these abilities, relying solely on his own exploration without any guidance. This is too mind-boggling. Why bother so much? Things will fall into place naturally, Aslan said aloud. Arriving in the deep ocean, Aslan began pulling up the nets he had set earlier. Since they had been set for a while, the nets were full of fish, providing a small but valuable catch. It took Aslan a long time to sort everything out. Looking at the nearly full boat, he felt a tinge of regret. These fish may be plentiful, but they're worth only a few $1,000s at most, and that's after accumulating catches for a while. There won't be such luck next time, Aslan murmured. Sorting the fish in the boat's hold, Nico trotted away to a corner with a large fish clutched in its mouth, bigger than itself. Dogs don't eat fish, right? Aslan mused, then corrected himself. Pa, what am I thinking? Our Nico is a wolf, and wolves eating fish are normal. Aslan had always treated Nico like a dog, and almost forgot it was the son of a wolf king. Stay here and wait for me obediently, okay? I'm going to take a bath. Aslan pointed at Nico. Chirp chirp chirp. Nico nodded obediently, seeming to understand Aslan's words. Plop. Aslan dived into the water, swimming effortlessly like a large fish in the blue sea. The water here was deep, yet Aslan swam freely without worrying about danger. Now he could control the water flow around his body within 20 meters. If he encountered a giant grouper like before, Aslan wouldn't feel particularly embarrassed this time, even if he couldn't easily defeat it. Controlling the water around him, Aslan let the currents carry him down swiftly. The seabed was roughly 100 meters deep, clearly visible under the sunlight. There were vast coral reefs, colorful and vivid, with playful little fish darting through the coral. Boom boom boom. Underwater, Aslan heard a rumbling sound and turned to see a shocking sight. A huge crab, resembling a 2-meter-long giant porter shrimp, was hammering a large clam in front of it with its powerful claws, which resembled battering rams. The clam was about a meter in diameter, smaller than the crab, and Aslan shivered at the thought of being slashed by those massive claws, which could cut him in half. Boom boom boom. The hammering continued, and the large clam shell started cracking under the crab's relentless attacks. Goodness gracious, I've never realized how dangerous the sea can be during my time as a fisher porter. If I encounter such spirit-like marine creatures, there must be even more terrifying monsters in the deep sea, Aslan thought. Indeed, porters should still have a healthy fear of nature. Conquering the sea was still far from reach. The battle was drawing to a close. The crab's 2 enormous claws tore open the clam along the cracks. The crab clawed out pieces of the clam's meat, chewing them slowly. This clam must have lived for centuries, maybe even a millennium. Who would have thought it would end up as food? Aslan sighed. Actually, Aslan wanted to try the clam's taste, but didn't want to eat someone else's leftovers. The crab ate quickly, leaving only a small portion of the clam flesh. Perhaps feeling satisfied, the crab turned and crawled away, glancing at Aslan with its 2 eyes. Even just a glance made Aslan feel like he was facing an abyss, as if being stared at by a ferocious tiger. It was extremely frightening. That glance was just the crab's casual look, perhaps curious about the strange creature in front of it. Only after the crab left did Aslan relax. If the crab had shown any unusual movement, he would have fled immediately without looking back. If I bring this clamshell back, would anyone want to collect it? Maybe it could sell for a good price, Aslan chuckled. Finding no trace of the crab, Aslan approached the broken clam. Though shattered, these clamshells could be repaired and serve as perfect collector's items. Aslan took out his dagger and began removing the remaining clam flesh, preparing to take the shell back. Tightish, what's this? Aslan wondered. Cutting into the clam flesh, Aslan found a gleaming golden light. Reaching out, he felt a hard object, like a stone, roughly the size of a fist. Could this be a pearl? Aslan exclaimed in shock. Holding a pearl as big as a baby's fist, Aslan was utterly astonished. Haha, such a large wild pearl, perfectly round and natural, it should be able to fetch an astronomical price, Aslan said with a smile. In recent years, the price of pearls had dropped significantly. For $10, one could buy several pounds of pearls. This was the price for lower-grade pearls. The premium pearls, however, always maintained a high price. He believed this large pearl would definitely sell for a satisfying price. I didn't expect that a whim would bring me such fortune. This is truly a huge profit, Aslan laughed. Compared to this pearl, the clamshell had relatively little value, but even small gains were worth something. As Aslan continued cutting through the clam meat, he discovered another pearl, which left him utterly shocked. Is this for real? Is this even a pearl? Aslan exclaimed in disbelief. Cutting open the clam meat, Aslan held up the newly found pearl in his palm. A pearl as big as a hooporter head. Have you ever seen anything like it? This giant pearl completely redefined Aslan's understanding of pearls. It was larger than any known pearl in the world, and most importantly, unlike the largest known pearl, which was deformed and ugly, this golden giant pearl was perfectly round and exquisitely beautiful. My goodness, if I sell this thing, it will likely shock the entire world, Aslan marveled in shock. Whether or not he would become immensely wealthy was uncertain, but being the object of envy and attention from countless people was inevitable. Moreover, everyone understood the saying fortune invites disaster. Without sufficient power, Aslan would not let this pearl see the light of day. The clamshell is part of the clam's body, just like bones and nails in a hooporter body. Although it's broken, is there a chance it can be repaired with mountain sea spirit recoquid? While cleaning up the clamshell fragments underwater, a sudden idea struck Aslan. He assembled the broken pieces, forming a complete, enormous clamshell. If not for the crack lines, it would be a flawless piece of art. A drop of mountain sea spirit recoquid appeared in Aslan's hand. Under his control, the golden liquid did not dissolve into the water. Aslan began experimenting based on his idea. At worst, the experiment might fail, wasting only a drop of mountain sea spirit recoquid, a loss he could afford. Chapter 41. An unexpected encounter. Aslan used the sea and mountain spirit recoquid as if it were glue, starting to apply it to the cracks in the broken clamshell. Now let's see if you can truly nourish all things, Aslan said with a smile. Under his watchful eye, the cracks on the clamshell began to slowly heal, as if there had never been any damage. It was expected but still surprising. Sure enough, I'm not even surprised. It seems my tolerance has increased after obtaining the great seal of mountains and seas, Aslan laughed. He placed 2 golden pearls, one large and one small, into the clamshell, then started swimming toward the surface with the shell. On the way, he discovered a half-pound golden croaker. Honestly, this fish wasn't very valuable, but Aslan had an idea. Come over here, Aslan said with a smile. He exerted his control, guiding the fish toward him. Be a good boy and come into the bowl. The golden croaker swam into the clamshell, which Aslan brought up to the surface along with it. He kept the fish in the clamshell, alongside the 2 pearls. Feeling excited, Aslan guided his small, worn-out boat back to the dock. When he arrived, Ronnie was negotiating prices with the ship owner. Seeing Aslan, Ronnie signaled him to wait a moment. Note, Poachan means worn-out boat, and I've incorporated this meaning naturally into the sentence. Unbothered, Aslan unloaded the categorized fish from the cabin. Soon, Ronnie approached with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Brother, I haven't seen you in ages. Got anything good this time? Ronnie asked cheerfully. Ronnie always found Aslan mysterious. He wouldn't be surprised if Aslan had caught a shark this time. This time, nothing too special, just more fish. Finian, how about you give me a price? Aslan replied. Hearing there were no giant yellow croakers or stone grouper, Ronnie felt slightly disappointed. After all, catching those would match months of hard work for him. Checking the goods on the ground, Ronnie admitted they were quite good, and in quantity too. How about 7,000 for this batch? Ronnie smiled. All right, Finian, take them away, Aslan agreed. 7,000 was already a high price compared to other vendors, showing Ronnie's reliability. Handing over the money and goods, Aslan helped Ronnie load everything into his vehicle. You should hire some help, Finian. Your leg isn't great. It's tough doing all this alone, Aslan suggested. When you reach my age, you'll understand what it means to have elderly parents and young children. A little hardship is nothing. It's about taking care of the family. Don't forget we're men, Ronnie replied, his words full of charisma, the reason why he had been successful when younger. Finian, since you know pottery people, could you tell me the best way to sell this? Aslan pulled out a pearl the size of a baby's fist from his pocket, deciding to sell it first. Smaller than a ping-pong ball, this pearl was rare enough to fetch a good price without being too extraordinary. A pearl this big? Cultivated, right? Ronnie frowned, examining it. Cultivated pearls are common now, especially odd-shaped ones developed by Chinese farmers. When a foreign object like sand or a parasite enters an oyster, it gets irritated and starts secreting nacre to encase the object, gradually forming a pearl. Some farmers use this principle to place pre-carved objects inside oysters, creating pearls shaped like Buddha statues, birds, or animals. Ronnie assumed it was cultivated at first glance. Brother, I don't know much about pearls, but do know their prices. Cultivated ones aren't worth much, only a few hundred at best, Ronnie explained. If it were a wild pearl, how much? Aslan asked curiously. A natural wild pearl would be worth several 100,000 easily, Ronnie smiled. Aslan's eyes lit up. If he could sell it for that much, his plans could happen soon. Finian, this is a wild pearl. Can you introduce me to someone who might buy it? Really? Aslan's answer startled Ronnie, who didn't expect such valuable property. You're not joking, right? This is really a wild pearl? Ronnie widened his eyes. I wouldn't joke about this. Help me find a buyer, and I'll treat you to dinner once it's done, Aslan smiled. All right, I'll handle it. Stay home these next few days and wait for my call, Ronnie promised. After settling payment, Aslan returned to his boat, counting the 7,000 in his hands happily. Chirp chirp. As Aslan rejoiced, Nico wagged its tail and came over, looking pleadingly at him. Aslan gave it a drop of spirit Ricoquid, causing it to run around crazily. As evening approached, Aslan put Nico in his pocket and walked toward the dock, carrying a bucket of seawater in one hand and a huge clamshell in the other. Choosing a quieter, less traveled path to avoid attracting attention to the large shell, Aslan walked through areas rarely visited. However, he heard faint voices, male and female, as he walked. Curious, he saw a porter riding a porter like a jockey, her face showing both pleasure and struggle. What bad luck, encountering this in the woods at night, Aslan thought. The Waporter was Zahir's elder brother's wife. Her husband had left her in the village while he worked elsewhere. Did Lucius return? Aslan smirked, imagining the couple playing together. With a Waporter's scream, she collapsed onto the porter, breathing heavily. Wow, you gave up so quickly? I'm not even done yet, the porter's voice teased. Being with you feels so good. My husband is impotent. Living with him is like being a widow. Only you make me feel like a Waporter, the Waporter replied seductively. Hee hee, here I come, the porter responded. Startled, Aslan set down the bucket and clamshell, recording the scene on his phone. Oh, even while filming, Aslan was taken aback, realizing he'd inadvertently uncovered a significant secret. Lucius and Aslan had grown up fighting each other. As children, Lucius often led others to beat up the friendless Aslan, who bravely fought back despite the odds. Aslan's principle was that even if he couldn't defeat you, he would tear a piece of flesh from you. If he wasn't comfortable, neither would you be. Initially, Aslan had intended to record the intimate moments between Lucius and his wife on video and then humiliate Lucius thoroughly. However, it turned out that the Waporter was right, and the porter was wrong. Tsk, the younger brother has put a green hat on his elder brother. This is truly embarrassing, Aslan said with a smirk. The entire conversation between the two people had been recorded on his phone. Although the light was dim, one could clearly see the two engaged in an illicit act and recognize who they were. The only downside was that the details were blurry, which was quite disappointing. After watching for a while, Aslan felt goosebumps all over his body, ready to drop to the ground. The only comment he could give was shameless. Putting his phone back into his pocket, Aslan carried the bucket and clutched the clamshell as he walked home. At home, Aslan had a large fish tank. After pouring the seawater from the bucket into the tank, he placed the golden croaker inside. A streak of golden liquid appeared on Aslan's palm, about 1/10 of a drop of sea and mountain spirit Ricoquid. With a flick of his finger, the golden liquid dropped into the fish tank. The golden croaker swam over and swallowed the droplet of sea and mountain spirit Ricoquid in one go. Let's see how the experiment turns out, Aslan thought to himself. No longer paying attention to the golden croaker, Aslan returned to his room, opening the giant clamshell. Inside, the golden pearls emitted a radiant glow. Seeing the head-sized golden pearl, Aslan felt an intense surge of excitement. Aslan had also dreamed of finding treasures in the ocean, researching prices of various marine treasures. This pearl alone was worth at least tens of millions, if not more. If he sold this pearl, Aslan could instantly become a multimillionaire. But he lacked the ability to protect such a valuable treasure. No matter how strong I am, what can I do against an army or even just an experienced martial artist? My strength is still far from enough, Aslan reflected inwardly. Chapter 42. Snobbish Eyes. Aslan ultimately hid the shell, along with its pearl, under his bed. If one day he gained enough strength, he would let this pearl be seen by the world again. As they say, your dreams at night come from your thoughts during the day. In his dream, Aslan became a billionaire, leaving Yinjia village and buying his own house in a big city. Aslan then used his abilities to thrive spectacularly, accomplishing what Portery people cannot do in their lifetimes. In old age, while lying on his deathbed, surrounded by countless grandchildren mourning beside him, he finally instructed his children to bury him in that beautiful little fishing village, though he had forgotten its name. On the brink of death, Aslan began reflecting on his life, finding himself most unwilling to leave that fishing village behind, along with the little girl who liked to cling to him and the beautiful mayor whom he hadn't communicated with for decades. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound of the rooster made Aslan open his eyes and find a lingering sadness in his heart. No matter what, Aslan considered Yinjia village as his hometown. He only hoped that one day all the villagers could get rid of their prejudice against outsiders. These next couple of days, he had to wait for Ronnie's news, so he didn't plan on going out fishing and just stayed home. After getting up, Aslan made some simple food for himself and then came to the fish tank. Aslan noticed significant changes in the large yellow croaker in the fish tank. In just one night, the fish grew twice its size. Tsk, it has really changed a lot. It now weighs more than a caddy, but I wonder how long this change will last, Aslan said with a smile. He fed the large yellow croaker another drop of mountain and sea spirit Ricoquid. Thinking about cultivating a giant yellow croaker, he was confident he could sell the fish at an astronomical price. If that's the case, I need to alter my plans a bit. I can first establish a fish farm, and eventually make my fish available worldwide, Aslan thought to himself. With this idea, Aslan started researching various breeding materials on his phone at home. He lay on the table, checking information and writing notes. His plans filled pottery sheets of paper, and he couldn't help but sigh that if he had a computer at home, his speed could be much faster. Feeling his pocket, he realized his funds weren't sufficient enough. Considering he still needed to buy diesel and repair his nets, Aslan decided not to purchase a computer. After selling the pearl, I must equip everything in my home, Aslan thought. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Nico's small body ran over, rubbing against Aslan's legs affectionately. Here, take this, then go play on your own, don't bother me, Aslan said. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Nico swallowed the mountain and sea spirit Ricoquid before being chased away by Aslan, showing an unhappy expression as he left. Nico was still young. Even though he was a divine beast, he wasn't any different from a normal puppy right now and still craved companionship and play. During these 3 days, Aslan stayed home, and the large yellow croaker grew to about 5 pounds. The fish seemed to have not reached its limit yet, so Aslan did not rush to sell it. Now, the fish's appetite increased, consuming more than a drop of mountain and sea spirit Ricoquid each day, which he could afford. Bark, bark, bark. A sound from outside brought Aslan's hands to his head in exasperation. Nico had grown quickly, now as big as a small dog, no longer sounding like a mouse. Nico, you are a wolf. Why are you barking? You're disgracing your ancestors, Aslan sighed. If the Wolf King were alive, he would probably be angered by his disrespectful son. With Nico's barking, the door opened, and Ronnie limped inside. Brother, I have good news for you, Ronnie grinned. Come in, Rico brother. What's happening? Aslan greeted warmly. They entered Aslan's hall, simple with only an old sofa, but Ronnie didn't mind. Rico brother, here's some water. Seeing Ronnie's travel-worn appearance, Aslan offered him a cup of water. Glug glug. Ronnie eagerly drank the entire cup, clearly thirsty. Brother, there's a great piece of news. In a week, there is an auction in Lantai City. I showed your pearl photos to the auction house organizers. As long as it's genuine, it can be auctioned off, Ronnie smiled. Auction prices usually exceeded market prices, something Aslan knew. Though he expected Ronnie to have connections, he didn't expect them to be so extensive. Rico brother, thank you. If this goes well, I won't forget your help, Aslan responded. Say no more, brother. Let's go ahead and get this pearl authenticated early, Ronnie replied. Aslan accompanied Ronnie outside, with Nico happily trotting by his side. Stay here, Nico. If anyone tries to steal, bite them, Aslan instructed. Woof woof. Nico nodded. Due to the mountain and sea spirit Ricoquid, Nico grew fast and strong. Despite his small size, a grown porter might not be his match in battle. With both the large yellow croaker and the hidden pearl back home, Aslan felt vulnerable to loss. Outside the door, a Wuling Hongguang was parked. Ronnie's vehicle often used for transporting fish. Despite Aslan's usual immunity to fish smells, the odor was still uncomfortable. The car drove continuously, and Ronnie explained the auction process to Aslan. Yinjia village being remote, it took nearly 5 hours to reach Lantai City. Ignoring hunger, they went straight to Tianyu auction house. Seeing the grand building, Aslan felt confident in its credibility. This is Lantai City's largest and most reliable auction house. There won't be any issues here, Ronnie assured. Upon entering, 2 receptionists instantly pinched their noses and stepped back. Are you delivering vegetables to the cafeteria? There's a separate entrance for you in the back. This is the main entrance, one receptionist sneered. I'll report this to the porterager. Anyone can enter the front door now, affecting other guests, the other added. Hearing these condescending remarks, Aslan's initial reaction was to leave. Before Aslan could act, Ronnie smiled and approached the receptionists. Ladies, please don't be upset. We're not here to deliver vegetables. We're here for an auction, Ronnie pleaded. Rico brother, if they don't welcome us here, let's leave, Aslan replied arrogantly. Aslan's personality was such that if he was unwelcome, he would leave without hesitation, knowing the auction house would regret it. As long as he gained enough strength, Aslan would search for shipwrecks in the sea. By then, there would be countless antiques and other auction items, with pottery major auction houses vying to cooperate with him. He didn't care about a mere Tianyu auction house. Haha, you're hilarious. There are so pottery people who can't even get into our auction house through connections, and you're being arrogant here? Don't you know where you are? The receptionist sneered. From their clothes, it's clear they're from some backwater. Such inexperienced people only come here to make fools of themselves, the other receptionist said. These two had seen plenty of big shots at the auction house. From their perspective, Aslan and Ronnie were obviously wearing cheap street market clothes, which wouldn't even cover the cost of one pair of their shoes. Let's go, Finian. Since they don't need us, there's no reason to stay, Aslan said. Ricotta brother, you? Ronnie sighed, ultimately deciding to leave with Aslan, feeling that this young porter still lacked understanding of social graces. As they walked out, an elderly porter with white hair and glasses happened to walk in from the main entrance. What is this awful smell? Old Bellamy frowned. Old Bellamy, these two came to our auction house to sell something, but they smelled so bad. We tried to ask them to change clothes before coming in. However, these country bumpkins insulted us and were incredibly rude, the receptionist explained. Is that so? Old Bellamy frowned, thinking how some sellers indeed had low quality. Old Bellamy was pondering how to report this to the leadership. After all, Tianyu auction house was expanding and aiming for high-end clientele. It couldn't be undermined by low-quality sellers. Turning to look at Ronnie, a sense of familiarity struck him. I remember now. You two came to auction that large pearl, right? Old Bellamy pointed at them and asked. Chapter 43, Distinguished Guest Visits. A naturally occurring pearl the size of an infant's fist is exceedingly rare, and would indeed be a fitting finale piece if genuine. Ronnie was startled when he noticed Elder Bellamy's curiosity. He recognized this elderly porter as the clay appraiser of Tianyu auction house, someone even the head of the auction house would defer to. Ricotta brother, quickly take out the pearl for Elder Bellamy to appraise. It might fetch a sky-high price, Ronnie said anxiously. No need, I suddenly don't want to sell it anymore, Aslan replied. You. Infuriated, Ronnie reached into Aslan's pocket, pulled out the pearl, and presented it to Elder Bellamy like a prized exhibit. Aslan didn't expect Ronnie to do something like this. Although he understood Ronnie's intentions were good, such disrespect toward his wishes made him somewhat resentful. However, since they were surrounded by strangers, he kept quiet. Elder Bellamy, please have a look. This is absolutely authentic, Ronnie flattered. Furrowing his brows, Elder Bellamy took the pearl and stepped back 2 steps, finding the fishy smell importing from Ronnie hard to bear. He began examining the golden pearl meticulously, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. It seems I've stumbled upon something extraordinary, Elder Bellamy murmured. He pulled out a small high-intensity flashlight from his pocket and continued checking. It's a fine piece. We can discuss auctioning it, Elder Bellamy said. I'm not interested in auctioning it here. No discussion needed, Aslan responded. Seeing Aslan's firm attitude, Elder Bellamy hesitated. He really didn't want to give up on this rare pearl, as such items could significantly enhance the reputation of an auction house. Young comrade, may I ask why you are unwilling to auction it here? Elder Bellamy inquired. Aslan pointed at the 2 female receptionists. They told me Tianyu Auction House is an upscale place. People like us from small villages would only embarrass ourselves here. Knowing that, of course, I won't stay. Understanding immediately, Elder Bellamy glanced at the receptionists with disapproval. The 2 receptionists became anxious under Elder Bellamy's gaze. Elder Bellamy, please let me explain. It might have been a misunderstanding. We thought these 2 gentlemen were delivering vegetables. Elder Bellamy, we were wrong. We should not have looked down on them. We apologize. These women started explaining their actions. Working at Tianyu Auction House offered exceptionally high salaries with minimal workload, and Portery sought after these positions. They did not want to lose their jobs. You 2 should go explain to your supervisor. My recommendation is termination, Elder Bellamy stated firmly. Elder Bellamy, please don't do this. We worked so hard to get these jobs. Don't ruin our future over this. Elder Bellamy coldly replied. You represent the front line of our auction house. If not for my arrival, we would have missed this exceptional item. You losing your jobs is not my doing. It's due to your attitude. Ignoring the receptionist's desperate pleas and disregarding the fishy smell, Elder Bellamy approached Aslan and Ronnie. Are you satisfied with my handling? Elder Bellamy asked. Whispering to Aslan, Ronnie said, Elder Bellamy is a porter of his word. His suggestion of termination will seal their fate. From their interaction, it was clear Aslan held the dominant position. Young comrade, I believe you see my sincerity. This pearl is a rare gem. In all of Blue Sea City, only our Tianyu Auction House can ensure it gets its fair price, Elder Bellamy pleaded. Alright, let's talk about the auction. I hope you offer satisfactory terms, Aslan agreed. Rest assured, I won't disappoint either of you. Follow me. Leading them to the reception room on the 1st floor, a beautiful waitress served tea before tactfully leaving. Do you wish to auction this pearl soon? Elder Bellamy asked. What if I'm in a rush? What if I'm not? Monthly auctions feature less valuable items and attract fewer major buyers. Quarterly large auctions, however, feature top-quality pieces and draw wealthier clientele. Prices would naturally be higher. If you're not in a hurry, we have one in half a month, Elder Bellamy explained. For smaller auctions, quality is often subpar and fails to attract big buyers, while large auctions can attract wealthy individuals and significantly increase the value of auction items. We can wait for the large auction, but I'd like to know the approximate value of this pearl, Aslan asked with a smile. Pearls aren't typically very expensive, but this size is rare. I estimate between 50,000 and 100,000 yuan, Elder Bellamy replied. Aslan hadn't expected the pearl to fetch such a high price. With this money, he could now put his plans into action. The auction process wasn't complicated. After signing some contracts, Aslan left with Ronnie. Finian, thank you for your help today. I'll thank you properly once the pearl sells, Aslan smiled. Haha, we're friends. No need for formalities, Ronnie chuckled. Ronnie drove Aslan back to Yinjia village. By the time he returned home, it was nearly dusk. After feeding the Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid to Junior Fish and Junior, Aslan continued organizing his documents. Feeling lazy with the prospect of selling the pearl, Aslan indulged himself more than usual. With Bellamy Lau's promise of at least $1 million, the money from fishing seemed insignificant. Over the next few days, Aslan became a village idler, frequently drinking with familiar villagers. One morning, nearing noon, Aslan was sleeping in when a wet tongue woke him. Woof woof. Opening his eyes, he saw Junior wagging his tail by the bed. Junior had grown rapidly and was now almost half the size of an adult dog, suitable for guarding the home. Find your own food if you're hungry. Don't bother me while I sleep, Aslan said. Lately, Junior had shown wolf-like traits, having killed 2 chickens belonging to neighbor Aunt Zheng. Aslan had to apologize and compensate her. After being scolded, Junior stopped eating other people's poultry and began hunting field mice and frogs outside the village. Still, he begged Aslan daily for Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid. Aslan couldn't resist Junior's pleading eyes and dropped a drop of the liquid into his mouth. Unable to fall back asleep, Aslan went to a large pond in the backyard he had constructed portierally, digging a pit and lining it with plastic to hold seawater. A sizable junior fish swam in the pond. The small aquarium at home could no longer contain this growing fish. This guy weighs almost 10 kilograms, but lately, its growth has slowed, Aslan mused. With plenty of Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid available, he decided to keep nurturing junior fish for now. Aslan fetched a recliner chair, leaned back and basked in the sun. Beside him, Junior had caught a small snake over half a meter long from somewhere and was now sprawled on the ground, munching on it. Just as Aslan was in a state of half-sleep, roar of an engine came from outside the courtyard. Tidish, that's strange. Could it be someone from the village bought a car? Aslan wondered aloud. In the village, even motorcycles were only affordable by a few wealthy families. There weren't portery tractors, let alone private cars. As Aslan puzzled, The car stopped right in front of his house, and he sensed two people getting out of the vehicle. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy iron gate of Aslan's home was tapped loudly. He never expected anyone would come looking for him in a private car. Could it be Alicia has come to see me? The thought made Aslan's heart race with excitement. Come in, Aslan called out. With Aslan's permission, a family of three politely pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. Wow, what brings you here? Aslan exclaimed in surprise. Uncle, Salmaobai has come to see you. Kai Salmaobai wriggled free from her father's arms, spreading her little arms wide and hopping toward Aslan. Aslan reached out and scooped up Kai Salmaobai, pinching her chubby cheeks gently. Uncle, Salmaobai missed you so much, she said happily from within his embrace. At this moment, Kai Salmaobai's parents also approached. One was a porter in his 30s, and the other a porter nearly 30. Greetings, benefactor. I'm Faxon, and I've come specially to thank you for saving our daughter, Faxon said. Saving someone is the right thing to do. Salmaobai is such a lovely child. I wouldn't want her to stay in the sea forever, Aslan smiled. Led by Aslan, the couple entered the living room, where Aslan personally brewed a pot of tea. The house was simply painted white, with no television in the living room, just one rather shabby-looking sofa. Chapter 44. A serendipitous encounter with Alicia. Building this small house had consumed most of Aslan's savings. The remaining money was needed to maintain his fishing boat and nets, leaving him unable to furnish the home. Please forgive the modesty of my home, Aslan said somewhat apologetically. Sir, this is by far the grandest house I've seen in Yanji village. Calling it modest is too humble, Dakari remarked. Don't keep calling me sir, it feels awkward. Call me Aslan or just Brienne and Z, Aslan smiled. Seeing Aslan's sincerity, the couple no longer called him sir. Brother Yi, this is a small token of our gratitude. Please do not refuse, Dakari handed over a bank card. Aslan glanced at the card, then gently pushed it back. I accepted the rescue organization's request and have been rewarded for saving someone. I can't accept additional payment. Aslan would soon be a millionaire. He wasn't about to compromise his integrity for such a paltry sum. Brother Yi, this merely represents our deep gratitude. To us, no amount of money can repay what you've done for our daughter, Dakari explained. That's unnecessary. I won't take your money, Aslan firmly stated. The couple exchanged glances and chose to let it go upon seeing his resolve. Shifting the conversation away from money, they started chatting more casually. During their talk, Dakari suggested Aslan visit Lanhai City, hinting at an offer of support, showing he held considerable influence there. Just as Aslan prepared to politely decline, Kai Salmaobai ran up with Gwillem. Dad, there's a really big goldfish in the yard, just like the fish you always wanted, Kai Salmaobai exclaimed. Goldfish? While others might be puzzled by Kai Salmaobai's words, her parents immediately understood. Yesterday, Dakari was still fretting over a photo of a large yellow croaker. Today, this goldfish must refer to it. Excitedly, Dakari asked, Brother Yi, you have a large yellow croaker? Yes, it weighs around 10 pounds, Aslan replied with a smile. Wild. Dakari's eyes widened. It's wild but raised using special techniques. Whether it's entirely wild isn't certain, Aslan explained. Can I see it? Dakari requested almost pleadingly. Feeling a rapport with Dakari, Aslan led him to the backyard. This is incredible. Seeing the fish, Dakari felt like he was hallucinating. What? Isn't my fish well cared for? Aslan frowned, thinking his sea mountain spirit liquid should prevent any mishap. This is pure wild, showing no signs of breeding. If found in the ocean, it would be considered a king among fish, Dakari marveled. Dakari had been struggling to find a prime fish. Though several were gifted to him, none met his standards until now. Brother Yi, could I ask if you're willing to sell this fish? We can negotiate the price, Dakari ventured. Brother Kai, why do you need it? Aslan inquired curiously. I'm the executive chef at Lanhai Hotel, and we're preparing for a VIP. I plan a seafood banquet, but lack a main dish. Could you sell me this fish? Dakari explained. Eyes gleaming, he added. This fish is perfect, surpassing anything else I've considered. Since you need it so badly, take it. It's not particularly important to me, Aslan smiled. It was merely an experimental subject, having reached its limits. Selling it would ensure its full potential wasn't wasted. Brother Yi, did you say this fish was raised by you? Dakari looked at him as if he discovered treasure. Could these large yellow croakers be bred on a larger scale? These are raised using secret methods. Mass production would lower quality, Aslan noted. You're right. Such a large yellow croaker is incredibly rare. Bulk production is impractical, Dakari agreed, though slightly disappointed. Misunderstanding Aslan's words, Dakari thought it would require significantly more time for mass production. Brother Yi, how about 30,000? Dakari asked nervously. 30,000? That much? Aslan was taken aback. While rare, wild yellow croakers are still occasionally found. However, one this size isn't just rare. It fetches 2,000 per pound easily. Given the urgency, 30,000 is reasonable, Dakari explained. Though high, the price was fair given the debt owed. This way, Dakari could justify the purchase to his superiors. If that's the case, let's settle on 30,000. I do need the money, Aslan agreed. Brother Yi, if you consider large-scale breeding later, contact me. I'll offer a fair price, Dakari said, handing over a business card. Such farmed yellow croakers rivaled, or even surpassed wild ones. Securing Aslan's supply could open up scale markets, benefiting greatly. Dakari left promptly after handling the fish professionally, eager to deliver it to the hotel. Brother Kai, drive safely. Watching them leave, Aslan looked at the card containing 30,000 yuan and sighed contentedly. Wow, who knew an experimental fish could fetch this much? High-end fish markets indeed are profitable, he mused. Holding the cash card, Aslan glanced skyward. Time's running out. I'll get the furnishings tomorrow. Woof woof. Gwillem wagged his tail, following Aslan back into the house. The next morning, Aslan borrowed a motorcycle from Finn's place and headed towards Tokyo town. After about an hour, he arrived. Tokyo had stagnated compared to neighboring towns, remaining the least developed. Phew, staying too long in Yanji village makes Tokyo seem vast, Aslan joked. Translator's note. In this passage, characters' names are transliterated into pinyin correctly. Parking the motorcycle in a large mall's designated spot, an elderly grandmother wearing a red armband waved kindly at Aslan when she saw him. Grandma, did you need something? Aslan asked. Young porter, parking fee is 2 yuan, the elderly grandma smiled. It had been so long since he last came here. Aslan had forgotten that there were dedicated people collecting fees for parking. No wonder the grandma looked at him so warmly. After locking the motorcycle, Aslan handed over 2 yuan to the elderly grandma. Grandma, until when can 2 yuan park the bike? Aslan asked. This motorcycle was borrowed from Finn. If it got lost due to parking overtime, he would have a hard time explaining it back home. Until 10 p.m. After this mall closes, no one will watch over your bike anymore, the grandma said. Oh, okay, thank you grandma, Aslan replied with a smile. Aslan then went directly into the mall, starting to pick out various furniture and home appliances. Having come from the countryside, Aslan only had a basic understanding of these items. He didn't know much about their specific cost effectiveness. Not knowing wasn't a problem because Aslan had money. Following the principle of choosing the most expensive rather than the most suitable, Aslan picked things in a lavish portioner. Before he knew it, within just a short while, 30,000 yuan was spent. Even Aslan himself couldn't believe he had spent so much in such a short time. The balance in Aslan's card was running low. With no choice, he had to give up on that luxurious bathtub which included a TV and massage function. Having spent so much money at once in the mall, he was already considered a major customer. The portagement even offered to deliver these furnishings to his home. Just as Aslan turned around to leave, he spotted a familiar figure selecting a kettle nearby. Snap. Aslan walked up to her, reaching out to pat her shoulder. It's you. Alicia exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Chapter 45. The township chief also has troubles. Seeing that familiar exquisite face, Aslan suddenly recalled the scene by the river when Alicia revealed her paleness while facing the wolf pack. Yesterday, I had a small windfall, so I came here to buy some things for my family. I didn't expect to meet you here, Aslan said with a smile. My electric kettle suddenly broke today. I wanted to come here to get a new one but ended up bumping into you, Alicia replied with a smile. The two shared a life and death friendship, and those few days left them both with ambiguous feelings towards each other. To thank you for saving my life, let me treat you to a meal, Alicia suggested. How can I refuse such an invitation from a beautiful lady? Aslan laughed. Just you and your sweet talk. Alicia shot him a glance. After choosing a seemingly excellent electric kettle, Alicia took Aslan out of the mall. On the way, Aslan called Ashlyn and asked the little girl to wait at his house for the delivery of furniture and appliances. Besides Aslan, only Ashlyn had the key. Alicia led Aslan to a nearby small eatery. It was tiny, with only 5 tables, but very clean. I often come here. Their food is delicious, and the couple running it is great, Alicia explained with a smile. Hey, isn't it Alicia? And with a boyfriend? A middle-aged reporter with a headscarf came out, smiling. I'm not officially her boyfriend yet. It's a bit early for that, Aslan smiled back. Hee, you two look well-matched, talented porter and beautiful reporter. If you try hard, you'll eventually win Alicia's heart, Aunt Riku said, looking at Aslan with the wisdom of experience. Aunt Riku, don't listen to this guy. I haven't given him any chance, Alicia said, blushing. Seems like you need to put in more effort, Aunt Riku chuckled. Don't worry, Aunt Riku, I will, Aslan said solemnly. Seeing them bantering, Alicia kicked Aslan under the table in frustration. Ordering dishes with ease, Alicia then turned to Aslan. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? I just realized you resemble someone, Aslan grinned. Who? Your friend? Alicia asked curiously. Aslan laughed. You look just like my future wife, really? If anyone else had said that, Alicia wouldn't have paid attention. But this porter who had sworn to protect her with his life was different. She felt a sudden bashfulness and kicked his chair in embarrassment. Ouch! Aslan exaggeratedly cried out and fell to the ground. Miss, your boyfriend dropped. Alicia couldn't help but laugh at his antics. Get up quickly. It would be embarrassing if Aunt Riku saw us, Alicia urged. Why don't you pick him up yourself? Aslan lay there jokingly. If you don't get up soon, I'll pour hot water on your face, Alicia threatened, blushing with anger. Cough, cough. Aslan coughed twice and got up, trying to look serious. I just wanted to lighten the mood. Sorry about that, he said. All I saw was you being a pest, Alicia pouted. Now, Alicia seemed nothing like the strong leader inspecting the dam or the fearless person who toppled the Yuan. She looked like a cute little girl. You seem a bit upset. Did something bother you? Aslan asked with a smile. You can tell? Alicia was surprised. When I first met you, you had furrowed brows. You look preoccupied. It's obvious you're not in a good mood, Aslan explained. A beautiful girl like her should enjoy a happy life. Aslan wanted to help share her worries. Alicia poured herself a cup of tea. I just became the deputy township clay of Tuchao Township. Perhaps because of my age, the only task assigned to me is to govern Yinqing Village. Since you're from Yinqing Village too, you probably understand why I'm worried. That's also the reason I went there the other day. Aslan had thought Alicia specifically visited him that day. Hearing her answer made him feel a bit disappointed, but he could see how busy she was and understood her. Is someone giving you a hard time? Aslan frowned. It's not harassment but a test. Only if you achieve significant results will others respect you and entrust you with more power to benefit the people, Alicia sighed. Yinqing Village was one of the poorest villages in Tuchao Township. Decades ago, Tuchao Village was even poorer than Yinqing Village, but now it had developed into Tuchao Township while Yinqing Village remained the same. Because Yinqing Village was populated mostly by people with the same surname, it was particularly difficult to porterage, which partly explained its poverty. Do you have a solution for Yinqing Village? Aslan asked. These days, I've been working myself dizzy over this problem. I want to attract investors, but presenting the conditions of Yinqing village makes no one interested. Relying on agriculture and fishing seems impossible. It feels like a dead end, Alicia explained. It was clear Alicia had thought of portery solutions, but hadn't found an effective one. Actually, there's a way to develop Yinqing village, Alicia added. What is it? Aslan asked curiously. Aquaculture. I read Yinqing village's report. Your village's sea area is suitable for marine farming. This could be a solution, Alicia smiled. Aslan spread his hands. That sounds far-fetched. Establishing a fish farm requires substantial investment. At least, I don't think anyone in the village would risk it, and they lack funds. Alicia laughed. I've considered this problem. We can provide loans to villagers. What's most important is having someone take the first step, showing success and inspiring others. When Alicia took on the task for Yinqing village, she planned diligently day and night. She had foreseen everything except for needing someone to support her efforts. There are still portery young people willing to take risks. If you offer loans, I believe some would be willing to try, Aslan said. No, we need someone to succeed with this model before banks will consider lending. Otherwise, they won't take this risky step, Alicia explained. Alicia had tried communicating with the Tuqiao Township Bank, which found the plan viable but too risky. Only after someone truly succeeded would the bank lend money. You know Yinqing village well. Do you know anyone capable of handling aquaculture? Alicia asked. I know someone capable and interested in fish farming. But how do you convince him? Aslan grinned mischievously. Really? Alicia was excited and missed Aslan's smirk. Who is he? Can we meet him tonight so I can talk to him? Translation ends here as requested. Alicia was now truly very happy, never expecting that after encountering Aslan today, she would find a way to break the deadlock. Aslan really was her lucky star. This person is close at hand yet far away. You? Yes, it's me, Aslan smiled and said. Alicia looked at Aslan with a puzzled expression. When she returned to Tuqiao Township, she had specially looked up information about her benefactor. It turned out that Aslan had been expelled from university and had portery debts at home. How could someone like him possibly have the financial resources for aquaculture? Don't look at me with those adoring eyes. I'll think you have feelings for me, Aslan joked. Stop quibbling. Do you have money for fish farming? Alicia asked. Don't underestimate me. In just a few days, I'll be a millionaire, Aslan said. Although Aslan told Alicia about recovering the large pearl, he kept his abilities a secret, making the whole story seem almost mythical. You're incredibly lucky. You should buy lottery tickets, Alicia said in shock. After all the hardship in the past, my luck has finally turned around, Aslan laughed. By the time they finished talking, their food had arrived. Surprisingly, when Aslan tasted the dishes, they were quite good. I love this kind of food. It feels like home, different from what fancy restaurants serve, Alicia smiled. Chuckles. It's nice to eat something that reminds me of home, much better than the makeshift meals I usually make, Aslan laughed. The two of them chatted casually as they ate, a far cry from their life and death situation in the wilderness. Without any pressure, they talked freely and found themselves becoming more compatible. If you're not in a hurry to go back, come to my place. Let's discuss the fish farming plan, Alicia suggested. No problem. If a beautiful lady invites me, I'd be a fool not to go, Aslan smiled. You're already a fool, Alicia shot him a glance. After paying for the meal, the two of them left the small eatery. Where do you live? I can drive you there, Aslan offered. Hashtag chapter 46, endless aftertaste. How do you have a vehicle? Didn't you say the pearl hasn't been auctioned yet? Alicia asked, puzzled. Alicia was still thinking about transportation when something happened that left her stunned. So, this is the vehicle you were talking about? Alicia said in disbelief. Aslan patted his rusty motorcycle proudly and replied with a laugh. Exactly. This is my ride. Hop on. Alicia chuckled, feeling both helpless and amused. Being with this porter always brought unexpected joy. With Alicia directing the way, Aslan zipped down the road like a flash. The strong wind whipped past them as the scenery blurred backward rapidly. Alicia, who had a timid disposition, clung tightly to Aslan's back out of fear. Hey, slow down a bit. Don't hit anyone, Alicia warned. It's lunchtime. There's hardly anyone on the road. Just hold on tight, Aslan assured her, enjoying the soft body pressed against his back. Unfortunately, Tuqiao Township wasn't very large, and they soon arrived at Alicia's residence. It was an old residential building, not more than 10 stories tall. Alicia lived on the 7th floor. The apartment was around 20 square meters, with walls that had turned a light yellow. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit, neatly maintained. Would you like something to drink? Alicia asked. If there's wine, great. If not, a drink will do, Aslan said with a smile. Alicia initially headed for the fridge, but then turned to a cabinet, fetching a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets. Is red wine okay? Alicia smiled. Wow, should we add some steak and a few candles? Aslan teased. Behave, Alicia sternly said. After filling the glasses with wine, they began discussing fish farming. Yinjia village lacked scenic beauty, poor soil quality made it unsuitable for large-scale agriculture, but its excellent water quality offered a viable avenue for development, which Alicia saw as their only hope. Aslan had been focused on aquaculture recently, and they found themselves engaged in animated conversation. As they delved deeper into the discussion, Alicia felt more confident about Yinjia village's potential. Bottles piled up beside them, red wine turning into white wine, and eventually, portery cans of beer. Alicia wasn't much of a drinker, nor was she a heavy drinker. The abundance of alcohol was mainly thanks to her best friend who would often come over for drinks, thus the house was always stocked. Time slipped by unnoticed as they continued drinking. By the end, both were quite tipsy. Tightish. Alicia shook her head and mumbled. You have 4 heads? You're drunk. Your face is as red as a tomato, Aslan said, dazed. Thump. Shaking her head only made Alicia dizzier, and she ended up collapsing on the sofa. TCH, Aslan scoffed. Trying to match me with such a low tolerance? You collapsed already. Aslan grabbed another can of beer and finished it in one gulp. Feeling the need to relieve himself, Aslan wobbled towards the bathroom. He had drunk several times more than Alicia and was completely wasted. In the bathroom, he heard a splash, zipped up, and instinctively stumbled into a room. Thump. Aslan fell onto the bed, closed his eyes, and felt dizzy and nauseous. In a haze, Aslan sensed a soft body crawling onto the bed next to him. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, waking Aslan. Still groggy, he noticed something odd in his palm, a touch of extraordinary softness and elasticity. MMM. A soft murmur startled Aslan. He stiffened his neck to look. There was Alicia, draped over him like an octopus, disheveled. Aslan's hand was inside her blouse. So soft, so large, it was beyond what one hand could contain. This was Aslan's first reaction. Alicia stirred slightly, her face flushing even deeper red, trembling slightly. If Aslan hadn't realized she was awake, he'd be a fool. This was his first intimate encounter with a reporter, and he savored the moment, using immense self-control to pull his hand away. Aslan tidied up her clothes, covering the exposed skin, and gently moved Alicia's leg off his body. Alicia's legs felt incredibly soft and smooth under his touch. After carefully placing her back down, Aslan walked out, composing himself. In the kitchen, he opened the fridge, finding fresh vegetables, and started preparing a meal. Back in the bedroom, Alicia lay under the covers, utterly embarrassed. My breasts have never been touched by any other porter, and today? Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Alicia hid herself under the blanket, feeling more bashful than ever. Alicia's feelings towards Aslan were complex. He was her protector during her darkest moments, and she found herself deeply attracted to him. Yet, concerns held her back from fully embracing her feelings. Maybe being with this guy isn't bad, but my family won't agree, Alicia thought, torn between her heart and familial obligations. If she were just an ordinary deputy township clay, she would undoubtedly choose him, but her family background far outweighed her position. Let it be. Consider this a reward for the naughty guy, Alicia shyly resolved. Once her blush subsided, Alicia stepped out and smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen. She saw the dining table laden with appetizing dishes and felt hungry. Picking up a bite, she tasted a burst of flavors. These dishes are amazing, Alicia said in amazement, unable to believe a porter could cook so well. Of course I did. Poor kids grow up fast, so knowing how to cook isn't unusual, Aslan smiled. After placing the last dish on the table, they began eating. Despite the night's events, they didn't feel too awkward, as their relationship had clearly deepened beyond mere friendship. After the meal, Aslan prepared to return to the village, as he still had matters to attend to. Want me to give you a ride to work? Aslan asked, patting the motorcycle. My office is just next door. Are you sure you want to drop me off? Alicia pointed to a nearby high-rise building. Aslan wasn't embarrassed either. Alicia promised that she would visit Yinjia village when Aslan started running the fish farm, and the two waved goodbye to each other. On the way back, Aslan filled up the motorcycle with gas and then returned it to Blake's house. Woof woof woof. When Aslan got home, Nico wagged its tail and came over, rubbing its little head against Aslan's pants leg. Look at you, always craving something. What can I do with you? Aslan chuckled. Just as Aslan was about to drop a drop of mountain sea spirit liquid into Nico's mouth, Ashlyn came out from her room. Brother Brianon, I waited up for you all night, and you only come back now, Ashlyn said. Met a friend yesterday, ended up drinking too much, so I had no choice but to stay at her place, Aslan smiled, explaining. How could Brother Brianon have friends in Tuliao Township? Ashlyn wondered to herself, puzzled. As they walked toward the small building, Aslan noticed a faint lipstick mark on his neck and a lingering fragrance around him. My Waporterizing Brother Brianon must have cheated last night. Brother Brianon is mine. Don't let me find out who that Waporter is, or I won't let her off easily, Ashlyn thought fiercely to herself. Ashlyn could feel that Aslan treated her only like an older brother would treat a younger sister, yet she still loved Aslan and wanted to be with him. She had been trying to change her position in his heart. Is it because I'm too conservative? That naughty Brother Brianon must like those shameless women. It's time for me to make a change, she mused internally. Aslan walked around the small building, noticing that all the furniture and appliances were well placed, requiring minimal changes. Rakatl girl, what's troubling you? Aslan asked, turning to Ashlyn behind him. Brother Brianon, do you prefer more mature women? Ashlyn asked. What are you thinking, little one? Preference and type is secondary. What matters most is chemistry and first impressions, Aslan replied with a smile. The image of Alicia flashed in Aslan's mind, along with the feeling he had this morning, something indescribable that he couldn't stop replaying. Note: the provided continuation follows the previous context and characters' dynamics. The paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as closely as possible. ####Chapter 47, The Rental Trap. After Ashlyn left, Aslan rearranged the furniture and appliances. He felt much more at ease looking at them now. A few days later, Aslan received an auction invitation from Feiyu Auction House, which he promptly shredded and threw into the trash. Why should I attend an auction where I can't even afford these items? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Aslan muttered to himself. That night, his phone showed a massive deposit of 1.2 million yuan. Including the auction house's commission, the pearl's price should have been around 1.35 million yuan. Really beyond my imagination. If a pearl the size of a baby's fist is this valuable, then the pearl under my bed, as big as a Hu-porter head, must be worth over 10 million yuan, Aslan thought, feeling stunned. Lying on the bed with Junior in his arms, Aslan mused that if one day the seal of mountains and seas left him, this giant pearl would still let him live comfortably for the rest of his life. He took out his phone and dialed a number from his contacts list. It took you long enough to finally call me, Alicia said with a hint of reproach in her voice. Surprised by her own words, she realized her tone sounded more aggrieved than she intended. Well, I didn't want to disturb your work. I'm calling Mayor Ricken to report that the money from the pearl auction has been credited to my account, Aslan replied with a smile. Really? Alicia exclaimed, delighted. To her, this million meant they could now kick off their plan. When do you plan to lease the fish farm? Alicia asked. No delay. I'll go to the village committee today to lease it. When my fish farm opens, I hope you'll come for the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Aslan said cheerfully. Aslan and Alicia had once risked their lives together, and now they were allies with feelings deeper than friendship, which was why he made such a request. Sure, not only will I cut the ribbon, but I'll also send you a huge flower basket. Plus, as the experimental site for Yinja village, I'll try my best to meet your needs, Alicia promised. Meet my needs? Aslan's eyes lit up. My fish farm needs a porterager. Can you help me with that? TSK, I knew you were a lecher. No more talking. This girl's going to wash up and sleep, Alicia retorted. Beep, beep. The dial tone echoed. Though through the phone, Aslan could easily imagine Alicia blushing. Hee hee. With a satisfied grin, Aslan drifted off to sleep. The next day, Aslan woke up early, dressed especially neatly before heading to the village committee office. The Yinja village committee was housed in a few large tile-roofed houses that stood out amidst the earthen houses. Knock, knock. Aslan knocked politely on the door. Come in. A familiar voice came from inside, and Aslan pushed open the door. Surprised to see me here? The Yuan asked with a smile. How are you here? Did you escape from prison? Aslan asked. How could a respectable Yuan like me escape? Just a forest fire mishap. I paid the fine. As for starting a fire at your place, ridiculous. No evidence, right? The Yuan grinned. Aslan was actually relieved to see the Yuan walk out. Now he could deal with him, and his son personally. Let me guess, Chief, you spent a fortune compensating for the forest, leaving you heavily in debt, Aslan said smugly. The more Aslan talked, the more the Clay's smile froze. Meanwhile, Aslan's grin grew wider. Brat, don't celebrate yet. While I'm Clay, you won't get any peace. In this village, I can ruin you, the Clay declared darkly. Let's see who can ruin whom, Aslan chuckled. Today, I'm here to lease a piece of sea for a fish farm. Aslan spoke directly because the Clay couldn't stop him. Aslan was following proper procedures, and unless the Clay was insanely bold, he couldn't intervene. Lease the sea? Do you know how much that costs? You'd bleed for 10 years and still couldn't afford it, the Clay scoffed. Do you think I have nothing better to do? What's the point of messing with you? Aslan pulled out his phone. See this message? Count the zeros with your frog eyes carefully before speaking. Initially dismissive, the Clay began reading the message despite knowing Aslan had recently made money. He started counting. Over 1 million? Why not make it 10 million? Or write down 1 billion and sell me the entire Yinja village, the Clay snorted. There's a bank number here. Call and verify if you don't believe me, Aslan pointed out. When the Clay used the office landline and got confirmation, his face alternated between red and white, making Aslan laugh inwardly. Wanna lease the sea? Follow me, the Clay finally said with forced cheerfulness. Seeing the Clay's behavior, Aslan suspected a trap but didn't care. The Clay needed to stay within rules, or there would be grounds to oust him. They arrived at a nearby large tile-roofed house, the village committee meeting room. The Clay called the other members using the landline. Yinja village had 5 committee members, the Clay, a vice Clay, and 3 commissioners. Why did you gather us, Chief? I was drying grain at home. My old bones ache after walking a few steps. Maybe I can't be a commissioner anymore. Let's focus. Gathering all of us must mean something big. Tell us, Chief, they bickered. In truth, the committee members had little power, just like ordinary villagers. But the 4 others were loyal to the Clay, who easily got them elected. Mr. Aslan wants to lease a piece of sea. We need to discuss it, the Clay explained, laying out a map of Yinja village. The kid, since you want to lease sea, how about I pick a good spot for you? The Clay sneered, circling an area on the map. This is big enough, and cheap too. 1 million for 70 years. How does that sound? Just by its size, the area exceeded Aslan's expectations, and leasing it for 1 million for 70 years wasn't expensive. Why is the Clay being so nice? Aslan wondered skeptically. Aslan carefully examined the map, and suddenly his mind drifted back to a shipwreck incident 2 years ago. It was said that a foreign fishing boat had struck a reef and sunk there, with no one on board surviving. Back then, Aslan remembered hearing from his former boat owner that the area was full of hidden reefs, making it extremely easy for ships to run aground. Moreover, the elders of Yinja village had always spoken of a sea region densely populated with reefs. F***K, this old porter is just bullying me because I'm an outsider. Does he think I've been a fisher porter for these few years for nothing? Aslan thought angrily to himself. Holding the map in his hand, Aslan said, I want to choose another area. Any other sea region near this will do, but not this one. The Yuan seemed to have anticipated this response, and he smiled, saying, the other sea regions are planned for tourism projects by the village, so they are not available for lease. This is the only spot left. Take it or leave it. Aslan dismissed the idea of a tourism project outright. As early as 5 years ago, Yinja village had proposed such plans, but due to poor transportation, the journey from Lanhai city to Yinja village took about 5 hours. Tourists these days weren't fools. They wouldn't visit some obscure small place far away and without much renown. Moreover, Yinja village's scenery wasn't particularly outstanding compared to other villages, offering no real tourism value. Otherwise, Yinja village wouldn't still be impoverished. Furthermore, the Yuan was merely using the tourism plan as an excuse to make things difficult for Aslan, providing a seemingly legitimate reason to cause him trouble. People get more shameless the older they get. Today I've seen it all, Aslan thought bitterly. Want to rent? Rent. Don't want to rent? Get lost, the Yuan said arrogantly. I want to lease this sea area for aquaculture. But now you're giving me a reef zone. How am I supposed to sail a boat into that? Aslan yelled. Seeing Aslan's angry face, the Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For once, it was Aslan who was at a disadvantage. You little brat, if it were a normal good area, do you think I would give it to you so cheaply? If you want it, pay up. If not, scram, the Yuan said with a laugh. Hashtag chapter 48, Supreme Delicacy. Aslan and the Joe were arguing loudly, their voices escalating until they could be heard outside the tiled roof house. Creak. The door of the village committee's tiled roof house opened, and a graceful figure walked in. Director Rickon, you should have told me so I could have organized the village cadres to welcome you, the Joe quickly stepped forward and said. The Joe still harbored some fear toward Alicia. As the township head responsible for Yanjiakan village, Alicia had the power to make life difficult for him, since he was just a temporary worker under her leadership. Did I hear you call Aslan a bastard just now? Is this how your village cadres treat the villagers? Alicia questioned sharply. The township head misunderstood. There is only one sea area available for sale in our village, but he kept being unreasonable, so my words became more intense, the Joe respectfully explained. Though his position couldn't be officially removed by any organization, it would be easy for Alicia to make things difficult for him. The Joe had no choice but to lower his head. Tell me in detail about the fish farm issue, Alicia said. Before entering, Alicia had only caught bits and pieces of their conversation, so she was eager to understand why Aslan was so angry. Whether out of duty or personal concern, Alicia wanted to help Aslan, but only if he had a valid reason. Aslan came beside Alicia and reported what had just happened. Manuel, I know there's tension between you and Aslan, but the fish farm pilot project concerns the future development of the entire Yanjiakan. I hope you can abandon that ridiculous tourism plan and allocate the better sea area, Alicia stated. After thinking for a moment, the Joe replied, since Director Rickon has spoken, as the Joe, I will follow the organization's arrangement. I can redivide some areas. He took out the map again, circled a few new areas on it, and presented it to Aslan and Alicia. These newly divided areas are priced the same as the previous reef zone, the Joe said. However, the newly allocated sea area was less than a third of the previous one, appearing very small, possibly only 200 or 300 square meters. Manuel, you gave me this after I asked you to redraw the area? Alicia slammed her hand on the table and questioned. Please let me explain, Director Rickon. Although these areas are smaller, they are much safer. The previous area given to Aslan was nearly 1,000 square meters because it was a reef zone, which made it cheaper, the Joe explained. Alicia understood that he couldn't go too far or risk losing his position and his family's livelihood. Seeing his evasiveness, Alicia felt helpless and turned to look at Aslan with pity. You dare to play tricks with the Joe? Hindering Yanjiakan's development is like going against me and Alicia, Alicia thought bitterly. Choose a larger fish farm. If you're short on money, I can lend you some, Alicia offered. The price of this fish farm was already at market limit, and even Alicia couldn't greatly influence the village committee's decision. As a porter, I won't use your money, Aslan pointed to the map and said, I'll choose this one. When Aslan made his choice, both Alicia and the Joe were stunned. They hadn't expected Aslan to choose the reef zone. Isn't this a reef zone? Alicia frowned. Why would you choose such a dangerous place? Because it's large. 1,000 square meters for over 1,000,000 yuan. It's a bargain, Aslan smiled. Beside him, Alicia was frantic. Don't be silly. Even if the area is large, you can't raise fish there. It's useless. Buy it, the Joe prayed inwardly. He fervently hoped Aslan would purchase this area. Losing over 1,000,000 yuan would satisfy his spiteful desire. Despite Alicia's protests, Aslan's finger remained on the reef zone. I'll take this. Haha, I'm not responsible. It was your choice, the Joe laughed. Without further ado, the Joe started printing the lease contract for the reef zone and had Aslan sign it. Both Aslan and the Joe wore triumphant smiles as they held the contract. After transferring the money to the village committee's account online, Aslan left the office with Alicia. Director Rickon, please come back anytime. We welcome you to visit our village more often, the Joe waved from the entrance. Haha, who would have thought that Aslan would buy the reef zone? He's going to lose over 1,000,000 yuan. Don't even think about it. No one who opposes our Joe ends well, even if the township head comes here to help that scoundrel. Listening to their flattering words, the Joe smiled, showing none of the subservient attitude he displayed before Alicia. Titus, she's just an outsider. In this village, I am the king. Not even you can protect Aslan, the Joe thought. Suddenly, Aslan snapped his fingers, causing a slight tremor that went unnoticed by most people. A tile fell from the roof. Aya! A scream echoed as the Joe clutched his bleeding head and squatted on the ground. Blood trickled down his face, shocking everyone around. Meanwhile, Aslan and Alicia walked side by side, chatting and smiling. Wow, whose daughter is this? Such a beautiful young lady. Is she Aslan's girlfriend? He sure is lucky. Please don't say that. She's the newly appointed township head. She visited our village a few days ago. The villagers chattered endlessly, gossiping as usual. Hearing these comments, Alicia blushed, while Aslan beamed with pride. This is my home. Come in, Aslan smiled, opening the door. Woof woof woof. Nico ran out wagging his tail. Woof woof woof. Nico circled around Alicia, occasionally rubbing against her leg. Is this Nico? Alicia exclaimed. How did he grow so big in just a few days? Aslan pushed Nico aside. Maybe he ate fertilizer. Crouching down, Alicia gently patted Nico's head. You're a white wolf, yet you call yourself Nico. That's unfair, and worse, you've started barking like a dog. Woof woof. Seemingly agreeing, Nico barked and returned to Alicia's side. Aslan found this strange. Even when Ashlyn visited, Nico hadn't been this affectionate. He seemed to have a special fondness for Alicia. Years later, Nico revealed the truth. When he first opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Aslan, and the second was Alicia. Their images were etched into Nico's heart, and he considered them his parents. Entering Aslan's home, Alicia admired the rustic decor. Don't leave tonight. I have plenty of rooms. Stay here, and I'll take you back to Tuliao Township tomorrow, Aslan smiled. Alicia shot Aslan a look and said, I have a lot of work to do. Today, I came here to help you choose a fish farm and to talk about the future development direction of Yanjiakan. I don't have time to spend the night at this big bad guy's house. Seemingly recalling what happened last night, Alicia's face turned a bit rosy. Actually, Aslan was also disappointed. If he could have Alicia stay overnight, he might achieve his small, mischievous desires. Leaving Alicia at home with Nico, Aslan went to Aunt Bellamy's house by the river and bought a big rooster, then purchased some vegetables and fish meat from a nearby store. Returning home, Aslan started showing off his culinary skills in the kitchen. After obtaining the Mountain Sea seal, Aslan discovered that adding Mountain Sea essence Ricoquid to dishes made them incredibly delicious. In the kitchen, Aslan wielded a chef's knife skillfully, the Mountain Sea seal having enhanced his body and coordination. The knife danced like a butterfly in his hands, turning cooking into a mesmerizing perf reporters. Watching Aslan cook, it was as if he had a magical charm that made Alicia watch him entranced, her heart whispering that having such a porter would be wonderful. Stealthily adding Mountain Sea essence Ricoquid to the dishes, an inviting aroma wafted out, making one's heart itch just from smelling it. Nico, meanwhile, squatted beside the table, eyes fixed on Aslan, drooling profusely. Dinner's ready. With his call, Aslan brought out a pot of chicken soup and placed it on the table. Try this chicken soup, I'll bring in the rest of the dishes, Aslan said. Just as Aslan turned back, Alicia couldn't resist the temptation of the food and began tasting the chicken soup with a spoon. When Aslan returned from the kitchen with 2 more dishes, he found that the chicken soup on the table was already gone. Where's the soup? Aslan asked in confusion. Burp. Alicia let out a belch, indicating she had already enjoyed the soup. Chapter 49. The Sunken Ship at Sea. Just as Aslan was dumbfounded, Alicia suddenly belched loudly, as if telling Aslan the answer to his question. I was only gone for 2 or 3 minutes. How did you finish this entire bowl of soup? And what happened to the chicken inside? Aslan asked in astonishment. Woof woof woof. Nico ran over to Aslan, wagging its big tail behind it, indicating how happy it was, but Aslan didn't miss the broth on its face. The gentle Alicia and the delighted Nico. Aslan couldn't believe that these two could finish an entire bowl of chicken soup in such a short time. It's all because your chicken soup is too delicious and perfectly warm. I just drank it all. And Nico kept looking at me pitifully, so I had to share some with it, Alicia said without a trace of guilt. You two must have starved in your previous life. Fortunately, I made other dishes, otherwise, I would be going hungry, Aslan remarked. He then placed the remaining dishes on the table, instructing Alicia not to steal any before bringing out the rest of the food. Tasting the other dishes, Alicia regretted drinking too much of the soup, as there were pottery more delicious foods he hadn't tried. After finishing the meal, Alicia sat on the sofa, clutching her belly and contemplating whether she'd gain another couple of pounds by tomorrow. Come, try my family's specially grown large cherries. I guarantee you've never tasted such delicious cherries before, Aslan said, carrying a plate towards her. Alicia looked at the cherries on the plate and frowned. I'll pass. I feel like my stomach can't hold anything more. Just one? You won't regret it, Aslan smiled. Seeing the cherry being fed to her mouth, Alicia opened up and took a bite. The juice burst open in her mouth. Instantly, a sweet and sour aroma filled her mouth and nose, and at that moment, Alicia felt so content she nearly cried from happiness. What kind of cherry is this? So good. Alicia couldn't resist picking another one from the plate. Hee hee, this is a special cherry cultivated by our family according to ancient methods. Only the Yi family has it, Aslan said proudly. After tasting a few cherries, Alicia felt the discomfort in her bloated stomach ease significantly. These cherries are amazing. They make my whole body feel better, Alicia said with a smile. Cherries are sweet and slightly acidic, mildly warm in nature. They benefit the spleen and stomach, nourish the liver and kidneys, and help stop diarrhea, Aslan explained. Speak in simple terms. Cough, cough. Cherries themselves have medicinal value, and after our family's cultivation, their efficacy is even greater, hence the wonderful effect, Aslan replied with a laugh. Aslan wouldn't tell Alicia that this cherry tree was accidentally cultivated using his blood. Although Aslan trusted Alicia, he feared someone might bind him and bleed him if they found out. These are really delicious. If you could mass-produce this fruit, you'd definitely become China's cherry king, Alicia praised. I do have plans for farming, but for now, let's focus on running the fish farm. Transforming Yan's family village into a farm would take a lot of effort, Aslan responded. Hearing Aslan's words, Alicia remembered the purpose of her visit. She had almost been lost in Aslan's delicious food. Why did you choose that area of reef when you could have chosen a better marine area? That place is dangerous with reefs. Approaching it by boat poses risks. Why did you choose it? Alicia asked, confused. Aslan was Alicia's hope, and she didn't want it dashed unnecessarily. Don't worry. Since I chose that sea area, I have a way to deal with the hidden reefs. The UN wanted to trick me, but instead, he gave me a great gift, Aslan laughed. Alicia always believed Aslan was a mysterious person. Seeing his confidence, she no longer worried about the matter. In the evening, Alicia didn't choose to stay overnight at Aslan's house, fearing he might get wolfish at night. Luckily, Nico kept Aslan company, preventing him from feeling lonely. Smelling the faint scent Alicia left behind, Aslan drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Aslan left Nico to guard the house while he sailed to the reef area he bought. The reef area was about 100 meters from the shore. Looking back, Aslan could still see everything on land, including middle-aged women sitting on the beach mending fishing nets. Without the reef, this location would be the perfect spot for a fish farm. Even 1 million yuan wouldn't suffice for leasing this much space. Through the seawater, Aslan could easily sense everything underwater, avoiding the reefs as he smoothly reached the center of the reef area. It's time to show true skills, Aslan said with a smile. Plunk. Aslan leaped into the sea and began swimming around. Underwater, countless small mountains like reefs lay ahead. These were solid rocks, and ships rarely survived hitting them. Swimming like a sea sprite, Aslan gradually mapped out the positions of all the reefs in his mind, forming a live map. Reaching the deepest point of the central reef, Aslan shouted inwardly. Move. His earth portapulation ability kicked in, causing the central reef to start moving outward. The speed wasn't fast, but it startled the small colorful fish living among the reefs, scattering them. Come back. Aslan forced the fish back into the reefs, moving both the reefs and the fish together. It took about an hour and a half for Aslan to move one reef to the outer edge. This project is larger than I imagined, Aslan sighed wryly. After resting on a reef, Aslan moved to another and started shifting it. Repeatedly, fortunately, the first central reef took more time. The others were closer to the outer edge, saving time. While moving the fifth reef, Aslan discovered a massive object submerged in the sea. Before his eyes appeared a huge iron monster covered in barnacles and coral due to its age. Can't believe there's actually a sunken warship here. Aslan was shocked. Though not a military enthusiast, Aslan recognized the ship's corroded state suggested it was over 50 years old. A relic from a past war, Aslan thought. Approaching the ship, its surface was covered with sharp barnacles. Aslan porteripulated water currents to carry him into the ship's interior. Inside, Aslan saw it had turned into a haven for marine life, encountering rare fish. Suddenly, something nearby caught his eye, a skeleton. Precisely, a skeleton dressed in military uniform with a colorful fish swimming through its skull. Gulps. Several bubbles escaped Aslan's mouth. Without his underwater breathing ability, he would have drowned. The first time encountering something so terrifying, even Aslan, as the heir of the water deity, was startled. I'm not an ordinary person anymore. I need to remain calm. I am a porter destined to become the god of mountains and seas, Aslan reminded himself inwardly. Forcing himself to calm down, Aslan swam over to the skeleton, but his fear hadn't diminished. He was still afraid. Since he couldn't stop feeling terrified, he decided to suppress all his fear deep inside. With his terror suppressed, Aslan began to examine the skeleton closely. Indeed, it's a warship left behind by the island nation, Aslan thought to himself. This warship must have secretly docked in Yenjia village before sinking into this reef area when leaving the village. After passing by the skeleton, Aslan continued swimming deeper into the ship. The interior space was enormous. Hard to imagine that such advanced shipbuilding technology existed decades ago. Aslan wandered through the ship, marveling at the engineering feats from several decades prior. Along the way, he encountered about a dozen more skeletons. Strange, I found the dining room, gym, entertainment room, and others, but why can't I find the armory? Aslan scratched his head, puzzled. If he could get a vintage gun from several decades ago to collect, it would make for an excellent artifact. Aslan thought being a collector wasn't bad. If he could gather treasures from the ocean, when he became powerful enough, he would display all his collections to help people understand, love, and protect the sea. My first collection is a pearl as big as a porter head, and my second will be called a rusty old gun from several decades ago, Aslan said with a smile. Having searched every part of the warship, he found no guns at all, almost making him doubt whether it was a warship. While wandering around the ship cabin, complaining to himself, Aslan unexpectedly noticed a doorknob on a wall covered with oysters. Chapter 50, Top-Grade National Treasure. Aslan's underwater perception allowed him to sense a vast space behind this door. Hee, let me see what's inside, Aslan chuckled. He activated his water control ability, directing a powerful high-pressure stream of water towards the door. Boom. A dull sound reverberated through the water as the gate shook. Many oysters and seaweeds broke off, loosening the door without fully opening it. Boom boom. After repeated efforts, Aslan porteraged to push the heavy door open with the force of the water. Entering the space behind the door, he noticed that the steel walls were rusted, but there were no oysters attached. He stepped forward and saw portery wooden crates severely decayed. The crates bore inscriptions in Japanese. Aslan only understood some basic Japanese learned from adult movies. Let's check these out. Even if they're bomb-soaked for 50 years, they probably can't explode, Aslan thought to himself. Finding a rusty iron rod fused with the ground, he struggled to pull it out. With the crowbar in hand, Aslan pried open one of the crates, revealing a faint golden glow. Wiping away the dirt, he discovered the crate was full of gold bars. Holding a bar in his hand, he bit into it hard, leaving a row of tiny teeth marks. My goodness, this is real gold. Aslan was astonished. Overjoyed, he opened all the crates with the crowbar, finding 2 crates of gold, 3 crates of various relics, and 1 crate of old, rusted rifles. Am I getting rich? Aslan wondered. Having never encountered so much wealth before, Aslan felt disbelief. Although he didn't know the value of the 3 crates of relics, the 2 crates of gold were surely worth millions. Confronted with such wealth, Aslan hesitated. These treasures were invaluable, especially the relics which belonged to the nation. They should be preserved properly. Don't hesitate. I'm just returning them where they belong. There's nothing regrettable about it, Aslan consoled himself. These things will benefit Yenjiakan. Though he felt a pang of pain making this decision, he believed it was right. After setting up the fish farm, Aslan could use the mountain and sea seal to raise fish. Money would merely be a number to him in the future. Contributing more was what he wanted. Wrapping the 6 crates in water currents, Aslan began to swim toward the surface. Up we go. Aslan shouted. A massive water column rose from the sea, carrying Aslan and the 6 crates to his fishing boat. On the boat, he stared at the crates in silence. Make good use of these. If I give them to the Yuan, he might abscond with them. I need to find the right person, Aslan thought. Eliminating the Yuan, Alicia became the only choice. Hey, I'm in a meeting. Speak quickly if you have something, Alicia's voice came through the phone. I'm in Yenjiakan with a gift for you. I guarantee it will shock you, Aslan said with a smile. Alicia mocked. Do you even have a conscience? Realizing her words might be inappropriate with others around, she quickly added, I'll come over soon. Your place? I'm at the reef area. Call me when you arrive, Aslan replied. After a brief chat, Aslan dove back into the water after composing himself from the excitement of the treasure. 2 hours later, Aslan moved more coral reefs underwater. His phone vibrated, a cheap yet waterproof device. Returning to the boat, Aslan steered it back to the dock, greeting Rani who was collecting fish. Seeing Alicia waiting at the dock, Aslan walked over. Come with me, you'll be shocked, he said. What kind of gift? Alicia asked curiously. Smiling, Aslan led her onto the small wooden board connecting the dock and the boat. Afraid Alicia might fall, he held her delicate hand. Embarrassed, Alicia tried to pull away but gave in and allowed Aslan to pull her onto the boat. Now, close your eyes until I tell you to open them, Aslan instructed. Why so mysterious? Alicia muttered but complied. Blindfolded and following Aslan cautiously, Alicia felt uneasy without sight. Trust was essential to walk blindly. The diesel smell on the boat made her wrinkle her nose as she followed Aslan. Ding ding ding. Aslan grinned. Now, you can open your eyes. Alicia opened her eyes to see 6 crates in front of her. When she saw the 3 crates of gold, she was stunned. The sheer amount of gold overwhelmed her, even coming from a wealthy background. These, you salvaged these? Alicia asked incredulously. The wood was heavily decayed, unmistakable evidence of its age. It hadn't dried, indicating it had been recently retrieved. This is thanks to our Yuan. Had he not leased the reef area to me, how could I have found such a treasure? Aslan joked. From the reef area? Could it be from a wrecked ship? Alicia frowned. Nodding, Aslan affirmed, prompting Alicia to marvel at his unbelievable luck. Ah. Alicia approached a crate containing relics, picking up a sword. The wooden hilt was decayed, but the metal blade and sharkskin scabbard showed no signs of rust. The scabbard with 9 dragons is an emperor's personal sword. Could this be? Swish. Pulling out the sword, Alicia's eyes widened. Qianlong Emperor's 9-dragon sword. Alicia exclaimed. Seeing Alicia's shocked expression, Aslan examined the sword beside her. You say it's Qianlong's? Were they using stainless steel back then? Aslan asked. Not stainless steel, it's ancient craftsmanship. Only the emperor's personal swords could have 9 golden dragons. Look at the 2 golden characters on the blade, Alicia explained. Those must be Qianlong's characters. They're different from modern simplified Chinese, Aslan noted. That's the legendary destroyed 9-dragon sword, priceless and belonging to the nation, Alicia said. Her grandfather's love for collecting antiques made her very knowledgeable about ancient relics. Do you mean this sword is valuable? Aslan asked. It's priceless. It belongs to the state, to all Chinese people, Alicia said excitedly. Though Aslan had once been a college student, at heart he was still a country bumpkin and didn't have an accurate grasp of what constituted cultural relics. Instinctively, he measured their worth in terms of price. To imbue himself with the aura of an emperor, Aslan began to brandish the 9-dragon sword playfully, while Alicia started examining the other artifacts. According to legend, the 9-dragon sword had been Emperor Qianlong's personal sword, buried with him in the imperial tomb. After the fall of the Laklang dynasty, it was stolen and eventually ended up in the hands of a significant modern figure. Historical records mention that this figure only found a twisted pistol and a piece of rusted iron at the scene. Almost all historians believe that the piece of rusted iron was the 9-dragon sword, but no one expected Aslan to actually salvage something resembling the 9-dragon sword from the sea. The emperor's sword is nothing special. If a few more years had passed, the hilt would probably have rotted away completely, Aslan remarked. Alicia briefly inspected the other artifacts and realized each one was an extremely rare treasure. While they might not be considered national treasures, they were undoubtedly priceless. Give me the 9-dragon sword. I need to consult someone for help, Alicia said. Aslan handed over the sword, finding it quite ordinary apart from being sharp and rust-free. Holding the 9-dragon sword, Alicia took several photos and sent them to an expert to verify its authenticity, along with photos of the other artifacts. Within 5 minutes, Alicia's phone rang. Where did you find the 9-dragon sword? Came a roar from the elderly porter on the other end of the line. Colt, we salvaged the 9-dragon sword from the sea near a small fishing village outside Lanhai City. I want you to help verify its authenticity, Alicia replied. According to legend, the 9-dragon sword was the personal sidearm of Emperor Qianlong and had lain buried with him in the imperial mausoleum. After the fall of the Laklang dynasty, it was stolen and ended up in the hands of a major figure in modern history. According to records, all that remained at the scene when discovered by this major figure was a twisted pistol and a piece of rusted iron an inch long. Almost all historians believe that the inch-long rusted iron was the remains of the 9-dragon sword, but none would have expected Aslan to dredge up a sword suspected to be the 9-dragon sword. The emperor's sword is just If I had found it a few years later, the hilt might have rotted away completely, Aslan said. Beside him, Alicia briefly examined the other artifacts and realized each one was an extremely rare treasure. Although they couldn't be classified as national treasures, they were nonetheless priceless. Give me the 9-dragon sword. I need to seek some help, Alicia said. Aslan handed over the 9-dragon sword, finding the emperor's sidearm to be quite ordinary aside from being exceptionally sharp and not rusting. Nothing particularly outstanding about it. Holding the 9-dragon sword, Alicia took several photos and sent them to an expert for authentication, along with photos of the other artifacts. Less than 5 minutes later, Alicia's phone rang. Where did you find the 9-dragon sword? Came a thunderous voice from the other end of the line. Grandpa, this 9-dragon sword was salvaged from the sea near a small fishing village close to Lanhai City. I want you to help me authenticate its genuineness, Alicia replied. Chapter 51 Back Massage. It seems the legend is true. Besides the destroyed version, there's another theory that it was obtained by the islanders, and during its transportation back to their country, the battleship carrying it disappeared. However, this theory hasn't been widely accepted, Coltrican said. Then, is this really the national treasure 9-dragon sword? Alicia asked. A large number of cultural relic experts are needed to appraise it to get an accurate conclusion. Personally, I think the probability of it being a genuine article is as high as 99%, the old porter said. Alicia knew her grandfather was a stubborn old porter who believed nothing was absolute. Even the highest probability he admitted was 99%. This belongs to the state's valuable wealth, absolutely not allowing it to fall into foreign hands. No matter what method you use, keep control of the 9-dragon sword. I will immediately dispatch cultural relic experts to your location, Colt Rickon said. Colt, rest assured. This 9-dragon sword was discovered by my friend, and he is willing to hand it over to the state, Alicia said. Colt Rickon laughed approvingly. Ha, your friend is truly a good child. Assure him that the state won't neglect his contribution. After hastily conveying some matters, Colt Rickon hung up the phone. What did your grandfather say? Aslan curiously asked. He's my grandfather. Why are you so familiar with him? Alicia glanced at Aslan disdainfully. We're best friends who have risked our lives together. Your grandfather is like my grandfather, Aslan shamelessly replied. Whatever. Seeing Aslan's shameless expression, how could Alicia not know about the little misclay in his heart? Tomorrow, cultural relic experts will come to authenticate and take away these relics. To protect them, we'll probably have to spend the night here, Alicia said. Spend the night? Here? Aslan asked doubtfully. Do you think you can leave these relics and gold on your fishing boat overnight? Alicia replied. Aslan had no answer. What she said made sense. To prevent Alicia from starving, Aslan went to the dockside convenience store to buy emergency food supplies. They ate instant noodles and bread to fill their stomachs. Why did you choose to hand these things over to the state? If you chose to hide them privately, no one would know, Alicia asked curiously. I'm a rough person. Though I like collecting things, I don't feel too much for cultural relics. Moreover, I believe I won't lack money in the future, so why should I hoard these things? Aslan smiled. Sitting in the cabin with her hands supporting her chin, Alicia looked at Aslan. This porter seemed different from what she imagined. In her impression, Aslan was very rustic. She never expected that despite his simplicity, he possessed such admirable and profound principles. Originally, Alicia felt the distance between herself and Aslan was as vast as the heavens and earth. After today's events, Alicia felt their gap might not be unbridgeable. Buzz. In the evening, mosquitoes started flying into the cabin. Because they didn't plan to stay overnight on the boat, Aslan hadn't equipped mosquito repellent. Exhausted from the day, Alicia lay on the sofa, hugging the 9-dragon sword, and fell asleep. The mosquitoes near Yanjia village were particularly venomous, causing unbearable itching when bitten. To ensure Alicia wasn't disturbed by mosquitoes, Aslan began directing them outside the boat. However, more mosquitoes kept coming as he shooed one batch away. If only I'd prepared a mosquito net or repellent incense. This is really awkward now, Aslan thought. Taking off his jacket, Aslan waved it around to drive the mosquitoes away from Alicia. He had imagined a aeroporturtic night alone with Alicia, but reality often developed in unfavorable directions. Deep in the night, Alicia groggily opened her eyes to see Aslan, looking tired, waving a piece of clothing. A feeling of happiness filled Alicia's heart. It was her first time encountering a boy so attentive to her. You should sit down and rest. You don't need to do so much for me, Alicia said. As she spoke, she took out a bottle of mosquito repellent and a mosquito coil from her back. Hey, aren't you prepared with everything? Aslan frowned. How could a normal girl carry such things around? Could it be she often spent nights outdoors? You wouldn't understand. I've been bitten 2 portery times, Alicia explained, rolling up her sleeves to show her arms covered in mosquito bites. Some of the welts were as big as eggs, while others were the size of pigeon eggs. Did you feed mosquitoes? Aslan asked, unable to believe his eyes. There were so portery welts. Since I can remember, mosquitoes have always loved biting me. Once, I slept with my mother without any repellent. I was covered in welts, while my mother wasn't bitten even once. Now you know why I bring these things, Alicia smiled. Maybe you just taste delicious. There's no other explanation, Aslan said. Though he'd heard of people prone to mosquito bites, this was the first time Aslan saw it. After lighting the mosquito coil, Alicia gently applied some repellent to Aslan's skin. The physical closeness was intoxicating. If Aslan didn't repeatedly remind himself to stay rational, any porter would have lost control. Your blood must be hard to resist. A bit of this repellent should do the job. Alicia handed him the repellent. Come help me apply it. With that, Alicia unbuttoned her shirt, exposing her back as she lay on the sofa. Gulp. Aslan swallowed hard. Feeling his body almost bursting with tension, evil thoughts swirled in his mind. Seeing Alicia holding the 9-dragon sword calmed him slightly. Titus, re up, or the mosquitoes will bite me again, Alicia urged. There were several welts on her back, spoiling its perfect smoothness. Aslan poured some repellent onto his hand and began applying it to Alicia's back carefully. Don't look, don't listen, don't speak if it's inappropriate, Aslan murmured to himself. Struggling against the sensations, Aslan barely porteraged to apply the repellent while drenched in sweat. Seeming to notice Aslan's discomfort, Alicia turned her head to glance at him. For the first time, she found Aslan surprisingly adorable. You're a coward with all heart but no guts, Alicia thought. But she also acknowledged that Aslan's self-control exceeded expectations, able to resist her allure. That, your back is done. Any other requests? Aslan's voice trembled slightly. No, thank you. Alicia smiled. Cough, you're welcome, Aslan replied. The faint smell of mosquito repellent filled the cabin. Alicia lay on the broken sofa, while Aslan fetched a foldable bed from the cockpit. They endured a tough night aboard the boat, guarding the treasure. At dawn, the rooster crowed. When Alicia wearily woke up from the sofa, she found Aslan had already left the cabin. Holding the 9-dragon sword, Alicia came to the bow of the boat and saw Aslan chatting with a limping porter. You're really something, even winning over the township head. That's incredibly impressive, Ronnie said with a smile. Rico, go, don't joke around. Alicia and I aren't even close yet. I'll let you know when we really get together, Aslan replied with a laugh. As they talked, Ronnie lifted the bag in his hand and handed it to Aslan. Here, you asked me to bring you something this morning. These are salmão de Nilo bao made by my sister-in-law. Guaranteed you'll want more after one bite, Ronnie said with a grin. Thanks for today's help, Rico, go. Once I handle things here, I'll properly thank you for helping me sell the pearls, Aslan said. We can keep in touch by phone. I won't interrupt your good time with Township Hedricken, Ronnie said with an I understand tone. Aslan didn't argue and returned to the boat with the soy milk and buns. Hey, you're awake. Here, my friend sent some breakfast. Eat while it's hot, Aslan said with a smile. Thanks, Alicia replied with a smile. In fact, the two were not far from Alicia, and she had heard their conversation. Her face turned slightly red, but she didn't say anything. Undeniably, Ronnie's wife was an excellent cook. Aslan relished the food. Buzz buzz. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a loud hum filled the sky. Two black helicopters flew over from the horizon. With his keen eyesight, Aslan could even see the missiles on the sides of the helicopters. The helicopters descended onto the small dock, leaving all the fishermen staring in shock. A group of heavily armed soldiers emerged from the helicopters, accompanied by a few elderly experts with gray hair. Is this the team of experts you mentioned? Aslan asked in astonishment. This scene was incredibly shocking, especially the guns held by the soldiers. Aslan felt that a single shot to his head would surely be fatal, even with the mountain and sea seal. Chapter 52. Building a new countryside. Alicia ignored the astonished Aslan and walked along the wooden plank to the pier. Seeing Alicia approach, the soldiers immediately gestured for her to stop, watching her and Aslan with heightened alertness. You don't need to be nervous. She is old Ricken's granddaughter and one of the key personnel for this mission. An old porter stepped forward and said, Grandpa Zong, I didn't expect my grandfather to invite you this time, Alicia said warmly upon seeing the elderly porter. Hee, old Ricken said that thing was here. And if this old porter didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't rest easy, Rhett chuckled. Alicia smiled and pulled Aslan to Rhett's side, introducing him. This is Grandpa Zong, my grandfather's close friend. Hello, Grandpa Zong, Aslan greeted politely. Rhett, having seen through portery things in life, could read much from Alicia and Aslan's attitudes. If Alicia truly had feelings for Aslan, it would indeed be troublesome, as the Ricken family would not approve of a simple villager marrying Alicia. You're Aslan, right? What a good boy. It's rare these days to find someone who can selflessly turn over such valuable items to the state, Rhett praised. Thank you, Grandpa Zong. I just felt these things should be returned to their rightful owners, Aslan replied sincerely. Not bad, I like this boy, Rhett said. Where are those things? Bring them out quickly for me to see. Following Rhett's instructions, Aslan led several soldiers to his small fishing boat, where he unloaded all the items, handing the nine-dragon sword directly to Rhett. With trembling hands, Rhett received the sword, stroking it as if cradling a priceless treasure. The texture, the craft sportership, this can only belong to the Laklang imperial family. This is genuine, absolutely genuine nine-dragon sword, Rhett exclaimed. At that moment, other elderly experts joined in. This old porter believes it's a true artifact. Modern people cannot replicate this level of craft sportership. Though the sharkskin scabbard resists corrosion well, decades in seawater have left their mark. These are signs of time. Heaven has eyes. I thought I was half in the grave, yet I lived to see such national treasures come to light. Aslan watched from a distance as the elderly men shed tears. Though he couldn't fully understand their emotions, he empathized with them. One by one, the gray-haired elders touched the nine-dragon sword, each looking satisfied. They barely glanced at the gold bars or other relics. Only two experts inspected the latter and then walked away disdainfully. Yi, we need to know where you found this? Rhett asked. These things were. Aslan pointed to the nearby reef area, omitting details about moving the reef but recounting everything else truthfully. After securing the nine-dragon sword and other treasures with soldiers, Rhett ordered some men to move instruments onto Aslan's boat. With the engine starting, Aslan piloted his boat to the reef area for the first time with so portery distinguished guests on board. Navigating perfectly around hidden reefs, Aslan brought the boat above the wreck. Confirmed by Aslan, soldiers donned diving gear and swam into the depths. In the cabin, a group of archaeologists gathered around a screen displaying underwater footage. When divers reached the bottom, a shipwreck appeared on the screen. It's here, Rhett exclaimed in shock. The Yashimaru. Yes, only this ship was worthy of transporting the nine-dragon sword. Who would have thought the Yashimaru sank here, damning them to never return home? Haha, imagine how the islanders will react if we salvage the Yashimaru? The old men nearly leaped for joy at the sight of the wreck, leaving Aslan bewildered. Is this ship famous? Aslan asked Alicia. The Yashimaru was the finest warship during the war era. It's rumored that the emperor of that country once toured the seas on it, showing its significance, Alicia explained. The Yashimaru symbolized the power of that country, which always claimed it was still within their territory. Now, this myth was being shattered. This is the real Yashimaru. The wreck in their country is just a replica used to stabilize morale back then. It's laughable now, Rhett laughed. Many experts felt the trip to Yanji village was worthwhile, witnessing both the legendary nine-dragon sword and the fate of the Yashimaru. I'll contact the Maritime Salvage Department. This wreck must remain in our nation's hands, Rhett declared. Aslan briefly considered taking on the job himself, but realized a fisher porter couldn't explain possessing such capabilities, so he dropped the idea. When the divers returned, everyone reconvened at the dock, which was now filled with villagers who heard the news. Wow, those 2 chests of gold came from Aslan's find? He must be incredibly lucky. If I were him, I'd hide the gold and live richly, not tell anyone. These gold bars would last me 10 lifetimes. I'd never give them to the state. Villagers stared greedily at the chests. Without armed guards, they might try to seize the gold. At this moment, the Yuan squeezed through the crowd towards them. The Yuan never imagined such a treasure would be in the reef area used to trick Aslan. Yet, Aslan's dedication to turning over the items made the clay secretly pleased, calling Aslan foolish while appreciating his integrity. Stop there, this area is under investigation. Unauthorized personnel step back, or we will use force, a soldier warned. Dozens of hostile eyes fixed on the Yuan, scaring him into near wetting his pants. No misunderstanding, I'm the Yuan, here to greet the leaders, the clay bowed and scraped. Alicia, noticing Rhett's gaze, quickly confirmed, he is indeed the Yuan. Let him in, Rhett said. Bow and scrape, the clay approached Rhett, recognizing him as the authority. What brings you here? Rhett asked. Leader, on behalf of the entire village, I ask you for something, the clay said. Speak. Here's the thing. Since these treasures were found in our village, and antiquities aren't very useful to us, the villagers hope you could grant us some of the gold. As you see, we still live in earthen houses with poor living conditions. We wish to buy tree saplings to improve the villagers' lives. Tears streamed down the clay's face, sounding genuinely dedicated to the village's welfare. If this old porter could agree to his request, the substantial kickbacks from buying tree saplings and timber would be enough for the Yuan to take a huge risk and plead with the leadership from the capital. All things found in the sea belong to the state. You have no right to dispose of these treasures, Rhett said sternly. The Yuan seemed to want to say more but was deterred by Rhett's cold gaze, feeling even more regretful that he couldn't benefit from this. Rhett smiled at Aslan and said, You are the one who discovered and turned over these treasures. We won't treat those loyal to the country poorly. If you have any requests, feel free to make them, and I will do my best to accommodate. I do have some requests. I can forego the reward for turning in the treasures, but I hope these gold bars can be used to build a new countryside, Aslan replied. Recoke planting trees? Rhett asked with a knowing smile. Having seen much in life, Rhett could easily see through the Yuan's intentions. He didn't want to let this leech benefit without effort. What use is planting trees? Dividing the money among households would barely amount to a few thousand each, which wouldn't solve the root problems and might even lead to inefficiencies, Aslan explained. So, tell me, if you were given a grant, how would you use it? Rhett asked curiously. Building schools and health clinics. Our school is in such poor condition that more children won't be able to attend if we don't rebuild it. The health clinic's conditions are too poor. It's okay for minor illnesses like colds, but for emergencies, it's practically useless and delays treatment. With funds, I would change that first, Aslan replied. Rhett saw integrity in Aslan's eyes. These words were undoubtedly spoken from the heart, and he fully endorsed what Aslan said. Very well. In that case, I will propose to the higher-ups to allocate part of the proceeds from these gold bars to Yanji village, Rhett smiled. The Yuan's face lit up with joy nearby. As long as the money was credited to Yanji village's account, he would find a way to skim off some for himself. Chapter 53. The Bar's End. I never imagined that Aslan turned over this money to the state for the sake of our village. If the school had been rebuilt 2 years ago, my child wouldn't be farming with me now. Rebuilding the clinic would have been great. If we'd had anti-venom back then, my sister might not have died. I was mocking Aslan as a fool just now, but little did I know he was doing something beneficial for the village. Damn, I feel so ashamed and guilty towards him. Trees? What's the point of planting trees? Sure, I'm poor, but I don't care about those trees. What Aslan has done truly benefits Yinjia village. The villagers were all filled with gratitude and tears, thinking that if they had had the money earlier, Yinjia village wouldn't be like this now. Seeing the villagers' reactions, Alicia felt ashamed. She realized that she had only focused on increasing their income without considering the villagers' real needs. With a serious expression, Aslan bowed deeply to Joey and said, Grandpa Zong, I want to thank you on behalf of the entire village, but I have one request. I hope you hand over this money to Magistrate Rickon, because only by entrusting it to her can I feel at ease. Joey looked at Aslan with an approving gaze. He had to admit, the young porter was politically astute, knowing how to give such a significant political achievement to Alicia. The young porter's idea is good. I'll apply to the higher-ups for this, Joey smiled. The leader from Beijing, I think this isn't proper. Magistrate Rickon is not from our Yinjia village, and doesn't understand us well. This money should be porteraged by our village committee to maximize its benefit, the Yuan said. In the Yuan's eyes, this was a golden opportunity for his rise, and he intended to seize it no matter what. Legally speaking, Aslan's action today is called honesty in finding lost property. The state is only obligated to reclaim these artifacts, but there are no strict rules for gold bars, which are considered voluntary donations. So Aslan has some say in suggesting their use, while you, as Yuan, have no authority here, Joey explained. The Yuan's face darkened. He understood the underlying message from Joey. Don't delude yourself and step aside where it's cool. Grandpa Zong, there's something I need to report, Aslan said. Go ahead, Joey replied. This person, as our Yuan, often abuses his power for personal gain. I ask you to investigate him. I don't want such corrupt elements to harm our village, Aslan said. Today's behavior of the Yuan had utterly enraged Aslan. He couldn't tolerate that the clay would disregard the villagers' interests for this gold. Leader, please don't listen to Aslan's nonsense. This boy has been a troublemaker since childhood. He was even expelled from university. Silence. Joey snapped coldly. Aslan handing over these gold bars proves his character. His opinion will be respected. With a thud. Hearing Joey's words, the Yuan felt dizzy and fell onto the ground. Knowing one's own misdeeds too well, the Yuan knew that even minor corruption would be exposed under investigation, leading to life imprisonment. Leader, I was wrong. I really know it. I'll be a better Yuan. Please give me another chance. Facing possible imprisonment, the Yuan threw away his dignity and crawled towards Joey, grabbing his trouser legs and pleading. As a Yuan chosen by the people, you failed to serve them. No one can save you. Joey kicked him away. Magistrate Rickon, I've always worked diligently for Yinjia village. Don't ruin me over a small mistake, the Yuan pleaded as he crawled toward Alicia. Alicia turned away, refusing to look at him. Aslan, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Whatever you want. If you help plead for me, I'll do it, the Yuan begged, knocking his head on the ground until it bled profusely. If you've done wrong, you must be punished. I won't help you, Aslan replied. Seeing the once arrogant Yuan reduced to a kneeling beggar, Aslan couldn't help but feel that one should never do things against conscience. While a few people felt sympathy, most silently cursed, serves him right. Grandpa Zong, since you're here, why not experience our village life? Alicia smiled. Hee hee, I'm from the countryside too. It's been decades since I experienced this life. Staying here would be nice, Joey chuckled. Indeed, despite holding high office, Joey often missed rural life. Even though he had cultivated a small field in his yard, it wasn't the same as the real thing. Now, with this chance to experience it up close, he felt somewhat eager. Then Joey instructed the experts and soldiers to load the boxes into the helicopter. Grandpa Zong, I have a humble request. Could you give me one of those rusty rifles as a memento? Aslan asked hopefully. Theoretically, individuals aren't allowed to possess firearms, Joey said. Seeing Aslan's disappointed face, he laughed and added, but these are mere scraps of metal. Giving you one won't hurt. Thank you, Grandpa Zong. Aslan happily accepted the rifle. Although not a gun enthusiast, every porter likes guns to some extent. The rusted rifle, despite its poor condition, had historical value, having been through war. Walking down the dirt paths of the village, Joey saw rows of mud houses and unpaved roads, reflecting profound poverty. Decades of development, yet some places remained backward, Joey sighed. Places like these, lacking resources and being remote, find it hard to grow, Alicia explained. Yinjia village had poor soil productivity and no special products, making it a long-standing headache for Tongxiao Township officials. Your family has smart minds. I believe you, as the magistrate responsible for Yinjia village, must have plans, Joey smiled. Of course. I came here to make achievements and show my family what I can do. A small place like Yinjia village won't be a problem. As they walked, Alicia pulled Aslan forward and said, Grandpa Zong, look, here's our village's hope. Joey gave Aslan a puzzled look, unsure if one person could change the whole village. However, upon hearing Alicia explain her proud plan, Joey admired her vision and approved of their plan. Guided by Aslan, Joey arrived at Aslan's home. Opening the door, they saw Junior rush out. Tidish, is that a dog or a wolf? Joey asked, puzzled. Looking at the creature, Joey wondered if it was a cross between a wolf and a dog. Grandpa Zong, you're truly sharp. Many people have seen Junior, but you're the first to recognize its true identity, Cassius said with a smile. Junior is actually a wolf. I've never seen a wolf wag its tail like a dog. It looks quite cute. Old Joey chuckled and asked, it's clearly white. Why do you call it Junior? Ancient wisdom says, leading a yellow dog on the left and carrying a falcon on the right. I also hope that one day I can hold a yellow dog in my left hand and a falcon in my right. Laughing proudly amidst the mountains and seas, Aslan replied with a smile. Young people should have such aspirations and look towards the long-term future, Old Joey said with approval. Old Joey greatly appreciated Aslan's ambitious young porter, unlike his own grandson who idled around all day. Because of Old Joey's arrival, Aslan personally cooked for him, while Alicia accompanied Old Joey for a stroll nearby. In the courtyard of Aslan's home, Old Joey and Alicia stood under the cherry tree. Alicia stood by Old Joey like a well-behaved child. Ricardo girl, you don't need to flatter me this way. Think about how you'll deal with your grandfather, Old Joey teased. Grandpa Zong, you misunderstood. Aslan and I are really just good friends, Alicia pouted as she gently tugged on Old Joey's arm. Don't try to cast your spells on me, little girl. Your grandpa may be old, but he's not blind. You two clearly have feelings for each other. TSK. Even my old teeth feel a bit sour, Old Joey teased her. Alicia was now extremely uneasy. She knew her grandfather wouldn't leave unless necessary because he had to porterage the Rickon family, yet she hadn't expected him to send Old Joey over. Though she and Aslan indeed hadn't officially established a relationship, there was only a thin veneer separating them, a matter of who would take the initiative. If her grandfather began to suspect their relationship, she would be ordered back to the Rickon family without a doubt. Then, her dream of governing a region and benefiting the people would shatter, and she didn't want to leave Aslan either. Chapter 54. Unlikely Friendship. Alicia's little head was spinning fast, trying to figure out how she could prevent Eddie from telling anyone about this. But it seemed impossible. Eddie and Alicia's grandfather were life and death friends, and it would be as hard as climbing to heaven to get Eddie to keep this a secret. Alicia's eyes lit up, and she picked a large cherry from the cherry tree, presenting it proudly. Eddie, try this big cherry. I guarantee you've never tasted anything better in your life, Alicia said with a smile. Am I so naive that you think I haven't seen the world? Eddie laughed. If a small fishing village can have such delicious cherries, then I absolutely won't tell your grandfather about your business. This is your word, Eddie. I believe an elderly gentle porter like you would never go back on your word, Alicia giggled. Eddie smiled. Don't flatter me. I don't believe this cherry can be that good. As he spoke, he put the cherry in his mouth. The moment he bit through the skin, a burst of sweet and sour fragrance exploded in his mouth. The juice slid down his throat and into his stomach, making him feel instantly refreshed and comfortable. Delicious! Eddie exclaimed spontaneously. You see, Eddie, you said it yourself. Looks like you'll have to keep your promise, Alicia laughed. You little Ms. Claymaker, you're setting a trap for me. These cherries are indeed delicious, but I didn't say they're the best I've ever had, Eddie chuckled. He looked at the cherry tree greedily, wondering if he could buy it. Having tasted countless delicacies, Eddie was truly conquered by this cherry. After eating the first one, he instinctively reached for another. Eddie, if you don't agree to keep this a secret, then you're not allowed to eat any more cherries, Alicia blocked the tree and said. You little brat, treating your Eddie like this is too much. Remember when you peed in my lap when you were little? Eddie laughed. I don't remember those things, yet you always tease me about them, Alicia blushed slightly. Just as Alicia lowered her head, blushing, Eddie, acting like a mischievous old porter, quickly plucked another cherry and popped it into his mouth. TSK. In my youth, I wore military uniform and fought for over 10 years, reaching high positions and tasting countless delicacies. Yet today, a simple cherry has stirred my appetite. Unbelievable, Eddie mused. Titus, Eddie just wants to renege. Anyway, I don't care. You can't betray me after eating my cherry, Alicia pouted. These cherry trees clearly belong to Aslan. Unless you marry him, half of them will be yours, Eddie joked. Alicia inwardly cursed his impropriety. She certainly wouldn't admit any relationship with Aslan just yet. Alicia, Eddie, dinner is ready, come and taste it, Aslan shouted from the window. After eating this cherry, my appetite has been opened. It's perfect to try some home-style dishes now, Eddie smiled. As soon as Eddie and Alicia entered the small building, they were greeted by an irresistible aroma. Swallowing. Even this fragrance made Eddie salivate profusely, and the sound of him swallowing saliva woke him from his stupor. He blushed slightly and glanced at Alicia beside him. Alicia, however, didn't notice Eddie's embarrassment. Despite having tasted Aslan's cooking before, the scent still made her eyes sparkle with anticipation. Come, sit down. These are just some home-style dishes, nothing fancy. Please excuse our poor offering, Aslan smiled. Behind his sunny exterior, Aslan's heart was bleeding. This table of dishes cost him 2 drops of Mountain Sea Spirit Rico Quid. After exchanging pleasantries, Eddie sat at the table and examined the dishes. There were about a dozen dishes on the table, far less extravagant than those served in famous restaurants, with no fancy plating or carving, just simple and unadorned home-cooked dishes. Roast chicken, duck, fish, and meat were placed in the center, while various cold dishes and stir-fried dishes were arranged around the edges. Alicia, eager to eat, held her chopsticks but noticed Eddie hadn't started. Is the smell of these dishes still not enough to make you hungry, Eddie? Alicia asked curiously. In all my life, I've never smelled such delicious food. I want to eat but dare not, fearing that the reality might ruin my imagination of them, Eddie said. Deep down, Eddie fantasized about these home-style dishes, but feared they might disappoint. This hesitation made him conflicted. Since the elder hadn't started eating, Aslan and Alicia, being juniors, dared not start either. A tradition passed down from older generations. Eddie, try it. I've tasted Aslan's cooking before, and it's truly a marvel, Alicia urged. All right, I'll give it a try, Eddie agreed. In truth, he desperately wanted to try the food. Encouraged by Alicia, Eddie picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of fish in his mouth. Instantly, the savory flavors exploded on his taste buds, as if he were immersed in an endless sea. A simple bite of a humble home-style dish gave Eddie an unforgettable experience. Truly delicious. Alicia was right. This is a culinary masterpiece, Eddie praised. Eddie, you flatter me. These are just some ordinary dishes. If you'd like, stay here for a few days to enjoy a holiday, Aslan offered with a smile. That's a fine idea. I accept your invitation gladly, Eddie replied cheerfully. Caw. Aslan was taken aback. He hadn't expected the old porter to take him up on what he thought was a polite offer. Alicia became anxious too. If Eddie stayed long-term, it would be like having a spy nearby, making everything inconvenient. Ignoring their reactions, Eddie kept enjoying the food, praising Aslan's cooking. Rickoving for decades, I realized only in my twilight years that life isn't just about collecting treasures. Good food is an enjoyment that I cannot resist, Eddie sighed contentedly. Usually, to protect his health, Eddie would stop eating when half full, but this time he made an exception. This is my specially brewed liquor. It will leave a lasting impression. Aslan poured liquor from a bottle for Eddie. The fragrant alcohol aroma spread, making Eddie's mouth water. Holding the wine glass, he inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma, then took a small sip. The rich alcohol aroma spread through his throat, warming every part of his body. Good wine. Only the finest wine can match this feast. Coming to Yinjia village today was the best decision of my life, Eddie laughed heartily. Savoring each bite and sip, Eddie felt boundless joy, secretly thinking how fortunate he was to be here instead of Alicia's grandfather. After several rounds of drinks and pottery courses, Eddie reluctantly put down his chopsticks when he couldn't eat anymore. Deciding to stay at Aslan's home for a few days, Eddie acknowledged that although he was Alicia's elder, it was more convenient for him to stay separately. Moreover, Yinjia village offered fresh air, clear blue skies, good food, and drink. He considered himself lucky to have this retreat. In the evening, Aslan and Alicia accompanied Devlin as they strolled through Yinjia village, allowing him to experience its true essence. Too impoverished, and most of the villagers here share the same surname, making it extremely difficult to porterage. Recado you, your task is truly no ordinary challenge, Devlin remarked, standing by the seaside and facing the vast ocean. I must achieve something significant to show my grandfather that even as a girl, I am not inferior to any boy, Alicia said determinedly. Why should a girl make herself so miserable? Devlin sighed. Alicia responded proudly. I don't find it hard at all. This is the path I have chosen, and I will walk it. Besides, with Aslan by my side helping me, there's nothing we can't overcome. Devlin glanced at Alicia and Aslan, shaking his head inwardly. He suddenly realized that Alicia was just as naive as any other girl. No matter how good Aslan's culinary skills were, he would still only be a famous chef at best. And no matter how skilled a chef might be, it wouldn't gain him recognition from the Rickon family. That night, Alicia drove her little car back to Tuliao Township, while Aslan prepared a room for Devlin in his own home. The next day, Aslan sadly discovered that half of the cherries on his cherry tree were missing. Moreover, what was more critical was that he had to use the majority of his spirit liquid daily for cooking, along with occasionally giving some to Junior, leaving him with very little Mountain Sea Spirit Rico Quid each day. During these few days, Aslan noticed that Devlin's personality seemed different from that of a typical elder. To put it nicely, he was unique. To put it less kindly, he was eccentric. Yi Salmachang, why isn't my meal ready yet? You're not doing a good job as a cook, Devlin shouted from the dining table. You old porter, you've been freeloadingly eating and drinking at my place all day, and now you have the nerve to complain? If you want to eat, wait. Your young master is cooking for you right now, Aslan retorted from the kitchen. Chapter 55. Aslan's Fish Farm. After spending a few days together, Aslan and Daylon had become unlikely friends. The two enjoyed their time teasing each other, finding much amusement in it. During this period, Aslan often assisted the salvage team near the reef area where the sunken ship, the Yashimaru, was finally recovered. Old porter, your mission is over. Shouldn't you report back? Aslan asked. At the moment, Daylon was sitting at the dinner table with little dignity, one foot resting on a stool and holding a pig's trotter, biting into it without any restraint. You'd better not drive me away, brat. Otherwise, I'll tell old Rickon about you and recoddle you. Then you'll never see her again in your life, Daylon threatened bluntly. Seeing Daylon act so shamelessly, Aslan stared in disbelief. You must have been a rogue when you were young. Uft, the thicker the skin, the more food you get to eat. Do you understand that? Back then, my wife didn't want to marry me, so I stayed at her house for over 3 months, refusing to be driven away or cursed off. Eventually, they ran out of food, and her parents had no choice but to hand her over to me, Daylon boasted. Phew. Aslan couldn't hold back his laughter and sprayed wine onto Daylon's face. He hadn't expected anyone could be so shameless. Daylon calmly wiped the wine off his face and said, Tisk, Tiske, hey. Those are bygone days. Now they're beautiful memories. Just as Daylon reminisced, Alicia opened the door and looked at him in surprise. No wonder Grandma Rico called you an old scoundrel. Using such deplorable methods to marry her, Grandpa Zung. You're worse than I thought, Alicia remarked disdainfully. To Alicia, Daylon had always been a kind grandfather who doted on his juniors. She never imagined that these past few days would completely change her impression of him. All right, leave the food and drink here. As for this young ye, take good care of him but don't spoil him too much. Daylon pushed Aslan towards Alicia with his greasy hands. Don't be silly. We have important matters to attend to, Aslan responded. I've been there before. You know, I understand all these things. Go on, Daylon replied knowingly. Titus, don't pay attention to this disrespectful old porter. Let's go, Alicia said. Alicia pulled Aslan away, leaving Daylon alone to continue his feast. This little ye really suits my taste, providing me with fine wine and food. If I sell him and Alicia out again, it might not be quite right, Daylon chuckled. If Daylon's decades-long friendship had been bought by Aslan in just a few days with delicious meals, Alicia's grandfather would likely be furious, shouting at Daylon. Alicia took Aslan to her car and opened the trunk to reveal a large white bucket inside. When she removed the lid, it revealed a bucket of water containing hundreds of tiny fish fries, each about 2 to 3 centimeters long. These are premium wild large yellow croaker fry that I got through some connections. They were very hard to obtain. You should thank me properly, Alicia boasted. Using his porterpulation ability, Aslan perceived the small fish fries and found them all exceptionally healthy with robust vitality, free from disease. Excellent, these are top-quality fries. Consider this as a favor owed. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Aslan smiled. If you really want to thank me, just keep this in mind. Recently, I've been avoiding Grandpa Zung. He always misunderstands our relationship, Alicia explained. They both harbored feelings for each other that were hard to define, gradually getting closer but wary of moving too fast, constantly holding back due to various concerns. After securing the fish fries, Aslan took Alicia to his small fishing boat. Look, open your eyes and see. This entire sea is my fish farm, Aslan laughed loudly. What Aslan referred to as a fish farm was merely a small section of the sea enclosed by fishing nets, about 1,000 square meters. Though my farm is still small now, it will eventually become the largest in China, perhaps even the world, Aslan said standing on his dilapidated boat. I believe you, Alicia stood beside him, admiring the grandeur in Aslan, feeling immense respect for the porter who seemed capable of anything. Alicia, let's release these fish fries into the farm together. Let's hope they bring prosperity using your capable hands, Aslan smiled. Sure, but if we lose money, don't blame me, Alicia laughed. While chatting, they held the bucket together, releasing hundreds of fish into the farm. I wonder how long it will take for them to grow, Alicia hoped. I have an ancestral method that allows them to grow quickly and of excellent quality, Aslan grinned. Without Alicia noticing, Aslan dropped a drop of golden Nanhua spirit Ricoquid into the water, distributing hundreds of tiny portions into the fish fries. With the Nanhua spirit Ricoquid protecting them, they won't get sick, and their growth rate will skyrocket. Perhaps a batch can be harvested within months, Aslan thought to himself. Wild large yellow croakers typically need over a year to reach 1 pound, while farmed ones, with excellent techniques, can reach that size within a year. Aslan had experimented and found that feeding 3 drops of Nanhua spirit Ricoquid per day allowed a large yellow croaker to grow 10 pounds within half a month. If hundreds of fish fries were fed 1 drop daily, they could reach 1 pound within a few months. After reaching 1 pound, the effectiveness of the Nanhua spirit Ricoquid would diminish significantly. Looks like I need to order some automated feeders. Otherwise, I'll waste too much time just feeding these little guys, Aslan mused. Through his perception ability, Aslan saw the small fish swimming around in the sea. To him, these weren't just fries but future gold. A few months seem like a long wait. It's going to be tough, Alicia sighed. It's not as hard as you think. I can accelerate their growth. In about a week, we'll see results, Aslan smiled. How does the quality of accelerated fish compare? If any illegal additives are used, I won't allow it, Alicia warned. Don't worry. My ancient methods ensure they are not only harmless but beneficial to health. Haven't you noticed the changes in yourself? Aslan asked. Alicia realized she had changed greatly since arriving in Tuqiao village. Previously, she suffered from insomnia and frequent illness due to immense pressure. Since dining with Aslan, she slept better, felt energized, and even felt younger with noticeably smoother skin. Why not accelerate all of them to sell more? Alicia asked, frowning. This ancient method is cumbersome. If not for urgent funds, I prefer letting them grow naturally, Aslan shrugged. Alicia understood this method was extremely challenging and possibly done to show quick results, thereby giving her more authority in the village. Thank you, Alicia whispered. There's no need for such formality between us, Aslan replied warmly. Aslan smiled and gently drew Alicia into his embrace, slowly leaning in to place a kiss on her forehead. Alicia didn't pull away. Instead, she held onto Aslan, suddenly feeling incredibly happy. Even though countless people in the capital city had pursued her, including portary outstanding young men from prominent backgrounds, she found that only Aslan could stir her heart. When the two returned to the shore, Alicia, blushing, bid Aslan farewell and left. She had just taken up her post as township head and had numerous matters waiting for her attention, leaving her unable to spend too much time with him. Walking back to Yin family village alone, Aslan heard an uproar. Following the noise, he discovered a group of villagers armed with rakes, shovels, and picks confronting a group of police officers. More people surrounded both parties, seemingly wanting to help the UN but hesitating to intervene. Rikogu, what's happening here? Aslan asked curiously. It said that some high-ranking officials are conducting an investigation, and our UN is accused of embezzling communal property for personal use. Now, the police want to take the UN away, but those who have good relations with him are blocking the police from enforcing the law, Finn explained. Aslan suddenly understood. Tracing back the history of Yin family village, all the residents shared a common ancestry from centuries ago. The kinship among the villagers led to an unusually strong sense of unity among the Yin clan, a trait common in most villages with the same surname. However, this unity had its dual nature. Just like today, they united to stand against the police for their UN. There were portary reports of such solidarity in villages across Taitasaguo, but this was Aslan's first time witnessing it firsthand. Neither the police nor the villagers were willing to yield. If things continued like this, the villagers might buy enough time for the UN to escape. Translation notes. Aslan smiled and gently drew Alicia into his arms, slowly pressing a kiss to her forehead. Alicia didn't choose to avoid him but instead held onto Aslan, suddenly feeling very happy. Even though countless people in the capital had pursued her, including portary outstanding young men from all over, she realized only Aslan could touch her heart. When they returned to the shore, Alicia, with a flushed face, bid farewell to Aslan and left. She had just taken up her post as township head and had numerous matters waiting for her attention, unable to spend too much time together with Aslan. Walking back to Yinjia village alone, Aslan heard loud noises. Following the sounds, he saw a group of villagers holding rakes, shovels, and picks confronting a group of police officers. More people surrounded these two groups, seemingly wanting to help the UN but hesitating to do so. Finian, what's going on here? Aslan asked curiously. It said that some high-ranking official is investigating our UN for embezzling communal property due to personal issues. Now the police are trying to take the UN away, and those who have good relations with him are blocking them, Blake explained. Aslan suddenly understood. Tracing back, all the Yans in Yinjia village shared the same bloodline, possibly one big family hundreds of years ago. This familial connection made the Yin clan exceptionally united, as was the case in most villages with the same surname. However, this unity had its two sides. Just like today, they were standing united against the police to protect their UN. There have been portary reports in China of villages banding together against the police, but this was Aslan's first time witnessing it. Both the police and the villagers stood firm, unwilling to yield. If this continued, the villagers might buy enough time for the UN to escape. The original tone and style have been maintained. Names have been transliterated accurately using pinyin. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved. The storyline and logic remain coherent with previous content. Chapter 56. Villagers turning against. Fellow villagers, please do not shield Ricardo. He must accept his rightful punishment for his mistakes, said the middle-aged police captain with a square face. Whatever you say, no one will bully our Yin family. If you dare to take away our Joe, we'll fight you to the death, said a burly middle-aged porter from the village. Neither side would back down, causing the captain to become extremely agitated. Fred, shall we call in riot police to teach these old farmers a lesson? A young police porter suggested. Let's avoid escalating tensions between us and the villagers. Choose someone respected within the village who can help guide this group of villagers, the captain responded. Clashes like this between stubborn villagers and law enforcement were common, leaving the police helpless. Those familiar with the police system knew that rural crime rates far exceeded those in urban areas because villagers often lacked legal knowledge and acted impulsively, resulting in actions they would later regret. This was not discrimination against rural residents but a fact. That's why the state was increasingly focusing on rural education. Heh, I didn't expect the Joe to finally get what he deserves. I'll go buy some fireworks from the small shop to celebrate, Aslan said with satisfaction. It's not that simple. A few years ago in Tianhai village, there was a family that had bought a wife. When the police tried to rescue her, the entire village opposed them. It took several months of deadlock before the police secretly spirited her away at night, Blake said. Rural issues were always hard to resolve, especially in united villages like Yin family village. It wasn't feasible to arrest all the families involved. Excuse me, are you Mr. Aslan? A young police porter asked. Our police force has a request, and we hope you can agree to it. Why me? Aslan asked, utterly confused. The situation is as follows. We need a respected villager to communicate with the rest, explain the consequences, and persuade them not to protect Ricardo, the young police porter explained. Aslan hadn't expected the police to ask him to be a mediator. This made him even more incredulous. Are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? I'm surnamed Yi, an outsider with little standing here. You should approach neutral members of the Yin family, Aslan replied. Ahem, the young police porter awkwardly admitted. We spoke to several elders in the village, but they didn't want to offend the villagers. So we came to you. Only a few days ago, you contributed gold to build a school and clinic for the village. With your current status, surely you can convince some people. The young police porter was simply trying every option. Asking Aslan wouldn't hurt. Adriel, brother, take this task. It's time for our village to change, Blake urged. I'm still an outsider. Even though I've gained some recognition, I don't think the Joe's faction will listen to me, Aslan frankly said. No matter. If you can convince most to remain neutral, let the obstinate ones face their punishment, Blake replied. Aslan remained silent. The backwardness and outdated thinking in Yin family village were deeply rooted, exacerbated by the Joe enriching himself at the expense of the villagers, creating chaos in the village. Fine, I'll give it a try, Aslan agreed. Good luck, brother. If you can change things for the better, it will be a great deed for this village, Blake encouraged him. With a look of, I'll do my best, Aslan followed the young police porter. The young police porter brought Aslan to the captain. They discussed negotiation strategies with him. Mr. Yi, if you can help us complete this task, we will be forever grateful, the captain said. I'll try talking to them. I'll do my best, Aslan modestly replied. We await your good news, the captain said. Aslan left the police contingent and approached the villagers. Brat, stop right there. One step further, and I'll beat you to death, shouted a villager. He just came from the police. He must have betrayed us. We told you outsiders can't be trusted. Protect the Joe first. This is a Yin family village. Outsiders have no place meddling. The villagers were hostile, remembering how a dozen of them had been beaten by Aslan a few days ago. No one underestimated his strength. Villagers, please don't see me as an enemy, Aslan smiled and said. You're all my uncles and aunts, and portery of you watched me grow up. I've lived here for over 20 years, so I'm practically part of the village. Aslan, cut the nonsense. Get out now, or I'll have the villagers beat you to death. Believe me, the Joe shouted from behind the crowd. Feeling cornered, the Joe planned to rally all the villagers against the police. Otherwise, he'd end up in prison, perhaps never to walk free again. Villagers, do you know what the Joe has done? Aslan pulled out a piece of paper. This document contains evidence showing the Joe embezzled over 1 million yuan. Think about where that money came from. It was deducted bit by bit from each household. That's 10,000 yuan per family. Can you forgive him? Each word stabbed into their hearts. Doubt began to creep in regarding their decision. That's all lies. I never embezzled anything. Aslan is framing me. All this evidence is fake. Seeing his supporters wavering, the Joe shouted desperately. Without their support, he was doomed. Are you lying? Aslan scornfully replied. Your house was the first 2-story building in the village. How did you afford it with only a few acres and your Joe salary? After your house was destroyed, you hired the township construction team. Where did the money come from? After being swindled by the construction team, how did you rebuild the house? And where did all the luxurious furniture and appliances in your home come from? How did you make so much money with only a few acres and your Joe salary in 100 years? His words struck at the core. The villagers who had initially defended the Joe started to waver. If true, the Joe had essentially stolen 10,000 yuan from each family, money that could take a typical Yin family village household years to accumulate. What if I won the lottery? The Joe retorted, but no one believed it. His vain wife would have boasted about winning 1 million the next day. Aslan, even if what you say is true, the Joe is one of us. His mistakes are our family's business, not yours. Also, remember our ancient rules, a villager interjected. Originally, the village was founded by the Yin family. Tracing back, everyone shared a common ancestor. Women married out while men stayed, forming today's Yin family village. The spirit of unity was deeply ingrained in the bloodline of the Yin family. Whether a person was good or bad should be judged by the Yin family themselves, not interfered with by outsiders. Moreover, the Joe represented the face of all Yans in the village. Despite his portery faults, those who adhered to ancient traditions were prepared to protect him. The Joe felt incredibly grateful to his second brother. If it hadn't been for him invoking the ancient rules to persuade the villagers, there might have been real trouble. The reason ancient rules are called ancient is because they are outdated. Now we must follow the law and let those who have done wrong accept legal punishment. If you continue to obstruct the police, you will be seen as accomplices to the Joe. Do you want to end up in jail yourselves? Willingly accompany someone who has betrayed you to serve a long prison sentence? How can your descendants hold their heads high in front of others then? Under Aslan's incitement, most people began to waver again. After all, going to prison would impact everyone for life. Don't listen to him. The law does not punish a crowd. As long as we stay united, the police can do nothing to us, the Joe shouted loudly. Don't listen to the Joe's nonsense. Don't act on impulse. Ultimately, the ones who get hurt are you yourselves. Whether or not to continue protecting this porter who has wronged you is up to you, Aslan said. Most of the villagers who had been protecting the Joe began to waver. After all, they were just ordinary country folk, and they were very afraid of imprisonment. Bang! A villager threw down the shovel in his hand and said, to hell with the ancient rules. I'm not risking my neck and taking abuse to protect a beast like him. Bang bang bang. More people threw down their tools. Sometimes, all it took was one leader to set an example. Once that was done, more people would follow suit. In the blink of an eye, the 30 or 40 people surrounding the Joe had dwindled to just a dozen, and the Joe's face had turned ashen gray. Chapter 57, Devlin's Gift. The remaining dozen or so individuals were all the Yuan's relatives or villagers who were intertwined with him through interests. They were already terrified but could not abandon the Yuan. These people had leveraged the Yuan's power to reap significant benefits, and driven by sufficient incentives, they were crazed enough to confront the police. Seeing that most of the crowd had dispersed, the dozen-odd individuals still protecting the Yuan began to feel uneasy as some policemen started to move closer. You are only relying on the fact that the law cannot be enforced against portery at once. But with just a dozen of you, you can't threaten the police. Surrender quietly, don't do something you'll regret for life, Aslan shouted loudly. Seeing the police closing in, the originally resolute dozen or so people began to panic, yet they were very unwilling to abandon the Yuan. Nobody can take our Yuan away. I'll fight you today, a sturdy-looking middle-aged porter holding an iron pickaxe roared. Aslan recognized this middle-aged porter as the Yuan's cousin. This person's son, Salmao Chanho, often brought a group of kids to bully Aslan. However, Aslan never backed down. Even when beaten by them, he would fight back fiercely until the child ran home crying to his parents. Back then, Yanjiakan was even more unwelcoming than it is now. Every time such incidents occurred, Aslan's parents had to personally visit the family, apologizing amidst their cold ridicule. Aslan could never forget the look on that porter's face. He was one of the few people Aslan disliked the most in the village. Damn Salmashang, make these cops leave right now, or I'll beat you to death, you traitor. The burly middle-aged porter pointed at Aslan's nose and cursed. Do you think the police station is my house? Uncle, please stop causing trouble. Go tend your farm, it's dangerous here, Aslan said with a smile. Rakattle brat, talking back like that? I'll beat you to death. Aslan hadn't expected the porter to react so impulsively, swinging the pickaxe at him. It was so fast that it didn't give Aslan any time to react. As the pickaxe headed toward his head, Aslan instinctively used his air thrust ability. Everyone was focused on the burly porter's pickaxe, unaware of the small mound of soil that suddenly rose from the ground. The middle-aged porter tripped over the mound, losing balance, and the pickaxe hit a police officer standing beside Aslan. Aya! A scream echoed as the iron pickaxe struck the police porter's shoulder. Thankfully, only the handle hit the shoulder. If it were the blade, the arm might have been crippled. Attacking a police officer. Third squad. Arrest these people with weapons immediately. We will charge them as a criminal gang tomorrow, the captain said. Criminal gang? The remaining villagers were frightened. Although they didn't know exactly what this charge entailed, the captain's fierce expression hinted at serious consequences. If you're charged as part of a criminal gang, simply put, you won't be getting out of prison within 2 years, Aslan added from the side. Seeing the impulsive middle-aged porter subdued and handcuffed, the remaining villagers panicked. In times of danger, no one cared about protecting others. As ordinary farmers, they never imagined they'd end up in jail. Comrade police, this is all a misunderstanding. Take the UN. I won't obstruct you. Please don't arrest me. Comrades, come quick. We've helped catch the UN. We are just ordinary villagers. We made a mistake. Please forgive us. Amidst the chaos, the dozen people escorted the UN to the policeman, choosing the safest option in the face of potential imprisonment. You release me. I'm the UN. I'm the UN. The UN struggled fiercely, roaring in protest. He never imagined his closest relatives and friends would betray him. Take them all into custody, the captain instructed. All of them? A member asked, puzzled. Earlier, the captain had mentioned minimizing conflict and taking only one person. Why take everyone? These villagers lack any legal awareness. Bring them back to our precinct for an educational session, the captain replied. Heh, I should educate them too. Ignorance of the law makes them prone to breaking it, a police officer remarked. Despite their desperate pleas, the villagers were taken away, each with a desolate expression. The police were angered by Yanjiakan's stubborn villagers, and, possibly influenced by hidden motives, did not specify they were going for an education session only. While escorting the villagers into vehicles, the captain came to Aslan and said, Mr. Yi, thank you for helping us resolve this. Grateful thanks. Our bureau will send a banner to your home later. Fred, you're too kind. I just did what was right, Aslan replied politely. Mr. Yi, I have other matters. From today onwards, you are a friend of the Lanhai City Police Department. The captain smiled and returned to his vehicle. The villagers watched the convoy depart. Good thing I backed off. Otherwise, I'd be in the police car too. How close that was. Wailing, my husband was arrested. Damned Aslan. May you rot in hell. If not for you, he wouldn't be arrested. They deserve it. Those people with the UN were toxic to the village. It's a good thing they're gone. People were in turmoil, with several middle-aged women shouting curses on the road. A few approached Aslan, ready to scratch him to pieces. Without Blake and Bartolomeo stopping them, Aslan would have fled. Freddy, I'm leaving. See you around. Alright, let's have a drink together sometime. Aslan hurriedly left, finding the place too dangerous. When Aslan returned home, he saw Devlin lounging on a hammock under a cherry tree, occasionally picking a cherry and eating it. The ground was littered with cherry pits. Brat, if you don't hurry back, I'll starve to death, Devlin said. Seeing the half-eaten cherries, Aslan felt almost teary. After all, he hadn't eaten portery himself. I'll cook for you. Just leave some cherries on the tree for me to enjoy. Don't worry, your grandpa isn't freeloading. Devlin threw a scroll to Aslan. Here, this is from Grandpa. Aslan opened the scroll and saw 4 large characters. The Great Way is simple. Although he wasn't an expert in calligraphy, he could tell these characters were powerful and must have been written by a master. At the bottom, there was a red stamp engraved with Asin Xin. Old porter, did you write this? Aslan asked incredulously. Haha. Devlin laughed. Just a casual work. Seeing Devlin so smug, Aslan carefully stored the scroll and walked towards his 2-story cottage. Back in his room, Aslan placed the scroll on the bed beside him and began searching online for information about Ace. When he typed in the name, portery profiles of people named Ace appeared. One was a Chinese tycoon, another a martyr who died heroically while saving others. There were just 2 portery people with the name Ace. As Aslan continued searching, he indeed found a photograph of an elderly porter who looked dignified. If it weren't for the correct name and appearance, Aslan would have suspected this person to be Devlin's long-lost twin brother. Clicking on this person's profile, Aslan was genuinely surprised by the description. He hadn't expected that Devlin was such a prominent figure. Devlin had participated in battles during the final stages of a conflict before transitioning into politics. He had served as the mayor of a first-tier city, wielding substantial power. After retirement, he became obsessed with calligraphy and collecting, earning the respect of portery as a master calligrapher. The most famous piece attributed to Devlin was The Great Way is Simple, which he considered the pinnacle of his career, leading him to put down his brush afterward. Someone had even offered $1 million for this work, but was turned down by Devlin. Comparing the calligraphy on the computer with the one he just received, Aslan realized they were the same. Holding the scroll, Aslan exclaimed in surprise, Goodness, this thing is worth $1 million. For Devlin to use this as payment for a meal, it's way too expensive. He carefully stored the scroll in a safe place to prevent damage from insects or rodents, thinking that a gentle porter should not take what others love. He decided to return it to Devlin at an appropriate time. Since Devlin regarded him so highly, Aslan naturally didn't want to hide his skills. He went to the kitchen and started preparing a gourmet meal with all his heart. Before Aslan could call Devlin in, the old porter, attracted by the smell of the food, sauntered in holding a book. Salma Ashan, I have something to tell you, Devlin said. Old Porter, are you leaving? Aslan asked. If Devlin were to leave, that would be a good thing. Chapter 58. The Best Love Cherries. Prepare a grand meal tomorrow. I have a group of old friends coming over, Daylon said with a smile. What do you mean? Aslan replied unwillingly. Old Porter, are you treating my place like a hotel? Not satisfied with living here alone, you're dragging a few more people along. The feng shui in Yin family village is excellent, and your cooking is to die for. If I don't tell my old friends about this, wouldn't that be too selfish? Daylon explained. If it were friends or neighbors, Aslan would be willing to entertain them warmly. But if they were strangers, his lazy nature wouldn't appreciate it. This time, when my old friends come, you must give me face. Otherwise, I'll tell old Rickon that you stole his favorite granddaughter, Daylon said. So, Grandpa Rickon is coming too? Aslan asked in surprise. That old fellow has too much on his plate. With such a large family, it's not easy for him to get away. Even though he won't come, I can still call him and spill the beans about you, Daylon added. In the end, Aslan conceded. Though he and Alicia weren't actually in a aeroporturtic relationship, he knew Alicia's dream was to bring prosperity to the villagers. If her grandfather found out about their connection, he might take her back to Beijing, crushing her dreams. The aroma of the food stirred both men's appetites. Daylon couldn't wait and started picking at pieces of braised pork with his chopsticks. Over the past couple of days, Aslan found Daylon quite interesting. He looked stern at first, but turned out to be quite playful once they got to know each other better. And he detested fussiness at meals. He hated so-called elegant dishes. Aslan prepared braised pork knuckle, pig's trotters, drunken shrimp and crab, and a cold dish, a hearty feast that required no finesse to enjoy. Preparing this meal cost Aslan 3 drops of mountain sea spirit Ricoquid, but the satisfaction made up for it. Besides, he'd recover tomorrow anyway. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying meal, Daylon said as he lay sprawled on the sofa, drinking wine from a bottle, looking utterly content. Sigh, seems like I'm hosting an elder now, Aslan sighed. Daylon hummed softly while sipping wine, while Aslan grudgingly cleaned up. Cleaning wasn't Aslan's forte, so he rarely cooked at home. Tomorrow, there'll be so portery guests. My house will turn into a nursing home. Maybe I should invite Alicia to serve as a waitress? Aslan thought as he tidied up. Struggling through the cleanup, Aslan carried a bag outside to pick cherries. Hey, you little brat, put those cherries down. They're my lifeblood. Daylon jumped out of the house, shouting. Old Porter, these are my cherries, aren't they? Aslan asked helplessly. Aslan didn't know what to do with this old porter. It was his cherries. Why should he consult anyone else? How much? Tell me the price. I'll buy all the cherries on this tree, Daylon insisted firmly. Not for sale, Aslan replied. Not for sale? What gives you the right not to sell to me? Daylon said angrily. These cherries were delicious to the core. Even Daylon savored them sparingly, and now seeing half of them taken by Aslan pained him deeply. My sister loves cherries. I'm going to bring some to her, Aslan explained. You have a sister? Daylon frowned. A girl who grew up with me. I treat her like a real sister. One day, I'll bring her over, so prepare a gift, Aslan smiled. Daylon stared intently at Aslan, finding no deceit in his eyes. Go on then, Daylon waved dismissively, still mourning the lost cherries. Aslan didn't mind Daylon's attitude. After all, it was his cherries. After Aslan left, Daylon returned to the cherry tree, feeling heartbroken at the remaining sparse fruits. If only I had known Aslan would take my cherries, I should have eaten them all today, Daylon lamented. Cherries were just a trivial matter, but Aslan's mention of a sister caught Daylon's attention. At his advanced age, Daylon had seen much of life. True pure relationships between men and women were rare. Only when one person admired the other without reciprocation could such purity exist. Aslan's demeanor suggested he might harbor feelings for this sister. TSK, chasing a girl feels like climbing a mountain, while a girl chasing a boy is just lifting a veil. Looks like little you is in danger. I should advise her, Daylon mused. Aslan, carrying the bag of cherries, never imagined Daylon would think so much about it. When Aslan and Ashlyn were kids, they loved stealing cherries from neighbors' trees, finding joy in Ms. Clay. They would pilfer cherries from various places, filling their pockets and playing wildly until the fruit was squashed, staining their clothes red. For this, they'd often receive a beating from their mothers. Those were fond childhood memories. Aslan remembered Ashlyn's sweet laughter as she told him, I love eating cherries. Now, Aslan held a full bag of cherries to share with Ashlyn. He believed she'd be delighted. It's been a few days since I saw that little girl. Wonder what she's doing, Aslan murmured. Opening the door to Ashlyn's house, he saw Gale feeding pigs in the yard. Gale, it's been days since we last met. You look rather tired, Aslan said with a smile. Kelsey is sick. Please don't disturb her, Gale replied coldly. Aslan was used to her attitude, knowing she harbored prejudice against him. Without Ilium and Ashlyn, he wouldn't bother with her. I'll go inside and see Ashlyn, Aslan said. Without waiting for Gale's response, he rushed inside. Gale thought, next time, I'll make sure that silly girl stays far from that poor boy. Marrying a weakling has given me a hard life. I can't let my daughter follow in my footsteps. Aslan entered the spacious rural house, knocking on Ashlyn's door. Come in, came Ashlyn's weak voice. Opening the door, Aslan saw Ashlyn lying on the bed, clearly in pain. Brother Brianon, you finally came to see me, Ashlyn forced a smile. Am I really that ugly now? Not at all. In my eyes, Kelsey is the prettiest, Aslan replied tenderly. Ashlyn's pale face, covered in chickenpox sores, reflected her suffering. I remember when I had chickenpox before, Gale locked you in the house so you couldn't play with me, and you even said I was an ugly monster. Now you finally understand how painful it is to have this, don't you? Aslan said with a smile. Ashlyn didn't laugh, but instead looked very worried. I heard that chickenpox can leave unsightly scars. It must be because I called you an ugly monster back then that I'm suffering now. I'm going to turn into an ugly monster. As she spoke, Ashlyn began to cry. Chickenpox, similar to acne, was a nightmare for any beauty-conscious girl. Even when I had chickenpox as a child, I didn't end up with scars either, so stop worrying about it, Aslan said with a reassuring smile. But, no more buts. Try the cherry I brought for you. I remember how much you loved eating them when we were young, Aslan said. Aslan took a cherry from his pocket and carefully wiped it clean. Ashlyn gazed at Aslan affectionately, thinking to herself, what I love is being with you, not eating cherries. Having chickenpox is like having an extremely severe cold, causing such unbearable pain that one feels worse than dead, and it also kills the appetite. But when Aslan placed the cherry in Ashlyn's mouth, she couldn't refuse his kindness and bit down hard on the cherry. The sweet and sour aroma of the cherry lifted Ashlyn's spirits instantly. The juice flowed down her throat into her stomach, filling her entire body with warmth and energy. Is it good? Aslan asked with a smile. Ashlyn nodded, saying, this is the best cherry I've ever tasted. Just by eating one cherry, Ashlyn's pale face gained a bit of color, and she seemed more spirited. I heard cherries are very nutritious. Eating more will help your chickenpox heal faster. Aslan said, I'll definitely eat more. These cherries are all mine, and no one can take them from me, Ashlyn said. At the same time, she thought to herself, Brienne and Gidge belongs to me too. Chapter 59. The Mountain and Sea Chi Divination Technique. The next morning, at the entrance of Yinjia village, an elderly porter and a young porter were standing, gazing into the distance. Old porter, why didn't your friends come by helicopter like you? It's much faster that way, Aslan asked, puzzled. You don't understand. Riding in those things feels very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the 9-dragon sword last time, I wouldn't have sat in one either, Daylon replied. Just as they were chatting idly, the roar of engines came from the distance, and a convoy of cars appeared on the horizon. They're here, Daylon said. In total, 4 vehicles approached. Due to Yinjia village's remote location and unpaved roads, clouds of dust rose wherever the vehicles passed. Daylon waved at the approaching convoy. Soon, the entire convoy arrived at his position. You old-timers finally made it. I was getting anxious, Daylon said with a smile. We've come to this godforsaken place just to keep up appearances. Wow, mud houses everywhere. This place is really poor. Are you planning to make us stay in mud houses, Daylon? What will we eat tonight? Don't tell me you're going to dig up some wild vegetables for us. The 4 elders chattered around Daylon, and it was clear that each of them was dissatisfied with the village. Had they known earlier, they might have refused Daylon's invitation. Pfft, you old fellows don't know anything. Once you go to this kid's home, you might not want to leave. Daylon said proudly. Really? They all looked doubtful. Do you want to bet? Daylon asked. I'll wager the way of simplicity. All right, I'm in. A painting of admiring the high mountains. Since you insist, I'll throw in a fragment of Star Chess Manual Da. How about adding a ghost face token to liven things up? The 3 elders eagerly made their bets with Daylon, then turned to look at the 4th elder who hadn't spoken yet. Don't look at me, the elder said. Daylon is notorious for being devious. I doubt anyone can win this bet, and there's only one copy of the Way of Simplicity, which isn't enough for all 4 of us. After hearing this, the others paused, realizing they had been a bit too hasty, but they weren't going to back down now. Grandpa'sing, didn't you already give me the Way of Simplicity? Aslan whispered to Daylon. I just want to see the pain on their faces. If I win this time, everything goes to you, Daylon whispered back. Sometimes even old friends can act childish. These elderly men were no exception. Although they usually got along well, sometimes they acted impulsively like children. Let's go. This time I'll show you old coots that you've wasted half your lives. Daylon laughed and led Aslan and the 4 elders into the village, introducing them as they walked, Crawford, Ricky, Han, and Lyle. Though Daylon only mentioned their names without revealing more details, Aslan sensed that each of these men was extraordinary. Woof woof woof. When they opened the gate to the yard, Nico rushed in, delighted to see so portery people. This is a white wolf? How dare you keep such a creature as a pet? TSK, what a beautiful little guy. He doesn't seem aggressive at all. These experienced elders immediately recognized Nico as a wolf. Its name is Nico. I brought him home when he was an orphan pup, still blind, Aslan smiled. Woof woof. Nico came to Aslan, gently nudging his leg. To Nico, Aslan was his father. After a brief introduction of his house, Aslan returned to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal for the elders. Aslan admired Daylon, and out of respect for the old porter, he decided not to hold back. Daylon had already set up chairs under the cherry tree in the yard and plucked a cherry from the low branches. Do you know what true enjoyment is? Daylon pointed to his chair and a book beside it. Cooling off, reading a book, and eating cherries, that's enjoyment. Daylon put the cherry in his mouth and exaggerated a blissful expression. With decades of friendship among them, everyone knew Daylon's true nature and ignored his dramatic display. From Beijing to Lanhai City by plane, in such a long car ride, we are all tired. Resting here for a while would be nice, Crawford said with a smile. Upon lying down, Crawford plucked a cherry from the tree and placed it in his mouth. The moment he tasted it, his eyes widened in disbelief. These cherries are amazing, Crawford exclaimed, dumbfounded. Haha, shocked, right? I told you this place was paradise, Daylon teased. Hewitt, you must be joking. One cherry can't be that impressive. Unconvinced, the other elders plucked and ate cherries from the tree. Instantly, they were speechless, savoring the taste of the cherries. Haha, you inexperienced old-timers, now you know I didn't lie, Daylon mocked, watching their astonished expressions. When he invited them to Yinjia village, these elders were reluctant, but now Daylon felt vindicated. These cherries are so delicious, they seem almost otherworldly. Did you spray them with something? So good. This stuff is addictive. I want more after every bite. You guys slow down, don't finish them all. I haven't had enough. In no time, the 5 elders had stripped the cherry tree bare, leaving Daylon wanting to cry. You bastards, Daylon gritted through clenched teeth. He regretted inviting these greedy elders. Some pleasures were better enjoyed alone. Dinner is ready, Aslan called from the house. Under Daylon's lead, the elders gathered at the table, drawn by the tantalizing aromas wafting from the food. Their mouths watered, including Daylon's. While eating, Aslan noticed a chilling aura eporterating from Crawford. Suddenly, Aslan felt a jolt in his mind as the grand seal of mountains and seas vibrated. A flood of chaotic information surged into his brain, causing intense pain. Rakatali, are you alright? Daylon asked, concerned. Just a sudden headache. It's fine, Aslan forced a smile. As the information continued to pour in, the pain gradually subsided. The elders, captivated by the flavors before them, noticed Aslan's discomfort ease and returned to enjoying the feast. The mountain and sea chi divination technique. With the eyes of the mountain and sea deity, one can see the vast sea eyes and the earth's veins. At its peak, it grants insight into destiny. Without the elders noticing, Aslan opened his eyes, a brilliant light flickering deep within his pupils, disappearing almost instantly. When Aslan lifted his head again, the pain in his head had subsided, but his eyes looked especially captivating. At this moment, the world seemed a bit different through Aslan's eyes. Around everyone, distinct streams of energy flowed around their bodies. The mountain and sea chi divination technique allowed one to see the health condition of a person, and even vaguely perceive some aspects of their fortune. However, Puporter fortune was constantly changing, so Aslan could only grasp surface-level details and could not precisely determine the true nature of a person's fortune. If I could master this mountain and sea chi divination technique, wouldn't I be able to turn into a village shopporter? Aslan scratched his head and said. Aslan knew that the witch Shu from the neighboring village was genuinely making good money. The witch Shu only accepted 3 people each day, 2 from outside the village, and 1 from within. It was rumored that the businessmen from Lanhai City who sought her services often ended up counting money until their fingers cramped. This was just something Aslan thought about. He aimed to become the mountain and sea deity. Becoming a shopporter was too lowly for him. Among these 5 elders, Daylon had the best health. The other 4 elders had various health issues to varying degrees, particularly Crawford. In Aslan's perception, black smoke in the sky was continuously converging towards Crawford's heart, while a circle of golden light surrounded the heart, defending against the invasion of the black smoke. That golden light felt familiar to Aslan. It was the aura of the mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid. The black mist corroded at a rapid pace. Even with the small amount of mountain and sea spirit Rikoquid in the dishes providing protection, it seemed like it would not hold out much longer. Crawford, have you been feeling any discomfort in your heart recently? Aslan asked. Strange, how did you know? I've indeed been feeling unwell lately, but when I went to the hospital, they just said it was due to overwork, Crawford replied nonchalantly. Crawford, I strongly advise you to get checked again. Your heart condition is more serious than you think, Aslan said. Crawford frowned, growing somewhat impatient. I know my body better than anyone. Regular checkups show no problems. To be continued. Chapter 60, Crawford falls ill. Seeing that even Crawford did not believe in his own judgment, taking kindness for ingratitude, Aslan remained silent. Crawford believed he was perfectly healthy. He found Aslan's words, suggesting his life was short, deeply unsettling. If it weren't for the fact that he was their guest and had just enjoyed a feast they provided, he might have stood up and reported Aslan on the spot. Seemingly noticing the atmosphere was off, Rhett smiled and said, Come, let's drink. I must tell you, Aslan not only cooks well, but also has top-tier wine. The old men, hearing this from Rhett, began to raise their cups to savor the drink. Delicious, truly exquisite. The aroma is rich, unmatched even by those national cellars. Done for, Daylon, you've done me in. After drinking this, no other wine will do. Sigh, I admit defeat. Even if you kicked me out now, I wouldn't want to leave. These old men marveled at how portery pleasant surprises Aslan's home offered. Even Crawford couldn't help but praise. Defeat means paying up. Here, take this fragment of the star chess manual. Ricky handed over the cherished porterial to Rhett. Old Ma, are you serious? If you and we both cheated, these treasures could have been ours. Forget it. We've lived almost 200 years combined. There's still some pride left. Lal took out a jade ghost face amulet. Apart from Han who didn't bring the high mountain, flowing water, scroll, 2 treasures were already given to Aslan by Rhett. Burp. Rhett burped and said, You guys must be full. Let's stroll around the village. The other old men agreed and followed Rhett out. Meanwhile, Aslan hung the exquisite ghost face amulet around his neck, appreciating its value. This amulet, though simple like a charm for protection, bore a vividly carved ghost face, easily worth millions if auctioned. As for the fragmented star chess manual, Aslan didn't give it much thought. He wasn't one for refined tastes, avoiding anything to do with Go. While Aslan didn't understand chess, he collected it for the boost it gave him in elegance. With pearls as big as heads, old guns with rust, and this star chess manual, I could build my very own museum someday, Aslan chuckled. Though ambitious, Aslan knew progress would be gradual. Taking advantage of the old men's absence, Aslan tidied up the rooms. Having prepared beds for the guests, he ensured they had a comfortable stay. After tidying up, it was nearly noon. With no time to head to the dock, Aslan went straight to the beach. He dreamt of one day enclosing the seaside sand as his private domain once he had enough money. Plop. Diving into the water, he swam towards his small fish farm. As it was close to shore, he quickly reached the net's edge. Feeling something was amiss with the young fish inside, Aslan's expression darkened. Hundreds of fish initially resided within the kilometer-long net, but now only about 100 remained. My fish fry? Did someone steal them? Aslan wondered. At that moment, he noticed a larger fish savagely tearing apart a smaller one, which several others devoured together. Cannibalism? Odd, yellow croakers don't usually behave like this, Aslan pondered further. His eyes revealed insights through the sea sky chi perception technique. The fish consumed each other because of the residual sea sky elixir in their bodies, instinctively seeking strength from it. Realizing the dilemma, Aslan grew concerned. Understanding this from his technique, Aslan became anxious. Without intervention, only one fish would likely survive. I'll try. The outcome rests with fate, Aslan decided. Using his ability to influence fish, Aslan altered their behavior since direct communication was impossible. Applying psychological suggestions learned in college, he comported the fish not to harm each other. Fish intelligence, limited to 7 seconds, meant these comporters etched deeply into their instincts. Satisfied with the hypnotic effect, Aslan observed the fish thriving peacefully. The fish farm comprised 2 areas, one for common fish fry, another for tin specially cultivated ones. The special fry grew faster, nearly double the size of common ones, and the gap widened daily. With fewer fish, Aslan distributed a drop of sea sky elixir, half to the common area, half to the tin special ones. Guarding the sea until he confirmed no more cannibalism, Aslan then headed ashore. On returning, he assessed the remaining 5 drops of sea sky elixir, realizing it barely sufficed but might fall short as the farm expanded. At the bridge, we'll cross it, Aslan consoled himself. Possessing such unique powers, Aslan was content. Ideally, he wished for more sea sky elixir, but conserving it was better than nothing. Back on the beach, Aslan summoned his water portalipulation skill to form a small water ball, scattering it on the sand. Just as he returned home, Rhett rushed back in a panic. Hewitt! He collapsed suddenly and isn't breathing anymore, Rhett blurted anxiously. So soon? Aslan frowned. You mentioned earlier that Hewitt had heart problems. Can you save him? Rhett asked. Can't say for sure. We need to see, Aslan hesitated. Let's go. Rhett pulled Aslan away. Most worried, Rhett feared responsibility if anything happened. Despite their camaraderie, the Yi family's power overshadowed others, and their wrath could be unpredictable. In the capital, the Yi family was one of the particularly large clans. However, after reaching its zenith, it began to decline. Only Crawford remained from the first generation, and the second generation lacked any prominent figures, with all of them idling away their days. The third generation was even worse, a group of prodigals. Even though the Yi family still appeared formidable, this was merely an illusion propped up by Crawford alone. If Crawford were to pass away, the once great Yi family would likely fall from grace. Yet, even in decline, the Yi family was far beyond what the Zhang family could contend with. Cao Mao Yi, usually I've been quite kind to you, haven't I? Today, I ask for your full assistance, Rhett said. Crawford is my guest, and as the host, I can't just watch my guest die, right? Aslan replied. As they spoke, they saw Crawford lying on the ground in the distance. 3 old men were attending to him, one shielding him from the sun, another performing chest compressions, and the last pressing acupoints on his face. How's Hewitt doing? Rhett asked. The 3 old men did not speak, but shook their heads sadly. Rhett felt a ringing in his ears, his vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Colts, please move aside. Let me take a look, Aslan said. Aslan approached Crawford, and using the sea sky chi perception technique, the world around him transformed. At that moment, Aslan could see that there was no trace of sea sky elixir left in Crawford's body. Black smoke kept seeping into Crawford's heart, spreading through his bloodstream to every part of his body. Through the sea sky chi perception technique, Aslan could tell that Crawford's life force was rapidly fading, already teetering on the brink of life and death. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. If it had been even a minute later, things would have been much more complicated, Aslan thought to himself. Placing his hands on Crawford's body, Aslan slowly infused sea sky elixir into Crawford's heart, starting to drive out the black smoke. ####Chapter 61. A hero should not die miserably. After being enhanced by the mountain and sea seal, Aslan had begun to develop a vague ability to portalipulate the mountain and sea essence fluid. 2 drops of the essence fluid were infused into Hewitt's body, and its power seemed like the nemesis of the black mist. Under Aslan's control, the black mist started dissipating bit by bit. Under Aslan's ministrations, Hewitt's vitality grew stronger, with signs of his heart beginning to recover. Manipulating the mountain and sea essence fluid consumed a great deal of mental energy, causing beads of sweat to form on Aslan's forehead. Wah! Hewitt, lying on the ground, suddenly turned his head, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood, emitting a foul odor. What happened to me? Hewitt asked weakly. It seems you had a heart attack. You should get a detailed examination at the hospital, Aslan replied. Had this been earlier, Hewitt would have never believed it was a heart attack, but now he could not help but believe it. Can you tell us more about Crawford's condition? Devlin asked. I can only say that it is very severe and life-threatening. I advise that Crawford rest here for one night, and then go to the Blue Sea City Hospital for treatment in the morning, Aslan said. I will contact a plane now. Once it arrives, we will immediately fly to the capital, Milo said. The capital had the best medical technology in the country, and given Hewitt's critical condition, no one wanted to waste any time. That might not be wise. Hewitt's body is very weak right now, and long-distance travel is the worst thing for him, Aslan said. Rakasan, listen to Rakadal Yi, Hewitt said weakly. Earlier, Hewitt did not heed Aslan's advice, but after experiencing such danger, he now fully trusted Aslan. Seeing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Aslan gently carried Hewitt on his back and slowly walked towards his home, taking care not to jostle him. Upon arriving home, Aslan gently laid Hewitt on the bed. Using the mountain and sea chi divination technique, Aslan located all of Hewitt's acupoints and began massaging him, allowing the mountain and sea essence fluid to nourish his body through these points. You saved me from the brink of death. Thank you. Rakadal Yi, Hewitt said. When a guest comes to my house, I cannot stand by and watch them fall before me, Aslan replied. Recalling how Hewitt had once become angry when Aslan told him about his heart condition made Aslan feel ashamed. Aslan, you are truly an outstanding child. If only my grandsons were half as good as you, Hewitt said reflectively. During the time Devlin spoke highly of Aslan, Hewitt marveled at why there wasn't someone like Aslan among his descendants. I can see that you appear to be an ordinary person, but inside, you're extremely proud, just like my youngest son. In fact, if that rebellious little brat had children, they'd probably be around your age. What a pity, Hewitt said sadly. He didn't die, he just ran away from home. That stubborn little brat hasn't contacted me in over 20 years, Hewitt lamented softly. Hewitt didn't have Portery children, and he doted on the youngest, who shared his temperament. But this son, on whom Hewitt placed all his hopes, left home because of a porter, which hurt him deeply. Now, after so Portery years, Hewitt had learned to let go. After today's incident, he knew his time might be limited and hoped most to see his youngest son, but it seemed that wouldn't happen in his lifetime. In Aslan, he saw a trace of his youngest son, giving him some comfort. As Aslan massaged him, Hewitt shared Portery stories from his life, from battlefields to his current frailty. Aslan, do you think I did the right thing back then? Hewitt asked uncertainly. You did nothing wrong, nor did Uncle Yi, Aslan replied diplomatically. You tried to save the declining Yi family through marriage, while your son opposed it because he was in love. Both were right, but had different perspectives. Judging household matters was complicated, with no absolute right or wrong. Different viewpoints yielded different results. Aslan stayed by Hewitt's side, even getting Danilo Shu and Dirk to bring food for him. In the room, Hewitt held Aslan's hand weakly, recounting his life from the battlefield to old age, hoping someone would remember his deeds after he passed away. As night fell, the exhausted Hewitt slowly drifted off to sleep. Initially, Aslan thought Hewitt was a bad-tempered old porter, but after hearing his story, he changed his opinion. A hero should not die miserably, Aslan thought. With this in mind, Aslan administered the remaining few drops of mountain and sea essence fluid from the seal to Hewitt. While the heart needed prolonged nourishment, the essence fluid could provide some support. Aslan watched over Hewitt through the night. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed at dawn, waking Aslan. Opening his eyes, he saw Hewitt lying in bed with a rosy complexion, looking energetic. Using the mountain and sea chi divination technique, Aslan saw that Hewitt's condition had improved significantly, with the essence fluid supporting his heart enough for him to return to Blue Sea City for treatment. A helicopter's roar sounded overhead, landing in front of Aslan's house. The door opened, and Devlin and others entered, waking Hewitt. So soon it's already morning? Hewitt murmured. I've invited a heart specialist from the capital to come to Blue Sea City. Let's get going, Hewitt, Devlin said. Sigh. Didn't expect my old bones to cause trouble for you all, Hewitt sighed. We're old friends, don't say such formalities, Devlin replied. Aslan personally carried Hewitt to the helicopter and watched the elders depart. After everyone left, Aslan felt his house seemed empty. Well, if it gets too quiet, I'll call someone over, Aslan thought. He dialed Ronnie's number. Hello, Finian, do you have time? Sure, come to my place today, brother. I'll treat you to some drinks. Aslan hung up and started preparing food in the kitchen. Being from the countryside himself, Ronnie preferred hearty dishes that went well with alcohol. The mountain and sea seal had replenished 5 drops of essence fluid overnight, and Aslan added 4 of them to the meal. When Aslan set the table, the sound of a car approaching his gate reached his ears. Ronnie limped in through the open door. Chapter 61. A hero should not die in vain. After being strengthened by the mountain and sea seal, Aslan had started to develop an ability to porteripulate mountain and sea spirit recoquid subtly. 2 drops of the spirit liquid flowed into Hewitt's body. The power of the spirit liquid acted like a nemesis to the black mist, which, under Aslan's porteripulation, gradually began to dissipate. Under Aslan's care, Hewitt's vitality grew stronger, and there were signs of recovery in his heart function. Manipulating the spirit liquid required a lot of mental energy. Sweat was already dripping down Aslan's face. Lying on the ground, Hewitt turned his head and spat out a large mouthful of black, foul-smelling blood. What happened to me? Hewitt asked weakly. It appears you had a heart attack. For specifics, you'll need to get checked at a hospital, Aslan explained. If it had been before, Hewitt would have never believed something as mundane as a heart condition, but now he could not help but believe it. Can you give us more details about Hewitt's condition? Devlin asked. To put it bluntly, it's very severe. It's life-threatening. I advise Hewitt to rest here tonight, and then go to the Blue Sea City Hospital for treatment early tomorrow morning, Aslan replied. I'll arrange a flight right now. Once it arrives, we'll head straight to the capital, Milo said. The capital was where the best medical technologies resided in the country. Given Hewitt's current serious state, no one wanted to waste any time. That might not be the best idea. Hewitt is very weak now. Long-distance travel should be avoided, Aslan interjected. Rakasan, listen to Rakadal-yi, Hewitt said weakly. Previously, Hewitt did not follow Aslan's advice, but after experiencing such peril, Hewitt trusted Aslan most at this moment. Seeing Hewitt agree, the other elders also nodded in consent. Aslan gently carried Hewitt on his back and walked steadily towards his house, careful not to jolt him. Back home, Aslan carefully placed Hewitt on the bed. Using the technique, mountain and sea breath observation, Aslan identified all the pressure points on Hewitt's body and began massaging them. Hewitt, having fought portery battles in his life, had accumulated numerous hidden injuries, all of which were exacerbated due to the heart attack. With the mountain and sea breath observation technique, Aslan easily located the pressure points and began pressing them, allowing the spirit liquid to nourish Hewitt's body through these points. Rakadal-yi, thank you so much for saving me from the brink of death, Hewitt said gratefully. Guests are always welcome here. I couldn't just stand by and watch someone fall in front of me, Aslan replied. Thinking back, Aslan remembered how Hewitt once got angry because he mentioned his heart issues. Now, he felt ashamed. Aslan, you're a good kid. If only my grandsons were half as excellent as you, Hewitt sighed. During the time Hewitt spent with Devlin, he heard nothing but praises for Aslan, almost to the point where he was described as one of a kind. Hewitt lamented why none of his descendants were as remarkable. I can tell that on the surface you seem ordinary, but deep inside, you're incredibly proud, just like my youngest son. Actually, if my younger son had a child, they would probably be your age now. Pity, pity, Hewitt said sadly. People who die cannot come back to life. You should take care of yourself, Aslan comforted. He isn't dead. He left home over 20 years ago. That boy has guts. He hasn't contacted me since, Hewitt murmured. Hewitt didn't have Portery children, and he doted on his youngest, who had the most similar temperament to him. However, his hopes for this youngest son were shattered when he clashed with him over a porter, leading to a falling out that caused him immense pain. Now, after over 2 decades, Hewitt saw things differently. Knowing his days were limited, he wished to see his youngest son once more, but he realized it might never happen. In Aslan, he saw a glimpse of his youngest son, providing him some solace. While massaging Hewitt, he talked about Portery things, his battlefield victories and present frailty. Aslan, do you think I did the right thing back then? Hewitt asked uncertainly. You did nothing wrong, nor did Uncle Yi, Aslan diplomatically replied. You tried to save the crumbling Yi family through an arranged marriage, while your son opposed it because he loved someone else. Neither of you was wrong. It's just a matter of differing perspectives. Household matters are notoriously difficult to resolve, as absolute right or wrong doesn't exist when viewed from different angles. Aslan remained in the room, taking care of Hewitt, even asking Dragon Uncle and Sylvester to deliver food. In the room, Hewitt held onto Aslan's hand weakly, sharing stories from battlefields to old age. Hewitt shared his life story, hoping someone would remember his deeds when he passed away. As night approached, the exhausted Hewitt slowly drifted off to sleep. Aslan initially thought Hewitt was a bad-tempered old porter, but after hearing his life story, he changed his view. A hero should not die in vain, Aslan thought. Acting on this belief, Aslan administered the few remaining drops of mountain and sea spirit recoquid to Hewitt, allowing him to digest them. To repair the damaged heart, more than just a few drops of spirit liquid were needed. It required prolonged nurturing. Aslan stayed by Hewitt's side all night. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster's call woke Aslan up slowly. Opening his eyes, Aslan saw Hewitt lying in bed, looking quite lively with some redness in his cheeks. By using mountain and sea breath observation, Aslan noted that Hewitt's condition had improved significantly, with the heart repairing well enough to allow him to return to Blue Sea City for further treatment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A helicopter landed outside Aslan's home, the noise bringing Hewitt back to consciousness as the door opened, and the other elders entered. So soon it's morning? Hewitt muttered. I've invited a cardiac specialist from the capital to Blue Sea City. Get ready to leave, Hewitt, Devlin said. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble in my old age, Hewitt sighed. We're old comrades, no need for formalities, Devlin replied. Aslan personally carried Hewitt to the helicopter and watched the group depart. Once everyone left, Aslan felt his home seemed eerily empty. Forget it, if it gets lonely, I'll invite more people over, Aslan thought. He called Ronnie. Hey Finian, are you free? Sure, come to my place today, let's drink together. Aslan hung up and prepared food in the kitchen. Ronnie, also from the countryside, made hearty dishes suitable for drinking. Overnight, the mountain and sea seal only restored 5 drops of spirit liquid. Aslan added 4 of them into the dishes. When Aslan finished setting the table, the sound of a car pulling up outside signaled Ronnie's arrival, limping into the house. Hey, you said you had time to treat me. I thought you'd at least take me out to a restaurant in the village no matter what. Didn't expect we'd be eating at your place. That's really disappointing, Ronnie joked. If you keep saying that, then this is the only meal you'll have at my house. Next time if you want to eat again, let's go to a restaurant. You won't taste my real cooking ever again, Aslan replied. Both knew they were joking. After exchanging glances, they both burst into laughter. As they walked toward the house, Ronnie slowly caught the mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air. Wow, little brother. What did you cook that smells this good? Ronnie exclaimed. Come on, try it and you'll know, Aslan said with a smile. They sat down at the table and began eating heartily, enjoying each bite of food and sip of alcohol. Nico obediently sat beside them, occasionally getting a bone thrown its way by Aslan. So delicious, I've never eaten anything this good in my life. This is simply amazing, Ronnie praised. Hee Finian, you flatter me, Aslan modestly replied. The two enjoyed their meal and drinks, completely at ease. Finian, are you interested in the aquatic transportation business? Aslan asked with a smile. What do you mean? Ronnie was confused. In a couple of days, I have a batch of live fish that need to be delivered to the Blue Sea Hotel for their executive chef Faxon, Aslan explained. Faxon seemed like a decent person and had promised to buy Aslan's fish, making him a good contact. Ricardo brother, what kind of live fish are you sending? Ronnie asked, frowning. Transporting live fish was quite complicated. The easiest way was to freeze them and then load them onto a truck. Large yellow croakers, all over 1 pound. So they need to be transported alive, Aslan explained. You mean you have a batch of fish? How portery? Ronnie asked in shock. Large yellow croakers over 1 pound were rare, so how could Aslan casually have a whole batch of them? Exactly, it's a batch. Quite a few actually, Aslan nodded. Large yellow croakers over 1 pound were not commonly seen, so how could Aslan just have them available in such quantity? Chapter 62, Ronnie's misfortune. Ronnie had been collecting catches from various fishing villages for years, but he had only received a large yellow croaker from Aslan once, which showed how rare this fish was. These are bred using ancient methods. The quality is even better than wild ones, and eating them regularly is very beneficial to health. In the future, they will be mass-produced, so I need someone to help me transport them. Since Finian has specialized vehicles and is experienced in this field, could you please help me? Aslan said. Just this small favor? Since it's Brother Yi who asked, everything can be arranged, Ronnie said, patting his chest. I like your straightforwardness, Finian. Cheers. Aslan raised his wine glass and toasted to Ronnie, truly grateful for his assistance. If he were to become wealthy one day, he would never forget Finian who helped him in the past. As they drank and chatted, their relationship grew closer. During their conversation, Ronnie poured out his troubles to Aslan. Recently, the business of buying fish has become increasingly difficult. If not for my daughter needing money, I would have quit long ago. Men have it hard all their lives, Ronnie lamented. You mean buying fish is that tiring? Aslan asked, puzzled. The former village bully Gaston had built his wealth on buying fish, and now had enough money to hire henchmen. I start at 6 in the morning, visiting different village docks to buy fish. After delivering them to Tokyo Township and Blue Sea City, I get home around 10 in the evening. Mostly, I'm driving or buying fish, and the profit margin is low, Ronnie explained. Unlike Gaston, who extorted fishermen, Ronnie made limited profits through legitimate means. Restaurants often delayed payments, making the business even harder. When selling fish to restaurants, they only paid 70% upfront, and the remaining 30% was given during the next delivery. Many restaurants also deducted money under various excuses, leaving little profit for people like Ronnie. Brother, sometimes I really envy you. You're young with portery opportunities ahead. Unlike me, I have to do physically deporting work even with my bad leg, Ronnie said bitterly. Don't say that, Finian. I promise your tough days will pass, Aslan replied with a smile. Just as Ronnie was about to say more, his phone rang suddenly. Ronnie, you bastard. Where are you? A sobbing middle-aged reporter's voice came through. What happened? Why are you crying like this? Ronnie felt a sense of dread creeping up. My daughter was hit by a car at school and is in surgery now. The doctor says we need 200,000 yuan. Where can I find 200,000 yuan? Her voice broke into uncontrollable sobs. Ronnie was stunned, dropping the phone. Quickly catching the phone, Aslan spoke to the reporter. Allison, I'm Finian's friend. Don't worry. We'll figure out the money together. I'll accompany Finian to the hospital. His words seemed ineffective as she was focused entirely on her daughter in the operating room, barely hearing anything else. Suddenly, Ronnie knelt before Aslan, pleading, Brother Yi, please lend me some life-saving money. I have some funds, but I only need 100,000 yuan. Ronnie, will serve you for life if you help me. Finian, get up. We're brothers. There's no need for this formality. If you keep this up, I might not lend you any money, Aslan said, pulling Ronnie up with his immense strength. Wait here, Finian, Aslan said and returned to his room, retrieving a bank card from a drawer. Although Aslan had used most of his savings on the fish farm, he still had 260,000 yuan from the government rewards for discovering the 9-dragon sword and other gold bars. Back downstairs, Aslan handed the card to Ronnie. Finian, this card has 260,000 yuan. All my savings. Take it to pay for your niece's treatment. Ronnie was about 40, with a daughter just 2 years younger than Aslan due to early marriage customs. Initially, Aslan wanted to call her sister but decided niece was more appropriate considering Ronnie's seniority. That's too much. 10,000 is enough. I only need 10, Ronnie insisted. Take it all. The 200,000 is just for the surgery. She'll need supplements later. 200,000 won't be enough, Aslan insisted. Under Aslan's urging, Ronnie reluctantly accepted the card, and they headed to Blue Sea City Hospital together. Ronnie, too emotional to drive, let Aslan take the wheel. Despite having no recent driving experience, Aslan's exceptional reflexes allowed for a steady and fast journey. The usual 5-hour trip took only 3 hours. Upon arrival, they rushed to the operating room. The in-surgery sign flashed above the door, and a middle-aged reporter sat crying in the waiting area. How is your daughter? Ronnie asked anxiously. I don't know, she sobbed uncontrollably. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly, Ronnie deported it. Through her tears, she explained that Ronnie's daughter, Anastasia, was hit by a private car running a red light while on her way home. The driver left after throwing down 10,000 yuan arrogantly. If I find that animal, I'll kill him, Ronnie raged, seething with anger. Meanwhile, Aslan used the Shanghai Wangqi technique to sense the energy within the operating room. Though it couldn't penetrate walls, Aslan could detect the energy flows inside. Among several strong energy streams, one was exceptionally weak, Anastasia's. It flickered like a candle in the wind but surprisingly resilient, not fading away. Closing the technique, Aslan said, niece soulmating will be fine. Let's focus on completing all the emergency procedures. Right. I'll go handle it now. Allison, I leave her to you. Call me immediately if there's any news. Ronnie hurried off to complete the formalities. Aslan stayed behind to console the distraught reporter. Hours later, a weary Ronnie returned, possibly informed of grim news from the doctors. Extremely agitated, Ronnie lit a cigarette and sat on the stairs with Aslan. Did the doctors say something concerning? Aslan asked. Soulmating's spine was severely injured. The doctor said that even if she survives, she will likely have to live in a wheelchair for the rest of her life, with little chance of returning to normal, Ronnie said, becoming increasingly agitated. Finally, he covered his face with his hands and began to cry like a child. Aslan gently patted Ronnie on the shoulder and said, maybe things aren't as bad as you think. I always believe that miracles can happen. Yes, we must believe in miracles. No matter the cost, I will treat my daughter, Ronnie said resolutely. Fatherly love is as vast as a mountain, quiet yet profound. Aslan recalled how his own parents had silently borne all the pressure when he broke someone's ribs and caused a huge mess. After a long while, the light above the operating room went out, signaling the end of the surgery. Medical staff quickly wheeled Anastasia out of the operating room and rushed her towards the intensive care unit. Are you all related to Anastasia? A doctor in surgical scrubs asked. We are her parents, Ronnie said, pulling his wife beside him as they anxiously awaited news about their daughter. The patient has been stabilized and is now in the ICU. If she can make it through the next 3 days, she will be out of danger, the doctor explained. Thank you, doctor. You are our family's savior. We'll kneel to express our gratitude. Ronnie and his wife were so overwhelmed with emotion that they both dropped to their knees before the doctor. Please don't do this. Saving lives is our duty, the doctor said as he helped them up, then hesitated before adding, you should be aware of her condition. If she wakes up, I advise you to be prepared mentally. Although it was cruel, as a doctor, he felt it was necessary to tell the family the stark reality. Chapter 63. The arrogant hit-and-run driver. The couple spent the whole afternoon staring blankly at their daughter lying on the hospital bed, constantly in tears. In their eyes, Anastasia had always been a quiet girl, and she was also an exemplary student in her teacher's eyes. They never expected that she would now be hooked up to various machines, barely alive. Aslan stayed with Ronnie and his wife outside the ICU all night long. As long as the danger had not passed, they were going to remain anxious. Morning arrived. Ronnie and his wife had fallen asleep huddled together outside the ICU door, utterly exhausted after a day of despair and struggle. Aslan went out of the hospital building to buy some buns and steamed bread. Even though they probably had no appetite, they still needed to eat something. Otherwise, their daughter might survive while they would collapse first. Why are you here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Aslan turned around and saw none other than Daylon exercising nearby. A friend's daughter was hit by a car. Although she has been saved, she might end up with some after effects. I've come over to check on her, Aslan said. I have nothing better to do, so let me go with you to see that couple, Daylon replied, looking eager. Though Daylon usually appeared very serious, if you knew him well enough, you'd realize that he actually had a rather wicked nature. He was actually quite delighted to watch the spectacle. On the way, Aslan and Daylon chatted. From Daylon, Aslan learned that Crawford's condition had stabilized but was still grim. He would soon be heading back to the capital after a few days of rest here. Aslan shrugged helplessly. When he returned to the ICU room, there was a little tail following behind him. Finian, Allison, you're awake. You must be hungry from last night. I bought some snacks for us to share, Aslan said with a smile. We really don't have any. Don't say you don't have any appetite. Your health is most important. You wouldn't want your niece to wake up and see both of you ill, Aslan laughed. After glancing at each other, they accepted the 2 buns Aslan handed them. Inside each bun was half a drop of Mountain Sea Spirit Rico Quit. Brother, who's this? Ronnie asked, pointing at Daylon. He's an elder I know. I met him by chance and brought him along, Aslan explained. Daylon learned about the plight of this unfortunate couple during their conversation and felt deep sympathy for them. Look, it's that guy who hit our daughter. The middle-aged porter sitting on the ground suddenly pointed at a young porter walking towards them and shouted. Everyone turned to look. It was a flamboyantly dressed young porter with gray hair and a swaggering expression on his face. You country bumpkins, you're just poor madmen trying to scam others. Now you failed and got caught, Honor sneered. Bastard. I'll beat you senseless, you little shit. Ronnie, enraged by the driver's audacity, charged at Honor, swinging his fists toward Honor's face. Fuck off. Honor wasn't alone. He had a tall, skinny young porter in a black suit with him, almost shouting, I'm a bodyguard on his face. The porter kicked Ronnie in the chest, sending him flying. Aslan reacted swiftly, catching Ronnie before he could hit the ground. Cough, cough. Ronnie covered his mouth and began to cough violently. When he let go, he saw bloodstains on his hand. Himph, a cripple dared to lay hands on my young master? Don't you know who Master Dong is? The bodyguard mocked. Honor chuckled. Since you tried so hard to play your game, here's another 10,000. Take the money and keep quiet. Otherwise, accidents happen, you might get hit by a car on your way home. As if tossing alms to beggars, Honor waved a stack of red bills that scattered across the floor. To the Rico family, it wasn't just money falling but also their dignity. Take back your filthy money. From today on, I am your enemy. I will report you to the police and ensure you get punished, Ronnie raged. Want to report me? Let's see if you have the life left to do so. Honor laughed. The bodyguard walked menacingly towards Ronnie. Old porter, shall I break your other leg first or both your arms? Go to hell. If you have the guts, kill me. Ronnie yelled. Wanna die? Fine. I'll show you the power of a 3-time city champion in Sandsho. The bodyguard roared as he lunged at Ronnie, throwing a punch. Slap. Aslan grabbed the incoming fist with incredible strength, not allowing it to move an inch. Let go. No matter how much force the bodyguard exerted, Aslan's grip was like iron, unmoving. Just because you injured someone, you think you can deport me to release you? Not happening. Snap. Aslan used his internal energy, crushing the bones in the bodyguard's hand with a crisp sound, making the bodyguard wince. Aya! A scream echoed through the floor. Nurses came over but retreated when they saw Honor. With your skills, you should stick to selling sweet potatoes. Aslan delivered a kick while the bodyguard was in pain, sending him flying into a wall several meters away. The bodyguard clutched his chest in agony, feeling 2 ribs broken. If he weren't a tough fighter, that kick might have killed him. So you're determined to oppose me, huh? Let's see who wins this game. Honor sneered. After incapacitating the bodyguard, Aslan approached Honor like a charging bull. Don't come closer. My father is one of the twin dragons in Lanhai City, Aloysius. Believe me, if you provoke me, I can send your entire family to the crematorium. Facing such a formidable opponent, even Honor felt fear. Retreating a couple of steps, he tried to threaten Aslan. Even if your father is Baolong, what does that change? Do you think you can escape prison after hitting someone? I can easily find someone to take the fall. Then I remain untouched while you suffer my retaliation. Back off now, or everyone here won't have a good ending, Honor warned. Baolong was an underworld kingpin in Lanhai City, giving Honor immense confidence. Just then, 5 men ran towards them, 2 of whom helped the downed bodyguard up. Master, we heard screaming. Was it these people? The leader of the 5 looked at Aslan with hawk-like eyes. Seeing these 5 men arrive, Honor was no longer as fearful of Aslan. Even if Aslan was skilled, Honor knew the principle that even the strongest fist could not match 4 hands. Salmao Chong, now that my men are here, it's not too late for you to kneel and beg for forgiveness, Honor laughed madly. The 5 men also stood by Honor's side, sneering, each one taking out a dagger or brass knuckles. Salmao Chong, are you deaf? My young master told you to kneel down and apologize. TSK. I bet this guy is scared silly. No problem if he doesn't kneel. I'll stab him a couple of times to let some blood out. Then he'll have no choice but to kneel. This guy thinks he's so tough, right? Let's break his legs first and see how tough he still is. The 5 men, seeing that Aslan did not kneel, began to approach him, clearly preparing to make their move. Aren't you all gangsters? Daylon stepped forward, pointing at them, saying, you guys are really going too far. Too far? Honor smiled and said, in Lanhai City, my Dong family is the law and the sky. Who dares to mess with us? I advise you, old porter, to back off. Otherwise, if my men accidentally kill you, don't blame me. The net of justice is wide, but it has no loopholes. Justice may be delayed, but it never fails. You will get what you deserve one day, Daylon said angrily. You believe in retribution, huh? Today, I'll show you what real retribution is. Honor pointed at Daylon and said, you guys, go after this old porter first. Teach him what retribution means. Upon hearing Honor's order, the 5 men abandoned Aslan and moved toward Daylon. These were not people who respected the elderly or cared for the young. One of them was flicking a dagger around skillfully, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he threw the dagger like a throwing knife directly at Daylon. Chapter 64. An exciting day. Everyone thought Honor was very powerful, and even if he fought, it would just be a fight. However, they didn't expect that this action could lead to fatalities. In the instant when the dagger flew out, Porter reflexes were pushed to their limits. Just as the dagger was about to hit Devlin, Aslan deflected it away. Lawless and reckless. Who would have thought you'd dare to kill in broad daylight? Why are you so brazen? Devlin was furious, trembling with anger. Titusum, these guys don't appreciate our kindness. Beat them senseless, Honor shouted loudly. The 5 men who looked like bodyguards started walking towards Aslan and company, grinning menacingly as if Aslan and his group were already theirs for the taking. Aslan stood in front of Devlin and the Rico couple, ready to protect those behind him should a fight break out. Everyone stop. Just as the battle seemed imminent, a booming voice came from the distance. Everyone turned to look. A middle-aged porter with a square face was approaching, and Aslan suddenly felt this person looked familiar. It was none other than Fred Wong, the police captain who had arrested the Yuan. Haha, isn't this Fred Wong? Oh, I should call you Bureau Chief Wong now. How do you find the time to come here? Honor flattered. Bureau Chief Wong ignored Honor and walked over to Devlin, speaking respectfully. Uncle Zong, I've been looking for you. My father wants to have dinner with you. Dinner? I nearly died here. What kind of dinner can we talk about? Devlin burst out in fury. Uncle Zong, what do you mean? Bureau Chief Wong looked puzzled. Bureau Chief Wong was Davidson's son, the one who lost to Devlin at Ghostly Poker Faces. After Hewitt was hospitalized, several old men stayed by his side, and since Bureau Chief Wong worked in Lantai City, he often came to visit. How the hell can you be a Bureau Clay when someone tries to kill me in broad daylight with a knife? Can't you give me an explanation? Devlin deported it angrily. Upon hearing Devlin's question, Bureau Chief Wong's face paled, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. If Devlin really died in Lantai City, not only would his position as Bureau Clay be terminated, but the entire Wong family would suffer fierce retaliation from the Zhang family. Whoever dares to do this to Uncle Zhang, Wong Gang, will not let it go unpunished, Bureau Chief Wong said firmly. Humph. Devlin gave a cold snort and remained silent. Cough, cough. I didn't see anything earlier. I didn't know you were here, Ricado Yi. Can you tell me what happened? Bureau Chief Wong asked. These past few days, the name Aslan was frequently mentioned by the elders. And since Bureau Chief Wong had once arrested the Yuan, he remembered Aslan, seeking help from him after seeing Devlin's anger. Aslan recounted everything from start to finish, especially when mentioning the dagger flying towards Devlin. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. Cough, cough, Bureau Chief Wong. I think it's all a misunderstanding, Honor interjected weakly. Bureau Chief Wong glared sternly. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not isn't up to you. Come with me to the police station. Bureau Chief Wong, please give my father some face. Honor's face turned grim. Honor's father, nicknamed Dragon, was quite a figure. Even the previous Bureau Clay gave him some leeway. What face does your father's reputation hold? Today, even if your grandfather came, it wouldn't make a difference, Bureau Chief Wong said bluntly. Bureau Chief Wong, Josiah, please, show some mercy. If you forgive me this time, I won't mistreat you, Honor practically begged. A Bureau Clay was among the most feared figures in their circle. Add to that the rumored background power backing Bureau Chief Wong, making them more wary of provoking him. Titusum, you're still hoping for lucky breaks at this point? Do you know who this is? Bureau Chief Wong pointed at Devlin. This is former Mayor Zhang of Jing City, a top-level official. Do you understand the grave trouble you've caused? Plop. When Honor heard Devlin's identity, his mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, staring dumbfounded at Devlin. Jing City was under imperial eyes. Anyone who served as mayor there was undoubtedly a high-ranking and influential individual. These hidden figures were beyond provocation by people like Honor and his ilk, who might even end up dead without saying a word. While talking, Bureau Chief Wong made a phone call, and soon uniformed officers arrived on the scene. Considering Hewitt and the other elderly were important figures, the police provided protection for them. For Bureau Chief Wong, summoning reinforcements was effortless. We admit our mistake. Please let us go. Honor, handcuffed and taken away by the police, finally woke up, but it was too late. Hee, Uncle Zhang, how do you feel about my handling of the situation? Bureau Chief Wong smiled awkwardly. Satisfied my ass. The hard-earned efforts of us old folks are being ruined by your incompetence. You've turned Lantai City into a cesspool. I'm very disappointed in you, Devlin raged, lecturing Bureau Chief Wong passionately, splattering his face with saliva. I'll clean up Lantai City. Rest assured, our city leaders are already planning a crackdown. If not for today's incident, it would have started soon, Bureau Chief Wong promised. I don't want to hear excuses. I only see your incompetence. I'll report this to Davidson, Devlin declared. Uncle Zhang, please give me another chance. This was just an accident. Before Bureau Chief Wong could finish explaining, Devlin dismissed him. From his expression, it was clear he felt utterly hopeless. The older generation held their principles firm, and such a report would undoubtedly earn Bureau Chief Wang a lecture from his own father. In his anger, Bureau Chief Wang's resentment towards Honor deepened. He did not plan to let him off easily. A bullet would not be too much of a punishment. Brother, thank you for today, Ronnie said gratefully. No need for thanks between us, Finian, Aslan replied warmly. No matter what, I must thank you after this. You're our family's great benefactor, Ronnie expressed deeply. Even if he was slow to notice, Ronnie knew Honor wasn't an ordinary person. Taking him down with their family's strength would be nearly impossible. Without Aslan bringing Devlin, their family would likely endure endless humiliation. Aslan spent a long time comforting the couple outside the ICU. Due to his fish farm responsibilities, he didn't stay with them constantly. After visiting Hewitt, he returned to Yenji village. The next morning, while browsing news online, Aslan saw reports about the crackdown on organized crime in Lantai City, highly praised for apprehending Dongwei's gang. Over the next few days, watching the fish grow larger in his aquaculture farm felt like watching gold swim in water. Time passed quickly, and Hewitt, having recovered, set off back to Jing City. Ronnie's daughter, Anastasia, was moved from the ICU to a regular ward, and from conversations with Ronnie, it was evident his stress had eased. Woof woof woof. Note: this maintains the structure and style of the original text while ensuring fluency and accuracy. This morning, Aslan was lying in bed, still half asleep, when Junior barked loudly and jumped out of Aslan's window. Junior had already shown some extraordinary qualities. At least he wasn't harmed in the slightest when he landed on all fours after jumping from the second floor. Excitedly, Junior dashed to the front door, used his nimble paws to unlock it, and bounded into the arms of the figure waiting outside. Wow, it's only been a few days, but you've grown even bigger, Junior, Alicia praised with a smile. Junior wagged his tail happily and kept licking Alicia's palm with his big tongue. All right, little guy, don't be silly. Speaking of which, where's your owner? Alicia asked. Woof woof woof. Junior barked vigorously toward Aslan's second-floor apartment. Led by Junior, Alicia approached Aslan's bedroom door. Initially, she was about to knock, but the clever Junior directly opened the door using his paw. Ah, you bastard. Alicia covered her eyes with both hands, let out a scream, and hurriedly left the doorway. Aslan quickly covered himself with the quilt, rather embarrassed, and said, Is it my fault that I'm enjoying a first-degree sleep in my own home? After getting dressed, Aslan came out of the room and saw Alicia with flushed cheeks, not daring to look at him directly. My great township chief Rickon, what brings you so early to this little civilian's home? Aslan laughed. You mentioned before that today is the day when the big yellow fish will grow up. I'm here to witness this great moment, Alicia said. Alicia's dream was to govern a region, and Yenji village was her first step towards an official career. Aslan's fish farm was crucial in her plans. Yesterday, Alicia didn't sleep all night, chatting with Aslan for a long time. Eventually, Aslan fell asleep during their chat. She didn't have the heart to disturb him, so she drove directly from Tuliao Township to Aslan's house early this morning. Note: this translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring fluency and accuracy in English. Chapter 65, Wiping Saliva. After instructing Davin to guard the house, Aslan and Alicia boarded Aslan's small fishing boat. This boat of yours is really dirty, Alicia said with a frown. Lately, Aslan had used the boat less frequently, opting to swim directly into the fish farm for feeding. A layer of dust covered the boat, and used for so long, and when the engine started, it clearly didn't sound as robust as before. Recoke cars, boats feared being left unused. Without regular maintenance, they would deteriorate into rusted metal and rotten wood. Fortunately, the problems were not too severe. Aslan planned to refurbish his boat after selling the fish, and hoped to eventually afford a more luxurious one. The fish farm wasn't far from shore, and soon the boat was alongside it. From the water perception ability, the fish in the accelerated growth area were now over a pound, while those in the general area were only around 4 to 5 ounces. Although their weights differed by half, fish growth slows down significantly later on. Even if the general area fish were given another month, they wouldn't reach a pound. Alicia, wait for me here. Let's witness the moment of harvest, Aslan said with a smile. Don't disappoint me now, Alicia replied with a happy laugh. Aslan returned to the cabin and changed into swimming trunks before coming out with a red bucket. Hey, how can you come out dressed like that? Alicia shyly turned her head away. To go underwater, isn't this outfit normal? Just a pair of swim trunks, no big deal. Do people wear shirts and pants to the pool? Aslan asked. Pfft, twisting words, Alicia responded. Ordinarily, Aslan would have jumped in fully clothed, relying on his water control ability to dry everything afterward. However, with Alicia around, he couldn't risk exposing his superpowers. Splash! He swam into the fish farm with the red bucket, guiding 10 specially nurtured large yellow croakers into it. Watching the over 1-pound yellow croakers swim in the bucket, Aslan knew this was pure money. Climbing out of the sea with the red bucket, Aslan handed it to Alicia and climbed back onto his boat. So few fish, they won't fetch much money, right? Alicia asked with a frown. I raise large yellow croakers. Did you know they're called swimming gold? Aslan pointed at the bucket. This is gold. Why are you raising them if they're worth so little? You misunderstand. Wild yellow croakers are indeed valuable, but farmed ones are cheap. These 10 fish are probably just a few $100, Alicia said, still frowning. Hee hee, my yellow croakers are farmed using special ancient methods. They are highly nutritious and extremely delicious. The price won't be low, Aslan smiled. Seeing Alicia's disappointed disbelief, Aslan didn't explain further, knowing he'd soon prove his point. Changing back into his clothes in the cabin, Aslan drove the boat back to the dock, carrying the large red bucket ashore. Sealing the bucket carefully, he explained to Alicia that even sealed, the fish wouldn't suffocate. I had hired a seafood transport driver, but he has issues today, so could you help me deliver them? Aslan smiled. It's a 5-hour drive to Blue Sea City, and the country roads are bumpy. I'm worried your fish won't survive, Alicia frowned. Don't underestimate them. My fish are exceptionally resilient. They'll last 50 hours as long as there's seawater, Aslan said. Alicia didn't argue further, having already lost hope in the tin fish. If they died, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Worried about Yanjiakan's future, Alicia wondered if her political career might end before starting. Noticing her heavy heart, Aslan offered to drive. Do you even know how to drive? Alicia asked, puzzled. Don't underestimate me. Of course, I can drive, Aslan confidently replied. Every porter harbors driving desire, and Aslan was no exception. He studied hard for 2 months during college to get his license. Seeing him drive steadily, Alicia sat quietly, her mood evident on her face. Aslan tried telling jokes, but Alicia only porteraged forced smiles, leaving him awkwardly silent. Hey, Brother Kai, do you want some premium large yellow croakers? Aslan asked. A batch? Faxon exclaimed. If they're like the previous one, I'll take all you have. Last time, Aslan sold Kai a 10-pound premium yellow croaker, which received high praise from an important guest. Even now, what remained of that croaker was reserved for VIPs. If he got more premium croakers, the Blue Sea Hotel could thrive and even aspire for 5-star status. Brother Kai, I'm no god. 10-pounders need a lot of cultivation. This time, I have 10 1-pound premium yellow croakers, top-notch in nutrition and taste, Aslan said. 10 1-pound yellow croakers are rare too. I'll be at the hotel waiting for you to inspect them, Faxon said. As the executive chef, Kai wanted shares, and for better prices, he needed the boss's involvement. After talking with Kai, Aslan focused on driving. By midday, they arrived at the Blue Sea Hotel. Alicia, wake up, Aslan gently patted her cheek. Already asleep, she mumbled. We've arrived? Yes, we've arrived. You should wipe the saliva from your mouth. It might affect your image as the township clay, Aslan teased. Alicia hurriedly wiped her mouth, finding no saliva. Jerk, you tricked me. As Alicia tried to punch Aslan, he was already walking toward the hotel with the bucket. She quickly followed, feeling uneasy about such a luxurious place. How can a big hotel buy his shabby fish? Oh no, this will embarrass us, she thought. Desiring to call him back, she saw him already inside. Oh well, die together, she sighed inwardly. The two shared a bond that went deeper than life itself. Although being embarrassed together was awkward, Alicia wouldn't leave Aslan to fend for himself. Just as Aslan arrived at the lobby, 2 receptionists approached. May I ask if you are Mr. Yi? The receptionist politely inquired. Yes, that's me, Aslan replied. Well, Chef Kai specifically instructed us to welcome you here. Please follow me, the receptionist said. Aslan and Alicia followed the receptionist into the hotel. The Blue Sea Hotel was enormous, with lavish decor along the way. The receptionist led them to the hotel's backyard, where they saw several people standing together, one of whom was Faxon. Seeing Aslan approach, Faxon hurried over with a smile, saying, Haha, little brother, your timing is perfect. There's something I need your advice on. Faxon warmly pulled Aslan beside him, revealing a group of people gathered around an aquarium, looking worried. Ricardo brother, we've been buying fish from a vendor recently. The fish all seem lively when bought but end up dying. These fish are very precious. It's not just about losing money. We're more concerned about potential issues with the fish. As a chef, cooking is my forte, but when it comes to marine knowledge, I have to ask for your help. Faxon spoke earnestly. While the matter wasn't significant, it was troubling. So, I'll help you check it out, Aslan smiled. Thanks brother. If you can find the cause, the Blue Sea Hotel will be deeply grateful, Faxon said. Aslan nodded and crouched down to examine the aquatic life. Flower river perch, leaping carp, schizothorax, bighead carp, river shad. These fish were of excellent quality, all wild-caught and delivered to Blue Sea City, making each one quite valuable. Collectively, their worth might not be less than his 10 large yellow croakers. Hashtag Chapter 66, Diseased Fish and Hydrogen Peroxide. The fish in this tank were quite mixed, and several of them had already flipped their bellies up, indicating they wouldn't last much longer. Aslan, through his perception ability, could sense that these fish were all diseased. Even though they appeared healthy, those still swimming would not hold out for much longer. Brother Kai, it seems you've been cheated. These are all diseased fish. Only one river shad might survive. The rest are bound to die soon. And if you don't remove that one quickly from these diseased fish, it won't last long either, Aslan said. Diseased fish. Faxon frowned. But these fish were lively when they were delivered. The oxygen content in the water is unusually high. It seems those people used hydrogen peroxide. If the water's oxygen content is too high, the fish become very active. Even dying fish will act like normal fish, or even more lively. However, this method is a way of overexerting the fish's life, causing them to die faster, but looking healthy until the end, Aslan explained. This was a technique he had seen at the village dock before, effective in maximizing the final value of the fish. Brother Kai, did you buy these from someone named Gaston? Aslan asked. Faxon looked at someone in the room. That person wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, yes, a fish vendor named Gaston. His fish are of the best quality and cheap prices, so? Faxon ignored him and turned to Aslan. Ricardo brother, is there something wrong with this person? Aslan had seen Gaston use this trick at the dock before. He didn't expect such a small world where he'd see Gaston's Ms. Clay again at Lantai Hotel. He's a fish thug from our Yinjia village, bullying the market and committing all kinds of atrocities. The deception using hydrogen peroxide is a trick I've seen this guy use before, Aslan said. It looks like our restaurant isn't suitable for your work. Send your resignation report to HR tomorrow. Faxon pointed at the porter. Head chef, I really didn't know he was a fraud. His prices were low, and I made a mistake for the hotel's benefit, the porter pleaded. This porter was the procurement director of Lantai Hotel. Though nominally at the same level as Faxon, his status was far inferior. The hotel owner trusted Faxon deeply, making firing the procurement director a matter of a single word. You should explain this to the boss. If he forgives you, I have nothing to say, Faxon said. Unwilling to lose his job, The procurement director clung to Faxon, begging for forgiveness. In anger, Faxon ordered security to throw him out. Blow off some steam on me, huh? Don't think I'll let you go. The procurement director was dragged out by 2 security guards like a dead dog, realizing the situation was hopeless, cursing Faxon bitterly. Brother, I didn't mean to make a fool of myself, Faxon said apologetically. There will always be bad apples, it can't be avoided, Aslan said. I hope Brother Yi isn't making fun of us at Lanai Hotel. Did you bring the large yellow croakers? Faxon asked. Aslan handed the red bucket to Faxon, who opened it to find 10 large yellow croakers still swimming merrily after 5 days. With quick reflexes, Faxon plunged his hand into the water and caught 1 large yellow croaker. This, Faxon exclaimed in shock. This quality seems even better than the previous top-grade large yellow croaker. Absolutely an elite among elites. If it grows to over 10 pounds, it will surpass that top-grade croaker. The previous large yellow croaker I cultivated was half-grown when fished from the sea. These 10 were raised from fry, so naturally, they're better, Aslan said. Faxon examined the large yellow croaker in his hand closely, growing increasingly amazed. The quality of this large yellow croaker surpassed wild ones, and its vigorous struggle far exceeded that of half-dead farm-raised croakers. Slap! Just as Faxon marveled at how lively the fish was, the tail of the large yellow croaker suddenly lashed out with immense force, striking Faxon's hand. Splash! Caught off guard, Faxon instinctively loosened his grip, and the large yellow croaker fell to the ground, bouncing nearly half a meter high. Ricardo Brother Yi, can you cultivate a 10-pound large yellow croaker? We can negotiate the price. Upon seeing this large yellow croaker, Faxon couldn't help but wonder. Cultivating such a large one would be troublesome, disproportionate effort and reward. The previous one was part of a farming experiment. Unless necessary, I won't do it again, Aslan laughed. Too bad, Faxon sighed regretfully. The previous large yellow croaker required 3 drops of sea mountain essence daily for nearly a month to succeed. Now, if Aslan wasn't afraid of trouble, he could raise 41-pound large yellow croakers in a month. The combined value wouldn't be less than a 10-pound croaker and would save on sea mountain essence. These fish are of such high quality, I can't decide their price. Only the boss can set the price, Faxon said. As executive chef, he could recommend ingredients, but purchasing decisions rested with the boss and procurement department. Alicia frowned beside them. She thought Aslan had come here to embarrass himself, yet in Faxon's eyes, these large yellow croakers seemed very valuable. The 3 walked to the boss's office with different thoughts, led by Faxon. Lucky timing. Our boss happens to be here today. Otherwise, this would be tricky, Faxon smiled. Knock knock knock. Faxon knocked on the door, entering upon permission. Upon opening the door, Aslan saw a middle-aged porter with glasses sitting at his desk, exuding an oppressive aura. Faxon had introduced the boss as King on the way. Born poor, King worked as a sales porter in his youth, accumulated wealth, and founded this 4-star hotel. In the office, besides King, another porter holding a briefcase sat on the sofa, both clearly engaged in pleasant conversation. Father Kai, what brings you here? King asked with a smile. Boss Raku, this is my friend Aslan, an expert in aquaculture. Today, he brought us 10 1-pound large yellow croakers. Please set a price, Faxon said. Hearing this, the porter on the sofa's face darkened immediately. King's expression changed, but he maintained his smile. Let's discuss buying fish later. Allow me to introduce Mr. Armin from Blue Sky Farm, who will supply us with large quantities of large yellow croakers in the future. You should get acquainted. The room filled with an awkward silence. By introducing Aslan's competitor to Faxon, Boss King clearly showed bias. Seeing Aslan's face turn stern, Faxon ignored Mr. Wong extending his hand in greeting and quickly stepped to the side of his boss, King. Faxon bent down and whispered softly into King's ear. The previous top-grade large yellow croaker was raised by my friend. I've inspected this batch of large yellow croakers as well. They are absolutely the cream of the crop. Boss Raku, if you don't buy them, and they end up in another hotel's hands, we'll be in trouble. Hearing this, King immediately dropped his earlier disdain for Aslan. Now he was torn inside. Armin wasn't a simple individual either, coming from a family with significant background. If he could build a connection through this person, his hotel might get closer to achieving 5-star status. King, always quick-witted, promptly stood up and walked over to Aslan. Mr. Yi, I'm King. It's a great honor to meet someone as capable as you, King said with a smile. Aslan coldly shook his hand. If it weren't for Faxon's sake, he would have turned and left long ago. Boss Raku, our farm's large yellow croakers have been praised by the mayor himself. They aren't comparable to some trash from a remote village, Armin said with a smirk. Armin knew Aslan was here to snatch business. While belittling Aslan, he also brought up his own powerful connections. Now King found himself in a difficult position. Armin had strong backing. Building a relationship with him could lead to more government contracts and perhaps even a chance at reaching 5-star status. However, the quality of Aslan's large yellow croakers likely surpassed those of Armin. If Aslan sold his croakers to another hotel, it could cause considerable impact on Blue Sea Hotel. Caught between 2 difficult choices, both parties were being firm in their stance, making it impossible for King to collaborate with both. He was finding it extremely hard to decide. Boss Raku, why not compare the large yellow croakers from both sides? Let the quality speak for itself, Faxon suggested into King's ear. Chapter 67. Perfect condition. After some deep thought, Mr. Raku nodded in agreement. After all, comparing and examining the quality would benefit everyone. If there wasn't an exceptionally significant difference in quality between the 2 suppliers, King intended to choose Armin's large yellow croaker. Dining at the Blue Sea Hotel, taste was very important, but what mattered even more was the prestige. People who genuinely came for a meal wouldn't dine at the Blue Sea Hotel. If both gentlemen have no objections, let's have a comparison. Whoever has the better large yellow croaker, I will choose theirs, King smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Armin's face showed a hint of confident smile because just now King had given him an assuring look. He believed he was sure to win this time. Without saying a word, Aslan picked up the red bucket in his hand and walked towards the exit. Although Aslan was willing to participate in the competition, he detested King's condescending attitude. Since he didn't respect him, why should he stay here and invite trouble? Aslan, you're not selling anymore? Alicia caught up with Aslan and asked. To sell it to others. From now on, I, Aslan, will never sell any aquatic products to the Blue Sea Hotel, Aslan replied. Yes, I support you, Alicia responded. As they were speaking, they walked out without looking back. Seeing this, Faxon felt his heart sink. He knew he had thoroughly offended Aslan this time. Deeply understanding Aslan's breeding capabilities, Faxon hurriedly caught up and earnestly said, Young brother Yi, calm down. Please give me, your elder brother, some face. As long as we compete, I believe you will definitely win. Elder brother Kai, it's not that I don't give you face, but I detest people's disdainful attitude. I, Aslan, may be poor, but I do not wish to rely on others' good graces. My fish will always find eager buyers, not just from your Blue Sea Hotel, Aslan replied proudly. Seeing that Aslan had decided not to cooperate with their hotel, Faxon felt deeply distressed. If all rival hotels used Aslan's fish for cooking, the Blue Sea Hotel would really be not far from closing its doors. Country bumpkin, take your trash fish and get lost, Armin sneered. Who are you calling a trash fish? Hearing Armin's mockery, Alicia could not help but turn around and confront him. Hey, you pretty little sister, you might look good, but your judgment is off. Following this trash won't get you anywhere. You should follow a more outstanding fish farmer like me, Armin said. While speaking, Armin intentionally rolled up his sleeves to reveal a luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands. Aslan, can your fish beat this disgusting guy? Alicia whispered in Aslan's ear. Sure, Aslan replied firmly. Go compete with her, and make sure you win this guy. I want to see him crawl out of this hotel in disgrace, Alicia said. All right. Aslan was indeed furious inside. He could tolerate other people insulting him because he didn't care. In his eyes, Armin was nothing more than a powerless ant, unaware of what he was truly up against. However, Aslan could not bear someone hitting on his reporter right in front of him. He decided to accept this challenge. So, how do you want to compare? Aslan asked. Country bumpkin, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Don't lose face in the end. Your reporter might not be safe if you fail, Armin said disdainfully. Just as Aslan was about to strike Armin, Faxon quickly stepped in when he sensed the tension. Cough, both of you, calm down. Let's determine whose fish is better after the competition, Faxon interjected. Haha, competing with such a country bumpkin might lower my standards, but I'm still willing to prove that my large yellow croaker is the best in Blue Sea City, Armin said smilingly. State the rules of the competition, Aslan said coldly. Faxon and King huddled together to discuss the competition rules. The matter was not too difficult, and they soon reached an agreement. The rules of the competition are as follows. My two disciples will prepare two dishes using the ingredients brought by both of you. Myself and Mr. Raku will decide the winner based on the taste, Faxon explained. My two disciples happen to be twins. Their synchronized skills ensure that the dishes will be identical in taste and method, guaranteeing a fair competition, Faxon added. After explaining the rules, both Aslan and Armin agreed. Aslan opened his red bucket, and Armin also opened his box, each taking out their large yellow croakers. Both Aslan and Armin had live fish, which were still lively in their hands. Seeing Aslan's large yellow croaker, Armin's expression turned grave. As a professional fish breeder, he could tell that the fish in Aslan's hands was extraordinarily perfect. You cheated. This is clearly a wild large yellow croaker. How dare you use it to impersonate a farmed one? Country bumpkins are so despicable, Armin accused, pointing at Aslan. Did you see me catching it from the sea? Why say my fish is wild? Aslan retorted disdainfully. Titus some Armin sneered. This fish is slender with a small belly, bright yellow body, reddish mouth, longer and complete fins, all characteristics of a wild large yellow croaker. Moreover, the appearance of this wild large yellow croaker is extremely perfect. This must be an extraordinary specimen selected from among portery. It seems you put a lot of effort into winning the Blue Sea Hotel contract. As an expert in breeding large yellow croakers, Armin knew every detail about these fish. Such top-notch wild large yellow croakers could not be farmed artificially. Upon hearing this, King gave Faxon a rep-reporting look, unable to believe he had introduced such a fish reporter to him. Before Faxon could explain to his boss, Aslan laughed, as if looking at a fool. Are you saying my large yellow croaker is 1 in 100 even among wild ones? Aslan asked with a smile. Yes, I've been dealing with large yellow croakers for over a decade, and seeing one with this appearance is rare, Armin said, putting on airs. The large yellow croakers that had consumed the mountain sea spirit Ricoquid had an absolutely unique appearance, something Armin had never seen. His words were merely boasting. 1 in 100? Aslan asked with a smile, then fished another large yellow croaker out of the water. What about this? This can't be possible. Armin couldn't believe it. How can there be two such perfect large yellow croakers? It must be a coincidence, just a coincidence. Armin really couldn't believe his eyes. To see two world-class fish in his lifetime was unbelievable, let alone both being nearly flawless. Seeing Armin stunned, Aslan put the large yellow croaker on the ground and pulled out 2 more from the bucket. Are these coincidences too? They must have come from an exceptional school of large yellow croakers you captured in one net. No one can farm them to this level, Armin argued. Armin had visited China's largest marine farm, where specially bred large yellow croakers rivaled ordinary wild ones in quality but had an inferior appearance, falling somewhere between wild and farmed specimens. They could never match Aslan's perfect croakers. Aslan returned the lively jumping large yellow croakers to the red bucket. King, as the owner of the Blue Sea Hotel, was an expert in marketing, but he was a lay porter when it came to fish identification. Old Kai, does the appearance of the fish matter? King asked. Yes, it matters greatly. A perfectly appearing fish signifies portery things, such as health and meat quality. Faxon explained very professionally to King, describing Aslan's fish as an absolutely unique specimen, which was indeed the case. Compared to Aslan's large yellow croaker, how does Armin's fish look? King asked. Armin's fish might be decent compared to other farmed large yellow croakers, but it falls far short of even ordinary wild ones. Aslan's large yellow croaker is undoubtedly the king among its kind. The difference is glaringly obvious, Faxon said. How it looks isn't really that important. Let's wait and see how it tastes, King replied. King was still subtly favoring Armin. After all, the backing behind Armin was too tempting for him to easily give up on. Armin also heard King's words. Recovering from his shock, he provocatively glanced at Aslan and, in a voice only the two of them could hear, said, "Your fish may look good, but it's useless. You'll lose when you compete with me." Aslan cast a casual glance at Armin and said, "I don't want to talk to someone with erectile dysfunction." At first, Armin froze, then his expression contorted several times, looking like he wanted to devour Aslan whole. "You dare call me impotent? I'll fight you." Struck at his sensitive spot, Armin flew into a rage, picking up a chair from the ground to smash at Aslan. His body already weakened by years of debauchery, Armin's strength was insufficient. Before the chair could hit Aslan, it was easily snatched away. "I advise you to abstain for a few months, eat more Raporturnia 6 formula, and then come out to see people," Aslan said disdainfully. "You." Just as Armin was about to launch another assault on Aslan, he noticed Aslan extending his hand in front of him, clenching it tightly into a fist, the muscles in his arm bulging, and making a crunching sound. "Swallow." Armin swallowed hard. Aslan's action exuded sheer power, and the middle-aged Armin instinctively took a few steps back, not daring to provoke him any further. Chapter 68, Vying for a Taste. Cough, cough. "Both of you can now bring your fish and join us in the kitchen where the competition will take place," King said. This statement also served as a way to help Armin save face from the awkward situation. Under King's lead, everyone made their way into the Blue Sea Hotel's kitchen. It must be said that a 4-star hotel's kitchen was indeed large, and Aslan noticed not a single speck of grease anywhere in this kitchen. "Melvin, Christian, you two little rascals, come over here," Faxon shouted. 2 boys, around 20 years old, ran over. They were identical twins, with faces that matched each other perfectly. After calling them over, Faxon began to explain the details of the competition to them. Faxon then addressed everyone. "My 2 apprentices may be young, but their culinary skills are absolutely top-notch. In a couple of years, they'll surely become head chefs at our Blue Sea Hotel. To ensure absolute fairness, Brother Yi and Mr. Wong will choose who cooks the large yellow croaker they've raised." "I choose Melvin," Armin quickly replied. Armin felt that Melvin had sharper eyes, suggesting he was cleverer and would have better cooking skills than his younger brother. "I choose Christian," Aslan responded indifferently. Aslan's Mountain Sea Aura divination had been continuously activated. Though it consumed some of the Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid, there were no pressing matters today that required its use, so he activated it without hesitation. Although they were twin brothers, there were subtle differences in their fortunes. Despite Christian seeming less shrewd compared to Melvin, his fortune slightly surpassed Melvin's. Aslan knew how delicious the large yellow croaker, which had swallowed the Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid, was, so he did not mind the minor difference in their fortunes. He just found it amusing seeing Armin's expression, as if he had discovered treasure. Soon, the twin brothers started taking out Aslan and Armin's fish, each moving to their respective stations to prepare their fish. These two were already seasoned chefs, easily analyzing the quality of the fish based on their appearance. The older brother cast an envious glance at his younger brother, because the large yellow croaker in Christian's hands was flawless. Melvin wondered if he would ever encounter such a perfect croaker in his lifetime. Both brothers had apprenticed under Faxon, and both chose to steam the croakers. Steaming is the best method to highlight the original taste of the fish. It could even be called a true representation of its original flavor. The cooking process unfolded before everyone's eyes. It was evident that whether it was chopping garlic, ginger, or onions, or the speed of cooking, they were identical, truly living up to being twins. Before long, the aroma of steamed large yellow croaker began filling the entire kitchen, leaving everyone swallowing their saliva. "The steamed large yellow croaker is ready," Melvin and Christian said simultaneously. The 2 brothers carried the 2 plates of steamed large yellow croaker out to the dining area outside the kitchen. This was to avoid mixing flavors from other dishes cooked in the kitchen, making it the most suitable place for tasting. However, when these dishes were served in the dining area, diners, upon smelling the uniquely fragrant aroma of the perfectly steamed croaker, instantly found their meals in front of them unappetizing. "Damn, what is this smell? It's too fragrant. I can't help but drool. I can't resist wanting to try the taste of this fish. As a foodie, I cannot withstand the temptation of such delicacies. I swear, this is the most aromatic sin I've ever smelled. Has the Blue Sea Hotel developed a new dish?" People dining at the Blue Sea Hotel were all influential. They could only look in this direction with a composed yet curious expression. "It's strange. I've eaten steamed wild large yellow croaker before. Why have I never smelled such a captivating aroma?" King wondered aloud. "Boss, don't you remember the last whole fish banquet we hosted?" Faxon kindly reminded him. At that time, Faxon personally prepared a main course using a 10-pound premium large yellow croaker, causing quite a stir. That croaker emitted an overwhelmingly delicious aroma. Though King was the hotel owner, he did not have the status to taste that croaker. But he could never forget the scene. Prestigious individuals fought over the main course, turning the sizable croaker into nothing more than clean bones in no time, while barely touching the other dishes. Those who got a bite received high praise from important figures. The remaining parts of that croaker, untouched by King, were kept frozen as the pride of the restaurant. King had thought about tasting it himself, but since he wasn't particularly focused on indulgence, he resisted and planned to use it for hosting important guests in the future. "Do you mean to say that the reason this steamed large yellow croaker smells so good is because of the one Aslan had that day?" King asked uncertainly. "Even I couldn't make an ordinary croaker emit such a fragrance." Since Melvin and Christian are my apprentices, it's impossible for them to achieve this either. So, I believe the aroma comes from Aslan's large yellow croaker, Faxon asserted firmly. Let's go and sniff it, King said. King approached the two dishes. Their proximity led everyone to think the aroma came from both fish. As he moved closer and sniffed carefully, King found that when he smelled the croaker cooked by Melvin, there was nothing unusual. But when he smelled the croaker cooked by Christian, his stomach seemed to come alive, urging him, eat it, eat it. At this moment, a diner stood up and walked towards King. This person was wearing very casual clothes, around 40 years old. His attire and demeanor revealed that he was undoubtedly successful. Lao Raku, that's not fair. Preparing such excellent cuisine and not notifying me, the porter said. Mr. Dario, please, this isn't a new dish but rather part of a competition. King respectfully explained the competition to Mr. Dario, revealing through his attitude the high status of Mr. Dario. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event during a meal. Can I act as a judge and taste the two dishes? Mr. Dario smiled. Of course, having Mr. Dario as a judge is an honor, King courteously replied. Faxon fetched chopsticks for King and Mr. Dario, signaling the official start of the competition. Wait a minute, if there's something delicious, you two can't hog it all, another person interjected. Everyone mingled within the upper echelons of society and knew each other well. Farther mountain, fetch chopsticks for Mr. Tiana as well, King instructed. Everyone in the dining area perked up to listen, watching as Mr. Dario and Mr. Tiana joined as judges. Not to be outdone, others also deported to participate, forcing King to smile bitterly and instruct Faxon to provide additional chopsticks for everyone. Having grown up from humble beginnings, King was at the bottom of the social ladder among these people, unable to refuse anyone. Before long, about 30 people surrounded the two plates of steamed large yellow croaker, each one eyeing the fish with mouths watering. I hereby announce that the judging officially begins. Everyone, please taste the two fish in front of you and provide your evaluations. Before King could finish his sentence, about 30 pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached for the large yellow croaker cooked by Christian. In an instant, half of the steamed fish on the plate was gone. These people could be described as seasoned food enthusiasts. Upon approaching the two fish, they had already discerned the quality of the dishes based on their aroma. Hey, old Tiana, that's too much. I already picked up this fish head with my chopsticks, and you grabbed it with your hand. That's really low. President's son, stop. Put down that fish bone and we can still be friends. The project we discussed last time is still open to negotiation. Damn, Davidson, are you even who porter? Not only did you drink all the broth, but you're also licking the plate clean with your tongue. Aslan and the others could only stand outside, watching those 30 people crowded together, continuously vying for the fish. Feeling someone tug at his sleeve, Aslan turned to look at Alicia. Aslan, do you think they're fighting over our fish? Alicia asked uncertainly. Absolutely, it's our fish. Don't worry, our fish will definitely fetch a sky-high price. When that happens, you'll have plenty of face back in your hometown, Aslan said with a smile. If Aslan could sell the fish at a high price, it would also count as Alicia's achievement. Doing what others couldn't, this feat would make her stand out immensely when she returned home. With the same confidence as Aslan, Armin was equally sure of himself. Even if his fish didn't taste as good as Aslan's, King would likely favor him due to his family background. After a short while, the 30 people began to disperse, each with an expression of unsatisfied craving. When Aslan, Alicia, and Armin looked at the two plates, Armin nearly fainted from shock. The plate holding Aslan's large yellow croaker was completely bare. Not a single shred of scallion, not a drop of broth remained. Even the fish bones had been chewed and swallowed by these people. Turning to Armin's plate, more than half of the large yellow croaker still remained. The missing portion seemed to have only been sampled by others. Chapter 69. Soul Summoning. That large yellow croaker was undoubtedly the best thing I've ever tasted in my life. It's truly unforgettable. Lao Raku, you've really messed me up. After tasting such delicious large yellow croaker, I fear I won't want to eat any other fish in the future. Hey, I want to come here every day from now on to eat this dish. No matter what it costs, I must taste it every day. These 30-odd people each shared their opinions, while King could only respond with a wry smile. Aslan had brought only 10 yellow croakers, and there was no way he could get such premium yellow croakers every day. Cough, cough. Now that everyone has reviewed the dishes, we will anonymously score both dishes. Please write down your scores for both dishes on paper, King said. At this moment, Faxon passed out papers and pins to everyone, looking quite pitiful before setting a small box on the table. How much Faxon wished he could also try the steamed yellow croaker. Originally, he was also supposed to be a judge, but having over 30 people eating a yellow croaker weighing over 1 gene, about half a kilogram, was already ridiculous. So naturally, he, as the head chef, didn't have the right to sample it. Soon, these 30 people tossed their written answers into the box without hesitation. Yuan Shan, you'll do the ballot reading, King said. Sure, Boss Raku, Faxon nodded and replied. Faxon moved next to the box and began pulling out the papers and reading aloud. Aslan 100 points, Armin 30 points. Aslan 100 points, Armin 20 points. Aslan 99 points, Armin 10 points. The tallying continued, with Aslan never scoring less than 99 points. Those who didn't give full marks might be perfectionists, as in their dictionary, there was no concept of perfect scores. Surprisingly, 7 people gave Armin 0 points. Each judge, after tasting both fishes, felt a common reaction. Aslan's fish was addictive, craving-inducing. They wanted to eat this steamed yellow croaker at every meal. After tasting Aslan's yellow croaker, they found Armin's almost impossible to swallow. One was nectar from the heavens, the other pig feed from the earth. It seems there's no need to tally the scores anymore. Aslan's yellow croaker has won decisively, King said. When he announced the result, everyone except Armin felt it was expected. I hereby announce that Aslan is the winner of this competition, King officially declared. Now, King had made up his mind. Screw Armin and his fancy background. Aslan's yellow croaker was more important. If Aslan could sell the yellow croakers to the Blue Sea Hotel, its rise would only be a matter of time. Compared to Aslan, Armin's background meant nothing to him. He wasn't foolish and knew how to make his choice. Boss Raku, you promised me that I would definitely win against this bumpkin, Armin said angrily. Wang brother, you might have misunderstood. I never promised you anything. This competition was absolutely fair, King replied. Son of a bitch, you're screwing me over. I came here to cooperate with Blue Sea Group, not to be humiliated. Armin became furious. The judges laughed quietly on the side, pleased to have enjoyed an exceptional meal. Hey, Mr. Yi, where are you going? While arguing with Armin, King noticed Aslan lifting a red bucket and leaving with Alicia. He hurriedly chased after them. Mr. Yi, we haven't discussed the price of your yellow croaker yet, King said with a slightly ingratiating tone. I already said before, I wouldn't sell my fish to your Blue Sea Hotel. Competing against Armin was merely to prove how good my fish is, Aslan said. In King's heart, Aslan was like a god of wealth. He wouldn't let Aslan leave under any circumstances. As long as he kept Aslan, he could bind the 30 judges to his cause. With enough support, he might not be far behind Armin's backers in power. More importantly, with Aslan around, he could continuously attract customers to the Blue Sea Hotel until it eventually became a 5-star hotel. Rakadal brother Yi, it was my fault earlier. If you can cooperate with us, everything else can be discussed, King pleaded. Forget it, I'm not interested. As he spoke, Aslan didn't stop walking. He and Alicia headed towards the door, with King trailing closely behind. Seeing Aslan's resolve, King gestured for Faxon, who reluctantly came over despite his reluctance. Where are you heading, young brother Yi? Faxon asked. To sell the fish to other star-rated hotels, Aslan replied. Spit. Spit. Faxon and King nearly spat out blood. Wasn't it improper to say he would sell the fish to others right in front of them? Young brother Yi, don't rush the sale. My silly daughter misses you too. Would you consider visiting my home? Faxon suggested. Faxon did not want Aslan's fish to fall into others' hands. If that happened, he wouldn't know how to compete. Seeing Aslan hesitate, Faxon sincerely pleaded, trying to play the emotional card. All right, I'll visit your place, Aslan smiled. Indeed, he missed Kaisalmayabai, the lively little girl. Alicia was also curious about the adorable little girl Aslan mentioned, and agreed to accompany him to Faxon's home. As the executive chef of the Blue Sea Hotel, Faxon was considered wealthy in Lanhai City, owning a small villa. Faxon drove them to his villa and led the two inside. Giggle. Upon exiting the garage, Aslan and Alicia heard a clear, bell-like voice coming from the backyard. Uncle, Salmayabai misses you so much. Kai Salmayabai saw Aslan approaching and happily ran over with open arms. Wow, this little girl is so cute, like a porcelain doll, Alicia exclaimed. Kai Salmayabai was incredibly endearing, and even Alicia adored her. While Aslan and Alicia played with Kai Salmayabai, Faxon personally went to the kitchen to cook. True chefs knew that after working all day, the last thing they wanted to do was cook. His villa had a housekeeper whose cooking was much worse, but Faxon preferred not to cook. Shortly, the smell of food wafted through the air. Faxon led Aslan and company to the dining table. Aslan found the dishes very tasty with the first bite. Without relying on Sea Mountain Spirit liquid, his cooking skills were far inferior to Faxon's. During dinner, they chatted freely, with Faxon constantly apologizing on behalf of his boss. While they were having dinner, Aslan began to feel as if something in the villa was calling out to him. He kept looking towards one particular direction. Haha, young brother Yi, do you really like this blue stone that much? Faxon asked curiously. Just think it's quite beautiful, Aslan replied with a smile. It was a pendant hanging with a blue stone slightly smaller than an egg, shimmering like a gemstone. Faxon walked over to the pendant and held it in his hand, saying, I found this blue stone by the seaside. At first, I thought it was a gemstone, but when I had it appraised, the expert said it was just a pretty blue stone, completely worthless. Faxon chuckled at the memory. Dissatisfied, he later had the stone made into a pendant and kept it at home. If young brother Yi likes it, I'll give it to you, Faxon smiled. When Aslan took the blue stone in his hand, he felt his entire soul tremble. A voice in his mind kept urging him that he must get this blue stone. Aslan knew this blue stone must be an extremely rare treasure. He hesitated and said reluctantly, Brother Kai, such a fine stone would make me feel guilty to accept it. Brother Yi, don't say that. It's just a worthless piece of rock. I even tried selling it at a rock market, but the highest bid was only $1,000. So you really don't need to feel it's valuable, Faxon explained. Seeing Aslan still hesitant, Kai Salmayabai chimed in from the side, laughing, Uncle, just take it. I've never liked that stone anyway. Kai Salmayabai still remembered how her father had snatched the stone from her when she was playing with it and her dog. Her father had been furious and scolded her harshly. She hadn't forgotten that incident and transferred all her resentment onto the stone. Chapter 70, Dark Cuisine. The saying, a porter has to repay the favor, was apt in this situation. Moved by Faxon's sincere request, Aslan decided to give King a second chance and planned to sell the fish to Lanting Hotel. Seeing Aslan agree to forgive his boss, Faxon discreetly sent a text message under the table. Within a couple of minutes, there was a knock on the door. Faxon personally opened it and saw King walking towards Aslan accompanied by him. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my rudeness earlier, King bowed and said as he approached Aslan. Considering Brother Kai's face, let's call it even, Aslan responded curtly, still harboring some resentment. If not for Faxon gifting him the blue stone, he wouldn't have forgiven King so easily. Mr. Yi is right. I was indeed foolish before. This time, I will penalize myself by drinking 3 cups to acknowledge my mistake, King readily admitted, grabbing the wine glasses from the table and downing 3 shots of liquor. Sit, Aslan said. Mr. Yi, you are truly a magnanimous person, King complimented. At this point, King felt cornered. Aslan's fish was too delicious, akin to an atomic bomb in the culinary world. Whoever possessed it would be king in their circle. Throughout the meal, Faxon and King showered compliments on Aslan, almost putting him on a pedestal. Although it seemed insincere, Aslan enjoyed the attention, at least proving that he had earned such praise. Before acquiring the Mountain Sea Seal, Aslan's status in Yanji village wasn't high, and he liked this feeling of being admired without losing self-awareness. Mr. Yi, what do you plan to do with the remaining 9 fish? King asked. Sell them, of course. Should I keep them for New Year's Eve? Aslan replied sarcastically. In that case, here's a check for 30,000. I hope to purchase all your large yellow croakers. How does this price sound? King cautiously asked. Aslan didn't expect King to spend so much money on the fish. Usually, a 1-pound yellow croaker costs around 2,000 RMB per pound. Based on market prices, 10 fish would be at most 30,000. Yet King offered 10 times more, seemingly worried Aslan might reject it. Isn't this above market value? Aslan questioned. I assure you, Mr. Yi, this 30,000 is not just for buying the fish, but also to ensure you don't sell them elsewhere, King explained. I can only promise not to sell them to anyone else for a year. After that, it's uncertain, Aslan responded. King frowned, hoping to monopolize Aslan's yellow croakers. Price isn't an issue. If 30,000 isn't enough, I can offer 40,000, King countered. My current fish farm is small, and even supplying one restaurant is challenging. However, eventually it will expand, and when the supply exceeds your needs, I'll have to sell to others, Aslan said. If you're willing, I'll buy whatever amount of fish you produce and help market them, King proposed. Aslan's yellow croakers revealed limitless business potential to King. Leveraging his sharp business sense and market insight, King believed the price could increase 10-fold or even 20-fold. Selling overseas and establishing a brand would be a goldmine. It's too far off to discuss what happens after a year. Let's talk about how much you're prepared to pay now, Aslan suggested. Though King wasn't ready to give up, he realized opportunities would come later, and rushing things wasn't necessary. I'm working with Mr. Yi for the first time. Today, I'll buy these 10 fish for 30,000, and afterward, I'll offer 4,000 per pound for yellow croakers, King stated. The price is very reasonable. I agree, Aslan smiled. Ordinary wild yellow croakers cost about 2,000 RMB per pound, but Aslan's were superior in taste and nutrition, making him feel well compensated. Looking forward to a great partnership, King extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. Aslan shook hands firmly with King. After a brief discussion about the next delivery time, Aslan and Alicia left Faxon's house. Uncle, remember to bring Gwillem next time you come, Kaisalmayabai shouted from her father's arms as Aslan and Alicia got into the car. Recoke the arrival, Aslan drove back to Yinjia village while Alicia, seated beside him, appeared dazed. Hey, what are you thinking about? Aslan asked. Hearing Aslan's voice, Alicia gradually came to, looking at Aslan incredulously. 30,000 a week, Aslan, am I dreaming? Alicia remarked. Not as extravagant as you think. The price increased 10-fold this time, but it won't be as high next time. Moreover, without accelerating growth, it takes about 2 months to mature a batch, which is roughly 100 fish, generating a profit of around 40,000 RMB, or approximately 20,000 a month, Aslan clarified. Aren't 20,000 a month impressive? Alicia exclaimed, surprised. For Alicia, 30,000 was a small number, but for a small fishing village, the entire village might not earn 20,000 in a year. Don't get ahead of yourself. I still need to invest in equipment and maintenance. Plus, fish farming expenses leave me with about 10,000 pure profit monthly, Aslan noted. 10,000 a month isn't bad, Alicia laughed. In China, pottery farming bosses make millions annually, but none in Tuqiao Township had achieved this level. If Aslan did, it would be Alicia's best achievement. Do you plan to focus solely on fish farming? Alicia asked quietly. Haha, definitely not. My ambitions go beyond fish farming. In the future, I plan to plant crops and make my products crazily sought after worldwide, Aslan smiled. Alicia glanced at Aslan, sighing inwardly. No matter how hard Aslan worked, he'd still be a farmer. They belonged to different worlds. Aslan didn't notice Alicia's expression, driving her back to her residence in Tuqiao Township. You can take my car back to Yinjia village, Alicia stood downstairs and said. I recall a minibus runs back to Yinjia village tonight, so I'll take that, Aslan responded. Alright, see you. See you. Standing at the building entrance, Aslan watched Alicia disappear into the corridor. Sigh. Aslan sighed, disappointed that she hadn't invited him in. Feeling disheartened, Aslan turned and walked out of the courtyard, his shadow appearing especially lonely in the setting sun. Hey, stop. You liar. Alicia's crisp voice called out. Turning around, Aslan saw Alicia standing at the doorway, slightly angry. The sun has set. No minibus runs to Yinjia village at this hour. You actually lied to me, Alicia pouted. Tuqiao Township's minibuses were old and unreliable. Problems during night trips meant everyone would spend the night on the bus, waiting for morning rescue. Thus, buses usually stopped running at night unless necessary. Alicia faintly remembered that a couple of days ago, a car company's portager came to the township government requesting funds to replace old vehicles, only to be rejected outright by the township committee. Just as Alicia walked up the stairs and was hit by the sunlight, she suddenly realized how late it was. There was no way a bus would still be running at this hour. Looks like I can't fool you after all, Aslan said, somewhat embarrassed. Tiresome flyer. Alicia turned angrily and walked into the corridor. When she looked back, she saw Aslan still standing outside the corridor, dumbfounded. Hey liar, aren't you coming? Alicia asked. Are you inviting me in? Aslan asked in pleasant surprise. If you don't want to come, never mind. Alicia, ignoring the elated Aslan, turned and headed upstairs, her face already flushed red, unable to believe that she had just invited a porter to stay overnight at her place. Though Aslan, as a porter, hadn't been in portery situations like this, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity. He jogged after Alicia who was climbing the stairs and followed her into her home. Despite having been to Alicia's place before, everything still felt novel and exciting on his second visit. It took about 4 hours to travel from Lanhai City to Tuqiao Township. After their bumpy journey, both were famished. You can sit on the sofa and rest while I prepare some food for us, Alicia said. Cooking is a rough job. Let me handle it, Aslan replied, standing firm. Alicia exuded an air of nobility, clearly different from someone like Aslan, who worked hard for a living. He wondered what kind of dishes such a well-bred lady could whip up. Back in college, Aslan had been involved with an outstanding girl, not officially dating but more intimate than portery actual couples. Aslan still vividly remembered the meals that girl once cooked for him. It was truly a catastrophic example of dark cuisine. Alicia vaguely remembered a couple of days ago when a car company executive came to the township government to request funds for a new car, only to be firmly rejected by the township committee. Just as Alicia was walking up the stairs and getting hit by the sunlight, she realized how late it was. It was indeed too late for there to be any large buses around. I can't believe I still didn't fool you, Aslan said somewhat bashfully. Humph, liar. Alicia angrily turned and walked into the hallway. When she looked back, she saw that Aslan was still standing outside, looking dazed. Hey, liar, aren't you coming? Alicia called out. Are you inviting me in? Aslan asked, surprised and delighted. Forget it if you don't want to come. Alicia ignored Aslan's elated expression and continued up the stairs. Her face had already turned beet red. She couldn't believe she had actually invited a porter to stay overnight at her place. Though Aslan might not have experienced such situations firsthand, he was certainly familiar enough with how these things went. He wasn't about to miss this opportunity. He jogged after Alicia, who was climbing the stairs, and followed her into her home. Even though he had been to Alicia's house once before, he still felt a sense of novelty this second time around. It took about 4 hours to travel from Lanhai City to Tujio Township. After their bumpy journey, both were famished. You can rest on the sofa while I prepare something to eat, Alicia offered. Cooking is menial work. Let me handle it, Aslan insisted, standing firm. Alicia exuded an air of elegance and refinement, clearly different from someone like Aslan, who had grown up farming the land. He had no idea what kind of food a wealthy young lady might whip up. During his college years, Aslan had been involved with an exceptionally talented girl. Although they weren't officially a couple, they cared for each other deeply. Aslan still vividly remembered the disastrous meal that girl once made for him. It was truly catastrophic dark cuisine. Hashtag chapter 71. No time left. Aslan still vividly remembered when he had eaten the dishes prepared by a girl he once deeply loved. At that time, to please her, Aslan had forced himself to finish all the food she made for him. As a result, that very night he was sent to the hospital for stomach pumping and spent 3 days in the hospital before he could weakly walk out. This shadow had lingered in Aslan's heart ever since. Seeing Alicia already wearing an apron, he quickly moved forward, ready to help with the cooking. Don't underestimate me. Just wait and enjoy my creations, Alicia said confidently as she pushed Aslan towards the sofa and then headed into the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, Aslan waited, but a strange sense of dread enveloped him. My body is much stronger now. I probably won't need another stomach pumping, right? He muttered uncertainly. It was always hard to refuse the affection of a beautiful reporter, just like it was back then with the other girl. I'll risk it. I don't believe even a mediocre dark cuisine can kill me, Aslan thought to himself. Waiting for judgment, each second felt incredibly long. Slowly, the aroma of the dishes began to waft over from the dining table. Aslan kept his gaze fixed ahead, afraid to see what was on the plate. Braised strawberry with celery, cold-spiced hot pot, banana stir-fried with tomatoes, pickled pepper porturgo, durian rice, isatis root noodles, deep-fried stink bugs. These were just some of the bizarre dishes running through Aslan's mind, giving him goosebumps. Come over for dinner, Alicia called out. Sure, Aslan replied stiffly. I'm coming. He walked toward the dining table with his head lowered. When he finally mustered the courage to look up, he was stunned. The dishes on the table didn't look nearly as terrifying as he had imagined. There were simple tomato and egg stir-fry and minced meat with eggplant. Ordinary and unremarkable, these dishes smelled delicious. Eat quickly, it will be less tasty if it gets cold, Alicia said. Wow, this smells amazing. A township mayor's cooking is truly extraordinary, Aslan exaggeratedly remarked. Nice words cost nothing, and dark cuisine could sometimes hide its true nature well. With bated breath, Aslan chewed on a piece of tomato egg. He exclaimed in surprise. It actually tastes quite good. Of course, not just anyone can taste my creations, Alicia smiled proudly. Her demeanor reminded Aslan of a proud little phoenix. But recalling Aslan's terrifying culinary skills, she reigned in her smugness. Because of their drunken indiscretion the last time, Alicia did not bring out any drinks. They simply had a quiet meal together. Afterward, Alicia did not let her guest Aslan help clean up. She took care of clearing the table and washing the dishes herself. While doing housework, Alicia felt that their current situation resembled that of a normal couple, sharing everyday chores. But Alicia knew that girls from the Ricken family didn't have control over their marriages. Elders might indulge her by letting her escape Beijing to become a small township mayor, but they would never tolerate her marrying a rural porter. After the meal, the two sat together discussing Yinjia village matters. Despite growing up in the countryside, Aslan showed an exceptional knack for development and porteragement. He pointed out issues Alicia hadn't considered and improved upon her plans. Alicia yawned. It's midnight. Let's go to bed. I feel exhausted after today's busy day. Rest well. Good night, Aslan said. Alicia had prepared a guest room for him. After bidding her farewell, Aslan entered the guest room to rest. Though it was a guest room, it wasn't small. The space was simple, and Aslan lay down on the bed directly. With his arms under his head, Aslan began thinking about the future. Being part of a high-income group now, it was time to have his parents return from their exhausting work abroad. They deserved to rest after working hard for half their lives. As a child, I often heard my parents talk about their biggest regret, never having a honeymoon. Once they come back, I'll arrange for them to travel around the world, Aslan smiled to himself. He had never been stingy, especially with his family. As a son, he wanted to repay his parents in his own way. Just as Aslan's thoughts wandered, a scream came from outside the door. Aslan leapt off the bed and rushed out, heading straight to the bathroom door. The scream belonged to Alicia, who was inside the bathroom. "Hey, Alicia, what happened?" Aslan pounded on the door. Receiving no response, Aslan, without hesitation, grabbed the doorknob tightly. With his immense strength, he tore it off, leaving a hole where the handle used to be. Without the knob, the door opened automatically. Anxious, Aslan rushed into the bathroom. Steam filled the air, and a figure struggled to get up from the floor. "Bastard, get out!" Alicia screamed in fear, grabbing something from a nearby clothesline and throwing it at Aslan. Though Aslan had seen this scenery before, seeing it again was no less impressive. "Really big," Aslan muttered. The word 3060 suddenly flashed in his mind. As he focused, a black shadow flew at him. Reflexively, he caught it. "Get out!" Alicia shouted again. Yes, I'm leaving," Aslan responded hastily, having already feasted his eyes. Provoking an enraged Alicia further would be foolish. Aslan sighed in relief. It seems Alicia only slipped while bathing. What a fool I was to break the door and rush in like that, he thought. Now he hoped Alicia wouldn't be too angry. After all, he had seen her entire body. How could she not be mad? Aslan stayed in the hall, waiting for Alicia to emerge so he could apologize. His forehead glistened with sweat as he nervously wiped it away. Then, he noticed a small black object, a lacy bra. Tightish, is this her bra? Puzzled, Aslan held it in front of him. Indeed, it was a black bra. From the cup size alone, Alicia had quite a lot going on. Could it really be 3060? Aslan murmured. At that moment, a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. "Put my things down." Turning around, Aslan saw Alicia standing at the bathroom door, wrapped in a towel, staring at him. He could sense the rage simmering beneath her calm exterior. "Alicia, listen to me. It was all a misunderstanding," Aslan pleaded. "Misunderstanding?" Alicia sneered. "Was your disgusted expression also a misunderstanding when you looked at my things?" Rickemping slightly, Alicia snatched her bra from Aslan and returned to her room. Slam! The door slammed shut with a loud bang, emphasizing her fury. Now, Aslan felt as if he had swallowed a bitter pill, unable to voice his distress. He sullenly returned to his room, deciding to address the remaining issues tomorrow. In the other room, Alicia was lying on her bed, feeling her face burning with embarrassment. She knew she couldn't blame Aslan for what had just happened. It was only natural for a girl to feel furious after being seen naked by someone else. "Bad Aslan, stinky Aslan. I shouldn't have let him come over today," Alicia lamented regretfully. If she could go back in time, Alicia wasn't sure if she would still invite Aslan over. With this small grudge lingering in her heart, Alicia began to drift off to sleep. Just as she was about to fully succumb to slumber, a loud boom interrupted her rest. Startled awake, Alicia opened her eyes to see Aslan already rushing into her room. She clutched the towel around her body tightly, looking at Aslan with fear and asked, "What are you doing?" "Titus, hurry up and get dressed, immediately now," Aslan urged anxiously. Seeing that Aslan didn't seem to have any ulterior motives, Alicia breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. "What's happening?" Alicia asked. "No time to explain. I'll wait for you outside the door." "Get dressed as fast as you can," Aslan said before turning around to give Alicia some privacy, though his heart pounded with growing unease. After waiting for 3 minutes and still not seeing Alicia emerge, Aslan went back to her room. He saw that she had porridge to put on her top, but due to the pain from her fall, it was very difficult for her to put on the bottom half, so she hadn't porridge to dress completely. "You, get out!" Alicia grabbed the pants next to her, trying to cover herself while blushing furiously. "There's really no time." In 2 quick strides, Aslan reached Alicia, snatched the item from her hands, and began dressing her in her underwear and pants himself. ####Chapter 72. A disaster from heaven and earth. As Aslan helped Alicia put on her clothes, there was not a trace of abnormality in his expression, only urgency. "Do you have any valuables at home?" Aslan asked. "No," Alicia replied. Upon hearing this, Aslan swiftly hoisted Alicia onto his back, causing her to let out a startled scream. He ran outside while grabbing a pair of shoes for her near the door. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me in the middle of the night?" Alicia asked fearfully. "I'm not crazy. We're running for our lives," Aslan said. Carrying Alicia down the stairs, Aslan burst into a loud shout in the courtyard. "Earthquake!" After shouting 3 times, he ran out of the courtyard with Alicia still on his back. "This is the township committee compound. Are you trying to get yourself killed by spreading false information?" Alicia shouted in frustration. "I'm trying to save their lives. Whether they believe me or not is out of my hands," Aslan replied. Aslan's current physical strength was immense, ensuring that his voice could be heard within a 1-mile radius. However, how Portery would believe him remained uncertain. Earthquakes are unpredictable. If Aslan had gone door to door warning everyone about the earthquake, he might have been beaten up by those with short tempers. So, he opted for this unorthodox method. "How do you know an earthquake is coming?" Alicia asked, furrowing her brow. "Look at our feet," Aslan said. With the aid of the streetlights, Alicia noticed swarms of rats scurrying across the ground. Alicia was stunned. Before an earthquake, there are usually unusual sounds. Sometimes there are colorful clouds in the sky or blue lights on the ground. But one thing is consistent. Animals go berserk. "Look at these rats," Aslan explained. Just as Aslan finished speaking, 2 white pigs dashed past them, overtaking him. Alicia gazed down the street and saw not just rats but also pigs, sheep, and even 2 old oxen. "Is it really an earthquake?" Alicia asked in shock. "Yes, and from what I can see, it will arrive soon. And it won't be small," Aslan said. On Aslan's back, Alicia's face contorted with anxiety. If this was indeed a severe earthquake, She couldn't just stand by and watch countless residents buried under rubble. Her mind raced, searching for the best solution. To the township broadcast station quickly, Alicia suddenly shouted. We don't have much time, Aslan said. Even if we don't have much time, we have to try. The lives of the people in Tokyo Township and its villages depend on us, Alicia said firmly. Seeing her determination, Aslan gritted his teeth and rushed towards the broadcast station. The distance between the township committee compound and other departments wasn't far, and they quickly arrived at the station. The broadcast station was a small 3-story building. Aslan broke open the door and stormed into the broadcasting room. Start broadcasting immediately to notify everyone in the township and villages, Alicia ordered. But, Aslan looked troubled. But what? Alicia asked. I don't know how to operate these machines, Aslan admitted awkwardly. Alicia nearly fainted from frustration. Dragging herself despite the pain in her hip, she began adjusting all the equipment. In recent years, China's rapid development allowed township broadcasting stations to control the broadcasts in their affiliated villages. Tokyo Township and neighboring villagers, an earthquake is imminent. This is no joke. Please evacuate to safe places immediately. Alicia repeatedly broadcasted her message, waking countless people from their sleep in Tokyo Township. Although everyone doubted the earthquake's occurrence, no one dared risk their lives. Everyone started gathering valuables and rushing out with their families. Alicia set the broadcast to repeat and then climbed back onto Aslan's back. She took out her phone to inform nearby mayors and the higher authorities in Lanhai City. She had done everything she could. Whether people trusted her or not was beyond her control. She was a porter, not a deity, and couldn't save everyone single-handedly. At that moment, the broadcast continued to echo throughout Tokyo Township, awakening more and more people. When Aslan exited the broadcast station, the earth began to roll like waves, almost causing him to fall. If not for Aslan's ability to control the earth, he would have been knocked down. It's already happening? Alicia asked fearfully. It has begun, but this is just the prelude, the earth's way of warning people to escape. After this, it might be too late, Aslan explained. Sure enough, after the rolling subsided, the ground remained subtly vibrating. Aslan ran with all his strength to the town square, which was spacious and free of tall buildings, ideal for sheltering from the earthquake. Some people who lived close to the square had already gathered there. Aslan carried Alicia to the center of the square. Rumble. A tremendous sound erupted, and the ground began to shake violently. People around Aslan were thrown to the ground. Although Aslan could use his earth-controlling abilities to stand firm and shield both of them, he felt the area was safe enough. Thud. Aslan fell forward, using his body as a cushion so Alicia wouldn't hit the ground. It felt like the end of the world as the shaking persisted. Aslan and Alicia tumbled on the ground, and in the midst of it, Aslan grabbed Alicia, pulling her into his arms. Titus Porter efforts seemed powerless against such a natural disaster. In sheer terror, Alicia clung tightly to Aslan. Time seemed to stop as the earthquake raged on. Eventually, when dawn came, the shaking ceased, though occasional aftershocks continued, not strong enough to knock anyone over. Aslan helped Alicia to her feet, noticing cracks in the ground. Looking around, only a few houses had collapsed, while most had only developed cracks. Due to the early warning through the broadcast, casualties in Tokyo Township were minimal. My son, someone please help my son. A heart-wrenching cry echoed. A reporter in her 30s was frantically digging through the ruins of a collapsed house. Wait here for rescue. I'll help, Aslan said. I'll come too, Alicia said. Your hip is injured. Can you porterage? Aslan asked worriedly. Yes, I can, Alicia said firmly. All right. Aslan and Alicia approached the reporter and without a word began helping her dig through the debris. The reporter, in a state of despair, could only cry and dig aimlessly. Mommy, I'm scared. A weak voice from beneath the rubble called out, a little boy's voice. Don't be afraid, my child. Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Hearing her child's voice, the mother felt a glimmer of hope and finally began to regain her composure. But now a difficult problem faced the reporter. The child's voice was coming from beneath a massive slab of stone. Without an excavator, there was no way the three of them could lift it. I beg you, please save my child. Who will save my child? No matter how hard she tried, the stone slab didn't budge an inch. Most people were still dealing with their own emergencies, so there weren't portery available to help. Only Aslan and Alicia were by the reporter's side. Please move aside, let me try, Aslan said. Can you do it alone? The reporter asked worriedly. How will we know if we don't try? Aslan smiled and replied. After the reporter moved aside, Aslan grabbed the edge of the slab and started exerting force. Move now. Aslan roared as he strained all his might. The muscles in his arms bulged, and the sound of tearing fabric echoed as his inflated arms ripped the sleeves of his shirt. His body, strengthened by the mountain sea seal, gave him super reporter strength. Under this immense power, the entire slab was forcefully lifted. Even with great strength, there were limits. The slab was covered with 2 portery smaller rocks, and Aslan could only raise it partially to reveal what was underneath. Titusri, save him. Aslan gritted his teeth and shouted. Hearing Aslan's roar, the 2 women snapped back to reality and quickly reached out to rescue the person trapped under the slab. The moment the slab was lifted, everything below was exposed. A porter's back was a mess of blood and flesh, but he was protecting a crying child beneath him. Titus Band, son, the reporter shouted, working with Alicia to carefully pull out the 2 individuals buried underneath. Once the pair was freed, Aslan had them move away before he loosened his grip. There was a loud thud as the slab slammed back to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Chapter 73. At least I'm still alive. The 2 individuals, 1 adult and 1 child, were rescued. Under Aslan's mountain sea chi observation technique, it was observed that although the adult was seriously injured, they were not at risk of death. You 2 are truly good people, like the golden boy and jade girl sent down by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you very much. The reporter, who had experienced despair, knelt on the ground and repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Aslan and Alicia. Allison, please get up. We just helped out. We did what we should do. You don't need to be this formal. Alicia bent down with effort to help the kneeling reporter stand up. At that moment, Aslan wasn't thinking about these things. A light shone in his eyes, different from the usual. So, the mountain sea chi observation technique can also be used like this. Aslan murmured. After activating the mountain sea chi observation technique, Aslan could see people buried under the rubble. Although he could only see their chi, it was enough for him to locate survivors. Rescue teams haven't arrived yet, let alone search dogs or equipment. I need to take advantage of this time to save those in the most danger. Aslan thought to himself. Be a useful person to society. The voice of Emil echoed in his mind again. If not for Emil, Aslan would have perished in the sea long ago. Now, Aslan wanted to become an Emil too. Alicia, you stay here to help Allison. I'll go elsewhere to assist. Aslan said. No, where you go, I go. Don't say women are inferior to men, Alicia replied. Growing up in a prominent family, Alicia was pampered, but she knew something clearly. No matter what, she could never match the boys in her family. Boys could join the military or politics, while girls couldn't. The gentle on the outside, tough on the inside, Alicia broke free from her family, determined to show everyone that girls are no less than boys. Fine, you can follow me. But since you're injured, rest if you feel overwhelmed. Don't hurt yourself purportedly, Aslan said. I know my own body, Alicia responded. Aslan sighed. Alicia was perfect except for her stubbornness. Follow, then follow. He still had the spirit recoquid of Mountain Sea, which he could use to treat her if she became too exhausted. Let's go to the collapsed building there. Portery people might need our help. Alicia pointed in the direction of the building. No, let's go there. Aslan pointed to a small house's rubble. Why there? Alicia asked, puzzled. It made sense to go where more rescuers gathered. More people meant more power. They could potentially save more people faster. I divine that someone in imminent danger needs our help in that small house, Aslan said. Pa, I don't believe your nonsense. Though Alicia said this, she still followed Aslan. No one was taking care of the debris of the small house, but when Aslan and Alicia approached, they heard shouts coming from under the rubble. Aslan, like a wild ox, threw aside the dirt and rocks, eventually working together with Alicia to rescue everyone trapped inside. A sad atmosphere enveloped Tooty Bridge village in the morning. Almost all the lightly injured began rescue operations. The hospitals and clinics in the village were dug out first, and people organized usable common medicines for the severely injured. Because Alicia participated in rescuing, she was given painkillers, reducing her hip pain significantly, giving her more strength for the rescue. Food is ready here. Everyone, come over and eat. Replenish your energy so you can save more people. At this moment, some middle-aged and elderly women who felt unable to help set up pots in the square and cooked a hodgepodge of vegetables and meats. Rumble. Aslan turned to see Alicia blushing as her stomach rumbled. Go eat. I'll finish rescuing these people and then join you, Aslan said. I'll dig with you, Alicia said. Aslan smiled but didn't persuade further. He knew Alicia's strong-willed character. Once she decided, there was no changing her mind. Due to hunger, Aslan slightly used his earth manipulation ability, quickly uncovering the rubble. Constantly using earth manipulation would rapidly drain Aslan's strength, making it counterproductive. So, unless necessary, Aslan minimized its use. After rescuing the people from the rubble, Aslan and Alicia went to the square. Because there were two portery people, they had to queue up. By the time it was their turn, each got only half a bowl of stew. I'm not hungry. This is for you. Aslan poured his soup into Alicia's bowl. As Aslan hadn't tasted it, Alicia didn't mind. But, no buts. Drink this soup so you have the strength to help me rescue more people, Aslan insisted, pouring the soup into Alicia's mouth without her protest. Though they found several supermarkets, food was still scarce. Hence, the pot of stew dwindled to broth by the time it reached Aslan and Alicia. Though famished, Aslan offered the better part to Alicia. Woof woof. The sound of vehicles approaching caught everyone's attention. Green trucks drove towards them. When the vehicles stopped at the center of the village, soldiers in green uniforms jumped off. All fellow villagers, please line up orderly to receive supplies, announced a porter with a loudspeaker. Most soldiers immediately joined rescue efforts while a few distributed water, food, and tents. Aslan received a bottle of water and a regular bread. Sitting on a large stone amidst the rubble, he and Alicia started eating. After finishing their meal, they resumed rescue work. With the help of search dogs, the soldiers significantly increased their rescue speed. Fortunately, despite the terrifying earthquake, casualties weren't massive. Only a few old houses collapsed. By nightfall, most rescue operations were complete. Standing on the rubble, Aslan scanned around. Aslan's eyes, empowered by the mountain sea chi observation technique, revealed portery gray streams beneath the rubble, the chi of the deceased. What are you looking at? Alicia asked as she walked beside him. I'm marveling at how insignificant who porter life is before nature, Aslan sighed. Alicia sat on a nearby rock, watching the mud-covered Aslan. Despite his current disheveled appearance, Alicia saw a lot of similarities between him and herself, possibly because they were both compassionate. That night, Aslan accompanied Alicia back to her home in the village committee compound. Surprisingly, the old building remained intact even after the earthquake. Back in the room, they tidied up the mess caused by the earthquake, cleaning broken glass and debris. Please note that the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as much as possible while ensuring fluency and coherence. The army brought portery tents, but the quantity was still insufficient. Some people whose homes were destroyed went to stay with relatives, while others lived in tents or slept on the streets. Those who could get a tent were usually the seriously injured. Alicia arranged for some mothers with young children to stay at her home. The small two-bedroom apartment was crowded with dozens of people, all covered in dirt and disheveled, resembling a refugee camp. With no other choice, Aslan slept on the dining table that night, falling into a deep sleep due to sheer exhaustion. When he woke up in the morning, Aslan collected some water and food before bidding farewell to Alicia. It was time to go back to Yin family village. The roads are closed. If you want to go back, you'll have to walk. It might be better to wait a few days until I can drive you back, Alicia suggested. Hee, this morning, one of the big brothers I saved gave me a motorcycle, so you don't need to worry about my transportation. Besides, you've got a lot on your plate here, and I'd just be in the way, Aslan replied. Alicia nodded and said, be careful on your journey. Aslan waved goodbye to Alicia and then got on the nearly new motorcycle. Sitting on the bike, Aslan recalled the scene from that morning when the big brother had come to him. A reporter had pushed a wheelchair provided by the army towards Aslan, with the very person he had saved sitting in it. My legs have been amputated. I can never ride a motorcycle again. So, I'll give you my precious motorcycle, the porter said with a smile, though there was a hint of reluctance in his voice. Why can you be so happy despite losing your legs? Aslan asked, confused. Because at least I'm still alive, the porter replied. Indeed, compared to those who had perished, this porter was undoubtedly fortunate. Chapter 74, Dario Lao Raku's Chicken Farm. After a little over an hour's journey, Aslan returned to Yinjai village. To his surprise, only a few of the mud houses in the village had collapsed. When Aslan got back to his own home, he found that there weren't any cracks on the walls at all, just some broken glass from several windows. Uncle Atticus and the others sure did a great job. The house was absolutely built without cutting corners. I should invite them over for a meal if I have time these 2 days, Aslan remarked. Wong. Junior ran out of the house and excitedly spun around Aslan, looking extremely delighted. Rakatl thing, were you afraid during the earthquake? Aslan asked. Woof. Junior nodded. Though Junior had become a guardian spirit beast, it was still too weak at present with its instincts as a wild animal not fully eradicated yet. That horrifying premonition before the earthquake still affected it now. After Aslan flicked a drop of spirit Ricoquid into Junior's mouth, he walked towards Ashland's house. The epicenter of the earthquake was near Tuqiao Township, which was also most severely struck. Even so, not pottery houses in Tuqiao Township had collapsed due to the earthquake, possibly for this reason. The damage done to Yinjia village wasn't too severe. Most of the households in Yinjia village were mud houses. With villagers helping, they could quickly rescue those who were trapped inside the houses. It doesn't look like there's any significant loss of life here, Aslan observed. Walking along, Aslan did not see anyone putting up mourning flags used for funerals, suggesting no one in the village was having a funeral. When Aslan arrived at Ashland's house, he saw her family clearing the debris in their home. As expected, it collapsed, Aslan thought to himself. Because Ilium was previously frail and sickly, his household income wasn't high enough to repair their dilapidated adobe house, which consequently fell apart entirely in this earthquake. Ilium, Gale, you're busy? Aslan greeted as he walked into the yard. Rakatalishan has come. Feel free to find a place to sit. You can see our situation. Don't mind us, Ilium said. Ilium said this because there was only a dusty stool in the entire courtyard for Aslan to sit on. There was a makeshift tent in Ilium's yard covered with rags where blankets and other items were placed underneath. However, the entire tent was full of soil and dust. It was really difficult for this family. I won't sit down. I've come to help you clean up the house, Aslan said. That's troublesome for you, Rakatalishan. Once we are done with this, Uncle will treat you to a drink, Ilium said cheerfully. When Aslan arrived, Gale's face had already looked terrible, and hearing Ilium's words, she became even more furious. Drink. Always drinking. Do you know that our house is gone? Rebuilding it will require a lot of money. Your daughter is about to start school again, and how will we pay the fees? You actually have no care in the world, only thinking about eating and drinking. How do you face this family? Gale scolded loudly. Ilium weakly responded. It has already collapsed. What else can I do? The couple was arguing while Ashlyn silently dug under the rubble without saying anything. Ashlyn looked very troubled and didn't notice Aslan had come. Hearing the arguments getting louder, Ashlyn stood up and said, Stop arguing. I won't go to school anymore. What? The couple exclaimed in shock. I've made my decision. Our family is already in trouble. There's no need to burden me with school fees. After school starts, I'll apply for withdrawal and then go work. Let's use the tuition fees to rebuild our house, Ashlyn explained. Rich people would never understand the hardships of the poor. Sometimes it's not that the children don't want to study, but there's simply no way for them to continue. At school, every girl dresses fashionably. Even poor families would buy their daughters decent clothes. But this was never the case for Ashlyn. Every penny at home was valuable because her father needed medicine daily. For a poor family, illness was the greatest disaster, swallowing all their money. Every day, Ashlyn went to school wearing old clothes, envying others' beautiful outfits and fancy cosmetics. Moreover, Ashlyn faced ridicule at school and was even secretly lured into becoming a mistress, promising easy money without hard work. But Ashlyn remained steadfast. Ashlyn always dreamed of graduating, working to earn money, treating her father's illness, and being with brother Xian. But the earthquake jolted Ashlyn out of her dreams. She didn't want her parents to be homeless, so she decided to use her saved-up tuition fees to rebuild their house. Daughter, if you'd thought of this earlier, our pretty girl would surely find a good husband, living blissfully ever after, Gale smiled. Although Gale regretted losing a college-educated daughter, she felt giving up on studies wasn't bad since they now had money to build a house. Finding a matchmaker to arrange a marriage for her daughter, receiving a hefty dowry payment meant they wouldn't worry about old age. Don't talk nonsense. Lack of education will get her nowhere. Do you want her to stay in this small fishing village forever? Ilium rebuked. If talking were real work, we'd be rich. I wish I had a college-educated daughter, but do you have money for living expenses and tuition fees? Can you afford to build a house? If not, stop spouting nonsense, Gale retorted fiercely. Believing in the outdated notion that talent is not virtue for women, Gale thought daughters should eventually marry away. If they stopped schooling now, less investment was needed and marrying off would mean dowry which could be saved for old age. Ilium fumed. We don't have money, but I can borrow it. I cannot let Kelsey stay stuck in this village. Why don't you borrow then? Who in this village would lend to you? A sick porter. Gale sneered. You. Clutching his chest, Ilium felt like he was going to die sooner or later due to this porter. Previously, he chose not to argue because she truly stayed by his side. However, he couldn't watch her push their daughter into a fiery pit. Facing the quarrel, Ashlyn didn't speak, but quietly wiped her tears. No money, no heroism. Go dig things, Gale roared. Cough, cough. Aslan interrupted the argument with 2 coughs. Well, I do have some money, Aslan admitted shyly. You're just a kid who recently built a house. How much money could you possibly have? Stop interfering in our affairs. Gale dismissed him disdainfully. This time I want to sell fish in Lanhai City and earn 300,000 yuan. I think this amount should cover Kelsey's school fees and building costs, Aslan explained. 300,000. Not only Gale but also Ilium and Ashlyn were shocked speechless. Here's the passbook. You can take a look. Aslan handed the passbook from his pocket to Gale. This passbook contained money Aslan had put aside carefully. To him, money in his hand was his. 1 0, 2 zeros, 5 zeros. Gale muttered, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. This is really 300,000. Gale looked at Aslan incredulously, unable to believe that this little Long actually had such a large sum of money. On Yanjai village, most families only had 2 or 3,000 yuan in savings. Those with 50 to 60,000 were considered well off. For Gale, who had never been exposed to such wealth, 300,000 was an unimaginably large sum. This is for my first cooperation with that boss. In the future, I might only make around 10,000 per month, Aslan said modestly. Cough, cough. Cao Maoyi, then, how much can you lend us? Gale felt a bit embarrassed, and even changed the way she addressed him to Cao Maoyi. Lending you 100,000 shouldn't be a problem. If you need more, it's also possible. I just need to reserve some money for buying fish farming equipment, Aslan replied. 100,000. The trio was once again stunned by the number Aslan casually mentioned, and it seemed like he was willing to lend even more. Cao Maoyi, don't stand there. Come and sit. Gale hurried to the only chair in the yard and wiped off the dust with her sleeve. Then she forcibly pulled Aslan to the stool and made him sit down. Cao Maoyi, you lending us money means so much to us. Could we borrow 150,000? Gale pleaded. Why do you need to borrow so much? 20,000 should be enough for schooling and rebuilding the house, Ilium grumbled. What do you know? How can 20,000 be enough, and how long would it take us to save that much? It's better to borrow more. I heard eggs are worth a lot lately. If we start a chicken farm, repaying 100,000 will be easy, Gale argued. Ilium fell silent. Gale had always told him about how Dario Lao Raku from the neighboring village made tens of thousands annually from his chicken farm, lamenting that Ilium wasn't capable of starting one. Now, seeing Aslan had so much money, Gale started to have ideas. If she missed this opportunity, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Translation note. For character names, I used Aslan, Gale, and Ilium, as provided in the previous context to ensure consistency. I maintained the original paragraph structure and line breaks as requested while ensuring the translation was natural and fluent. The tone and style have been preserved, matching the narrative and characters' emotions accurately. ####Chapter 75. New abilities. Gale was enthusiastically discussing the bright future of a chicken farm with Aslan, so animated that even after half an hour, her excitement showed no signs of waning. The way she spoke made it seem like a golden mountain was already within his grasp. Suddenly, Aslan felt that Gale was a talented MLM promoter who had been buried in the countryside. Her rhetoric was so persuasive that even he began to believe her. Mom, give me the passbook. We'll borrow 20,000, and you don't have to repay it. I'll pay Uncle Briannon back once I graduate, Ashlyn said. Why are you acting foolish? The money is right here. Why not take it? Gale said angrily. Ashlyn tried to grab the passbook from her mother's hands, but Gale refused to let go. Gale, please calm down. Can we talk this through? Aslan asked. Do you really think a chicken farm will be profitable? Of course. You don't know how much Dario Lao Raku has earned. He makes over 100,000 yuan a year. If we build one too, we might make just as much, Gale replied. But have you considered transportation issues? Aslan pointed out. The road conditions in our village are the worst. Bumpy roads would shatter all the eggs. And what about diseases? If avian flu strikes, all the eggs will lose value and result in huge losses. Most importantly, raising chickens for a farm is very different from keeping a few at home. Do you know how to porterage them? Aslan clearly laid out all the potential problems to Gale. Cao Maoyi, there's always a way to solve these issues. As long as you can lend Gale the money, I'll ensure it's paid back, Gale said. What if you can't pay it back? 150,000 isn't a small amount, Aslan responded. If we can't pay it back, I'll give you my daughter, and we'll consider this sum as the dowry. How does that sound? Gale said with a smile. Phew. Aslan nearly spat out blood. He never imagined Gale would say something like that. Mom. Ashlyn, embarrassed and angry, exclaimed, What are you talking about? Everyone in the village knew Ashlyn liked Aslan, but liking him was one thing. Her mother saying such things was another matter entirely. Kelsey is still young. Isn't it inappropriate to discuss this now? Aslan said, feeling somewhat awkward. Why is it inappropriate? Kelsey is a good girl, and I think Cao Maoyi is also nice. Why don't you finalize this engagement soon? Gale said. Mom, please stop. Ashlyn's face was red with embarrassment, and she covered her face with her hands, though her eyes peeked through the gaps, hoping secretly. How can you talk about these things in front of the kids? Ilium said disapprovingly. You're as stubborn as a mule. Cao Maoyi is such a good kid. We should secure him quickly. Otherwise, what if some other girl lures him away? Gale said. To Gale, Aslan was like a gold mine, and she was afraid someone else might snatch it away. If you marry Aslan, your life will be comfortable and carefree, she added. Weren't you upset with Cao Maoyi before? Ilium asked. Don't misunderstand. I've always treated Cao Maoyi well, Gale lied without batting an eye. While Gale disliked Aslan before, she had no problem selling her daughter for money. Seeing his wife's greed, Ilium covered his forehead, not wanting to associate with her. Aslan laughed bitterly and said, "Aunt, there's no problem with the money. Let's forget about the engagement. Kelsey is still young. We'll wait until Kelsey graduates. But remember, Salmaoyi, don't get distracted by other women. Our Kelsey is far better than anyone else," Gale insisted. Now, Gale couldn't be more pleased with Aslan. He was capable and rich, the perfect son-in-law. "Ilium, since your house has collapsed, come stay at my place tonight. You know I have portery empty rooms," Aslan offered. Before Ilium could respond, Gale interjected, Sure. It's rare for Salmaoyi to show such kindness, old porter. You mustn't refuse." Ilium turned away, pretending not to hear his wife. They weren't even married yet, and she was already treating Aslan's home like their own. "Salmaoyi, I remember you loved Aunt's stewed chicken when you were little. I'll cook it for dinner." Gale kept flattering Aslan, making him feel uncomfortable. Finally, Aslan found an excuse to leave, practically fleeing from Ilium's home without retrieving the passbook. "Salmaoyi, we'll come to your house tonight. Rest assured I won't disappoint." Even as he ran far away, Aslan could still hear Gale's voice. Sighing deeply, Aslan wiped the sweat from his brow, never imagining Gale's hospitality could be so suffocating. With time still on his side, Aslan went straight to his fish farm, using the Nanhua spirit Rikoquid to feed his yellow croakers. He planned to accelerate their growth. Aslan intended to cultivate 8 batches of yellow croakers, ensuring 1 batch would be ready each week. Over the next 2 months, he would strictly control their growth rate. "Starting tomorrow, I'll isolate the fish farm into 8 sections," Aslan thought. After feeding the yellow croakers, Aslan returned home and retrieved the blue stone Faxon had given him. This stone always felt like it was calling to his soul. This isn't just an ordinary stone, but what can it do? Aslan wondered, examining it closely. No matter how he porteripulated the stone, it remained unchanged, appearing like an ordinary blue rock. Aslan studied the stone further, subjecting it to fire, ice, and even hammering, but nothing worked. "Am I supposed to eat this stone?" Aslan pondered. The blue stone was smaller than an egg, barely edible, but swallowing something that size, even for Aslan, was risky. Moreover, if eating wasn't the answer, excreting it could cause severe issues. Why does this only appeal to me and not the Kai family? The Kai family is ordinary, but I'm different because of the Nanhua seal. Aslan immersed part of his consciousness into the Nanhua seal. Instantly, the Nanhua seal emitted powerful energy that enveloped Aslan's mind. Crack, crack. Simultaneously, cracks appeared on the blue stone in Aslan's hand, growing denser by the second. A drop of blue liquid flowed out. Whoosh! The blue liquid transformed into a blue beam that entered Aslan's forehead, merging into his mind, and becoming one with the Nanhua seal. At that moment, an overwhelming power surged from the Nanhua seal, surrounding Aslan's consciousness with myriad new insights flooding his mind. This sensation felt as if something had been forcefully inserted into Aslan's brain. The feeling of his soul being torn apart made him wish for death. At that moment, Aslan was on his knees, clutching his head in agony, unable to breathe or even utter a sound for help. Wave after wave of pain tortured him, as if he were on the brink of collapse. In his mind, fragmented memories began to reassemble within Aslan's consciousness. Ultimately, all these pieces converged into something akin to a legendary secret porterial. Mountain and Sea Spirit Gathering Array *. This array can harness the power of the Mountain and Sea Seal to gather all the spiritual energy from the world. Slowly opening his eyes, Aslan finally endured the last waves of pain. Through this agonizing experience, he finally understood what the blue stone truly was. It contained the blood of the ancient Mountain and Sea deity. The Mountain and Sea deity has existed since ancient times, and each generation of deities would engage in battles, leaving their blood behind in the universe, never dissipating. The Mountain and Sea Seal could absorb the deity's blood, accelerating its bond with Aslan. Originally, it would take 3 years for the Mountain and Sea Seal to fully integrate with Aslan before imparting the Mountain and Sea Spirit Gathering Array. Now, just 1 drop of blood had expedited this process immensely. If I collect enough Mountain and Sea deity blood, wouldn't that mean I could become a Mountain and Sea deity much faster? Aslan thought to himself. However, such a notion was merely a fleeting thought. Deity blood was extremely rare. Finding even a single drop was like hitting the jackpot, so he dared not expect too much. Let me try the abilities of this Mountain and Sea Spirit Gathering Array, Aslan thought. With a mere thought, the Mountain and Sea Seal stirred within his consciousness, sending a surge of power through his arm and into his palm. To his surprise, 3 drops of Nanhua Spirit Rikoquid gathered in his palm. 3 drops are not enough. The rest of the Nanhua Spirit Rikoquid, come forth, Aslan comported it. Chapter 76, The Marvels of Spirit Chi. Under Aslan's control, the remaining power of the Sea and Mountain Spirit Rikoquid began to surge toward his palm. Slowly, a mysterious circular array appeared on his palm. This array kept spinning ceaselessly, giving Aslan an almost magical feeling. Sea and Mountain Spirit Gathering Array, emerge for me, Aslan shouted. Then Aslan's palm pressed onto the ground like a large seal. When Aslan lifted his palm, a small, faintly glowing array appeared on the ground. After acquiring the Sea and Mountain Spirit Gathering Array, Aslan could already feel the density of spirit chi around him. It seemed as if this array on the ground had turned into a black hole, beginning to devour surrounding spirit chi. What have I created? Is this a Sea and Mountain Spirit Gathering Array, or a Sea and Mountain Spirit Devouring Array? Aslan said with difficulty. After obtaining the inheritance of the Sea and Mountain Spirit Gathering Array, Aslan understood what spirit chi truly was. Spirit chi was a kind of energy diffused between heaven and earth, capable of nourishing all things. The Sea and Mountain Spirit Rikoquid was essentially drops of spirit chi condensed by the Sea and Mountain Seal, differing from ordinary spirit liquids as it contained a mysterious force. If an area was extremely deficient in spirit chi, then that place would become barren wasteland where nothing could survive. Trouble, I need to stop this sea and mountain spirit gathering array quickly. Otherwise, everyone will die, Aslan thought. Just as Aslan prepared to use the power of the sea and mountain seal to erase the array on the ground, he saw the array start expanding non-stop. Eventually, when the array grew to about 10 meters in diameter, it stopped expanding, and its behavior of devouring spirit chi also gradually slowed down before finally ceasing. Aslan felt the sparse spirit chi in the air and sighed bitterly. Fortunately, the devouring has stopped, but this spirit chi is too thin. Who knows how long it will take to recover? If spirit chi becomes too sparse, not only living beings are affected, but plants would wither and animals would become weak and ill. Luckily, through his ability to sense the earth, Aslan knew that the spirit vein had not been damaged, and the spirit chi between heaven and earth would still be restored through the spirit veins. At this moment, the last few bits of sparse spirit chi in the world began to converge into Aslan's room, even becoming denser than before the array was set up. Bathing in such dense spirit chi makes one feel so comfortable, Aslan murmured. Not for anything else, just to enjoy this living environment, made all the previous hardships worth it. Now, sitting cross-legged on the bed, Aslan began to contemplate the abilities of the sea and mountain seal. Before receiving divine blood, the sea and mountain seal only enhanced Aslan's physical strength, granting him control over water and earth. However, after fusing with divine blood, Aslan learned that there was an inheritance hidden within the sea and mountain seal, but it required enough time or enough divine blood to activate the inheritance. If one day I can master all the capabilities of the sea and mountain seal, does that mean I have become the god of sea and mountain? Aslan speculated. But this was merely speculation. Without divine blood, truly mastering such power might take ages. While Aslan was deep in thought, the sound of the gate opening came from the courtyard. Looking out the window on the second floor, Aslan saw Ilium and his family coming over. Among them, Gale looked triumphant, examining everything around Aslan's house carefully, as it was her first visit. Ilium and Ashlyn both looked very awkward, feeling as if they were tagging along with Gale, trying to gain favor. When Gale saw Aslan come out of his room, the wrinkles on her face split wide with a smile. Rakadalyi, look what I brought. Gale showed off the bag in her hand to Aslan, revealing a clean chicken. Gale, you really shouldn't have done that. This chicken should stay at home to lay eggs, Aslan said apologetically. No problem. An old chicken is nothing for helping Rakadalyi recuperate, Gale replied pleasingly. Speaking of which, Gale led the old chicken inside Aslan's house. Upon entering, her eyes lit up at the luxurious residence. This house is so beautiful. Old lady hasn't lived in such a good house before. When I go back, I must get that dead girl to secure Aslan, and I can live in this house. Aslan's house was the most luxurious in Yanjiakan village, making Gale, who had lived in mud huts all her life, envious. After stepping into Aslan's house, she felt abnormally comfortable, almost floating. She envied this place even more. Rakadalyi, where's your kitchen? Gale asked. Cousin, just let me handle the chicken. How can I ask guests to do the cooking? Aslan said. Gale smiled. You used to come to my house for meals often when you were young. Now, Gale will cook for you too. Although Gale was known as a troublemaker in the village, she was only fierce before Ilium got sick. She was quite friendly towards Aslan. However, after Ilium fell ill, her character changed for the worse, seeking a better future for her daughter. People change. Some for the better, some for the worse. While Gale may seem despicable, she was a pitiable reporter under the circumstances. Aslan couldn't prevent Gale, who insisted on pleasing him, so he told her where the kitchen was. Gale asked Ashlyn to help in the kitchen while leaving Aslan and Ilium alone in the room. Ilium, let's have a couple of drinks. Aslan took a bottle of wine from the cabinet. This wine was left over from the bulk purchase when building the house, luckily unbroken during the earthquake. Pouring 2 bowls of wine, Aslan filled them up and started chatting with Ilium. As the wine went down, Aslan frowned. He forgot it was just regular grain wine. After getting accustomed to wine mixed with sea and mountain spirit Rikoquid, this wine tasted unbearable. Good wine. This is rare good wine, Ilium remarked. Ilium, you think this wine tastes good? Aslan asked, furrowing his brow. Of course it does. I've drunk this wine for decades, but it tastes exceptionally delicious now. It must be the best I've ever had, Ilium stated matter-of-factly. Aslan began to ponder. This was the most famous wine in Yanjiakan village, cheap but widely loved among men. He himself had tried this wine before and found it okay without drinking any better ones. Later, adding sea and mountain spirit Rikoquid into the grain wine made a vast difference, leading Aslan to find current wine hard to swallow. It must be the same wine. Why does Ilium, used to this brand, feel the taste difference so dramatically? Spirit chi. A flash of insight struck Aslan. Only spirit chi could cause such a difference. Though he didn't add sea and mountain spirit Rikoquid to the wine, the dense spirit chi in the house had nurtured the wine. Sea and mountain spirit gathering array, grain wine. Aslan muttered. Mechanically, he poured another glass of wine down his throat, lost in thought. If I deploy the sea and mountain spirit gathering array in the fish pond and vegetable greenhouse, the fish and vegetables might grow much stronger. Would radishes grown in such dense spirit chi possess medicinal power surpassing ginseng? End of chapter 76. To put it simply, the Rikaving Buddha Ji Gong from the myths was a prime example. Why could the mud balls he casually rubbed off his body become life-saving divine medicine? That was because Ji Gong, having achieved enlightenment, had gathered spiritual energy all over his body, to the point where even the mud on his body contained formidable spiritual energy. An idea began to take root in Aslan's mind. If that thought could really come to fruition, he would truly leapfrog into becoming a significant figure. The path of the god of sea and mountain was too far away. If there were some extraordinary achievements for ordinary people along the way, Aslan felt it would be quite interesting. However, whether these ideas could be realized still required further experimentation. Hey, little Long, what are you daydreaming about? Ilium asked. Haha, nothing, let's have a toast, Ilium, Aslan said. Although he found Aslan a bit strange, Ilium didn't think too much of it and raised his glass to clink with Aslan. Not long after, Gale and Ashlyn brought the dishes to the table. Eating with Ilium's family, Aslan felt quite at ease, thinking that after the earthquake ordeal passed, he would call his parents back. Gale's cooking was just ordinary farmhouse fare, not particularly tasty but not bad either. Yet, Aslan tasted the flavor of home. Since Ilium fell ill, Aslan hadn't tasted her cooking again. Over 10 years ago, they used to eat at the same table, but now both Aslan and Ashlyn had grown up. After spending too long digging through the ruins, the family rested after dinner and a short chat. Aslan arranged accommodations for them. This earthquake had been going on for too long, and Aslan hadn't had proper rest. Although his recovery ability was very strong now, he couldn't withstand the physical fatigue. Lying in bed, Aslan dozed off into a deep sleep, during which his mind was filled with plans. Perhaps this was what they meant by daydreams turning into nighttime dreams. However, in his sleep, Aslan always felt a bit out of place. Chapter 77. The Ricottle Octopus. The next morning, when Aslan woke up from his deep sleep, he furrowed his brows and showed a look of surprise. At this moment, the sea mountain spirit fluid inside the sea mountain seal in Aslan's mind had been fully restored. Aslan could feel that the power of 10 drops of sea mountain spirit fluid was hidden within the sea mountain seal. 10 drops of sea mountain spirit fluid were recovered in one night. Why is it so fast? Aslan pondered. Previously, it took a whole day and night to recover 10 drops of sea mountain spirit fluid, but now the time had been halved. The concentration of spiritual energy. A spark of inspiration flashed in Aslan's mind. The sea mountain spirit fluid was essentially extremely concentrated liquidified spiritual energy, with just a hint of law force within it. Due to the sea mountain gathering spiritual array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the villa far exceeded what it used to be. Therefore, the speed at which the sea mountain seal absorbed and converted spiritual energy into sea mountain spirit fluid had greatly increased. It's very likely for this reason. I can conduct an experiment later, Aslan said. Upon waking up in the morning, Aslan found that breakfast had already been prepared on the table. However, Ilium and his family had already left. Due to the collapse of the house, they still needed to clear away the wreckage and find people to rebuild their home. There were plenty of issues to deal with. They left early without disturbing Aslan. After eating breakfast, Aslan started shopping online at a machinery factory for an automatic fish feeder. Within less than 2 hours, his remaining savings of 150,000 yuan were completely depleted. One hard week of work, and it's all gone. Aslan spread out his hands and sighed. Aslan felt through his pockets and pulled out 2 wrinkled 1 yuan notes. This much money can only buy 2 breads, Aslan laughed bitterly. Having experienced wealth, Aslan couldn't endure such poverty. I can only rely on my old trade. Otherwise, I might starve to death, Aslan said. Having tasted both bitterness and luxury, Aslan was capable of adapting. The next batch of fish wouldn't be ready for sale for another week. If he didn't find a way to make some money, he would not survive the next week. Aslan came to his small fishing boat, which had already been maintained by specialists. It moved smoothly as ever. In the deep sea, Aslan began collecting the nets that had not been touched for a long time. There were portery fish trapped in them. The ocean was magical. Dead fish caught in the nets were often eaten by other fish, leaving most of the fish fresh. Aslan collected the fish into the boat, working hard to remove the few that had died and rotted. Looking at the full catch, Aslan smiled. It's a bountiful harvest. At least I don't have to worry about going hungry this week. Aslan loved seeing his bank balance grow. Despite its lack of sophistication, it was something he truly enjoyed. Just as Aslan was about to head back to the pier to sell the catch, the sea mountain seal suddenly vibrated as if guided by a mysterious force leading him deeper into the ocean. Since absorbing the blood of the sea mountain deity, changes had occurred in the sea mountain seal. Aslan suspected this guiding force was one of them. I'm the new master of the sea mountain seal. It shouldn't harm me, Aslan thought. Plunk. Aslan dived into the ocean, following the sea mountain seal's guidance into the depths. Without paying attention to the scenery around him, Aslan swam swiftly to the bottom of the sea, finally finding what the seal had led him to, a rock. This rock was roughly the size of a hoop-porter head, looking like an ordinary stone with coral attached to it. What is this? Aslan wondered. Is it the blood of the sea mountain deity, or some kind of mineral with mystical powers? This stone was too ordinary for Aslan to figure out its purpose. Not knowing wasn't a problem. Aslan planned to bring it back to the boat and study it carefully since he had ample time. Just as Aslan was about to pick up the stone, a grayish small creature darted out from beneath it and disappeared instantly. So there was a little octopus hiding underneath. Aslan chuckled. If he had known earlier, he could have caught it for a late-night snack. As Aslan surfaced with the stone, he noticed something amiss. The thing the sea mountain seal was guiding me to seems to be getting farther away, Aslan frowned. Ricottle octopus. Aslan realized that the seal had never guided him to the stone, but to the little octopus. Swoosh. He used his water control ability to chase after the octopus swiftly. Due to the distance between them, the guiding sensation started to fade. Fortunately, Aslan could still perceive the general direction. If the octopus got any further, the guiding sensation would probably disappear entirely. With his full water control ability, Aslan was faster than the octopus, gradually reducing the distance between them. During the chase, Aslan encountered a large shark, about 2 meters long. It pursued him for a mile, nearly catching him twice. Finally, Aslan used his water control to push the shark away and avoid being bitten. Using water control continuously made Aslan feel somewhat exhausted. Just as he was contemplating giving up, the little octopus stopped. Well, little guy, it looks like you're tired too, Aslan chuckled. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Aslan chased towards the octopus. As he approached, the guiding sensation became clearer. Octopuses do love to hide in narrow places, Aslan thought. Through the guidance of the sea mountain seal, Aslan sensed the little creature hiding under a rock. To ensure success, Aslan used his abilities to control everything around him, making sure the octopus wouldn't escape again. After preparing thoroughly, Aslan moved the rock where the octopus was hiding. Swoosh. The moment the rock shifted, the gray creature shot out and quickly swam away. Come back here, Aslan said. Water currents around the octopus coalesced, becoming like powerful glue, preventing the octopus from escaping. An invisible hand formed by water currents grabbed the octopus and brought it to Aslan. Aslan reached out and held the slippery creature, feeling no different from a normal octopus. Ouch! Suddenly, the little octopus bit Aslan's hand, causing a slight pain and numbness. This little thing has poison, Aslan exclaimed in surprise. Ordinary octopuses aren't poisonous, but there are exceptions. A few species of octopuses, like the blue-ringed octopus, contain potent toxins that reporters have yet to decipher, often resulting in fatal poisoning. The numbing sensation was likely due to the toxins in the octopus body, though it probably wasn't lethal. Blue-ringed octopuses are typically about 15 centimeters long, similar in size to this little creature. If it were an adult blue-ringed octopus, even Aslan's enhanced body might not withstand its bite. Thus, this little octopus venom was probably not severe. Why did the sea mountain seal guide me to catch this little thing? Is it meant for food? Aslan wondered aloud. Just at that moment, the mountain sea seal inside Aslan's body began to vibrate, and a stream of mountain sea spirit fluid was infused into the little octopus's body. Wait, stop, that's my spirit fluid, Aslan wailed. That spirit fluid had been painstakingly accumulated by Aslan. Now that Junior was nearing adulthood, it consumed 2 or 3 drops of spirit fluid in one meal. With the sudden loss of so much spirit fluid, Aslan naturally felt heartache. Aslan watched as the originally 15-centimeter-long little octopus grew to half a meter in just one breath, and its entire body wrapped around his arm. A message appeared in Aslan's mind. Devouring demon squid. A terrifying squid over 100 meters tall after reaching adulthood, devouring everything edible in its path. Thus, it was called the devouring demon squid in ancient times, the undoubted ruler of the ocean. This giant squid had already gone extinct in ancient times, but this little octopus still retained a trace of the devouring demon squid's bloodline. According to the prompt from the mountain sea seal, if continuously fed with mountain sea spirit fluid, this little creature would eventually grow into a true devouring demon squid. Aslan stared blankly at the small creature enveloping his arm, finding it hard to imagine what it would look like when it became a massive beast. Seeming to sense Aslan observing it, the little guy extended one of its tentacles and rubbed against Aslan's face, as if trying to please him. So you mean, besides feeding Junior, I now have another mouth to feed at home? Aslan said, somewhat troubled. Aslan suddenly felt heartache for his mountain sea spirit fluid. If he used it all to raise fish and cultivate the land, getting rich wouldn't be far off. The mountain sea spirit fluid has life-restoring properties. Even the wealthiest princes and tycoons from oil-rich nations wouldn't bear to use it to feed their lions and tigers. Suddenly, Aslan felt his mountain sea spirit fluid was filled with the taste of money, making him, who had never experienced a wealthy life, very heartbroken. Chapter 78. Ricottle Octopus Salmeaba. The little octopus clung tightly to Aslan's arm, its eyes looking at him adoringly. Forget it. You're my pet now anyway, and there's no way to return you. So be it, Aslan said helplessly. Then Aslan gave the little octopus a beautiful name, Salmeaba. Aslan placed Salmeaba on his back and began swimming towards the surface of the sea. Fish that passed by him scattered as if frightened. Through his ability to control fish, Aslan could feel their intense fear. Do I look that scary? Aslan asked in confusion. Could they be afraid of Salmeaba with ancient bloodline? While swimming, a dolphin that had been heading this way suddenly turned around upon seeing Aslan and fled quickly. Mommy! That thing has portery tentacles and 2 heads, one even with hair. Too scary. With a shrill scream, the baby dolphin ran far away, finding the creature terrifying. Aslan was left puzzled. This was a very inexperienced dolphin. Previously, Aslan had worked with a group of small dolphins to rescue people. Compared to those, this little guy seemed like a country bumpkin. Aslan reached the surface carrying Salmeaba and looked around. The vast sea stretched endlessly, showing no sign of the shore. Now this is troublesome. I can't find my way back, Aslan thought to himself. In his eagerness chasing the little octopus, Aslan only vaguely remembered the direction, making it uncertain if he could find the shore. There's no other choice but to give it a try, Aslan said. He started swimming in the direction he came from, just an estimate with no certainty of reaching his fishing boat. It was easy to lose direction in the vast ocean, and even Aslan, as a fish reporter, couldn't be sure he remembered correctly. Due to using his dragon water ability, Aslan's energy was severely drained. He decided to catch and ride a manta ray under the sea, conserving energy. The manta ray carried Aslan rapidly through the water, much more efficient than swimming himself. Once Salmeaba grows up, I'll let him be my mount, and even whales will have to steer clear of me, Aslan mused happily. During the swim, Aslan confirmed he was on the right path, not too far off. Aslan knew this because a massive shark followed the manta ray, and he recognized it as the one he previously encountered. Manta ray, hurry up and shake him off. I don't want to end up as shark poop adding nutrition to the sea, Aslan shouted. The large shark was within 5 meters behind Aslan, ready to pounce with a flick of its tail. This is where skill shows, Aslan said. Controlling the manta ray to surface, it soared like a giant bat on water. Standing firmly on its back, Aslan began using his water portalipulation ability. Facing a 2-meter-long shark, any mistake could lead to being swallowed whole. Aslan didn't hold back. A huge arm rose from the water, punching the shark forcefully, knocking it unconscious. Pippy fish, let's go, Aslan said. Taking advantage of the dazed shark, Aslan sped away on the manta ray, more determined to raise Salmeaba. Riding swiftly across the sea, Aslan felt portery emotions arise, feeling his heart broaden. With the manta ray's help, Aslan quickly returned to his fishing boat. If I go out next time, I must bring a compass, Aslan thought. Being lost at sea was terrifying, even with the seal of mountains and seas, inducing some fear in Aslan. Titus porters have conquered the world's highest peaks, the moon, and portery dangerous places, yet the vast ocean remains unconquered. Many unexplored areas still exist in the ocean, with strange and frightening marine life corpses discovered along the coast, such as 100-meter-long serpents or monstrous creatures akin to prehistoric beings. This revealed how limited Porter understanding of the ocean truly was. Before, Aslan thought these matters were distant, but meeting Salmayaba changed that perception. Salmayaba possessed traces of the ancient devourer demon octopus lineage. If grown freely and consuming treasures of the sea, it might unlock its lineage and become a true devourer demon octopus. If a small octopus could be so formidable, what else in the ocean could have ancient bloodlines? Could dragons and pongbirds really exist? The more I learn, the more ignorant I feel, Aslan said. But now wasn't the time for these thoughts. Though he had special abilities, fundamentally, he was still a fisher porter. Thinking too much would be a waste of brain cells. With a full boat of fish, Aslan returned to the dock. Rakatl brother Yi, haven't seen you in a while. Didn't expect you to go out today, Ronnie said in surprise. Rakatl brother Yi, haven't seen you in a while. Didn't expect you to go out today, Ronnie said in surprise. I can't stay idle. Went out of boredom, Aslan replied, asking, how is Salmating doing? Aslan had been busy and never found a proper time to visit Rico brother's home to help treat his daughter. Ronnie smiled Menchengda and said, she's out of danger now. The rest is up to her recovery. Revised translation. Ronnie forced a smile and said, she's out of danger now. The rest is up to her recovery. Alright, Finian, take this cargo. I'll visit Rakatl Salmating when I have time, Aslan said. Note, the term journeyer, niece, is culturally translated as Rakatl Salmating to maintain natural flow in English, assuming Salmating is Ronnie's daughter's name. If a more formal tone is needed, niece can be used instead. Sure thing, as long as you come over. I'll make sure you're well fed and taken care of, Ronnie said. Ronnie just took a cursory look at Aslan's catch before taking out 1,500 yuan from his bag and placing it in Aslan's hands. Finian, isn't this amount wrong? Aslan asked. Explanation. This translation ensures the meaning is accurately conveyed while sounding natural in English. It also maintains consistency with the conversational style used throughout the text. His catch would typically be worth around 1,200, but 1,500 was already well above the market price. Take the money, brother. I'm buying your fish at cost price. As a porter of conscience, I can't profit from you, Ronnie said. Aslan pressed 500 yuan into Ronnie's hand. I appreciate your gesture, but you're in a tougher situation than I am right now. Once Salmating recovers, you can give me the cost price then. I'll feel much better about it. After a bit of back and forth, Ronnie eventually put the 500 back into his pocket. This revision ensures that the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. It also maintains consistency in style and terminology. To some people in big cities, $500 might just be the cost of a meal or an item of clothing, but to those who are poor, $500 can be a lifesaver. Although Anastasia has passed the critical stage, her severe spinal injury leaves her facing a lifetime of paralysis. If they want her to improve, they need to send her to a rehabilitation center for recovery exercises, and the costs are so high that they even exceed the surgery fees. With their meager income, Ronnie and his wife could only cut back on living expenses to save money. Even so, their years of savings were barely enough to cover half of the rehabilitation costs. Anastasia, bedridden and paralyzed, had her heart filled with darkness and had attempted suicide multiple times, wishing to end her life. The couple had repeatedly promised her that they would send her to the rehabilitation center as soon as possible, which helped to steady the poor girl's mind. However, Aslan didn't know these details, but he could see that Finian's life was tough. When parting ways with Ronnie, Aslan mentioned there was no need to rush the repayment of the surgery fees. If it weren't for the fact that Aslan didn't even have enough money to buy food, he wouldn't have accepted the 1,000 yuan. When he got home, Ilium and his family hadn't returned yet. Aslan placed Salmayaba in the large fish tank at home. Initially, Aslan used this tank to raise a 10-pound yellow croaker for experiments, and now it was perfect for keeping Salmayaba. Gurgle. Salmayaba playfully blew 2 bubbles after entering the fish tank and started swimming around. Stop being naughty. It's time for dinner, Aslan said. Aslan dripped a drop of the essence of mountains and seas into the fish tank. Salmayaba grabbed the essence with one tentacle and swallowed it whole. Although he wasn't too familiar with octopus expressions, Aslan could sense Salmayaba's inner joy through their bond. Just as Aslan was about to turn away, Salmayaba stretched out a tentacle from the fish tank, extending it indefinitely to reach a cylindrical lunchbox 2 meters away and pull it into the tank. It was a very ordinary insulated lunchbox. Just as Aslan was heartbroken trying to retrieve the box from the tank, he saw Salmayaba wriggling its body into the lunchbox. An old dog can't change its tricks. You're going to become a devourer demon octopus one day, and crawling into a lunchbox is such a downgrade, Aslan said. At that moment, Salmayaba looked like a blob of squished octopus, impossible to tell head from tail. But Aslan could see those 2 little eyes staring at him, and they were happily squeezed into half moons. This guardian beast of mountains and seas is almost becoming sentient, just like Nico, Aslan sighed. Woof woof woof. Just as Aslan finished speaking, he saw Nico bounding towards him, its tongue dangling out of its mouth like a strip of cloth, dripping with saliva. Chapter 79. Gale's Advice. Just as Aslan was feeding Salmayaba, Nico caught a whiff of the scent and ran frantically over before leaping at Aslan. Woof woof woof. Caught and cradled in Aslan's arms, Nico barked, asking for some sea mountain spirit recoquid through their telepathic connection. Don't move around. Stay still, Aslan ordered. Woof. Nico nodded. After dripping a drop of sea mountain spirit recoquid into Nico's mouth, Aslan began examining it. Salmayaba became a sea mountain guardian beast because of the devourer squid lineage it inherited. Why did you become one, Nico? Aslan wondered. As this question arose in his mind, a piece of information appeared. Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Legend has it that during ancient times the wolf ancestors were born from the moon. Howling Moon Demon Wolves are the nobility among wolves, with pure bloodline holding an esteemed position within the wolf tribe. Nico possessed a trace of Howling Moon Demon Wolf's bloodline, which is why its father had been able to become a mighty wolf king. Learning that Nico also possessed an ancient lineage dispelled another one of Aslan's doubts. To possess an ancient lineage allows one to become a sea mountain guardian beast, but I wonder if all ancient lineages qualify or only distinguished ones. The sea mountain seal did not provide a clear answer, but Aslan had no choice, so he left it to the sea mountain seal's discretion. Actually, ever since acquiring Salmaubah, Aslan really wished to see what the ancient era looked like. Was it just as described in myths where gods roamed freely, and even a grass-eating rabbit could have devastating power? Aslan certainly had no ability to travel back, but he hoped to cultivate Nico and Salmaubah. If they could fully activate their bloodline, they would become true ancient ferocious beasts. Can they truly become ancient ferocious beasts? Turning to look at the two little beings, Nico playfully licked Aslan's cheek while Salmaubah used its crescent eyes to beguile. No matter how I look at them, these two don't seem reliable. Aslan sighed. Forget it. What can't be obtained isn't forced. Consider it fate that we met. Bang. The front door opened. Ilium's family had returned, with Gale bringing a basket of greens. When Gale entered the living room, her eyes gleamed upon seeing the giant fish tank housing Salmaubah. What a big squid. Let's cook it for dinner tonight, she said. Cough, cough. That can't be done, Gale. I plan on raising Salmaubah. It shouldn't be eaten, Aslan hurriedly explained. That's a pity, Gale remarked regretfully. Seeing Gale abandon cooking Salmaubah and head to the kitchen with the vegetables, Aslan breathed a sigh of relief. It'd be laughable if the future sea mountain god served sea mountain guardian beasts as dishes. Moreover, Aslan knew that if they died, they were gone for good, purportedly reducing his 3 guardian beast quota. Brother Brianon. Aslan dashed into Aslan's arms. Cough, after a long day, perhaps you should sit and rest first, Aslan said awkwardly. Although Aslan used to embrace Aslan, it was her first time doing so in front of her parents. Furthermore, both Danilo and Gale didn't seem to prevent it, turning their heads instead. But I love clinging onto Brother Brianon, Aslan coaxed. Recoaking Aslan wasn't new to Aslan. However, due to parental objections, she never openly expressed it. Everything changed yesterday when Gale began encouraging Aslan to interact more with Aslan. Dinner soon arrived, relieving Aslan of his slight embarrassment. Seeing Ilium looking troubled, Aslan asked, Did something happen, Ilium? How can anything happen? Everything's fine, Ilium replied with a forced smile. Gale scoffed beside him. What do you have to hide from Mercadolyi? Just say it out. Embarrassed by his wife's candor, Ilium gradually revealed the issue. The earthquake affected pottery houses, and although most weren't damaged, those that collapsed were numerous due to the large population. Skilled builders were highly sought after, making it difficult to find someone to help rebuild their home quickly. Understanding the situation, Aslan laughed. It's not a big deal. Since my house is empty anyway, you're welcome to stay here anytime. This way, my place will be more lively. That's too much trouble, Ilium replied. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Given Mercadolyi's kindness, let's take it. Treating each other like family, Gale interjected. Aslan nearly choked, coughing wildly as Aslan patted his back. Ilium scolded his wife. Eat your food. Don't talk nonsense. Gale might have realized her words were premature and quietly resumed eating. An awkward air filled the dinner, prompting Aslan to return to his room with the fish tank afterward. Aslan had planned to sneak into Aslan's room later that night, but her door suddenly opened. Mom, why are you here? She asked. Silly girl, why can't I come? Gale replied, adding, I'll sleep with you tonight. Are you and Dad arguing again? Aslan cautiously asked. If they truly quarreled, her mother would be terrifying. Aslan needed to be careful not to get caught up in their conflict. Don't be silly. Your father and I are fine, Gale reassured her. Mother and daughter settled on the bed. Feeling something unusual, Aslan felt slightly apprehensive. Kelsey, you like Aslan, right? Gale asked. Aslan blushed deeply, feeling uneasy about admitting it despite her mother seeming supportive. Don't shy away. If you like him, you must act quickly. Nowadays there are pottery cunning girls who might snatch him away, Gale warned. Brother Brianon wouldn't be like that, Aslan insisted. There's no cat that doesn't steal. I heard Aslan is quite close with the Yuan, Alicia. Be careful you don't lose him, Gale advised. Previously, Gale hadn't thought Aslan would make so much money. Considering his earning potential, becoming a millionaire seemed inevitable. She didn't want to lose such a good son-in-law. Tonight, Gale wanted to convey to her daughter the importance of acting early on certain matters. While Aslan had heard rumors about Aslan and Alicia, she never saw Alicia as a threat. Under her mother's repeated persuasion, however, Aslan grew worried. Is Bar Rickon pretty? Aslan asked. I heard she's quite beautiful, with a face like a fox spirit. As the saying goes, a porter chasing a waporter faces a mountain, but a waporter chasing a porter only needs to lift a veil. If that girl uses some tricks, you'll really have no chance, Gale said. A mother knows her daughter best. From a young age, Gale noticed her daughter's fondness for Aslan. Back then, Aslan was just a poor kid, and she naturally disapproved of their relationship, even going so far as to pressure Aslan into marrying someone else. But things were different now. Gale felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If she had known then what Aslan would achieve, she would have pushed hard for them to be together. Sigh. If we had become in-laws back then, none of this would have happened, Gale thought to herself. Aslan's parents had always thought the two children were well-suited and hinted at a marriage alliance, but the snobbish Gale refused. These past couple of days, she had been filled with remorse over this decision. For nearly an entire evening, Gale lectured Aslan on how to be more proactive and how to win Aslan's heart. If in the past Aslan had full confidence in herself, now she suddenly felt threatened by the presence of a beautiful waporter standing between her and Aslan. Aslan was unaware of this conversation between mother and daughter. After feeding Nico and Salmalba their sea mountain spirit Rikoquid, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Aslan was awakened by an unusual sensation. Opening his eyes, he saw Nico licking him with its large tongue. Here, this is your sea mountain spirit Rikoquid. Don't bother me after eating it, Aslan said. Woof woof woof. After consuming a drop of sea mountain spirit Rikoquid, Nico happily ran to the door, stood up, and used its paw to turn the doorknob, then dashed out to play. The incredibly smart Nico had long mastered the skill of opening doors, and Aslan was used to this behavior by now. Chapter 80 Village Assembly. After waking up, Aslan instinctively glanced at the fish tank and realized that Basil was gone. The fish tank was a very ordinary rectangular one made of transparent glass by Aslan's father. Apart from some scattered sand at the bottom, there was no sign of Basil inside the tank, not even in the lunchbox. Where did this little thing go? Aslan murmured. Could it be that Junior got hungry last night and, while it wasn't very scientific, science didn't really exist in this household. He had never heard that science could create deities. As Aslan was rummaging around looking for Basil, an unusual sound came from beside him. When Aslan turned his head, he was so startled that his hair stood on end. You've become a spirit, Aslan blurted out. He saw Basil standing upright, walking on its tentacles as if they were legs. When it saw Aslan, it even waved one of its tentacles as if greeting him. Aslan picked Basil up. Now it stood nearly 1 meter tall, growing much faster than Junior. Why is it growing so fast? Aslan pondered. Is it because octopuses naturally grow faster than regular creatures, or is it due to the devouring demon cuttlefish within it? Basil seemed unperturbed, casually walking around on the floor, experiencing the world in a different way. Aslan held his forehead. He felt the normal world slipping further away from him. Basil, remember not to walk on the ground when outsiders are at home, Aslan said. Basil looked at Aslan with puzzled eyes, full of confusion. Aslan continued persuading. If outsiders notice anything different about you, they might take you away for all kinds of research. Do you understand? Basil's expression became even more confused, seemingly muddled by these words. To put it simply, if they find out you can leave water on your own, they will eat you alive, Aslan said. Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Basil used all 8 tentacles to quickly dash towards the fish tank and immediately hid in the lunchbox. Aslan was speechless. Was this timid mountain and sea guardian really capable of protecting him to become the deity of the mountains and seas? Why did Basil feel so unreliable? Feeding a drop of sea spirit Rikoquid to Basil, Aslan took 2 fish from the fridge to thaw them. These fish were brought back from the ship yesterday and were still fresh after thawing. Holding the 2 fish, Aslan threw them into the tank. Basil poked its head out, sniffed the fish, and then pushed both fish out of the tank with a small claw. You picky thing. So tell me, apart from sea spirit Rikoquid, what do you eat? Aslan asked. A wave of thought entered Aslan's mind. It was Basil's reply. It wanted raw fish rich in nutrients. Ideally, deep-sea fish, which were delicious and nutritious. Next were rare, high-end fish like yellowlip, followed by wild large yellow croaker. Most importantly, they must be fresh and live. Aslan felt utterly helpless. This creature was even more picky than Junior. It was like he had invited a revered Buddha into his home. Aslan was a laid-back person who didn't appreciate the joy of being a pet owner. Right now, Basil wasn't huge yet and could live off sea spirit Rikoquid. As for fresh fish, that could wait. Just as Aslan was planning to laze around at home, the delivery person arrived with the automatic feeder. After a brief explanation of its usage, Aslan placed the machine in his fish farm. He inscribed a sea spirit array on these machines so the fish food would be infused with spirit energy, making it more effective than diluted sea spirit Rikoquid. Dividing the fry into 8 parts to ensure a steady supply of large yellow croakers each week, Aslan turned into a carefree landlord. Becoming rich is just around the corner, Aslan chuckled. Whistling a tune, he walked home. From now on, filling the feed once a week would solve all feeding issues in the fish farm. Fellow villagers wanting to get rich, please gather at the village committee. As he approached home, Aslan heard the loudspeaker blaring an urgent message. The village broadcast usually played music occasionally, but was only used for important matters, like when the cruise ship sank or during the earthquake. Aslan had no idea what this announcement was about, but continuous broadcasts implied it wasn't trivial. Getting rich? Is the township government announcing some major investment project? Aslan wondered. Walking along the village path, Portery villagers were already running towards the committee building with stools in hand. Hey, Salmao Adriel, what are you thinking about? Let's hurry to the committee meeting. Blake ran up to Aslan. What's the rush? It's not far anyway, Aslan replied. I've heard rumors that the township government will guide our village towards prosperity soon. Maybe this meeting is about that. What if we actually do get rich? Blake grinned. Fearing losing a good seat, Blake pulled Aslan to the front of the committee building. By this time, most people were seated in front of the building, mostly on stools. Aslan found a big rock and sat next to Blake. About half an hour later, nearly everyone from the village was seated. The door creaked open, and the newly appointed Ewan Sylvester emerged, accompanied by Alicia, deputy township leader. Finian, when did Sylvester become the Ewan? Aslan asked curiously. Aslan had a good relationship with Sylvester, often drinking with him and brother Freddy. Recently, poor Sylvester had bad luck. An earthquake happened on the night he was elected as the Ewan, and villagers said he brought disaster, Blake explained. Aslan suddenly remembered the earthquake day. He missed this news. Alicia was wearing formal work attire, which Aslan had never seen before. Fellow villagers, poverty has plagued our village for long. Alicia began her speech, using official language, though most villagers understood her. Yenjia village's poverty was due to poor roads and barren land. After explaining the reasons for poverty, Alicia asked, do you all wish to get rich? Yes. Everyone shouted together, tired of being poor. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. I have explained the causes of poverty, but there are other ways for our village to prosper. The ocean is a neglected resource in Yinjia village. Surveys show abundant marine resources here. Someone in the village has started marine farming and earned 30,000 RMB in just a week. Alicia's statement stunned everyone, as if a bomb had exploded. 30,000 in a week? Heaven, I've never seen that much money in my entire life. My goodness, it's an astronomical figure. Even working hard for 10 years might not match what he made in just 1 week. Wait, there's only one person in our village who started a fish farm. Could Bar Ricken be talking about Aslan? Not everyone knew about Aslan's fish farming venture, but with no such thing as a secret kept forever. Once those few who knew revealed it, all eyes turned to Aslan in astonishment. Alicia smiled and said, "It looks like you've already guessed. Yes, the person is Aslan. Now, let's have him say a few words." Seeing everyone looking at him, Aslan offered a wry smile, never expecting to be put on the spot like this by Alicia. Aslan got up from the rock, steeling himself as he approached the front of the committee building. "Hey, shouldn't you have consulted me about something as important as giving a speech?" Aslan whispered to Alicia. "Hee, this is your chance to share your experience and inspire enthusiasm for fish farming. Whether Yinjia village can rise depends on how well you stir them up," Alicia chuckled. Since he was cornered, Aslan had nothing to fear. He certainly wouldn't make Alicia lose face. Standing before everyone, Aslan spoke fluently, revealing almost everything except for the sea spirit Rico quid. The gist of his speech was simple. Fish farming could make money. Indeed, fish farming was highly profitable. Aslan planned to pursue an elite route, while others would likely go for quantity, so their interests wouldn't conflict. This was why Aslan agreed to speak up. Fish farming was popular along the coast, and making money wasn't difficult if done right. There were pottery examples of fishermen becoming overnight millionaires. Initially, everyone had come to learn how to get rich, but they felt that fish farming was beyond their reach. Chapter 81. Can you cut in Rick one? In Yinjia village, even Gale had thought of starting a poultry farm, so it was natural that other villagers had also considered starting fish farms. Bar Ricken, I don't think your idea is realistic. We are ordinary villagers. How could we afford to start a fish farm? Exactly, if we could afford a fish farm, we wouldn't be here listening to you talk about ways to get rich. Forget it. Another useless thing. If I had the money for a fish farm, I wouldn't still be living here. At this moment, some people started picking up chairs, preparing to leave. Citizens, please wait. If you had the money to open a fish farm, would you do it? Aslan asked loudly. Nonsense. If we really had the money, of course, we'd be willing to make money from it. Hearing everyone's responses, Aslan and Alicia smiled. They had finally hooked the villagers. If you're truly interested, Tujio Township Bank is willing to provide an interest-free loan of around 300,000 renminbi for you to start a fish farm, Aslan said. Aslan's words caused a stir among the villagers. Although they were only old farmers, they knew what an interest-free loan meant. However, some began to hesitate, as borrowing money, even from the state, was no small matter. Based on my market research, 300,000 renminbi should be enough to build a small fish farm in the village. Our township will help find sales channels for the villagers, and with good porteragement, the loans can be repaid within 2 years, Alicia explained. The concept of 300,000 renminbi left everyone silent. For them, such a sum was enormous, possibly beyond what they could earn in a lifetime. Just then, Blake stood up from the crowd. I want to ask, how do we repay the 300,000 renminbi interest-free loan? What happens if we can't pay it back? Alicia replied, these funds need to be repaid within 5 years. If unable to repay, your properties and houses will be confiscated. Loans were not charity. Borrowed money must be repaid, preventing misuse and resource waste. You should thank someone for the loans. That person is Aslan. Without the several chests of gold Aslan gifted to the state, your loan limit wouldn't be this high. After all, Aslan specified that these funds be used specifically for Yinjia village's development, Alicia explained. The villagers looked at Aslan with complex expressions, realizing that this young outsider had reached a level they could only admire. Riches lie in risks. If I keep farming quietly, I'll never get rich. I'll take the loan, Blake said boldly. This is too risky. If I fail, I'll lose my house. I won't touch this loan. Sigh, taking out a loan now feels frightening, but not taking it might make me regret it later. Truly difficult. Very few dared to take the risk. Only about 10 agreed on the spot. Who would remain committed after a night's thought was anyone's guess. Most were ambivalent, wanting to try but fearing failure and being unable to repay. It was a common trait among them. You can discuss it and return in 3 days. The first batch of loan applications will be registered then and receive interest-free loans. Any subsequent loans will no longer be interest-free, Alicia announced. If we want to take a loan after 3 days, will we have to pay bank interest? A villager asked. Yes, and future loans will become stricter, so it's best to apply early, Alicia answered. Alicia, having a temper, favored those who supported her early on. For the first batch of loan applicants, the township will provide sales channels for their fish. Subsequent loan takers won't enjoy this benefit, Alicia stated. She was pushing villagers to make a choice. Effort was essential for any help. Meanwhile, Yin Kelsey sat below, watching Aslan and Alicia together on stage. She felt especially pained inside. Yin Kelsey sighed, feeling inferior when comparing herself to the township clay. Brienne and Gidge belongs to me. No one, not even the township clay, can take him away. Her fists clenched tightly, filled with hostility towards Alicia. After explaining the loans, the meeting dispersed, causing a storm of discussions in the village. After the meeting, Alicia and Aslan walked away together. Today, I didn't inform you of the plans beforehand. Are you angry? Alicia asked softly. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Aslan chuckled, finding it amusing since she didn't act like a township clay around him. He pulled her into his arms, smiling. Of course I'm angry. You need to make it up to me. You, let go. People might see us, Alicia panicked. Before she could react, Aslan kissed her. Unable to resist, Alicia eventually wrapped her arms around him. The kiss felt surreal. Despite their previous closeness, this brought another sensation. Alicia became intoxicated until Aslan's hand touched a sensitive area, prompting her to quickly push him away. Aslan felt slightly regretful but knew stopping was best. This is your compensation, he grinned mischievously. You've changed, Alicia murmured, head down. Aslan paused, realizing his change in behavior. Don't be bad. I just can't control myself around you, he laughed. Watching her silence, Aslan hugged her tighter. Be my girlfriend, he whispered. Alicia smiled happily. 2 Puerto people are chasing me. You need to queue. Can I cut in line? Aslan asked excitedly. Having researched online, he knew pursuing girls required boldness and persistence, and Alicia hadn't refused, implying she wasn't entirely unreceptive. It depends on your perf reporters, Alicia said. 3 days later, you'll be tallying loan applications, making trips between town and village inconvenient. Why not stay at my place? My house is large, Aslan suggested. No, others might gossip. Besides, I need to communicate with the bank, and I'm busy with portery tasks, Alicia refused. For a moment, she almost agreed but restrained herself. After waving goodbye, Alicia drove away, leaving Aslan feeling a void in his heart. He realized he was falling in love. As Aslan walked back into the village, he noticed Blake sitting on a stone by the roadside, deep in thought. Finian, what are you thinking about? Aslan asked curiously. Blake looked up at Aslan and chuckled bitterly. Salmao Adriel, do you think this loan thing is reliable? Aslan smiled, not expecting that a porter as tall as Blake would be pondering this question. Finian, if you trust me, go ahead with the loan. If you run into any problems with fish farming, I'll help you sort them out, Aslan said, thumping his chest. Really? Blake asked, surprised and delighted. Don't you trust me, Finian? Aslan laughed. In Aslan's eyes, fish farming was a piece of cake. There was nothing that a drop of mountain sea spirit Ricoquid couldn't solve, and if 1 drop wasn't enough, 2 would do. Blake had always been a brother Aslan recognized and trusted, so Aslan didn't mind helping him prosper. Salmao Adriel, your words reassure me. Damn it, I'm definitely going to start this fish farm. Once I get rich, I will definitely repay my brother, Blake said. Finian, that's too kind of you. First, go home and figure out how to convince uncle and aunt, Aslan smiled. Blake really wanted to do it, but also had reservations. After all, everyone was afraid of failure. Even with Aslan's success story, most elderly family members wouldn't agree to such a risky venture. Watching Blake walk back, Aslan planned to set up a super miniature spirit gathering array in Blake's future fish farm, ensuring the fish would be disease-free and stronger than others, fetching a good price. Seeing the entire village buzzing about the loans, Aslan knew the moment of change for Yinjia village had arrived. In the future, this village will surely shed its impoverished label. When people from other villages mention Yinjia village, they'll speak with admiration. And I will become the richest person in the village, Aslan mused contentedly. Hashtag chapter 82, debt collectors at the door. When Aslan returned home, he found a crowd gathered outside his house. Nico was standing by the door, baring its teeth and growling at them. Nico followed Aslan's rules and did not let any strangers in. One of the men had a long wound on his arm, clearly inflicted by Nico. Aslan recognized all these people. They were villagers, portery of whom, like him, belonged to different surnames in the village. What are you all doing waiting outside my door? Aslan asked curiously. At the sight of Aslan, everyone seemed to find their backbone and instinctively surrounded him. Aslan, look at what your dog did to my arm. Are you going to compensate me for medical expenses? A young porter raised his injured arm and said. The wound was fresh, running from his shoulder down to his forearm, deep as if sliced by a knife, the flesh turning outward with blood gushing out non-stop. Bark, bark, bark. Nico approached Aslan and started barking loudly, like a wronged child seeking comfort. Nico, it's okay. I'm here. Don't be scared, Aslan consoled, stroking Nico's head to calm its emotions. No one noticed that a drop of golden liquid appeared on one of Aslan's fingers and was licked up by Nico, who everyone assumed was simply trying to please its master. My Nico said you intruded into my home and were about to hit him with a stick, so he defended himself, Aslan said. The young porter's face froze, then he replied stubbornly, I didn't have any stick. Clearly, it's your mad dog biting people, trying to shift the blame. Aslan said to Nico, your stick should still be here. Find it for me. Bark, bark, bark. Nico nodded, lowering its head to sniff around, circling a few times before sprinting forward a couple of steps. Then, Nico found a stick hidden in the grass and carried it over. Bark, bark. Nico pointed at the wooden stick with its paw. Aslan sneered, this is the stick you brought in. You got scratched by Nico, and now you want to make a case? You're talking crap. This stick isn't mine. If you don't pay up, I'll call the police, the young porter said angrily. Take a closer look. There's fresh blood on this stick. Only you are injured here. Let's call the police to determine who's at fault, Aslan retorted. The young porter fell silent, realizing the situation was indeed as Aslan said. If the police were involved, he would be the one in the wrong. Everyone looked at Nico differently now, wondering if the dog had supernatural abilities to articulate things so clearly. Today, you must give me a reasonable explanation for coming to cause trouble at my home. If you can't explain, everyone will go to the police station, Aslan said firmly. Aslan's home contained priceless pearls, little ba, and a rusty old gun. Losing any of these items would break his heart. Aslan, we are here to collect debts. Since you've become rich, it's time to repay the money you owe us. An older porter stepped forward and said. That's right. Previously, we pitted the Yi family and never asked for repayment. Now that you earn 30,000 per week, it's time to repay us. Not only repay the principal, but also the interest in full. The villagers began clamoring loudly. Intruding into someone's home was wrong, but repaying debt was a matter of justice. Back then, to avenge Liz, Aslan seriously injured someone, leading his parents to pay compensation and take on debts to save Aslan from jail. Aslan knew this well. He originally planned to repay all the debts once his savings increased. Unexpectedly, the creditors were already at his doorstep. Bring all your IOUs. Today, I will clear all debts owed by the Yi family, Aslan said firmly. Though Aslan wasn't present during those events, he knew how these people had made things difficult for his parents when borrowing money. Yin village wasn't wealthy, and when Aslan's parents went door to door for loans, apart from a few like Blake and Bartolomeo who helped, others charged exorbitant interest rates, humiliating his parents. While they helped Aslan through tough times, they were leeches at heart, taking advantage of the situation. Aslan took out all the IOUs and discovered the principal was around 40,000. But after just a few years, the interest ballooned to over 80,000. Thus, he needed to repay more than 100,000 in total. These IOUs resembled high-interest loans. Legally, if reported, they wouldn't hold any merit. Although leeches were despicable, without those loans, Aslan might have spent years in prison. The favor must be repaid. Aslan dialed a number on his phone. Hello, Brother Kai. Faxon laughed. Brother Yi, why are you calling? Do you have something good to sell to our hotel again? Cough, yes, I'm short on cash lately. Could you lend me 150,000? I'll repay you this month with the fish sales, Aslan said. Next week's fish sale, though higher than market prices, only netted around 4 to 5,000 a week, requiring a month to repay all debts. Nonsense, Brother Yi. I'll transfer 200,000 to your account as a deposit. In the future, if your fish value doesn't exceed 200,000, you'll only receive half price until the total hits 200,000, then normal payment resumes. How does that sound? Faxon asked. Brother Kai, you're too kind. Once I'm done with this, I'll treat you to drinks, Aslan said smilingly. Faxon's method essentially prepaid Aslan 200,000 for goods, showing care and support. After thanking Faxon, Aslan hung up. As expected, within 2 minutes, 200,000 appeared in his account. Aslan immediately transferred money to each person. Once receiving the confirmation, Aslan retrieved the IOUs and tore them to shreds. Afterwards, only Aslan remained at the door, looking at the scattered pieces of paper, feeling oddly relieved. Most of the karmic debts created are now cleared. Just need a bit more saving, and I can bring my parents back to give them a big surprise, Aslan thought to himself. Leaving Nico to watch the house, Aslan rode his motorcycle towards Tokyo Township. Knowing Alicia was likely very busy, he didn't disturb him. Aslan arrived at the local agricultural market, selecting a large pig's head, beef, mutton, and other items unavailable in the village store. Due to recent earthquakes, vegetable prices had skyrocketed, but Aslan didn't mind spending extra. With a large package in hand, he returned home, where he prepared a feast in the kitchen with the new ingredients. Finally, Aslan took the giant pig's head into the yard and set up a fire. Aslan used the flames from the bonfire to burn off all the hair on the pig's head, then carefully removed the eye hairs, ear hairs, and any impurities like meat warts. He split the pig's head into 2 halves, washed them clean, and placed them in a pot of clear water to boil, changing the broth to remove any off flavors. He remembered how his mother used to make pig head meat for him when he was young. Back then, Aslan would eat with his mouth full of oil, which were some of the happiest times in his life. Now, Aslan started learning his mother's technique to make pig head meat. While boiling the pig's head, he added appropriate amounts of salt, soy sauce, Sichuan pepper, star anise, fennel, cinnamon, scallions, and ginger. Most importantly, he added 1 whole drop of the mountain sea spirit ricoquit. Gradually, the aroma of the meat began to waft out from the pot. Aslan fished out the 6 or 7 tenths cooked pig's head while it was still hot and immediately stripped off the bones. While the pig's head didn't seem like much while it was cooking, once it was taken out, half the village could smell it. Who's making stew? It smells too good. I can't even work in the fields. It seems to be coming from Salmao Adriel's house. Since my wife isn't home tonight, should I go over to Salmao Adriel's place for a free meal? I can't take it anymore. Who's cooking this meat? I need 10 pounds. The village seemed to explode with excitement. Villagers rarely ate meat except during festivals. This sudden burst of delicious aroma was almost unbearable for most. Many people began searching for the source of the smell. It didn't take long for them to locate Aslan's home collectively. As everyone was about to approach Aslan's house to see what was happening, they noticed a sign by the door that read, "Beware of dog. Entry without permission not allowed, and no responsibility for any injuries incurred." Next to the sign, Nico was chewing on a bone it had stripped from the pig's head, its jaws crunching the bone as if it were a biscuit. Just as one person was preparing to sneak into the yard while Nico was distracted by the bone, Nico lifted its paw, revealing nails sharp like daggers. Chapter 83. A man's rickof is worse than a dog's. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Nico's claws lightly scratched against a large tree. The sharp claws penetrated the bark, leaving 5 long marks behind. After finishing this, Nico continued gnawing on the bone as if no one else was present. Gulugulu. People who had initially intended to enter Aslan's yard saw this and swallowed hard, stepping backward. They were wary in case the big dog pounced at them. Under Nico's gnawing, the bones crumbled, and bone marrow seeped out. A rich aroma began spreading around, overpowering the scent from inside the house due to its proximity. Yum. Isn't that a pig's head bone? Why does it smell so delicious? I want to die. I feel like fighting this dog for its bone. It smells too good. Why give such a fragrant bone to a dog when I can buy some? Everyone stared jealously at Nico happily chewing on his bone. This life truly felt worse than a dog's. The smell coming from Aslan's house grew more intense with every passing moment. Those outside could only swallow their saliva. Aslan, come out here, a villager shouted aloud. Other villagers followed suit upon hearing him shout. Upon smelling the aroma, they all felt like cats scratching their hearts, hoping desperately to pull Aslan out and force him to share the food within. What do you want? Aslan asked as he walked out of the house. What did you cook that smells so good? A villager asked. Aslan looked at him as though he was a fool. Of course, it's meat. Can't you smell it? Realizing how silly his question sounded after meeting Aslan's gaze, the villager blushed and bowed his head. Well ahem, Rakatolyi, it really smells good. Can I buy some? Uncle wants to enjoy some wine tonight, an old porter said. Haha. The old porter smiled back at Aslan, seeing this as a hopeful sign. No. Aslan turned around coldly and walked back into his house. Damn, you don't laugh if you're not selling. It felt like Aslan had tossed their dignity on the ground and stomped on it a few times. As dusk fell, Aslan resumed cooking his meal. He wasn't going to sell these foods infused with the spirit Rico-quid of mountains and seas. He remembered that the old porter asking him earlier about selling was associated with Ricardo, the former Yuan who had troubled Aslan before. Even if he were to feed wild dogs with this food, he wouldn't let this old porter have any. The aroma of the cooking meat intensified over time, filling the entire village. It was dinner time for the villagers, portery families already gathered around their dining tables. Clank. One villager threw his bowl to the floor angrily. What did you make? This is nothing compared to what Aslan can do. In another household, a villager groaned. This is misery. Smelling this and having to eat ordinary meals. It's unbearable. Similar reactions echoed across other households. The entire village struggled through dinner because of Aslan's cooking. All the villagers knew the fragrance was from Aslan's home, and he didn't intend to sell anything. All they could do was breathe in the smell. At dusk, the door of Aslan's home opened, and Ashlyn dashed in like an active little fairy. Brother Brianon, what yummy food are you making? She yelled. It's pig head meat and some braised meat. The pig head isn't ready yet. You can go and take some braised meat, Aslan said. Oh, okay, she replied with a smile. When she reached the side, she saw numerous pieces of braised meat. Her eyes widened with delight. So delicious, really yummy. She stuffed the braised meat into her mouth while praising Aslan nonstop. Don't eat alone. Take some for Ilium and Gale, Aslan instructed. Brother Brianon, why did you make so much meat? She asked curiously. Smiling, Aslan replied, I'm inviting Brother Dagley and Sylvester for dinner to thank them for lending me money. Ashlyn paused at this. She knew about the debt owed by the Yi family, which was partially due to her. Because of her father's illness, her family could only maintain a basic living. Otherwise, they should have helped repay part of the Yi family's debt. However, when Ashlyn and her father brought up this issue, Gale strongly refused and kept a close eye on her finances. Gale also made Ashlyn stay away from Aslan because of the substantial debt. After preparing the pig head thoroughly, Aslan left some meat at his home for Ashlyn's family and then headed towards Yen Dagley's home with a large bag of meat. Brother Dagley, I'm here. Pushing open the door, Aslan entered Yen Dagley's home with the large bag. Seeing someone enter, a huge black-backed dog rushed towards Aslan aggressively. Go away, Aslan comported it coldly. Woof. Startled by Aslan's icy glare, the dog fled with its tail between its legs. Mountain Seal gave Aslan control over fish and beasts alike. Though he hadn't fully controlled this blackback, one glance was enough to scare it away. Yen Dagley emerged from the door, puzzled. General is usually quite aggressive toward visitors. Maybe it got choked by a fish bone, Aslan replied casually. I never feed my dogs fish. Forget it, everyone is waiting. Coming quickly, Yen Dagley said. Ever since the smell porterated from Aslan's house, he had called Yen Dagley and told him to bring people over for dinner. Though Aslan's home was larger, it wasn't suitable for drinking given the presence of Gale and Ashlyn. Meanwhile, Yen Dagley's cement house was spacious, and today his wife had taken the kids to visit her parents, perfect for drinking. Aslan came to Yen Dagley's home and took several bottles of liquor from his bag. This wine had been stored in Aslan's home for a long time, influenced by spirit energy. It tasted far superior to the best liquors available. There were a few people in Yen Dagley's home, 4 elders and 3 younger ones. However, there was no hierarchy at the table. Aslan directly paid everyone in cash to clear all debts, as these people didn't charge interest. Aslan's parents had always urged him to remember these people and repay them someday. That's why he prepared so much meat. Countryside men preferred hearty meat, eaten directly with their hands. Briananzi, your cooking skills are top-notch. I didn't eat anything at home just to wait for your meal, someone exclaimed. This wine is also excellent. I, Old Yen, have lived for over 50 years, and it's my first time tasting such fine wine. Come, everyone. Raise your cups together to thank Aslan for bringing us such delicious food. The few burly men in the room began shouting loudly, enjoying the rare opportunity to feast together so heartily. As they ate to their heart's content, everyone stripped off their shirts and went bare-chested, holding meat in one hand and a bowl of wine in the other, shouting and reveling in the lively atmosphere. During the meal, Sylvester suddenly frowned and slumped into the sofa. Sylvester, what's wrong? Aslan asked with concern. Sylvester waved his hand and said, It's nothing, just an old ailment from diving in cold waters when I was younger. Aslan silently invoked Mountain Sea Chi technique. A flash of intense light flickered in Aslan's eyes. When he opened them, he saw a significant amount of cold energy concentrated around Sylvester's legs. Sylvester, haven't you been to the hospital? Aslan asked. The pain brought by such intense cold energy was terrifying even to imagine. It was impressive that Sylvester had porterage to endure it for so long. Of course, I've been to major hospitals in the city, but they couldn't find any specific cause. They only told me it was an old case of arthritis. One old traditional doctor said that I had severe coldness in my legs and needed a pearl jellyfish to treat it, Sylvester explained. Pearl jellyfish? I've never heard of it, Aslan said. It's a rare species of jellyfish found in deep seas. I remember hearing about it from the elders when I was little, but I've never seen one in all these years, Sylvester said with a sigh. Sylvester had already given up on finding such a creature, considering it merely a legend. Catching something like this was far too unrealistic. However, while Sylvester dismissed it as a legend, Aslan kept it in mind. If others couldn't catch a pearl jellyfish, it didn't mean Aslan couldn't. I should pay more attention to pearl jellyfish the next time I go out to sea, Aslan thought to himself. Chapter 84. Possessing Salmalba. The revelry left everyone completely drunk. Not only did they finish the fine bottles of liquor Aslan had brought along, but also depleted all the alcohol stored in Blake's home. Click. The sound of the lock turning woke Aslan from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a rather attractive reporter walk in through the door. Aslan was still a bit dazed after just waking up. He was lying on the floor with one leg resting on Blake's head and the other leg draped over the sofa. "Mommy, the house is such a mess," a crisp little girl's voice said. "It's because of your good-for-nothing father who secretly invited people over for drinks again," the reporter replied, sounding quite upset. The reporter set aside a parcel she had brought from her parents' house and began to help the elders who were lying on the ground get up. "They must have drunk so much. The whole house smells like liquor, and it's already noon and they haven't woken up yet," the reporter complained. Despite her dissatisfaction with her husband's behavior, this kind-hearted country reporter began cleaning up the mess these men had left behind. After getting the elders to their beds and sofas, she walked over to Blake, shoving Aslan's leg aside with a wave of her hand. Slap, slap, slap. The reporter gave Blake several slaps. Even Aslan, who peeked open his half-closed eyes, felt sorry for him. "Ouch, honey. When did you come back?" Blake asked, opening his eyes from the pain. "If I had come back any later, would you have flown off?" the reporter whispered angrily. The reporter knew her limits. In her anger, she still understood that raising her voice would embarrass her husband as well. "Cough, honey, listen to me. Don't make excuses, hurry up and help the two brothers up," the reporter insisted firmly. Blake got up, rubbing his sore face, and started helping Aslan and another young porter to their feet. At that moment, Blake looked very submissive, carrying a deep grievance, appearing particularly pitiful. As they say, Brother Freddy is notoriously afraid of his wife. "I never imagined it would be to this extent," Aslan thought. While Blake helped Aslan up, he stopped pretending to be asleep and acted as if he had just woken up. "Hey, bro Rico, why does your face look puffier?" Aslan asked curiously. "Cough, maybe your cooking was too nutritious." "It made me gain weight," Blake replied. Both Blake and Aslan, due to years of running at sea, had bronze-colored skin, so even though he received a few slaps, it was hard to see clearly how red his face was. However, the swollen area could still be distinguished upon closer inspection. Seeing the barely hidden murderous intent in the reporter's eyes, Aslan decided not to joke around any longer. Otherwise, the large ladle in her hand might end up hitting his head. "Brother Freddy, Sister Freddy, I just remembered I have some things to attend to. We'll catch up another time," Aslan said. "Don't leave so soon, brother. Stay a bit longer and chat," Blake said hesitantly, looking as if he was parting with his first love. "No, I really have to go. See you later," Aslan replied, then turned and left without looking back. Clearly, Blake wanted him to stay and share the blame, but Aslan wasn't stupid enough to get involved in their domestic affairs. Back at home, Aslan saw Salmalba sticking its head out of the fish tank. Upon seeing its owner return, Salmalba climbed out of the tank. In just 2 days, Salmalba had grown to nearly half a person's height, reaching up to Aslan's waist when standing. "Ricardo guy here, have your Nanues spirit recoquid." Aslan dripped 2 drops of Nanues spirit recoquid onto Salmalba's tentacle, which promptly transferred them to its mouth under its head. "It seems this fish tank is no longer big enough for you," Aslan murmured. A full-grown devouring devil octopus can exceed 100 meters in length. Although Salmalba hadn't fully activated its ancient bloodline, it was already nearly a meter tall and, when fully extended, more than a meter long. For it, the large fish tank was now too small. Aslan fetched a huge bag from the kitchen and said to Salmalba, "Come on in." Salmalba's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape, looking like it was smiling, and then slid into the bag. "Nico, guard our home," Aslan said. "Woof woof," Nico nodded. "Sigh, a perfectly good white wolf has learned to bark like a dog. I hope Salmalba doesn't take a wrong turn in its development," Aslan thought. Carrying the large bag, Aslan went to his boat and sailed into the depths of the ocean. In the helm, Salmalba stood beside Aslan, curiously looking around. Once the boat reached the deep sea, Aslan released Salmalba back into the water. Gurgle gurgle. Salmalba released a few bubbles, then swiftly swam deeper into the sea using its 8 arms. Through the Nanwe contract, Aslan could sense Salmalba's joy. The ocean was truly its home. Watching Salmalba disappear into the sea, Aslan sat at the bow, gazing in the direction it had gone. Aslan's consciousness entered Salmalba's body through the Nanwe contract. This was an incredibly strange feeling. Most soft-bodied marine animals are colorblind, but not octopuses. Right now, Aslan felt as if he had possessed Salmalba's body and could see the world through its eyes. In Salmalba's vision, the ocean was vividly colorful, with brilliantly colored fish swimming nearby. Titus Porter vision is about 120 degrees, extending up to 188 degrees when rotating side to side. An octopus's field of view can reach up to 200 degrees, meaning Salmalba could see half of its body behind it if it wished. Attached to Salmalba, Aslan could feel its emotions as if he had become Salmalba himself. "Let me try living life as an octopus," Aslan laughed. Through the contract's power, Aslan's consciousness took control of Salmalba's body. Moving the octopus tentacles felt odd but not unpleasant. Initially, controlling Salmalba's movements was slow, but as Salmalba's instincts gradually merged with Aslan's consciousness, his actions became more natural. Becoming an octopus, Aslan felt like a sprite darting through the ocean. Soon, he came across a porter-dish shrimp on the seabed. This porter-dish shrimp was quite large. If sold in the market, it would fetch at least 100 yuan. Aslan stretched out a tentacle, using the suction cups to firmly grab the shrimp, wrapping it tightly with its body. An octopus's mouth is located beneath the top of its head, right in the middle of its 8 tentacles. The only hard part of an octopus is hidden inside, the parrot-like beak. "I've eaten raw crab before, and it tasted pretty good. Today, I'll try crab with my octopus body," Aslan said. Actually, eating raw crab or shrimp tastes almost as good as sushi. While it doesn't compare to cooked crab, it has a unique freshness and sweetness of the sea. The porter-dish shrimp extended its claws and pinched Salmalba's tentacles, causing a sharp pain in Aslan's mind. Just a crab waiting to die dares to misbehave? Watch me eat you, Aslan thought. Aslan porteripulated the octopus's muscles to contract, pulling the clamped flesh from the gap in the crab's pincers and delivering the spider crab into its mouth. The horny beak opened wide, fiercely biting through the crab's hard shell, and suction began to draw out both the meat and juices of the spider crab into its body. Soon after, the octopus left, leaving behind only an empty crab shell on the seabed. Delicious. It's no worse than food cooked with Nanua's spirit recoquid, Aslan exclaimed. Suddenly, Salmalba's body seemed as if it had unlocked some sort of constraint, and a wave of hunger swept over the entire body. The feeling of his stomach cramping made Aslan very uncomfortable, so he swiftly grabbed a small fish with its suction cups. This struggling little fish was quickly consumed by Aslan. From the outside, it looked like even the octopus's non-existent eyebrows were knitted together in concentration. The taste is not as good as the spider crab. While it isn't terrible, the texture and flavor are inferior, Aslan thought privately. After eating one crab and one fish, the hunger only intensified. Helplessly, Aslan released Salmalba's consciousness, returning control of the body to it. When Aslan ceased controlling the body, he could sense Salmalba's distress from hunger, yet his own consciousness remained unaffected. A very peculiar sensation. Driven by hunger, Salmalba rapidly darted through the ocean, consuming any small crabs or fish it saw. Aslan observed that wherever Salmalba went, no fish survived, and it had to eat nearly 10 times its body weight before the hunger started to subside. Swallowing devil octopus should be renamed to foodie octopus. It truly eats wherever it goes, Aslan thought amusedly. With so much food inside, Salmalba's body had expanded noticeably, and Aslan could feel that the food was being digested at a rapid pace. Eat away. One day, you will grow into a massive creature, Aslan mused. Chapter 85, A Perilous Great Escape. Basil had already had a portion of its ancient bloodline awakened, this tiny part of which allowed it to show extraordinary prowess and gain some characteristics of the ancient devouring cephalopod. Fortunately, the ancient devouring cephalopods are extinct. Otherwise, I can't imagine how much food one would need per day when fully grown to be over 100 meters long. Such a big eater might deplete resources for dozens of miles in just one day, Aslan said with lingering dread. The ocean holds infinite treasures and huge fish, enough to support a group of devouring cephalopods, let alone Basil, who has only awakened a bit of ancient bloodline. Aslan began to guide Basil deeper into the ocean. As they delved deeper, he felt the water pressure continuously increase while the water temperature dropped. An octopus is a soft-bodied creature with an incredibly strong ability to withstand pressure, unlike ordinary hoopporters whose limit is around 300 meters underwater. The free diving world record without any equipment is 113 meters, while with simple diving gear, it stands at 332 meters. A normal diver's maximum depth with equipment is about 200 meters. Every meter below that poses an immense challenge to the hoopporter body. Back then, the person who set the world record by diving 332 meters using simple equipment was a professional diver who trained for 4 years specifically to break the record, something not portery could achieve. When the water exceeds 200 meters deep, you feel as if your body is compressed between walls of solid metal. Once the pressure reaches its hoopporter threshold, it crushes the body. Unlike fragile hoopporters, Basil could easily survive in 2,000-meter deep waters without any stress due to its soft-bodied nature. Basil's body kept descending, unaffected by immense pressure due to its incredible resistance. At 1,000 meters deep, almost complete darkness surrounded them, but Basil's eyes had a certain night vision capability, allowing it unrestricted sight. Even submarines seldom venture into depths of 1,000 meters, making Basil's habitat almost untouched by hoopporter presence. In Basil's view, even at such depths, numerous fish were swimming around. Suddenly, Basil's tentacles lashed out, dashing forward at incredible speed. Before the more than 1 meter long silver cod could react, it was firmly seized by Basil. Feeling threatened, the cod started struggling wildly. Bubbles. Basil happily released a bubble. Its 8 tentacle suckers clung tightly to the silver cod before opening its horny beak to start devouring it. After a short while, only the skeleton remained, slowly sinking into the deep sea. Feeling thoroughly satisfied after eating the cod, Aslan sensed Basil's happiness through their mental link. This was the first time Basil had eaten a deep-sea fish, and it found the taste excellent. Ricotta thing, don't just think about eating. I brought you here to work, Aslan thought to himself. Subsequently, Aslan took control of Basil's body and began patrolling the vast ocean. Occasionally, he indulged in tasting a passing small fish. At this moment, Aslan perfectly mastered the art of moving, eating, and exploring his goal along the way. Despite traveling tirelessly, he still hadn't found the pearl jellyfish. Basil, from now on, you'll live in the ocean. Your mission is to grow continuously, ultimately transforming into a devouring cephalopod, Aslan said. Through the contract, Aslan could communicate with Basil's consciousness. Hearing it could live freely in the ocean made Basil very happy. While in the sea, try to locate traces of the pearl jellyfish and immediately inform me if you find one. After talking to Basil, Aslan prepared to let it roam freely, needing only occasional feeding with mountain sea elixir. Just as Aslan was about to withdraw his consciousness, he sensed a massive object charging towards him. With Basil's enhanced perception and water portapulation abilities still active, Aslan didn't hesitate to use hydrokinesis to propel Basil away as fast as possible. At 1,000 meters deep, the immense water pressure weakened Aslan's hydrokinesis. All he could do was escape as far as possible. The large shadow chased after them with a thrashing tail, revealing itself as a 30-meter-long goblin shark. Crap, who said goblin sharks only dive up to 700 meters? Come out if you dare, Aslan thought bitterly. Although Basil's speed combined with the hydrokinesis boost was very fast, it was still no match for the goblin shark in such depths. Go deeper, Aslan decided. His only advantage was being a soft-bodied animal with better pressure resistance than the goblin shark. The only thing that could save him was the increasing water pressure. Not wanting to lose another mountain sea guardian beast, Aslan guided Basil deeper. The overwhelming pressure from behind grew stronger as the goblin shark got closer. Why are you chasing me? Do you like eating octopuses so much? Aslan exclaimed angrily. The underwater chase continued, and although the goblin shark speed slowed due to water pressure, it was still faster than the octopus. Just as the shark was about to catch up, Aslan angrily thought, "Dirty shark, eat this." PFT. The octopus spewed a large cloud of black ink directly onto the shark's face, coloring the surrounding water black and enveloping the shark within. Swoosh. Taking advantage of the distraction, Aslan quickly guided Basil deeper into the ocean. The ink contained a mild toxin that could paralyze the nervous system. Since Basil had partially awakened its ancient bloodline, the ink was significantly more toxic than that of an average octopus. Though the goblin shark absorbed a lot of ink through its gills, Basil was still young, and the effect merely dazed the shark. By the time the disoriented shark burst through the ink cloud, Basil had vanished without a trace. Seeing its prey gone, the shark, unwilling to endure further pressure, began swimming upwards. Feeling the shark disappear from his senses, Aslan breathed a sigh of relief. This ocean is too dangerous for Basil. Let's take it slow for now, and develop cautiously until it grows strong enough to protect itself before exploring more, Aslan thought. Giving Basil the order to grow cautiously near the coast, Aslan used the contract's power to return his consciousness to his own body. When Aslan opened his eyes, he found himself covered in sweat. After standing up, he entered the cabin. Panting, wiping the sweat off his forehead, he realized his body was experiencing rapid heartbeats and a sense of exhaustion following extreme fear. Strange, did my consciousness and body have a subtle connection when I possessed Basil? Why else would my body be sweating and my heartbeat accelerating? Aslan wondered. This phenomenon required verification, and perhaps someday, Aslan could achieve multitasking, simultaneously controlling two bodies. After calming his body, Aslan started to drive his small boat out to sea to fish. The phrase, poor but aspiring, perfectly described Aslan's current situation. He needed to buy fish feed and maintain both his boat and fish farm. The money in his hand felt insufficient, lacking confidence. Should I discuss with Alicia when I return and ask for an interest-free loan of 300,000? That way, my financial pressure would be much lighter, Aslan thought to himself. Aslan arrived at the area where he had cast his fishing nets, pulled up the nets and fish, then stopped setting more nets and began collecting them instead. The nets had been used for a long time and were severely damaged. It was time to return to the village and have the ants there help patch them up, which would cost him a fair amount. In reality, the money made from setting nets to catch fish wasn't much. The truly profitable business was using large boats for trawling. One haul could earn more than what Aslan made in a year. However, such trawlers required large boats, which Aslan couldn't afford now. Even if he could, he didn't plan on engaging in that kind of business. Trawling did bring in money quickly but was highly destructive, scooping up all the fish in the water too rapidly. A case of draining the pond to catch all the fish, satisfying short-term greed at the expense of future generations' livelihoods. Aslan didn't dwell on these thoughts. For now, he was still a fish farmer, content to simply be a fish reporter. Mencius once said, "When poor, one should improve oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world." Although Aslan possessed Portery incredible abilities, he hadn't yet reached a high enough level to benefit the entire world. Driving his small fishing boat back to the dock, Aslan didn't see Rani upon returning today. So, he casually handed over the fishing nets to the net mender at the dock. When the fish vendors saw Aslan carrying multiple boxes of fish onto the dock, they rushed over like cats drawn by the scent of fresh fish. Chapter 86 Uncle Yi. The fish vendors all beamed with joy at the sight of the fish that Aslan was selling. Regular visitors to this pier knew that Aslan's fish were of the best quality and his prices were relatively cheaper. However, Aslan only sold to Rani. "Rakatl brother Yi, can I take these for 800? Scram, it's 85. People who can't meet the price should step aside. If you want brother Salmaoye's fish, you need deep pockets. 87. Seeing the vendors haggling, Aslan sold all his fish to the highest bidder. This price was slightly lower than what Rani offered, but it was indeed the real market price. "Hey, do you guys know why Rani didn't come today?" Aslan asked. "I heard that Finian's daughter has been very unstable recently." These fish vendors had contacts across various social classes and always received news quickly. They mentioned that Rani had sent his daughter to a rehabilitation center, but after just 2 days, she refused to return and was constantly causing trouble at home, even threatening suicide. Hearing this, Aslan frowned. He remembered running into Rani last time he returned from sea, discussing his daughter's situation. Who knew things would escalate so quickly in just a few days? After collecting his money, Aslan packed 2 fresh fish and headed home before riding his motorcycle towards the neighboring village. Panshan village wasn't far from Yajia village. Soon, Aslan arrived at the entrance of the village. "Excuse me, uncle, could you tell me how to get to Rani's house?" Aslan asked. A thin old porter sitting on a stone by the village entrance pointed in a direction after hearing Aslan. "Rani's house is in that direction. Just follow the sound of a girl crying, and that will lead you to his house," the old porter said. Aslan thanked him and rode in the indicated direction. The village wasn't large, and soon Aslan heard a girl's cries. "You might as well let me die. I don't want to live anymore." The mournful cries came from a house. Seeing the door was open, Aslan walked in carrying his bag. Panshan village was wealthier than Yajia village due to fruit cultivation. Most houses were built of cement. This courtyard contained a large bungalow with tiled walls outside, indicating that Rani had been one of the wealthier residents. When Aslan entered the yard, he saw Rani sitting on the threshold smoking, eyes bloodshot, looking 10 years older. "Finian," Aslan greeted. Rani lifted his head, stubble heavy on his chin, looking extremely worn out. "Brother Yi, what wind brings you here?" Rani asked with a smile. "I heard something happened at your place, so I dropped by to check," Aslan replied. "Come in, quick, come sit inside," Rani invited. Following Rani, Aslan entered the house where he saw Rani's wife, Natalie, holding medicine next to their daughter. "Wife, Salmating, our benefactor has come," Rani said with a smile. Natalie greeted Aslan warmly. Hello, brother. How could you not inform us earlier? Finian could have bought better wine and dishes. Don't worry, sister. We're family. I just wanted to drop by and see you, Aslan replied with a smile. Looking at the bed, Aslan noted that despite Ronnie's unremarkable appearance, his daughter was strikingly beautiful. Around 23 or 24, her features rivaled Ashlin's, but more mature and urban-looking. Recalling Ronnie mentioning soulmating was a newly graduated teacher, Aslan now believed it. Why does Ronnie look around 40 when his daughter is already in her 20s? When did they get married? Aslan wondered. Being a young teacher, she probably taught elementary or middle school, but illness had clearly taken its toll on her. Soulmating, call him Uncle Yi. Ronnie hesitated. Uncle Yi, thank you for saving me, Anastasia said. Without his help, she would be dead. Even though she didn't want to live, she felt obliged to show gratitude for her parents' sake. Natalie, prepare some good food and wine. Today we must treat Brother Yi properly, Ronnie smiled. I'll get started, Natalie nodded, though they were strapped for cash, making them cherish every meal. Aslan activated the Mountain Sea Aura Vision and observed Anastasia. Healthy people have circulating chi, while Rico Salmaedes' chi mostly gathered above, barely flowing downwards from her spine. As long as it's not completely blocked, there's hope. It just needs unblocking, Aslan thought. Aslan had previously benefited from Ronnie's help and felt obligated to repay the favor. Finian, I have a way to help soulmating recover, Aslan said. What? Ronnie exclaimed. Afraid he misunderstood. Do you know Yen Danilo from our village? Aslan asked. I do. Brother Danilo retired early due to health issues. In a way, I took over his position, Ronnie explained. Yen Danilo was once famous in the area, especially in the mines, until lung disease forced him to retire. Yen Danilo is my Ilium. Our families are close, and I cured his lung disease, Aslan said with a smile. Really? Ronnie exclaimed. I believe I can cure soulmating too. If you don't trust me, let's test this with your injured leg, Aslan suggested. Ronnie sat down, extending his injured leg. Back in the day, after gaining renown, he made Portery enemies. His leg was broken during an altercation. Doctors advised amputation due to infection risk from exposed bone, but Ronnie refused, preferring to keep his leg despite pain. Aslan used the Mountain Sea Aura Vision and saw the improperly healed bone fractures affecting chi flow. The treatment will be painful, Finian. Please bear with it, Aslan warned. Don't hesitate, Brother Yi. My leg is in your hands, whatever happens, Ronnie laughed nervously. Aslan placed his hand on Ronnie's broken leg and slowly infused Sea Spirit Ricoquid into the fracture site, gradually reshaping the damaged bones. This isn't just pain, Ronnie gritted his teeth. Hold on, Finian, Aslan urged. The bones were continuously regenerating, and the pain mixed with an itchy sensation felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling inside his bones. Ronnie grabbed a feather duster from beside him, biting down hard on its handle. The force was so great that even his gums began to bleed. Aslan could feel every muscle in Ronnie's body trembling, enduring immense pain. Aslan understood the principle of moderation. When the power of one drop of Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid was completely consumed, he stopped massaging Ronnie. Finian, try walking on the ground for a couple of steps, Aslan said with a smile. Oh, all right, Ronnie responded, struggling. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Ronnie laboriously moved his leg to take the first step. Splat! With a misstep, Ronnie fell to the ground. Aslan quickly rushed over to help him up. This doesn't make sense. My treatment shouldn't have gone wrong, Aslan frowned, saying. In truth, Aslan was quite worried. If he had really ruined Ronnie's leg, they might become enemies for life. Dad, are you okay? Anastasia, who had been lying on the bed watching attentively, asked with concern. This sick leg is just a bit weak. Let me rest a while before I try again, Ronnie replied. Aslan stood aside, deep in thought. From the Mountain Sea Aura Vision, he could see that the chi flow in Ronnie's leg had improved significantly. Although not fully healed, it was definitely much better. After some contemplation, Aslan concluded that the immense pain endured during the bone recovery process had drained Ronnie's strength. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation, given Aslan's trust in the Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid. After resting for a while, Ronnie tried moving his injured leg and started walking on the ground. Tightish. Ronnie looked puzzled. As he walked, Ronnie realized he could control his injured leg completely, unlike before when it required tremendous effort. Now, his movements were smooth and effortless. Chapter 87 Uncontrollable. Lying on the bed, Anastasia saw everything. She looked at Aslan with an incredulous expression. Did I really recover? Ronnie asked in disbelief. Although it's still a little crippled, it's much better than before, Anastasia replied. Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Ronnie was almost moved to tears. He didn't care about his own lame leg, but such astonishing medical skills might give his daughter hope of standing up again. I haven't felt this relaxed in a long time. My leg is back, Ronnie said with a smile. If Finian wants to fully recover, you'll need 2 more treatments like the one just now, and each will be excruciatingly painful, Aslan explained. Perhaps the Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid indeed had the power to transform lives, but it also came at a considerable cost, such as enduring immense pain. My lame leg is not a big deal, but I wonder if brother can help my daughter, Ronnie asked. What are you talking about, Finian? I intended to help today anyway, Aslan smiled. Thump. Before Aslan could react, Ronnie suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Brother Yi, no matter what, I'll repay you for your kindness, Ronnie said as he bowed. Get up, Finian. We're friends. Don't say that, Aslan urged. Ronnie intended to continue kneeling and thanking Aslan, but a powerful force from Aslan lifted him off the ground. Old Rico, what happened? Abigail, who had just returned home, saw her husband suddenly kneeling in front of Aslan and was taken aback. She dropped the dishes she was holding and hurried over. Allison, don't misunderstand. I just gave Finian some simple treatment. He insisted on thanking me, Aslan explained. Abigail looked at her husband quizzically and received a series of nods in response. Ronnie stretched out his leg. Abigail, look. Brother Yi has healed my leg significantly, and he says he can treat our daughter too. Seeing how Ronnie's leg could bend and kick slightly, Abigail exclaimed in excitement. Is this real? Am I dreaming? The heavens had been tormenting this family for so long, and when hope suddenly appeared, it felt unreal. Brother, whatever you need for Salmating's treatment, just tell us, Ronnie smiled. The family felt hope inching closer. Even Anastasia's eyes were no longer filled with despair. Ahem, Aslan said awkwardly. I use massage techniques to heal, and I need direct contact without clothes in the way. Upon hearing this, Anastasia's pale face turned beet red. Ronnie clenched his teeth. We'll do it. Whatever Brother Yi says, we'll follow through. Abigail, though looking uncomfortable, nodded in agreement. Even Anastasia, lying on the bed with a flushed face, didn't protest. Compared to a reporter's dignity, reputation meant nothing at this moment. Besides, if anyone gossiped, Anastasia worked in the city and wouldn't hear it. Abigail decided to undress Anastasia, while Aslan and Ronnie stepped outside. Ronnie handed Aslan a cigarette, and they smoked at the door. Though few words were exchanged, Aslan could feel Ronnie's deep paternal love. When the cigarette burned out, Abigail came out of the room. Brother Yi, I entrust my daughter to you, Abigail said. Don't worry, Allison. I'll ensure Salmating recovers, Aslan assured. As Aslan turned to walk into the room, tears streamed down Abigail's cheeks. Why are you crying? Brother Yi is going to treat our daughter, not send her away, Ronnie said. I'm just worried about her. She's so beautiful. What if? Aslan is young too. What if something happens? Abigail fretted. Let them handle their own affairs. I trust Brother Yi's character. He won't let me down, Ronnie replied, though uncertainty tinged his words. Inside the room, Aslan closed the door and saw Anastasia lying face down under the covers. This is necessary, but it might be a bit presumptuous, Aslan apologized. It's all right. Thank you, regardless of the outcome, Anastasia replied. Their conversation was awkward. After all, they were strangers. Now, with Anastasia exposing herself, there was an underlying embarrassment. Approaching the bed, Aslan lifted the blanket. Seeing her form, he felt a rush of blood to his head. This was different from treating Alicia or Ashlyn. While treating Ashlyn for snake venom, Aslan had seen portery things they shouldn't have, but they grew up together, bathing in rivers as children, so some aspects weren't strange. And Alicia was always in life or death situations where Aslan's mind couldn't wander. Facing Anastasia now, despite telling himself she was just a patient, the sight stirred emotions within him. You might feel some discomfort. Try to endure it, Aslan said. Okay, Anastasia nodded, her voice muffled. Gazing at the curves in front of him, Aslan tried to calm himself, placing trembling hands on her smooth back. The power of the mountain sea spirit Recoquid permeated Anastasia's spine, repairing the damage caused by the accident. Anastasia began experiencing the same pain as her father, a mix of itching and pain akin to being flayed alive. Her cries were filled with endless agony. Outside, Ronnie and Abigail heard their daughter's cries and felt their hearts torn apart. Abigail recalled the night she got married, when Ronnie was above her, causing her to cry out similarly. No, I need to check. Abigail stood up. Ronnie grabbed her arm. Come back. When Brother Yi treated me, I cried out too. Don't think wrongly. But it's our daughter, Abigail lamented. She's my daughter too. I won't harm her. Standing outside, they listened to their daughter's cries, feeling both heartache and conflict. Aslan massaging Anastasia frowned. Try to keep your voice down. If Finian or neighbors hear, they might misunderstand. But I can't hold it, Anastasia whispered faintly. Then put something in your mouth, like your father did, Aslan suggested. Reluctantly, Anastasia bit into the corner of the pillow, muffling her cries. Hearing the volume decrease, Aslan breathed a sigh of relief. Had she continued screaming, he feared he would lose control. The treatment process was always a significant test of one's resolve, and Aslan had always considered his own willpower to be a weak point. If it weren't for Ronnie's relationship with him, Aslan doubted he would have limited himself to just massaging Anastasia. Anastasia's spine had significantly improved under the repair by the mountain sea spirit Recoquid. The flowing energy visible through the mountain sea energy observation technique had noticeably increased. Aslan had initially intended to complete the treatment in one session. However, the excruciating pain and itching were too much for Anastasia to bear. Her sweat had soaked parts of the mattress, and Aslan was forced to stop. When Aslan stopped the treatment, Anastasia, without turning her head, could feel intense gazes on her back. After a few seconds, Aslan retracted his gaze and pulled the blanket over to cover Anastasia properly. Your endurance is truly admirable. I didn't expect you to last this long, Aslan said to Anastasia. I just don't want to be a burden or someone who's better off dead. Uncle Yi, how's my condition? Anastasia asked anxiously. Though Aslan's demeanor suggested some positive results, Anastasia remained conflicted, wanting to know but fearing the answer. The results are even better than I expected. If you can endure this level of discomfort again during the next treatment, you should be fully healed after that, Aslan replied. When will you come for the next treatment, Uncle Yi? Anastasia asked hopefully. Being called uncle by a girl 1 or 2 years younger felt odd, but Aslan didn't mind it. Either tomorrow or the day after. You need to rest before receiving the next treatment, Aslan smiled, explaining. After giving some instructions, Aslan left the room. Without the enticing allure of Anastasia's body in front of him, Aslan felt immediately refreshed and much more at ease. Chapter 88, Coral Tree. When Aslan arrived outside the room, Ronnie had already prepared a table full of dishes. These are just some home-style dishes, so don't be too formal, Ronnie said. Looking at the table filled with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, these might be considered relatively rich meals for urban households, but for villagers, this was an extraordinary feast. For Ronnie, The cost of this meal would have covered their monthly food expenses. Aslan accepted this sumptuous meal calmly. After all, starting from today, dramatic changes would occur in the Rico family. Finian, what do you plan to do after Salmating recovers? Aslan asked. What can I do? Of course, I'll go back to my old job and pay off your debt as quickly as possible, Ronnie replied. Cough, Finian. Remember I told you that I deliver a batch of fish to Lanhai City every week? You could take over this task since you're an expert in this field, Aslan said. The fish Aslan raised were very resilient, but they still required someone truly capable to transport them, and Ronnie was perfect for the job. If it's something related to Brother Yi, I will definitely help you, Ronnie patted his chest confidently. Finian, rest assured, I won't let you help me for nothing. I'll pay you according to market rates for seafood transportation, and I plan to expand my fish farm later on. By then, I'd like to ask you to be specifically responsible for our sea transport matters, Aslan said. Hearing this, Ronnie felt relieved. If everything went as Aslan described, it wouldn't be a bad option at all. As they discussed, the door opened, and Natalie supported Anastasia out of the room. Uncle Yi, I feel much better now. Thank you for giving me a new life, Anastasia said with flushed cheeks. At this moment, Anastasia was genuinely happy because she could already start controlling her body, which was significantly more effective than when she was at the rehabilitation center. She could now walk on the ground with her mother's support. With Aslan's treatment, her complete recovery was only a matter of time. Cough, niece, there's no need to thank me. After all, I and your father have a deep relationship. Your matters are my concerns, Aslan smiled. Initially, Anastasia planned to join her parents and Aslan for dinner, but due to her frail health, she couldn't last long and returned to her room for rest after walking around briefly. That night, both Aslan and Ronnie drank a lot of wine. Eventually, Ronnie couldn't hold up any longer and returned to his room. Under Natalie's arrangement, Aslan decided to stay at the Rico household overnight. Dizzy, he lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep. In his sleep, Aslan seemed to feel a distant call, causing him to instantly wake up and transfer his consciousness through the bond to Salmaoba's body. What's happening? Through Salmaoba's eyes, Aslan saw a blood-red coral tree glowing faintly under the sea. Through Salmaoba's body, Aslan sensed powerful spiritual energy eportating from the coral tree, comparable to the spiritual energy gathered by his own spirit-gathering formation. Salmaoba's consciousness appeared joyful, almost boasting about its discovery. Upon finding this treasure, Salmaoba immediately used the power of the Shanghai contract to call Aslan, bringing his consciousness over. The Shanghai contract is a master-servant contract. If Aslan's consciousness were awake, he could choose to accept or reject the summon. However, earlier Aslan's consciousness was in a coma state. As the guardian spirit beast tasked with protecting the successor of the Shanghai seal, when Aslan was unconscious, the contract's power automatically summoned his consciousness to protect him. This was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Regardless of its beauty, this object acted as a constant spirit-gathering formation, offering numerous benefits. Salmaoba, pull it out, Aslan comported it. Upon receiving this order, fear flashed in Salmaoba's consciousness before he began communicating with Aslan. You mean there's a giant crab here? Aslan exclaimed in shock. Through communication, Aslan understood that the coral tree had a guardian creature, a crab larger than Salmaoba. After consuming and being enhanced by the Shanghai essence Rikoquid, Salmaoba had grown to over 2 meters long. Imagine how terrifying a crab larger than Salmaoba would be. I've heard stories of porter-sized killer crabs, but a 2-meter-long crab sounded even scarier. Feeling Aslan's disbelief, Salmaoba swiftly darted toward the coral tree with all 8 legs. Swoosh! Just as Salmaoba was about to touch the coral tree, a massive, meter-long claw suddenly appeared, aiming to clamp down on Salmaoba. Salmaoba dodged the claw narrowly by thrusting its legs again, retreating to a distance to observe the coral tree. While swimming, Aslan noticed that Salmaoba's speed seemed slower than usual. He quickly inspected Salmaoba's legs. Indeed, Salmaoba's 8 legs were now reduced to 2, the wounds cleanly sliced as if cut by a blade. Was this done by the giant crab? Aslan asked. Salmaoba's consciousness confirmed it. Through the bond, Aslan understood that indeed it was the work of the giant crab. This giant crab couldn't possibly have become enlightened, right? Otherwise, how could it possess such sharp claws? Aslan exclaimed in shock. Becoming enlightened was entirely possible. Both Salmaoba and Nico possessed mysterious qualities. In ancient times, such creatures with high intelligence were considered monsters. It's highly likely that the coral tree's powerful spirit-gathering function enabled the crab to evolve and become enlightened due to the dense spiritual energy, making it far stronger than Salmaoba, Aslan conjectured. Earlier, when Salmaoba swam over, the crab's claw moved too fast for Aslan to clearly see its position or size. With this big guy guarding, obtaining the coral tree is impossible. I'll have to strategize further, Aslan thought. He then gave Salmaoba an order to grow without restraint. Salmaoba was the descendant of a devouring demon squid. After evolving, becoming gigantic was inevitable. What it needed were plenty of food and Shanghai essence Rikoquid. Because of the spirit-gathering formation, Aslan had some extra Shanghai essence Rikoquid left, which he intended to use entirely to feed Salmaoba, allowing it to grow rapidly. Aslan did not intend to miss out on this wondrous coral tree. He felt that it would be an indispensable treasure for his future ocean museum. This coral tree shall remain guarded by you, the giant crab, for now. Titus Hansan Ka-Fi Aslan. We'll come back, Aslan thought. After letting Salmaoba feast, Aslan's consciousness returned to his body. The sea is one of the least explored areas on Earth, brimming with unknowns. Initially, porters dropped a submersible into the ocean's depths, 7 kilometers down, and discovered 11 new species. Just in that small area, 11 new species were found. What about deeper places? Or regions unexplored by submersibles? Strange marine creatures frequently wash up on shores worldwide, pottery of which were previously unheard of, indicating that the ocean holds countless secrets awaiting discovery. The sea is undoubtedly perilous. Therefore, Aslan planned to let Salmalba continually grow and enhance itself, believing that when it became a true devouring demon squid, it would be the undisputed ruler of the seas. Now, although Salmalba is far stronger than an ordinary octopus, it still can't match the 2-meter-long giant crab. Therefore, it needs to keep eating and grow stronger. In another room, the Rico couple was lying on the bed chatting. Old Rico, I noticed our daughter looking at Aslan differently today. As if she's starting to like him, Natalie said. Aslan is so outstanding. It's natural for our daughter to like him. Moreover, I heard that he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Our daughter is pretty and has good character. Who knows? Maybe? Ronnie chuckled. Although it pained him deeply to think of his beloved daughter being taken away after raising her for over 20 years, if it were Aslan, Ronnie would give his full approval with both hands. I've inquired about Aslan. I heard that his family still owes a lot of debts. I don't want our daughter to marry into hardship, Natalie replied. That's ancient history. Aslan made 300,000 in just 1 week, and those debts have already been paid off. If she could marry Aslan, it would be a blessing for our daughter, Ronnie said. Initially, Ronnie didn't intend to bring them together, insisting that his daughter call Aslan uncle. But now that his daughter seemed to have feelings for Aslan, the idea of them getting together might turn out to be a beautiful thing. 300,000 in 1 week, really? Natalie asked in shock. 300,000 was an astronomical figure, something she couldn't even imagine. Aslan has great abilities. Otherwise, do you think anyone could easily lend us such a large sum of money? Ronnie asked. Money isn't everything, but without it, portery things are impossible. Upon hearing about Aslan's excellence, Natalie began to feel swayed. The next morning, when Aslan woke up, he felt completely refreshed, with no lingering effects from last night's drinking. Walking out of the room, Aslan found the table already set with food, and the Rico couple waiting for him. Chapter 89. I'll wait for you. After dinner, Aslan gave Anastasia a second treatment. Under the repair of the mountain sea spirit Rico quid, Anastasia's body fully recovered. She could even hobble around on the ground without needing Abigail to support her. Because she hadn't walked in a long time, Anastasia found it very strenuous, but was gradually getting used to the feeling of walking again. After practicing all morning, and with the nurturing effects of the mountain sea spirit Rico quid, Anastasia could already walk freely. Aslan noticed that after regaining her ability to walk, Anastasia had become especially clingy towards him. While Rico's parents were preparing dinner, Anastasia approached Aslan. Uncle Yi, do you have a girlfriend? Anastasia asked. Not yet, but your Uncle Yi is pursuing a girl. Maybe one day you'll have an aunt, Aslan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Anastasia's face lit up with surprise. Uncle Yi, how about you stop chasing that reporter and let me be your girlfriend instead? Anastasia said expectantly. Stop joking around. This isn't funny at all, Aslan said. I'm not joking. I thought someone as excellent as Uncle Yi would already have a girlfriend, but it turns out you're just pursuing a girl. So, let me pursue you then, Anastasia said. Aslan's eyes widened. He didn't expect Anastasia to say something so bold. Soulmating, you're still young and don't understand love yet. You'll understand when you grow older, Aslan said awkwardly. Who's young? You've seen my body. Tell me, where am I small? Anastasia puffed out her well-developed chest as she spoke. And Uncle Yi is only a year or two older than me. I want to pursue you. During her bedridden days, Anastasia had fantasized countless times about a Prince Charming coming to cure her. She had vowed to marry whoever cured her. Paralysis was a terrible torment. With only her head and hands able to move, Anastasia had often wanted to strangle herself but never succeeded. Aslan brought her out of her suffering, and from that moment, Anastasia considered herself Aslan's person. I think you should calm down, Soulmating. There's no rush with boyfriends. Aslan suddenly said, Oh, I just remembered I have some matters at home. I need to go now. He got up and left while Anastasia simply watched him leave with a dazed look. Uncle Yi, sooner or later, you won't be able to escape my grasp, Anastasia said with a smile. Anastasia, who had received higher education, knew how to take things step by step. She wouldn't push too hard but would slowly wear down Aslan's heart. Seeing Aslan rush off, Ronnie curiously asked, Younger brother Yi, the food is almost ready. Where are you going? I have some urgent matters. I'll go first, Aslan said before rushing out on his motorcycle. This? Ronnie scratched his head in confusion. Why does it feel like my home has become a flood or a monster, scaring younger brother Yi away? Abigail quietly pointed towards their daughter. Following the direction, Ronnie saw his daughter staring lovingly in the direction Aslan had left. What do you mean? Sigh. Our daughter seems to be completely smitten. Looks like younger brother Yi was scared away. The couple whispered among themselves, unaware that Anastasia wasn't paying attention to them. Her heart was entirely filled with thoughts of this porter. He must be my true love, Anastasia said, lost in her own world. Her parents looked on helplessly. They felt there was no hope for their daughter. Meanwhile, Aslan rode his motorcycle to the beach, where Salmalba, who had been waiting, popped out. In just one day, Salmalba's body had grown nearly 4 meters, making it feel like a massive presence. Aslan fed all the mountain sea spirit Rico quid to Salmalba and then returned home. Hey, why are you here alone? Where are Ilium and the others? Aslan asked curiously. We found a construction team, but they are busy with earthquake reconstruction work. My parents are helping them build houses overnight, Ashlyn smiled. The dining table was laden with dishes made carefully by Ashlyn. Brienne and brother, try this dish. I put a lot of effort into it, Ashlyn said sweetly. It's delicious, Aslan praised. They ate warmly as if returning to better times. After eating, Ashlyn quickly took the bowls and started washing them like a devoted wife. Greeting Ashlyn, Aslan returned to his room. Does Brienne and brother hate me? Ashlyn said sadly. She sensed that Aslan was deliberately avoiding her. Determined not to delay any longer, Ashlyn knew she might really lose to the town mayor if she didn't act soon. Feeling tired after treating Anastasia, Aslan lay on his bed, trying to contact Salmalba through the contract's power. Before he could attach himself to Salmalba, he sensed something odd with his physical body. When Aslan opened his eyes, he saw Ashlyn lying beside him. "Brienne, brother, take me," she murmured, her lips quivering and her face flushed. Stunned, Aslan stammered, "Kelsey, kiss me." Suddenly, Ashlyn raised her head, looking directly at Aslan, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Seeing Ashlyn's pure eyes and inviting lips, Aslan's heart raced, his emotions swirling. But ultimately, he resisted. "No, I can't do this to you, Kelsey." "Why? Don't you like me?" Tears welled up in Ashlyn's eyes. Aslan ran his fingers through his hair. "It's not that, Kelsey. I just see you as a sister. But I don't see you as a brother." "Take me," Ashlyn said, moving closer and opening her blouse. Seeing this, Aslan stopped her firmly. "Kelsey, you can't do this. I don't want to hurt you." Speaking these words, Aslan felt bitter inside. How could he not notice Ashlyn's feelings after growing up with her? But his heart was full of Alicia. He didn't want to ruin her life. "Brienne, brother, my body belongs to you if you wish it," Ashlyn insisted. "Kelsey, we should both calm down. You're still young, a university student. Some things you may not fully understand yet," Aslan said. "But, Rakasan, if you still feel the same after graduation and I don't have someone else, we can consider it," Aslan said. Ashlyn realized she had rushed things and didn't want to push Aslan too hard, fearing he might leave her. As she left the room, she turned at the door and said, "Brienne, brother, I won't regret it or give up." With a wry smile, Aslan watched her leave. Sigh. After Ashlyn left, Aslan sighed deeply. Over the past couple of days, he was either treating Anastasia's injuries or being ambushed by Ashlyn, which had his inner flames rising to an unprecedented height. After making efforts to calm himself down, Aslan began to enter Salmalba's body through the mountain sea seal. At this moment, Salmalba was swimming around a red coral tree in the distance, having already devoured all the fish nearby. In just a short while, Salmalba's body had grown nearly half a meter longer and was now over 4 meters long, making it the dominant presence in these waters. With its increased size came a near monstrous strength, enough to capsize a small speedboat. Whoosh! Upon taking control of Salmalba, Aslan swiftly swam towards the coral tree. As he approached, a large crab claw attacked from his direction. "I thought this crab claw was huge before, but now it seems I was worrying too much," Aslan chuckled inwardly. It wasn't that the crab claw had gotten smaller. It was just that Salmalba had grown so much larger, making everything else seem smaller in comparison. Dodging the attack, Aslan extended one of Salmalba's tentacles to wrap around the giant crab claw, while the remaining tentacles enveloped the entire crab. "My god, this thing is even bigger than I imagined. At least 3 meters long. If we pulled it ashore to sell, it would fetch an astronomical price," Aslan exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! Unnoticed by Aslan, another crab claw appeared and swiftly severed another of Salmalba's tentacles. The intense pain swept through Aslan's entire body. To prevent the crab from severing more tentacles, Aslan quickly wrapped another tentacle around the claw. Now fully enveloped by Salmalba's massive body, Aslan extended Salmalba's beak. Crack, crack, crack. The horny beak gnawed relentlessly on the crab's thick exoskeleton, producing a grating sound that echoed through the water. Despite the crab's tremendous struggle, Aslan remained unperturbed, tightly gripping its body with unwavering determination. Chapter 90. Deep-sea dragonfish. The large crab was originally just an ordinary species, but having absorbed too much spiritual energy, it had transcended the shackles of its bloodline. The strength of its outer shell was such that even Basil's keratin beak could hardly penetrate it. "Do you know what perseverance can achieve? What a drop of water can do to a stone? Today, I'll show you my might," Aslan said. Crack, crack. The grating sound persisted, and after more than half an hour, the crab's shell was finally gnawed open. Feeling the shell give way, Aslan began to suck out the crab's inner flesh. A sweet and fragrant sensation emerged. After eating it, Aslan felt warmth spread through his body, a heat radiating from his stomach. "How powerful this spiritual energy is!" Aslan exclaimed in shock. The bloodline of the devouring devil squid started working, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy within his body. The large crab had been long imbued with spiritual energy, containing rich amounts that served as a great supplement for Basil. Aslan could clearly feel Basil growing stronger. The large crab's struggles weakened until it remained still, letting Aslan feed on it. Even just awakening part of the devouring devil squid's bloodline was formidable. In just a short time, Basil had grown to over 5 meters. After defeating the large crab, Aslan felt the devouring devil squid's bloodline awaken further. Is it because this creature contained strong spiritual energy that caused Basil to awaken? Or is it simply because this creature was so big? Aslan pondered. After thinking for a while, Aslan abandoned this thought. Regardless, Basil was ultimately a gluttonous squid with the devouring devil squid's bloodline, eating anything he encountered without needing to check if it contained a lot of spiritual energy. Having dealt with the large crab, Aslan swam over to observe the rare coral tree. Just as Aslan stretched out his tentacles to touch the coral tree, Basil's consciousness became agitated in his mind. Basil's consciousness clearly expressed its desire to eat the coral tree. "Don't eat things recklessly. It's like rock and will harm your body," Aslan said. Basil's consciousness reacted like a spoiled child, ignoring Aslan instantly. The coral tree grew on a large rock. Aslan used his tentacles to lift the rock and hold it tightly. Whoosh! He quickly swam toward the shore, looking rather strange holding the coral tree. Reaching the shore, Aslan controlled Basil to stand upright and run home carrying the rock. Along the way, hearing unusual sounds, Basil quickly hid behind a mud house and saw 2 drunk men supporting each other on the road. Fortunately, they were too intoxicated to notice Basil's massive form, which would have caused panic in the village. Aslan wiped his head with a tentacle, realizing this wasn't his body, and Basil didn't seem to sweat. After the drunks left, Aslan ran back home. Due to the earlier earthquake, pottery houses were damaged, and builders were still working, so Aslan had to take detours to reach home. Because Ashlyn was there, Aslan couldn't enter through the front door, so he climbed up the house using the suction cups on his tentacles. Opening the window, he entered his room and saw another version of himself lying on the bed. It feels really strange to see myself like this, Aslan chuckled. Curiously, he touched his own body, and his consciousness could still feel the original body's reactions. Maybe the previous theory can be realized. When multitasking, I might be able to control both bodies, Aslan thought. He gathered Basil's body into a ball and tried connecting his consciousness to his original body. Either due to insufficient mental power or other reasons, all he could porterage was to wiggle his finger, then nothing more happened. Feeling mentally exhausted, Aslan controlled Basil to leave and return to the sea before regaining consciousness in his body. Knock knock knock. Ashlyn called from outside the door. Brienne, brother, wake up. The sun is up. The voice woke Aslan from sleep, and he rubbed his tired head, giving a bitter smile. If you don't come out, I'm coming in, Ashlyn warned. I'm coming right out, Aslan hurriedly replied. Knowing Ashlyn wouldn't hesitate to enter, he scrambled to get dressed. Once dressed, he noticed the coral tree was too noticeable, so he shoved it under the bed. Just then, Ashlyn came in, grabbing his hand and pulling him outside. Come, Brienne, brother, I made wontons for breakfast. Your favorite seafood filling, Ashlyn said happily, seeming to have forgotten last night's events. Aslan nodded after tasting a wonton. It's good, familiar taste. Eat more then, Ashlyn smiled. Her dream was to become Aslan's wife and prepare delicious meals waiting for him. Seeing him enjoy the meal made her very happy. She thought, mother was right. Love means capturing his heart through his stomach. Without pressing Aslan further, she left after tidying up, knowing her parents needed her. Shortly after Ashlyn left, Aslan went to the beach, secretly feeding the mountain sea spirit Ricoquid to Basil before returning to his room. He instructed Junior to guard his body and then took control of Basil through their bond. Whoosh! Now transformed as Basil, Aslan moved swiftly underwater due to his water control ability. Diving deeper, the surrounding light grew dim and eventually disappeared entirely. Reaching over 2,000 meters deep, Aslan searched for the pearl jellyfish. Dirk had always been kind to him, and finding the pearl jellyfish was something Aslan had kept in mind. Now that Basil had grown huge, it was time to explore the deep sea and capture the pearl jellyfish. Deep sea fish were scarce here, as most could resist water pressure only to a certain extent. Few could withstand the pressure at this depth. Where are you, pearl jellyfish? Aslan roamed aimlessly, searching for his prey. In the vast darkness, he had lost direction, but it mattered little since he knew his current depth. Suddenly, he sensed a faint light ahead. What is it? Could it be some natural treasure like the coral tree? Aslan wondered excitedly. He quickly swam towards the light, which grew closer. What in the world is this? Aslan stared in disbelief. A 10-meter-long, ribbon-like body similar to a ribbonfish appeared before Aslan. When the giant monster turned its head, Aslan got a clear view of the grotesque face filled with fangs. Damn! Rarely uttering profanity, Aslan immediately spat out a jet of ink and swam backward without looking back. Aslan knew something about this hideous creature. It was a deep-sea dragonfish, named for its long body resembling a dragon, but with jagged teeth that made it look like a demon from hell. This creature's character matched its ugly appearance. It had a glowing lure on its lower jaw, which it would flicker and swing to entice prey, then bite down with its sharp teeth once the prey got close. In essence, it was an unrepentant carnivore, a pirate and thug of the deep sea. Usually, deep-sea dragonfish are only about 20 centimeters long. Did this one evolve after consuming hormones, or is it an undiscovered species? Aslan wondered anxiously. The ocean was inherently mysterious, full of unsolvable puzzles. Aslan didn't have time to think further and started fleeing for his life. The deep-sea dragonfish had already burst through the ink cloud and was swimming towards Aslan at incredible speed. This was its territory in the deep sea. The ink contained paralyzing toxins, but the deep-sea dragonfish's resistance was too strong, leaving it unaffected. Damn, this is troublesome, Aslan thought anxiously. Aslan kept swimming upwards. As a deep-sea creature, the deep-sea dragonfish would be highly uncomfortable in shallower waters, offering Aslan a glimmer of hope for escape. However, even with the water control ability, Aslan's speed was far below that of the deep-sea dragonfish. Even as he swam, Aslan could already smell the foul odor eporterating from the deep-sea dragonfish's mouth. You ugly bastard, since you won't let me live, I'll go down fighting. I'll take you with me even if it costs my life. With a roar of fury, Aslan spat another jet of black ink directly at the deep-sea dragonfish's face. Chapter 91. The Mysterious Sphere. Fishermen who sail the sea have all experienced storms and dangers. They have their fair share of grit and courage. When Aslan found himself unable to escape from the massive deep-sea dragonfish, in his fury he prepared for a life-or-death battle. The deep-sea dragonfish showed great resistance against Aslan's ink but was still slightly affected by it, which slightly increased Aslan's chances of winning. To the deep-sea dragonfish, the ink wasn't much of an issue as it could still sense Aslan's location and swam towards him. Die! Unaffected by his own ink, seeing the deep-sea dragonfish charging at him, Aslan immediately thrust his 8 tentacles upward. Just as the deep-sea dragonfish rushed beneath him, Aslan's tentacles tightly wrapped around the fish's body. Applying immense force, he began to squeeze the fish. However, given that this deep-sea dragonfish survived in depths over 2 kilometers, its resilience was incredible, and Aslan couldn't kill it right away. The pain drove the deep-sea dragonfish into madness. It turned and fiercely bit Aslan, tearing one of Aslan's tentacles with its sharp teeth. Although feeling strange and painful, this pain didn't seem very intense. Basil started communicating with Aslan, teaching him a special method to evade this pain. Aslan twitched his tentacle and saw it sever itself from his body. This severed yet still living tentacle wriggled uncontrollably, just like it would on a living octopus. Recoke a lizard's tail. An octopus can drop its tentacle when in great danger, providing a chance for the main body to escape. The pain from the self-severed wound was much less severe compared to being bitten. You bite me? Then taste what it feels like, Aslan roared furiously. He then used his beak to start biting the deep-sea dragonfish. As his beak tore off a piece of flesh, he sensed its deliciousness. This stinky creature tastes so good, Aslan marveled. Driven mad by the pain, the deep-sea dragonfish chewed the dropped tentacle to pieces before lunging at Aslan again. Aslan blocked its mouth with another tentacle and let it bite down, letting it tear apart the discarded limb. In this back-and-forth struggle, Aslan kept tearing chunks off the deep-sea dragonfish, but at the cost of 5 tentacles. Aslan and the deep-sea dragonfish were now locked in a battle of endurance. Only one would survive. The gaping wound on the deep-sea dragonfish started bleeding heavily. As Aslan continued gnawing with his beak, he felt a sweet liquid filling his mouth. At the same time, the deep-sea dragonfish deflated rapidly. Underwater at 2 kilometers depth, water pressure is enormous. Once Aslan bit through a major artery, the deep-sea dragonfish's blood surged out under tremendous pressure. Fish only have one heart chamber and one circulation route, so severing this artery meant certain death for the deep-sea dragonfish. Even though it had grown 10 meters long, it still had only a single major artery without more advanced evolution. As Aslan absorbed the blood, he felt immense strength pouring into his body. His torn tentacles began regenerating quickly. Octopuses can regrow tentacles, and Basil's recovery ability after consuming devil octopus blood was strong, but even so, it usually took a day and a night to regenerate such a large part, aided by mountain sea spirit Rikakor. Aslan could feel that the deep-sea dragonfish contained some unique power. Is this another evolved creature like the giant crab? Aslan wondered. He handed over control to Basil and watched from the side as it devoured the deep-sea dragonfish. Basil digested the fish's unique power, converting it into its own strength while its body continued growing. Despite being much larger than Basil, the deep-sea dragonfish posed no problem for this glutton. As Basil was eating, a golden sphere about fist-sized rolled out of the deep-sea dragonfish's body. Basil's tentacle picked it up, and a strange force flowed through it into Basil's body. How peculiar. Is this some kind of celestial treasure? Aslan pondered. Before he could study it, Basil swallowed the sphere. Why did you eat it? Wouldn't it have been better to keep it for research? Aslan asked regretfully. Basil's consciousness apologized to Aslan, but he could tell that beneath its seemingly obedient demeanor, it was extremely delighted, like a child obtaining its favorite toy through effort. Inside Basil's body, powerful energy began healing and strengthening it. Within a minute, the damaged tentacles fully recovered, shocking Aslan. More importantly, the golden sphere's release power also helped Basil grow faster than when absorbing mountain sea spirit Rikakor. I understand. Originally, the deep-sea dragonfish was just an ordinary one. It grew large by absorbing the power of this golden sphere, Aslan deduced internally. There might be other capabilities that required further exploration. Shortly after, Basil completely devoured the deep-sea dragonfish, leaving it with a satisfied feeling of fullness, a rare occurrence for Basil, who always struggled to feel satiated. The once mighty deep-sea dragonfish, a potential sea lord, was reduced to nothing but bones ingested by Basil because it crossed Aslan. Happy Basil wandered in the deep ocean. Just as Aslan planned to return his consciousness to his body, he saw a bright spot through Basil's eyes. It was a white light point, like a light bulb in darkness, impossible to ignore. Pearl jellyfish! Aslan exclaimed joyfully. Aslan took control from Basil and eagerly approached the pearl jellyfish. This small creature was roughly the size of a hoop order head, appearing tiny next to 6-meter-long Basil. He then tried controlling the pearl jellyfish using the technique for controlling fish schools. Shockingly, unlike fish that offered some resistance, the pearl jellyfish offered none. Very strange. Is this pearl jellyfish different, or is it because jellyfish lack brains? Aslan wondered. Jellyfish do have a nervous system but no brain, making them simple low-level selenorates. Perhaps it was because he had found the jellyfish nest. In this small sea trench, there were dozens of pearl jellyfish swimming around. When Aslan controlled these jellyfish, he didn't feel any resistance from them. Since he wasn't sure how pottery pearl jellyfish Erwin needed, Aslan chose the 10 largest ones and gathered them into a half-cubic meter space. Using his water control ability to separate this volume of water from the surrounding sea, he carried this half-cubic meter of seawater back toward the shore. By now, it was almost dusk. Aslan brought the 10 jellyfish stealthily to the dock and, ensuring no one saw him, climbed aboard his small fishing boat and entered the cabin. Aslan found a plastic water tank on the boat and began placing the jellyfish inside it. After completing everything, he porter-manipulated Salmalba's body to jump back into the sea with a splash. Once he recovered his consciousness, Aslan took control of his own body again, went to the boat, and retrieved the plastic water tank he had left earlier. He had brought a portable water tank from home specifically to transport the jellyfish. After securing the jellyfish in the portable tank, Aslan left the small fishing boat. He greeted some familiar faces at the dock before heading back to the village with the tank. In the countryside, there weren't as portery formalities. Aslan simply pushed open the door and walked into Erwin's house. Inside, he saw Erwin soaking his feet, with 2 steaming hot towels covering his knees. Hey, uncle, what are you doing? Aslan asked curiously. Oh, my legs are really hurting today. I reckon there's going to be a heavy rain soon, Erwin replied, wincing in pain and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Aslan looked outside. It was still broad daylight, and even the pigs in Erwin's yard were basking in the sun. It didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Chapter 92, Racing in the Rain. Although Erwin had become the Yuan, Aslan still liked to call him Erwin. The title of Yuan didn't seem to matter much to him. Erwin, today I've brought you something good. Do you want to take a look? Aslan asked with a smile. Heh, so you still have some conscience. After all my kindness to you. Come on, let me see what it is quickly. Erwin eagerly replied. Not long ago, Erwin had been drinking with Aslan and was amazed by his culinary skills. He assumed the box contained more delicious food from Aslan. Gale grabbed a towel nearby to dry his legs and feet, then walked towards Aslan. Since last time eating Aslan's food, Gale felt his leg condition improved significantly. He suspected that Aslan's food could heal diseases but hesitated to believe it completely. Today, he could finally carefully study if Aslan's dishes had healing properties. Erwin, I promise you'll be incredibly shocked, Aslan said. Don't underestimate your uncle. Rakassan, I've seen it all. Your cooking is great, but it won't shock me, Gale proudly replied. In reality, Aslan's dishes were definitely the best food Gale had ever eaten, but he lied just for the sake of maintaining the elder's dignity. Aslan unlocked the portable water tank and opened it. Tightish, there are portery jellyfish. It's a pity they haven't grown yet when you fish them up, Erwin said with regret. He thought Aslan brought jellyfish instead of tasty food. Though rare in cities, jellyfish were common near the sea and even found on the shore. Erwin, look closely. These aren't jellyfish, Aslan said with a wry smile. They're not jellyfish? Erwin took out his reading glasses from beside the table and put them on, examining the portable water tank closely. Could it be? At the sight of the pearl jellyfish, Erwin was shocked, unbelievably scooping one out. Seems like Erwin has recognized them, Aslan smiled. Incredible. Is it real? Erwin exclaimed, nearly unable to contain himself. A single pearl jellyfish is extremely rare. How do you have so portery? I have a friend working on deep-sea projects. Knowing Erwin needed pearl jellyfish, I told him and searched for quite a while to find these, Aslan explained. Erwin clutched the edges of the water tank, his eyes shining with excitement. Salmaoyi, how can I thank you? Erwin said emotionally. Don't be so formal between us, Aslan responded. Erwin bit his lip, turned back into his room, leaving Aslan puzzled. Then Erwin came out with a red passbook. I don't have anything valuable. This is all the savings I have. Take it. You and your friend shouldn't help me catch these for free, Erwin said. Aslan knew without checking the amount that this was Erwin's life savings. Erwin, I can't accept this money. Moreover, you lent me the most during my difficult times. Helping you now is nothing, Aslan said. No, these things are too precious. If I take them, I'll feel guilty, Erwin insisted. Come on, pearl jellyfish are rare, but who needs them besides you? No one else would dare eat this, Aslan argued. Jellyfish could be made into cold dishes, but pearl jellyfish looked like they had white spots like vitiligo. Few people might have the courage to eat it. But, Aslan interrupted, no buts. Keep the money. If you really want to thank me, invite me over for drinks another day. After some insistence, Erwin finally put the passbook back but knew obtaining these pearl jellyfish wasn't easy. Erwin, how should we use these pearl jellyfish as medicine? Not raw, right? Aslan asked curiously. The old doctor told me to dry the jellyfish under the sun, grind them into powder, and use it to make medicinal soup for foot baths, Erwin explained. The only issue was that heavy rain expected in the next couple of days would delay the treatment. These creatures are 90% water. How much dried product can we get? It probably isn't enough, Aslan worried. It's enough. 3 pearl jellyfish are sufficient. With all these, we have plenty no matter how we prepare them, Erwin assured. If these jellyfish truly alleviated Erwin's decades-long pain, Aslan was genuinely happy for him. Uncle, I won't disturb you further. Let's drink together some other time, Aslan said smiling. Sure, bring good wine and dishes next time, Erwin laughed. Leaving Erwin's home, Aslan saw massive dark clouds rolling toward him in the distance. Well, Erwin's leg troubles are serious. A big storm is coming, Aslan exclaimed. Before the downpour began, Aslan returned home. Boom! Thunder rumbled loudly, and darkness engulfed the sky. Suddenly, Aslan's phone rang. Hello? Why is our great Yuan calling me now? Aslan joked. Wah! Sobbing sounds came from the other end. Aslan, I'm scared, Alicia cried. Suddenly, Aslan remembered Alicia's fear of thunderstorms. The last time they were swept away by floods was also on a stormy night. Don't be afraid, listen to me. Dial tone. The call suddenly disconnected, catching Aslan off guard. Aslan checked his phone. Damn, why no signal? Dozens of miles away, the signal tower was struck by lightning. Despite the lightning rod, equipment inside suffered varying degrees of damage. Anxiously, Aslan mounted his motorcycle from the yard. Big brother Briannan, it's about to rain. Where are you going? Ashlin's family was running toward him in the strong wind. I need to go to the town for some matters, Aslan replied. Be careful on the way, Ashlyn smiled, though her smile seemed bitter. Wave goodbye to the family. Aslan rode off. The wind was fierce, but nothing could stop Aslan's determination to reach Tuqiao town. Pouring rain. Rain fell heavily, but not a single drop hit Aslan. His water control ability extended beyond seawater. He could also porteripulate rain, controlling water in any form. Amid the storm, Aslan sped toward Tuqiao town, moving faster through the rain than usual. Meanwhile, Alicia was crying in her blanket at Tuqiao town, unable to reach Aslan. Wah, bastards, everyone ignores me. Alicia sobbed. Boom. Thunder roared. The thunder outside made Alicia jump, causing her to clutch the blanket even tighter. Just then, the phone beside her rang, and in her fear, Alicia snatched it up. Sweetheart, I'm sorry. It's a thunderstorm in Blue Sea City now, and my flight has been delayed. I probably can't come to you until the rain stops. Wah, you don't want me either, Alicia sobbed. Knowing that Alicia was terrified of thunder, the person on the other end quickly tried to soothe her. Baby, don't be scared. I can stay on the phone with you. We can? Rumble. Another loud clap of thunder echoed, and in her panic, Alicia threw the phone away. Alone and helpless, all she could do was hide under the blanket, trembling with fear. When she finally reached out to grab the phone again, she found it had shut off due to lack of power. In the midst of the fierce wind and thunder, Alicia was filled with nothing but overwhelming fear. Tap, tap, tap. She heard knocking on her door. Wrapped in the blanket, Alicia shakily approached, and through the peephole, she saw a porter drenched by the rain. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down her face. Discarding the blanket, she rushed to open the door and threw herself into his arms without caring about the rainwater soaking him. Having a beautiful porter in his arms should have been a good thing, but Aslan felt quite awkward. Because some despicable bastard had stolen the porterhole cover. In his rush, Aslan hadn't noticed, and his motorcycle was wrecked. Now, not only was he covered in mud, but he also had a broken branch sticking out of his head, showing just how disheveled he was. Rumble. As another thunderclap boomed, Alicia jumped in fright and clung to Aslan like a koala. Feeling awkward, Aslan tried to comfort her but realized that Alicia wasn't listening to anything he said, only holding onto him tightly. Chapter 93, Airport. Feeling the soft presence, Aslan was actually quite happy inside. However, seeing Alicia's terrified state wasn't the right moment to enjoy this situation, so he carried Alicia, who seemed like a regular koala, into the room. After closing the door, Aslan somewhat embarrassedly asked, "Do you have any men's clothes at home?" Haha. Seeing Aslan's awkward expression, Alicia couldn't help but laugh, and her fear seemed to diminish slightly. How can I have men's clothes at home as a girl? But I do have portery neutral sleepwear sets that both genders can wear. But first, you need to take a shower, Alicia said. Alicia took out a set of pajamas from her wardrobe. The pajamas were ordinary, except for a particularly cute little bear on the chest area. Do I have another choice? Cassius asked with a bitter smile. I can also give you a nightgown. Will that work? Alicia said with a smile. Thinking about himself in a nightgown, Aslan found it unbearable and quickly snatched the clothes from Alicia's hands before entering the bathroom. He raised his hand, and countless streams of water moved like living things, continuously rinsing him and washing away mud and sand. Meanwhile, a huge water ball appeared in front of him. Cassius threw his dirty clothes into the water ball. The massive water ball began to spin like a washing machine, cleaning the clothes. Tisk, TSK, TSK. If I ever go bankrupt in the future, I can open a laundromat in a big city and save on electricity bills, Aslan laughed. Aslan felt that since acquiring these magical abilities, his life had changed completely. Tap tap tap. Alicia knocked on the bathroom door rather urgently. Aslan, hurry up. I'm scared, Alicia said. Oh, okay. I'll be quick, Aslan replied. After removing some of the water from his clothes, Aslan hung them on a hanger. Fully drying them could raise suspicion. He put on Alicia's pajamas and checked himself in the mirror. The white pajamas looked nice and didn't make him look effeminate. Walking out of the bathroom, he saw Alicia standing by the door, looking like a frightened kitten. You should take a shower too. You got covered in mud while hugging me, Aslan said concernedly. Okay, then you wait outside my door. I'm still scared, Alicia replied. Only after Aslan agreed did Alicia take a nightgown and head to the bathroom. Fortunately, the thunder inside the bathroom wasn't too loud, and through the blurry glass door, Alicia could vaguely see Aslan's silhouette. Though she felt shy, having Aslan nearby made her feel much safer. After rinsing off, Alicia came out wearing a pink nightgown that added an alluring charm. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderclap caused Alicia to instinctively rush into Aslan's arms, trembling in fear. This extreme stimulation made Aslan's heart burn like fire. Two conflicting thoughts appeared in his mind. Eat this beautiful porter. Being alone in one room, isn't it normal for something beyond friendship to happen? No way. Alicia is so pitiful. She let you in because she trusted you. How can you do such a beastly thing? Are you going to be a beast, or worse than a beast? Cassius was caught in a moral struggle, unable to decide. Aslan, I'm really scared. Can you hold me tightly? Alicia murmured. Aslan clenched his teeth and shakily lifted his arms, holding Alicia close. Boom. The flame in his heart erupted like ignited dynamite, and he hugged Alicia tightly as if trying to merge their bodies. Just when Aslan found it hard to control himself, Alicia softly said, You're hurting me. Cough, I'm sorry. Becoming more self-conscious, Aslan realized being with such a beautiful reporter made him overly impulsive. You're a bad guy too, Alicia said unhappily. Despite her words, she didn't loosen her grip on Aslan. Compared to Aslan, what scared her more was the thunder. As long as you behave tonight, I'll be your girlfriend, Alicia whispered faintly. What did you say? Aslan asked, pleasantly surprised. Bad guy, forget it if you didn't hear, Alicia said, blushing. Aslan heard her words, and the flames in his heart burned even brighter. Alicia's promise meant she'd accept anything less good behavior. Looking at Aslan's foolish smile, Alicia thought he was happy for the chance to be her boyfriend. If she knew Aslan's true thoughts, she would kick him out immediately. In the room, Alicia laid out a mat beside her bed. There, you'll sleep here tonight. If you dare come onto the bed, I'll cut off your private parts, Alicia said, brandishing scissors. Aslan subconsciously squeezed his legs together and said, I won't dare. Really, I won't. Any previous ideas vanished. If he lost any part, his life would be over. They chatted for hours, and with Aslan around, Alicia no longer feared the thunder. As the thunderstorm subsided in the middle of the night, exhausted Alicia fell asleep. Bang bang bang. A loud knocking awakened Aslan. Sunlight already shone into the room. Geez, what time is it? Checking his phone, Aslan discovered it was almost noon. We must have chatted until late last night, Aslan scratched his head. At this moment, Alicia, lying oddly, woke up disheveled and different from her usual self. Who's so immoral to not let people sleep on a weekend? Alicia grumbled, still groggy. She walked towards the door and, upon seeing the person outside through the peephole, turned pale. Oh no, how did he come so fast? If this person sees there's a porter in my house, he'll think something improper. Alicia panicked. What happened? Aslan asked. Can you jump down from here? Alicia asked. What? Aslan looked out the window. Jumping from 6 or 7 stories high would result in severe injuries, possibly death, despite his strong body. Open up, or I'll break the door, an impatient voice yelled from outside. Alicia sighed. Alright, I'll open. We'll deal with it later. Aslan didn't understand what Alicia meant. Was the person outside that scary? When Alicia opened the door, a porter wearing a cap and jacket suddenly embraced her. Dear, I'm really sorry. The plane was delayed due to the storm yesterday evening. It wasn't intentional. As this person was speaking, they suddenly noticed Aslan standing to the side in Alicia's pajamas. He. The person's expression was as if they had witnessed the end of the world. They pointed at Alicia and Aslan, stammering in disbelief. Damn, Salmayu. You've really grown up. Now you're even hiding a porter here. Did I interrupt something? The cap-wearing individual said with a smirk. Alicia reached out and tapped the cap-wearing individual on the head. This is my friend Aslan. Not what you're thinking. The person angrily tore off their cap. Rick and Salmayu, I'm warning you. If you hit me on the head again, I'll tell all the young aristocrats about your position here as township head. Only when the cap came off did Aslan realize it was an exceptionally pretty girl, just as beautiful as Alicia but flat-chested, with a gender-neutral outfit that made her look almost boyish. Alicia grabbed the girl's hand and introduced her to Aslan. This is my lifelong best friend who I've raised since childhood, Gina. Then Alicia pointed at Aslan. This is my friend Aslan. Gina kept examining Aslan from head to toe, puzzled by how such an unremarkable guy ended up in Alicia's house. Cough cough. Alicia left out one word. I'm her boyfriend. Aslan emphasized the word boy. You don't say nonsense. When did I agree to be your girlfriend? Alicia quickly retorted. You said so yourself. If I behave tonight, you'd acknowledge me as your boyfriend, and I did just that, Aslan proudly declared. While Aslan and Alicia were bickering, Gina stood there with her mouth agape, wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. So, you mean you did something even beasts wouldn't do, making you worse than a beast? Gina asked with disbelief. What if I am? Being worse than a beast is better than being at airport, right? Aslan replied. Airport. Gina enunciated each word, her face contorting into a menacing expression as if she could eat someone alive. Chapter 94, Close-Up Magic. Gina was the precious young lady of the Yu family. No one had ever dared to call her a flat chest throughout her life. But now, Aslan's words struck a deep and painful chord in her heart. It was the biggest hurt she had ever experienced. Ugh, you called me flat-chested? You die. Enraged, Gina grabbed a plate from the table next to her and smashed it onto Aslan's head with all her might. With a loud crack, the plate shattered into pieces. Aslan's eyes rolled back as he collapsed softly onto the floor. Aslan! Alicia exclaimed in shock. Bending down anxiously, Alicia began shaking Aslan lying before her, her heart filled with concern, completely unaware that Aslan's eyes were surreptitiously narrowing into slits. Through the collar of Alicia's blouse, Aslan saw an inviting glimpse inside, and internally smirked. It was worth getting hit for this view. Hey you, don't play this act, Gina said, feeling guilty about hitting too hard but not wanting to lose face. She kicked Aslan with her foot. Gina, move your foot. Didn't you see Aslan fainted? Alicia yelled. Feeling slightly guilty, Gina didn't argue back but hesitated with her phone, debating whether she should call emergency services. Alicia noticed that Aslan's heartbeat was slowing down. After a moment's resolve, she decided on an action. Alicia began to press on Aslan's chest and slowly moved her mouth towards his head. Hey, Alicia, what are you doing? Gina asked incredulously. I'm giving Aslan CPR or he'll die, Alicia explained worriedly. As if psyching herself up, Alicia leaned over Aslan and started performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him. The sensation made Aslan's heart race. He wanted to respond, but feared Alicia discovering his act, risking losing this valuable opportunity. In the midst of performing CPR, Alicia felt something unusual and instantly understood Aslan's state. She quickly got off Aslan and slapped him hard across the face. Alicia, what are you doing? Gina asked. Hemph, Alicia huffed. I heard someone could wake up after a slap, if not, another one. Gina gaped. I never heard of such a thing. Just then, Aslan sat up, holding his sore face. Cough cough, I'm awake. No more slaps please, Aslan said awkwardly. Alicia gave him a disapproving look, clearly not wanting to deal with him anymore. Gina, seeing Aslan wasn't dead, calmed down and thought through what happened. Great, you scoundrel. Playing possum. Scaring me like that. Gina snatched up a cup and chased after Aslan. Are you trying to kill someone? Getting up, Aslan started running around the table. Though uninjured, the objects hitting his head still hurt. Watching them chase each other, Alicia's mood improved considerably. After some time, realizing she couldn't catch Aslan, Gina threw the cup at him in frustration. Hee, I'll catch it. Aslan reached out and caught the flying cup easily, smirking provocatively at Gina. You jerk, I won't let you go today. Gina shouted angrily. Seeing her best friend chasing Aslan, Alicia quickly pulled Gina back. You too, stop fooling around. Can't you be quiet for a while? Alicia said. Titusum. Gina turned her head away in anger, clearly disdainful of Aslan. Amused by their bickering, Alicia said. Alicia, from now on, choose between him and me, Gina declared loudly. Oh, who do you think you are? Does my girl depend on you to live? Aslan scoffed. Click. Gina gritted her teeth. If she could, she'd exchange her life never to meet Aslan. Salmawan, you're my best friend, and Aslan is also my best friend. None of you can leave me, Alicia gently said. Cough, correction. I'm your boyfriend. After all, I did something unspeakable, right? Aslan smiled. Alicia, let this shameless guy go. He's not worthy of you, Gina half-jokingly replied. Being best friends, Gina knew much about Aslan from Alicia, yet she genuinely felt this bumpkin wasn't good enough for her sister. Maybe you just don't understand Aslan. Maybe you'd become great friends if you spent more time together, Alicia suggested. Not in this lifetime, Gina retorted disdainfully. Flat chest, if you dare poison my girlfriend's mind again, I'll teach you a lesson, Aslan threatened. Gina looked at Aslan with disdain. Her hand flicked, and suddenly a dagger appeared, skillfully portaripulated between her fingers. Afraid yet? If you challenge me for Alicia, I'll stab you, Gina warned. The way the dagger appeared seemed magical, making Aslan momentarily think Gina possessed superpowers. Seeing Alicia's calm demeanor, he guessed it must be a trick. Are you a magician? Aslan asked. Why are you so naive? Gina boasted. I'm a magician. Alicia snatched the dagger from Gina's hand, even grasping the blade. This girl has admired magicians since childhood and pursued it tirelessly. She's quite famous in the magic community. This dagger is just a prop. Harmless, Alicia explained. Can we still be best friends? You always spoil my fun, Gina pouted. In the end, you're just a magician, nothing special. Aslan casually remarked. To Aslan, ordinary people without powers were nothing. Besides, none could defeat him anyway. Himph, how could you possibly understand the greatness of a magician? I don't have time to talk to you, Gina sneered. Salmalwan, don't say that about Aslan, Alicia interjected, fearing it would hurt Aslan's pride. Throughout, Aslan kept smiling, then extended his palm toward Gina. Do you see anything in my palm? Gina glanced at him with contempt. Are you trying to show off magic in front of a magician? Go ahead, she challenged. Aslan didn't respond but closed his empty hand into a fist. Do you think there's something in my hand? To expose Aslan's trick, Gina watched closely and confirmed he used no props. Of course not, she confidently replied. Aslan smiled, opening his hand slowly, revealing a pool of water, not a drop spilled. This, impossible. Gina gasped in shock. At that moment, Gina began examining the water in Aslan's hand, and then started to lift the hem of his pajama top. Hey, that's going too far. My girlfriend is still here, Aslan said. However, instead of getting help from Alicia, she joined her best friend in searching for any hidden aids on Aslan's body. The two girls searched Aslan thoroughly from head to waist, excluding his pants, but found no mechanism or auxiliary props. How did you do that? Alicia asked curiously. Hee, if you marry me, I'll tell you how it's done, Aslan smiled. Titusmph, I don't want to know anymore, Alicia huffed. Meanwhile, Gina was carefully recalling every move Aslan made. She concluded that this magic trick must be flawless. Producing water is easy, but you can't take it back into your hand. A trick with a start but no end doesn't count as real magic, Gina pointed out. In her mind, there had to be some very concealed device on Aslan that injected the water onto his hand. But recovering the water after pouring it out would be next to impossible, so Gina deemed the trick as incomplete. What if I could take it back? What would you do then? Aslan grinned. If you can do that, I'll shout 3 times that I'm an airport, Gina retorted. Alright, you said it. Then watch closely, Aslan smiled. The clear water remained in Aslan's palm. Under the gaze of the two girls, Aslan slowly closed his hand into a fist. Watch carefully, Aslan instructed. When Aslan opened his hand again, all the water had vanished without a trace, leaving his hand completely dry. This close-up magic is incredible. How did you do that? Gina asked, visibly shaken. I remember someone saying earlier that if they lost, they'd shout airport 3 times loudly, Aslan chuckled. Chapter 95, Competing to be a Concubine. As a magician, Gina was completely flustered. She couldn't find any props on Aslan's body. Most importantly, Aslan had actually made her shout such embarrassing words out loud. It was beyond her. If you tell me the principle behind this magic trick, then I can shout, said Gina. Gina had already decided that she wouldn't let her body betray her intentions. She did have an A-cup after all, quietly thinking as she lowered her head. If you don't fulfill your promise, there's nothing I can do, Aslan shrugged and replied. TCH, it's just a close-up magic trick. No big deal, said Gina. In fact, this close-up magic trick was incredibly impressive. If well arranged, it could even be performed at the Spring Festival Gala. Do you think I only have this one trick? You underestimate me too much, Aslan said with a smile. Chirp chirp. A sparrow was chirping outside Alicia's window. It seemed like a very lively little bird. Aslan glanced around and said, look closely. I'll show you what magic is. He beckoned the sparrow with his fingers, saying, Rakatl guy, come here. The sparrow turned and looked at Aslan, then flew onto his hand, flapping its tiny wings. The two girls watching beside him gaped in amazement. How about that? Impressive, right? Aslan asked with a grin. There are plenty of tricks like this. I've seen them before, Gina pretended to be unimpressed. Hey, trained pigeons and parrots can do that, but mine's a wild sparrow, Aslan retorted. Seeing Gina still acting nonchalant, Aslan felt it was time to unveil his ace move. He puffed out his cheeks, emitting a series of whistles from his mouth. To the sound of the whistles, the sparrow started dancing gracefully on Aslan's hand, performing the dance of the Rakatl swans. Though the dance was not standard and lacked elegance, the comical purpurporters of the little sparrow elicited laughter. If you can train a sparrow to do this, then you don't need to yell that you're flat-chested, Aslan remarked. This incredible skill frightened Gina considerably, revealing how dazzling the magic was. It was truly eye-catching. She had never seen a bird perform the dance of the Rakatl swans. It exceeded her cognition. If someone had told Gina that sparrows could dance this way, she would have slapped them without hesitation. If Gina could learn this magic trick, she would undoubtedly become a legend in the world of magic. Even if her family pushed her to perform on the Spring Festival Gala, her value would increase by 1,000-fold. Gina didn't care about money. What mattered to her was magic. Her pursuit of perfection in magic had turned this young lady into a magician. Will you tell me the secret if I shout 3 times? Gina asked. That's for later. As a reporter, you should keep your promise, even if you have to kneel while shouting it, right? Aslan grinned. Gina stood in the center, her face turning red with embarrassment. For the sake of magic, she decided to go all out. I'm a runway. I'm a runway. I'm a runway. Gina shouted with all her might, deflating afterward like a punctured balloon. Salmalwan, you You actually shouted it? Alicia said, hardly believing her eyes. Alicia knew her friend valued her chest immensely. Sometimes, Gina even asked Alicia to massage it, hoping it would grow larger. If Alicia commented on it being small, Gina would ignore her for half a day. Never in her wildest dreams did Alicia imagine that Gina would say such things for a magic trick. I can bend and stretch when necessary. As long as I can learn the magic, everything is worth it, Gina said. Gina approached Aslan. Well, now can you tell me the secret? Cough, Wee family has a rule. This trick can only be passed down to men, not women, Aslan replied. Hearing this, Gina's chest heaved up and down violently, her face alternating between pale and flushed. So you won't teach me? Gina gritted her teeth. Cough, you're not my son, so I can't teach you, Aslan replied. Aslan was also helpless. His ability to control animals came from the mountain and sea seal, and until he understood the principle behind it, he couldn't teach anyone. Crack! Gina clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles cracked. Aslan might be joking, Salmawan. Please don't get too upset. Alicia knew her friend well. The last time a young master from the Tiana family joked about Gina's small chest, he ended up buried under 2 meters of grass. If she didn't stop Gina immediately, she'd run to the kitchen for a knife to chase Aslan. Gina changed her angry expression to a pleasing one, cooing, Master, please teach me. Aslan was about to flee, but was stopped by Gina's cajoling partner as she grabbed his arm and shook it. Knowing Gina's short temper, he feared what she might do next. Honestly, seeing Gina approach, Aslan's heart almost leaped into his throat. Cough, according to our ancestral rules, I can't do anything about it, Aslan said. Gina's act of gentleness was more unsettling. She might stab him while enjoying his discomfort. Brother Aslan, if you teach me the magic trick, I can be your concubine. The Empress position will remain Alicia's. I'm willing, Gina offered. Phew. Aslan nearly spit out a mouthful of blood. That was a bit too intense. Beside him, Alicia was both ashamed and furious, quickly pulling her insane friend away from Aslan. Did you drink too much again? Alicia deported it. Just got off the plane and took a car. How could I have drunk? Gina retorted. With short hair and a jacket, she looked quite boyish, easily mistaken for a boy due to her flat chest. Factually, Gina loved drinking. Alicia always stocked up for her. During their first meeting, they drank so much that they were embarrassed when they woke up the next day. Alicia once thought Gina had issues because she always took advantage of her. Why are you talking nonsense sober? Alicia glared at her. Pfft, you don't understand. This is strategy. I act cute, and you help me convince him. Then, the magic trick will be mine, Gina explained. Looking at Gina's silly grin, Alicia felt a headache. Why did her friend seem so unreliable? Alicia, Salmayu, help me please. You've been the best to me since childhood, Gina pleaded. If I can learn this trick, I'll surely become a renowned magician both domestically and internationally. Salmayu, you know my dream. Please help me, okay? Gina begged. Ultimately, Alicia relented. Fine. Aslan does have the ability to control animals, but it's a family heirloom. I can't guarantee I'll really help you. Actually, it's controlling animals. Isn't it usually done with props and training? What an incredible skill, Gina exclaimed in surprise. If she could learn this skill, Gina felt that she could design more magic tricks, which would surely astonish the world. Seeing Gina break into a silly smile again, Alicia felt her friend was deeply engrossed in her obsession. Alicia came to Aslan's side and nudged him with her shoulder, saying, Hey, can't you really teach Gina this skill? There are pottery people who know how to control animals, but do you see anyone publicly sharing their secrets of animal training? Such skills are kept secret. They are family heirlooms passed down through generations, not to be revealed outside the family. Aslan stood beside Alicia, speaking confidently as he made up excuses effortlessly. I don't care. If you don't teach me, I'll stick by your side forever, Gina said. If I say no, then it's no, and I won't take you, a flat-chested runway, as my concubine, Aslan replied. You're the runway, your whole family is. Seeing Aslan refuse to teach her and even mocking her, Gina lashed out like a feral cat, hissing and clawing. Alicia watched them argue as if they were natural enemies and felt that inviting them over yesterday was a mistake. Her head was already pounding. Stop arguing. Aslan, go cook. Gina, come with me to the room. Alicia comported without room for argument. Sure, cooking for my girlfriend is my duty. To celebrate becoming my girlfriend, I'll put extra effort into this meal, Aslan nodded. Gina, noticing Alicia's anger, shrank back like a child who had made a mistake, following Alicia obediently to her room. After they separated, Alicia felt the world had finally become peaceful. Though Gina insisted on being Aslan's concubine, Alicia didn't take it seriously. After all, her friend with a B-cup figure had never shown interest in men before. Note, there seems to be a discrepancy in the description of Gina's body shape. A cup, previously, B-cup here. I have maintained B-cup, as per the current context. Please confirm if this should be aligned with previous mentions. Chapter 96. I really am your uncle. Alicia once wondered if Gina was so clingy to her because she had feelings for her. But Alicia found out that although their fooling around went too far, there were no ulterior motives. So Alicia understood, this close friend of hers must be naturally indifferent, and it's probably due to this reason that she is so unreliable. At the moment, Aslan, standing in the kitchen, was troubled looking at the ingredients in the fridge. There was a bunch of string beans and 3 eggs. How could he possibly make a whole table of dishes with just these 2 items? With a sigh, he closed the refrigerator door and walked into the bathroom, putting on the clothes he washed yesterday. Knock, knock, knock. Aslan knocked on the girl's room door and said, Hey, I'm going out to buy some groceries. Okay, I know. Master, walk slowly. After receiving replies from the 2 girls, Aslan left. Fortunately, Tushan village wasn't large, and Aslan had been here several times and knew there was a farmer's market nearby. In such a market, almost anything could be found, and Aslan headed straight for the food section. While choosing seafood, Aslan felt something unusual in his pocket. Someone was trying to steal his wallet. Immediately, Aslan grabbed the arm attempting to snatch his wallet, and turned back to see a youth with a monkey-like face trying to steal from him. You damn, let go. The thief growled viciously. Wow, thieves are getting really brazen these days. You dare to steal my wallet, huh? Today, you'll learn how portery eyes Lord Ma has, Aslan said. Aslan tightened his fist and struck the thief's stomach with a forceful blow. After obtaining the mountain and sea seal, Aslan's body had been continuously growing stronger. The blow made the thief feel like his abdomen was churning. The thief clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, vomiting last night's dinner. The commotion drew a lot of attention, and people started gathering around. Kid, you should run quickly. This guy is one of local bully Willis's men. You can't fight them alone. Brother, that punch was really satisfying. Damn, I've always wanted to do that. They work in groups. If one gets beaten, the others will come soon. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late. People were concerned about Aslan's safety and started to urge him. They couldn't bear to see Aslan fall into the hands of the village tyrant. People, Salmao Tatusa was attacked. Hell, you dare touch our guy? He made Salmao Tatusa vomit. Today, I'll make him spit blood. That small fry is over here. Guys, hurry over. As shouts echoed, disorganized footsteps approached. The crowd dispersed as nobody in Tushan village dared meddle with Willis's business. In an instant, about 10 people surrounded Aslan. A middle-aged porter with a scar on his head stepped forward, his eyes burning with rage. Small fry, you dare to hit my brother? Tell me, what do you think we should do about this? You should be grateful I didn't break his hand instead of standing here confronting me. Aslan coldly replied. During this period, Aslan's mindset had undergone significant changes. He had transformed from a somewhat introverted country boy into a more outgoing person. Ku. You still dare act tough in front of me? Brothers, teach him a lesson, then decide how he will compensate Salmao Tatusa, Willis said. Hearing the boss, the dozen people began to slowly approach Aslan. Some held wooden sticks, others bricks, and one had a shiny dagger. Since it was a fight they sought, Aslan did not hold back. He charged towards the porter with the dagger. Aslan's body, while not invincible, could ignore impacts from sticks and bricks but not from daggers. Catching the thief king first, Aslan swiftly grabbed the hand wielding the dagger. Snap! Aslan felt the wrist break like a biscuit. Ahem, sorry. I didn't mean to, Aslan awkwardly apologized. The porter stared at Aslan as if seeing a ghost, feeling immense pain shoot up his wrist. Aya! A pig-like scream tore through the farmer's market. Aslan released the porter's wrist, letting him roll on the ground in agony. Damn it! You dared hurt my third brother, die. A porter behind Aslan leaped into the air and swung a brick at his head. Bam! A dull sound resonated as the brick shattered into pieces. Seeing Aslan unharmed and standing firm, how are you still standing? Doesn't it hurt? The porter exclaimed in shock. It does hurt a bit. If mosquito bites rate a 1, childbirth rate's 12, your blow is maybe a 2. Aslan said calmly. Feeling it a bit was inevitable, especially without intense concentration. So Aslan deemed rating it a 2 very fair. You must have learned Iron Head Kung Fu at Shaolin Temple, right? That was a solid brick. The porter roared. This porter was an expert in wielding bricks, divided into 2 main styles, external and internal methods. External method focused on physical strength and close-range strikes, often accompanied by insults. Internal method relied on psychological tactics, using threats without actual combat. Today, the external brick wielder met his match with Aslan. You've made your move, now it's my turn, Aslan coolly said. He calmly picked up a half-brick from the ground and smashed it onto the porter's head. The brick wielder was stunned by Aslan's iron head and didn't react to his attack. Suddenly, a wooden stick appeared above Aslan's head. Snap! It broke instantly. The porter holding the broken stick remarked, Hell, real iron head. My hand is numb. The saying goes, never touch a porter's feet or a porter's head. Aslan's head was hit twice within a minute. Even a god would get riled up. You've truly enraged me, Aslan growled angrily. Discarding the half-brick, Aslan rushed into the group, delivering heavy punches indiscriminately. His punches were like wrecking balls, knocking everyone off their feet. In mere seconds, all the underlings lay on the ground as Aslan stepped toward Willis. Don't come closer. Willis pulled out a machete but felt no safety. Chuckle. Aslan laughed sinisterly. The scene twisted bizarrely as Willis resembled a helpless young girl facing a brute. Halt, we're police. Drop your weapons and lie down, a voice barked. Aslan turned his head and was surprised to see Quentin leading a few policemen running over. We received a report from citizens regarding a violent brawl at the farmer's market. Please assist with the investigation, Quentin said. Clang. Willis's machete fell to the ground. As the local bully, he had never liked the police as much as he did at this moment. Officer Lay, please help. We were attacked by a violent thug. You must do justice. Willis wailed, kneeling on the ground and hugging Quentin. Tushan village wasn't large, so naturally, Quentin knew Willis, who was both a thief and a corrupt official. Quentin couldn't figure out who could force Willis into such a corner. Quentin turned to look at Aslan, wearing a puzzled expression. Have we met somewhere before? Dear nephew, according to family seniority, you should call me uncle, Aslan said. Quentin's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Was this some kind of insult? I really am your uncle. Remember when we met in Yinjia village? You called Alicia Mira back then, and now I'm Alicia's boyfriend. So calling me uncle isn't a bad thing, Aslan smiled and explained. Tightish. Quentin's face twitched. After being reminded, Lay Salmahu recalled who Aslan was, but it was still hard for him to say, uncle. Uncle, cough uncle. What happened today? Quentin asked respectfully. Alicia's background had always been mysterious. They only knew that she had been parachuted in from somewhere high up, and Portery speculated she might have come from the capital based on small hints. Considering Aslan was dating Alicia, Quentin figured Aslan must be someone important too, so it was wise to show respect. When Quentin called Aslan uncle, Willis felt dizzy and nearly collapsed. The son of the Tushan village police Clay calls him uncle. Oh no, what kind of monster have I messed with? Willis inwardly lamented. Chapter 97. The enthusiastic vendor. At this moment, Willis lay limp on the ground, his spirit utterly deflated. All he wanted to do now was get rid of the guy who had stolen Aslan's wallet. Why did they have to provoke Aslan in a place with so portery people? Now, look at what happened. He was the brother-in-law of the police station Clay. Aslan recounted everything that had transpired in the market to Quentin. With each sentence Aslan spoke, Willis felt more guilt piling up. Quentin knew about Willis, the local bully of Tokyo Township, but this thug was usually very careful and hard to catch. Today, using the incident involving Aslan, Quentin finally had an opportunity to apprehend Willis and help the locals. Willis and all your goons, come with me, Quentin said. Officer Lay, we were the ones who got beaten. Willis whined. This is for my uncle's act of bravery. After dealing with you, I'll be applying for a commendation for him, Quentin replied righteously. The bystanders cheered. Everyone agreed that getting rid of this township bully was a great thing. Small vendors no longer feared being bullied, and young women no longer worried about being harassed on the streets. Some even begged Quentin to imprison them longer to prevent them from causing further harm. This was the first time Quentin had been praised so openly by so portery people after being a police porter for so long. It warmed his heart. I'll take these scoundrels to the station now. If Uncle has some time, please drop by for a visit, Quentin said. Upon hearing this, Aslan's face darkened. What kind of talk is this? Who wants to go to the police station without a good reason? Whether it was the police station or a hospital, these were places no one wanted to visit unless absolutely necessary. Going meant something bad had happened, either to oneself or to family or friends. Soon, Quentin bid farewell to Aslan and left the market with a group of thugs. After the crowd dispersed, Aslan approached the pork vendor. Big brother, how much for this rib? Without hesitation, the pork vendor chopped the entire rack and bagged it. Brother, take this. You've done Tokyo Township a favor, and I can't charge you for this, the vendor said. Don't be too nice. This must cost over 100. I feel guilty taking it for free, Aslan protested. Don't feel guilty. Without you, I would have had to pay protection money to Willis's gang this month. That far outweighs the cost of a few ribs, the vendor replied. The stall owner was so enthusiastic, and the small vendors were quite persuasive. Before Aslan knew it, he was leaving with a bag full of ribs. Wait, didn't I need to pay? How did I end up leaving with ribs? Aslan couldn't help but marvel at the sales skills of these vendors. They could have easily been successful salespeople if not for running stalls. As Aslan left the stall, a crowd eager to buy ribs gathered around the pork vendor. Give me 10 pounds of ribs. I want 20 pounds. I want 100 pounds. Fill 100 pounds. You want 100 pounds? Just take the whole pig home. They were all locals who hated Willis. Seeing the stall owner's generosity, they appreciated it and didn't want him to lose money, so they bought his pork. The vendor understood their intention but still tried to decline. Yet, the crowd was so enthusiastic that all the meat sold out quickly. He smiled bitterly, wishing he had brought more. Seeing the vendor surrounded by people, Aslan felt glad. Perhaps because it was the countryside, everyone was more honest and sincere compared to the deceitful ways of the city. While walking, a porter at a vegetable stall suddenly stood up and thrust a bag of vegetables into Aslan's hands. Young porter, you did a great job, she smiled. Mira, I can't take this, Aslan hesitated. You have to take it. These are the best vegetables from my garden. They may not look as good, but they're pesticide-free, true organic greens. Not taking them would hurt my feelings, the auntie insisted. Seeing her serious expression, Aslan was frightened and thanked her before leaving. Walking through the market, portery vendors gave Aslan various ingredients. Eventually, he was burdened with a mountain of goods, nearly unable to see the road ahead. Finally, he had no choice but to leave, carrying the load towards the gate. People entering the market saw Aslan loaded down and wondered. That must be a restaurant supplier. Impressive dedication to carry so much at once. Do you know anything? He's our market hero. If you say anything bad about him, you won't leave this market alive. So scary. Can someone tell me about this young porter? Word of how Quentin's uncle dealt with Willis spread like wildfire throughout the market. Meanwhile, at the police station, Chief Dorian frowned tightly. When did I get such a young brother-in-law? And why don't I know about this? Dorian suspected someone impersonating his brother-in-law, yet they were doing something good. He summoned Quentin to his office. Dad, did you need me? Quentin asked curiously. How portery times have I told you to call me chief in the station? Tell me about the person who took care of Willis. Dorian deported it. Quentin explained everything, watching as Dorian's expression grew increasingly stern. Inside, Dorian began connecting Aslan to Alicia. You did well, Dorian said. Quentin stared at his father, dumbfounded. For the first time since childhood, he was praised by his father. He even wondered if he was adopted. Back at the market, Aslan walked home with a mountain of goods, passing through 2 streets to return to Alicia's courtyard. Just as Aslan returned, Gina emerged from the room with water for Alicia. Bringing back so much stuff, master. Did you rob the market? Gina teased. Don't call me master. My secret skills won't be passed down to just anyone, Aslan said. If not master, then let me call you husband. Alicia is your wife, and I can be your concubine, Gina feigned shyness. Aslan glanced at Gina's chest, looking disdainfully. Mr. Yi, what does that mean? Gina was exasperated. Nothing. When you grow as big as half of Alicia's, maybe I'll consider it, Aslan laughed. Gina wanted to smash a plate over Aslan's head. She felt like killing him. Seeing Alicia come out as the two were bickering, she pushed her best friend into her room before approaching Aslan. You know she doesn't like it when people mention her chest size. Why provoke her? Alicia said. I deliberately provoked her. Otherwise, how would I get rid of her always sticking to me and wanting to learn magic? Aslan replied. Alicia understood that Aslan just wanted to shake off Gina, but given her years of knowing Gina, this seemed almost impossible. Actually, Alicia, caught between the two, was the most exhausted. But what could she do? She had an eccentric best friend and a whimsical boyfriend. Helpless, she returned to her room. Back in the kitchen, Aslan began preparing to showcase his culinary skills by starting to clean the ingredients. Previously, Aslan only knew how to cook some rural dishes, and their exceptional taste was due to the mountain sea spirit recoquid enhancing the flavor. Now, however, Aslan was different. To make up for his shortcomings, he had learned pottery high-end dishes from cookbooks and gourmet cooking videos. Alicia's kitchen had 4 stoves, and Aslan always thought the first owner of this house must have been swindled by the renovators. A 2-bedroom apartment with a living room can house only a few people, mostly families of 3, where 2 stoves would be more than enough. 4 stoves were completely unnecessary, except for allowing the renovators to pocket more money. However, the 4 stoves were quite useful for Aslan because of the large amount of food he was cooking, which couldn't fit into one pot. At the moment, Aslan chose to start with a stew. While the stew simmered on the stove, he began cleaning the other 2 sets of ingredients and prepared to stir-fry. Hearing the clanging sounds from the kitchen never ceasing, Gina pulled Alicia curiously into the living room to watch Aslan. They saw Aslan wielding 2 spatulas, continuously flipping the food with a special kind of beauty and flair, looking very dashing. Chapter 98. Losing the bedwarming bet. Watching Aslan cook was a visual pleasure. It seemed that every move contained the great principles of heaven and earth. These principles were embodied in all things, the grass and trees, the birds and beasts, and also in each profession. The principle is formless and cannot be sensed by ordinary people, yet Aslan had reached the pinnacle of culinary artistry, achieving a state where his skills approached the level of Tao, the way. Now, immersed in his craft, he was almost one with nature. He felt as if he could maximize the nutrients and flavors in each dish. This sensation of complete control was intoxicating, and soon, several dishes were ready. The aroma filled the room, making both girls subconsciously swallow their saliva. After completing the dishes, Aslan emerged from his state of oneness with the universe, and the feeling of total control faded. He tried to re-enter that state but failed. It must have been a rare, once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's lost now, Aslan said regretfully to himself. However, the sensation remained vivid in his memory, and he could feel a significant improvement in his cooking skills. As long as I remember this feeling and strive towards it, there may still be a chance to enter this state again, or even master it purportedly, he thought. Reaching the stage of skill transcending into Tao was very difficult. Throughout history, pottery had experienced such states, but only a few truly mastered them. Legends included martial arts grandmasters like Walt, the carpentry progenitor Yusef, and the calligraphy sage Wilbur, who all achieved mastery in their respective fields. They all shared a common trait, a profound love for their professions that led to complete dedication and ultimately elevated them beyond skill to the realm of Tao. Such renowned masters throughout history were rare. Aslan couldn't compare himself to these figures, yet experiencing oneness with nature once was incredibly rare, especially in today's materialistic world. Shaking off these thoughts, he realized such experiences couldn't be forced. Obsession might hinder rather than help in entering that state again. Hey, you two, don't just stand there, come help me serve the food, Aslan said. Okay, coming. The girls snapped out of their reverie and hurried to the kitchen to carry the dishes to the dining table. Gina, unable to resist the tantalizing aroma while walking, secretly pinched a shrimp with her fingers and popped it into her mouth. The exquisite taste flooded her body, as if a warm stream nourished her. Oh, the fresh flavor lingered in her mouth, eliciting an involuntary sound from Gina. Noticing Alicia's strange look, she covered her mouth, embarrassed. Alicia smiled, remembering how similar Gina's reaction was to hers when she first tasted Aslan's cooking. By the time Gina placed the dish on the table, half the food was already gone. She stared greedily at Alicia's plate. Hey, not so greedy. Aslan hasn't eaten yet, Alicia said. Hee, just tasting, nothing serious, Gina said, patting her chest. Alicia knew better. She'd heard that promise countless times growing up. Deciding to ignore her gluttonous friend, she returned to the kitchen to assist Aslan. Aren't you done? What are you still doing? Alicia asked curiously. Washing the utensils. It gets harder to clean if left too long, Aslan replied. Oh, let me help, Alicia offered, smiling. Though previously a pampered young lady, Alicia wasn't entirely helpless around the house, having witnessed enough chores over the years. While they washed in the kitchen, Gina had set all the dishes on the large round dining table, fully laid out. Gina felt overwhelmingly happy, trying one dish after another with a blissful expression. When Aslan and Alicia finished in the kitchen and came out, they saw half the food was already gone. You pig, you can finish half a dozen dishes by yourself? Aslan exclaimed, his face twitching. Ha. Seeing Aslan's complaint and Gina's blushing face, Alicia laughed heartily. You don't really know Gina. She can eat like 5 men but never gains weight. It's pretty amazing, Alicia said, somewhat envious. Alicia's physique was much better than Gina's, but it took relentless exercise and dieting to achieve. She envied Gina's naturally slim build. Gina lowered her head in embarrassment, but couldn't stop sneaking more bites. Noticing everyone seated, Gina reached under the table and pulled out 3 bottles of beer. Such good food deserves some drinks. Here, one for each of us, Gina said. She skillfully opened the beer bottles with chopsticks and placed them in front of everyone. Do you keep so much alcohol for her? Aslan asked Alicia curiously. What do you think? While I have pottery friends, I grew up with her alone, Alicia said, eyes twinkling. Don't always say you raised me. I contribute too. Gina protested. Alicia explained to Aslan that Gina's contributions mostly involved buying occasional snacks during outings. Feeling exposed, Gina turned red, knowing she spent most of her money on delicious foods and often depended on Alicia. Both families had military backgrounds, with strict allowance controls. Though they received some spending money from parents, it wasn't extravagant. This was the difference between true aristocracy and nouveau riche. Having tasted Aslan's cooking before, they indulged again, completely immersing themselves in the feast. Come on, don't just sit there. Let's drink. Gina stood confidently, raising her glass, looking like a porter ready to party. Since graduating, Aslan rarely touched beer, preferring liquor when drinking socially. Seeing Aslan hesitate, Gina challenged, "You don't have a low tolerance, do you?" "Just kidding. I usually drink hard liquor. Saying I have low tolerance? That's suicidal," Aslan retorted. "TSK, everyone boasts. Prove it. If you lose, teach me your magic tricks. Are you in?" Gina asked boldly. Although he knew it was a provocation, Aslan still couldn't tolerate a girl challenging him like this. "I'll take the bet, but you haven't said what you'll do if you lose," Aslan said. "I'll warm your bed if I lose. How about that?" Gina confidently replied. Beside them, Alicia tugged at Aslan's sleeve and whispered, "Gina's nickname is Ricotta Wine God of Beijing. Even 3 or 5 strong men can't match her drinking prowess. I advise you not to compete with her." Hearing Alicia's words, Aslan had a fleeting thought of backing down. His alcohol tolerance was decent, but winning against 1 or 2 people was his limit. 3 or 5 was unimaginable. However, when Aslan saw Gina looking at him with disdain, his competitive spirit was ignited. "All right, let's bet. It just so happens we need someone to warm the bed tonight," Aslan said. "Hee, I like straightforward men like you. Alicia, go fetch all the alcohol," Gina cheerfully instructed. Seeing the two preparing to compete in drinking, Alicia didn't object. One was her beloved porter, and the other was her closest friend. Alicia hoped they could have a harmonious relationship. Gina and Aslan began their drinking contest immediately. They didn't hold back, chugging straight from the bottles. Alicia tried to enjoy the meal while they competed, but soon both dragged her into the drinking as well. Aslan rarely drank this much. He started feeling abnormal, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. His feet felt like they were on cotton, making it hard to stand steadily. Mountain and sea spirit gathering array. While drinking, Aslan secretly inscribed an array on his abdomen. Spirit chi flowed into his body, suppressing the churning in his stomach and purifying the alcohol in his system on a small scale. By the end of the session, the one with the worst alcohol tolerance, Alicia, was the only one who portaged to retain a bit of rationality because she drank the least. Chapter 99. Cruel Gastronomy. By the end of the drinking session, the dining table was filled with leftover food and empty bottles. Aslan and Gina were still going at it, trying to outdrink each other. Empty bottles lined the floor around them, and both had red faces and swollen necks. If not for the simple mountain sea spirit gathering array Aslan had set up on his chest, he would have collapsed much earlier. Despite this cheat, Gina still kept up until the end, each having consumed over a dozen bottles. With a slur in his voice, Aslan said, "Come on, drink. Don't be a coward. Drink, drink, drink." Gina grabbed another beer, took a couple of swigs, then rolled her eyes and collapsed on the ground. "Haha, the little alcohol god of Beijing. Hick, you're still no match for me," Aslan laughed loudly. Without Gina's pressure, Aslan relaxed, but soon fell face down as well with a thud. Alicia hadn't drunk any less today. She could barely keep herself conscious. Trying to pull Aslan and Gina up, she failed due either to their weight or her own state. "Never mind, just let you be," Alicia muttered and struggled back to her room, collapsing onto her bed. In a daze, all three fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, chirp chirp, birds were singing on the tree branches. Lying on the hard ground, Aslan felt extremely uncomfortable. When he finally woke up, the strong smell of alcohol assaulted his senses. Struggling to open his eyes, Aslan saw short hair before him. What is this?" He realized Gina was lying on his chest, her hand on him, in quite an awkward position. Their clothes were disheveled, and Aslan could see part of Gina's exposed cleavage upon glancing down. Feeling Aslan move, Gina opened her eyes and noticed her hand inside Aslan's pants. With her magician's quick reflexes, she recognized the object instantly, waking fully with a start. A scream began forming in her throat. "No good." Aslan swiftly covered her mouth with his arm and whispered urgently, "Don't make a sound. If Alicia hears, we're both done." Gina looked at Aslan with hatred, pulled her hand out of his pants, and slapped him. Thanks to the improvements from the mountain sea spirit Rico quid, Aslan caught her hand easily. "Dirty bastard. How dare you do such lewd things?" Gina hissed through gritted teeth. "Hey, you were the one who put your hand in there. Now you're playing the victim. Do you have a conscience?" Aslan retorted. They kept their voices low, fearful of waking Alicia. "Who knows if you didn't take advantage of me while I was drunk, scumbag," Gina replied. "If you say that, I think you must be eyeing my porterhood, which is why you secretly touched me," Aslan shot back. Gina widened her eyes, saw Shinla Aslan's shameless behavior to a new level. Seeing her clenched fists and angry expression, Aslan lowered his head and looked towards Gina's chest, finally understanding the saying that a porter's cleavage will appear if squeezed. Revised. Gina's eyes widened, reassessing the depths of Aslan's shamelessness. Looking at her fists clenched in anger, Aslan lowered his gaze to her chest, finally understanding the old saying that a porter's cleavage will show if pressed together. Following Aslan's gaze, Gina noticed her blouse buttons were mostly undone, revealing her chest openly. "Now scram, and stop looking at this girl," Gina angrily shouted. At this moment, a murmur came from Alicia's bedroom, causing both to jump as if electrocuted. As they heard Alicia getting up, they quickly separated and tidied themselves up. Alicia, after rubbing her head, got out of bed. "Strange, even though I drank a lot yesterday, I don't seem to have a headache," Alicia muttered. Unbeknownst to her, the mountain sea spirit Rico quid in Aslan's dishes had helped avoid the hangover. Putting on slippers, Alicia walked out and saw Aslan and Gina sitting properly on the sofa, playing with their phones. "Both of you woke up so early and didn't even wake me," Alicia complained. "I didn't want to disturb your sleep, so I didn't wake you," Gina explained somewhat awkwardly. She was relieved Alicia didn't notice anything unusual. If Alicia had discovered this situation, even if it was a misunderstanding, it would strain the relationship between best friends and boyfriend. Fortunately, being a magician with incredibly agile hands, Gina had fixed her clothes quickly. Though Aslan wasn't a magician, his enhanced body made him faster than usual, allowing him to get dressed swiftly too. "Oh, I'm hungry. I want breakfast," Alicia said, clutching her stomach and looking at Aslan. "All right, I'll go make it right now," Aslan nodded, wiping cold sweat from his forehead, feeling oddly guilty. Back in the kitchen, Aslan found the dumplings he prepared last night specifically for breakfast today. He had made both boiled and steamed varieties, but considered Alicia and Gina's tastes when making them. After steaming the dumplings, he started pan-frying some of them. Meanwhile, the two girls chatted in the living room. Gina seemed to unconsciously avoid Alicia, but Alicia didn't notice. "How long are you planning to stay?" Alicia asked. "Not sure. It depends on the company's schedule. There are no shows planned for a while," Gina responded. "That's great. I can show you more of the countryside. I've fallen in love with it here," Alicia smiled. "You mean you've fallen for Aslan?" Gina thought to herself, but didn't say it aloud. At that moment, the aroma from the kitchen wafted in. As a foodie, Gina lit up and stared hungrily toward the kitchen. "Smells so good. Is Aslan cooking something special?" Gina licked her lips. "Let's go see," Alicia said. Neither had smelled this before, so they headed to the kitchen where golden brown pan-fried dumplings sizzled in the pan. "Wow, looks delicious," Gina commented. "Indeed, these are the best-looking fried dumplings I've ever seen," Alicia agreed. Tap tap tap. The cleaver in Aslan's hands created countless illusions as the few garlic cloves on the cutting board were chopped into minced pieces. He then placed them in a bowl, added soy sauce and vinegar, and mixed them evenly. "Wow, I didn't expect Aslan to know how to make garlic sauce," Gina said in surprise. As a foodie who had tried delicacies from all over, Gina knew that people from the south seemed not to enjoy garlic much, and it was rare for anyone to make garlic sauce. Alicia felt warmth in her heart. She understood that Aslan's garlic sauce and steamed dumplings were definitely prepared for the two of them. "Don't just stand there. Quickly bring the dishes to the table," Aslan said. Without any resistance, even Gina, who usually liked to argue with Aslan, complied and carried the dishes over with Alicia. The three came to the table and began to enjoy this fusion of northern and southern cuisines. Aslan also tried dipping the dumpling into the garlic sauce. While he found it quite good, his reaction wasn't as blissful as the two girls, perhaps due to the cultural differences between north and south. During the meal, Gina suddenly sighed, frowning deeply with an unpleasant expression. "Is my cooking not good?" Aslan asked curiously. While making these dumplings, Aslan had been in a state of harmony with nature. Although they had been frozen for a day, which slightly diminished their freshness, they should still be exquisite, especially with the bonus from the mountain sea spirit Ricoquid. These dumplings are truly delicious, especially the pan-fried ones with their crispy texture, leaving a lingering aftertaste. But do you know how cruel it is for a foodie to have such amazing food for every meal?" Gina questioned, looking distraught. Aslan stood there dumbfounded. Was making something too delicious now wrong? Should he start making terrible dishes to satisfy her? "Everything you cook is so delicious, how can I possibly enjoy someone else's food in the future? It will all seem like barely edible swill. I'm so upset," Gina nearly cried as she spoke. "Oh, this reporter must be crazy." Aslan decided he wouldn't cook for her again in the future. Chapter 100, Police Visit. After staying at Alicia's house for 2 days, Aslan returned to Yanji village. With Gina around, Aslan didn't need to worry about protecting Alicia anymore. Upon returning to the village, Aslan noticed that some of the collapsed houses had already been rebuilt, including Danilo Shu's 2-story house. With the money Aslan gave him, Danilo Shu's family became much wealthier, and their new house looked more impressive. Aslan originally intended to visit Danilo Shu's home, but the family was busy moving furniture, so he did not want to disturb them. Woof woof woof. Before Aslan even reached his home, he saw a large yellow dog with snow-white fur leading a pack of dogs wandering around the village. When Nico saw Aslan, it immediately wagged its tail and ran over. Woof woof woof. Nico pounced on Aslan with its big paws, its eyes filled with an almost pitiful expression. "Why are you here? If no one watches the house, what will happen if a thief comes in?" Aslan questioned. Aslan's house contained valuable items like a pearl as large as a hoop-porter head, a rare coral tree that could condense spiritual energy, and an old gun that could be considered a hot item in the antique market. Losing any of these would break Aslan's heart. Woof woof woof. Through the power of the pact, Aslan understood what Nico was saying. "You say you've assigned 2 of your subordinates to guard the house. So, does this mean you have the ability to control packs of dogs?" Aslan asked with a frown. Woof woof. Nico nodded vigorously. Aslan couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Nico was called a guardian beast. Did this ability come from the seal of mountains and seas, or was it inherent to the Wolf King? Can you control other animals besides dogs, like cattle or sheep? Aslan asked curiously. Woof woof. Nico shook its head. It could perfectly control canines and felines, but had little to no control over livestock like cows and sheep, acting only like an ordinary herding dog in such cases. "That's a bit of a pity," Aslan said regretfully. Woof woof. Seeming to sense its master's disappointment, Nico lowered its head guiltily. "Don't be sad. You've done well enough," Aslan consoled. Just then, Dirk saw Aslan and walked over with a somewhat embarrassed look. "Rakatali, there's something I want to talk to you about," Dirk said shyly. "Dirk, what is it you need?" Aslan asked, puzzled. "Well, can we talk in private?" Dirk glanced at Nico. Understanding Dirk's meaning, Aslan instructed Nico to leave with its pack. As Nico left, it seemed to give Dirk a rather unfriendly look. "Dirk, what's on your mind?" Aslan asked. Cough cough, as you know, I'm the new Yuan. Lately, people have been complaining that your Nico has been leading away other villagers' dogs. Walking around the village with a pack of dogs is quite unsettling. Could you ask Nico to be a bit more restrained? Dirk said awkwardly. Aslan hadn't expected this issue. When families try to call their dogs back, they become uncharacteristically aggressive near Nico, even snarling at their owners. Everyone is getting scared, Dirk explained. Anyone who owns a dog for years would feel betrayed by such behavior. Dirk, I'll talk to Nico when I get back. This is my fault for not paying attention. I apologize, Aslan said sincerely. I knew you'd understand. Frankly, is Nico able to understand Hooporter speech? Dirk asked curiously. Aslan was bewildered. While intelligent dogs existed, and guide dogs were trained to understand Hooporter comporters, Nico was smart, but certainly not at the level of being able to understand Hooporter speech. What do you mean, Dirk? Nico is just smarter than most, but not to the point of understanding Hooporter speech, Aslan replied. 2 days ago, the former Yuan's brother cursed at Nico and was chased by a pack of dogs led by Nico for 2 miles, losing his shoes and ending up bitten several times, Dirk recounted. Dogs are naturally intelligent. My Nico only knows how to read people. That person probably had a bad attitude, not because Nico understood his words, Aslan explained. He refused to admit that Nico could understand Hooporter speech to avoid it being taken away for research. I have business to attend to. Make sure to keep Nico under control, Dirk warned before leaving. Watching Dirk depart, Aslan's face darkened, surprised at the trouble that had brewed in just a few days. Aslan coldly ordered, come out. Oh woo. Nico emerged from behind a tree, head down and tail tucked. Where are your pack members? Aslan deported it. Oh woo. They've been sent home. You're coming with me, Aslan stated. Walking ahead, Aslan noticed Nico trailing behind, looking dejected. Back at home, Aslan saw 2 large dogs guarding the house. Go back home, Aslan waved them off. Woof woof. Aslan closed the door, ensuring privacy for their conversation. Are you itching for trouble now, forming a pack in the village? Do you plan to become a bandit leader next? Aslan scolded. Woof woof. Nico shook its head, tears welling up in its eyes. Through their bond, Aslan sensed Nico's vexation. Despite being large, Nico was still young, its mental development incomplete. It simply wanted companionship. Seeing Aslan discover this made Nico very upset. Rakoka child, knowing others disapproved but still seeking kinship, despite being a wolf among dogs. It's okay. I misjudged you this time. Aslan consoled, stroking Nico's head. Recalling Nico's background, Aslan remembered it was a wolf, a pack animal. Its nature wouldn't change, even as a guardian beast. Woof woof. Nico looked at Aslan excitedly. Don't get too happy yet. You can play with other dogs, but not with a whole pack. 1 or 2 at a time should suffice to avoid upsetting the villagers, Aslan advised. Woof woof. Nico joyfully wagged its tail and dashed outside. Aslan decided not to restrict Nico too much, allowing it a full childhood. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, knocking at the door interrupted Aslan's thoughts. Villagers usually pushed open the door, not knocked. Curious, Aslan approached. In front of his door stood several police officers, led by someone Aslan recognized, the person who took the former Yuan away. Ha ha, Mr. Yi, it's good to see you, the captain greeted with a smile. Seeing the friendly demeanor of the captain, Aslan relaxed, assured he wasn't being arrested for research. Shaking hands with the captain, Aslan responded, good to see you too. Fred, may I ask what brings you here this time? Aslan inquired curiously. I'm here today to fulfill my previous promise. The captain gestured to one of his officers, and a brocade banner appeared in his hands. Aslan looked at the banner with disbelief, and awe as the captain solemnly handed it over. This was his first ever banner of recognition, and he felt deeply moved. Officers, you must be exhausted after traveling all the way from Lanhai City. Please come in for a drink, Aslan invited. The policemen were ushered into the house, and Aslan started preparing tea for them. Yinjia village is truly a wonderful place. Ever since we arrived, we feel more spirited, and all our fatigue has disappeared, one of the policemen remarked with a smile. It wasn't because Yinjia village was particularly special. Rather, it was due to the dense spiritual energy inside Aslan's house. Of course, he didn't say this outright. Mr. Yi, we've heard that you are quite skilled in diving. It was you who retrieved the sunken ship's treasure, correct? The captain asked with curiosity. Yes, I did porterage to bring it up. The chests were quite heavy, so it took quite some effort, Aslan replied. Upon hearing this, the policeman lit up with interest. How deep can you dive? About 200 meters. Any deeper would be a bit dangerous, Aslan said. He downplayed his true capabilities. In reality, his body could withstand water pressure at depths of 500 meters without issue, but such a depth sounded almost monstrous. 200 meters seemed more reasonable. Although 200 meters was close to the world record, if he claimed to achieve this feat, people would find it intriguing rather than suspicious. Well, here's the matter. We hope you might be able to assist us with something, the captain said. Please, speak freely. If I can help, I won't hesitate, Aslan replied. This is about a few days ago when we apprehended some smugglers. During the arrest, one of the suspects threw an important piece of evidence into the sea. It's around 200 meters deep. Note, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 101. Dangerous Undertow. When Aslan heard about the matter, he very much wanted to help. However, he was afraid of getting involved in these cases as he currently lacked the ability to deal with criminals. It seemed that the captain could sense Aslan's hesitation and understood what concerns he had. Don't worry. We won't expose your personal information, and you absolutely will not suffer any retaliation from criminals, the captain said. Well then, Fred, write down the location of that sea area, and I'll accompany you to salvage the evidence, Aslan replied. Not so fast. We still have some things to discuss with you, the captain said. The captain began to hesitate, for there were certain things he, as a police porter, could not conceal. That part of the sea is filled with strong undertows. We once sent professional divers equipped with devices to search underwater for evidence, but they all failed due to the intense undertows. Therefore, we hope you can make your own decision on this matter. The captain explained as he handed over the address of the water area to Aslan. Chaotic Soul Sea. Aslan exclaimed in surprise. What is Chaotic Soul Sea? The captain asked in confusion. The location you rode is called Chaotic Soul Sea because ships often capsize there mysteriously, and over time it earned this name, Aslan said. Aslan distinctly remembered that just a couple of years ago, a fishing boat strayed into Chaotic Soul Sea and capsized, leaving no survivors. Even more bizarrely later, 3 rescue boats were also dispatched, and one of them sank mysteriously. Frowning deeply, the captain remarked, "That place is really eerie? The elders say it's like the entrance to the underworld, under Lord Yama's jurisdiction. But now it seems likely that the area has extremely powerful currents that sometimes capsize even ships sailing on the surface," Aslan said. The police officers nodded in agreement, finding this explanation quite reasonable. Upon learning that the evidence was in Chaotic Soul Sea, Aslan became intrigued. There were numerous sunken ships in this area, and he might find pottery valuable items among them. As for whether it was an entrance to the underworld, Aslan didn't care much about it. According to mythology, the netherworld lies underground, while Aslan was the god of mountains and seas, ruling over both land and ocean. If the netherworld were underground, it should fall under his jurisdiction. Since it's so dangerous, perhaps I'll take on this task. I'm quite curious about what Chaotic Soul Sea looks like, Aslan said with a smile. Aslan was determined to explore Chaotic Soul Sea, so he needed to accept this mission. Do you have confidence in dealing with the currents? No, Aslan said, spreading his hands. Those currents can capsize ships. I can't handle them. I only have confidence in not dying. Aslan had the ability to breathe underwater, so he wasn't concerned about breathing problems, and even strong currents couldn't harm him. Seeing Aslan's determination, they decided to board Aslan's fishing boat to head to Chaotic Soul Sea. Since Aslan promised he wouldn't die, why not try? If they really retrieved the evidence, they would be incredibly lucky. Titusum hum. A small, battered boat sailed across the sea, steered by Aslan toward Chaotic Soul Sea. This sea area wasn't far from Yinjia village, taking roughly 2 hours to reach. Fred, ahead is Chaotic Soul Sea. I'll stop the boat here to avoid being overturned by the turbulent currents, Aslan said. Okay, if it becomes dangerous, remember to return immediately, the captain reminded him. Don't worry, I'll cherish my life, Aslan assured him. Plop. With that, Aslan jumped into the sea, swimming swiftly toward Chaotic Soul Sea. As Aslan reached Chaotic Soul Sea, the chaotic currents began to intensify. He controlled the surrounding seawater to ensure he didn't get swept away by the undertows. The deeper he swam into Chaotic Soul Sea, the stronger the currents grew. By the time he reached a depth of 100 meters, Aslan found himself struggling to hold on. I underestimated Chaotic Soul Sea. It's too powerful, Aslan thought as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, the currents intensified drastically, pulling Aslan forcefully into the depths of Chaotic Soul Sea. Oh no! Realizing something was wrong, Aslan struggled vigorously, but found himself unable to escape the current's grip. The force of the currents was exceptionally strong, dragging Aslan deeper into the sea, causing immense pain akin to being torn apart. Help me! Aslan cried out, summoning Salmalba. While combating the currents, Aslan used his water control abilities to stabilize the currents around him, barely holding on. Looking further, he noticed a large sea turtle being dragged into the depths by the currents. Before it reached deeper waters, a sudden surge tore it into countless fragments. What kind of place is this? Even though Aslan's body was far superior to an ordinary hooporter's, he knew it couldn't withstand the forces of the currents as effectively as a turtle shell. Under the shadow of death, Aslan exerted all his strength to struggle against the currents. Even so, it only slowed his impending doom. Sensing Salmalba approaching from a distance, Aslan hoped to survive until his arrival. He placed all his hopes on Salmalba. Without someone to save him, Aslan believed he would certainly die. What is down here? Could it be a black hole? Aslan wondered in alarm. No use. Despite resisting, Aslan continued to be dragged deeper by the currents, which grew stronger. A long wound appeared on his arm, ripped open by the relentless currents. The wound rapidly expanded under the current's pull, exposing flesh and muscle. Damn, I was careless. My current strength can't match the power of nature. To prevent the wound from worsening, Aslan tore a strip of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it tightly around his injured arm. The bleeding slowed significantly thanks to the bandage. One effort exhausts, another diminishes, and the third ends. Aslan's resolve began to wane as the currents grew stronger, realizing he might die here. Strength, has it all run out? Aslan said with difficulty. Exerting his water control abilities for a long time drained Aslan's energy quickly, eventually leaving his body weak and vulnerable. Ha, how undignified to die like this. If I perish, the great seal of mountains and seas will be buried with me. Will it ever find its next master? In his final moments, Aslan felt completely powerless. Without any protection, the force of the currents tore at his body mercilessly. In just a second, countless wounds blossomed across his skin, leaving not a single patch unscathed. Aslan felt that if he hadn't been strengthened by the great seal of mountains and seas before, he would have been torn into countless pieces in just 1 second. The undertow was like countless sharp knives flaying him alive. If there were an underwater camera now, it would capture a bloodied and portal-gold figure being rapidly swept deeper into the undertow. Not even becoming the god of mountains and seas yet, and I'm already dead. What a bitter end. Just as Aslan was about to accept his fate, a massive tentacle appeared beside him. The tentacle wrapped around him tightly and pulled him under its protection. Then Aslan felt himself enveloped by something soft, shielding him from further harm by the undertow. Am I alright? Aslan opened his nearly shredded eyelids and found himself surrounded by darkness. Through his sensing ability, Aslan realized that Salmalba had wrapped him snugly under its head, barely portaging to swim outward. The immense joy of escaping death filled Aslan's mind, but it didn't last long. The pain of being flayed began to flood through his body. Initially, fear of death had numbed him to the pain. Later, shock at surviving left him too stunned to feel much. Now, with his emotions stabilizing, agony took over. Every inch of Aslan's body was in excruciating pain, driving him to madness. Fortunately, his body possessed an extraordinary healing ability, and it was visibly recovering at an astonishing speed. Once Aslan adapted to the pain, he began observing the surroundings through Salmalba's body. They were now near the center of the undertow. Salmalba had initially tried to carry Aslan away, but using 8 tentacles to hold him greatly reduced its swimming ability, pulling them both deeper. Salmalba had grown to be about 10 meters in size, a monstrous bulk that even Aslan hadn't expected. Its enormous tentacles clung firmly to a huge rock, preventing them from being swept away by the undertow. Chapter 102, Treasure in the Wreckage. To protect Aslan, Salmalba had to use only half of his strength with his 8 tentacles, which made it difficult for him to escape from the undertow. Aslan began channeling power through their contract, taking control of Salmalba's body and slowly portaroovering the 8 tentacles to move out of the strong currents. They were now around 200 meters deep underwater. Due to the depth, the force of the undertow weakened significantly, easing the pressure from all directions. Even so, Salmalba could only inch out gradually. If not for Aslan's physical presence being a burden, navigating this chaotic sea wouldn't be too difficult for Salmalba. Salmalba's entire body pressed against the seafloor, gripping it tightly as he crawled forward. After evolving these past few days, while the undertow still inflicted pain on Salmalba, it was merely discomfort and did not cause real harm. After much effort, Aslan portaged to guide Salmalba out of the current and started digging into the sandy seabed with the tentacles, eventually burying his physical body under the sand. Now my body should be safe. The next step is to search for that piece of evidence, Aslan thought. With no need to protect his body anymore, Aslan began to swim joyfully in the ocean. The piece of evidence was said to be a silver box containing lists of all the suspects' crimes, along with detailed proof. The undertow greatly impeded Aslan's movements, slowing him down considerably. Learning from previous experiences, Aslan searched deeper into the undertow while maintaining vigilance. On the way, Aslan saw numerous shipwrecks scattered about, most of them shattered by the relentless currents, showing how fearsome they truly were. Roar! As Aslan moved through the water, a massive roar echoed through the sea. What on earth is that? How can there be such sounds in the sea? Aslan felt both surprise and unease. Soon, the seafloor began to shake, as if a minor earthquake was occurring. A sense of danger filled Aslan's heart, an instinct telling him to flee. Roar! Suddenly, a huge mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth appeared before Aslan. What a colossal worm! Aslan couldn't quite describe the creature. It was enormous. He couldn't tell how long it was, as it emerged from the seabed, but the exposed part was over 10 meters long. Its head was essentially a large mouth, resembling a magnified earthworm lunging at him. Salmalba's 8 tentacles reacted instantly, propelling his body swiftly to the side. Boom! The ground trembled again. The giant worm missed Aslan and plunged its heavy head into the seabed, disappearing once more. Aslan knew the ocean was mysterious, but he never imagined that even at this 200-meter depth, such a monstrous creature existed. Frightening, truly frightening, Aslan mused internally. Using his ability to control the earth, Aslan sensed the massive creature moving through the mud below, searching for him. Escape! Aslan left the seafloor, planning to hover a few meters above it to search for the box. Boom! The ground shook again. The giant worm reappeared, opening its huge mouth and lunging toward Aslan. Possibly unable to swim well, it smashed into the seafloor once more. Roar! The worm roared furiously at Aslan, seemingly unaffected by the undertow despite having no face. Aslan could tell it was enraged. So this big fellow can't swim. That makes things easier for me, Aslan thought. He swam towards the worm, although the undertow hindered his movements. Approaching the worm, Aslan swung his tentacles with great force, striking the worm's body. Roar! This blow seemed to hurt the worm, eliciting a loud and furious roar. Aslan controlled Salmalba's body like a nimble monkey, repeatedly striking the worm with his tentacles. The worm's body grew weaker from repeated strikes, red blood floating out from its battered skin. Roar! Roar! Despite trying to bite Aslan, it could never catch him. Aslan realized this creature, though powerful-looking, was severely disadvantaged by its inability to swim. Had they not been in the undertow, Aslan would have finished it off easily. Roar! After another roar, the worm's head plunged back into the seafloor. Despite its low intelligence, it knew when to retreat. If you escape, I shouldn't be called the god of mountains and seas, Aslan said aloud. Approaching the worm, Aslan used 4 tentacles to brace himself against the ground while the other 4 grasped the worm tightly and pulled. Come out here, Aslan shouted. He activated his earth-controlling ability. Though the undertow affected water portalipulation, it did not hinder his earth control. The ground expelled soil, forming sharp spikes directed at the worm. Roar! A painful roar came from beneath the earth. You thought about eating me? Let's see who eats whom. Aslan growled. Gripping the worm tightly, Aslan attacked it relentlessly with the earth spikes. After a long struggle, he finally pierced the worm through. Strangely, even with its exterior torn apart, the worm wasn't completely dead. Seeing it gravely injured, Aslan ceased the attack and focused on pulling it out effortlessly. Let Salmalba devour it quickly. Disgusted by the worm, Aslan returned control of the body to Salmalba, who swallowed the creature whole. Severing sensory perception, Aslan did not want to know the taste. Watching Salmalba eat, Aslan noticed a mysterious force absorbing the worm into his body. It seemed to be a power from Salmalba's bloodline, rapidly digesting nutrients and aiding growth. The worm was rich in nutrients, which flowed into every cell of Salmalba's body as he ate. Chapter 103. The Legacy of the Devouring Demon Squid. Truly worthy of being from the lineage of the Devouring Demon Squid, No one can match this digestive speed. Yet, such a powerful race should have dominated the seas. Why are they nowhere to be seen now? Aslan felt curious. Considering that creatures like the devouring demon squid and the god of mountains and seas existed in ancient times, it must have been an era of richness and diversity. Now, all of that has vanished. Well, these aren't things a humble fisher porter like me should be pondering. Making money is what truly matters, Aslan thought to himself. Salmalba's devouring speed was incredibly fast. The nearly 100-meter-long giant worm was completely devoured in just about 10 minutes. When Aslan regained control of Salmalba's body, he could feel a sense of fullness eporterating from within. Aslan chuckled, never thought Salmalba would actually get full. After disposing of the giant worm, Aslan developed a greater reverence for the ocean. He no longer searched as boldly as before, mindful that encountering another swimming monster might tip the balance of power against him. The area affected by the undertow wasn't large, but the current significantly hampered Salmalba's movements. It took nearly 2 hours to search through most of the chaotic Soul Sea. Though he hadn't found the box containing the evidence yet, Aslan unexpectedly discovered a treasure chest amidst the wreckage of ships. The chest was roughly 2 meters long, over a meter wide, and about 2 meters tall. Most importantly, it was entirely golden yellow, likely made of pure gold. Intricate patterns adorned the surface, and embedded within were countless colorful gemstones. The gems were each about the size of a dragon eye, with a rough estimate of nearly 100 carats each. Even though Aslan had some knowledge from his university days, he knew that gemstones were inherently expensive, and dragon eye-sized ones were practically priceless. These nearly 100 gemstones dazzled Aslan, each likely more valuable than the entire golden chest. So portery precious gems made Aslan feel almost rich enough to rival a nation. Note: I have adjusted the paragraph structure and content slightly to maintain narrative flow and coherence while ensuring accuracy. ##### Chapter 103, A Different History. Aslan dragged the heavy treasure chest through the ocean with one tentacle, its weight so substantial that even the undertow couldn't budge Salmalba's body. Now, Aslan was venturing beyond the area affected by the undertow, heading towards a part he hadn't explored before. As he moved, Aslan continuously scanned his surroundings. Just as he was about to leave the range of the undertow, a glint of silver caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, it was a modern briefcase, identical to what the police had described. Grasping the briefcase with a tentacle, Aslan felt that this mission was complete. He remembered the police mentioning a modest reward for his efforts. With both chests in tow, Aslan swam out of the undertow zone toward where his main body was hiding. Thankfully, the distance wasn't far, and despite the heavy load, he quickly arrived. Using the power of the contract, he returned to his own body. At that moment, an arm emerged from the sand, creating a zombie-like scene if not for the underwater setting. Phew, phew, phew. Aslan spat out some mud and sand, standing up and stretching his limbs. He noticed that the injuries caused by the undertow had completely healed, without a single scar left behind. Sigh, my clothes are torn to shreds by the undertow, looking like a beggar's outfit, Aslan thought. None of this mattered now. After returning to his body, Aslan instructed Salmalba to carry the treasure chest back to Yenjai village while he swam back with the silver briefcase toward his boat. Meanwhile, the police on the fishing boat were restless and worried. Fred, do you think Aslan might be in danger? I haven't seen him come up for air since he dove. Don't worry unnecessarily. I trust Aslan wouldn't take unnecessary risks. If he chose to go into the chaotic sea, there must be a reason. Does anyone here know how to operate a boat? If not, we might be stranded here. None of the officers knew how to operate a boat, and some were already studying how to do it. Splash. A large splash sounded as Aslan leaped out of the water onto the boat. The officers rushed out of the cabin upon hearing the noise, relief evident on their faces at seeing him. Salmalyi, you're finally back. The captain, who had begun to doubt Aslan's safety, was the happiest to see him return. Hee, glad to be of service, Aslan said with a wry smile as he threw the silver briefcase to the captain and then lay down, utterly exhausted. The officers gathered around the briefcase, eventually deciding to take it back and have experts open it. After resting for a while, Aslan got up and started driving the boat back to Yenjai village. Aslan, thank you for your cooperation on this mission. Once I return to the police station, I will apply for a reward for you, the captain smiled. Looking forward to it, Fred, Aslan replied. Seemingly valuing the acquisition of the silver briefcase, the police left hastily after getting off the boat. Returning home, the weary Aslan fell asleep. After porteripulating Salmalba for so long, his mind was incredibly tired. When Aslan woke up, it was already a day and a night later. Stretching on the bed, Aslan felt much more alert and less groggy. Using the contract's power, Aslan instructed Salmalba to bring the treasure chest over. This wasn't porteripulation, but transmitting his will via the contract. Salmalba had already reached the shore near Yenjai village and immediately picked up the chest upon receiving the comported. His intelligence had significantly improved, almost reaching the level of a monster. Cautiously avoiding everyone in the village, Salmalba made sure no one saw him carrying the chest around. If discovered, it could cause chaos throughout Yenjai village. Although Aslan was strong, he wasn't as strong as Salmalba for such tasks. Despite being a cephalopod, Salmalba could only shrink to 10 meters when his body stretched over 15 meters. Under the cover of night, Salmalba stealthily delivered the chest through Aslan's second-floor window. Once the chest was delivered, Salmalba disappeared back into the sea. Aslan placed the chest in the middle of the room and began pacing around it, pondering how to open it. It had a lock with a keyhole, but lacking the key, Aslan wondered how to proceed. This is an ancient European-style chest. Who knows how to open it? Aslan mused, scratching his head. Considering the potential value inside, Aslan felt stuck. Clap. Aslan smacked his forehead. Why am I worrying? Just because I don't know doesn't mean others don't. He turned to his computer and searched online. He learned that these ancient European-style chests were often easy to open due to their rudimentary construction, requiring only a trick. Searching his home, Aslan found long needles used by his mother-in-law for weaving. Inserting 2 needles into the chest, he tried the technique he read online. After an hour of sweating and struggling, Aslan heard a click. Finally, Aslan exclaimed with joy, tossing the needles aside and opening the chest. What is this? Aslan frowned. The spacious chest contained only a large seal inscribed with 8 characters, by heaven's mandate, Danilo Rikof and prosperity. Oh my god. Aslan nearly dropped the jade seal, shocked. Inside the chest was also a golden scroll encased in amber-like material for waterproofing. After removing the amber-like substance, Aslan unrolled the scroll. Reading the ancient text, Aslan grew increasingly astonished. In the 4th month of the 23rd year of Zhengguan, the emperor decrees. Now I send envoy Cortez to confer upon you the rank of minister and entrust you with the imperial seal, to ensure it does not fall into Tabitha's hands. Guard it carefully and support Rico dynasty's princes to ascend the throne. Isn't Zhengguan the era name of Stevie of Tang? Could this be his edict, and this the legendary imperial seal? Aslan was stunned. But this doesn't align with history, Aslan thought. He researched further on his computer. Stevie died on May 26th of the 23rd year of Zhengguan. If the edict was genuine, it meant Taizong secretly dispatched someone with the imperial seal a month before his death to prevent it from falling into Tabitha's hands. But historical records indicate that Tabitha only revealed her true ambitions and began to control the government during Houston's reign. Could it be that Stevie had already seen through Tabitha's intentions back then? Most importantly, the jade seal in Stevie's possession was supposed to be the heirloom jade seal. Yet according to historical records, this seal didn't disappear until after the Ming dynasty. Could the jade seal in my hands be the true heirloom jade seal, while the one throughout history is a forgery? Aslan wondered inwardly. If Tabitha had indeed controlled the government, it wasn't impossible for her to have forged the heirloom jade seal for legitimacy. Aslan felt he was getting closer to the truth of history, but this truth was vastly different from what he knew. Boom boom boom. Aslan's heart started pounding wildly. The appearance of such a legendary treasure before his eyes left him both astonished and fearful. If anyone found out that the heirloom jade seal was in Aslan's hands, even just rumors without solid evidence, it would be enough to drive the entire nation into frenzy and bring calamity upon him. Aslan promptly cleaned up the treasure chest, carefully resealed the jade seal and the imperial edict, and put them back inside. He moved the treasure chest into the courtyard and began using his ability to control the earth. The ground beneath Aslan's feet rapidly sank, taking him and the chest down to a depth of several meters underground. This place should remain quiet. At this depth, no one will find this treasure chest, Aslan thought. Then, the earth started to shake again as the deep pit began to close up, and the ground under Aslan's feet started to rise. When Aslan emerged to the surface, the ground had fully healed, leaving no trace of any disturbance. With an agitated heart, Aslan tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He decided to search the internet for more information. After all, if such a lavish treasure chest contained something fake, Aslan couldn't believe Stevie would indulge in such luxury. Chapter 104, Setting Sail. Aslan realized that history was not entirely as he had known it, but he could still infer certain abnormalities in history. No wonder. If I reveal the imperial edict and the heirloom jade seal, it might rewrite history, Aslan mused to himself. Now, Aslan felt an extraordinary sense of confidence. With the imperial edict and the heirloom jade seal, he could certainly be counted among the wealthiest people in the world. Even though he aimed to become a transcendent being one day, these treasures still held immense allure for him. Perhaps someday he could look at his collection with ease, but at this moment, he did not have such composure. At dawn, despite his excitement, Aslan remained in high spirits. If I had the heirloom jade seal, the gap between me and Alicia wouldn't be so large, Aslan thought. Once he had the power to protect the jade seal, he would propose to Alicia and be with her. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure of Ashlyn appeared in his mind. Brother Brianon, are you leaving me behind? The shadow in his mind seemed to question him, causing a pang of pain in Aslan's heart. For a moment, he considered keeping both girls, but he quickly shook his head to dispel this ridiculous thought. You are destined to become an immortal. What does having multiple wives mean? This idea lingered like a seed in Aslan's heart, ready to grow into a towering tree. Ring, ring. After glancing at the caller ID, Aslan answered the phone. Hello? Why is Brother Kai calling me now? The delivery isn't until tomorrow, Aslan said with a smile. Ricardo brother, I need help immediately. The government wants to host a charity banquet for earthquake relief at our hotel, and I need a lot of high-quality ingredients. It all depends on you, Faxon said anxiously. What do you mean? I'm just a fish breeder. Even if I try my best, I can only send 20 fish instead of 10. I can't provide more, Aslan replied. Providing 20 premium fish would cause a stir in Lanhai City's market. Ricardo brother, we've settled on 20 fish, not one less. And there's another favor I hope you can help me with, Faxon smiled. Faxon didn't expect Aslan to increase the number of fish much. The extra 10 were a pleasant surprise, but there was something even more important. Though your yellow croakers are exquisite, they're too monotonous. I know you're resourceful. Can you get some higher-end items? Brother Kai, what do you mean? I'd like to get some rare fish like the yellow-lipped rockfish. It's a tall order, but I hope you can help. The top 8 rare delicacies are ape lips, camel humps, monkey brains, bear paws, bird's nests, wild duck breasts, deer tendons, and yellow-lipped rockfish, also called royal fish or yellow-lipped gelatin. This gelatin comes from the swim bladders of yellow-lipped rockfish, processed into an oval shape, flat with 2 long gel strips, colored light yellow or golden, glossy, and translucent. Yellow-lipped rockfish are extremely rare even today, rarer than wild yellow croakers over 2 pounds, and usually not very large. When is the earthquake relief gala? Aslan asked. In about 3 days. I've already asked Portery people, but they can't help. That's why I'm asking you, Faxon said. I'll do my best to get some high-end seafood, but you know how rare they are. I can't promise success, Aslan said. Despite limited interaction, Faxon trusted Aslan to be a porter of his word. With gratitude, Kai ended the call. Now, Aslan needed to think of how to obtain high-end seafood. Using the power of the contract, Aslan instructed Cao Maoba to embark on a transoceanic mission. When it came to seafood, Aslan thought of lobsters. Cao Maoba's task was to catch them. At his current speed, Cao Maoba would reach the ocean in about half a day. Since he promised Faxon, Aslan wasn't idle either. He walked out and headed to the docks. Brother Alpha, bring a barrel of diesel to my boat, Aslan shouted at the dock. Sure thing. Soon, a dark-skinned porter carried a large fuel drum to Aslan's small boat. After paying, Aslan set sail toward international waters. Fishing in international waters was legal, but without protection within national sovereign seas, fishermen faced risks. However, pirates would kneel before Aslan. Within 12 nautical miles, about 20 kilometers, he entered international waters. Many fished here, depleting fish populations closer to shore, forcing Aslan deeper for valuable catches. In international waters, Aslan began using his water-sensing ability to perceive underwater activities. His current limit was 100 meters, and though progress was slow, it was enough since yellow-lip rockfish lived 50 to 60 meters deep. As the ship moved, most of the perceived area contained common fish. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in Aslan's perception. A silver, elongated fish over 3 meters long, clearly predatory. Ribbon fish, Aslan exclaimed. He used his water control to capture it. Come out. Water formed a giant net under Aslan's comportard, lifting the ribbon fish from the sea. Splash. The ribbon fish flew into the boat cabin, struggling. If I can't find yellow-lipped rockfish, you'll do, Aslan chuckled. Ribbon fish typically live hundreds of meters deep, making this encounter in shallower waters rare. Aslan placed the live ribbon fish in the boat, planning to feed it 2 drops of netherworld spirit Ricoquid to help it grow faster. Normally, ribbon fish grow 4 to 6 meters, with the largest recorded being 17 meters, akin to a sea monster. The growth of living creatures ultimately has its limits. The larger the creature, the faster it grows after consuming netherworld spirit Ricoquid. For something as colossal as a ribbon fish, ingesting this liquid should allow it to grow to an astonishing size. Carrying the rare ribbon fish, Aslan continued steering his small boat across the vast ocean. An entire day passed without any other significant catches apart from the ribbon fish. By nightfall, the weary Aslan began resting in the cabin while his consciousness traveled through the contract to possess Cao Maoba. By now, Cao Maoba had already reached the waters off Oceania, far from any landmass, where marine life was abundant, turning this area into a paradise for him. Upon arriving in the waters of Oceania, Cao Maoba even caught a shark for a feast, effortlessly filling his insatiable stomach. Now, Cao Maoba was scouring the seafloor. Communicating with Cao Maoba revealed that he had previously encountered numerous large lobsters underwater. Although these lobsters were sizable, they weren't spectacular enough to be considered exceptional, and were merely consumed by Cao Maoba as seafood. You really are a prodigal child. If I could transport all those giant lobsters back home, I'd probably become wealthy, Aslan thought to himself. However, such catches were relatively common in these waters, so Aslan wasn't particularly enamored by them. Moreover, although these items were expensive, Aslan's current yellow croaker farming business was thriving, so he didn't need to earn money through such strenuous means. If others knew Aslan's thoughts, they would likely envy him enough to beat him to death, wishing for the same hard-earned opportunities, especially considering he had a giant octopus assisting him. As Aslan took control of Cao Maoba's body to search the seabed, he occasionally spotted massive creatures like a colossal sea turtle. However, selling such a creature in Taitasaguo, China, would be impossible due to regulations. Wait, what is that? Aslan exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 105, Palace of the Water Deity. A nearly 2-meter-long lobster was crawling towards them, its shell an eerie blue. The supreme among lobsters, the blue lobster. Aslan exclaimed in surprise. Blue lobsters are a mutated breed of lobster. Out of 2 million lobsters, only one is likely to be a blue lobster, making them incredibly rare. The world captures no more than 100 blue lobsters annually. Moreover, blue lobsters grow extremely slowly, so for this one to have such a size, it must have lived over a century. Tisk, TSK, handing you in today wouldn't be too bad either. I dare say there aren't portery like you in the entire world, Aslan said with a smile. The largest recorded lobster in the world was 1.2 meters long, while this one was almost 2 meters. If captured, it would set a new world record. Aslan controlled Cao Maoba's body and used one of its tentacles to drag the blue lobster back toward Aslan's original form. With a mystical connection between him and the guardian beast, they easily found their way without getting lost. After withdrawing his consciousness, Aslan waited for Cao Maoba to return. Outside the small boat, the sky had turned dark. Aslan lay down in the cabin and started to sleep, rejuvenating his weary body as he ventured further into international waters. Occasionally, he saw fishing boats operating in the open sea. These were trawlers, much larger than Aslan's tiny boat, often engaged in smuggling activities. Aslan ignored the glances from others and kept drifting on the sea until finally stopping. As soon as the boat halted, 2 tentacles lifted a massive blue lobster onto the deck. Aslan patted the big tentacle and said, "Thank you." The tentacle happily wiggled twice before vanishing back into the water. "Head into the cabin for your own space. Don't stay in the same tank as the ribbon fish," Aslan instructed the lobster. It nodded and pattered, off to the cabin. Aslan's ability to control aquatic animals and beasts had grown recently, allowing him to porterage the large lobster, though not yet the ribbon fish. He had already set up the spirit gathering array in the cabin, where these creatures could absorb spiritual energy to nourish themselves. However, deeming the process too slow, Aslan gave 5 drops of sea spirit Ricoquid each to the lobster and the ribbon fish to improve their meat quality rapidly. After anchoring the boat in this area for days without entering the water, Aslan dove in with a splash. Swimming freely in the water felt like being home. A giant octopus swam beside him, accompanying him deeper into the ocean. I'll take this side, you take that side. Let's look for some rare seafood, Aslan ordered. Searching the surroundings, he found various rare marine life, but still thought they weren't good enough. Focusing on specific creatures, Aslan kept swimming deeper. The ocean here was pristine, astonishingly clear, making swimming particularly comfortable. As Aslan descended, he noticed a strange light below. What is that? Aslan wondered. Post the attack by the deep-sea dragonfish, he was cautious about underwater lights. Calling Salmaoba over, Aslan rode at the junction of its head and tentacles, heading deeper. The light grew brighter, revealing colorful, glass-like structures emitting light. Is this the legendary crystal palace of the Dragon Clan? Aslan gasped in shock. Though far away, it seemed beautiful and unlike anything else. Salmaoba, quickly take me down there, Aslan urged. Despite appearing close, it took Salmaoba 5 minutes to reach. The closer they got, the more puzzled Aslan became. This structure wasn't like what he imagined a crystal palace to be, and was also too small. When Aslan truly saw the structure, his jaw dropped. This wasn't a crystal palace, it was a crystal glass ship, lavish beyond belief. This definitely isn't a ship made by Hu porters, Aslan thought. The ship was enormous, over 200 meters long and 30 meters wide, a colossal entity in Cassius's eyes. Such a massive vessel would rival even the largest cargo ships globally and could match aircraft carriers if extended by a third. This ship is beautifully crafted. Every detail is a masterpiece, Aslan marveled. Curious, he punched the deck hard. Ouch! The rebound force left his fist throbbing in pain, skin torn, but the deck remained unscathed. A punch that could damage ordinary iron had no effect on the glass deck. What incredible hardness! Aslan exclaimed. His wound healed visibly fast. Salmaoba, give it your all, Aslan comforted it. Hearing the order, Salmaoba raised its tentacle and slammed it against the deck. Boom! The loud noise echoed, but the deck showed no damage. I must have found something extraordinary, Aslan muttered. If this ship could sail, its sturdiness alone made it capable of ramming into an aircraft carrier. Its design resembled an ancient warship, large and majestic. Walking along the deck toward the cockpit, Aslan couldn't find any door handles or mechanisms to open it. Even the steering wheel inside was visible, but there was no way in. Forced to try breaking in, both Aslan and Salmaoba smashed against the door with little success. Feeling like ants on hot coals, Aslan felt a huge loss at not exploring this treasure. Then, one of Salmaoba's tentacles transformed into a dagger shape. Are you a transformer? Aslan asked in surprise. Salmaoba's dagger-shaped tentacle slid against another, mimicking a cutting motion, suggesting blood-dripping recognition. You mean, drop blood for ownership recognition? Aslan asked uncertainly. Salmaoba nodded hupertirely. Having activated its ancient lineage, it had inherited some memories from its ancestors, leading it to propose the most plausible method. I'll trust you this once, Aslan said. Without hesitation, Aslan placed his finger in his mouth and bit down hard, then used the bloodied fingertip to touch the crystal door. Boom! At that moment, countless memories flooded into Aslan's mind. The light from the crystal ship grew increasingly intense, illuminating the deep-sea darkness. Fortunately, Aslan had experienced absorbing memories before, so this inheritance wasn't excruciatingly painful. When he opened his eyes again, a joyous smile appeared on his face. This thing, is this powerful? Aslan thought to himself. This crystal ship was a treasure nurtured by the sea, possessing terrifying defensive and offensive capabilities. He even felt that hiding inside it could shield him from a nuclear explosion, making it an extraordinarily fearsome object. Swish, swish, swish. Aslan's hands began moving rapidly, forming intricate patterns as mystical sounds emerged from them. Suddenly, the crystal door in front of him opened automatically, allowing Aslan to step into the ship's cockpit. The crystal ship was extraordinary. After the door opened, an invisible force seemed to repel the water, preventing it from entering the vessel. Inside the cockpit sat the skeleton of a Taoist wearing a robe. Aslan knew this must be the previous owner of the crystal ship, for only the master could enter it. The Taoist likely foresaw his impending death and chose to use the crystal ship as his final resting place. Forgive me, Elder, Aslan said. He carefully gathered the skeletal remains, carried them outside, and buried them in the seabed. Upon returning to the cockpit, Aslan felt as though he had become one with the entire ship. Advance, Palace of the Water Deity, Aslan shouted. The Palace of the Water Deity was the name Aslan gave to this ship. Chapter 106, Pirates Appear. Rumble. The Divine Water Palace cruiser began to tremble. Aslan felt a powerful vortex sucking the strength out of his body. In a short time, the sea and mountain spirit liquid that had just been partially restored in the mountain sea seal was completely absorbed. After absorbing 3 drops of the sea and mountain spirit liquid and some of Aslan's stamina, the Divine Water Palace cruiser shuddered and started to navigate under Aslan's control, moving across the sea. If I drive it like this, the whole world would be shocked. So you should change your appearance. Aslan thought silently. Under the influence of Aslan's will, the Divine Water Palace cruiser began to transform. The light emitted by the crystal became weaker, and the ship gradually changed from its crystal material into an ordinary steel fishing boat. Haha, this boat is really beautiful. Aslan laughed aloud. Piloting the disguised fishing boat, Aslan felt immense joy. For a long time, he had dreamed of having a trawler of his own, and now this dream came true. Splash! A monstrous wave emerged. After ensuring there was no one around on the sea, the Divine Water Palace cruiser broke out from its hiding place and now looked like a regular small fishing boat. Realizing 1 drop of the spirit liquid was already used up after such a short time, Aslan grimaced and abandoned the idea of catching big fish with a trawl net. The Divine Water Palace cruiser consumed too much. Aslan already found it hard to operate. However, The pleasure of sitting on the world's top-notch ship made him ecstatic. Even the world's richest porter couldn't have the privilege to ride on this ship. Sailing on the water, the Divine Water Palace cruiser appeared no different from a common small trawler. When approaching his dilapidated fishing boat, Aslan discovered it was surrounded by 2 fishing boats. From the Divine Water Palace cruiser, he could see a group of black-skinned people looting blue lobsters from his boat. Stop right there. Aslan stopped the Divine Water Palace cruiser beside his fishing boat, shouting at them from the deck. The black men exchanged glances and muttered incomprehensible words among themselves. Then one of the black men stepped forward and asked in broken English, "Are you the owner of this boat?" Although their English wasn't standard, as a former high-achieving student of a key university, Aslan still understood foreign languages fairly well. "That's right. You guys boarded my boat without permission. Now I want you all to leave and return all my belongings," Aslan pointed at them, stating clearly. At this moment, the black men began talking among themselves. Suddenly, one of them pulled out an AK rifle from behind and aimed it at Aslan. "What the hell? It's an AK rifle!" Aslan exclaimed in shock. Although he wasn't a real military enthusiast and couldn't identify the exact model of the rifle, few men wouldn't recognize an AK series. Aslan leaped and dodged into the cabin to escape from danger. Bang bang bang. Right after Aslan left, sparks flew where he had stood. Hidden beside the cabin door, Aslan's heart pounded rapidly. Pirates! These guys must be pirates, Aslan thought to himself. Having grown up in peaceful times, he was incredibly terrified by this encounter. Outside, the pirates shouted loudly, and several threw grappling hooks onto the sail, pulling themselves over towards the Divine Water Palace cruiser. "Don't think I'm a weakling." Pushed to the brink, Aslan's bloodlust was ignited, resolving to fight back fiercely. "If you don't want me alive, then die." Splash splash splash. Endless arms-thick waves extended from the sea, bundling the pirates who were swinging through the air with ropes. All pirates screamed in terror, witnessing this unprecedented bizarre occurrence. "Die!" Aslan clenched his right hand tightly, causing the seawater-formed ropes to contract firmly. Crack crack crack. The eerie sound of bones snapping echoed, as large amounts of blood spewed from their mouths. These water ropes, acting like massive pythons, exerted enough force to crush their bones and rupture internal organs. "All of you shall die," Aslan roared. Darkness surged in Aslan after killing for the first time. Facing death, some people succumb to fear and become cowards, while others go wild. Aslan went wild now. He was truly afraid. He feared death and these pirates. "You all belong to hell." Aslan came outside with countless streams of water converging on his body. He compressed these streams as much as possible, forming an egg-shaped protective shield. Bang bang bang. Numerous bullets flew toward Aslan, but he dodged them. However, due to their density, he missed a few. Bullets piercing through the protective layer moved slowly as if mired in quicksand. Normally, AK bullets are effective within 400 meters and lethal within 1600 meters. But underwater, their impact can barely injure someone beyond 3 meters due to the strong resistance of water. Though thin, Aslan's shield was compressed several times denser than normal seawater, making it extremely viscous like thick glue. Bullets passing through lost almost all their power. Nonetheless, these bullets still possessed considerable force, and several blood flowers blossomed on Aslan's body as they penetrated his flesh. Fortunately, his body was robust enough to withstand most of the damage, with some bullets sticking halfway out. If normal bullets hit with full power, not only would they penetrate his body, the intense spiral force could even sever arms and legs. Such was the terrifying power of an AK. Aslan leaped onto one pirate ship and swung his hand, summoning a water dragon circling around him continuously. Die! With bloodlust, Aslan rushed onto the ship, either punching pirates to death or impaling them with the water dragon. Aslan's strength was so immense that none could survive his single punch, even without knowing any martial techniques. In a frenzy, he cleared out the entire pirate crew, leaving corpses everywhere. "Run, everyone! This guy's a demon crawled out of hell. Who is that person? Using water to kill? It's horrifying. Escape, quickly get the ship moving, we can't stay here." Of the 3 pirate ships, after being wiped out on one ship, the remaining 2 chose to flee. "Not a single one shall escape," Aslan roared. "Left ship to you, right ship to me." Aslan leaped onto the sea surface and started sprinting toward the right pirate ship. "Let's see how you deal with this tidal wave, pirates." Boom. A towering sea wave appeared beside the right pirate ship, crashing directly onto it. Boom. Under the force of the massive wave, the mast of the pirate ship shattered into pieces. Seawater poured into the ship, causing it to tip over and fall onto the sea surface. Under Aslan's water control ability, a huge whirlpool appeared beneath the pirate ship, swallowing it entirely. The tremendous suction dragged the entire pirate ship into the depths of the ocean, giving no chance for the pirates to escape. Standing on the sea surface, Aslan looked over to the left vessel. He saw a colossal octopus climbing up the last remaining pirate ship. The massive octopus, over 10 meters long, climbed onto the pirate ship, its huge tentacles flailing wildly, deforming even the steel hull under its strikes. Now Basil had transformed into a monstrous creature, ready to disportal the ship before him. Rat-tat-tat. Gunfire kept erupting, but bullets were insignificant against Basil, barely causing any pain. One strike from Basil's tentacle turned a group of firing pirates into pulp. Boom, boom, boom. Basil's arms were mightier than a wrecking ball. After a flurry of strikes, the ship was utterly smashed to pieces. Seeing that all the pirates were cleared, Aslan walked back towards his small fishing boat. He found the ribbon worms still in the cabin. Perhaps these pirates were too afraid to mess with such a fierce creature. As for the blue lobsters, they had been moved to the deck but hadn't been taken away when Aslan discovered them. Other items suffered minimal damage, but now Aslan's mindset was very complex. This was his first time killing, leaving him with a mix of palpitation and fear. Chapter 107, Covenant Summoning. It took Aslan a long time to calm himself down. It was enough for him to be sure that those he killed deserved their fate. After tidying up his small fishing boat, Aslan went on deck and looked over at the water deity palace ship. Whiz, whiz. Aslan's hands began moving rapidly, intricate seals appearing in his grasp. The water deity palace ship started shrinking until it eventually transformed into a streak of light, the size of an egg, flying toward Aslan. Swoosh. The streak of light pierced Aslan's palm, leaving behind a boat-shaped mark, akin to a tattoo. With closed eyes, Aslan could sense that the water deity palace ship was indeed within his hand. Through the water deity palace ship's inheritance, Aslan now understood all of its capabilities. It was undoubtedly a powerful treasure. However, he lacked the strength to use it for extended periods yet. But with some minor abilities, Aslan wasn't stumped. He used his right hand, which bore the mark, to hold onto a chair. Aslan silently chanted, "Shrink." Under his watchful eye, the chair vanished before reappearing inside the water deity palace ship as sensed by Aslan. The internal space of the water deity palace ship was vast. Currently, its most crucial role was likely serving as Aslan's portable giant backpack. With another wave of his hand, he summoned the chair back from the water deity palace ship. Aslan felt immense joy. Obtaining this treasure felt like winning countless lotteries. Set sail, prepare to return, Aslan declared loudly. Unfortunately, he was alone on this dilapidated fishing boat. Aslan quietly set a goal in his heart. One day, I will form my own team, sail the seas aboard the water deity palace ship. The night had turned dark, and Aslan wasn't prepared to sail at night. After all, one's energy is limited at night, and drowsiness while driving could lead to accidents. 80% of vessel collisions occur due to nighttime fatigue. After turning on the boat's warning lights, Aslan went to sleep on board. In fact, one advantage of being at sea is the absence of mosquitoes, allowing for restful sleep. As the small fishing boat gently swayed, Aslan began resting. Just as Aslan was about to fall asleep, he felt the power of the covenant calling out to him. Trouble? Aslan immediately thought Salmalba might have encountered something in the water. Although it was quite large now, it was still at risk if it tangled with predatory whales or sharks. Following the covenant's power, Aslan entered the guardian spirit beast's body. This isn't Salmalba, Aslan said in surprise. Aslan was very familiar with Salmalba's body, so he instantly knew Nico was summoning him. Woof woof. Seeming to sense its master's consciousness, Salmalba called out happily. Through mental communication with Nico, Aslan learned that someone was scheming against his home. Aslan began controlling Nico's body. Given that Nico was a mammal, Aslan adapted quickly after a brief adjustment. Nico's perspective was peculiar, similar to an old black and white television where most things appeared in varying shades of gray. Compared to Salmalba's wide field of vision, which felt normal, Nico's world was especially uncomfortable to view. If there's a way, I should help Nico see this world more clearly. It shouldn't just be in black and white. Aslan thought inwardly. When Aslan controlled Nico's body to step onto the balcony and looked down, he saw 3 figures entering his yard, studying how to break into his house. Zahir, you didn't lie to us? This guy really made 30,000 in a week? If you lied, I won't let you off. One figure said, Brother dog, I'm not lying. This guy makes money fast. I believe there's a lot in his home. We'll steal and run. Nobody will know it was us, Zahir replied. Hee, if we can get 10,000, we'll live lavishly for a long time. The 3 continued discussing how to divide the loot even as they worked on breaking in. TSK, what a bunch of fools. Aslan thought to himself. Initially, to ensure his treasures were safe, Aslan had secretly installed a surveillance camera, capturing clear images of these 3 villains. What Cassius didn't expect was that the former Yuan's family had disappeared from the village, and Zahir would be here instead. However, now wasn't the time for portery thoughts. Aslan controlled Nico's body and leapt from the balcony. What's that? These 3 felt a shadow fly over them, making them feel particularly frightened due to their guilty consciences. Roar, roar. Suddenly, Aslan's mischievous side kicked in, and he roared from his throat after landing some distance away. Ghost, ghost. This deep, ominous roar in the dead of night sounded like it came from hell. The 3 began to tremble, forgetting about breaking in. The roar drew closer, accompanied by 2 red dots appearing in the sky. What are you? Get lost. Go away. Zahir and another porter clung together in fear, while the apparent leader stood trembling in front of them with a dagger. You will all die here. A strangely accented voice echoed in the ears of the 3. Nico had a bone in its throat, preventing it from speaking porter language properly. Even with Aslan's best efforts, the voice sounded bizarre. But that strange voice instilled even more fear in the remaining 3. What kind of demon are you? Tell me you have Laclanquin Taoist Temple's amulet, so you can't hurt me. The young leader held a dagger facing the red dots, his trembling hands showing just how scared he was. Jeej, you want to know who I am? Here I come. Footsteps approached as the 3 watched the 2 red dots getting closer. Swallow. Terror filled their hearts as they swallowed hard, and the leader clutched both his dagger and the amulet. D-dog. When Aslan emerged from the darkness, they realized it was a large dog. Jeej, surprised? Shocked? Speaking porter words through the dog's mouth caused their eyes to widen in terror, legs trembling, unable to flee. What the hell are you? The leading youth cried, yet tried to appear composed. I'm a monster that eats people, preferring tender meat like yours. Opening its mouth, wolf-like teeth gleamed menacingly. To hell with you, I'll fight you. Tears streaming down his face, the leader rushed at Aslan, stabbing wildly with his dagger. Roar. A low growl erupted from Aslan's throat, and as Nico, he swung his tail, striking the leader's hand. Crack. Note. This translation preserves the original structure and tone while ensuring natural and fluent English. Originally, Aslan only intended to knock the dagger out of the assailant's hand, but unexpectedly, he ended up shattering the bones in his palm. Following this, Aslan swung his claws, and the sharp, knife-like claws slashed 5 long wounds across the attacker's chest. Boom. Then, with a flick of his tail, Aslan sent the porter flying over the wall of the yard. With the youth's fate unknown, Zahir and the other person began fleeing towards the front door of Aslan's house for their lives. While chasing after the two, Aslan tore their pants from behind, leaving countless cuts on their backsides. By the time he reached the door, Aslan stopped. He watched as the two scrambled away in terror. Seeing them flee in pain, Aslan felt that this punishment was enough. Moreover, he believed today's incident would leave a serious psychological impact on them. If my actions today can reform these 3 people, it would be considered a great deed, Aslan thought to himself. Arriving in front of his small house, he used his wolf legs to leap, easily landing on the balcony of the 2nd floor. Aslan's consciousness started retreating back into Nico's mind. In the future, if anyone dares to steal from our home, as long as they're not killed, anything goes. Aslan began teaching Nico, while also noting that with the surveillance cameras at home, any intruder on his property could be punished as he wished. Moreover, Nico's strength was formidable. An ordinary person couldn't kill him with just a dagger, or even a handgun for that matter. After receiving Aslan's teachings, Nico retained only one thought in his consciousness: just don't kill them. Having settled these matters, Aslan's consciousness withdrew from Nico's body. Stretching lazily, Aslan then drifted off to sleep amidst the night. ####Chapter 108, Delivery. In the early morning, Aslan awoke from his deep slumber and sat on his small boat, gazing in the direction of the sunrise. A red sun slowly rose above the horizon. At first, its light was gentle, gradually revealing itself entirely. After killing yesterday, shadows lingered in Aslan's heart. Murder went against the principles he had been taught for over a decade. Watching the rising sun, Aslan felt the shadows lift, as if his soul had been purified. Haha home. Aslan laughed heartily. He believed in not harming others unless they harmed him first. Those pirates were devoid of huportarity, which is why they could fire upon Aslan. But he understood now that these scoundrels deserved their fate. Aslan now carried the blue lobster and the ribbonfish, both of which he had fed with some spirit ricoquid from the mountain and sea, ensuring their taste would be exceptionally fresh and delicious. Vroom vroom. The diesel engine roared incessantly. After several hours, Aslan finally returned from international waters to Rakonghai waters. Phew, Aslan sighed in relief. Finally back. Though the high seas offer freedom, nothing beats the safety of home. Despite not fearing pirates or natural disasters, Aslan found comfort in familiar surroundings. As he approached territorial waters, he wasn't in a hurry, steering his boat leisurely toward Yanjaikan village. Stop. While navigating, Aslan occasionally sensed the surrounding 100-meter radius of sea, only to discover something unexpected within the territorial waters. Stopping the boat, Aslan began portaripulating the water currents. A large fish about 1 meter long appeared in his perception. With powerful water currents forming a net, the large fish was enveloped and splash. It was brought aboard the boat. The fish struggled in the water net, but to no avail. This yellow-lipped fish weighed around 30 pounds and was likely just an adult, not yet reaching peak value. He remembered an article where a 2-meter-long, 330-pound yellow-lipped fish was bought by a wealthy business porter for 3 million yuan. Unfortunately, Cassius's catch was only a fifth of that size. Larger fish are more valuable, so while the yellow-lipped fish was precious, it might not be worth as much as the blue lobster. Feeding the yellow-lipped fish 2 drops of the mountain and sea spirit ricoquid, Aslan placed it in the boat's cabin. After returning to Yanjaikan, he gave the remaining spirit ricoquid to the blue lobster and the ribbonfish before disembarking and heading home. After drifting on the sea for so long, Aslan felt quite exhausted and wanted to rest. Aslan wasn't worried about anyone stealing his fish. He had implanted a deadly comportard in their minds. Any intruder besides Aslan would be killed. The yellow-lipped fish didn't have significant combat ability, but the large lobster and ribbonfish were formidable. The lobster's shell was virtually impenetrable, and the ribbonfish could swallow a hooporter whole. His small boat was like a hellish trap. Those who entered might never leave. That night passed uneventfully. The next day, Aslan arrived at the dock early. Briananzi, you're here so early. Haha, since you became the fish farm boss, we rarely see you at the docks. Salma Brianan, don't forget us once you get rich. I took a loan of 300,000 yuan to lease a small fish farm. Aslan greeted the villagers with a smile, realizing he had earned respect from some of them. At this moment, a medium-sized box truck drove up. Honk honk honk. The truck's horn blared, and Ronnie got out, walking briskly without any sign of limping. Younger brother, as you requested, I rented this vehicle, Ronnie said with a smile. Haha, thanks Finian, Aslan replied. Without the ribbonfish, Aslan would have had Ronnie drive his Wuling Hongguang, but the ribbonfish was too large for a small car, necessitating a box truck. The ribbonfish can grow over 10 meters. After consuming portary doses of the spirit ricoquid, it now measured about 6 meters. It's even smaller than I expected. I thought it would reach 7 meters, Aslan thought to himself. Not wasting time, Aslan and Ronnie used all their strength to transfer the ribbonfish from the boat to the truck. When others saw the 6-meter-long ribbonfish, their eyes nearly fell out. Goodness, what kind of monster is this? Oh my, this? Unbelievable. I've seen reports of ribbonfish on TV, but this is my first time seeing one. Look at those fangs. It could probably tear a person apart. Most astonishingly, the ribbonfish was still alive, even flicking its tail at bystanders. Although people wanted to help, they dared not approach the vicious creature except for Ronnie. Thankfully, Aslan had incredible strength and porterage to drag the ribbonfish onto the truck. The ribbonfish's robust body remained undamaged despite being dragged. Io, my old back? Ronnie felt a sharp pain in his back from the heavy load. Finian, take a rest. I'll handle the rest, Aslan said. Next, Aslan brought out a plastic tank from the boat containing a 1.5-meter-long fish. Good heavens, a yellow-lipped fish. Is my eyesight failing? Such treasures are in Aslan's possession? By God, in my 50 years, this is the first time I've seen one. My goodness, this Yisao Maojian has struck gold. People looked at Aslan with envious eyes, almost ready to snatch away his catch if not for public decorum. Wow, younger brother. Where did you get this giant lobster? Good heavens, it must fetch a fortune. Ronnie exclaimed in shock. Haha, it's just a small thing, not worth mentioning, Aslan modestly replied. Ronnie initially thought Aslan was being humble until he saw the blue lobster, realizing Aslan spoke truthfully. Even though the yellow-lipped fish was valuable, it couldn't compare to the rare blue lobster, whose value far exceeded that of the yellow-lipped fish. Placing these 3 treasures on the box truck, Aslan climbed into the driver's seat. Finian, let's go, Aslan said. Oh, okay, Ronnie stammered. Ronnie expertly navigated the rented truck, maintaining optimal temperature for seafood transport and driving smoothly. After a few hours, they arrived at Lanhai City. Upon reaching the rear of the Lanhai Hotel, Faxon and King were already waiting. Brother Yi, you mentioned bringing 3 fine catches. Where are they? Faxon hurriedly asked. Both the executive chef Faxon and the hotel owner King knew for certain that Aslan was no ordinary person. If Aslan considered something good, it certainly wasn't simple. Have everything been prepared? Aslan asked. Rakatl brother, take a look. Faxon pointed to one side, where a massive aquarium stood, about 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. Such an enormous aquarium could likely only be found in places like this grand hotel or an aquarium. This huge aquarium had been arranged by Aslan beforehand specifically for the ribbonfish's residence. Aslan then went to the cargo box of the truck and handed over a large bucket to Faxon. Here, this is the 20 yellow croakers I prepared for you, Aslan said. To cultivate these 20 yellow croakers, Aslan had used extra batches of the mountain and sea spirit ricoquid, which was quite a hassle. After Faxon checked the quality of the yellow croakers and found no issues, Aslan presented another large water tank to him. Kai brother, here's the yellow-lipped fish you asked me to get. Go ahead and inspect it, Aslan said. Yellow-lipped fish. Faxon widened his eyes as he looked into the large water tank. The over 1 meter long yellow-lipped fish lay inside, unable to even turn over due to the limited space. Wow, such a big yellow-lipped fish. I wonder how much swim bladder can be extracted from it, Faxon exclaimed in shock. The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish could be processed into yellow-lipped jelly, one of the 8 great delicacies. In ancient times, it had once been a tribute item, indicating its immense value. Don't worry, I still have better goods. Could you arrange a few people to help? Some physical work needs to be done, Aslan said. Sure. Faxon pointed to a security guard. Danny, go gather your team. In no time, more than 10 security guards ran over, working together to lift the ribbonfish out of the box truck. Under Aslan's strong comported, the giant ribbonfish didn't resist and allowed itself to be placed into the large aquarium. Chapter 109. A large sum of money. As everyone was moving the oarfish, the security guards' clothes were all soaked and filled with a strong fishy smell. Thank you so much, brothers. This is a small token of my appreciation. Aslan handed over a stack of cash to the security captain, which amounted to several thousand RMB, enough for each person to receive around 500 or 600 RMB. Mr. Yi, it's our duty. We can't accept this money. The security captain hesitated. I can't let you guys work hard for nothing. Use this money for cigarettes and laundry. It's just a small gesture, Aslan said. Danny, take the money. Our hotel has a policy that we don't refuse tips from guests, Faxon smiled. Seeing the senior portageman of the hotel agree, Danny took the money, planning to share it with the other guards later. Faxon walked around the aquarium tank, his face troubled. Brother Kai, you look worried. Are you not satisfied with this oarfish? Aslan asked curiously. This kind of ingredient is indeed good. Our hotel can't give it up, but it's too big to cook in one pot. I'm trying to figure out how to prepare it, Faxon replied with a bitter smile. If this fish could be prepared properly, Blue Sea Hotel would certainly gain a huge reputation and might even become a 5-star hotel. Yushan, we must get this fish. If we can handle such a rare delicacy, even if we can't become a 5-star hotel, we'll be an absolute leader among 4 stars, King said eagerly. I'm not confident about cooking such a high-end and complex ingredient. It looks like I have to ask my master to come help, Faxon said. You can get him to come? King asked in surprise. Faxon's master was a renowned figure in the culinary world, known as the god of cuisine in Jiangnan. If he were to take on this task, preparing the oarfish wouldn't be a problem. With such a rare ingredient like the oarfish, my master will definitely help, Faxon said. He could already imagine himself and his master preparing the oarfish together, making a name for themselves in the culinary world. The discovery of oarfish was quite rare. Most of the time they were found dead. Truly fresh oarfish were hardly seen in the market. This was a unique opportunity, possibly even recorded in culinary history. The value of this thing exceeds the yellow-lipped fish in some ways. After all, there's still some annual yield of yellow-lipped fish, but this oarfish is something that might not be caught every few years, Faxon said passionately. Cough. King coughed slightly, reminding Faxon to keep calm, otherwise, Aslan might inflate the price. Faxon realized his behavior and quickly regained his composure. Rakatl brother, didn't you say you brought 3 treasures? Show us the last one, Faxon smiled. Brother Kai, don't be surprised when you see my last treasure, Aslan smiled back. Looking at Aslan, Faxon was stunned. He couldn't think of any ingredient rarer than the oarfish or more valuable than the yellow-lipped fish. Aslan turned and walked towards the box. When he came back out, Faxon's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a goose egg. He saw Aslan holding a large blue lobster coming out of the cargo box. Gulp. Faxon swallowed hard and asked, This is the blue lobster? Of course, I had to go through portery channels to get this precious thing, Aslan smiled. Rakatl brother, this is definitely not domestic. Could it be you have foreign connections? Faxon asked. Aslan nodded, but didn't elaborate on his sources. After all, his real source was a small boat and a giant octopus in the sea. These 3 things cost me a lot of effort. Give me a price, Aslan said. At this moment, King and Faxon whispered, and then King approached Aslan. Mr. Yi, let's discuss the price of these items. Your golden croaker weighs around 50 pounds, and the market price is roughly 700,000. The last auction for a 1-meter blue lobster in Australia went for around 3 million. Your blue lobster can be considered the best in the world, and I can offer you 3 million. Oarfish is very rare, but there's no market reference price for it. It's hard to set a price for consumption. How about 1 million? If you agree, I can offer you 5 million for all 3 items. King listed the prices for each item. Honestly, this amount far exceeded Aslan's expectations. He initially thought he would top out at 1 or 2 million. And importantly, King hinted that the price was negotiable. Aslan hesitated and then said, 5 million is fine. Thank you, Mr. Yi. These items are crucial for our hotel. Please accept this VIP membership card, King said, handing Aslan a black card with a flying dragon design. This is our Blue Sea Hotel membership card. Enjoy a 10% discount here, King smiled. Aslan looked at the card in his hand, somewhat surprised. Typically, this was a form of patronage, but he hadn't expected to receive one. It showed that Aslan had gained significant importance in King's eyes. Additionally, King gave Aslan a ticket to an upcoming gala. After directing the security guards to move the fish, Faxon led Aslan to a secluded room in the hotel. Rakatl brother, you only farm golden croakers now, right? Faxon asked. That's correct. For now, I only have golden croakers. The prospects look promising, so I plan to expand my farm, Aslan smiled. If you want to expand your farming, I have some suggestions, Faxon said. Golden croakers taste amazing, but they have limitations. Recommitations? Aslan was curious. Wasn't a good taste enough to fetch a high price? Golden croakers, while delicious, are limited in variety. Among seafood, the best sellers are usually shrimp, crabs, and oysters, Faxon explained. High-to-portered items? Exactly. These have higher profits, possibly exceeding those of your golden croakers. If you can produce superior quality shrimp, crabs, and oysters, you should consider diversifying, Faxon said. This suggestion had been brewing in Faxon's mind for a while. Finally, he had a chance to share it with Aslan. Currently, Blue Sea Hotel lacked standout signature dishes besides the golden croaker. Expanding the production of golden croakers and developing new varieties was essential. Actually, the market value of Aslan's 3 rare seafood items was around 3 million, but the hotel offered 5 million, similar to an auction price. After spending such a large sum of money, it could be said that the cost was worth it due to the significance of these ingredients for the gala. However, if Aslan were to use this money to develop his business and supply the hotel with a large quantity of high-end ingredients, it would be a win-win situation for both him and the hotel. I have a list here. If you really plan on expanding into other types of seafood, you can refer to the list I'm giving you, Faxon said. The list was filled with various names of seafood, and most importantly, each item had its monthly sales volume noted beside it. This was not just a list, it was internal hotel data. Faxon's willingness to share it demonstrated his absolute trust in Aslan. Brother Kai, I'll definitely consider these suggestions, Aslan smiled. Sure, if you need any help, feel free to call me. In Blue Sea City, I know all the top-tier aquaculture farmers. It won't be a problem to connect you with them, Faxon laughed. With 5 million in hand, Aslan's first thought was to expand his farm, both in scale and variety. And now, with the list provided by Faxon, it became even more crucial as it could guide Cassius in the right direction. After some casual chat, Faxon left, needing to prepare for the gala and decide how to cook those ingredients. Aslan found Ronnie waiting for him in the hotel and immediately put his arm around Ronnie's shoulder. Thanks a lot for your help today, Finian. Let's enjoy a meal at this Blue Sea Hotel to see how good their dishes are, Aslan said with a smile. Rakatl brother, I think we should change our plans. This place must be very expensive, Ronnie said awkwardly. The 5 million has already been credited to my account. A small amount like this is nothing to me. Today, let's just be consumers. Immediately, Aslan led Ronnie into the hotel lobby, treating him as a gesture of gratitude. Chapter 110. The Priceless Fish. The waiter handed the menu to Aslan and began introducing the dishes. Sir, every dish in our hotel is a classic. I wonder which type you prefer. Tell me about the seafood first, Aslan said. Our best seafood dishes are Shang Shang Shir Shir, 8 oysters, and Zue Shang Ya, drunken shrimp. The waiter introduced portery dishes to Aslan and Ronnie. Ronnie, a rough porter, didn't understand these dish names and only watched as Aslan examined the menu. I heard your large yellow croaker here is very delicious. Order one for me, Aslan said. Sir, we have very few large yellow croakers. If you want to eat fish, you need to make a reservation a month in advance, the waiter said apologetically. At that moment, someone dressed as a porterager approached. Salmao Jing, go to the kitchen and tell them to select the best large yellow croaker for Mr. Yi, the porterager said. Manager, chef said that large yellow croakers must be reserved, Salmao Jing said hesitantly. This gentle porter is our hotel's top-tier VIP member, the porterager replied. Hearing this, the waiter glanced at Aslan and Ronnie in surprise. Their clothes were quite shabby, not like people of status or wealth. But nowadays, truly wealthy and influential people often keep a low profile, with things not always discernible from appearances. To become a top-tier VIP implies these two people are influential enough that even the boss would strive to retain them, far beyond what a mere waiter could decide. Watching Salmao Jing leave, Ronnie commented admiringly, this hotel has excellent service. This is the life of the elite. Hee Finian, don't belittle yourself. If you wish, it might not take long before you can join the elite too, Aslan said with a smile. Ronnie waved his hand. He was just a peasant from a village. Such matters were unimaginable for him. Finian, how about I buy a box truck specifically for transporting seafood, and you can be my driver? Aslan said jokingly. Ah. Ronnie looked up in confusion. Brother, don't joke around. You only have so much fish monthly at the farm, and I can help once a week without needing to buy a box truck. That thing is too expensive. I'm planning to expand the fish farm. Soon, I'll need weekly deliveries to Blue Sea City, And as you know, it takes 5 hours for us to get from our Yinjia village to Blue Sea City. Danilo term delivery jobs can only be trusted to you, Aslan explained. Yinjia village was far from Blue Sea City, with a round trip taking up an entire day. Spending 10 hours on the road plus loading and unloading time made it a very deporting job. And given the value of seafood shipments, worth hundreds of thousands, it wouldn't do to entrust this to just anyone. If Finian helps me, your monthly salary will be... Aslan held up 2 fingers. Seeing Aslan's gesture, Ronnie hesitated, then clenched his teeth and exclaimed, all right, I'll do it for 2,000. Don't worry, brother. I'll work hard. Previously, as a fish vendor, Ronnie earned between 4 and 8,000 a month. Aslan's offer was rather low, but Aslan was his daughter's savior, and regardless of the pay, Ronnie felt compelled to agree. His only worry was his massive debt, making repayment even harder. Finian, you misunderstood. I meant 20,000. I'm not an old landlord exploiting labor, Aslan clarified. 20,000. Ronnie nearly exploded hearing the number. It was more than he had ever dared dream of. That's too much. I'm not worth that much, Ronnie stammered. Don't be silly, Finian. You travel frequently between Yinjia village and Blue Sea City. No one knows the route better, and it's deporting work. I think it's reasonable, Aslan said. Though 20,000 seemed high, it wasn't unreasonable considering the upcoming expansion of Aslan's fish farm. At least, it could greatly alleviate Ronnie's financial burden. Dishes began arriving one by one. Aslan and Ronnie started tasting the food. While it wasn't as good as Aslan's home-cooked meals, it still looked and tasted excellent. Gentlemen, this dish is our signature treasure. Please enjoy. The waiter placed the large yellow croaker on the table, and its irresistible aroma filled their nostrils. Finian, taste this fish, Aslan urged. Ronnie picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and savored its melt-in-your-mouth flavor. The fresh, aromatic taste lingered endlessly. This flavor almost made Ronnie's soul soar, and he couldn't resist another bite. Swallowing the fish, Ronnie exclaimed, delicious. I can't find words to describe this taste. Hee hee, Finian. How much do you think this dish costs? Aslan asked with a smile. This large yellow croaker probably costs 2,000 to 3,000. Including premium ingredients, it might reach 5,000, Ronnie cautiously estimated. Aslan smiled and showed the menu to Ronnie, pointing at the signature large yellow croaker. 9,999. Ronnie gasped in shock. Ronnie struggled to imagine a single dish costing 10,000. They were eating gold, not fish. People who can afford this kind of fish aren't short of money. A 10,000 yuan dish might seem unimaginable to us, but could be the price of a meal or a piece of clothing to those folks. The world of the wealthy is out of our reach, Aslan remarked. Today's experience completely reshaped Ronnie's worldview. He never imagined that a random dish could match an entire year's living expenses. To be honest, I sell these fish to this hotel, Aslan added with a smile. What? Ronnie knew Aslan sold fish, but never expected these fish to become the signature dish of a 4-star hotel. Brother, I'll take this on, Ronnie said, draining his cup of wine. Here's to our successful cooperation, Aslan toasted. Their glasses clinked together as they drained the wine. Smash! At that moment, a wine bottle shattered on the floor, almost cutting Aslan's leg with glass shards. What the hell? Why won't you serve me this large yellow croaker? Are you disrespecting me? Beside Aslan and Ronnie, a young porter with yellow hair stood shouting, while a waitress tried to apologize. Sir, I'm really sorry. We have very few large yellow croakers, and reservations are required unless you're a top-tier VIP member like Mr. Yi here, the waitress explained. I don't care. I'm having this dish today, or I'll have people destroy your hotel, the yellow-haired porter threatened. Across from him sat a non-mainstream girl with multiple ear piercings, looking at the yellow-haired porter adoringly. Yellow hair brother, you're so handsome, she gushed. Haha, of course. Who in Blue Sea City doesn't know yellow hair's prowess? My word is law here, the yellow-haired porter boasted, feeling more confident with his admirer's praise. That guy, you, dressed like a beggar, and you're even a VIP member of some sort, the yellow-haired young porter pointed at Aslan and said, bring that fish on your table over to me. Right, have them bring it over, the non-mainstream girl echoed. Though Ronnie had taken a couple of bites from the large yellow croaker, there was no way around it. The fish smelled so good that even leftovers were worth fighting for. Are you talking to me? Aslan asked. Stupid, I'm pointing at you, can't you see? The yellow-haired porter shouted. The commotion here had already drawn the attention of the security guards. Upon seeing Aslan being bullied, they all became furious. Among all the staff in the hotel, the security guards had the lowest status and did the dirtiest and most exhausting jobs. When they moved the ribbon fish earlier, they got their clothes dirty and stank of fish. Everyone felt unlucky that day. But none of them expected Aslan to care about them so much and eventually give each of them a big red envelope. The money wasn't much, only a few hundred per person, but it was heartfelt. What these security guards needed most was recognition, and at least Aslan treated them like porter beings. Seeing Aslan being bullied, several security guards approached, and one had even taken out an electric baton. The hell? I'm under Brother Ming from West City. Try laying a hand on me, the yellow-haired porter threatened. Hearing Brother Ming's name, the security guards hesitated. People who worked as security guards were usually well-informed, or had been involved in street life before. Everyone knew the name of Brother Ming from West City. Even if they dared not offend the yellow-haired porter, these security guards were loyal and surrounded Aslan protectively. Mr. Yi, you should take your friend and leave quickly. Brother Ming from West City is not an ordinary person. That Ming is ruthless. I heard one of his men was found with someone's sister-in-law, and by the second day, both of them vanished. I've also heard about that. A month later, 2 bodies were fished out of the moat, completely decomposed. Translator's note. The narrative here seems to hint at darker, more criminal elements, which might be sensitive. Please let me know if you need further adjustments. Chapter 111, Unfortunate Kyler. Everyone kept talking about how terrifying Kyler was. Those in the western part of the city feared offending Kyler the most. A severe beating was considered light punishment. Portery had even been beaten to death. He could be described as a tyrant among tyrants. Mr. Yi, you should leave. There's no need to offend Kyler's subordinates over a dish, said several security guards. The shorter yellow-haired porter became more elated the more the security guards tried to persuade them. Being with such an influential boss gave him the freedom to act recklessly. You can have this fish if you hand it over and get out of my sight today without causing trouble, the yellow-haired porter said arrogantly. I want this fish? Come and take it then, Aslan replied indifferently. With a darkened face, the yellow-haired porter retorted, think carefully. If I come over personally, today's matter won't end here. Seeing that Aslan didn't seem to consider him seriously, the yellow-haired porter grew angry, feeling he had lost face in front of his girlfriend. If you want something from me, you must be prepared to pay the price. Let's see if you dare or not, Aslan said coldly. Today, I'll take your dish right in front of you and call others to deal with you. The yellow-haired porter stood up and walked towards Aslan's table, reaching out to pick up the large yellow croaker on Aslan's table. As he was about to do so, he shot a provoking look at Aslan, only to find his eyes filled with boundless coldness. It felt like being at the pinnacle of a world covered in snow, where the chill froze the soul. Scared, the yellow-haired porter shivered all over, feeling as if he were facing a demon emerging from the icy hell rather than a porter. If you tell me to pick it up, then what kind of face would I have left? I'll call for help now. You'd better not run away. Terrified by Aslan's cold stare, the yellow-haired porter took a few steps back, looking powerful but inwardly trembling. Go back to your seat and stop embarrassing yourself, Aslan said coldly. The yellow-haired porter subconsciously returned to his seat, trying hard to calm down his fear. So terrifying, even scarier than the boss's gaze. That's not even a porter look, he thought fearfully. After slaying pirates, Aslan's heart underwent significant changes. His cold and terrifying stare showed a disregard for life, something he developed after slaughtering hundreds of pirates. This did not mean Aslan had become unfeeling and merciless. It just meant that he started disregarding the lives of his enemies. Guys, please disperse. I'll be fine, Aslan said with a smile. Seeing how confident Aslan was and his polite porter, the security guards bid him farewell and left. Aslan's demeanor indicated he wasn't afraid of Kyler, and as a supreme member, he must have a powerful background, assuaging the security team's concerns. Brother Yi, let's leave now. There's no need to offend these gangsters, Ronnie whispered. Ronnie often traveled to Blue Sea City and knew the local situation well, including Kyler's vicious nature. It's okay, Finian. Eat with peace of mind. Don't worry about those thugs, Aslan said. But, no buts, if any problems arise, I will handle it, Aslan assured. Now, Aslan felt quite annoyed. Initially enjoying a nice meal with Finian, someone dared to provoke him. Since they caused him displeasure, Aslan intended to make them never feel comfortable again. Contrary to Aslan's anger, Ronnie was terrified. Having mixed in the underworld before, years of decline had smoothed out his sharp edges, making him try to avoid such conflicts. Forget it. If the main guy isn't afraid, why should I be? Let's eat first. We'll have strength if there's a fight later, Ronnie thought. Aslan didn't think the incoming people could do anything to him and continued eating with Ronnie. They cleaned up all the food on the table. Belch. Aslan burped and told the yellow-haired porter, if your people haven't arrived yet, I'll be leaving. My boss is on the way. Have some guts and wait another 5 minutes, the yellow-haired porter responded. All right, I'll give you that chance. Aslan waved over the beautiful waitress nearby. 2 bottles of guajiao liquor, please, Aslan requested. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Soon, the waitress brought 2 top-tier bottles of guajiao and placed them in front of them. Aslan and Ronnie began drinking. Aslan was killing time, while Ronnie was drinking for courage. Moments later, a big-bellied, tough-looking 30-something porter led a group of subordinates towards them. The yellow-haired porter hurriedly approached the porter. Brother-in-law, you're finally here. That person was insolent and didn't care about you. We can't let him go unpunished today, the yellow-haired porter complained. Yellow hair, you got bullied by someone else, shame on you. Kyler slapped the yellow-haired porter's face. To Kyler, the shame of his subordinate was his own shame. The yellow-haired porter held his cheek, not daring to speak. Kyler was ruthless and hadn't shown him any favor despite his sister marrying him. Kyler walked to Aslan, slamming his tattoo-covered arm heavily on the table. Heard you bullied my brother-in-law. How are we going to settle this? Kyler asked with a smirk. You should be thankful you're still alive, Aslan remarked coolly. At that moment, Aslan emitted a cold aura, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Kyler seemed to sense the youth's difference from others. However, unlike the yellow-haired porter, he wasn't easily intimidated, especially given the support of his subordinates. Swoosh. Kyler pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the table. You've got guts speaking so arrogantly. Get on your knees and apologize to me, or else I'll drain your blood. Boom. Before Kyler finished speaking, Aslan punched him hard in the stomach. The intense pain made it difficult for Kyler to breathe. Aslan then grabbed Kyler and slammed him onto the ground. This blow rendered Kyler dizzy, sensing nothing but pain. Aslan grabbed Kyler's right leg and dragged him outside like a dead dog. Want trouble? Outside. I don't want blood all over this hotel, Aslan stated coldly. His icy eyes, coupled with his murderous intent and disregard for life, chilled everyone present. Even when Aslan passed by everyone, no one dared to act. Ronnie remembered their first meeting, where Aslan had single-handedly fought off the fishing bully. The current scene was completely different from before. Back then, Aslan reacted angrily under duress, but Ronnie saw calmness and fearlessness in him now. This kid has changed a lot. Following him might not be bad, Ronnie thought. Seeing Aslan dragging Kyler ahead, Ronnie followed closely, holding 2 bottles of wine. Aslan dragged Kyler down the street, looking for a secluded spot. Almost everyone on the street was dumbstruck. What's going on? Why is he dragging someone along? Goodness gracious, the one being dragged is Kyler. Who has the guts to do this? Haha, it's refreshing to see Austin get his comeuppance. I have to see how he'll humiliate himself. Some were shocked, some were delighted, but no one felt pity for Kyler, who was being dragged along. At this moment, Kyler had been rendered powerless by Aslan's punch. As he was dragged, the friction of the ground against his scalp caused severe pain and left his skin raw. In a secluded alleyway, Aslan threw Kyler aside with a flick of his hand, then squatted beside him. Do you still need me to kneel and apologize? Aslan asked indifferently. Brat, today I fell into your hands, but if you fall into mine next time, I'll... Bang! Before Kyler finished speaking, Aslan grabbed his head and smashed it against the ground. 2 streams of blood gushed from Kyler's nose, making him look terrifying. Repeat what you just said. Brat, I'll... Bang! Aslan slammed Kyler's head against the wall again. Kyler felt as if his head would explode, his vision blurred with stars. Go on, keep talking. You little... Bang! What the hell? Bang! I'll kill you, you little... Bang! Big brother, I'm wrong? Bang! I'm wrong. Why are you still hitting me? Kyler's forehead was bruised, his nose broken, and tears of anguish streamed down his face. Sorry, I got carried away, Aslan said with a smile. I'm really wrong, please let me go. I promise I won't cause you any trouble in the future, Kyler pleaded. Chapter 112, The Reverse Mountain and Sea Spirit Gathering Array. At this moment, Israel felt that this was his unluckiest day. He believed that he must have not consulted the Alporterak before going out, which led to him crossing paths with this deadly figure. Bringing so portery people to trouble me. A simple apology won't solve anything, Aslan said with a smile. Brother, just say what you want. I'll do my best to comply, Israel said, patting his chest. In that case, pay for your freedom with money. Decide how much you're worth and use that amount to buy your way out, Aslan said. Israel hadn't expected Aslan to extort him, and even more surprisingly, let him set the price. Cough, brother. What do you think about 10,000? Israel asked, tentatively. I don't think a gang leader can be priced at just 10,000, but I'm pretty easygoing, so it might work, Aslan said with a laugh. Thank you, brother, thank you. Israel expressed his gratitude profusely. Don't thank me yet. 10,000 will let you go, but that's too cheap, so you need to leave something behind, Aslan said with a grin. Oh. Israel knew that agreeing so easily to 10,000 meant there was a catch, and now it seemed his guess was right. He reached up, took off his gold necklace and said, Brother, this is the most valuable thing I have. You take it. Rip. Aslan tore a piece of cloth from Israel's shirt, carefully wiped the gold necklace clean, and then put it in his pocket. This still isn't enough, but I'm a reasonable porter. If you leave your third leg behind, I can pretend nothing happened, Aslan said. This scared Israel, who trembled and asked in a trembling voice, Brother, what are you playing at? Tell me, even if I lose my life, I'll get you what you want. Initially thinking Aslan only wanted money, Israel never imagined he would go after his porterhood, a source of a porter's joy, which could not be given up, even on pain of death. Aslan reached into Israel's pocket and pulled out a cigarette pack, flicked it with his finger, and skillfully caught a cigarette between his lips. Snap. With a light pat on Israel, Aslan made him feel a chill running down his spine and concentrating in his groin. I've done something to you. This minor ability only prevents you from touching women. To remove it, you must listen to me, Aslan said with a laugh. These words were too mysterious for Israel, who couldn't believe a mere pat could cause impotence. Find this for me, and I'll remove this small curse. Aslan handed Israel a photo showing the sea bloodstone formed by the divine blood. Initially, Aslan gained miraculous abilities from the sea bloodstone. Obtaining more would give him even greater powers. Yes, brother, I will do everything to find it, Israel said. Remember, these stones are indestructible. Don't try to fool me with fakes, Aslan warned. After explaining, Aslan left with Rani. Once Aslan was gone, Israel cleaned the bloodstains off himself and left with his men. Brother, what do we do now? A subordinate asked. Fuck off, go play somewhere else, don't bother me, Israel snapped. Alone, he rushed home as fast as possible. In his bedroom, Israel turned on his computer and logged into an illegal website to watch videos. Come on, stand up, damn it, stand up. No matter what video he watched, his little brother had no reaction. Damn it, did something really happen? Israel muttered anxiously. Frustrated, he shut down the computer and dialed a number on his phone. You have 10 minutes to be here. Pacing restlessly like an ant on a hot pan, Israel waited until the door unlocked and a heavily made-up porter entered. Brother Ming, my brother was beaten up. You need to settle this for him, she said coyly. Settle my ass, come over here. Israel roughly dragged her into the room. Half an hour later, he walked out in despair. She had used all sorts of methods to help him, but there was no change. Convinced someone had tampered with him, Israel went to the hospital for various tests. The doctor reviewed the results and said, Mr. Austin, all your physical indicators are normal. If you're having erectile issues, it's likely psychological. I suggest psychotherapy. Walking out of the hospital dazed, Israel realized even the city's best doctors couldn't detect what had been done to him. If Western medicine fails, I still have traditional Chinese medicine. It should be able to help, Israel thought. In Lanhai City, there was a renowned doctor whom countless officials sought after by appointment. Despite Israel's poor standing, he had another way. His father, once part of the underworld and very righteous, had helped the old doctor in trouble years ago. With this favor, seeing the doctor wouldn't be a problem. Calling the doctor's assistant, he learned the old doctor was resting but could be met with urgency. Israel quickly arrived at a small clinic. The clinic was tiny, but spotlessly clean. Guided by the assistant, Israel met the elderly doctor, who smiled warmly. It's a Ming. Years haven't changed you much, the old doctor said kindly. Grandpa Lachlan, I had no choice today. I have been tricked. Israel recounted everything, making the old doctor increasingly serious. If true, you're in serious trouble, the old doctor said. There aren't portery experts skilled in internal point striking. True point striking differs from TV martial arts where they leap and strike points using inner strength. Real point striking uses one's own energy to block blood circulation, either killing, injuring, or healing. Can you fix it? Israel asked fearfully. I'm not sure. First, I need to check your pulse, the old doctor replied. Taking Israel's hand, the old doctor began diagnosing, growing increasingly alarmed. What you said is true, the old doctor asked. Absolutely. How could I lie about this to Grandpa Lachlan? Israel almost cried. If it wasn't treatable, he would be like a useless person, living in despair. The method is very sophisticated. Everything in your body is normal. I can't find any abnormal blood flow, so logically, you shouldn't be ill unless what? This old porter is really annoying. He shouldn't be holding back now. Unless a hypnotism expert has planted a psychological suggestion in you, making your subconscious mind resist your body, causing this situation. Of course, this is just my guess, the old doctor said. Israel felt that today's events had been one twist after another. Now, he almost wished to die with Aslan. Grandpa Lachlan, are you saying I should seek a psychologist? Israel asked. You can try, but I don't think it will help much. There aren't pottery true masters of hypnosis in the world. Certainly not in Lanhai City, and even if you did find one, they might not help someone like you given their status, the old doctor replied. Despair filled Israel's heart as he left the clinic. He lost his sense of direction for a moment. The only thing that kept him going was the thought of finding the blue stone so Aslan could remove the curse from him. What neither the old doctor nor Israel knew was that Aslan hadn't used any point striking or hypnosis. Instead, he had inscribed an inverted mountain and sea spirit gathering array on Israel's little brother. The inverted mountain and sea spirit gathering array. It has the opposite ability of the mountain and sea spirit gathering array, which drives away the spiritual energy within an area. Without the spiritual energy's enhancement, the object was just lifeless. Of course, it wouldn't rise. Aslan deliberately made this inverted mountain and sea spirit gathering array very unstable. After 3 years, Israel would return to normal, and this 3-year period would serve as a lesson for him. Unlike the anxious Israel, Aslan, after one day, had already returned to Yinjia village and began submitting his proposal to expand his fish farm to the village committee. Because the yuan was now Sylvester, expanding the fish farm was resolved very easily, and the price was much cheaper than before. This money went fast. 4 million just vanished like that. As Aslan walked out of the village committee office, he sighed. Chapter 113, Dynamic Eating. In the following days, Aslan was busy expanding his fish farm. Now, Aslan's fish farm had expanded nearly tenfold, allowing for more types of fish to be raised. Standing on his rickety boat, looking out at the vast sea, a sense of fulfillment welled up in Aslan. One day, my territory won't just be this small fish farm, but the entire sea, Aslan said grandly. Ring ring. Aslan's phone rang. He answered it immediately. Hello, who is this? Aslan asked. Brother, I'm delivering the oyster seedlings and am now at your Yanji village dock, the caller replied. All right, please wait. I'll be right there, Aslan said. He drove his small fishing boat to the dock and saw a truck parked there. Hey, I'm the consignee. Let's inspect the goods. Aslan knocked on the window of the truck and said. The driver got out of the truck and warmly greeted Aslan, then opened the truck door. There were several boxes inside, which Aslan began examining carefully. The cargo consisted of the highest quality oyster seedlings. After Aslan's inspection, these seedlings indeed proved to be top-notch. This batch is indeed excellent, Aslan smiled. Our boss and Mr. Faxon are very close friends. These seedlings were specially selected, guaranteed to be 100% premium, the driver added with a smile. It was indeed high quality, but the cost of purchasing this batch of seedlings was also shockingly high, leaving Aslan with only some emergency funds. Although these oysters were great, they still weren't enough to fully meet Aslan's expectations. He could further optimize them using the Mountain Sea Spirit Rico Quid. Because he had already paid for them, Aslan directly loaded the oyster seedlings onto his boat. Oysters are another name for clams, belonging to the class Bivalvia under the phylum Mollusca. They are shell-encased animals that depend on others for survival, and those found where saltwater meets freshwater are especially delicious. Aslan deliberately extended his fish farm to the area where the river met the sea, planning to set up an oyster breeding area there. His small fishing boat arrived at the estuary. Aslan used his water control ability to envelop the oysters in water currents, guiding them into the sea. At the bottom of the estuarine area stood countless cylindrical stone pillars that Aslan had painstakingly transported there. These pillars were not ordinary. Each bore inscriptions of Mountain Sea Spirit Gather arrays. Together, these pillars formed a large array, greatly enhancing their spirit-gathering power. Aslan began controlling the water current to have the oysters attached to the pillars. With such dense spiritual energy nurturing them, they would grow rapidly and become exceptionally delicious. The true method of raising oysters involved tying them to ropes and hanging them in the sea, making harvest easier. However, with Aslan's oysters growing on the pillars, even if someone wanted to steal them, they would need diving equipment and tools to pluck them piece by piece. Harvesting them was easy for Aslan, though, as he could easily gather all the oysters from a pillar using his water control ability. In such a concentrated spiritual environment, these oysters should reach peak condition in about 2 to 3 months and can then be sold, Aslan thought. Using the Mountain Sea Spirit Rico Quid would probably speed up the process even more, but Aslan felt it unnecessary. Nothing brought him more joy than watching his business empire grow bit by bit. After dealing with these matters, Aslan rewarded himself by catching a large yellow croaker to take home. Eating the braised yellow croaker in the evening gave Aslan immense satisfaction. He fed the fish bones to Nico, who, as a guardian beast, relished them much more than an ordinary dog. After dinner, Aslan received a call from Faxon. Rakatl brother Yi, did you receive the oyster seedlings? Faxon asked with concern. Yes, they should mature in about 3 months. Raised using my secret methods, the taste will definitely exceed your expectations, Aslan replied with a smile. Through multiple collaborations with Aslan, Lantian Hotel had made substantial profits. Mentioning restaurants in Lantian City, everyone first thought of Lantian Hotel. Lantian Hotel's seafood dishes had gained fame nationwide and had surpassed some of the established five-star hotels in Lantian City. The exceptional taste came from Faxon stewing a large yellow croaker into broth weekly. Just smelling the broth could mesmerize anyone. Adding a little of this broth to the seafood dishes significantly enhanced their flavor. Due to this, Lantian Hotel was rapidly rising in the culinary world. Haha, knowing you've received the oysters reassures me. Don't forget to attend tomorrow's earthquake relief gala, Faxon reminded. Sure thing, Big Brother Kai, Aslan nodded. The next morning, Aslan put on his 1,000 yuan suit, a casual outfit and the most expensive clothes he owned. No matter how poor he was, Aslan always kept his best attire ready for appearances, at least ensuring he wouldn't embarrass himself when going out. Looking in the mirror, Aslan noticed a significant boost in his confidence wearing the suit. Not bad at all, Aslan smiled to himself. Leaving home, Aslan headed for the daily bus to Lantian City. Checking the time, it was about due. Ding dong ding dong. A horn blared around the village corner, revealing a dilapidated white minibus approaching. Seeing Aslan waiting, the bus stopped, and he climbed aboard. This bus belonged to another village, heading to Tugxiao Town and eventually reaching Lantian City. Because of frequent stops, the usual hour journey took nearly double that time. If Aslan's motorcycle hadn't been damaged, he wouldn't need the bus, but now it was his only option. Previously, Aslan hitched rides with Ronnie, but now Ronnie was too busy portaging the van service and couldn't drive Aslan anymore. While leaning back against the seat, seemingly dozing off, Aslan entered Cao Maoba's body through their bond. Cao Maoba's tentacle displayed a boat-shaped mark, currently swimming through the ocean. Danilo ago, Aslan placed the Water God Palace on Cao Maoba, giving it storage capabilities. As Aslan controlled Cao Maoba, he inspected the spoils within the Water God Palace. Inside the Water God Palace was a designated storage space divided into smaller compartments. One compartment was filled with seawater, teeming with hundreds of lobsters. These were the finest lobsters Cao Maoba had chosen, perhaps only palm-sized but undoubtedly the tastiest variety. Aslan planned to cultivate all sorts of marine life comprehensively, including fish, shrimp, and crabs, aiming for the highest quality. Now that these lobsters had reached the stage of self-reproduction, Aslan ceased his search for more of them. We already have large yellow croakers for fish and the finest lobsters for shrimp. Now, all we need is crabs, Aslan thought to himself. If he were going to choose, it would be the best kind of crab available. Aslan set his sights on the king crab. The king crab, also known as stone crab or rock crab, belongs to the family Rhicothodidae. These crustaceans are not true crabs but gained their name due to their colossal size, earning them the prestigious title of king of crabs. They primarily inhabit cold waters. Aslan now aimed to acquire the king crab, fortunately, not too far from his current location. King crab fishermen engage in one of the world's most dangerous professions. Their injury and fatality rates are 50 times higher than those of ordinary workers, with an average of 1 death every 7 days. Sea temperatures often plummet below 0 degrees Celsius, forcing fishermen to work over 20 hours in extreme conditions. After each grueling voyage, they return battered and bruised. Despite the substantial pay, few dare to undertake this perilous job. Waves in the area can soar up to 40 meters high, making it a life-threatening endeavor. The region where king crabs thrive is close to the Antarctic, quite distant from Cao Maoba's present location. At Cao Maoba's current speed, it would take roughly 2 days to reach there. To Aslan's delight, Cao Maoba's body had grown to about 20 meters, classifying it as a behemoth in the ocean. As Cao Maoba grew larger, its ancient bloodline awakened, significantly enhancing its devouring ability. Cao Maoba could now suck dry all the seawater within 10 meters of itself, swallowing every fish and shrimp before spitting out the water. This dramatically increased its consumption speed. Traveling while feeding, any small fish or shrimp within 10 meters of Cao Maoba met their end at its mouth. From this, one could glimpse a hint of the ancient devouring devil squid's prowess. Chapter 114, Meeting Ruby Again. When Aslan's consciousness returned to his body, it was already noon. After 2 or 3 more stops, they would arrive at Blue Sea City. Aslan looked out the window, but in fact, his mind had already started contemplating the future development of the fish farm. At present, there were only large yellow croakers. It was necessary to introduce other fish species in the future. For lower-end sea creatures, there were oysters. For high-end items, there were lobsters, and humorously, he needed to find king crabs as well. As for the rest of the seafood, further research was required. Just as Aslan was selecting suitable marine animals to raise, a very beautiful girl and a porter waved at the roadside, and the minibus stopped and opened its door. These rural minibuses were different from buses in big cities. They would stop anytime there were passengers on the road without regard to bus stops. The girl wore a baseball cap and large sunglasses, making her face hard to see clearly. However, the clothes she wore seemed expensive, accentuating her elegant figure and giving off a youthful and charming vibe. After boarding, the porter said to the girl beside him, "Fair, let's sit at the back. There are empty seats over there." But the girl didn't seem to hear her companion. When she saw Aslan, her eyes lit up. She didn't choose an empty seat, but came directly to Aslan's side. "May I sit here?" her clear voice asked. "Of course." Aslan nodded, confused. Why did this girl choose to sit next to him? Could it be that his clothes today attracted her attention? Or was she a thief? Various thoughts raced through Aslan's mind, with only 2 possibilities seeming plausible. Meanwhile, the porter's face turned alternately green and purple. He hadn't expected his companion to ignore him and sit with a stranger. This must be Feyer's test. That guy isn't as handsome as me, nor does his clothing suggest wealth. Feyer couldn't possibly like him. Definitely a test. The porter thought to himself firmly. The girl noticed Aslan's vigilance and laughed, asking, "Don't you recognize me?" Her voice sounded familiar, but with the hat and sunglasses, who could tell? "Given your current appearance, it's hard for me to guess who you are," Aslan smiled. Aslan had already decided that if this girl claimed to be an old classmate he hadn't seen for years, she must be a fraud. He would pretend to fall for it, but wouldn't give her a single cent. To avoid revealing his true thoughts, Aslan acted casual while preparing to engage the potential scammer. Hee, you really do forget easily. Can you recognize me now if I take off my glasses? The girl smiled. Removing her sunglasses, the girl appeared exceptionally beautiful, especially when smiling. Though her face looked somewhat familiar, Aslan couldn't recall ever knowing such a beautiful reporter. Seeing Aslan's bewildered look, the girl said with a hint of disappointment, I'm Ruby. Back when the Injaikan cruise ship accident happened, I was part of the rescue team. Suddenly, Aslan remembered. During the incident, he had used his ability to control fish and save portery people. One of the rescuers was indeed a girl named Ruby. Recalling that 9 people had died, and the rescue team had given up, Aslan had severely criticized Ruby and others for being irresponsible. Later, using the power of the Mountain Sea Spirit Rikoquid, Aslan revived 8 people, but one elderly person was beyond saving due to old age. At that time, Aslan felt very upset, and it was Ruby who consoled him. Memories of that day flooded back. Although Ruby in uniform was pretty, she wasn't nearly as captivating as she was now. It's been a long time. Are you dressed up to meet your boyfriend? Aslan asked with a smile. In our line of work, we have to travel everywhere for missions. Boyfriends are just a luxury, Ruby replied with a laugh. Tsk, what a pity. If I were still single, I would definitely try to win your heart, Aslan said. Upon hearing that Aslan already had a girlfriend, Ruby's eyes briefly showed regret. During that rescue operation, Aslan's miraculous ability had left a deep impression on Ruby, embedding a shadow in her heart. She hadn't expected him to already have a girlfriend. You're right. An excellent porter like him wouldn't lack a girlfriend, Ruby sighed inwardly. Ruby felt a bit regretful. After all, Aslan was the first porter she had liked, though it was merely a liking, far from love. Cough cough. At that moment, the porter who accompanied Ruby sat beside her. Separated from Aslan only by an aisle and Ruby, he coughed twice to get Aslan's attention. My name is Tad, also Ruby's future boyfriend. Nice to meet you, Tad extended his hand. Oh, hello, I'm Aslan. Aslan shook hands briefly with Tad. Tad had already been boiling with anger seeing Ruby chatting animatedly with Aslan. If not for trying to make a good impression on Ruby, he would have lost control long ago. Ruby, we're just colleagues. And I feel we're not a good match, Ruby spoke frankly. Fair. I think there's a misunderstanding between us. Don't believe the rumors about me being fickle and disloyal. They are slandering me, Tad explained. I just don't think we're compatible, and I currently have no plans to find a boyfriend, Ruby replied. Tad smiled. Fair, rest assured. One day I will win your heart. I'll make you willingly become my bride. Seeing Tad's sincere expression, Ruby hesitated, wondering if he wasn't as bad as others said. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. You're going to Blue Sea City, right? Aslan asked with a smile. For tourism or a mission? We're attending a charity gala for earthquake relief. Our team participated in this rescue effort, so we're honored to attend this gala, Ruby said with a smile. Really? What a coincidence. I'm attending that gala too, Aslan replied with a smile. Ruby hadn't expected to encounter Aslan on this small rural bus, much less that they were heading to the same place. Did you participate in the relief efforts? Ruby asked happily. Why didn't I see you then? Seeing the two talking warmly, Tad snorted. What can this guy do to help with rescues? Attending such a high-class event? Probably got in through connections. Hee, you're right. I'm attending because the organizer is my friend. He invited me, and I couldn't refuse, Aslan laughed, unfazed. Hearing that Aslan hadn't participated in the rescue, Ruby felt a bit disappointed. With Aslan's abilities, he could have saved more lives. Just as I thought, this guy has no skills. Such a person, contributing nothing yet attending our gala, is stealing our credit and most despicable. Tad tried his best to tarnish Aslan's image, as he believed only he should be near Ruby. Don't say that about Aslan. Actually, during the last Yanjaikan cruise, in Ruby's heart, Aslan was a hero, and her colleague shouldn't judge a hero like this. Screech. At this moment, the minibus suddenly stopped. Outside the vehicle, 6 masked men wielding knives intercepted the bus. Bang bang bang. Open the door quickly, or we'll smash it to pieces. These people were forcefully banging on the door, with one of them brandishing a hammer and threatening the driver. Reluctantly, the driver opened the door, and several masked men rushed onto the bus. Hold up, we're only after your valuables and won't harm anyone. Hand over anything valuable, and we won't cause you trouble. But if anyone resists, don't blame us for using lethal force. One of the bandits shouted loudly. Slap. Just as he finished speaking, another bandit slapped him hard. That should be going white. Come out red. You exposed your lack of education even during a robbery. The bandit who was hit rubbed his face angrily and kicked the porter next to him, who had been secretly amused. Laughing your ass off? Want me to stab you? The bandit roared. Seeing the furious look of the 8 bandits, the kicked porter dared not speak up. One of the bandits pulled out a large black bag and, after opening it, shouted, Hand over all your valuables. Another bandit held a knife to the neck of a middle-aged porter and said menacingly, Cell phone, wallet, gold jewelry, hand it all over. Frightened by the threat, the porter trembled as she tossed her cell phone and wallet into the black bag. The bandit asked suspiciously, What's this? A hint of gold appeared amidst the porter's hair. The bandit reached out and parted her long hair, discovering that she was wearing a pair of very exquisite gold earrings. Hand over the earrings, the bandit ordered. Chapter 115. Money or Rikof. The middle-aged porter covered her ears and spoke in horror. No way. These are my daughter-in-law's earrings. I took them out secretly. If I lose these earrings, I won't be able to explain when I get back. Screw you, money or life. The thug violently pried open the old lady's hands. Then with his other hand, he ripped the earrings off her ears. The middle-aged porter screamed in agony as the earring was forcefully pulled off. Blood continued to flow despite her covering her ear tightly. Seeing the thug's brutality, most people chose to surrender their valuables. No matter how valuable the item, it couldn't be enjoyed without one's life. At this moment, a porter in the corner pressed his body against the backrest and reached his hand into his pants, an extremely inappropriate action under normal circumstances. What are you doing? The thug pointed a knife at the porter whose hand was in his crotch. Are you hiding something? The thug asked. And no, boss, I'm not. The porter was almost in tears from fear. However, the thug had already noticed this porter's unusual behavior and started walking toward him. Hand it over, said the thug. Boss, I really don't have anything hidden. The porter gave a smile uglier than crying. Don't have anything? Take off your pants now, said the thug. This porter had somewhat lecherous features, but looked extremely nervous now. Boss, please let me go, the porter begged. No pants off and I'll kill you, said the thug. Scared, the porter began trembling uncontrollably, but he didn't want to die and closed his eyes to pull down his pants. Haha, a grown porter in his 20s wearing cartoon-patterned underwear, laughable, laughed the thug. Boss, see, nothing here. Can I put my pants back on now? Asked the porter. Take off the last layer too, ordered the thug. With extreme reluctance, the porter eventually removed all his pants, causing a black wallet to drop out. At this point, the thug slapped the porter's face with the blade of the machete and mocked. I'd like to stab you twice for that. Now, throw the money in this wallet into the bag. Upon hearing this, the porter's legs trembled violently, and a stream of urine flowed out. Soon, the smell of urine spread throughout the carriage, submerging the wallet in it. When the porter tried to take out the money, it was drenched in urine. Screw you. Even the thug felt disgusted by such money. Enraged, he smashed the porter's head with the handle of the machete. Blood gushed out of the porter's head. After screaming, he fainted, which might have been a relief for him. Aslan and his two companions were seated in the middle. It wasn't long before the thugs approached them. Give us all your money, the thug said. Tad was the first to toss his cell phone, wallet, and other items into the black bag. Hey, I just noticed there's a little beauty here, the thug grinned wickedly. These are all I have. You promised that we wouldn't be troubled after giving up our money, Ruby said as she threw her purse into the black bag. All the thug saw now was Ruby, with a look of malicious lust. Hee hee, little sister, do you have a boyfriend? The thug grinned and asked. I'm her boyfriend. Don't trouble her. Ruby turned to the voice and found it was Tad who spoke. Tad trembled as he said, Brother, we're from a rescue organization. We're good people. Please don't make it too hard on us. At this moment, Tad wanted to gamble. Perhaps helping Ruby through this ordeal would lead her to decide to become his girlfriend out of gratitude. So you're this beauty's boyfriend, huh? Today, I want to borrow your girl. I believe you have no objections, right? The thug laughed. Big brother, a capable person like you must have portery women. Let Ruby go, said Tad. Ruby was the porter he admired, and Tad did not want her taken away by these people. Bang! The thug flew Tad into the air with a strong punch and spat viciously. Do you understand who porter language? I don't want your money, I want your porter, but rest assured, we will let her go after a few days of fun. Climbing up from the ground, Tad clung to the thug's leg and pleaded, Please, brother, let Ruby go. Looking at Tad, the thug suddenly had a mischievous thought. Since you beg so sincerely, I'll give you a chance. Either transfer 200,000 yuan to me, and I'll leave your porter alone, or you hand her over to me. What do you say? The thug waved the knife in his hand. Big brother, you must be joking? Tad forced a smile. Do you think I'm in the mood for jokes? The thug snarled. If you choose neither, then I'll treat you with my knife. In the thug's mind, regardless of Tad's choice, he intended to take the porter away. Such a beautiful young girl was rare. After much inner turmoil, Tad came to Ruby and said, Faye, why don't you go with them? They promised to let you return. I will keep this secret. Tad, you would send me for 200,000 yuan. You bastard. Ruby said angrily, 200,000 yuan. Okay, I can pay it myself. Hee hee, your 200,000 is fine, but I want this boy's 200,000, laughed the thug. Indeed, the thug liked money. Taking this porter's 200,000 and taking the porter away would mean another easy 200,000 soon. I don't have 200,000. Ruby, just go with them. I won't abandon you, said Tad. Even if Ruby were toyed with by these men, she would still be an uncommon beauty, though damaged. However, Tad naturally wouldn't miss such a free opportunity. You cover the 200,000 for me. I will repay you eventually, said Ruby. Hearing this, Tad hesitated. This could work, but he feared Ruby wouldn't repay him. Hee hee, since the beauty speaks, the price rises to 400,000. If this porter can afford it, I won't take you. Otherwise, we take the porter, the thug laughed. This commotion attracted the attention of other thugs, who gleamed when they saw Ruby. Since they chose to be thugs, they weren't opposed to kidnapping women. Cough, spending a few days with big brothers means saving 400,000. Who cares whom she sleeps with, right? Said Tad. At this moment, everyone in the carriage stared at Tad, thoroughly sashing everyone's sense of decency. Correction. At this moment, everyone in the carriage stared at Tad, completely challenging everyone's sense of decency. Note, the phrase sashin seems to be a repetition error and doesn't make sense in English. I've interpreted it as thoroughly refreshing, which still doesn't fit well in context. A more appropriate phrase would be completely challenging to convey the meaning better. Haha, this guy is really funny. We'll take your girl, laughed the thug. Do as you wish, just don't break her, Tad nodded respectfully. Damn it, I like you shameless people. In the war years, you would absolutely be the first to betray the revolution, the thug sneered. Tad, unashamed and even proud, praised the thug, feeling that what the thug said was completely correct. Rakatl beauty, your boyfriend doesn't want you anymore. Come with us, as he said. Sleeping with us is no different from sleeping with him, the thug said. Ha ha. The other thugs also laughed loudly, their eyes gleaming green as they looked at Ruby's body. That thug stepped forward and grabbed Ruby's wrist, pulling her towards the exit. You, let go of me. I can give you 400,000. Isn't that enough? Ruby cried out. Hee hee, we want the 400,000, and we want you too, the thug smirked. As the thug was dragging her away, Aslan reached out and grabbed the thug's hand tightly. Leave some room for others. After taking the money, don't harm her innocence, Aslan said calmly. You'd better not meddle, or I'll cut you down with one slash. Do you believe me? The thug growled fiercely. At this moment, Tad, standing beside, also turned to Aslan and said, She's my girlfriend. Who are you to interfere? I'm willing to give my girlfriend to these brothers. What right do you have to meddle? At this point, Aslan stretched out his hand and choked Tad by the neck, lifting him off the ground. You're a prime example of the worst kind of porter. Earlier, when you pleaded for Ruby, I respected you as a porter. Now, you're a complete scoundrel. After saying this, Aslan swung his arm and threw Tad out of the window with just one arm's strength. Boom. Then Aslan punched the thug in the head with all his might. The thug crashed violently into the side of the carriage, causing the entire vehicle to sway violently. Chapter 116. Magic Props. Ruby, who had already been frightened to tears, was hiding behind Aslan. To her now, Aslan seemed like a heavenly god descending to rescue her. In this moment, Ruby saw only Aslan. It felt as if her heart was completely attached to him. Then Aslan grabbed the fire safety hammer from the wall of the minibus. This item is standard in every bus, used for breaking windows during emergencies to escape. Without a word, Aslan struck it directly at someone's shoulder, even feeling the sound of bone breaking. Following that, he kneed the criminal's stomach, making it hard for the other person to breathe. After tossing the two incapacitated criminals out of the vehicle, Aslan ran outside with the hammer. These criminals were not reckless desperados. Seeing Aslan's fierce fight back, the remaining four began to run wildly. It's too late to run now, Aslan said. Aslan rushed towards the four criminals at a speed like a cheetah, giving each one a blow with the hammer, knocking all four onto the ground. Witnessing Aslan's heroic display, the other passengers dashed out of the car and gave these criminals a thorough beating. The reporter who was forced to take off her pants and earrings couldn't help but want to beat the criminals to death. Just then, one of the criminals lying on the ground viciously slashed towards Aslan with his knife. Aslan could not dodge because Ruby was standing right behind him. If he dodged, Ruby would be in danger. Be careful. Aslan turned and shouted to Ruby, who was already scared stiff. Relying on his strong physique, Aslan forcefully endured the knife slash without severe injury, confident that his body would recover quickly. However, if Ruby got slashed, it might cost her life. At the critical moment, the blade landed on Aslan's shoulder, and Aslan kicked the attacker in the stomach, sending the criminal flying away. How is your wound? Ruby screamed and ran to check where Aslan had been slashed, only to find that the clothes were not even torn by the knife. It's great that you're okay. I was really scared. Ruby cried and fell into Cassius's arms. When the criminal rushed towards them with a knife, Ruby was terrified. She saw Aslan start to dodge the attack, but stopped when he saw her behind him, willingly enduring the slash to protect her. If a porter is willing to die for you, you should marry him. Ruby's mother once told her, there are two things in life you shouldn't miss out on, the last bus home and the porter who loves you the most. Before, Ruby didn't understand the meaning of these words, but now she understood everything. No one could replace this porter in her heart after he blocked the knife for her. Looking at the girl crying in his arms, Aslan patted her back gently to comfort her. Come on, don't cry. Everyone is watching you, Aslan said with a smile. At this point, Ruby lifted her head and looked around, noticing everyone looking at her with kind smiles. Feeling shy, she immediately released her grip on Cassius's arm. I was just too emotional, Ruby said bashfully. Yes, I understand, Aslan replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Aslan touched his shoulder, puzzled by the fact that the blade hadn't cut him. He approached the guy he had kicked and picked up the knife for inspection. When he touched the blade edge with his finger, it deformed instantly. Soft. Upon closer examination, Aslan found that the knife body was metallic, but the blade was made of rubber, the same color as the body, making it impossible to tell that the blade was rubber. Aslan swung the knife against his arm a couple of times and found it harmless. You used fake knives to rob? Aslan asked incredulously. Cough, cough. Bringing real weapons would add to the robbery charges, so we bought some magic props, the criminal lying on the ground confessed. Hearing they were intimidated by mere magic props, the passengers became enraged and beat the criminals even harder. Tad almost cried in regret upon discovering the knives were props. If he had been braver, he could have been the hero, and Ruby might have become his. I get it. You were behind this whole scheme, intending to play hero and save Ruby. Don't believe him. He's deceiving you, Tad accused Aslan. Go away. Your accusations make you even more repulsive, Ruby retorted. Ruby, believe me, I truly love you. This was all a trap, Tad pleaded anxiously. Everyone now looked at Tad with disdain. They never imagined anyone could be so shameless. Do you like me? Ruby said angrily. If you loved me, why did you hand me over to these criminals? You say it's Aslan's trap, but taking this bus was a spur-of-the-moment decision. How could Aslan know we'd be here? You're despicable. Don't be mad, Ruby. The criminals are controlled now. Nothing bad happened. We can still be together, Tad insisted. You're not my boyfriend, and I never want to see you again. Leave my sight, Ruby said firmly. Seeing Ruby's resolve, Tad knew their relationship was over. He transferred all his hatred to Aslan. Had Aslan not appeared, he wouldn't be ridiculed and the criminals might have just been joking, not really taking Ruby. It was all Aslan's fault. Tad, filled with rage, pointed at Aslan, cursing, it's all your fault. Ruby wouldn't hate me if you hadn't shown up. I'll kill you. He picked up a rock from the ground and ran towards Aslan, preparing to attack. Aslan swiped the rock away with a wave of his hand, and then choked Tad by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Do you think I'm a good guy? So you're scared of the criminals, but not afraid of me who defeated them? Aslan asked coldly. Let go, Tad gasped red-faced. Let him go, Aslan. Even if you kill this disgusting porter, you'll end up jailed. It's not worth it, Ruby advised. Aslan nodded, then lifted Tad above his head before slamming him hard into the ground. Ouch! Tad moaned in pain. His eyes were full of fear when he looked at Aslan again. Just now, he saw the cold-blooded intent in Aslan's gaze. This porter must have killed before, far scarier than he initially thought. Disappear from my sight. If I see you again, I'll break your leg, Aslan warned. Fine, I'll disappear, Tad agreed reluctantly, struggling to rise from the ground and heading towards the minibus. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Aslan said harshly. I told you to disappear, not to get in the car. But this is the middle of nowhere, there aren't even any cars around. What if I can't find my way out? Tad pleaded pitifully. Either you roll out of here now, or I'll help you roll out. Aslan said. Seeing Aslan's serious expression, Tad didn't hesitate and turned to run. He was genuinely afraid of Aslan. Will he be okay? Ruby asked with genuine concern. Aslan couldn't help but smile wryly. Even though Tad had tried to betray her, Ruby still worried about him. It was just part of her character. Don't worry. As long as this guy isn't stupid, he won't die. There will eventually be a minibus passing by on this road. As long as he stays here, he might only have to endure one hungry night at most, Aslan reassured her. Ruby nodded. If someone like Tad only had to spend one night hungry in the wilderness, it would be too lenient for him. Waiting for the police here would take too long. I suggest we tie these bastards up and take them to the police station ourselves. What do you think? Aslan proposed. His suggestion was met with approval from everyone. It was still a 2-hour drive back to Lanhai City. The police would need 2 hours to arrive, and then another 2 hours to return to Lanhai City, making it too late. No one wanted to waste time. Using the ropes from the bus, the passengers bound the criminals tightly and loaded them onto the vehicle. The criminals began struggling incessantly. Big brother, big sister, uncles, aunts, it's our first time doing this. Please give us another chance. Please don't hand us over to the police. My life would be ruined otherwise. Sniffle, sniffle, I made a mistake. Please forgive me and let me go. The pleas continued throughout the journey. The driver found the noise unbearable, so he retrieved some tape from the bus and had the passengers seal the criminals' mouths shut. Chapter 117 The tension between women. When the bus reached downtown, Aslan and Ruby got off. They had initially intended to be witnesses at the police station but decided against it due to the timing of the evening gala. Amidst everyone's gratitude, they stepped off the bus and hailed a taxi straight to Blue Sea Hotel. The sky was now darkening, and vehicles were steadily arriving at Blue Sea Hotel. However, not Portery people came by taxi like they did. Seeing the well-dressed attendees in formal attire, with each person dressed in suits or gowns, Aslan and Ruby felt quite out of place. Aslan didn't have a suit, and Ruby's gown had been ruined by mud when the criminal rifled through her bag. The two walked into the 9th floor of Blue Sea Hotel, where the entire level was a massive venue dedicated to hosting various galas. As they approached the entrance, security stopped them. Please show us your invitations, the guard said. Ruby retorted indignantly, why didn't the previous guests need invitations? This obvious differential treatment angered Cassius. We're just conducting random checks, not everyone needs an invitation. In reality, these semi-public events welcomed more guests to boost attendance. It was good publicity for Blue Sea Hotel. However, anyone trying to blend in should at least look presentable. With their casual attire, it was natural for security to question them. Aslan understood the guard's duty and began searching his pockets for the invitation. Ruby also started looking. Ricardo brother Yi, you look very handsome in that outfit, Faxon said as he walked over in formal attire. He almost asked why Aslan dressed this way but held back. Aslan scratched his head awkwardly. First time attending a gala. I didn't understand the rules. Sorry. The gala was about to start, so Faxon didn't press further. These are our VIP guests, he told the guard. Remember Mr. Ye's face. His status here is equal to mine. Understood, Chef Kai, the guard replied. With the hotel's second income porter speaking up, the guard let them pass. Sorry, Ricardo brother Yi. This guard is new and doesn't know you yet, Faxon apologized. No problem, it's part of his job. I understand, Aslan replied. They entered the grand hall, filled with elegant wine glasses and dazzling lights, exuding an air of opulence. After greeting Aslan and Ruby, Faxon disappeared into the crowd, too busy to stay long. After sitting in the car for so long, Aslan and Ruby were famished. They found a quiet corner and started tasting the pastries on the table. Blue Sea Hotel really stands out. These seafood-flavored pastries are amazing, Ruby remarked. Aslan grabbed a pastry and tasted it. Indeed, the flavor was excellent. Upon eating it, he sensed the flow of chi within him. Just one bite revealed how it was made. Likely using broth from fish Aslan raised, then transforming it into the dough for these pastries. This method created not only delicious treats but ones rich in chi, highly beneficial for health. Finding the taste irresistible, they ate Portery pastries and even cleared several nearby tables. Ruby porteraged better, while Aslan's ravenous eating left him looking like someone cheating for food. People started pointing at them. Their unconventional clothing and voracious appetite drew attention. Noticing this, Ruby blushed and put down her pastry. Hey, Ruby, weren't you starving enough to eat a whole cow just now? Why stop now? Aslan asked curiously. Hearing this, Ruby wished she could disappear. She had jokingly mentioned it earlier, never expecting Aslan to announce it loudly. Feeling everyone's odd stares, she lowered her head, unable to meet Aslan's eyes. Cough, did I say something wrong? Aslan whispered. Shut up, Ruby whispered back. Oh. Aslan nodded, scratching his head, puzzled why Ruby was upset. Aslan. Just as Aslan was about to finish another pastry, a soft female voice interrupted. Turning around, they saw a porter in an elegant black dress approaching on high heels. What are you doing here? Aslan asked, surprised. Alicia covered her mouth and laughed. I contributed significantly during the earthquake. Of course, I'm invited to this gala. Walking gracefully, Alicia sat next to Aslan, eyeing Ruby appraisingly. Hi, I'm Alicia, Aslan's girlfriend. Nice to meet you, she extended her hand. Ruby, confident in her looks until meeting Alicia, realized why Aslan ignored her advances all along. Hi, I'm Ruby, also a friend of Aslan's. Their hands met, both sensing a subtle hostility from the other. Though Alicia hadn't officially claimed Aslan as her boyfriend, he held an important place in her heart. Ruby's presence gave her a sense of competition. Excellent men seemed to shine wherever they went. Hey, you two staring without blinking. Afraid of getting eye cramps? Aslan interjected. Both girls turned and shouted in unison. Mind your own business. Aslan could smell the tension between them. Misrun, how did you meet Aslan? Alicia, grasping Aslan's hand, asked Ruby. Ruby knew who this beautiful reporter was. They had met briefly when Alicia thanked their team after a mission. Seeing Alicia's territorial attitude, she assumed Alicia was Aslan's official girlfriend. Still, Ruby wasn't ready to back down. Aslan and I met a long time ago, back when the cruise ship incident happened in Yanji village, and Aslan and I. And just on the way here, a group of thugs appeared. They were terrible, trying to kidnap me. It was Aslan who stood up and protected my honor. Aslan stood there dumbfounded as Ruby recounted all the events. What seemed like two ordinary incidents became incredibly thrilling and dramatic through her retelling. It sounds fine, but something feels off. Indeed, women are born storytellers, Aslan thought privately. At this moment, Aslan felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he saw Alicia staring at him, her eyes filled with icy anger. Alicia forced a smile. My boyfriend is always so willing to help others. He'll do dangerous things even when he knows it's risky. As his girlfriend, I'm often worried about him. Yes, Aslan is such an excellent person, but you need to keep an eye on him. Good men like him are rare these days, Ruby challenged Alicia. Thank you for the reminder. I won't give any chance to those dubious women outside, Alicia responded with a grin. Watching the two women exchange sharp words, Aslan felt a chill down his spine. If not for Alicia holding onto his arm, he would have had the urge to escape from this situation. Just as Aslan was feeling most uncomfortable, the lights in the hall began to change, drawing everyone's attention to the stage. Faxon, the executive chef of Blue Sea Hotel, walked onto the stage, exuding confidence and charisma that made Aslan see a different side of him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this evening's gala. Our hotel shines brightly with your presence tonight. Standing on the stage, Faxon spoke eloquently, now serving as the master of ceremonies. Chapter 118. The Peak of Gastronomy. Now I officially declare the gala evening to begin. Our hotel will present the first item of tonight's program, Faxon announced loudly. At this moment, the staff started pushing out several dozen huge carts, each cart holding an enormous platter. It was evident that these carts contained dishes prepared by the Blue Sea Hotel. One particular dish even spanned 3 carts combined. It could be seen that this dish was extraordinarily large, stretching nearly 3 meters long, and everyone was speculating what kind of dish it could be. These carts were pushed into the hall, displaying a total of dozens of dishes. Among them, 3 dishes were placed at the front of the stage. Next, our staff will open all the covers on the dishes, Faxon shouted from the stage. At this moment, Faxon's heart began pounding, knowing that tonight's dishes would be a success but still feeling nervous. When the waiters opened all the platters, an irresistible rich fragrance filled the entire hall. Wow, what dish can emit such a fresh and fragrant smell? I can't take it anymore. This smell is too enticing. I'm definitely not dieting today. Let me eat freely for the night. The people in the hall began losing control of their emotions, with most starting to walk toward the dishes. Everyone, please calm down. Allow me to introduce some of our hotel's classic cuisine, said Faxon. At this moment, only 3 dishes remained covered, and these looked especially grand, with one dish even combining 3 carts. Faxon pointed at one of the dishes and said, I believe everyone has heard the idiom mountain delicacies and seafood. In fact, mountain delicacies and seafood refer to various rare ingredients. Today, our hotel will let everyone savor the ultimate rarity among delicacies, one of the 8 culinary treasures, the yellow-lipped croaker. As Faxon spoke, the waiters nearby opened one of the carts. There lay a fish over a meter long on the platter, with a peculiar object beside it, a flat, oval-shaped item with 2 gelatinous strips about 20 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide, pale yellow or golden in color, translucent and glossy. I believe Portery may not know what this fish is. It's the renowned yellow-lipped croaker. And next to it is one of the 8 culinary treasures, also known as yellow-lipped maw. The yellow-lipped maw is part of the 8 culinary treasures, also called the yellow-lipped swimbladder. It is processed from the swimbladder of the stone grouper, a type of yellow-lipped croaker. In ancient times, it was a tribute item reserved only for the emperor. Possessing it privately was punishable by death, illustrating its extreme rarity. Most attendees were from high society and understood the essence of mountain delicacies and seafood. Learning that this was one of the famous 8 culinary treasures, they were moved. Excuse me, sir, can we taste this yellow-lipped maw freely? Someone in the audience asked. Faxon smiled and replied, due to the scarcity of yellow-lipped croakers, our hotel cannot provide large quantities. We hope everyone samples it sparingly to allow more people to try this delicacy. Additionally, all food provided tonight is free of charge. After Faxon finished speaking, these social elites couldn't resist the fragrant aroma and pounced on the carts like famished wolves. Meanwhile, Aslan and 2 women who were outside had not yet reached the carts when they noticed the crowd had already dispersed. Most people wore regretful expressions for not tasting this supreme delicacy, while a few showed insatiable desire. What astonished Aslan most was seeing 2 men in suits sucking on fish bones unabashedly, and another person licking the remaining broth off the plate. These 3 individuals were utterly entranced by the flavors. When one of them realized he was no longer within the crowd's gaze, embarrassment spread across his face. H here. This dish is really good. Couldn't help myself? With one person speaking, the other 2 regained their senses. They each took a greedy lick before joining in. Yes, it's delicious indeed. As the saying goes, once you've tasted the bone marrow, nothing else compares, and now I've experienced this firsthand. Indeed, the essence lies in the broth. I find it incredibly tasty, said the person licking the plate. Haha, brothers, your insights are truly profound. Why don't we discuss this further elsewhere? The three walked away from the crowd, engaged in deep discussion as if debating matters of great importance. Clap, clap, clap. A spectator clapped and remarked, one really needs talent to lose face to this extent. The other spectators nodded in agreement. Seeing the first dish receive such enthusiastic response, Faxon felt even more excited. He held up the microphone and asked, let's play a game. The fastest correct answer wins a prize. Who knows how big the world's largest lobster can get? Almost instantly after Faxon finished speaking, Aslan raised his hand and shouted, I do. Everyone turned to look at him. To date, the largest lobster ever discovered weighed 20 kilograms, about 40 pounds, captured on a peninsula in the late 20th century. It was approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters long, Aslan said. Faxon nodded with a smile. This gentle porter is completely correct. You will receive a prize beyond your imagination. Let us unveil the second dish. Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes and see the world's largest lobster. The carts were opened, revealing the creature in its entirety. It was a supersized blue lobster nearly 2 meters long, shimmering with a blue hue reminiscent of a sapphire. A blue lobster is a rare mutation occurring in roughly 2 million lobsters. Mutated blue lobsters grow much slower than others, highlighting the preciousness of this large lobster. Staff members, please remove this lobster's claws and present them to this gentle porter, said Faxon from the stage. The massive claw was larger than a porter head, so big that one person might not finish the meat from just this claw in a single meal. Watching the staff carry the huge claw towards him, Aslan smiled wryly but accepted the gesture, knowing Faxon meant well. Let's go enjoy the lobster, Aslan said with a laugh. Aslan led the two girls to a table amid envious gazes, starting to pry open the giant claw and extract the meat. Here, have some. Placing the extracted meat before them, there was enough for all three to feel satisfied. In the face of this mouth-watering dish, the girls set aside their rivalry and began to savor the food together. Ah. As soon as the shrimp meat touched their tongues, the exquisite melt-in-mouth sensation was overwhelming, feeling like the shrimp melted and flowed into their stomachs. That wonderful sensation was something they had never experienced before, and both of them couldn't help but emit sounds that could be easily misunderstood. This sound caused both of them to blush furiously, neither daring to look up at Aslan. While the three of them were savoring the delicious lobster, another frenzy erupted nearby, which had become an all-too-common sight. This dish seemed to possess an unusual allure that could drive these elites, who had tasted countless delicacies, into a frenzy. The large lobster was quickly devoured, giving Aslan a sense of locusts sweeping through, leaving nothing behind. The crowd surged forward and gnawed it clean, leaving not a trace in its wake. At this point, everyone felt as though they hadn't had enough. Eyes began turning towards Aslan and his companions. Cough, excuse me, sir. Would you consider selling your shrimp meat? A porter approached and asked. Not for sale, Aslan replied firmly. He was dining with his girlfriend and the beauty. He would have to be out of his mind to do such a foolish thing. I can offer you 100,000 yuan. Isn't that quite high? The porter smiled. The porter, judging by Aslan's attire, presumed he must be here just to get a free meal. After all, anyone with a basic understanding of etiquette knew that one should wear formal attire to attend such an evening gala. Do you know how much this lobster is worth? Aslan said arrogantly. This blue lobster costs 3 million yuan. Do you really think this entire shrimp claw is only worth 100,000? Are you foolish or am I? You. Aslan's words left the porter speechless, unable to refute the logic. Indeed, if it were as Aslan said, the price of the shrimp claw would be at least 200,000 yuan, a conservative estimate. Feeling humiliated, the porter walked away, filled with resentment towards Aslan. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind making Aslan lose face. That delightful sensation was something they had never experienced before, as both of them inadvertently emitted sounds that could be misinterpreted, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. Neither of them dared to look up at Aslan. As the three were savoring the delicious lobster, the frenzy resumed, which had become an all-too-common occurrence. This gourmet dish seemed to possess a peculiar charm, driving this group of high-society connoisseurs into a frenzy. The large lobster was quickly devoured, giving Aslan a sense that it had been swept away like locusts passing through, leaving nothing behind. The scene was one of utter consumption, where everything in its path was obliterated. By now, everyone felt unsatisfied, and some people had already turned their attention to the trio of Aslan, his girlfriend, and the beauty. Cough, sir, hello? Would you consider selling your portion of the lobster? A porter asked as he approached. No, Aslan replied firmly. At this moment, he was dining with his girlfriend and the beauty. He would only make such a foolish move if he had lost his mind. I can offer you 100,000 yuan for it. That's quite a generous price, wouldn't you say? The porter smiled, trying to persuade him. The porter, having glanced at Aslan's attire, deduced that this individual must have come to freeload, as anyone who understood etiquette knew that formal wear was required for such events. Do you know how much this lobster is worth? Aslan said arrogantly. This blue lobster costs 3 million yuan. Do you really think one whole claw is worth just 100,000? Are you stupid or am I? You. Aslan's words left the porter speechless, unable to counter the point. Indeed, if what Aslan said was true, the claw alone should be worth at least 200,000 yuan, even conservatively. Swallowing his frustration, the porter walked away angrily, harboring resentment towards Aslan. If given the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to embarrass him. Chapter 119 Missy. This giant shrimp claw wasn't as big as imagined. Due to the rich spiritual energy it contained, the shrimp meat melted in the mouth and did not provide any satiety. At this moment, everyone had already finished the entire lobster, leaving no meat or even shells on the plate. Hey, madam, what do you mean by taking all these lobster shells? I plan to use these lobster shells as ingredients for making soup. I believe the taste will be fantastic. Upon hearing the lady's words, the rest of the people in the room suddenly realized they should have thought of that too. Although lobster shell soup wouldn't taste as strong as using lobster meat, it would still be extraordinary. Everyone regretted not thinking of it earlier, banging their chests in frustration. Losing the lobster shells was undoubtedly their biggest loss, and now all they could do was salivate over the bag of lobster shells. Does anyone want this shrimp claw shell? Aslan asked curiously. I do. I do. Two girls said in unison, looking at each other with eyes that sparked. Aslan felt two murderous auras come from beside him. How about you two split it? Anyway, I don't need it, Aslan said. Aslan then took out the already disassembled shrimp claw shell and roughly divided it into two parts, placing them before the two women. Though the lobster shell was small, if used to make broth, it would greatly enhance the flavor. Titus-umph. Titus-umph. The two girls looked at Aslan and simultaneously coldly humphed, turning away from each other. Aslan showed a bitter smile. The hostility between the two girls seemed to grow stronger. Standing on stage, Faxon saw the lobsters being fought over and felt his mood brighten. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our third dish with great honor. The first dish was the yellow-lipped sea snake, one of the 8 delicacies among tribute items, an extremely precious cuisine. As for the blue lobster, it is rarely found, with a global annual catch of about 100. Our lobster has broken world records, making it even rarer than tributes. And our third dish is even more unbelievable. I dare say few in history have tasted this ingredient. Faxon waved his hand, and his staff revealed the true form of the last dish. Wow, this fish is huge, longer than me combined. So terrifying, those sharp teeth could easily tear someone apart. If I'm not mistaken, this fish should be a ribbonfish living in the deep sea. Although the fish was already cooked, there was an indomitable aura porterating from the large fish, looking exceptionally fierce. You guessed right, this is indeed the ribbonfish that lives only in the deep sea. It's extremely difficult to catch, and it's rare worldwide to enjoy such a fish, Faxon said. However, before he could finish, the entire hall was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Faxon continued, to prepare this giant, we specially invited my master, Mr. Lachlan Adriel, revered as the food god in the culinary world. When the name Lachlan Adriel was mentioned, a buzz erupted through the audience. Even those who knew nothing about cooking had seen this venerable old porter on TV. This elderly porter had presided over state banquets for foreign heads of state multiple times, standing at the pinnacle of the culinary world. Unbelievable, this ribbonfish can actually invite the food god himself to prepare it. I never thought I would have the chance to eat a dish made by the food god. What a fortunate life I lead. I can't hold back anymore. This aroma is impossible to resist. The crowd started to chatter, and the hall was filled with the sounds of swallowing saliva. Faxon laughed seeing everyone's eagerness. Haha, I won't waste your time anymore. Please begin enjoying the meal. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sprang into action. However, the large fish had dedicated staff guarding it. This ribbonfish was different from other fish. The staff began slicing pieces for everyone, allowing only a small portion per person. Though the ribbonfish was massive, it couldn't match the appetite of hundreds of people in the hall, and even a 3-meter-long fish was insufficient. While most people got to taste the delicious ribbonfish, a small number did not. Brother, can you give me a bite? I have money. What about the bones? Can you give me the fish bones? I didn't get any fish meat. Why can't I eat? This is so frustrating. Some people wolfed down the food, while others savored it slowly. But for those who didn't get any fish, it was a significant torment. Due to the limited supply of ribbonfish, I apologize sincerely to those who couldn't get a piece, Faxon bowed. Even though Faxon spoke sincerely, it did not quell the dissatisfaction of some who didn't get any fish. Sometimes, the best things are what you can't get, and those who missed out felt especially itchy and uncomfortable. Aslan and the two girls were fortunate to get 3 pieces of ribbonfish each, sitting in a corner savoring the meal slowly while drawing envious stares. That's not fair. I have to report this. The Blue Sea Hotel isn't being fair. The fish in these 3 plates is clearly bigger and better cuts. Really? I didn't notice until you mentioned it. Their fish is twice as much as mine. That feels really unfair. Why are you treating us differently? The crowd questioned the Blue Sea staff. Facing the questions, Faxon remained unperturbed, smiling throughout. Let me explain. The gentle porter's portion is indeed larger because he is the one who caught this ribbonfish. Without him, none of us would be tasting today's dishes. Most people understood upon hearing Faxon's explanation. Since the porter caught the fish, it was reasonable for him to get a larger portion. The porter who voiced this complaint shrank back into the crowd. He was the same person who previously wanted to buy Aslan's shrimp meat. How annoying, I couldn't get rid of this guy this way, but there are still portery opportunities. We'll see how this plays out, the porter thought. At this moment, most people were discussing the taste of the meal, with some calling it a unique culinary masterpiece, likely never to be tasted again. The gala reached its peak, with everyone's faces glowing with joy. Soft music played, and portery people danced gracefully in the ballroom. When Aslan noticed the 2 girls eyeing the dancing pairs enviously, he felt he should take the initiative. I don't know how to dance, Aslan said awkwardly. The 2 girls turned to look at him with reproachful eyes. Both Alicia and Ruby understood Aslan's background. It was normal for a young porter from a fishing village not to know how to ballroom dance. Just when Aslan needed help the most, Faxon stepped in. Gentlemen and ladies, after a short break, we will reach the climax of tonight's charity event, Faxon smiled. Everyone knew the main event was about to start, and they all found their seats in anticipation. This time, our hotel has joined forces with the Flying Fish Auction House for an auction. All proceeds from the auction will be donated to help those affected by the earthquake, Faxon announced loudly from the stage. Clap, clap, clap. The audience began clapping, having been eagerly awaiting this moment. While truly valuable items rarely appeared at such auctions, this was an excellent opportunity to boost one's reputation in Blue Sea City. The more money one spent, the greater their standing would grow. At this moment, a reporter in a red cheapao ascended the stage. Her form-fitting dress accentuated her impressive figure, and beneath it, her legs were barely visible yet tantalizingly so. Hello everyone, I am your auctioneer for tonight. My name is Missy. As Missy stepped onto the stage, she carried a large platter covered by a red cloth. When the men in the audience saw her, they nearly went wild with excitement. Of all people, it's Missy, the top auctioneer of Feiyu. I didn't expect such a high-level beauty to grace this charity auction. Missy is absolutely stunning. I trade 10 years of my life for one night with her. If Missy would marry me, I'd give her everything I have. All the men in the hall grew restless. Even those who had brought their female companions couldn't help but stare, only snapping back to reality when they felt a sharp pinch on their ears or thighs. Aslan even noticed a porter in the corner ogling Missy's face while surreptitiously moving his hand under the table. Seriously, anything can happen in this world. She's beautiful, yes, and I like her too, but not enough to lose control. Besides, I think my Alicia is prettier. Then he added, and Ruby as well. When Missy appeared, Aslan's two female companions became wary, only relaxing when they realized he wasn't as mesmerized as the other men. Note, to maintain consistency with previous content, character names are transliterated according to pinyin. The translation aims to preserve the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 120, Destiny and Fortune. The beauty named Jade extended her hand, pressing downward in the air to signal for silence. Thank you all very much for your support. Thank you, said Jade as she bowed. Before the bow it was fine. With this bow, the audience could easily see the outline of Jade's chest. Aslan saw an elderly porter right in front of him clutching his chest with a pained expression on his face as he swallowed heart-saving pills from his pocket. Something's not right here, Aslan thought. He admitted that Jade was indeed a beauty, but not to the point where everyone would be gasping in admiration. Shanghai Chi gazing technique. Activate. A flash of light came out from Aslan's eyes when he looked at Jade. He could feel this reporter's aura was different from the rest. It's strange. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about her. She's an ordinary person. Why is her aura so different? Aslan started pondering. Closing his eyes, he began to recall the contents inherited within the Shanghai Chi gazing technique. On stage, Jade greeted the crowd with a smile, but inside, she felt like crying. She just wanted to be an ordinary person. Amidst the cheers of the men and the envy of the women in the audience, Jade kept smiling despite hating this role. Just then, Aslan felt both thighs being pinched hard. Looking down, he saw two girls each holding one arm, pinching his legs. Why are you two doing this? Aslan asked, puzzled and angry. Humph, who told you to stare at the lady on stage so intently? You have pretty ladies around you. Why do you need to look at others? Both girls said at the same time with perfect synchronicity. Oh, you've misunderstood, Aslan replied with a bitter smile. He had only used the Shanghai Chi gazing technique to observe the girl's aura, but was perceived by the two girls as leering. Didn't you notice how the other men were acting? Aslan asked with a smile. Of course we did, but they're just a bunch of perverts. They can't control themselves once they see a beautiful reporter on stage. Men are just dogs, said the girls, adding they too had momentarily been captivated by Jade's beauty. But seeing Aslan gawking at Jade made them snap back to their senses. To be honest, even though Jade is wearing a very seductive cheongsam, there's no way she could mesmerize all these men, Aslan added with a smile. The two girls looked closely at the surrounding men and realized how fervent they all seemed. These were high society people invited by RSVP. They should all have better self-control than this. Most importantly, the two women observed that while Jade's face was pretty, it wasn't breathtaking enough to cause this frenzy. Aslan, did you find something? Alicia asked curiously. Some women don't need exceptional beauty to charm everyone. It's their natural constitution, Aslan explained. In ancient times, portery beauties had such allure, which was both a gift and possibly their greatest misfortune in life. Fortunately, Jade was born in a good era, or else she might share the same fate as those tragic beauties. Natural constitution? Ruby frowned. Ruby, being a medical graduate, didn't understand Aslan's explanation from a professional porter anatomy perspective. If you insist on a scientific angle, everyone has an aura, much like Earth has its magnetic poles. This aura exists in everyone, and this reporter's aura can attract others like a magnet. This attraction isn't limited to age or gender. It's just that adult men tend to view women differently, making them more engrossed. Aslan's words made the two women think. Indeed, they felt drawn to Jade upon her entrance. In ancient times, wherever she went, she'd draw admirers. People might even call her a fox spirit, Aslan remarked. Had anyone else said this, the two women wouldn't have believed it. But because of Aslan's unique aura, they trusted him. Are you a fortune teller? Ruby commented. You really sound like one. Hee. I've studied some principles of fortune telling, but I haven't mastered it yet. In a couple of years, I should be able to read fortunes accurately, Aslan chuckled. The current level of his Shanghai Chi gazing technique was good for diagnosis, but not for reading someone's destiny. In a few years, even if Aslan had nothing else, he could use this ability to see through others' destinies and succeed as a fortune teller. The two women laughed at Aslan's playful remark and let go of their earlier resentment. On stage, Jade unveiled the plate and revealed a beautiful vase underneath. This Laklang Dynasty official kiln blue and white porcelain was sold last time for 1.21 million yuan. If anyone wants to buy it today, you must not miss this opportunity. Additionally, all proceeds from this auction will be donated. Please lend a helping hand to those in need. There's no starting bid, but each bid must not be less than 50,000 yuan. Jade, being a professional auctioneer, whipped up excitement among everyone. 50,000 yuan. I'll take the blue and white porcelain. Get lost with your 50,000 pauper. I'll offer 80,000 for the blue and white porcelain. I'll offer 1 million yuan. All I ask is Miss Jade's private contact information. Everyone in the audience cheered, showing extreme enthusiasm for Jade. TSK, 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 impressive. I've recently learned about antique levels, and this kind shouldn't exceed 1 million yuan. Didn't expect it to reach close to 1.5 million, Aslan mused. Isn't it all due to you men? None of you are any good, Alicia remarked. Ruby agreed with Alicia for the first time and nodded beside her. Seeing the bids increase, Jade felt it boosted her perforporters. The higher the item sold, the more prestigious her status as an auctioneer. The bid has reached 1.8 million. Anyone wish to place a higher bid? This is a rare piece of official kiln blue and white porcelain. Jade looked hopeful, radiating a charming mix of innocence and allure. One young porter gritted his teeth and stood up. 1.85 million. Seeing a new bid, Jade's eyes brightened, pointing at the young porter and smiled. This gentle porter offers 1.85 million. Any higher bid? 1.85 million. First call. Second call. Third call. With no further bids, Jade struck the hammer down. This Lacklang flower porcelain's market price is only around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan, and the auction price would not exceed 800,000 yuan. It was as if Jade had single-handedly pushed the price up by a factor of 2. After handing over this Lacklang flower porcelain to the young porter, Jade began to auction the second item. Jade placed the item on the podium and said, "This is a jade Buddha made of Hanbai jade. Although the quality of the jade is average, just like the jade cabbage in the Palace Museum which also has an average quality material, what truly matters for fine jade is excellent carving skills. And this jade Buddha was carved by Master Bellamy from Jingzhou. I believe everyone trusts Master Bellamy's skills. He is definitely a top master in the field of carving. There is no starting bid. Please place your bids. 300,000 yuan, 500,000 yuan, 650,000 yuan. The price of this jade Buddha kept rising. Aslan's evaluation was that it was just showing off with money. The price of Hanbai jade itself is not high, and Master Bellamy was an obscure figure. There was no reason why it should fetch such a high price. But some rich men were just bidding to win Jade's smile. When the price reached 1.3 million, no one bid any further. On stage, Jade looked pitiful and said, "Is there really no one willing to bid higher? Such a fine jade Buddha for only 1.3 million is a real bargain." Seeing Jade's pitiful look, a middle-aged porter stood up and said, 1.5 million. Seeing the price rise again, Jade showed a delighted smile. At that moment, a young porter felt his blood rushing to his head. "I offer 1.6 million. And an MPH?" Just as the young porter started speaking, a middle-aged porter beside him quickly covered the youth's mouth. "Cough, sorry. My son just woke up and his mind is still a bit cloudy. Sorry. The young porter struggled, but was dragged out of the hall by his father with his mouth still covered. Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter again, and even Jade on the stage couldn't help but show a smile. Chapter 121. Giovanni and Giovanni Tao. The middle-aged porter's face turned red as he dragged his son out, not wanting to remain and make a fool of himself. "Haha, old Raku. I just saw your son was very awake earlier. Old Raku, I have some premium plum juice here that can cool down anyone. Your son wouldn't talk nonsense anymore after drinking it. Finianu, don't leave. There might be better auction items later. What a pity if you missed them." People around the middle-aged porter were joking, though they had no ill intent. However, this only infuriated him more. "Damn, I lost face big time this time. Once we get home, I'll break these little brats' legs." The young porter struggling in the middle-aged porter's arms saw himself getting farther from his dream girl and struggled even harder, with tears welling up in his eyes from anxiety. The short commotion ended, and everyone resumed bidding. Missy, the auctioneer, was excellent, combining her beautiful looks with an inviting demeanor. She skillfully controlled the pace, ensuring pottery items sold at high prices. Another item was brought up, a very exquisite small gourd about the size of a palm, decorated with elaborate patterns. This is a very rare handpiece. In terms of craft sportership, it's naturally perfect and undoubtedly a masterpiece. Although we cannot determine its age or origin, it's absolutely an extraordinary treasure. Now, please start the bidding for this item without a starting price. When the small gourd appeared, Aslan felt an astonishing spiritual energy within it. Though I don't know what it's used for, it must be something good, Aslan thought to himself. While Aslan recognized its value, to others, it was just a beautifully crafted small gourd. The price for the gourd quickly escalated to 10,000, which was exorbitantly high for such an item. Aslan raised his hand and said, 15,000. This bid caught everyone's attention. Though the gourd was exquisite, it could probably be found for less than 1,000 on a street stall. Paying 15,000 seemed like throwing money away. A porter in the crowd looked over at Aslan. This porter was Giovanni, who had previously tried to buy shrimp from Aslan. Giovanni was always petty, and he wanted revenge ever since Aslan had offended him. Despite being able to see through people, he noticed Aslan's intense interest in the gourd. "If you won't sell me shrimp, then you won't easily get this gourd either." Giovanni raised his hand and said, 20,000. Everyone was shocked when Giovanni bid, unable to understand why he would bid on a mere gourd. Isn't Giovanni always disdainful of feng shui and antiques? Besides, he's obsessed with money. Why would he buy something useless? Today, Giovanni seems quite abnormal. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? Maybe he has a thing for that young lady, who knows? In this circle in Lantian City, everyone knew each other well, including Giovanni's character. Without hesitation, Aslan increased his bid, 25,000. 30,000, said Giovanni. Seeing Aslan raise the bid significantly, Giovanni was more certain that Aslan wouldn't give up on the gourd. He planned to drive the price up and then let Aslan pay dearly for it. Aslan glanced at Giovanni, thinking, it's this guy. But why does he want this gourd? Does he know how to use it? 50,000. Aslan raised his hand again. Seeing Aslan increase the bid by 20,000, Giovanni grew even happier, realizing he hadn't hit Aslan's limit yet. 55,000. Aslan replied, 80,000. 85,000. Seeing the bids escalate between them, everyone realized there must be some conflict between Giovanni and Aslan, making them compete deliberately. Aslan understood Giovanni's intentions as well. At this moment, Giovanni also turned to look at Aslan. Both men locked eyes and Aslan could see Giovanni's smugness. 1 million. Aslan announced. Hee 1.05 million. Aslan shrugged helplessly. 2 million. That's my bottom line. If you bid higher, the gourd will be yours. Aslan had a few 100,000 left. The rest was invested in his fish farm. Though he lacked cash, he could borrow from Lantian Hotel and repay by catching rare sea creatures from deep waters, which wasn't a problem. Most importantly, Aslan didn't think the gourd was worth 2 million. All things have their spiritual energy, but paying so much for this gourd seemed excessive. Aslan believed the other party would continue to follow his lead, giving him a chance to back off. In the worst case, Aslan's current strength wouldn't mind spending 2 million on a gourd to study. As expected, Giovanni hesitated after hearing Aslan's words, unsure whether Aslan really wanted the gourd so badly. At that moment, Missy on stage noticed the situation and remarked, "This handpiece is indeed rare." And our appraisers couldn't determine its age, but agreed it's an ancient artifact. It might be a significant find. Upon hearing this, Aslan's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the gourd, desperate to own it. Seeing this, Giovanni stood up and bid 2.05 million. He then looked at Aslan, mentally shouting, "Come on, place another bid, just 3 million, and this gourd is yours." Everyone followed Giovanni's gaze toward Aslan, hoping for a fiercer bidding war, driven by Huporter nature. Aslan smiled mischievously. "I said I wouldn't bid above 2 million. This gourd belongs to you, sir. Congratulations." "Damn, you're playing tricks on me. Today, Giovanni will not let you off easy," Giovanni roared. "Old Bai. Wait, this sounds like an insult." Aslan pondered. "If I call him young Bai, that doesn't sound right either." Haha. Everyone burst into laughter, surprised by Aslan's clever way of insulting Giovanni without swearing. "Neither young Bai nor old Bai dare say aloud, but I can't call him by his full name. Calling Giovanni feels too heavy," Aslan chuckled. Everyone paused, then laughed louder, as Giovanni and birth control sounded the same. Indeed, making it feel too heavy. "With years of experience, you should be called Giovanni Tao. It sounds more harmonious and ensures no fatalities," Aslan said. The difference between Giovanni and Giovanni Tao was a single character, Tao, implying safety and preventing any serious incidents, unless a vast grassland appeared on top of his head. Recalling that Giovanni had a son, everyone instinctively looked up at Giovanni's head. Seeing the strange looks from everyone, Giovanni was almost driven to madness. He detested people joking about his name more than anything in his life. "I'll damn well kill you." Giovanni grabbed a bottle of red wine from nearby and ran towards Aslan. Whether it was because Aslan had tricked him out of 2 million or insulted his name, Giovanni wasn't planning to let Aslan off. Aslan sat calmly in his seat, one foot lightly tapping the ground. No one noticed that a section of the floor beneath Giovanni's feet suddenly rose up. One of Giovanni's feet hit the raised ground, tripping him and causing him to fall face first onto the floor. Splash! The wine bottle shattered on impact, with pieces of glass flying and cutting into Giovanni's wrist, causing blood to gush out. Under the observation of the mountain sea spirit technique, Aslan saw that one of the veins in Giovanni's wrist was cut. Although it looked terrifying, it wasn't fatal. Clap, clap, clap. Aslan clapped and said, "I say, Giovanni Tao, it's just a 2 million small gourd, not worth trying to slit your wrists over. Slit your own damn wrist. Who can help me up? I'm going to kill him." Giovanni shouted angrily. At this moment, medical staff from Lantian Hotel rushed over with first aid kits to bandage Giovanni and stop him from moving around. "Sir, here is your auction small gourd. Please make payment." An auctioneer came by with the gourd. "I'm paying my ass. I have no money," Giovanni roared loudly. In his rage, Giovanni no longer cared about his dignity. He had only intended to spite Aslan. Spending 2 million on a small gourd was something he wouldn't do. At this point, Missy approached Giovanni and seriously asked, "Mr. Giovanni, are you sure you won't be purchasing the auction item?" "Sure, now get the hell away from me," Giovanni bellowed. ####Chapter 122, Reversal of Fortune. The world is vast, and all kinds of people exist. Although Missy wasn't new to the scene, it was incredibly rare to encounter someone who would go back on their word like this. Missy spoke solemnly, "Mr. Giovanni, our Feiyu auction house believes you are intentionally disrupting the auction prices. Moreover, since you refuse to pay, we will add you to our blacklist. Please understand." "So what if it's a blacklist?" "I don't give a damn about your rules," Giovanni shouted loudly. "You might not fully understand what being blacklisted means. It's a shared blacklist across all domestic auction houses. Unless you participate in underground auctions that operate in secrecy, no legitimate auction house will welcome you. While auction houses may compete, they share a common blacklist to collectively deal with bidders who do not respect the auction process." "What?" Giovanni exclaimed in shock. "I don't want to be on all auction houses' blacklists. I'll buy the gourd. Can I still buy it?" "Sorry, your actions have already violated the auction rules. Your bid will be considered invalid, and the blacklist will be immediately issued," Missy said with a smile. "No, you can't treat me like this. I was just impulsive. Sorry, can I apologize?" Giovanni was now extremely frightened. If he were banned by all auction houses, it would signal to everyone that he was untrustworthy, and no one would dare do business with him again. "Your behavior has seriously disrupted the auction. Furthermore, after your refusal during my final inquiry, you will not be forgiven by our Feiyu auction house," Missy explained. Giovanni, already pale from the situation, felt as if the sky had collapsed when he heard this news. His eyes turned dark, and he fainted on the ground. Missy ignored the unconscious Giovanni and walked over to Aslan with the small gourd in hand. "Mr. Yi, would you be willing to purchase this small gourd for the final bidding price of 2 million? She asked with a smile. "Are you joking? If it weren't for Giovanni's interference, I could have gotten this gourd for 150,000. How did it escalate to 2 million? I won't buy it at that price. Aslan shook his head. Missy tilted her head, looking at Aslan. This was the first time she'd seen a porter resist her charm, and a voice in her heart told her this porter was different. Then, according to what you said earlier, would you buy it for 150,000? She smiled again. This price seems fair. I agree, Aslan replied with a smile. After paying, Aslan lost interest in the rest of the auction and began to closely examine the small gourd in his hands. What is this thing? It feels like you really wanted it, Alicia asked. Having spent so much time with Aslan, Alicia knew him best and could tell that beneath his earlier facade, he genuinely wanted the gourd. I'm not sure, but it must have a special connection. I fell in love with it the moment I saw it, Aslan replied with a smile. Aslan didn't want to reveal all his secrets. Could he tell two girls that he would become a deity in the future? Fine. If you don't want to say, that's okay, Alicia pouted. Aslan smiled. Even though the beautiful town mayor was his girlfriend, such an adorable huff was not something he saw often. On the side, Ruby felt a pang of jealousy watching them. But there was nothing she could do. This porter did not belong to her. Perhaps this was meant to be a destined meeting without a future. After tonight, they might part ways forever. She just wanted to stay by his side for a little while longer. Unaware of Ruby's thoughts, Aslan immersed himself in studying the small gourd. With his body now strengthened far beyond normal porter limits, he used his nails, which were sharp enough to cut through metal, to scratch the surface of the gourd. To his surprise, not a single mark was left behind. Quite a mysterious item. My nails can leave marks on copper, yet this gourd remains unharmed, Aslan thought. Aslan became increasingly convinced that this gourd was extraordinary. He then poured some Shanghai spirit Ricoquid into it. Boom! Suddenly, Aslan felt like his brain had exploded. Before him appeared countless vast spaces. Some were empty, while others were filled with liquid. Shanghai spirit Ricoquid, Aslan exclaimed in shock. To his amazement, 3 massive spaces inside the gourd were filled with Shanghai spirit Ricoquid, each containing about 10 swimming pools worth of the liquid. Damn! This makes me rich, Aslan rejoiced inwardly. Only 10 drops of Shanghai spirit Ricoquid were produced daily, and even if Aslan lived 10 lifetimes, he couldn't accumulate this much. The only way to get this much would be to set up a huge Shanghai spirit gathering array to siphon Earth's spiritual energy. In 3 to 5 years, he might have this much. But setting up such a large array was out of the question. Not only might Aslan never achieve it in his lifetime, but draining Earth's spiritual veins could turn the planet into a dead star. After delving deeper into the workings of the Shanghai spirit gathering array, Aslan understood the difference between Shanghai spirit Ricoquid and ordinary spirit liquids. Shanghai spirit Ricoquid contained the power of cosmic laws, making it capable of reviving the dead and other miraculous effects when combined with the mountain and sea seal. Ordinary spirit liquids, while beneficial for the body, were far inferior to Shanghai spirit Ricoquid. Although Aslan had accumulated some Shanghai spirit Ricoquid before, it amounted to only half a basin, and its quality was far less concentrated than the liquid in the gourd. TSK. This is true wealth, Aslan mused. Feeling more confident now, Aslan thought that anyone who dared to provoke him could face retribution. Using all the spirit liquid, he could potentially destroy a small country, equivalent to a major city in China. Finally, I have a trump card to protect myself, Aslan chuckled to himself. Even without using the pure spirit liquid to power the water deity palace, these resources represented substantial wealth. While the liquid couldn't bring the dead back to life like deep-sea spirit liquid, it could cure almost any illness and was invaluable. This gourd possessed multiple massive storage spaces, much like the water deity palace. I'll carry this gourd with me, and let Cao Maoba porterage the water deity palace to collect treasures from the sea. Truly delightful. Absolutely delightful. Joy spread across Aslan's face, and he wore a silly grin. By the time Aslan finished examining the gourd, the auction was nearing its end. Aslan stretched and yawned. It was late at night, and everyone in the venue felt sleepy. If not for Missy keeping the atmosphere lively, the event would have ended early. Let's go. The remaining items aren't interesting, Aslan suggested. Both girls nodded. Neither Ruby nor Alicia had much interest in the remaining auction items, so they decided to leave with Aslan. Some attendees had started leaving, and Aslan, flanked by the 2 girls, felt a sense of lightness. Walking down the road, Alicia offered, I have a car. Let me give you both a ride. I wouldn't say no to that. Where are you going? Before Aslan could finish speaking, he swiftly turned his head to the side and saw a car speeding towards them from a distance. As the vehicle approached the 3 of them, it switched on its high beams, the intense light blindingly bright, causing excruciating pain in their eyes. Watch out. Without thinking, Aslan shoved the 2 girls beside him away. At this moment, the car was already right in front of him, leaving no time for him to dodge. Bang! Aslan felt an enormous force collide with his body, sending him flying. After rolling across the ground for who knows how portery rotations, Aslan felt as if he were on the verge of death, every part of his body screaming in agony. Struggling to open his eyes, Aslan saw multiple people getting out of the car and forcibly dragging the 2 girls into it. The pain in his body grew more intense, and Aslan weakly closed his eyes. Just before losing consciousness, he mustered the last bit of strength to call out, "Help me." Boom! At that very moment, far out at sea, an incredibly massive octopus was viciously attacking a submarine that had disturbed it, seemingly releasing all its pent-up anger. Cao Maoba wanted to help its master, but it was too far away and could do nothing. An eerie wolf's howl echoed through Yinjia village as a snow-white figure sprinted frantically through the night. Nico, you must protect the master well. I don't need a freak with 8 legs telling me what to do. Remember, only the master can call me Nico. You have to call me Brother Nico. Pa, you're just a big yellow dog. If you fail to protect the master, I'll haunt you even after death. With all his might, Nico saw the creature with 8 legs and immediately cut off communication through the mountain and sea seal, sprinting full speed towards Aslan's location. Nico, the son of a wolf king, had become extremely powerful after becoming the guardian beast. He moved in a straight line, advancing at top speed. Translation note: ***. This chapter builds up tension and suspense, introducing new elements and characters like the octopus and the mysterious Snow White wolf-like figure. The narrative shifts between scenes, connecting different elements of the story. Chapter 123. The arrival of Nico. Oh woo. Nico left the village's dirt road and began sprinting on the main highway. BRRMM. At this moment, several sports cars sped past Nico. This road was a favorite among the street racers in Blue Sea City, where no one would disturb their release of raw speed and adrenaline. Just as the last car was about to speed by, the owner of a red sports car turned his head and saw a large white dog racing down the road. Damn, how can a dog run so fast? It's impossible. Even a cheetah wouldn't be this fast, Basim said. He had just returned from abroad and was passionate about racing. So, he drove his unmodified car to play with friends, not expecting to see such a handsome large dog. Wow, it's really beautiful. Basim, do you think it's a wolf or a dog? The model in the passenger seat asked with a smile. Who cares what it is? It belongs to me either way, Basim laughed. He felt he was getting used to this dog. Whether it was a wolf or a dog, it would eventually get tired. Then, he'd take it home. Oh woo. Whether Nico sensed Basim's thoughts or found this toy unique, he opened his mouth into a grin. Legend has it that wolves are the ancestors of the dumb corgis, Urtahas, and Nico's grin matched the funny pictures of Urtahas circulating online, making the model laugh heartily. This dog absolutely belongs to me, Basim shouted. At this moment, Nico suddenly accelerated, surpassing the speeding sports cars. This is no ordinary Urtaha. I suspect this thing might be enchanted to run so fast, even faster than my sports car. The more extraordinary Nico's perforporters, the more Basim wanted to claim this dog. Ricotta brat, I don't believe you can outpace my car, Basim fiercely thought to himself. Although Basim's sports car was unmodified, it was still far superior to any animal. As he increased his speed, chasing after Nico, the fastest he could go barely kept up with the dog's tail. Hamilton, dash, there's a dog running behind your car. Slow down, we should try to stop this guy, Basim said over the radio. You've got to be kidding. A dog can't possibly outrun a sports car. Why don't you say the dog is a ghost? Haha, maybe Basim has been too drained by the model and is hallucinating. The drivers of the two leading cars started mocking him. After all, a dog couldn't possibly be faster than a sports car. Even the fastest cheetah wasn't that fast. You bastards, slow down for me. If you can't see the dog, I'll strip naked and run 3 laps in front of you, Basim growled. Oh, if Basim says so, then I have to see this magical dog. I'll notify the others, and we'll all slow down. If there's no dog, we get to see Basim streaking. After surpassing Basim's convoy, the cars began to decelerate, preparing to see the legendary godlike dog. While continuously running, Nico noticed the cars slowing down ahead. He thought these guys were really obstructive. My master is waiting for me. These guys mustn't block my path. Nico increased his speed, his body pushing beyond its limits. His blood flowed rapidly through his veins. Holy crap, there really is a dog behind us. This is too amazing. Incredible, if we catch it, it will surely be worth millions. Don't any of you dare compete with me. I saw this dog first. As the street racers argued, Nico accelerated and leaped onto the roof of one of the cars. With a powerful kick from his hind legs, sparks flew from his claws scraping against the metal. In midair, Nico landed on another car. After a few leaps, Nico surpassed all the cars and continued sprinting ahead. This series of actions shocked everyone, fueling their frenzy to capture Nico. Unfortunately, at a turn, Nico did not continue running on the highway but veered off along a small path up the mountain, disappearing quickly. The street racers parked at the turn and stared at where Nico had vanished. My car. A cry echoed as one driver lamented the claw marks Nico left on his car roof. Nico's rear claws were incredibly sharp, cutting through the thin metal like paper. Never let me see that dog again. Next time, I'll skin it and eat its flesh. Most of the street racers whose cars were scratched wailed upon seeing the damage. Their top-tier sports cars, now portagold like this, would likely cost upwards of $5 million to repair. Though they came from wealthy families, losing $5 million made them cringe. A model approached Basim and cooed. Basim, what are you thinking? I didn't expect to encounter such a mysterious dog. It seems there's still much about this world I don't understand, Basim said with an eerie smile. His love for thrills only intensified his desire to uncover unknown things. After shaking off the street racers, Nico released his overloaded state. Despite some soreness in his muscles, he could still bear it and would recover soon. Crossing the mountains, Nico swiftly arrived in Blue Sea City, moving like a white phantom through the urban landscape. After some time, Nico reached Aslan's location. Aslan was contorted almost beyond recognition, lying motionless. Oh woo. Nico knew Aslan wasn't dead. If Aslan had died, the guardian beast would die with him. As the master of the mountain and sea seal, Aslan possessed exceptional recovery abilities, and as long as he breathed, he wouldn't die. After straightening Aslan's body, Nico stood guard, ready to show anyone who dared harm his master just what a true guardian beast was capable of. In the dead of night, Aslan moved his fingers, slowly opening his eyes and sitting up. My head hurts, and my whole body feels weak. Aslan looked miserable. His body hadn't fully recovered, but his sheer willpower forced him awake. Studies show that people recover 3 times faster while sleeping, but Aslan woke up for one reason. He was worried about the 2 girls taken away. Nico, can you smell the scent of the 2 girls who were with me? I need you to find them, Aslan said. Nico sniffed Aslan. Although the scent had faded after an hour, as a guardian beast, he had no trouble detecting it. Finding the girls' scents on Aslan, Nico communicated using the power of the mountain and sea contract. Hearing Nico's explanation, Aslan nodded. Since we've found their trail, lead me to them. Too weak to move, Aslan clung to Nico's back, letting the beast carry him towards the girls. As a guardian beast, Nico was immensely strong, carrying Aslan without strain. Though it was deep into the night, there were still people on the streets, and they were utterly astonished by what they saw. Tightish, there's a porter completely covered in blood, wearing tattered clothes, lying on a dog's back. Wow, this dog is really strong. It can run freely while carrying an adult on its back. Probably drunk, letting the dog take him home. What a loyal dog. Although it was peculiar for a dog to carry an adult, everyone felt it was still within the realm of acceptability. Nico, I need to rest for a moment. The rest is up to you, Aslan whispered in Nico's ear as he lay on the dog's back. Woof woof. Nico, running ahead, nodded seriously. He would complete whatever his master had asked of him. Seeing Nico's agreement, Aslan rested on Nico's back, using every second to recover his strength. Following the scent of the two women, Nico continued to sprint through the city streets. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Blue Sea City, outside a holiday villa, a car stood parked, the same one that had hit Aslan and sent him flying. Inside the villa, Alicia and Ruby were tied to a large bed. A masked porter stood before them. You bastard, this is kidnapping. Release us now, or you'll face serious consequences. We advise you not to act rashly. Let us go, and we can pretend nothing happened. Alicia and Ruby spoke out, both terrified by the situation they found themselves in, something they had never encountered before. The masked porter replied, I advise you both not to resist. Stay here quietly and wait for me. When I return, I'll show you what it means to be a porter. His voice was strange, clearly altered by a voice changer so no one could recognize him. And don't even think about escaping from here. Just stay put and be my slaves. The masked porter laughed sinisterly. Chapter 124, Two Women Cooperate. Damn you, aren't you going to let us go? Alicia deported it. Haha, you two beautiful little girls, how could I bear to let you leave? Stay here obediently, the masked porter said with a laugh. Soon after, the masked porter left the room and entered the hall where he pulled out a syringe from a drawer and injected himself with its contents into his arm. He then lay down on the sofa waiting for the drug to take effect. Slowly, the masked porter felt a certain part of him begin to rise, causing a delighted expression to appear on his face. Ah, this imported drug is too expensive. Moreover, it takes so long for each dose to fully work. It feels like every time I use it, my body gets weaker. But if I don't use it, my little buddy just isn't reliable, the masked porter sighed. There was nothing he could do. He had tried all kinds of treatments, but none had been effective. So now he relied on this medication. Each wait for it to work was painful, a kind of torture. Get up quickly, your brother is waiting to bring you good fortune, the masked porter mumbled at his own genitals. If he were normal, one jab would have immediately done the trick. It wouldn't be possible even to lie back down afterward. Yet it took him a long time for this medication to work, and more alarmingly, every subsequent attempt required an increasingly longer time to kick in. If things keep going like this body will sooner or later be ruined. After I'm done with these two women today, I'll give them to my men to discipline. When I return from recuperating abroad, I can enjoy these already disciplined beauties, the masked porter said with a grin. While waiting for the drug to take effect, the two women inside the room were sobbing uncontrollably. Sniff, sniff. Don't cry. Crying won't solve any problems. We need to find a way to deal with this. Alicia wiped away her tears. We're both tied up. What can we do? Ruby sniffed. Don't cry. Let me try to see if I can get free, Alicia said. The ropes bound around the wrists and ankles of the two girls were tight, and Alicia struggled hard to break free. Her face showed fierce determination. Aslan's fate hung in the balance, and Alicia intended to seek revenge for him. These ropes are tied too tightly. If you keep struggling like this, you might hurt yourself. We've come to this. No need to worry about getting hurt, Alicia retorted harshly. With a surge of effort, she portaged to pull one hand free, but a large portion of skin had been scraped off her palm. Despite the pain on her face, it was worth it. Freeing one hand, Alicia started trying to loosen the other. However, the ropes were very sturdy, and with distance being an issue, progress was slow. In my pocket, there's a multi-tool knife. Use it to cut the ropes, Ruby said. Alicia paused at this, surprised that Ruby carried such an item. Seeing Alicia reach for her pocket, Ruby moved her body as close as possible, making it easier for Alicia to retrieve the knife. The fabric brushing against Alicia's wound caused excruciating pain, but she finally portaged to get the multi-tool out. This multi-tool included a blade, a screwdriver, a corkscrew, and other useful tools. Hey, how do you unfold the blade? Alicia asked. You need 2 hands for this. I can't explain clearly. Hand it over to me, Ruby anxiously replied. Following Ruby's instructions, Alicia held the handle while Ruby gripped it with her bound hands. Pull hard. Working together, they portaged to draw out the blade. Alicia immediately started cutting the ropes around her wrists. How come you carry something like this? Alicia wondered aloud. Hee, I'm with a rescue organization. Accidents happen frequently, and a multi-tool is invaluable for clearing paths in forests and repairing equipment, Ruby explained. Mostly, she carried it for self-defense. In unfamiliar territory, this knife gave her a sense of security. Alicia quickly freed both of them from the ropes. Silently, she tiptoed towards the door. Go get that vase and hold the knife. When he comes in, knock him out with the vase, and I'll threaten him with the knife. This is our only chance to escape, Alicia whispered. This was a private villa, and Alicia did not believe the masked porter was alone. If there were guards, they stood no chance without taking drastic action. Okay, I'll listen to you, Ruby nodded, picking up a vase nearby. They stood one on each side of the door, ready to strike. After waiting a while, footsteps approached the door. Get ready, Alicia murmured softly. Ruby nodded, her palms sweating profusely. The doorknob turned, and the two girls swallowed nervously. A masked figure entered the room, and Ruby hurled the vase at his head. Before the vase hit, the masked porter stepped back and dodged it, then kicked Alicia's dagger out of her hand before she could react. He grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the wall. Ruby froze, shocked that their well-thought-out plan had been easily foiled. You shouldn't be able to react that fast, Alicia gasped. Hee hee, the masked porter laughed evilly. Simple. I've got cameras in this room. I've seen and heard everything you've done. The cameras allowed the masked porter to monitor everything. He liked to record these moments of torment and watch them during his leisure time. Unexpectedly, they saved him today. Bastard, let go. Alicia bit down hard on the porter's hand. Ah! Screaming in pain, the masked porter loosened his grip and flung Alicia across the room. Bang! Her head hit the wall with force, stars dancing before her eyes. Die! Ruby threw the vase again at the masked porter, pulling Alicia up, and they ran for the door. The vase struck the masked porter's head, shattering his mask, and blood gushed down his face. Damn bitches, tonight I'll finish you both off, the masked porter snarled viciously. Due to his physical condition, the masked porter harbored a natural brutality towards women, often torturing them to death. Now driven by anger from his injury, he cleaned the blood off his face, put the mask back on, and calmly walked out the door. Ruby was dragging the injured Alicia as they ran, with a group of thugs in hot pursuit behind them. Alicia said despairingly, I can't run any longer. You should go on your own. I'll stay here and buy you some more time. Now Alicia felt an excruciating pain from her forehead, and she had no strength left in her body. She was now a burden to Ruby. No, I must get you to Aslan, Ruby said resolutely. If we keep this up, neither of us will escape, Alicia shouted. Ignoring Alicia, Ruby continued to pull her and ran desperately. Girls usually don't run fast, and with Alicia slowing her down, the two didn't get far before they were surrounded by a group of thugs. Let me tell you, I'm the township head of Tokyo Township, and my grandfather is a general. If you harm me, I swear that none of you will have a good end, Alicia shouted. The thugs exchanged glances and burst into laughter, filled with disdain. At your age and already a township head? Not even ghosts would believe that. To be a township head at such a young age, don't make me laugh. You're not even qualified to be a village secretary. Ricado girl, you're quite the liar. Who cares? It's not bad if it's true. This identity might make our young master even more excited. These people began to say lewd things, making Alicia's face turn livid with anger. At this moment, the masked porter, whose head was bleeding, walked over. His gaze towards the two girls was filled with brutal intent. Bind them according to the Japanese art of restraining people. Today, I want to teach them what it means to suffer more than death, the masked porter ordered. Seeing the look on the masked porter's face, everyone knew their young master was absolutely furious. After brutally tormenting the two girls, if he didn't kill them, perhaps they might still have a chance to take turns with them. Note asterisk given the nature of the content, it contains elements that may be distressing or uncomfortable for some readers. Please consider this when proceeding with the story. Chapter 125, The King of Wolves and Dogs. The two girls, both in appearance and physique, exuded an unmatched elegance. They were absolutely top tier. Now, all the underlings began to tie them up with lecherous grins, for if their young master was willing to share a bit of favor, it would be a delightful event. You bastards, aiding and abetting, may you all die miserably, Alicia shouted loudly. Heh, I just love seeing you struggle like this. I hope you still have the strength to do so later, the masked porter said with a laugh. A group of people prepared to take these two girls back to the vacation villa, ready for their young master to play with. Ooh wow. A wolf's howl echoed in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. Are there wolves near this vacation villa? The masked porter asked in fear. There shouldn't be any wolves around here. If there are, they must be from an external pack. We'll be fine as long as we stay inside the villa, a subordinate said. The masked porter nodded. After all, this howling sound was quite terrifying. It wouldn't be worth it if they were really injured by wild wolves. Bark, bark, bark. Just as everyone was about to return to the villa, all the dogs in the vacation area started barking frantically. What's going on? The masked porter exclaimed in shock. Did these dogs go mad? The tied-up dogs were struggling fiercely. A few porteraged to break free from their chains, their necks bleeding but seemingly unaware of the pain, snarling as they ran towards the masked men. Shoo shoo, get lost, you beasts. A subordinate responsible for raising the dogs came over to drive away his several large blackbacks. Suddenly, the usually gentle dogs became agitated, with one big dog lunging at the subordinate. The blackbacks started biting the subordinate ferociously. Within moments, the subordinate's flesh was torn apart. Amidst his screams, the subordinate crawled away from the blackback's mouth and returned to the crowd. At this moment, more and more blackbacks broke free from their chains. Instead of attacking, the large dogs surrounded the group. What is happening? The masked porter asked in panic. I don't know either. These dogs are behaving very unusually today, the subordinate replied. Ooh wow. At that moment, the howl sounded again, and they saw a majestic snow-white large wolf walking elegantly in their direction. The large blackbacks looked at the white wolf with fear and reverence, as if they were seeing their king. Everyone could see the mocking look in the white wolf's eyes. Wolf King, this is definitely the Wolf King. When I accompanied my father to the prairie as a child, I once witnessed the Wolf King patrol the mountain. This is definitely the presence of a Wolf King, someone said dumbfoundedly. I don't care if it's a Wolf King or not. What I want to know is what they're doing. Do they plan to eat us? The masked porter asked in fear. Don't be afraid. Recassin to me. Wolves fear fire. Everyone, take off your clothes, burn them to drive away the wolves, someone suggested. This was the only option left. Everyone began taking off their clothes and lighting them with lighters. Meanwhile, the white wolf stood not far from the crowd. This white wolf doesn't seem to fear fire, someone observed. Damn it, it's not just unafraid. Look at its eyes. It's watching us like we're fools, another added. Let's all charge together. With tasers in our hands, we might stand a chance, another voice urged. Ooh wow. At that moment, howls echoed from all directions, and about a dozen gray wolves appeared, gathering in their direction. The white wolf extended its paw towards the porters before it, looking every bit the regal king. When everyone saw the snarling gray wolves, each of them had only one thought. They were dead for sure. Wait, look, there's someone on the white wolf. Someone pointed, and indeed, they saw a figure moving on the white wolf. Ah! The figure stretched and slowly descended from the wolf. It's you! The masked porter exclaimed in shock. You didn't die. Haha, surprised? Unexpected? Aslan laughed loudly. After lying on Nico for so long, Aslan's body had largely recovered, though it still felt sore. However, it was no longer unbearable. Are you porter or ghost? The masked porter trembled, asking. Aslan scratched his head and said, Consider me a god. If it weren't for the two girls in the villa, Aslan would have directly controlled the earth to bury these bastards alive. Screw your god, get these beasts to leave now, or I'll kill these two women. At that moment, the masked porter drew a gun from his waist and aimed it at Alicia. I advise you to put the gun down. Otherwise, something bad will happen, Aslan said with a smile. You damn. Before he finished speaking, a small red snake suddenly jumped from the ground and bit the masked porter. What the hell is this? The masked porter felt a sharp pain in his arm and instinctively dropped the gun. On landing, the snake picked up the gun and slithered towards Aslan, delivering the gun into his hands. Stunned, the crowd watched as Aslan skillfully juggled the gun, clearly experienced in handling firearms. Seeing Aslan's actions, everyone felt intense fear. Not only because they were surrounded by blackbacks and grey wolves, but also because a skilled gun porter who was also an enemy stood before them. Actually, this was Aslan's first time handling a handgun. His fluency was due to his high level of bodily control, which allowed him to handle guns or knives in countless ways. Aslan aimed the gun at the masked porter and said with a smile, Now that the gun is in my hands, what can you threaten me with? My father is the boss of Laklanglong Company. If you kill me, he won't let you live. From the moment you tried to kill me, you should rest assured knowing you're going to die, Aslan replied with a smile. At that moment, Aslan waved his hand, and Nico began to howl to the sky. Ooh wow. All the blackbacks and grey wolves, upon hearing their kings come portered, showed fierce expressions. Bark bark bark. Growl growl growl. The grey wolves and blackbacks began running towards the group, attacking them in the most primal way possible. Aslan threw the gun to the ground, watching as the earth began to churn, swallowing the gun deeply beneath it. A firearm was merely a nuisance in his hands. With his superpowers far surpassing the effectiveness of a gun, there was no need to keep it for self-defense. Then, Aslan walked towards the crowd, and wherever he went, the dogs and wolves made way and lay prostrate on the ground. In the eyes of the wolf and dog packs, this porter was the owner of the king, a being even more noble than the king himself. I'll kill you, bastard. The masked porter snatched a taser from a nearby guard and lunged at Aslan. Boom. Translation ends. Aslan kicked the porter flying, even hearing the sound of his ribs cracking. Gurgle. The masked porter on the ground spewed out a large amount of blood, struggling a few times before falling silent. Aslan used his ability to control animals again, directing the small snake to crawl towards the masked porter and flick its tail to send the mask flying away. So, it's this guy. Aslan frowned and said. This porter was none other than Giovanni, who had grievances with Aslan before. Should have guessed. In Blue Sea City, I seem to have only one enemy like this, Aslan thought to himself. Since this porter was already dead, let him rest in peace. The two girls, seeing Aslan walk over to them, cried as they fell into his arms. If it weren't for this porter, they would have faced an unimaginable tragic fate. It's okay, don't cry anymore. Everything is over now, Aslan said with a smile, trying to comfort them. The wolves quickly cleared out the group, leaving the scene as if they had been attacked by a pack of wolves. After comforting the girls, Aslan returned to the vacation villa and destroyed the entire surveillance system. After all, the footage contained images of the two women, which could lead to suspicions if found by someone meticulous. Nico, can you take us away? Aslan asked. Nico nodded. The combined weight of 3 people, about 300 pounds, was not much of a challenge for him. Ow! Nico howled to the sky, and his body began to swell visibly. In no time, Nico grew to the size of an average horse. Aslan placed the two girls on Nico's back, then sat between them. Aslan held Alicia, who had a head injury, to keep her from falling off, while Ruby held onto him from behind. Nico, take us back to the city, Aslan said. With another long howl, Nico's massive body started galloping at full speed. Chapter 126, Nico whose price doubled. Nico's running was incredibly smooth, so the 3 people didn't feel any bumps at all. Soon, they arrived in the city center and dismounted from Nico. After the trio left, Nico returned to his normal size. A wolf the size of a horse could either be a genetic mutation or an enchanted beast. Walking down the street would certainly cause quite a stir. Aslan supported Alicia and led Ruby while Nico followed behind them. Due to it being late at night and difficult to find a car, Aslan directly took the 2 girls and Nico to an inn. Aslan woke up the owner who was lying on the sofa behind the bar counter. Boss, I need 3 rooms, said Aslan. No. At that moment, the 2 girls shouted out in unison. What's going on with you two? Aslan asked cautiously. How about we get 2 rooms? Nico and I will take 1 room, and you 2 can share another? No, I want to stay in the same room as you. No, I want to stay in the same room as you. The 2 girls spoke simultaneously, and then exchanged glances, seeing determination and competitiveness in each other's eyes. Cough, cough. Then let's just get 1 big room, Aslan said awkwardly. The innkeeper wore an envious expression and even gave Aslan a discreet thumbs up. Our policy doesn't allow pets to stay here. If your pet must stay, you'll need to pay a deposit of 3,000 yuan, which will be deducted if any items are damaged. As Aslan pulled out the 3,000 yuan deposit, the boss interrupted him. 3,000 yuan is for regular dogs. Your husky needs 10,000 yuan, the boss said. Woof woof woof. A look of fury flashed across Nico's eyes. This was discrimination against dogs. Plus, this boss was blind. He wasn't a stupid and lovable husky but a wolf king. Brother, your dog has such a look. Its pedigree must be real. Let's make it a deposit of 15,000 yuan. No less, the boss said. Deciding not to waste time haggling, Aslan swiped the card and brought the two girls upstairs to the room. TSK. Has the beauty standard changed nowadays? Such beautiful girls fancy a guy dressed like a beggar. The boss shook his head helplessly. Aslan hadn't changed his clothes since the accident, and they were now torn beyond repair, looking much like a beggar's outfit. This inn still had some class, offering suites with master bedrooms, guest bedrooms, and living rooms that resembled ordinary apartments. Once inside the room, Aslan approached the two girls. Take this, he said, opening his palm to reveal 2 drops of golden liquid. What is this? The two girls grew wary, as receiving something unusual from a porter could easily trigger suspicion. Cough, cough. This is a recipe passed down by my ancestors. Drinking it will help you recover quickly and is very beneficial for your health, explained Aslan. The two girls glanced at each other hesitantly before taking the Shan-hailing liquid into their hands. It was a miraculous substance that stayed together as a single drop without separating like water. The two girls swallowed the drops and felt a refreshing scent flow down their throats, followed by a warmth spreading throughout their bodies. Alicia trusted Aslan implicitly. If he wanted anything from her, she would have given it willingly, making underhanded tactics unnecessary. As for Ruby, she was willing to do anything for Aslan. Previously, Ruby had planned to leave quietly, observing Aslan from afar. She would reappear only if Aslan and Alicia broke up. Otherwise, she decided he'd remain just a passerby in her life. However, when Aslan saved her again, Ruby realized she had fallen deeply in love with him, even accepting an unofficial, hidden relationship. After drinking the Shan-hailing liquid, both girls felt incredibly comfortable, as if their entire beings were filled with a serene feeling. It's late. Get cleaned up and go to bed. Tomorrow, we'll go our separate ways, said Aslan. Feeling reassured that there was nothing wrong with the liquid, the two girls felt slightly disappointed. After they took turns washing up, Aslan intended to let the girls share one room while he took another, but ended up with all 3 of them squeezed onto one bed. The two girls hugged Aslan's arms tightly without argument. It didn't take long for the two girls to fall asleep, leaving Aslan listening to their steady breathing. They had felt immense fear after being kidnapped by Giovanni, finding security only in Aslan's presence. While the girls slept soundly, Aslan struggled. Sandwiched between 2 beautifully shaped girls, he could feel their incredible elasticity, turning what should have been pleasurable into an agonizing experience. For a fleeting moment, Aslan considered a ménage à trois, but dismissed the impractical thought. Being a good porter is tough, he sighed. If Aslan weren't a gentle porter, he wouldn't need to think twice about satisfying his desires right there. Tortured by his urges for hours, Aslan finally fell asleep late at night. When Aslan woke up, he felt coolness on his chest. Alicia was nestled comfortably on his chest, drooling slightly. Meanwhile, Ruby was nowhere to be seen, leaving Aslan with a sense of loss. To avoid waking Alicia, Aslan gently laid her aside and went to the bathroom, only to be greeted by the sight of Ruby stepping out naked. Startled, Ruby quickly grabbed a towel to cover herself. Please go out, she said, nearly in tears. Cough, cough. Sorry, I saw nothing, Aslan apologized, hurriedly closing the door, embarrassed. Back in the main room, Aslan found Nico smirking at him. Why didn't you tell me Ruby was in there? Aslan scolded. A question mark appeared above Nico's head. Didn't porters usually enjoy these moments? Why was his master upset? Cack. Sometime later, Ruby emerged from the bathroom, blushing and dressed. I'll go back to the room, she mumbled, avoiding eye contact with Aslan and retreating into the bedroom. Entering the bathroom, Aslan caught the lingering scent of Ruby's shower. After a quick wash, he came out to see the two girls holding hands and walking out of the bedroom. You two, you're not? This unexpected scene made Aslan stammer involuntarily. Didn't you see good sisters holding hands? Alicia said with a huff. Ruby, standing beside her, didn't speak. But her expression clearly showed she agreed with Alicia. For the two girls, yesterday's experience could be described as life and death together. Alicia helped Ruby escape confinement, and Ruby led Alicia to safety. Neither had ever given up on the other. The shared life and death experience greatly narrowed the distance between them, which was also why they argued yesterday. Before this, Alicia, holding the status of Aslan's official girlfriend, strongly opposed Ruby getting close to Aslan. However, yesterday's events changed her perspective. In the morning, Ruby approached Alicia, promising that as long as they were not broken up, she would never actively pursue Aslan. If Alicia were an ordinary girl, she would have insisted Ruby stay away from Aslan, but Alicia was different. Alicia understood how prestigious her family was, and how difficult it would be to get their approval for her relationship with Aslan. If one day her family truly opposed them, then this good girl, Ruby, should be with the porter she loved. This was the promise between the two girls. They wouldn't tell Aslan about this, just as they wouldn't ask about his secrets. Both in Ruby's eyes and Alicia's eyes, Aslan seemed to carry countless secrets. In the morning, the 3 of them ordered takeout. During the meal, Aslan probed a few times, but got no useful information from the 2 women. After the meal, the 2 girls left together like sworn sisters, leaving Aslan behind. Standing at the hotel door, Aslan watched the 2 girls leave. My girlfriend ran off with someone else, and that someone is another porter, Aslan said helplessly. Woof woof woof. Nico barked twice, looking helpless. It was something it couldn't assist its master with. Please let me know if you need further adjustments or additions to ensure the translation fits perfectly into the story context. Chapter 127. Witch Brianna's Method. When Aslan returned to Yinjia village, he felt that the atmosphere in the village had become much more oppressive. After sending Bellamy back home by himself, Aslan headed to Ilium's house. Uncle, Upon arriving at Ilium's house, he saw Ilium busy collecting crops from the courtyard. "Oh, you naughty boy is finally back. Where have you been?" Ilium smiled and said, "A friend ran into some trouble, and I helped resolve it. Why haven't I seen Mira or Kelsey?" Aslan asked curiously. "They went to the market early this morning. They probably won't be back until afternoon. Is there something you need with Kelsey?" Ilium asked. Aslan shook his head. He was trying to avoid Ashlyn and wouldn't willingly seek out that girl. After all, she was Ilium's daughter, and one shouldn't do anything improper close to home. If something happened between them and they broke up, it could ruin the relationship between their families. "Uncle, why does the village feel off today? Has something happened?" Aslan asked curiously. Dante's daughter got possessed yesterday. The entire village is on edge. We invited Witch Brianna today to perform a ritual to exorcise the evil, Ilium explained. "Oh, didn't expect something like this to happen. Looks like I should check it out," Aslan said with a smile. In the past, the village often had rituals performed, but now people seem less superstitious, making such events quite rare, sometimes not happening for an entire year. Every time a ritual took place, it became the most exciting event in the village, with everyone watching as if it were an incredibly mysterious affair. Jingle, jingle. At this moment, the sound of bells rang through the village. Aslan turned around and, through the short wall, saw a 50-year-old reporter dressed in bright clothes ringing a bell and walking into the village in an exaggerated porterneur. "Ilium, shall we go see?" Aslan asked with a smile. "No, I've seen enough of this kind of thing over the years. It's nothing special. I'll pass." Ilium waved his hand. "All right, I'll just join in the fun and see how good this Witch Brianna really is," Aslan said smiling. Previously, Aslan thought Witch Brianna was particularly magical, able to breathe fire and summon spirits. But now he didn't find her as mysterious because he himself was part of the divine reserve. Aslan took a deep breath, put his finger in his mouth, and whistled sharply. Woof woof woof. Bellamy came running from afar, its tongue wagging happily outside its mouth. Bellamy approached Aslan and started chasing its own tail around him. "Did you arrange for your subordinates to guard the house?" Aslan asked. Bellamy nodded beside him. As the dog king of the village, having others do errands was effortless. "Come on, let's go see how magical this Witch Brianna is," Aslan said with a laugh. The so-called Shaporteric rituals are just ceremonies from the Shaporter religion, allegedly communicating with deities or inviting spirits to possess someone, which is rumored to be quite eerie. Witch Brianna didn't come alone. 2 burly men followed her. Aslan recognized them as Witch Brianna's sons, whom he had met a couple of years ago. Under the guidance of Dante, they arrived at his house. Many villagers followed Witch Brianna, but due to everyone being wary of Bellamy, no one stood near Aslan, giving him a prime viewing spot. At this moment, Dante dragged out his daughter. This reporter looked disheveled and mad, squatting on the ground, afraid to look at anyone. "Great Shaporter, please save my daughter," Dante pleaded. Witch Brianna nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I will ensure your daughter is restored." She walked up to the girl, looking directly into her eyes. "Ricado girl, do you know who I am?" Witch Brianna asked gently. "Don't come closer, don't come closer." Dante's daughter screamed loudly, looking like she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Mountain Sea Chi gazing technique, activate." Aslan murmured silently, and his eyes gleamed as he observed the chi around Dante's daughter, Melissa. Melissa's chi seemed abnormal, erratic. Having inherited the Mountain Sea Chi gazing technique, Aslan understood that the reporter was likely traumatized, her mind unclear, hence her possessed appearance. As his gaze shifted to Witch Brianna, he furrowed his brow deeply. Her 2 sons seemed normal, but a layer of dense black mist mixed into her aura, giving off an extremely evil vibe. Upon closer inspection, it felt wild and savage. Seeming to sense that she was being observed, the black mist coalesced into the face of a wild beast, snarling at Aslan. With blood-red eyes and sharp teeth, it resembled a fox waiting to devour prey, looking at Aslan with unhidden malice and desire. Woof woof. Bellamy suddenly barked twice beside Aslan. The eyes of the menacing fox-like creature contracted, showing fear, and its face dispersed back into black mist. Although Aslan had never seen such a thing before, he guessed it wasn't anything good. Despite initial fear, curiosity predominated. "Bellamy, do you know what that is?" Aslan asked. The vicious fox face clearly feared Bellamy, perhaps indicating that Bellamy knew what it was. "It's probably an intelligent fox whose soul this old reporter has absorbed into herself using some unknown method," Bellamy responded through the power of their bond. According to legends, Shaporters indeed have the ability to invite spirits into their bodies. This must be how the fox can be within her, Aslan thought to himself. Although he didn't fully understand the details, based on some legends, it sounded plausible. At that moment, Witch Brianna lifted her head and glanced toward Aslan, her eyes filled with a warning expression. She then smiled at Dante. "Your daughter encountered a dirty spirit." "Dirty spirit?" Dante was horrified. "Please, great Shaporter, save my daughter. She's too young to be haunted like this. The spirit is very powerful. I will need to exert significant effort to subdue it, so the price won't be low," Witch Brianna said. Such businesses were becoming rarer nowadays. Any opportunity wouldn't be missed by her. "How much, great Shaporter?" Dante trembled. "To drive out this spirit, it might cost 5 years of young energy. So, I won't take the job without 50,000 yuan, Witch Brianna stated seriously. "Great Shaporter, as you can see, our family isn't well off. We simply don't have that much money," Dante said sadly. Dante's home was still an old mud house. With only his farming income and his wife's small earnings from mending fishing nets, their savings totaled just 5,000 yuan, not nearly enough. To city dwellers, 5,000 yuan might just buy a set of clothes, but to Dante, it represented his lifetime of hard work. Even if they could borrow money from relatives and friends, they could likely only gather up to 10,000 at most. 50,000 was an unimaginably huge sum. Witch Brianna knew a bit of underhanded tricks and could tell that old yen wasn't lying. However, her own life wasn't easy either, and she couldn't reduce the fee by even a bit. Great shop porter, please have mercy. We can offer 10,000, which is truly our limit. I'm not running a charity. The minimum is 20,000. This business involves reducing one's lifespan, and I won't do it for a single cent less, which Brianna said sternly. No matter how much Old Yen begged, which Brianna did not lower her price. At this moment, Old Yen's wife pulled him aside, tears streaming down her face. Old porter, if we have no other choice, let's sell the cow, the house and the land. We can't just watch our daughter like this. Old Yen sighed heavily. Sell everything then. A penny can bring down a hero, which aptly described their current situation. If this old witch doesn't save her, I will. At that moment, a voice sounded, and everyone turned to see Aslan emerging from the crowd. Rakatl Chong, don't ruin the rules of our underworld profession, which Brianna said in a sinister tone. The so-called underworld professionals were those who handled matters for Lord Yama in the mortal world. On the surface, they lived like ordinary people, eating and sleeping, but they could communicate with ghosts. Which Brianna was one of the underworld professionals near Blue Sea City, and their rule was never to interfere with others' income. Ruining someone's business was akin to murdering their parents. If you were just charging a reasonable fee for treatment, I wouldn't say anything. But now you're forcing them into a corner, and I can't stand for that, Aslan declared loudly. Aslan wasn't close to Old Yen, so if Witch Brianna had only asked for 3 or 5,000, he wouldn't have intervened. However, 20,000 would effectively doom the family. As fellow villagers, Aslan couldn't sit idly by. Chapter 128, Contest of Magic. Seeing Aslan's determined look, Witch Brianna grew furious. She never expected that this business would be jeopardized. Brat, you are meddling in my affairs and antagonizing this old reporter. Are you sure about this? Witch Brianna asked in a sinister tone. Don't try to hoodwink me. I, Aslan, am not scared by your tricks. Aslan replied. Witnessing the confrontation between Aslan and Witch Brianna, Old Yen Raku didn't expect that little Yi would intervene. Rakatl Yi, do you mean, my daughter isn't possessed? Old Yen Raku asked. She's likely suffering from extreme shock, leading to mental disturbances. With proper rest, she will recover. If treated with some methods, she could recover almost fully on the spot. It's ridiculous to claim it as losing lifespan or any other absurdities, Aslan explained. Claiming a reduction in lifespan was a common ploy among these charlatans to extort more money, especially effective in rural areas. Foul brat, you've ruined my reputation. I won't forgive you today. Which Brianna angrily said. I detest greedy people. There are boundaries one should not cross. Clearly, you have no such limits, making you truly despicable. Aslan retorted. Just wait, you'll regret those words soon. Which Brianna, infuriated by Aslan, vowed to give him a lesson today or risk losing her reputation. Elder 1, Elder 2, set up the altar for me. Today, I'll contend magic with this brat, which Brianna ordered. Yes, mother. 2 burly men quickly arranged a table, draped it with yellow cloth, and placed various offerings and ritual objects. Whoosh! They danced strangely around the altar, chanting incomprehensible words. Brat, today, you will learn the power of this witch. Which Brianna grabbed a bell from the altar and shook it vigorously, muttering an unintelligible incantation. To death with you. She opened her mouth wide and spat out a massive flame towards Aslan. Unlike circus performers who use torches and flammable liquids, this flame appeared mysteriously from her mouth. Aslan produced a small gourd, uncapped it, and sprayed a powerful stream of water at the flame. Water dousing fire is common knowledge. The water dispersed the flames, drenching Witch Brianna like a soaked chicken. Rakatl Yi, you actually possess such formidable magical powers. I had eyes but saw not, Old Yen Raku exclaimed in surprise. Uncle, it's not as grand as you think. This gourd contains a special cold energy. When released, it condenses water molecules in the air. It's advanced technology, not magic, Aslan explained. Aslan's explanation left the crowd bewildered. Yet they understood that his methods were scientific, not magical. Aslan, was the flame that which spat out real magic? A villager asked curiously. It's not magic. Similar perfoporters often involve fuel held in the mouth that combusts upon contact with air. A trick that fools people chemically, Aslan laughed. The world might have evil spirits, but not as terrifying as imagined. Titus porters fear ghosts, yet ghosts fear who porters even more. These charlatans exploit superstitions to deceive for money. With Aslan's current medical skills, he could easily impersonate a witch doctor, but he refused to earn ill-gotten gains, finding it filthy. Bastard, ruining my witchcraft and slandering me. Today, I'll kill you, traitor. The fox accompanying Witch Brianna had already informed her of Aslan's capabilities. While she knew Aslan was skilled, what annoyed her most was that he wouldn't let others benefit from this line of work either. Tinkle, tinkle. Witch Brianna began shaking her bell vigorously and started dancing before the altar. 9 out of 10 households locked, only one door left open. Beat the drum to invite the gods, a cough? Initially, Aslan didn't take it seriously, but as time went on, Witch Brianna's aura changed dramatically. Her personal luck fused with black mist inside her, intensifying her aura. Achoo. Gwillem sneezed beside Aslan, his gaze full of disdain. The fox smell grows stronger, truly an unpleasant odor. Gwillem spoke through their bond. So, this is genuine spirit possession. Interesting indeed, Aslan smirked. But this spirit possession seemed weak. If Aslan had a knife, killing this old witch would prevent her from summoning anything. Roar. Witch Brianna's bizarre dance stopped as she roared at Aslan, definitely not a hooporter sound. Her body hunched, resembling a monstrous creature barely standing upright. Roar roar. Her eyes glowed with malevolent light, looking like a predator ready to attack. Bark bark. Gwillem barked loudly, approaching Aslan and projecting a formidable presence towards Witch Brianna. Roar roar. Witch Brianna began howling at Gwillem, appearing threatening to onlookers. However, Aslan understood the meaning of the howls. Noble Wolf King, Why follow a lowly Hu porter? You can be revered as a god by Hu porters if you choose, Witch Brianna said. Aslan realized the howls weren't Witch Brianna's. They came from the wicked fox within her. A mere fox with limited wisdom wanting to be revered as a god? You disgrace our divine beings. As the guardian beast of the mountain and sea seal's master, I shall be the wolf god, requiring no worship, Gwillem replied disdainfully. When Gwillem opened his eyes, his fate was bound to Aslan. Aslan was the mountain deity. If Aslan died, so would Gwillem. He needed no one else. Roar, then don't blame me for being unforgiving. Under the wicked fox's control, Witch Brianna roared again. Rakatl Fox, then don't blame me for being merciless. Gwillem leaped at Witch Brianna, knocking her down and pinning her arms with his claws. Roar. Gwillem's jaws opened, revealing sharp fangs. No, don't kill me. The wicked fox screamed, withdrawing its power immediately. Witch Brianna's eyes filled with shock and terror. Usually, Witch Brianna treated fox deity respectfully to maintain her sanity during possession. When the fox deity completely handed over control of its body, Witch Brianna could clearly feel the fox deity's fear of Gwillem. A fear that stemmed from the soul. Seeing Gwillem looming over her with his mouth wide open, Witch Brianna was terrified. Even the fox deity feared this white dog, so she naturally felt an even greater dread. No, don't eat me, I was wrong. I won't dare to deceive people anymore. Witch Brianna trembled in terror. Roar roar. Gwillem didn't back down. It strongly disliked the fox sent on Witch Brianna. Gwillem, come back, Aslan called out loudly. Bark bark. Hearing its master's call, Gwillem put away its fierce demeanor and returned obediently to Aslan's side like a well-behaved dog. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Witch Brianna quivered. Leave this village. I can't porterage other places, but I will not allow you to deceive people in Yinjai village again, Aslan declared. I shall remember master's warning. I'll leave immediately and never step foot in Yinjai village again. Witch Brianna quickly responded. Witch Brianna rose from the ground, leading her two sons as they hastily left, looking much like they were fleeing the village with their tails between their legs. Cough. Old Yin Raku rubbed his hands together, somewhat embarrassed. Rakatl Yi, what should we do about my daughter? Don't worry, I can easily treat her, Aslan smiled. Aslan approached Melissa, placing his hand on her head and gently massaging her scalp as if giving her a massage. In reality, he was using the mountain and sea divination technique to regulate her disordered aura. Although aura may seem intangible, it greatly affects a person's entire life. At his current strength, Aslan could only adjust someone's aura. When he became more powerful, reversing fate would also be within his grasp. After some time, Aslan released his hand and crouched down to look at Melissa. Jing sister, can you recognize who I am? Aslan asked with a smile. Hashtag chapter 129, Salmaoba's feeding. Melissa's eyes were beginning to regain some clarity. Although fear still lingered, her condition was much better than before. You are Aslan, right? Melissa thought aloud. Melissa and Aslan had little interaction. Even when they encountered each other on the road, it was just a nodding acquaintance. Hee, congratulations, Sister Jing is now clear-headed again. It's truly something to celebrate, Aslan smiled and said. At that moment, Melissa's mother suddenly rushed out, hugging her daughter tightly. Daughter, you scared me so much. But now it's all over, finally, Melissa's mother sobbed as she held her daughter. Don't cry, I just had a nightmare. Now it's over and I'm awake, Melissa said with a smile. Melissa remembered everything she had done during her illness. She recalled every detail of what happened during her sick days. The fear that filled her heart back then was now greatly diminished, making her much more lucid. Rakatl Yi, Uncle has nothing else to thank you with. Take this money as a token of my gratitude. Tituzmfree walked up to Aslan and took out a neatly folded piece of cloth from his pocket. He carefully unfolded it, revealing a stack of money lying in the center of the cloth. From its thickness, it was clear that this was likely the family's entire savings, around 5,000 or 6,000 yuan. Uncle, you really shouldn't do this. I merely helped Sister Jing with a simple massage. In Tushuyo village, a 20 yuan blind massage can easily be found. It doesn't cost this much, Aslan protested. If not for Rakatl Ye's help today, our whole family might have been deceived by that old witch. By then, it wouldn't have been just a matter of these 5,000 yuan. You must accept this money today, Tituzmfree insisted, trying to hand the money to Aslan. Aslan currently had considerable savings amounting to hundreds of thousands, and more importantly, selling the sea creatures from his fish farm would fetch him at least 1 million. However, he wouldn't engage in such short-sighted practices. No matter how much Aslan tried to decline, Tituzmfree insisted on giving him the money. Finally, unable to refuse further, Aslan reached out and took one of the red banknotes. Just take this 100 yuan. Charging more than city massages would make me feel uncomfortable. If you force me to take any more, I will really be unhappy, Aslan explained. Seeing Aslan's insistence, Tituzmfree put the remaining money away, expressing endless gratitude. The events of the past 2 days left Aslan quite exhausted. After returning home with Nico, he fell into a deep sleep. When Aslan woke up the next morning, the fatigue had completely dissipated. Without getting up, he used the power of the contract to enter Salmaoba's body, immediately feeling an overwhelming coldness. Salmaoba was now near Antarctica. Fortunately, being accustomed to the deep ocean's temperature, it had already adapted. Otherwise, it might have turned into a frozen octopus. The king crabs thrive in the waters around Antarctica. Salmaoba had already gathered a large number of high-quality king crabs while working. Aslan immersed his consciousness in the water god palace, where he saw countless king crabs crawling about. After we return, we can use the Nanhaminglu liquid to evolve these king crabs, allowing them to leave the cold waters. Then, we can start experimenting with their cultivation, he thought. Nanhaminglu liquid differed significantly from ordinary spiritual liquids. Ordinary spiritual liquids enhance the crab's body, making it stronger, larger, and even tastier. However, this only enhances the physical attributes. Nanhaminglu liquid, on the other hand, allows organisms to evolve, a concept far superior to mere enhancement. Just like in card games, even if a white card reaches level 10, it cannot beat a level 3 purple card. An ant, even if it grew 10 times larger, could still be crushed by a hooporter foot. But evolution changes life itself. If an ant evolved over millions of years to be born 2 meters long, could it still be killed by a single hooporter foot? Clearly not. Evolution always surpasses enhancement. King crabs require substantial amounts of ordinary spiritual liquids to withstand the seawater temperature of Yenja village. But after being enhanced, they still couldn't breed in those conditions and would simply be strong but dying crabs. If they were evolved using Nanhaming liquid, however, they would no longer fear the temperatures of Yenja village's waters and could reproduce freely. Deciding on this course of action made Aslan excited. Looking at the king crabs inside the water god palace felt like looking at piles of gold. King crabs, due to their extremely cold habitats, cannot be cultivated domestically. While some countries porterage it, the yield is low. Most king crabs are caught by crab fishermen. If Aslan could cultivate king crabs, it would bring in significant profits. According to research, king crabs reproduce rapidly, almost like locusts in the sea. Bringing these breeding crabs back to his fish farm would quickly lead to a large-scale population. However, Aslan was concerned about potential theft. If someone porteraged to take a pair, they would effectively gain a breeding population. This is indeed a serious issue worth considering, Aslan thought. Solving this problem wasn't hard but required effort. Selling only one gender of crabs. Salmaoba was now on its way back and spotted a massive whale in the ocean. This whale's head accounted for 1/5 to 1/4 of its body length, was enormous, and had an asymmetrical color pattern. It had a small dorsal fin, longitudinal ridges on its head, and a grayish-white V-shaped mark behind the head. Fin whale. Aslan realized. Seeing the whale, Salmaoba's body surged with hunger. It swiftly swam towards the fin whale, now 20 meters long, considered huge in the ocean. The fin whale was 30 meters long, significantly larger than Salmaoba. Awoof. The whale let out a dull roar upon seeing Salmaoba approach, warning it not to come closer. Salmaoba ignored the warning and quickly wrapped its 8 tentacles around the giant whale. Though large, the fin whale was not adept at attacking and fed by opening its mouth wide and swallowing nearby fish and shrimp. To Salmaoba, it was simply a gigantic and succulent meal that didn't know how to resist. With its tentacles wrapped around the whale, Salmaoba started gnawing at its flesh. Awoof. The whale cried out in pain underwater, struggling fiercely, but Salmaoba clung on like a leech. Salmaoba generated a powerful suction force, pulling in a torrent of blood into its mouth and swallowing it. Awoof. As the whale struggled, its body began to shrink as all nutrients drained into Salmaoba. This process lasted over an hour, until the whale was completely drained of nutrients. Chapter 129, Salmaoba's feeding. Melissa's eyes were starting to regain some clarity. Although she was still somewhat afraid, her condition had significantly improved compared to before. Are you, Aslan? Melissa asked hesitantly after some thought. Melissa and Aslan didn't have much interaction. They only exchanged nods if they happened to meet on the road. Hee, congratulations, Sister Jing, for regaining your senses. This is truly something to celebrate, Aslan said with a smile. At that moment, Melissa's mother suddenly rushed out, hugging Melissa tightly. My daughter, you scared me so much. Now it's all over, everything is fine now, Melissa's mother sobbed while holding her. Don't cry, Mom. I just had a bad dream. But now it's over. The nightmare has ended, Melissa replied with a comforting smile. Melissa remembered everything that had happened during her illness. While she was ill, fear dominated her mind. But now most of that fear had dissipated, making her more lucid. Rakatali, Uncle doesn't have much to offer in gratitude, but please take this money as a token of thanks. Taituzumfree walked up to Aslan, pulling out a neatly folded cloth from his pocket. He carefully unfolded it, revealing a stack of money at the center. From its thickness, it appeared to be the family's entire savings, totaling about 5 or 6,000 yuan. Uncle, this is too much. I merely helped massage Sister Jing. In Tuqiao village, a simple 20 yuan blind massage would suffice. There's no need for so much money, Aslan tried to refuse. If not for your help today, Rakatali, our family might have been deceived by that old witch. By then, it wouldn't have been just a matter of these 5,000 yuan. You must accept this money today, Taituzumfree insisted, pushing the money towards Aslan. Aslan, who already had substantial savings amounting to several hundred thousand, had even more wealth in marine resources from his fish farm. However, he did not exploit them irresponsibly. Despite his reluctance, under Taituzumfree's insistence, Aslan finally took one red bill from the stack. I'll just take this 100 yuan. Charging more than city massage rates feels unfair, and I'll be genuinely unhappy if you insist on giving me more, Aslan explained. Seeing Aslan's persistence, Taituzumfree gratefully accepted his refusal and expressed deep gratitude. After these 2 days of events, Aslan felt extremely exhausted. Upon returning home with Nico, he immediately fell into a deep sleep. When Aslan woke up the next morning, his fatigue had completely vanished. Without getting up, he used his bond to enter Salmaoba's body, feeling an overwhelming cold. Salmaoba had reached the waters near Antarctica. Fortunately, it had adapted to such temperatures from its frequent deep-sea wanderings, otherwise, it would have become a frozen squid. The king crab thrives in Antarctic waters, and Salmaoba had gathered portery high-quality specimens. Immersing his consciousness in the water god palace, Aslan saw it teeming with crabs. After we return, we can use mountain sea essence to evolve these king crabs, enabling them to thrive outside cold waters. This way, we can attempt breeding them earlier. Mountain sea essence differed greatly from ordinary essence liquids. The latter would strengthen crabs, making them larger and tastier, but only enhancing them. In contrast, mountain sea essence could cause evolution, a higher level transformation. Rakoke playing card games, a level 10 white card could never beat a level 3 purple card, just as an ant, no matter how large, could still be crushed by a hooporter foot. Evolution transcends enhancement. An ant evolving to 2 meters would be beyond a mere step. Evolution always surpasses enhancement. For king crabs to adapt to yin family village's seawater temperature through ordinary essence liquids would require enormous amounts. However, evolved king crabs, fed with mountain sea essence, could thrive and breed in those waters without needing vast quantities. Excited by this idea, Aslan viewed the king crabs in the water god palace like piles of gold. King crabs are valuable due to their origin in extremely cold regions, which makes domestic farming difficult. Some countries can farm them, but yields are low, and most come from crab fishermen. If Aslan could breed them, he'd secure huge profits. Research showed that king crabs reproduce rapidly, almost like locusts in the sea. Transporting these brood crabs back to his fish farm should result in a significant population soon. However, Aslan feared someone stealing his crabs. Just a pair could establish another population elsewhere. This is a serious concern worth pondering, Aslan thought. The solution, though straightforward, was cumbersome. Selling only one gender of crabs. Meanwhile, Salmaoba was on its way back when it encountered a massive whale in the sea. This whale, about a fifth to a quarter of its length being its head, had asymmetrical coloration, a small dorsal fin, and a longitudinal ridge on its head, marked with a gray-white chevron behind it. A fin whale. Aslan recognized. Upon sighting the whale, Salmaoba felt a surge of hunger. It swiftly swam toward the fin whale, now 20 meters long, a behemoth in the ocean. Yet, the fin whale measured 30 meters, far larger than Salmaoba. Aoyuyu. The whale emitted a low warning growl as Salmaoba approached. Unbothered by this, Salmaoba latched onto the whale with its 8 tentacles. Despite the fin whale's immense size, it lacked offensive capabilities, feeding by engulfing nearby fish and shrimp. To Salmaoba, it was simply a colossal and delicious meal, incapable of resistance. Wrapping around the whale, Salmaoba began biting into its flesh. Aoyuyu. The whale cried out in pain, struggling vigorously in the water. However, Salmaoba clung tightly like adhesive. Salmaoba exerted powerful suction, drawing in blood and nutrients. Aoyuyu. The struggle continued, and the whale's body started to shrink as its nutrients flowed into Salmaoba. This process lasted over an hour until the whale was completely drained, and the shriveled body of the fin whale was sent to Salmaoba's mouth, where it was devoured completely, like a biscuit. The mighty long-beaked whale thus disappeared from the ocean. By consuming this massive whale, which was larger than its own body, Salmaoba grew by a meter. Aslan believed that if it were to eat a few more large creatures, Salmaoba could reach 30 meters in length. Aslan could even sense that Salmaoba felt profoundly satisfied. Thankfully, I let Salmaoba out into the ocean. Otherwise, in Yinjia village, no amount of money could satisfy its hunger, Aslan thought to himself. After communicating with Salmaoba for a while, Aslan instructed it to return to Yinjia village as soon as possible and then withdrew from Salmaoba's body. Just as Aslan returned to his own body, he sensed an evil aura rushing towards his home. Woof woof woof. Nico began barking in the yard, and Aslan knew that this evil aura was likely coming for him. With the small gourd in hand, Aslan headed downstairs. The sky outside had already turned dark, and he hadn't realized how much time had passed in Salmaoba's body. Mountain Sea Chi divination technique, activate. Once activated, Aslan's eyes could faintly perceive everything in the darkness. In his vision, a vast black cloud was swiftly approaching from a distance. This black cloud was a formidable evil force, one that Aslan found eerily familiar. It resembled the menacing fox he encountered earlier but was far more powerful. It's probably an old fox coming. Master, be cautious. It might be here for revenge, Nico communicated through their bond. Roar. Before long, a fiery red fox appeared before Aslan. Through the Mountain Sea Chi divination technique, he could see that the fox emitted a powerful and malevolent aura. Chapter 130, Capturing the Fox. In the Shanghai aura divination technique, that black demon cloud transformed into a massive fox head flying toward this direction. Let's go, Davin. We mustn't engage this old guy here, Aslan said. Who? The giant dog named Davin howled, its body inflating until it was as big as a horse. Aslan then leaped onto Davin's back. Go, Aslan comported it. Davin started galloping away into the distance, leaving a trail of white in the darkness. Jeej. That massive fox head pursued Aslan and Davin, emitting wicked laughter from its mouth. Davin soon left the bounds of Yanjiazhuang village, and under Aslan's comported arrived at a wilderness outside the village. Let's wait here. If it's not a disaster, it won't happen. If it is, you can't avoid it, Aslan said. Aslan's forte was in the ocean, while although Davin could stand on water, he wasn't strong there. Without Salmaoba nearby, Aslan had to choose this wilderness for combat. This was Aslan's first time fighting something non-Huporter, so naturally, he felt fear. A primal kind that only victory could quell. Soon, the demon cloud arrived before them, transforming into flames which coalesced into a 2-meter-long fiery fox. Are you sure you can take this thing? Aslan asked. The opponent is very powerful, already controlling chi. My strength doesn't match his, Davin admitted with a shake of his head. Then we fight together. There's no reason our master and servant cannot defeat a smelly fox, Aslan said resolutely. Aslan had nowhere else to retreat. He had to stand up and battle the fox. It was life or death. The fiery fox rose on its hind legs, revealing a grotesque smile. Sure enough, you're the kid who knows some spells. You dared scare my child today. Both of you will join him. Aslan quickly replied, we haven't wronged your child. You've found the wrong people. Jeej, the fiery fox laughed evilly. You needn't lie to me. When Witch Brianna found me, she told me everything. It was the two of you scaring my child. Indeed, it was Witch Brianna. That old one harbored resentment, and even sought out an old fox to confront us. Aslan decided that if he survived this day, he'd get his revenge. Roar. The fiery fox roared, spewing flames like fire rain towards Aslan and Davin. Who? A hurricane appeared overhead, blowing the flaming rain away, preventing it from hitting them. Now watch mine. Aslan shouted loudly. Aslan stomped his foot and extended his arm forward in a gripping gesture. Boom. The earth began to shake. A large hand formed from soil around the fiery fox, seizing it tightly. To hell with you. The large earthen hand buried the fiery fox deep within the earth. Sigh. Seeing the ground return to normal, Aslan finally relaxed. I thought this old fox would be tough. Didn't expect to finish him in one move, Aslan smiled. Who? Davin nodded beside him, surprised that such an imposing fox turned out to be just a paper tiger. When Aslan was about to mount Davin again, his expression suddenly changed. Intense heat radiated from the ground, burning a huge cavern. Jeej, you have some skills indeed. However, you're far from destroying me. This old fox could speak Hooporter language, showing clear intelligence. Such demons were always powerful and adept at trickery. Originally, I wanted to bury you in the earth mercifully. Since you don't know when to give up, let's make it a watery grave, Aslan grinned, maintaining his poise despite his fear. Aslan knew this fox was skilled in fire portapulation. Since water could overcome fire, he planned a watery burial for it. Jeej, little guy, seems you have a few water-based spells, right? Let me tell you, water can only suppress fire if the power difference isn't too great. It's not some amateur spell that can harm me, the fiery fox cackled evilly. I understand now. Both you and your kid are boasting idiots, Aslan laughed. The fiery fox hadn't interacted with Hooporters long enough to fully comprehend certain aspects. Aslan simply provoked the fox, who eagerly revealed everything. He was inexperienced. Roar, roar, roar. Realizing Aslan insulted it, the fiery fox went berserk, unleashing a torrent of flames. Do you want to fight? I'm with you, Aslan said calmly. Aslan took out a small gourd and removed the stopper, causing a massive flow of seawater to spray out. Despite its size, the gourd produced a forceful stream capable of sweeping away a grown porter, rivaling a small river. Taste my power, Aslan said gleefully. Using his ability to control water, Aslan diverted half of the flow into a protective water curtain around himself and Davin, while the other half formed a giant net enveloping the fiery fox. Gurgle. The fiery fox spat out magma, breaking through the water net and charging out. With the broken net, the magma flew toward Aslan. The water curtain alone couldn't block the intense heat. What do we do? As Aslan pondered anxiously, inspiration struck. He held up the gourd and bellowed, capture. The gourd emitted a powerful suction, pulling the magma inside it. This lava didn't harm Aslan but was stored within the gourd. Truly a marvelous treasure. Although Palace Water Spirit has storage capacity, it lacks this strong absorption ability. This gourd really shines, Aslan smiled. Inside the gourd, the magma lay door-ported. If Aslan wished, he could unleash it any time, likely vaporizing anyone with its extreme heat. Aslan mockingly asked the fiery fox, Old fox, dare you respond if I call? I will not respond, the fiery fox roared, recalling the story of the purple gold gourd from Journey to the West. Despite not knowing the truth of that legendary item, the old fox deemed non-response safer. Responding or not, enter the gourd now. Aslan attempted to use the gourd's power to forcibly draw on the fiery fox. The gourd rapidly absorbed Aslan's strength, making him feel increasingly weak. At the same time, a powerful suction from the gourd tried to capture the old fox. Roar. I won't let you capture me, the old fox screamed, resisting the gourd's pull fiercely while continuously spitting flames at Aslan. I can't hold on any longer, Aslan thought to himself. Aslan sensed that if the small gourd continued absorbing his strength, it might end up draining him to death. He quickly severed the gourd's absorption of his power. Through the capabilities of the small gourd, Aslan understood that this gourd should have the ability to capture living beings, though he still needed to experiment with its exact capabilities. The flames spewed by the old fox were neutralized by the water curtain. Aslan gave a nod to Davin beside him. Ow! Davin, now the size of a horse, charged towards the old fox, raising its paw to swipe at it. Swish! Davin's sharp claws tore through the flames on the old fox's body and left a large, savage wound on its true form. Boom! Injured, the old fox spat out a massive fireball, sending Davin flying. Die! Aslan roared. The countless streams of water that had scattered began converging, enveloping the fiery fox. Die! 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 A colossal water sphere started shrinking, continuously decreasing in size. The expression of the fiery fox at the center grew increasingly pained, feeling as if its internal organs were being crushed. Explode! When the water sphere reached its contraction limit, beyond Aslan's control, the sphere, which had shrunk nearly tenfold, suddenly burst. Boom! The enormous water sphere exploded, blasting the old fox away. The sudden release of pressure was too much for the old fox to bear, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood as it flew back. Seizing this opportunity, Aslan's eyes flashed sharply as he shouted, Capture! The small gourd generated a powerful suction. The old fox, initially blasted away, changed direction mid-flight and was drawn towards the gourd, getting absorbed inside. Inside the gourd, Aslan saw a fire-red fox, which finally gave him some peace of mind. After all, this gourd was quite extraordinary, and the old fox wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Chapter 131. The Mystical Rakatl Gourd. Roar! Roar! When I get out, you bastards, release this fox spirit, let me go home. Aslan could still feel the old fox's continuous furious roars inside his body as he held the little gourd. Through the little gourd, Aslan could observe that the old fox was in a very small space, constantly struggling and trying every method to escape. The old one, just settle down inside there, wait until I figure out a way to deal with you, Aslan said to the old fox with a smile. Hearing Aslan's words, the old fox struggled even more wildly within the space. Aslan no longer paid attention to the old fox. He threw the little gourd into his pocket and lay sprawled on the wilderness, his body feeling drained. Lying here seemed like the happiest thing at the moment. Ow! At this moment, Junior, who had been blasted away earlier, crawled up beside Aslan. His chest was now charred black, indicating severe injuries. The wounded Junior was clearly in great pain. Junior, thank you for your efforts, Aslan said. 2 drops of the spirit recoquid of mountains and seas appeared in Aslan's palm, which he then extended towards Junior's mouth. Junior used his large tongue to lap up the 2 drops of spirit recoquid. The burnt fur on Junior's chest started falling off, new skin regenerating visibly, along with beautiful fur growing back. Even though the guardian divine beasts did not have such an astounding recovery speed as Aslan, they could absorb the spirit recoquid of mountains and seas to restore and enhance their strength. Junior, let's go, Aslan said. Struggling, Aslan climbed onto Junior's back and had him carry him back home. After Aslan recovered some strength, he began studying the little gourd he took out of his pocket. Junior, go steal a live chicken for me, Aslan instructed. Junior turned around and disappeared from sight, while Aslan carefully examined the little gourd. Even when turned upside down, the space inside the gourd remained unaffected, as if it were merely a portal to countless other spaces. The old fox remained in a 10 square meter space, constantly struggling and screaming. This little gourd seems to be a powerful item made by some great being to trap demons and store items, Aslan thought. However, leaving the old fox here felt dangerous. What if the old fox broke out of the gourd? The first casualty would likely be himself. Aslan pondered ways to eliminate this old creature. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, Junior brought a plumed hen to Aslan. Well done. Praising Junior, Aslan opened the gourd's lid and put the plumed hen inside. It took almost no effort from Aslan to do so. It appears the power consumption of the gourd is proportional to the demon's strength, Aslan realized. When the plumed hen entered the gourd's space, it started to look listless. That's peculiar, Aslan thought. Further observation revealed the hen's condition deteriorating rapidly, dying within minutes. Just like that? Aslan had considered putting Hu porters inside, but realized doing so without killing them first wasn't a good idea. Observing the old fox again, Aslan felt its strength weaken slightly, although barely noticeable. At the same time, the patterns on the gourd seemed to become brighter. So, it seems any living thing captured by the gourd is slowly devoured, enhancing its power, Aslan thought. He suspected the gourd wasn't from orthodox sources and might belong to some evil path. This thing isn't as simple as I thought, too mystical. Better not use it often to capture live creatures, Aslan mused. Having such an item could easily lead one astray. If tempted to enhance the gourd's power, one might end up slaughtering innocents. If I have enemies with deep enmity, they can be imprisoned in it. Otherwise, petty grudges should be settled with a lesson. Aslan set his own rules. Knowing his susceptibility to temptation, he had to set strict boundaries or risk using the gourd indiscriminately. Though unsure of the gourd's full potential, this was all Aslan could deduce for now. Putting the gourd back into his pocket, he went to sleep. By the next evening, after resting a day, Aslan found the old fox nearly lifeless inside the gourd. Please let me out. I will teach you how to possess others. You can summon my spirit anytime and borrow my full strength. As Aslan held the gourd, he frequently heard these pleading sounds, sometimes mixed with threats like, asshole, let this great immortal out, or I'll curse you to die 1,000 times worse than me. Despite occasional pity, Aslan didn't give in easily. His nature had changed since his first kill, becoming less naive. Junior, let's go. It's time to visit the witch Brianna, Aslan said with a smile. Aru. Junior howled, expanding his body. Aslan rode on top of him, heading to the neighboring village of Kao Shan Siyuan, where the witch Brianna lived about 20 minutes away. This village was wealthier due to fertile soil from being inland, unlike Yinjia village, which relied on the sea and thus remained poorer. Arriving outside Kao Shan Siyuan, Aslan dismounted and Junior shrank back to normal size. Decades ago, villagers had expelled the witch Brianna because of anti-superstition campaigns. Later, she stayed in a remote mountain. Aslan and Junior stood at the foot of the mountain, faintly seeing her hut atop. Mountain Sichi perception technique, reveal. Opening his eyes, Aslan saw the mountain emitting an alarming evil aura. How can this be? With this technique, Aslan easily identified the intense resentment aura. Note: I've adjusted certain parts to ensure readability and natural English expression, while keeping true to the original Chinese content. This is strange. Could this desolate mountain be a mass grave? Otherwise, why is the resentment aura so heavy? Typically, when people die, some resentment aura lingers. However, this is usually just the deceased's attachment to life and dissipates quickly. Only those who died unjustly have such a heavy resentment aura. Unjust deaths refer to deaths that are not natural, such as from suicide, disaster, war, accidents, murder, or being wrongfully killed. The spirits of these individuals reside in the underworld. As the god of mountains and seas, Aslan not only controls the ocean but also the land. The underworld falls under the jurisdiction of the earth god, similar to how roles like the land god and city god belong to the underworld's administration, all ultimately under the domain of the earth. In essence, when Aslan truly becomes the god of mountains and seas, he will not only be the ruler of the oceans, but also the master of the underworld. However, this is still far off. Aslan has a long way to go before becoming the lord of the underworld. Let's sneak in quietly, said Aslan. Aslan led Bellamy towards the mountain, quietly approaching the nearest source of the resentment aura. The mountain was heavily permeated with resentment aura, which came from multiple sources. Aslan wanted to find out what these sources were. It's here. Aslan looked down at the ground beneath his feet. The soil appeared normal except for the lack of wild grass or flowers within a few meters around. Rise. Aslan stomped his foot, and the earth in front of him began to churn. Soon, a small urn appeared before him, emitting a strong resentment aura. Opening the urn, a foul stench hit him, nearly making him vomit. What chilled Aslan to the bone was finding a tiny skeleton inside the urn, the remains of an unborn baby. The skeleton was decomposing and, based on its size, had likely been aborted before birth. Normally, when people die, some resentment aura lingers behind. However, that's just the deceased's lingering attachment to life, and the resentment dissipates quickly. Only those who die unjustly have such a strong resentment aura. Unjust deaths refer to those who didn't die of natural causes but due to suicide, disasters, wars, accidents, murder, or wrongful death. The spirits of such individuals reside in the netherworld. As the deity of mountains and seas, Aslan not only governs the oceans but also the earth. The netherworld actually falls under the jurisdiction of earth deity positions like the land god and city god, all of which are ultimately governed by the earth. In other words, when Aslan truly becomes the deity of mountains and seas, he will not only be the master of the oceans but also the ruler of the netherworld. However, these discussions are too premature. For Aslan to become the ruler of the netherworld, he still has a very long way to go. Let's sneak in quietly, Aslan said. Aslan led Nico up the mountain quietly, tracking down one of the nearest sources of resentment aura. The mountain was filled with heavy resentment, originating from multiple sources. Aslan wanted to figure out what exactly these sources were. It's here. Aslan looked down at his feet. The soil appeared no different from ordinary ground except that there were no wild grasses or flowers within a few meters around. Rise up. With a stomp of his foot, the earth in front of him began to churn, and soon a small jar appeared before him. The heavy resentment aura was eporterating from this jar. Opening the jar, a putrid smell wafted out, nearly making Aslan vomit. What chilled him to the bone was that inside the jar was a tiny skeleton, the remains of an unborn infant. The skeleton inside was decomposing. From its size, it seemed to have been aborted before birth. That's strange. Is this desolate mountain a mass grave? Otherwise, why is the resentment aura so heavy? Normally, after a person dies, some resentment aura lingers. However, this is often the deceased's lingering attachment to life, and such aura dissipates quickly. Only those who die unjustly have such a heavy resentment aura. An unjust death means not dying of natural causes but due to suicide, disaster, war, accidents, murder, or other wrongful reasons. The spirits of those who die unjustly dwell in the underworld. As the god of mountains and seas, Aslan controls not only the ocean but also the earth. The underworld falls under the jurisdiction of the earth deity, similar to how positions like the land god and city god are all part of the underworld's administration, ultimately falling under the domain of the earth. In essence, when Aslan truly becomes the god of mountains and seas, he will be not only the master of the oceans, but also the lord of the underworld. However, it's too premature to talk about this now. For Aslan to become the lord of the underworld, there's still a long way to go. Let's sneak in quietly, Aslan said. Aslan and Nico stealthily climbed the mountain and found the nearest source of the resentment aura. This mountain had heavy resentment, but it came from multiple sources. Aslan wanted to figure out what these sources were. It's here. Aslan looked down at his feet. The soil seemed ordinary, except that within a few meters around, there was no wild grass or flowers. Up with you. With a stomp, the earth before him began to churn. Soon, a small jar appeared before Aslan, emitting a strong resentment aura. Opening the jar, a foul smell hit him, nearly making him vomit. What chilled Aslan to the bone was finding a tiny skeleton inside the jar. The remains of an unborn baby. The skeleton inside was decaying. Judging by its size, it was likely aborted before birth. Hashtag chapter 132, The Scattered Souls. Unborn children who are aborted harbor immense resentment, for they have been betrayed by their own parents. In fact, the underworld is an unfair place. An ordinary person who dies and enters the underworld has neither merit nor background. If they want to be reborn, they may have to wait in line for hundreds of years. To expedite this process, one must bribe the deities responsible for reincarnation, as it's said that money can reach even the gods. This allows them to cut the queue and be reborn sooner. In the past, things were slightly better. But in modern times, with numerous cases of unmarried pregnancies being terminated, the risks of reincarnation have become very high. This means the bribes often go to waste, making the infants' grudges even stronger than those of adults who die prematurely. Why did this old witch bury so portery children's remains on this desolate mountain? Aslan wondered silently. Could it be for some twisted, heretical magic? Just go back peacefully. Wash away your resentment in the city of unjust deaths, and next time, you might get a good reincarnation, Aslan said smilingly while holding a small jar. Being dead but lingering in the world of the living isn't a good thing. After Aslan kindly persuaded them, the resentment within the jar gradually dissipated. I wonder how portery unborn children are buried across this mountain. When I have time, I should invite some monks or Taoist priests to perform rituals and help these little ones return home, Aslan thought to himself. If he were to persuade each child individually, it would take days, and Aslan didn't have time for that. Revenge was paramount, so he continued up the mountain. Aslan, you actually dared to come to my territory. Today, I will not let you leave alive. When Aslan reached halfway up the mountain, the door at the top suddenly opened. Brianna Woopa emerged from the house, appearing 10 years older in just 2 days. Brianna Woopa grabbed a ghostly cane beside her, drew a circle in the air, and began chanting incantations no one could understand. Aslan immediately felt a chill run through his body as the surrounding air temperature dropped drastically. Countless black smokes rose from the ground. Each represented a spirit of an aborted infant. Giggle, wail, cackle. The eerie sounds pierced Aslan's eardrums painfully. Just a bunch of weak spirits can't do much to me, Aslan thought. He immediately pulled out a small gourd and uncorked it, causing molten lava to erupt from within. Titus porters fear ghosts, but ghosts fear the strong young energy from who porters more, as it can burn their bodies. A single ghost wouldn't dare face Aslan directly. Only by combining their powers could they muster the courage to attack him. After dousing the area around him in molten lava, the spirits became even more reluctant to approach. With a thought, Aslan attempted to control the molten lava on the ground. Lava, in a strict sense, is a liquid. Aslan improvised, attempting to control the lava. Under his control, the lava indeed began to fly and respond to his comporters. However, controlling lava was far more difficult than water, requiring tenfold the effort. But Aslan didn't need precise control. He just needed the lava to rotate around him, preventing the spirits from approaching. As time passed, the lava started to cool, reducing his control over it. Aslan knew that if he released all the lava from the gourd, he could annihilate countless spirits. However, he didn't want to cause them to scatter and never reincarnate. Casually, Aslan broke off a large branch from a nearby tree and coated its end with molten lava. The intense heat ignited the entire branch, creating a torch-like effect in his hand. With each swing, no spirits dared come near. Aslan, you killed the old fox spirit and harmed the young fox spirit, robbing me of 20 years of life. Now you come seeking revenge? Old reporter that I am, I'll take you down with me. Brianna Woopa shouted frantically. Without the fox spirit, Brianna Woopa's power had greatly diminished, especially due to the loss of 20 years of lifespan. In her madness, she knew Aslan would come for her, so she set up a trap designed to ensnare him. To create this trap, Brianna Woopa stole countless unborn infants' remains from nearby hospitals, arranging them into a wicked formation. Hee Aslan, don't be too pleased. My little babies aren't so easy to deal with, Brianna Woopa cackled madly. At that moment, a white ghost figure struggled to crawl out of the ground before Aslan. It wore loose white clothing and muttered incoherently. My children wail, they're all my children. Oh, a wrongfully deceased pregnant reporter, Aslan remarked. Although Aslan wasn't from the Een sector, he understood basic ghost lore. This reporter was likely a pregnant reporter who died and still harbored an obsession with her child, clearly an undeveloped spirit. Some spirits remain clear-minded after death, while others are clouded by resentment. Brianna Woopa spoke to the spirit. These are all your children. Upon hearing this, the spirit appeared delighted, even revealing sharp fangs as a hungry ghost. Children, come back to mommy's womb. Be good, listen to mommy. The ghost stroked her swollen belly, momentarily appearing like a nurturing mother. The spirits heard the call and mistook the female ghost for their mother, transforming into black smoke and entering her belly. Ha ha ha, Aslan, taste my nine-mother spirit. Brianna Woopa laughed porteriacally. As countless infant spirits entered the reporter's belly, it grew larger and larger. This is a sin. You will face retribution, Aslan warned. Retribution? I'm already dying. There's nothing left to fear, Brianna Woopa yelled. When all the spirits entered the reporter's belly, Aslan felt all the resentment fuse together. Ghostly wails echoed from inside her. AI. Aslan sighed. Countless infant souls fused within the female ghost, meaning all those spirits would disperse, suffering a fate worse than death. Suddenly, 9 tiny black spirits emerged from the reporter's belly. Kill Aslan, kill him. Brianna Woopa pointed and shouted. Following orders, the female ghost directed the 9 spirits towards Aslan. You shouldn't exist. Since that's the case, I'll send you all along together, Aslan declared. He uncorked the gourd, and molten lava spewed out. His hands came together, forming the lava into a massive molten sword. With a wave, the molten blade sliced through the 9 spirits. SSSSS? When the long molten blade sliced through the little ghosts, it emitted a sound like corrosion, and all the spirits were consumed by the lava. My children, you're not allowed to kill my children. The female ghost, upon seeing the death of the 9 little ghosts, charged towards Aslan. She opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs as she lunged at him with a bite. Sigh. Aslan sighed inwardly and ultimately chose not to use the molten sword to slay the girl. Countless intricate patterns appeared in Aslan's palm as he struck forcefully against the female ghost's forehead. Wake up now. On Aslan's palm was the Mountain Sea Gathering Spirit Array, channeling powerful spiritual energy into the female ghost's body. Where am I? The female ghost's eyes regained clarity. She looked down at her hands and body, disbelieving. Am I dead? The female ghost murmured. I remember now. Yes, I died. I died from complications during childbirth. Recalling everything, the female ghost knelt before Aslan gratefully. Thank you, sir, for awakening me. Your kindness is immense. I will repay you in the next life even if it means serving you as a beast. Aslan waved his hand. Enough, go on and reincarnate. In your next life, accumulate good karma. Perhaps it will grant you a prosperous existence. The female ghost bowed deeply on the ground before slowly vanishing, already heading off to report in the underworld. This is impossible. How can you still be alive? Brianna Woopa shrieked with venomous rage. Because I am a good person, so I won't die, Aslan replied. With that, Aslan waved his hand, and the floating molten sword descended sharply onto Brianna Woopa, engulfing her in molten lava. You may be Hooporter, but your heart is more wicked than any ghost. Because of this malevolent magic of yours, thousands of infant spirits have been scattered and destroyed. In my eyes, you don't deserve to enter the underworld. The flames of the lava enveloped Brianna Woopa, burning her soul to nothingness. Chapter 133, Aslan's parents. After the magma cooled, it solidified into a lava sculpture that resembled a Hooporteroid figure. Never thought magma could have such powerful attacking force. It's quite a terrifying means, Aslan mused to himself. At this moment, Aslan even considered whether he should collect magma from active volcanoes for emergencies. However, upon second thought, he decided to wait for an opportunity. If there wasn't one, it wouldn't matter too much. If not magma, porteripulating water was still a viable option. Aslan's water had tremendous destructive power. Water could transform into a giant python to strangle and kill 2 people or turn into blades with incredible sharpness. While magma's strength was formidable, it was hard to control and only exceptionally effective against ghostly entities, not necessarily superior to water for Aslan's purposes. Observing the diminishing magma in the small gourd, Aslan gritted his teeth and drew out more magma. Numerous torrents of lava were ejected into the sky by the gourd, causing fiery rain to fall and set the desolate mountain ablaze. Junior, let's go, Aslan said. Riding Junior, Aslan headed towards Yanjiakan as the desolate mountain behind him was engulfed in towering flames. This mountain was full of Yin-Chi, due to which Brianna. Without this fire, it would take decades for the Yin-Chi to dissipate. If anyone buried their dead on this mountain, accidents would likely occur. Burning off all the Yin-Chi was a better solution. All I can do is just this much, Aslan thought to himself. The flames on the mountain appeared large but, consumed by the Yin-Chi within the mountain, they couldn't spread elsewhere. Aslan hoped that next time he visited, trees would be growing abundantly, turning it vibrant instead of lifeless. Upon returning home, Aslan used the power of the Mountain Sea contract to possess Cao Mao Ba. At that moment, Cao Mao Ba was already at the coast near Yanjiakan. As soon as Aslan possessed him, he saw Cao Mao Ba's tentacle reaching into his fish farm. Under Aslan's watchful eye, Cao Mao Ba extracted the largest yellow croaker from the farm. Sensing Aslan's presence, Cao Mao Ba swiftly swallowed the fish with lightning speed. The fresh, fragrant taste filled Cao Mao Ba's body, creating an indescribable sense of happiness. You little brat, you dared to steal my fish. Aslan scolded inside Cao Mao Ba's mind. Cao Mao Ba knew he was wrong and showed a pitiful expression. Aslan's yellow croakers were raised with spiritual energy, making them far tastier than ordinary sea creatures. Such delicious food before a glutton like Cao Mao Ba was irresistible. How skilled you've become. Tell me, how portery did you eat? Aslan deported it. Cao Mao Ba raised a tentacle. Aslan asked, don't tell me you only ate one? I don't believe you. About 10, Cao Mao Ba admitted weakly. Now communication between the two was effortless even without the Mountain Sea contract's power. Damn! Aslan felt a stabbing pain in his heart. 10 fish represented a significant loss. Each fish weighed over a pound, meaning Cao Mao Ba devoured fish worth several $100,000. How could Aslan not feel pained? Seeing Cao Mao Ba's remorseful look, Aslan couldn't muster anger. Alright, from now on, you can eat one fish per week. Any more, and I'll be upset. Hearing this, Cao Mao Ba danced joyfully inside his mental space. Enough gloating. Hand over control of your body, Aslan instructed. Aslan then began porteripulating Cao Mao Ba's body, leaping across the water to reach the fish farm. The farm was enclosed by nets, with different areas separated. After several more leaps, Aslan opened the space of Shueishan Palace and released countless emperor crabs. He set up a Mountain Sea Spirit gathering array on the seafloor where the crabs lived and used the power of the contract to obtain 5 drops of Mountain Sea Spirit Recoquid. Dividing these drops into numerous portions to feed the crabs, all the crabs stopped moving after consuming the liquid. Why aren't they moving? Did they die? Aslan wondered. Spirit Recoquid nurtures the body and aids evolution. I've never heard of it killing anything. Aslan extended a tentacle to examine one crab closely. He realized they weren't dead but molting. After shedding their old shells, the new shells were soft, a vulnerable period for crabs. But each molt meant rapid growth. This is evolution? Aslan remarked softly. As the old shells fell off, the crabs' bodies turned bright red and swelled. Aslan chewed one, tasting its sweetness, a flavor as wonderful as raw yellow croaker. Looking at the thriving swarm of crabs, Aslan smiled broadly. They were literally crawling gold. These emperor crabs will grow rapidly in this spirit-energized place. In a month, they'll be ready for high-quality dining tables, Aslan chuckled. Crabs were easier to raise than yellow croakers, especially since emperor crabs reproduced much faster. Most had already started moving on their own, indicating they had adapted well to the water temperature. Next, Aslan porteripulated Cao Mao Ba to the oyster farming area. He saw the oysters on stone pillars grown to palm size, with new ones attaching. The scene was prosperous. This is my underwater kingdom, Aslan smiled. Returning to his body, Aslan noticed dawn breaking. Waking up, he climbed to the rooftop and watched the sun rise. Feeling conflicted, Aslan held his phone, eventually dialing a number. Dial, dial, dial. The waiting tone made Aslan nervous. Hello, Cao Mao Brianan. What brings you to call us? Came a middle-aged reporter's voice, breathing heavily as if doing strenuous work. Mom, are Dad and you together? Of course, silly. It's almost time for us to start our stall. Our business has been good lately. We'll visit you soon. His mother, Raku Brianan, said busily. If nothing urgent, hang up now. People will buy breakfast soon. We can chat at lunch. Aslan's parents, Raku Brianan and Jetty, ran a breakfast stall in a big city, getting up early. After returning home at noon, Raku Brianan worked as a housekeeper, while Jetty worked at a barbecue shop. They rested less than 5 hours daily, looking older than their 50 years. Thinking of his parents' hardships, tears welled in Aslan's eyes. If not for his rash actions, their family wouldn't be in this situation. Mom, don't hang up yet. I have something to tell you, Aslan said. Oh, go on. I'm listening. Raku Brianan was busy setting up the stall while taking Aslan's call. She didn't want to miss even a single customer. Every one of them was money. Our family's debt has been paid off, and I've made a fortune now. We own millions in assets, so you and Dad don't need to work so hard outside anymore, Aslan said. Foolish son. Are you running a fever? You're talking nonsense. I'll call Ilium shortly to check on you. Don't burn yourself out at home alone, Raku Brianan replied. I'm not joking with you. It's all true. My monthly income is in the hundreds of thousands now. Please come back home, Aslan said. On the other end, Raku Brianan started sobbing after hearing Aslan's words. Honey, why are you crying? Jetty's voice came through. Hewitt, our son is talking nonsense. He says we have millions in assets now, and can make hundreds of thousands each month. Has he been stressed too much and driven himself crazy? I want to go home and see my son. Aslan could faintly hear Jetty trying to comfort Raku Brianan over the phone. Suddenly, Aslan felt an overwhelming sense of sadness. He could feel his parents' deep love for him, but realized how little he had done for them in return. Jetty took the phone and said, Brianan, just stay at home and wait for us. I'll call Ilium right away to check on you. Your mother and I will be home tomorrow. Dad, I'll send you a video call. Hold on, Aslan said. He then hung up and initiated a video call to his father. In the past, Jetty would never have accepted such a call due to concerns about data charges. But now, with their son seemingly acting abnormally, Jetty wouldn't care about the cost. Checking on his condition was the top priority. Chapter 134 Jetty. The video call connected quickly, and Aslan saw his father's weathered face, struggling to hold back his tears. Aslan pointed at the courtyard and asked, "Do you still recognize this courtyard? After living here for over 20 years, how could I not? This is our home's courtyard. But why are you on the roof, boy? If you damage it, it will be terrible. Come down quickly," Jetty hastily said. Although he had earned some money these past few years, it was all for paying off debts and saving up for his son's wedding. Repairs were unnecessary expenses he hoped to avoid unless absolutely necessary. "Dad, open your eyes and look at what's under my feet," Aslan said. As he spoke, Aslan aimed the phone towards his feet, so his father could see the ground clearly. This is asphalt pavement. Did you renovate the house?" Jetty marveled. "I've built a 2-story villa. It's the most luxurious house in the village," Aslan replied. While speaking, Aslan filmed the village with his phone, capturing the surrounding small hills that offered an expansive view. At this moment, Jetty and Riku Bryanin huddled together looking at the footage, and Aslan could see the astonishment on their faces. Suddenly, Aslan jumped down from the roof, almost giving them heart attacks. "What are you doing, boy? Why would you do such a thing?" Riku Bryanin screamed. "This height is nothing to me. See, I'm perfectly fine," Aslan smiled. Seeing Aslan standing there chatting amiably, they finally felt relieved. "Please don't do such reckless things in the future. Your dad and I are getting old. We can't take such scares," Riku Bryanin said. Aslan nodded sincerely, realizing that he had forgotten his parents were ordinary people who might not understand his current physical capabilities. Walking around the yard, Aslan filmed his new house, showing a majestic 2-story villa. "See, this is our home now. We're wealthy, incredibly wealthy. Top of the village," Aslan chuckled. He then opened the courtyard gate and walked toward the sea nearby. In the process, a disgruntled young porter appeared on the screen, saying, "Hey, are you two selling breakfast or not? I need to go to work." "We won't be selling today," Jetty replied. "Damn, after waiting so long. You tell me no? I'll never buy breakfast from you again," the young porter fumed. "Get lost. You won't even get a breakfast from me ever again. Go wherever you want," Jetty shouted at him. This young porter was a regular customer, and the couple had always been kind. Sometimes, he'd ask them for free soy milk or buns. They used to tolerate his bullying with smiles, but today, they were unexpectedly forceful. "Bad luck. I won't eat their food anymore," the young porter grumbled as he walked away. Despite his anger, he felt uneasy. The breakfast here was cheap and delicious, and sometimes came with free treats. Switching vendors would mean spending more on breakfast daily. Once the young porter was far enough, Aslan arrived at the seaside. Pointing at the nearby fish farm, Aslan said, "Look, this is our fish farm. If all the fish were sold, it'd probably fetch a few million. You two no longer need to suffer." Jetty and Riku Bryanin saw the nets erected over the sea surface, something unprecedented in Yinja village. Wow. Seeing this, the couple's hearts were no longer in doubt. Riku Bryanin was moved to tears. "My son has grown successful. I knew he was different from others," she sobbed. "Of course, Aslan is my son. Back in Beijing cough. He naturally won't disappoint." Jetty paused mid-sentence, though Aslan didn't notice the abrupt shift in tone. "Father, mother, come back. Our family no longer needs you to work so hard," Aslan said. "Let's go. We'll head back today," Jetty exclaimed. "Hewitt, if we cancel the lease without the landlord present, we won't get the deposit back and have to wait half a month," Riku Bryanin reminded. "Forget the damn deposit. My son is worth millions. I don't need a few $100s. Let's book high-speed train tickets and go home immediately. Leave everything behind," Jetty said excitedly. In fact, there were not just deposits but also unpaid wages from the cleaning job and barbecue shop, which Jetty no longer cared about. He was done serving these ungrateful people, treating him like a slave day in and day out. It was peak time for barbecue, and every stall was bustling. Not working now would infuriate the boss, especially since hiring help was challenging during busy seasons. After ending the call with Aslan, Jetty called the barbecue shop owner directly. "Hewitt, what's going on?" the owner asked. "Just letting you know, I'm quitting," Jetty replied. "What?" Hearing the scream from the other end, Jetty felt as exhilarated as sipping chilled beer on a hot summer day. "Hewitt, don't joke around. Nobody dares to hire someone from us. Tell me who your replacement is, and I'll shut down their place. They won't dare hire you," the boss threatened. "I'm going back home. Forget the 10 days pay. Handle it as you wish," Jetty retorted. "Old porter, you think quitting is easy? I'll send someone to trash your home." Before she could finish her threats, Jetty hung up, grabbing Riku Bryanin's hand to leave. "Hewitt, what about our stall?" Riku Bryanin asked. "Forget it. It's just a pile of scrap metal. Let's go," Jetty declared confidently. Riku Bryanin looked at Jetty in disbelief. He wouldn't have spoken like that before. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jetty asked, puzzled. "Is there something on my face?" Riku Bryanin laughed happily. "You looked so cool just now, just like when you were younger." Hearing younger, Jetty's expression changed, showing anger, sadness, and melancholy before settling on a bitter smile. "Why bring up the past? It's all gone," Jetty sighed. "In my heart, you'll always be that handsome, charming Jetty. These years of hardship made me feel so sorry for you." "I'm happy that Jetty is back," Riku Bryanin said. "Jetty disappeared over 20 years ago. I am Hewitt, your husband," Jetty gently replied. Holding hands, they walked towards their rented home. On the way, Jetty's phone rang again. He answered it. "Hewitt, I might have sounded harsh to your wife. Hope you won't take it to heart. Rakasan, I'll raise your wage by 500. Will you continue working for me?" the boss pleaded. "I can't go back there. You made me do 8 people's work in one day. I won't serve you today. Besides, I've eaten more meals than the salt you've eaten. Don't think I don't know what you're up to." just trying to keep me around until you find someone else to kick me out. I'm not that foolish. The boss was taken aback by Jetty's unexpected defiance, and when she tried calling again, it wouldn't go through. After he hung up, Jetty blocked both the boss and the four reporters' numbers immediately. The couple quickly changed into their best clothes, grabbed their bank cards, and left their residence for the train station. After confirming that his parents were on the train, Aslan started looking for a small truck to take him to Tokyo Township. Screech! A motorcycle stopped in front of Aslan. Blake removed his helmet and asked, "Bree and Anzi, what are you doing here?" "My parents have returned, and I'm preparing to go pick them up from the high-speed railway station in Blue Sea City. I'm looking for a passing truck to give me a ride," Aslan replied with a smile. "Uncle Yi and Aunt Riku have come back? That's great news." Blake grinned. "I was just heading to Tokyo Township to make some deliveries. Want me to take you along?" Aslan hadn't expected such good fortune and didn't hesitate to hop on the back of Blake's motorcycle. Motorcycles were much faster than passenger vans. Once seated, Aslan noticed a black bag slung over Blake's back, which felt metallic when touched. "Freddy, what are you delivering?" "I've made a few more fish spears to sell. There are more rich people these days, so the market for these is getting better," Blake said with a smile. Suddenly, Aslan remembered he still had one of Blake's fish spears at home, but as his water control abilities improved, it had become nearly useless. Chapter 135. A special way of donation. After arriving at Tokyo Township, Aslan and Blake parted ways. In Tokyo Township, there are frequent buses heading to Lanhai City, with one almost every half hour. Aslan was waiting inside the bus for it to depart. While on the road, Aslan would play with his phone, making time pass quickly. By the time he reached Lanhai City Station, it was already afternoon. Aslan checked the time on his phone. His parents were about to disembark. Soon, standing at the exit, Aslan saw a crowd of people surging out, and he searched among them intently. "This train is the one my parents are on," Aslan thought to himself. Not too long after, Aslan's eyes locked onto a couple. The two looked much older compared to last year, but they both appeared to be in good health, which made Aslan feel relieved. Soon, the two walked out of the exit, and Aslan approached them. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Jetty also noticed Aslan, and their eyes lit up as they hurried toward their son. "Oh no." Suddenly, a reporter next to them let out a scream, dropping her phone on the ground. This reporter was fashionably dressed, a perfect image of a metropolitan beauty. "Can't you watch where you're going?" the reporter exclaimed angrily. Jetty's wife, Riku Bryanin, apologized awkwardly. "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to, miss. Are you okay?" "Humph." The reporter picked up her phone from the ground without a word, noticing that it was now covered with cracks. "This is the latest model. My phone is broken now. You have to pay me for it," she shouted loudly. Grasping Riku Bryanin by the arm, she waved her damaged phone aggressively. "Sir and madam, we've been walking straight this whole time. It was actually you who bumped into us," Riku Bryanin protested loudly. "Let's all judge this fairly. They knocked my phone onto the ground, and now they are accusing me of hitting them. Is there any justice in this world?" the reporter shrieked. The onlookers, seeing the well-dressed reporter, did not think someone so beautifully dressed could lie and began to doubt the elderly couple in shabby clothes. These villagers nowadays have such poor porterners. Not only did they break someone's property, but they also slander others. It's not that old people have gotten worse, but rather that bad people have grown old. I think they were never good people. I respect the elderly and young, but today I stand with the lady. If you break something, you should pay for it. The couple, Jetty and Riku Bryanin, felt surrounded by malicious intent as people started commenting. "We didn't bump into this lady. She really hit us herself," Jetty tried to explain loudly to the crowd. But at this moment, no one was willing to believe the elderly couple. After all, a fashionable-looking reporter didn't look like someone who would cheat for money from a phone. "Imph, look at my top. It costs 5,000 yuan. Do I need to cheat you? I thought I'd forgive you because you looked pitiful, but now you must compensate for my phone today," the reporter said, still holding Riku Bryanin. The reporter's actions gained support from the crowd, who felt the elderly couple deserved punishment for taking advantage of their age. "Move aside." Aslan squeezed through the crowd, reaching out to pull the reporter's hand away from his mother. "Oh, what are you doing? You hurt me," the reporter complained. Aslan coldly replied, "Stop pretending here. I saw everything. It was you who deliberately bumped into our parents." Upon hearing Aslan's words, the reporter's eyes flickered. "There are portery people who saw your parents bump into me. Ask anyone if you don't believe me," the reporter said. Then a muscular porter spoke up. "That's right. I saw these two elders bump into her." "Me too. How disgraceful. How can they bully a reporter like this? If your family bullies her again, we will not be passive bystanders today." Some people in the crowd started inciting others. Soon, everyone believed Aslan was favoring his parents. A few people hidden in the crowd kept changing positions while speaking just a few sentences, displaying skillful porteripulation. "You must compensate me today. This is the latest model, just bought and hardly used. You have to pay the full price," the reporter deported loudly. "Show me your phone," Aslan requested. "Here, take a look. I bet you've never used a phone this good." The reporter handed over her phone. Aslan examined it closely. "Was this phone just dropped on the ground?" Aslan asked. The reporter huffed. "Of course it was dropped on the ground. Portery people saw it. Are you trying to deny it? The screen of your phone cannot be cracked by falling. It was smashed by something else," Aslan said. The reporter's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she quickly concealed it. "Sure, poor and evil people are always trying to cheat. With so portery witnesses, how could it not be from falling?" she argued. At this point, Aslan held the phone up for everyone to see. "Everyone look. The phone has circular fractures, and there's a clear impact mark in the center. Our Lanhai City high-speed rail station is very clean, so there wouldn't be any stones on the ground. If your phone had fallen, it would have long linear cracks, not circular ones." Aslan continued inspecting the phone, a contemptuous smile appearing on his face. "This phone is a cheap knockoff, with gaps that haven't been sealed properly. Aslan's words made everyone reflect. As adults, they couldn't help but agree with the obvious flaws he pointed out. The reporter cursed inwardly. This group had successfully extorted money from rural seniors at the train station multiple times due to their lack of knowledge, influence, and courage. Easy targets. The few instigators exchanged glances and stepped out of the crowd. A towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, weighing around 300 pounds, stood like a mountain of flesh before everyone. Brother, I was bullied. They broke my phone and won't pay, the reporter complained to the giant. Holding a roasted chicken leg, the giant tossed it into his mouth, crushing bones and meat together with an eerie crunch. Swallowing the meat and bones, he came face to face with Aslan and leaned down. Don't think our family is easy to bully. Today if you don't pay, my fist will break your nose. He shook his massive fist menacingly. Haha, failing to get money, you're resorting to brute force now? Aslan smiled. With a thunderous punch, the giant smashed the complaint box nearby, flattening it. If you don't pay, you won't leave this station today, the giant declared. At this moment, 5 men had surrounded Aslan and his parents. Realizing the truth, the crowd understood they had wronged the elderly couple. Although the crowd deeply regretted their actions, none of them had the courage to help Aslan and his parents. After all, even just the giant porter, Meat Mountain, could likely take on a group of people single-handedly. Aslan put his hand into his pocket, using it as cover to retrieve a stack of money from the small gourd. Fiddling with the bills, he said to the group, I have more money than you can imagine, but I won't give you a single cent. As he spoke, Aslan flicked his wrist, and the folded money flew out of his hand, drawing an arc in the air before landing in a Hope Primary School donation box not far away. The surrounding crowd was stunned by Aslan's action. That thick stack of cash must have been worth 10,000 yuan, yet he threw it without batting an eye. Moreover, the donation box was 5 or 6 meters away, yet the money landed so accurately inside. It could only be described as miraculous. Seeing how wealthy Aslan was, each member of the gang looked at him with greedy eyes. In their minds, this was a rare and rich target. Cao Mao Chong, if you hand over 50,000 yuan today, we'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll crush your head. Meat Mountain grabbed Aslan's collar with his huge, fan-like hand, lifting him off the ground with one hand. I have plenty of money, but I just don't want to give it to you, Aslan said with a smile. While speaking, Aslan took another stack of money from his pocket and tossed it into the donation box with perfect accuracy again. You're asking for death. Meat Mountain lifted Aslan with one hand while the other formed a fist, aiming straight for Aslan's face. Watch out. Don't. Aslan's parents shouted in unison. Some bystanders even closed their eyes, unable to bear watching what would happen to Aslan, while others were already secretly calling the police. Tightish. Everyone turned toward the sound of Meat Mountain's puzzled voice and saw that his enormous fist had been effortlessly stopped by Aslan's outstretched palm. Hashtag chapter 136, Return Journey. Wow. All the spectators gasped in amazement. If they had known that these two were strangers, they might have thought it was a staged perf reporters. Damn it, take this punch again. Feeling humiliated after his punch was blocked, Walter threw another fist at Aslan. Aslan caught the punch again and twisted Walter's hand with all his strength. Crack! A series of crisp sounds came from Walter's arm, and everyone knew it was the sound of bones breaking. In agony, Walter shook Aslan off like trash, flinging him a few meters away. In midair, Aslan did an elegant flip, landing on the ground as lightly as a sparrow. My arm. It hurts so much. With his arm broken by Aslan's brutal technique, Walter rolled on the ground in pain. You dare to hurt our porter? Let's get him. Hell, I don't care about money today. I want his life. Avenger Sean. We'll cripple this little bastard today. The remaining 5 men rushed at Aslan, roaring as if they had some deep-seated grudge against him. Aslan grabbed the first one who approached, slamming him hard into the ground with a shoulder throw. He quickly dispatched them with a series of punches and kicks, and soon all 5 were lying on the ground groaning. Don't hit me. I know I'm wrong. Seeing Aslan's incredible strength, the beauty was terrified and began crying for mercy. If you dare to use such underhanded tactics to bully people again, I'll beat you up every time, Aslan warned. All right. Well done. Society needs young people like you. At this point, the crowd applauded enthusiastically, and Portery, who had misunderstood earlier, apologized to Aslan and his companions. Huo. Sirens rang out as police cars approached. Let's go. Staying here will only cause trouble, Aslan said. Jetty and Riku Bryanin nodded. Just like hospitals, no one wanted to visit the police station unless absolutely necessary. Before the police arrived, Aslan led his parents through the crowd. As for what happened to those bad guys, Aslan didn't care anymore. The 3 walked toward the train station exit. Jetty asked, Bryanin, were those 2 stacks of money you threw earlier real? Yes, they were. I usually carry some cash for emergencies. This isn't much, it's just my contribution to the Hope School. Riku Bryanin looked concerned. Years of poverty had limited her imagination. Jetty patted Riku Bryanin's shoulder and said, Aslan looks more like a member of our family now. He has the responsibility of a Yi. In her heart, Riku Bryanin muttered, I hate the Yi family. She dared not say this aloud, though. While Jetty treated her well, insulting the Yi family was something she couldn't do. By now, Aslan had brought his mother to the roadside where a group of taxis waited. Anyone going to Yin Family Village in Tuchao Township? Aslan shouted. The drivers hesitated when they heard Yin Family Village. Yanjiakan was far from Lanhai City. Even experienced drivers would take at least 3 hours to drive there. Though it was a big job, the road to Yanjiakan was terrible and could easily damage vehicles. A hesitant driver said, $500, and I'll take you to Yanjiakan. 500? You're robbing us. That's enough to reach the provincial capital, Riku Bryanin complained angrily. The driver chuckled wryly. Ma'am, Yanjiakan is different. Look, who else dares take this job? It might mean a major repair after taking you there. True enough. While others coveted the business, none dared to accept it. Get in. As long as you take us to Yanjiakan, you won't be shortchanged, Aslan said. All right, I like your straightforwardness, the driver replied happily. Not opposing Aslan's decision, they got into the taxi. Brianan, this is too extravagant. If we took a bus, it would only cost a few $dozen for all three of us, Brianan remarked. You need to change your mindset. We're rich now, very rich. When we get home, I'll give you both $20,000 to spend within a month, Aslan stated boldly. A recent transfer from the large yellow croaker sales had just hit his account, making $20,000 a week. Even if his parents spent $20,000 a month, he'd still have 3 weeks worth left. Moreover, in half a month, the oysters would be ready to sell, possibly earning profits similar to the large yellow croakers. Aslan was raking in money even while relaxing at home. We can't possibly spend that much, Brianan exclaimed. Tomorrow, I'll transfer you each $20,000. Mom can go to beauty salons and wellness centers. Dad can buy necessities. Spending $20,000 should be easy, Aslan said nonchalantly. After working hard their whole lives, especially in recent years, Aslan wanted his parents to enjoy a good life. You should save more money. You haven't even married yet. I think Danilo's daughter Kelsey is quite nice. How about using that $20,000 as a dowry and marrying her? Brianan suggested. PFT. Choking on water, Aslan spat out the car window before it splattered on the windshield. Cough cough. Aslan started coughing violently. Jetty chided. Now that our son has money, finding a wife shouldn't be hard. Don't worry about it. Titusum, you never care about anything, leaving everything to me. Can't I care about my own son? Brianan retorted angrily. Look how scared he is. At worst, let's talk to Danilo about it when we get back to the village, Jetty said. Cough cough. Aslan coughed even harder and eventually used his ability to extract the water from his throat. Don't worry about me. To tell you the truth, I have a girlfriend, Aslan admitted. What kind of girlfriend? Brianan asked curiously. Is she from our village? She's a city girl. Here, look at this picture of my girlfriend. Aslan showed them a photo of Alicia on his phone. Wow, this girl is beautiful. Look, she's perfect for our son, Brianan exclaimed approvingly. She is pretty, but what about Danilo? He always insisted on being our in-laws, Jetty pondered. Hey, kids' matters are beyond our control. If necessary, we can delay things with Danilo, Brianan suggested. Jetty agreed. He and Danilo were old buddies for decades. They didn't want any issues affecting their relationship over their children. Sitting in the passenger seat, Aslan wiped his sweat, feeling like his parents had already arranged his entire marriage. The driver couldn't help but think the family inside the car was just showing off. This driver was from the same village as Brianna the Witch, a neighboring village to Yanjiakan. As a neighbor, he knew all too well how poor Yanjiakan had been. The driver had very seriously warned his own wife that she must not choose a porter from Yanjiakan, no matter how good they might treat her, because they were impoverished. Ricardo brother, my home is in Kaoshan village. Come to think of it, we are neighbors. From what you're saying, it seems Yanjiakan has developed quite well in recent years. Driver, it's been quite some time since you've returned to Kaoshan village, right? Aslan asked with a smile. Indeed, it's been a year since I last went back. The reason I took this job today is that I wanted to go home and take a look. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken $500 for the ride, the driver replied. Aslan said, it's no wonder your information isn't up to date. Now, Yanjiakan is vigorously developing aquaculture. Anyone who dared to start early now earns at least several thousand a month, and some even make tens of thousands. Most villagers now had their fish farms up and running, with initial monthly incomes ranging around 2 to 3,000 yuan. As time goes by, the farmer's income will grow. Among them, Yandai's farm is undoubtedly the most profitable, because he bought a batch of fish feed from Aslan that contained portery portions of spirit liquid. Now, Yandai's monthly income has already exceeded 10,000. However, due to the fact that Yandai's farm was just starting out, the current capital investment was also substantial, which was why he had to painstakingly make fish spears to sell for money. In summary, the development of the farmers was going well. Seeing the success of the first batch of farmers, the rest of the people in Yanjiakan were also motivated. But due to the presence of these pioneers, loan requirements became stricter. The amount available dropped from 300,000 yuan to 150,000 yuan, and interest rates were calculated according to commercial loans. This decision was made by the bank after investigation. Many villagers from Yanjiakan frequently came to the bank to protest, but to no avail. Hashtag chapter 137. Changes in the village. Now, Yanjiatsuan has become a coveted gem among the neighboring villages. Everyone knows that Yanjiatsuan's rise is imminent. Girls from other villages are doing everything they can to marry into Yanjiatsuan, and more people with different surnames want to join the village to enjoy the loan policies. Unfortunately, Yanjiatsuan has virtually stopped accepting new residents. The driver beside Aslan didn't know about these changes. It was obvious he hadn't been home for a long time and was way behind on the news. Screech. The car parked at the eastern end of the village, and the driver said, the road inside is too rough. Is it okay if I park here? No problem, thank you, sir. Aslan paid and then got out of the car with his parents, heading toward their house. The village hasn't changed much, just like when we came back last year, Brianan remarked. Yeah, only a few houses have been renovated, but they're still old-fashioned mud huts, Jetty added. Aslan smiled and said, there was an earthquake a while ago, and portery houses collapsed, so some of them have been renovated. Earthquake. The couple was alarmed. Earthquakes are natural disasters that can cause fatalities. They immediately asked Aslan about the situation. Aslan told them everything he could about what had happened. Once they learned that the casualties in the village were minimal, they breathed a sigh of relief. Hewitt and Brianan are back. It's been almost a year since we last saw you. You two look so much younger. Hey, didn't expect you two to be back. Didn't make any dinner at home? I've got dumplings at my place. I'll bring you a bowl later. Uncle Yi, Aunt Riku, it's been a while. Both of you are still very healthy. As Jetty and Brianan walked through the village, men, Women and children greeted them warmly. Seeing such enthusiasm from the villagers, though they responded politely, the couple was secretly apprehensive. Rhiannon, why are the villagers being so nice? These people surnamed Yen are treating us outsiders so warmly now, Rhiannon whispered. Rakoke a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Up to no good. That Tiana Porter accused us of stealing her chicken and forcefully took one of our ducks. Now she says she wants to give us dumplings? If I believed her, I'd be seeing ghosts, Jetty said. Back then, forced by circumstances, Jetty and Rhiannon moved to Yinjiatsuan. Being in an exclusionary village, life was incredibly difficult, and they suffered constant bullying from the Yans. Seeing the warmth now shown by the villagers, the couple suspected the Yans were plotting something against them again. Don't worry, I've made some contributions to the village. That's why the villagers treat our family differently from other outsiders, Aslan smiled. Lousy kid. What did you do to change these stubborn Yans? Rhiannon asked curiously. Aslan explained his contributions, but kept the secret of the sea and mountain seal. Jetty proudly patted Aslan's shoulder and said, You did well. When poor, cultivate your own virtue. When prosperous, help the world. That's what we Yi people are about. With Jetty's hearty laughter, the three arrived at a large courtyard. Rhiannon looked in disbelief at the two-story building inside. This is our home? Aslan laughed as he pushed open the courtyard gate. Of course, this is our home. As they entered the yard, a fluffy white dog jumped down from the balcony of the two-story building. Dangerous! Rhiannon shouted. But Nico landed gracefully and dashed towards the three. These are my parents. Be gentle and don't scare them. Nico, who was about to pounce, retracted his movement and started circling them, wagging his tail continuously. What a beautiful dog. Did you hurt yourself jumping from so high up? Rhiannon asked. Woof woof. Nico shook his head, continuing to run around them. Did he really understand me? Rhiannon was astonished. He's always been smart, and as the king of dogs in the village, simple Porter words aren't hard for him, Aslan explained. Aslan led his parents upstairs to their room, which was spacious with sea views. He had already prepared everything, from bedding to furniture, all brand new. Seeing her daughter-in-law's eyes fill with tears, Aslan tactfully left, giving them privacy. Knowing they had much to discuss, Aslan went to his fish farm, selecting a few large yellow croakers, some oysters, and king crabs. Returning home, Aslan cooked the seafood in the kitchen. Nico eagerly watched from the side. To diversify the meal, Aslan turned to Nico with an idea. Woof woof woof. Nico took a cautious step back, barking as if saying, Chicken isn't good. Go catch some chickens and rabbits in the mountains, Aslan instructed. Woof woof woof. Ah, bargaining now? Catching chickens and rabbits is child's play for you. Yet you ask for a big yellow croaker? No deal, Aslan said firmly. Woof woof woof. Nico grumbled, considering Aslan's offer. You can have the bones from the chicken and rabbit, plus a bowl of fragrant chicken broth congee. But if you don't catch them, you get nothing, Aslan bargained. Nico lowered his head, thinking it over, and finally decided to leave the house. Be quick. If you're late, it will be too late, Aslan warned. Woof woof woof. Nico dashed out, his barks barely audible in the wind. Aslan quickly prepared the seafood and began cooking. Before he finished, Nico returned carrying a wild rabbit and a rooster, both still alive. The rooster flew around the kitchen, and the rabbit darted frantically. Aslan caught them easily and started processing the game. Meanwhile, Rhiannon sobbed in Jetty's arms, who sighed deeply. Don't cry. I'm worried your old ailment might return, Jetty comforted. Rhiannon lifted her head. You remember my old ailment? Guess you're not completely heartless after all. In her youth, Rhiannon and Jetty endured portery hardships. Once, Rhiannon feared losing Jetty forever and cried endlessly. Since then, prolonged crying triggered intense headaches, like her head was splitting apart. Doctors couldn't diagnose the issue. Even during tough times, Rhiannon never cried again. Assuming Jetty forgot her condition. Now that Rhiannon has his abilities, we can enjoy our lives. No need to cry anymore, Jetty reassured her. Rhiannon wiped her tears and said, I know everything you're saying, but I just can't help it. These tears were not only from being touched, but also from emotion. In Rhiannon's eyes, Aslan had always been the child who needed care. But now that Aslan had truly grown up, ready to spread his wings and fly away from his parents, the pain in her heart was something others couldn't imagine. Although Aslan hadn't left them, not being able to take care of her own son was a cruel reality for any mother, and she needed some time to come to terms with it. This day was bound to come sooner or later. Aslan has grown up now, and he hasn't disgraced our family name. I am very proud, Jetty said. I just can't bear to let him go. I wanted to shield him from all hardships, but now I realize he can take care of me. As a mother, I feel useless. Rhiannon began to lose sight of her life's purpose. Haha, if you keep this mindset when being a mother-in-law, you'll be a real nightmare. You're overthinking things, Jetty remarked. Rhiannon pondered his words, realizing her husband was right. Sometimes she did overthink, but she couldn't control it. Let's stay with our son for a while, then we can travel with all our savings. After all, our son doesn't need money anymore, Jetty suggested. Okay, Rhiannon porteraged a smile. Over the years, the couple had saved up quite a bit, enough to support an extended period of travel if they were frugal. Just as the couple was reflecting on their lives, a special aroma filled the room, stirring their appetites. Driven by curiosity, they left the room and came downstairs. Aslan smiled and said, I was about to call you both, but it seems there's no need now. The couple saw that Aslan had already laid out a table full of dishes, leaving them in disbelief. Rhiannon, did you make all these dishes? Rhiannon asked in shock. Hashtag chapter 138, proudly joining for meals. Of course I did. Aslan smiled and invited the two to their seats, then fetched a bottle of white wine, pouring a glass for his father. Try my cooking. It's much better than before, Aslan said with a grin. At that moment, Aslan placed 2 chicken legs on his parents' plates. Delicious, this really tastes great. Salmao Brianin, you've grown up? The expressions of Jetty and Riku Brianin were different. Jetty looked very happy, but Riku Brianin's expression was more complicated. If you enjoy it, then it's good. From now on, I'll take care of all 3 meals for you. It's my responsibility as your son, Aslan said with a smile. Hearing Aslan's words eased Riku Brianin's mood somewhat, and they enjoyed a warm and harmonious meal together. Both Jetty and Riku Brianin were experienced in the world but had never tasted such delicious food. They thoroughly enjoyed it. The table full of fish and meat was quickly devoured. Even Nico, who ate half a rabbit and a large bowl of chicken congee, lay there contentedly grunting. Just as this family was enjoying their meal, someone arrived at the yard carrying an iron basin. Oh, Maisie, why are you here? Aslan asked with a smile. This Maisie was none other than the reporter surnamed Tiana mentioned by Jetty before, who had forcefully taken a large duck from the Yi family. Maisie smiled and said, I just saw Brother Yi and Allison come back. I worried you hadn't eaten, so I brought over some dumplings. As she spoke, Maisie entered the room. Although there had been some misunderstandings previously, one does not hit a smiling face, and Jetty and Riku Brianin stood up to welcome her. Maisie put the dumplings on a side table and said, Yesterday our neighbor Cora slaughtered a cow, so I bought some meat and made these dumplings. They taste wonderful. Try them later. Then Maisie took Riku Brianin's hand and said, In the past, this younger sister didn't understand things, causing troubles and less interaction. Hope you won't blame me. Jetty and his wife didn't expect Maisie to say such things. Villagers knew Maisie as one of the few women who could argue with Gale without losing. Don't say such things, Tiana. The past is past. Let's visit more often, Riku Brianin replied with a smile. Hee hee, old Allison, you're truly blessed. To have Brother Yi be so good to you, and a son as accomplished as Aslan. If my son Edwin were half as capable, I'd laugh in my sleep. Hearing Maisie praise his son, Riku Brianin and Jetty were pleased, gradually eliminating any lingering resentment. Maisie, being observant, left after chatting for a while, knowing they had much to do after returning home. Why is Maisie doing this? The sun rising from the west, offering us things proactively? Riku Brianin asked. Aslan responded leisurely. Our village's fishery was contracted out. Maisie's family also contracted one, raising Porter Darren fish. Their fish got sick, and they came to me for help, so I helped solve the problem. Aslan knew about Maisie's conflict with the family. Initially, he wasn't inclined to help. After all, Aslan was who Porter. He couldn't just forget insults easily, holding on to grudges like everyone else. But Maisie brought her son and knelt outside Aslan's house, weeping. Maisie's family took out a loan for the fishery, mainly due to her son's initiative. Now that the fish were sick, her son even considered suicide. Reluctantly, Aslan helped by providing some spirit liquid to Maisie's family. With the spirit liquid, not only did the fish recover, but they grew larger. Fortunately, Maisie's family was appreciative. Her son sold the first batch of fish, earning 5,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he bought gifts worth 5,000 yuan for Aslan to thank him for saving the fishery. You've done well to repay kindness for grievances. You've grown more than I expected, Jetty remarked. Hee hee, it's because of good parental education, Aslan flattered them. Just your sweet talk, Riku Brianin chuckled. After dinner, Aslan's parents wanted to see their fishery. Aslan led them out through the back door of the yard. Outside, the vast ocean stretched endlessly. Those nets standing in the water ahead are part of our fishery, Aslan said proudly. Creating this fishery from nothing over a few months was Aslan's pride. The fishery is huge. Did it cost a lot to contract? Not too much. I leased it for 50 years, paying less than 10 million yuan. Though expensive, it's worthwhile, Aslan smiled. Currently, the profits from Yellow Croaker alone were 20,000 yuan per week, with a conservative annual income of over 2 million yuan. He'd recoup costs within 5 years, with everything beyond pure profit. Smelly Salmaoishan, tell me how much you earn monthly, Riku Brianin asked curiously. Now, we only sell Yellow Croakers. We make about 20,000 yuan a week, which is around 10,000 in profit after costs, Aslan explained. Upon hearing the sum, Jetty and Riku Brianin felt dizzy. Their son had indeed grown far beyond their expectations. In time, we'll sell oysters, lobsters, and king crabs, potentially making over 1 million a month, Aslan added. Everything Aslan owned, except for oysters, were high-end products, making it easy to make money. The couple exchanged glances, seeing shock in each other's eyes. I'm old, truly old, Jetty sighed. Don't say that. You're still young, barely over 50. Rest at home for now, then travel to make up for lost years, Aslan suggested. The elders felt comforted. Their son had grown up. They returned home happily, waving to villagers who greeted them warmly. Unknowingly, Aslan had earned respect from most villagers. Back home, both rested from their journey. Meanwhile, Aslan felt happy. His efforts partly aimed to atone for sins. Hadn't he caused his parents years of hardship? Now, bringing them home to enjoy life lifted a weight off his chest. Gradually, Aslan drifted to sleep. The next morning, bark bark bark. Early in the morning, Nico used its paws to wake Aslan from a deep sleep. Ricado devil, what are you doing? Aslan asked angrily. You ruined my beautiful dream. He was dreaming of enjoying time with Alicia and Ashlyn, only to be interrupted by Nico at the last moment. Bark bark bark. Nico's paws pointed towards the window, and as Aslan got up to look out, he saw a car parked outside a courtyard. Alicia. The car by the gate belonged to Alicia. Aslan hurriedly changed into a fresh set of clothes and went downstairs. Woof woof woof. As soon as he left the small building, Nico raced ahead towards the main gate. Standing on its hind legs, it pounced on Alicia, licking her face. Nico always had an affection for Alicia deep in its heart because when it opened its eyes for the first time, it saw Aslan first, and then Alicia second. In Nico's heart, Aslan was its father, so Alicia must be its mother. Wow, this big dog is so beautiful. It's Snow White, just like a schnauzer. I want to hug it so badly, Gina shouted excitedly as she got out of the car. Gina's eyes sparkled as she looked at her best friend, reaching out to hug Nico. Woof woof woof. Nico barked loudly at Gina and showed its sharp fangs, seemingly threatening her not to get any closer. Hey, what are you doing here, airport? Aslan said. Why can't your mom come to the countryside for spring outings? Gina replied, raising her head. Alicia sighed, seeing that the two were already bickering upon meeting again. Gina said she wanted to eat the delicious food you make and insisted on dragging me along. Alicia laughed. Alicia. Gina stomped her foot in frustration. How could you betray me? All right, Aslan isn't an outsider, Alicia smiled. Titus. Gina turned her head away, silently labeling Alicia as a traitor in her heart. I can't believe people who come for free meals are so proud these days. Really, what's wrong with this world? Aslan laughed. Damn Aslan, what if your mom wants to eat until she bursts? If you don't teach me magic, watch me stick to you for life, Gina shouted. The translation follows the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved to match the original text. Hashtag chapter 139, 10 years younger. Before heading to Aslan's house, Gina had already made up her mind that she would stick around for a few days even if it meant being shameless. For a foodie, once having tasted Aslan's exceptional cooking, not being able to taste it again would be an immense torture. No matter what, Gina was determined to stay at Aslan's place and eat until she couldn't anymore before leaving. Follow me inside, but please be careful. My parents are resting at home, Aslan said with a smile. What? The two girls exclaimed in unison. Alicia asked in shock, your parents are back? Yes, they returned yesterday after a whole day of travel, so they should still be sleeping, Aslan replied with a smile. Hearing that Aslan's parents were still at home, the two girls felt somewhat hesitant. With elders present, they would feel more restrained. Gina, since his parents are home, should we still go? Alicia asked. After a moment of hesitation, Gina replied, of course we should. Besides, you're his official girlfriend. What's there to be afraid of? Seeing her best friend so Portered, Alicia nodded and said, all right then, when we meet Aslan's parents, let's be respectful. Ultimately, despite their reservations, the allure of delicious food was too strong for them to resist. The two girls followed Aslan into the house. Feel free to sit anywhere downstairs while I prepare breakfast, Aslan said with a smile. To ensure a perfect breakfast, Aslan specially caught several king crabs from his fish farm and carefully extracted the crab meat. He planned to make crab dumplings for breakfast, and with all the necessary ingredients available and his proficient culinary skills, the cooking progressed very quickly. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jetty and Riku Bryanin woke up. Upon pulling the curtains, they noticed the sun had already risen. Riku Bryanin stood by the window, looking outside, feeling as though she had a grand view of everything below. She was glad that their home was no longer the most dilapidated in the village. It's been a long time since we've had such a peaceful night's sleep, Riku Bryanin remarked with a smile. Jetty agreed, yes, we used to carry too much pressure. Now that we don't have to, life feels much easier. They both reminisced about how, in the past, they had to wake up before dawn to set up their street stall and prepare breakfast to sell. Probably only during the spring festival could they indulge in sleeping until sunrise like today. I don't know why, but sleeping at home feels exceptionally comfortable. Before Jetty could finish, Riku Bryanin turned from the window, shocking him speechless. Riku Bryanin also wore a look of surprise. Both were gazing at each other in awe, the experience touching their hearts deeply. Why are you so surprised? Why are you so surprised? They asked simultaneously. You've gotten younger. You've gotten younger. Again, they answered in unison. It was as if their hearts beat in perfect sync. At this point, Jetty gestured to speak first. Wife, you look at least 10 years younger. Hewitt, you also look younger. Am I dreaming? Riku Bryanin said incredulously. Now, the couple didn't look like they were 60. Each appeared 10 years younger, with features that matched their actual ages closely. Upon confirming they both looked younger, they walked to the mirror together to see their new appearances. Their wrinkles had diminished, their skin tightened, and age spots started to fade. Did we accidentally take some elixir or miracle drug? Riku Bryanin mused aloud, touching her face. Don't be superstitious. I think we just feel relaxed now, so a good night's sleep made us look younger, Jetty suggested. Though this explanation was tenuous, it seemed more plausible than an elixir. Feeling younger, they realized they had spent too much effort in their earlier years and decided to enjoy life more in the future. Becoming younger boosted their spirits further, with Riku Bryanin even linking arms with Jetty as they descended the stairs. As the elderly couple walked down, they saw Alicia and Gina sitting together, both eagerly glancing toward the kitchen. Hearing footsteps, Alicia and Gina turned to find the Yi family couple approaching. Recognizing their resemblance to Aslan, they knew these must be his parents and stood up immediately. Uncle Aunt hello, Alicia and Gina greeted respectfully. Riku Bryanin studied them closely, finally focusing on Alicia and asked with a smile, you must be Alicia, right? Yes, Aunt, I'm Alicia. I didn't know you and Uncle would return today. I apologize for coming empty-handed, Alicia said, slightly embarrassed. Riku Bryanin grew increasingly satisfied with Alicia. Having such a beautiful daughter-in-law meant their grandchildren would likely inherit similar beauty. Taking Alicia's hand and leading her to a seat, Riku Bryanin began chatting. Alicia, where's your family from? How are your parents' health? My family is from Beijing. They're currently in good health, Alicia responded somewhat nervously. Hearing Alicia mention Beijing made Jetty's expression change slightly. I heard you became township head at a young age. Your future is boundless. But our little Bryanin is also excellent. He can earn money. The two of you will have a bright future, Riku Bryanin smiled. Watching Riku Bryanin and Alicia chat warmly, Gina felt a twinge of envy. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, yet couldn't help herself. Carrying 2 dishes out, Aslan said to Riku Bryanin, stop interrogating her like you're checking ID. Let's eat. Ricotta rascal, I'm just getting to know the in-laws better, Riku Bryanin chuckled. Cough. Jetty nudged Riku Bryanin. Our son is right. Leave the kids alone. Seeing her husband and son agree, Rikubrianen gave them a disapproving look, thinking both men were unreliable. Soon, the meal was served. Breakfast was simple, just crab dumplings and seafood congee. However, enhanced by the sea mountain spirit Rikoquid, the food tasted extraordinary, and they finished every bit of the 7 servings Aslan prepared. After breakfast, Alicia saw Rikubrianen clearing the table and promptly offered her help. Witnessing Alicia's behavior, Rikubrianen's fondness for her increased. While cleaning together, Rikubrianen couldn't resist chatting more with Alicia. Gina, meanwhile, approached Aslan and nudged him, saying, "Just teach me that magic trick. If you do, I'll tell you Alicia's measurements." Aslan looked at her disdainfully. "I already know everything about Alicia. I don't need you to tell me." Back when they were stranded together in the wilderness, Aslan had seen Alicia undressed. Moreover, he'd seen her at her home. After obtaining the sea mountain seal, Aslan's memory became incredibly sharp, making it easy to deduce her measurements from those instances. "You actually know Alicia's measurements? Could it be that the two of you?" Please note that this chapter has been translated with consideration to the previous context and narrative flow. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as in the original text. Gina looked at Aslan with a puzzled and somewhat naughty gaze, her mind already conjuring up certain adult-themed scenarios. "Hee, I can't say anymore. You'll have to figure it out yourself," Aslan said with a chuckle as he patted Gina's head and walked away. "That's scheming Alicia, actually keeping something like this from me. Looks like I'll need to confront her about this tonight." Alicia was adept at chatting with elders. Soon enough, she had Rikubrianen laughing heartily, creating a scene of harmonious interaction between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. After tidying up, Aslan bid farewell to his parents along with the 2 girls. Since the 2 young ladies had come all the way to Yanjiakan village, it would be too inconsiderate not to take them around. Once Aslan and the 2 girls were out of sight, the smile on Jetty's face gradually faded. "Hewitt, what's wrong?" Rikubrianen asked. Jetty sighed and said, "This Alicia's family is not simple." Curious, Rikubrianen asked, "Do you know her?" Rikubrianen had always been by Jetty's side. It didn't make sense for him to know this girl while she did not. "The appearance of this girl reminds me of someone. If I'm not mistaken, Alicia should be that guy's daughter," Jetty explained. "They say daughters resemble their fathers, and considering her young age to become a township head, it's clear she has powerful backing. Moreover, that person is from Beijing." "You mean, there's nothing much to it. Let's rest for a couple of days and then leave. If Alicia's parents find out we're here, it will be a big problem," Jetty replied. At the thought of their identities possibly being exposed, Rikubrianen's face showed a hint of fear. "Why don't we tell our son not to associate with this girl?" Rikubrianen suggested. Jetty waved his hand dismissively. "When this girl was with Aslan, they must have investigated us. Since they haven't acted, it means they haven't dug deep enough and don't know our true identity. So there's no need to be overly worried." Chapter 140, A Boat Ride with Beauty. The 2 girls had rarely visited a countryside fishing village before and wanted to experience the joys of village life. When they learned that Aslan owned a fishing boat, they decided to go out to sea for some fishing. Lately, Aslan had been busy making money and hadn't had much time to relax thoroughly. So when the girls suggested going fishing, he thought it was a great idea. Aslan immediately went to Monroe's house, carrying a fish spear on his back. In the countryside, there weren't portery formalities. He simply pushed open the gate and walked straight into Monroe's home. As he entered the courtyard, he could already smell the aroma of freshly cooked fish wafting through the air. Clearly, the couple had just started preparing their meal. Monroe, who was drying nets in the yard, looked up at Aslan and the 2 girls behind him. Upon seeing Alicia, Monroe was taken aback. He had seen her during the village meeting and knew she was the township head, a big deal to someone like him. "Briananzi, why have you brought the township head here?" Monroe asked awkwardly. "I've brought them over because I need to discuss something with Brother Rico. I want to buy 3 fishing rods," Aslan explained. "Oh, just that? For a moment, I thought you were asking me to repay a loan." "Scared the daylights out of me," Monroe chuckled, placing a hand over his chest. He then returned to his house and brought out the 3 best fishing rods he had. "Here, take these rods. They are absolutely top-notch," Monroe said with a smile. Aslan pulled out some money from his pocket. "Finian, please take this money. I can't accept such valuable items without paying." It was clear that the quality of these rods was excellent. However, since they were sold to villagers, they were still considered relatively high-end, easily worth over 1,000 RMB for the set. Seeing the money Aslan offered, Monroe frowned. "Briananzi, you're embarrassing me, aren't you?" Monroe asked unhappily. "Finian, you're not doing easy work either. You still have loans to repay. I can't just take your things for free," Aslan insisted. "If not for you helping me upgrade my fish farm, how could I be earning 10,000 a month?" Monroe grumbled. "I remember everything you've done for me. If you give me money, we won't be able to remain brothers." Initially, after Monroe received his loan, he faced issues due to lack of experience. Many of his fish became sick or underdeveloped. When Aslan heard about the trouble, he volunteered to help, suggesting improvements to the fish farm environment. Within 2 days, the fish farm was revamped. The fish no longer fell ill, grew faster, and tasted better than others. Because of the improved quality, Monroe was able to earn tens of thousands each month, and his income would only increase as more fish matured. Now, if the villagers admired Aslan the most, Monroe was second. Both had started their fish farms simultaneously, but while others earned a few thousand, Monroe crossed the 10,000 mark. It was enviable. Monroe knew all this came from Aslan. In his heart, he regarded Aslan as both a brother and benefactor. Compared to a monthly income of tens of thousands, 3 fishing rods were insignificant. If Aslan still deported payment, Monroe would feel like a fool. The argument between Aslan and Monroe caught the attention of Monroe's wife, who emerged from the house. She was petite yet fiery. Despite Monroe's imposing figure, he acted like a poodle in front of his wife. "What's the commotion about?" she asked. "Briananzi is taking 3 fishing rods from me and insists on paying. But I won't agree, Monroe replied sheepishly. The reporter's stern expression softened. Bree and Anzi, Brother Dolly is a simpleton. People around here make their own fishing rods for fishing. These expensive ones haven't sold since we stocked them. Since they aren't useful at home, take them. We don't expect payment, she said. Brother and sister-in-law, you did purchase these. I wouldn't feel right just taking them, Aslan protested. If you feel guilty, help Brother Dolly with the fish farm more. Forget the money. If you insist on paying, don't blame me for losing my temper, she warned. Seeing her resolve, Aslan reluctantly accepted the rods. The relationship between the two families was strong, so this wasn't an issue. After Aslan left, Monroe grinned at his wife. Wife, you handled that perfectly, he complimented. Don't butter me up, get back to cooking, she snapped. Sure thing. Monroe replied cheerfully. Back inside, the reporter reminded Monroe how to maintain a good relationship with Aslan. With the monthly income far exceeding previous earnings thanks to Aslan, they must never forget his kindness. Meanwhile, Aslan, unaware of the conversation, guided the two girls towards the dock. They stopped by a small grocery store next to the dock where 4 elderly men were engrossed in a mahjong game. Dovey, can I have a case of mineral water and borrow your barbecue grill? Aslan asked. Help yourself to the water, and the grill's under the shelf on the left. Don't break it. Return it after use, one old porter said without looking up. Thank you, Dovey. I'll bring you a big fish to boost your health when I return, Aslan smiled. Haha, considerate kid. Worth all the care I gave you, the old porter chuckled. Leaving Dovey, Aslan carried the water on his shoulder and held the grill with one hand. Wow, Aslan, you seem to know everyone here, Gina commented. In the countryside, it's different from your city. Neighbors in the city barely interact, but here, neighbors are like family. There are only about 100 households in Yinqing village, so everyone knows each other well, Aslan explained. Reaching his fishing boat, Aslan noticed a thick layer of dust inside. Cough, sorry, the boat's not very clean, he apologized. No problem, let's clean it up. Just get us underway, Alicia replied. With the engine started, the group sailed towards deeper waters. Meanwhile, Alicia and Gina cleaned the dust off the deck before joining Aslan at the helm. This is fantastic. Better than taking a cruise ship, Gina remarked. Alicia agreed, smiling. This is real nature. In the cabin, Aslan, acting as a live radar, easily located a spot brimming with fish. We'll fish here. Morning fishing, lunchtime barbecue, afternoon nap, and seawater swim. What could be better? Both girls nodded eagerly, preparing their fishing gear. Though they had some experience, it was nothing compared to Aslan's. Time flew by as they chatted, and soon enough, Aslan had caught his portery fish as the two girls combined. End of chapter 140. The chapter ends with Aslan successfully catching fish while maintaining a lighthearted atmosphere with Alicia and Gina, emphasizing the simplicity and joy of the countryside life. Why can you catch so portery fish while the two of us catch so few? Alicia asked, her curiosity piqued. It's simple. You haven't mastered enough techniques yet. Let me teach you, Aslan said with a smile. Aslan moved behind Alicia and, from behind her, began to hold the fishing rod together with her. Fishing requires a calm mind and patience. You have to wait, Aslan explained. Alicia nodded obediently, savoring the feeling of being embraced by her boyfriend, something she had never experienced before. Soon, the fishing rod started to tremble, a vibration that only occurred when a fish was nibbling at the bait. Seeing Alicia about to lift the rod, Aslan quickly stopped her. Not yet. Usually, at this point, the fish is just testing the bait, not actually eating it. It's only nibbling, Aslan clarified. Alicia nodded, understanding his point. After a few seconds, the vibrations on the rod grew more intense. Right now, with a sudden jerk, Aslan sharply raised the fishing rod and began frantically reeling in the line. As the line shortened, they could see a fish struggling at the other end. Wow, we really caught a fish. And it's such a big one, Alicia exclaimed joyfully. The large fish thrashed violently in the water, nearly a meter long. Alicia couldn't believe she had caught such a huge fish. Once they reeled the fish in, Aslan skillfully removed it from the hook and tossed it onto the deck, where it continued to leap around. This fish looks quite ferocious. What kind of fish is it? Alicia asked curiously. Aslan shrugged. This is called a thua fish, a common coastal fish. Besides being quite large, it doesn't have portery other remarkable traits. Asterisk note. The term soa fish seems to be a literal translation and may not be the correct English name for the fish. Typically, this type of fish would be referred to as a Spanish mackerel or needlefish depending on the species. Without specific context, I've kept it as provided but with a note for potential correction. Asterisk. For improved fluency, Aslan shrugged. This is called a needlefish, a common coastal variety. Apart from its size, it doesn't have portery other standout features. Why were you able to catch so portery fish while we two caught so few? Alicia asked, her curiosity piqued. It's simple. You haven't mastered enough techniques yet. Let me teach you, Aslan said with a smile. Aslan moved behind Alicia and gently placed his hands over hers on the fishing rod. Fishing requires patience and calmness. You have to wait, Aslan explained. Alicia nodded obediently, savoring the feeling of being embraced by her boyfriend, something she had never experienced before. Soon, the fishing rod began to tremble, signaling that a fish was nibbling at the bait. Seeing Alicia about to lift the rod, Aslan quickly stopped her. Not yet. At this point, the fish is just testing the bait, not really swallowing it. It's just nibbling, Aslan explained. Alicia nodded in understanding. A few seconds later, the trembling of the rod became more intense. Right now, Aslan swiftly jerked the rod and started reeling in furiously. As the line was pulled in, a fish could be seen struggling at the end of the line. Wow, we really caught a fish and it's such a big one, Alicia exclaimed joyfully. The large fish thrashed wildly in the water, nearly a meter long. Alicia couldn't believe she had caught such a big fish in her dreams. After securing the fish, Aslan skillfully removed it from the hook and tossed it onto the deck, where it continued to leap around. This fish looks quite fierce. What kind of fish is it? Alicia asked curiously. Aslan shrugged and replied, it's called a barracuda, a common type of coastal fish. Apart from its size, it doesn't have pottery other notable features. Note, the term soyer has been translated to barracuda, as it more accurately represents a commonly known fish with similar characteristics in English. If you prefer to use a different term, please let me know. Chapter 141. The fun begins. This big fellow was over half a meter long, with a short and broad head and large scales. On its dorsal side, it had a bluish-gray coloration while the belly was light gray, and on both sides of its scales were black vertical stripes. This was the cutlass fish, also known as the golden cutlass fish or barracuda. It's commonly referred to as sea wolf or sparrow brocade, belonging to the family Scombrossaceae, and is renowned for its fierce and aggressive nature. However, the taste of this fish is only average, and if not handled properly, it can be quite unpleasant. Haha, this is so much fun. Elsa, take a picture of me with this big guy. This is the largest fish I've ever caught, Alicia said with a smile. At this moment, Alicia was truly happy. Catching this big fish wasn't just her doing. It was the result of her and Aslan working together. That's what made her happiest. In fact, Alicia didn't know that the fishing hook couldn't hold such a big fish. The half-meter-long cutlass fish could easily have escaped from the hook in its mouth. The reason it didn't was because Aslan was controlling the big fish. Elsa envied Alicia very much and took out her phone to take a picture of Alicia with the big fish on the ground. Aslan, teach me how to fish too, and make sure the fish you help me catch isn't small either. I want a photo too, Elsa said. Alicia pushed Aslan toward Elsa and said, help Salmaoin then. Besides magic tricks and eating, fishing is what she loves most in life. Unfortunately, her personality isn't suited for fishing. Help her fulfill this dream. Alicia covered her mouth and laughed. Elsa had a fiery and straightforward personality, which wasn't at all suitable for fishing. Moreover, her fishing skills were poor. Alicia portaged to catch 2 fish herself, but Elsa didn't catch any. Since his girlfriend had asked him, Aslan decided to do her a favor. He stood behind Elsa, placing his arms under hers, and they both held the fishing rod together, just like when he taught Alicia earlier. Ah! Alicia screamed suddenly. When Aslan and Elsa looked over, they saw Alicia reeling in her fishing line, and another fish was already hooked. Seeing Alicia happily putting another fish into their collection, Elsa turned to Aslan behind her and said, You caught another fish. Are you even capable? Faced with Elsa's question, Aslan replied unhappily, Don't ever ask a porter if he's capable. Suddenly, a large fish nearly half a meter long swam under Aslan's boat. It leisurely swam through the water, opening its mouth to swallow a small fish that passed by. Suddenly, the large fish's body trembled, and it swam swiftly toward a delicious meal. Without hesitation or probing, it opened its mouth and swallowed the food whole. At this moment, Elsa felt the fishing rod begin to shake violently and quickly lifted it up, but she found it unusually heavy. It seems to be a big one. Let me help you. Aslan used his strength to lift the fishing rod, and the front end of it was bent under the weight. Clearly, the big fish had immense strength. Soon, Aslan used his brute force to pull the fish up. It was a wild yellow croaker over half a meter long and weighing about 5 pounds. Its market value was over 10,000 yuan. Realizing how precious the yellow croaker was, Elsa jumped for joy. The fishing trip brought great joy to both girls. During lunchtime, while the 2 girls were still fishing, Aslan took out a fish cleaning knife and started preparing some of the better-looking fish. After cleaning all the fish, Aslan felt that having just fish for lunch would be a bit bland. He returned to the cabin and changed into swimming trunks. Wait here while I go underwater to catch some other seafood, Aslan said with a smile. The 2 girls blushed slightly at Aslan's attire, and Alicia shyly said, Titus, re-up, we'll wait for you. Aslan nodded and dived into the water. Despite being far from land, the water here was relatively shallow, about 100 meters deep. People often misunderstand the ocean, thinking deeper waters are farther from land. Except for a few deep sea trenches, most areas are around 200 meters deep. For Aslan, diving 100 meters was effortless. He began searching among the coral reefs. With his underwater breathing ability, Aslan could easily search the coral reefs without surfacing. Occasionally, colorful fish peeked out from the vibrant corals. At this moment, the color of a coral reef subtly changed, and although it wasn't obvious, Aslan noticed. Ricottle guy, come on out. Aslan laughed and reached toward the coral reef. Suddenly, the coral extended portery tentacles to wrap around Aslan's hand. What he grabbed wasn't coral, but an octopus. Octopuses can change their color to blend in with their surroundings, making them chameleons of the sea. This octopus had been trying to ambush prey but was caught by Aslan. Before diving, Aslan had brought a net specifically for catching seafood. He casually tossed the octopus into the net. He then chose his next target, catching octopuses, crabs, shrimp, and various shellfish during his swim. These catches would be worth a fortune if sold, but given Aslan's wealth, he didn't care about the money. Carrying his bounty, Aslan swam back up and emerged from the water onto the boat with a splash. Ah! The 2 girls were startled by Aslan's sudden appearance from the water. It's me, Aslan said. The girls breathed a sigh of relief when they saw it was Aslan. Don't scare us like that again. Salmaoin and I thought we saw a water ghost, Alicia said, patting her chest. Seeing Alicia's heaving chest, Aslan felt a sudden dryness in his throat. The girls followed Aslan's gaze and realized his intentions. They both thought Aslan was a rascal. Bad boy, what are you looking at? Alicia asked angrily. Haha, couldn't help it, Aslan laughed. Meanwhile, Elsa glanced enviously at Alicia's chest and then at her own, feeling particularly downcast. Aslan processed the seafood he had caught, making grilled squid, steamed clams, and boiled crabs. Gradually, the aroma of the grilled fish and other seafood filled the air. Thanks to the mountain and sea spirit liquid, the dishes smelled exceptionally rich and fragrant. The 2 girls, drawn by the enticing aroma, drooled and walked over to the grill. This grilled fish isn't ready yet, Aslan pointed out. But Elsa, being a foodie, ignored him and picked up the hot grilled fish, tearing off a piece fiercely. The fish was about 6/10 cooked, combining the flavors of grilled fish and raw fish sweetness. Apart from being too hot, it was nearly perfect. Seeing Elsa enjoy the fish so much, Alicia eagerly reached for a fish, but Aslan intercepted her mid-reach. However, the taste of this fish isn't exceptional. In fact, if not prepared well, it could be rather unpalatable. Haha, this is so much fun. Yushuan, take a picture of me with this big guy. It's the largest fish I've ever caught, Alicia said with a laugh. Alicia was genuinely happy. This large fish wasn't caught by her alone but was the result of her and Aslan's combined efforts, which was the main reason she was so delighted. Alicia didn't know that the fishing hook couldn't actually hold onto such a large fish. This half-meter-long sanyu could easily have broken free from the hook. It only remained hooked because Aslan was controlling the fish. Elsa envied Alicia very much. She took the phone and snapped a photo of Alicia with the big fish on the ground. Aslan, teach me how to fish too. And don't catch a small fish for me. I want a picture too, Elsa said. Alicia pushed Aslan towards Elsa and said, help little one. Besides magic tricks and food, fishing is what she loves most. But her personality isn't suited for fishing, so help her fulfill this dream. Alicia covered her mouth and laughed. Elsa has a fiery and straightforward personality, which makes her unsuitable for fishing. Additionally, her fishing skills were poor. She hadn't even caught a single fish when Alicia had already caught two. Since his girlfriend asked him to, Aslan complied. He moved behind Elsa, placed his arms under hers, and they held the fishing rod together just as he had taught Alicia before. Ah! Alicia suddenly screamed. When Aslan and Elsa looked over, they saw Alicia reeling in her line. Another fish was caught. Seeing Alicia happily adding another fish to their collection, Elsa turned to Aslan and said, You caught another one. Can you really do it? Facing Elsa's challenge, Aslan replied unhappily, never ask a porter if he can do something. At this moment, a large fish over half a meter long swam leisurely beneath the boat. Opening its big mouth, it swallowed a small fish swimming by. Suddenly, the large fish twitched and darted towards a delectable piece of prey, devouring it without hesitation. Elsa felt the fishing rod begin to shake wildly. She tried to lift it up but found it extremely heavy. It seems like we've got a big one. Let me help you, Aslan said, using his strength to lift the fishing rod. The tip was bent, indicating the incredible force exerted by the fish. Using sheer strength, Aslan hauled the fish up. It turned out to be a wild yellow croaker, over half a meter long and about 5 kilograms. The market price exceeded 10,000 yuan. Realizing the value of the yellow croaker, Elsa jumped with joy. Fishing that day made both girls incredibly happy. By noon, while the girls continued fishing, Aslan took out a filleting knife and began cleaning the fish they had caught, selecting the best ones to clean and gut. Once all the fish were prepared, Aslan thought the meal would be a bit plain and decided to change into swim trunks. Wait here, I'll go into the water and catch some other seafood, Aslan said with a smile. The two girls blushed slightly at his attire. Alicia shyly said, then go quickly, we'll wait here for you. Aslan nodded and dove into the water. Despite being far from land, the depth here was only about 100 meters. People often misinterpret the sea depth, thinking it gets deeper further from land. Except for deep ocean trenches, most areas are around 200 meters deep. For Aslan, diving 100 meters was effortless. He began searching among the coral reefs. With his underwater breathing ability, Aslan effortlessly explored the colorful coral reefs, occasionally spotting small fish peering out. Suddenly, the color of a coral reef changed slightly, though not obvious. It was noticed by Aslan. You little guy, come into my net willingly, Aslan said with a smile, extending his hand towards the coral. Suddenly, portery tentacles shot out, wrapping around his hand. What he held wasn't coral, but an octopus. Octopuses can change their color, earning them the nickname of underwater chameleons. The octopus intended to hunt by blending in, but ended up being caught by Aslan. Aslan had brought a mesh bag specifically for capturing seafood. He tossed the octopus into the bag. Next, Aslan targeted more creatures, catching octopuses, crabs, shrimp, and shellfish as he swam along. These catches would fetch a good price if sold, but Aslan no longer cared about the few thousand yuan they might bring. With his haul in the net, Aslan swam back up and leaped onto the boat with a splash. Ah! The sudden emergence startled the girls. It's me, Aslan said. Relieved, the girls exhaled. Alicia patted her chest and scolded. Don't ever do that again. We thought you were a water ghost. Looking at the girls' heaving chests, Aslan felt a bit parched. The girls followed his gaze and thought Aslan was a jerk. Pervert, what are you looking at? Alicia asked angrily. Hee, this couldn't help myself, Aslan laughed. Elsa, envious, compared her own figure to Alicia's and felt quite disappointed. Aslan began processing the catch, preparing grilled squid, boiled shellfish, and steamed crabs. The smell of grilled fish and seafood soon filled the air, intensified by the addition of mountain sea spirit ricoquid. Unable to resist the aroma, the girls abandoned their fishing rods and headed towards the barbecue area, drooling. Hey, that grilled fish isn't ready yet, Aslan pointed out. Ignoring his warning, the gluttonous Elsa grabbed the hot fish and tore off a piece. The fish was perfectly cooked, with the flavor of grilled fish and the sweetness of raw fish flesh. Apart from being too hot, it was perfect. Seeing Elsa enjoy the fish, Alicia reached for another one but was intercepted by Aslan. Wait a little longer. If we let it sit for a bit, the aroma of this grilled fish will fully develop. It's not quite ready yet, Aslan said. Swallow. Alicia swallowed her saliva and said enviously, but I want to eat now. This probably needs another half an hour to fully cook. If you want to eat now, I can get you something even better, Aslan said with a smile. What is it? Alicia asked curiously. Aslan smiled and said, wait for me here. With that, he dove back into the water. Earlier on the boat, he had noticed a fish swimming into his range of perception, and this particular fish was very rare in this area. This fish had a flattened body with a raised back, sharp teeth, and and tiny silvery gray scales. It wasn't just any fish, it was the famous Chinook salmon. In Taitasaguo, China, they are found occasionally in northeastern regions and around island country, Japan. In the waters near Blue Sea City, these fish were extremely rare. Under Aslan's control, the fish swam over to him and stayed docile in his hands without struggling. This time, Aslan was smarter and didn't leap out of the water directly but climbed up the fishing boat. "Look what I brought back," Aslan said with a smile. Alicia looked at the fish in Aslan's hands curiously and asked, "What is this?" "It looks pretty heavy." Aslan helplessly placed the fish on a nearby cutting board and cleaned the filleting knife. He then deftly wielded it with swift motions. "You really don't recognize this fish?" Aslan asked, pointing at the salmon. Both girls shook their heads in confusion, clearly having no idea what kind of fish it was. Aslan shrugged and said, "I bet you'll recognize it once it changes its form." With rapid movements, flashes of the knife light appeared as Aslan sliced the whole Chinook salmon into portery pieces of sashimi, each piece still bearing vibrant patterns. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The blade flashed as the salmon transformed into numerous slices of delicate sashimi, each slice adorned with vivid stripes. Chapter 142. A critical moment. In the blink of an eye, a whole fish had turned into a platter of sashimi. Aslan's knife skills were exceptional. Each slice of fish was of equal thickness, inviting drooling just by looking at them. Gina exclaimed loudly, "This is salmon." As the ultimate foodie, Gina instantly recognized this as top-grade salmon sashimi. "The barbecue will take a while. Let's enjoy some sashimi to pass the time." As he spoke, Aslan fetched the wasabi and soy sauce. The three of them began savoring the premium delicacy. Gina said contentedly, "Wow, this is the best salmon I've ever tasted. No ifs or buts about it." Alicia remarked with a smile, "I never used to have much feeling for this kind of sashimi, but after tasting this salmon, it's truly delicious." "Hey, you guys eat slower. How did half of it disappear while I just want to fetch a chair?" Aslan said somewhat angrily. Fresh salmon felt firm and plump in the mouth, rich in fish oil, savory yet smooth, with well-distributed fat that wasn't greasy. Combined with the mountain sea spirit liquid Aslan infused into the fish, the taste reached its pinnacle. Aslan said with a laugh, "Let me teach you something. Freshness is the most important factor in sashimi. It's best not to let sliced fresh fish exceed 20 minutes, otherwise, the texture deteriorates." Gina replied, "There's so much more to it. I only knew that fresher was better." A plate of sashimi quickly entered their stomachs, but the flavor was indeed delightful. After sampling the salmon, they moved on to the main course. The three gathered around the barbecue grill, pulling out roasted fish and various seafood. If eating salmon was an elegant affair, then the rest felt like a casual street-side snack, eaten more freely. "Brie and Anzi, do you have any wine?" Gina asked. Aslan nodded. "Yes, but only Baijio, which isn't suitable for you." Gina was not only a foodie but also a bit of a boozer. Alicia always kept plenty of beer at home specifically for Gina. To this day, Aslan couldn't forget the awkwardness after getting drunk together last time. "Baiju? Then I'll pass," Gina shrugged. Ice-cold beer would be the perfect accompaniment to seafood. Otherwise, it seemed like something was missing. Seeing Gina in a dilemma, Aslan turned toward the cabin, returning with 5 bottles of beer. "You lied to me," Gina accused. "This isn't lying. I just remembered that the previous boat owner liked drinking and would secretly hide a few bottles of beer under the boat. I found these upon searching just now," Aslan smiled. After giving 1 bottle to Alicia, the remaining 4 were evenly divided between Aslan and Gina. Due to being stored at the bottom of the boat, the temperature of the beer was incredibly low, almost like ice-chilled. Eating grilled fish, shrimp, crab, and freshly cooked shellfish, these items, all fresh from the sea, tasted far superior to those long confined in aquariums. The three enjoyed the seafood with beer, quickly finishing everything. Aslan threw the leftover fish bones and shells into the sea. These biodegradable materials wouldn't harm nature. Unnoticed by the girls, he porter-manipulated the seawater to clean the plates and barbecue grill. When Aslan returned, he saw the two girls applying sunscreen to each other. Swallow. Watching this scene, Aslan couldn't help but swallow. Just turn a little more, just a little. Alicia, facing away, was applying sunscreen. Turning just a bit would reveal the beauty before her chest. Unfortunately, Alicia didn't move, while Gina barely gave a glimpse, too flat to arouse Aslan's interest. "Aslan, we're going to sleep for a while. You do as you please," Alicia said. Gina added with a smile, "Let this naughty one play alone." Covering their faces with towels, the two girls relished the rare midday peace. Seeing the girls resting, Aslan fetched a lounge chair from the cabin and laid down. Spring drowsiness took over, and Aslan drifted off into a sweet slumber. Awaking to splashing, he saw the girls playing in the water. Both were skilled swimmers, skillfully treading water, heads above water, hands continuously splashing each other. Suddenly, Gina let out a cry, thrashing in the water. "Help, help, leg cramp." Before she could finish, she struggled and sank, leaving bubbles on the surface. Alicia, worried, took a deep breath and dove in. Without hesitation, Aslan leapt into the water, swimming towards the girls. Midway through, a shocking sight unfolded underwater. Gina, with a mischievous grin, yanked off Alicia's bikini top just as she approached. After doing this, Ms. Clay, Gina swam to the surface with Alicia's bikini top. Upon surfacing, Alicia, covering her chest, glared at Gina in frustration. "Brat, give me my bikini back." Alicia shouted. "Hee, no way. Catch me if you can," Gina taunted, swimming away. Seeing Aslan watching, Alicia chased Gina, fearing Aslan would see everything. Shaking his head, Aslan marveled at Gina's antics, though he couldn't deny the view. Suddenly, Gina cried out again, struggling in the water. "Help, really, help, gurgle." She sank beneath the waves once more. "Hemph, Salmao-wan, you won't trick me twice," Alicia yelled. Waiting on the surface, a foreboding feeling rose within her. What if she's really in trouble? Elishi's face changed. Watching from afar, Aslan frowned, sensing something was wrong. Aslan's perception range was only 100 meters, and Gina was clearly beyond that distance. He couldn't tell what was happening with her. I should check, Aslan thought. Diving into the sea, he swam toward them. Underwater, he saw Gina desperately clinging to Elishi, who was struggling to break free, unable to swim as both were sinking. Not good, something's really wrong. People panicking in water would grab anything nearby, driven by instinct. Aslan started portaripulating the water flow even before reaching the girls. At his current limit of 100 meters, Aslan strained to use his full capability, and the two girls were both within this range. Aslan controlled the water current to push the two girls towards the surface. At the same time, Aslan swam as fast as he could to their sides, grabbing each girl with one hand and desperately swimming upwards. Plunk! The three heads emerged from the water. Aslan and Elishi gasped for breath, while Gina clung tightly to Aslan, having stopped breathing. Gina, is she okay? Elishi asked anxiously. Aslan said, I need to take her to the boat for resuscitation. As he spoke, Aslan snatched the bikini top from Gina's hand and threw it to Elishi beside him. Carrying Gina, Aslan quickly made his way back to the boat. He began performing CPR on Gina, pressing Elishi's chest repeatedly. Meanwhile, a drop of mountain sea spirit liquid from Aslan's hand quietly merged into Gina's body. While Aslan was performing resuscitation, Elishi had already reached the boat and put her bikini back on. Elishi asked with concern, Can you save Gina? Choke. Right after, Gina opened her mouth and spat out a large amount of seawater. Her chest began to rise and fall, indicating she had started breathing again. Gina weakly asked, am I still alive? You almost died. It doesn't matter if you die, but you almost got Elishi killed along with you. Do you know that? Aslan scolded loudly. At this moment, Elishi pulled Aslan away from Gina, signaling him not to be so harsh. Due to the short duration of drowning and the nourishment from the mountain sea spirit liquid, Gina recovered quickly. She looked at Elishi with guilt-filled eyes. Gina remembered what she did in the water. She almost caused Elishi's death. Feeling apologetic, she approached Elishi, grabbed her arm, and said, I'm sorry. I didn't know my leg really cramped up, and I almost killed you. I was wrong. Gina hung her head low, apologizing like a little child. Chapter 143, The Sea East Falcon. If it weren't for Gina's capriciousness, what just happened likely wouldn't have occurred, almost costing both of them their lives in the sea. Alicia was indeed angry with Gina's behavior, but, having known her friend's character for portary years, forgave her after seeing her apology. However, when Alicia saw Aslan, her cheeks flushed red. She remembered how he carried both of them to the surface, his hand wrapped around her, and that same hand pressing against her chest. At that moment, there was no coverage over her chest, and while fear had dulled any sensation underwater, now recalling made her body tingle. At this moment, Aslan also looked over at her, his eyes holding an inexplicable meaning that made her hesitant to look into his eyes. Let's rest on the boat for a bit. Let's just pretend nothing happened, Aslan said with a smile. The two girls nodded in agreement, sitting down together as Aslan took a seat beside Alicia. We owe you a thank you. If it wasn't for you, we might have perished in the ocean today, Alicia said. Haha, you're my girlfriend. There's no need to thank me. Instead, the airport should be thanking you, Aslan joked. Contrary to expectations, instead of retorting as one would expect from Gina's fiery personality, she lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry. I know I overreacted earlier. I apologize to Alicia, and thank you, Aslan, for saving my life, Gina confessed, quite shamefacedly. Aslan looked at Gina, surprised by her unexpected words. Growing up in pampered conditions, Gina's current maturity was already commendable, and after this incident, he believed she'd become even more mature. Look at that thing in the sky. Alicia suddenly pointed at a black speck overhead. Following Alicia's gaze, Aslan saw a dark figure falling from the sky. With his sharp eyesight, he could identify it as a sea eagle. It looks like it flew over from land. Strange, this appears to be a Haidong Laklang, sea east falcon, so why is it here in the sea? Aslan wondered aloud, knitting his brows in confusion. At that moment, the Haidong Laklang trembled in midair before plummeting towards the ground. It was an impressive bird with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. In Manchu legend, only one Haidong Laklang emerged out of 10,000 divine eagles, and it served as the highest totem for one of the Manchu tribes. Wait here for a moment, Aslan instructed. He wanted to check on the Haidong Laklang, hoping to save the rare giant bird. Aslan swam swiftly through the water until he reached the struggling bird, finding himself standing atop Basil's head, a large piece of soft land, about 5 or 6 meters wide that emerged from the sea as the giant octopus raised its head. Examining the bird, he noticed a gaping wound across its back, as if clawed by another powerful avian predator, revealing a faintly beating heart. Wow, to have sustained such a serious injury and still porterage to fly this far. You truly live up to your reputation as a Haidong Laklang, Aslan thought to himself. It was hard to imagine what kind of beast could injure this magnificent creature to this extent. As Aslan prepared a drop of spirit recoquid from mountain and sea, the Haidong Laklang's eyes showed a glimmer of shock. Its instinct told it this liquid contained immense power. I know you can understand me. Open your mouth and swallow it. This will allow you to survive, Aslan communicated mentally to the bird. This Haidong Laklang, being inherently spiritual, could engage in dialogue, unlike the ordinary fish in the sea with only 7 seconds of memory. Lowering its head weakly, the Haidong Laklang asked, Do you have more of this elixir? Not much, just this one drop, Aslan replied bitterly. He had used a lot during lunch, leaving only 2 drops as a reserve, which he was willing to give to save the bird. The Haidong Laklang pleaded, Then please, save my child. My child? Aslan questioned curiously. Watching the bird's neck bulge as if containing an oval object, the Haidong Laklang then opened its beak and expelled a fist-sized white egg. You don't mean to tell me, your species lays eggs through your mouth? Aslan exclaimed in shock. Pained, the Hai Dong Laklang explained. My mate and I were attacked by a ferocious golden eagle. My mate sacrificed herself to protect me and our child, and I fled, swallowing the child, hoping to find a desolate island to settle it. Holding the egg, Aslan sensed through his perception ability that the egg's life force was fading. Your child suffered some damage during the shaking, leading to poor development. Please use the spirit Rikoquid to heal my child. It is more important than me, the Hai Dong Laklang implored earnestly. Feeling its own vitality weakening, the Hai Dong Laklang looked at the egg longingly. Ah. Aslan sighed. Go peacefully. I will take care of your child. Its injuries were too severe for one drop of spirit Rikoquid to save its life, especially since the egg also needed aid. 2 drops simply weren't enough. Thank you. The Hai Dong Laklang expressed its gratitude, casting one last loving glance at its child before closing its eyes, 2 tears slipping down its face. Watching the breath of life leave the majestic bird, Aslan felt a pang of sadness. May you rest in peace. I will care for your child. Summoning the small gourd, Aslan collected the Hai Dong Laklang's body inside, intending to bring it ashore for proper burial in the vast sea where suitable resting places were scarce. Aslan continued to examine the egg in his hand, allowing the spirit Rikoquid to seep into it. Feeling a sense of melancholy, he reflected on the orphaned offspring of these highly spiritual parents. What a pity. The bird's spiritual nature was remarkable, capable of communicating with him, though its intelligence seemed less advanced compared to the elderly dolphin he previously encountered. For a Hai Dong Laklang, this was incredibly rare, considering that dolphins generally possess higher intelligence, while birds usually lack this capacity. Aslan had once tried using similar powers to communicate with village dogs, whose intelligence, while relatively high among animals, still communicated like young children, making understanding difficult. As the spirit Rikoquid penetrated the egg, Aslan sensed the small life within growing more active, with stronger life force radiating from it than before. Basil, take good care of this egg. Return it to me when we reach land, Aslan said. A massive tentacle extended towards Aslan, and he placed the egg upon it. The egg vanished immediately, stored away inside the Water God Palace by Basil. Nowadays, with the small gourd in his possession, Aslan kept the Water God Palace aboard Basil, delegating the task of searching for various underwater treasures to him, albeit with no significant findings so far. Storing the egg inside the Water God Palace was the safest option. After all, the small gourd seemed to possess a mysterious power to absorb life force. If he were to consume the egg, it would be truly unforgivable to the Hai Dong Laklang. After sending Basil away, Aslan swam swiftly back towards the distant boat, quickly returning to it. How did it go? Alicia asked curiously. Did you find anything? Aslan spread his hands and replied, it was a seriously injured Hai Dong Laklang. By the time I got there, it had already died. Hearing Aslan's words, the 2 girls felt amazed. They hadn't expected to encounter a Hai Dong Laklang out here on the open sea. Hey, isn't that a shark? Gina pointed to the distant ocean. Following Gina's direction, Aslan saw a large triangular fin emerge from the water, rapidly approaching them. Through his perception ability, Aslan identified a 4-meter-long giant mako shark speeding towards them like a torpedo. Watch out! Aslan leaped and pushed the 2 girls down onto the deck. Just as they were bewildered by what was happening, a deafening explosion occurred. The entire boat began to shake violently, tilting to one side, seemingly about to capsize. If Aslan hadn't pushed them down, they might have been thrown into the sea by the shockwave. Chapter 144. The Shy 2 Girls. The boat was shaking violently, and Aslan discovered a huge crack on his fishing boat, with an endless stream of seawater gushing in. What's happening? Alicia asked in panic. Aslan didn't have time to answer. Holding one girl under each arm, he brought the 2 girls into the cockpit amid the violent rocking of the ship. You 2 must not leave the cockpit under any circumstances, Aslan said. After placing them down, Aslan grabbed a harpoon from the wall of the cockpit. The 2 girls sensed that something was wrong, especially after they had seen shark fins earlier. Don't go out there. There's a large shark outside. It's extremely dangerous, Alicia said. I have to go out. If I don't, we'll all die here, Aslan replied. With the harpoon in hand, Aslan stepped out. He now faced a life or death struggle. As the shark attacked the fishing boat, Aslan used the power of the Mountain Sea contract to notify Basil to hurry over. His feet stood firmly on the boat as he aimed the harpoon at the big shark rushing towards him. Whoosh! The arrow struck the shark's body but, due to the water resistance, only grazed its skin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Aslan continuously fired from the boat, almost like playing a game against a boss monster, wearing down this beast. Currently, Aslan was using his water control ability to drain the seawater entering the boat, unable to portaripulate the water to fight the shark without great difficulty. Boom! The small boat was hit by the shark again, and this time the impact was more intense, throwing Aslan off the deck. Damn! Nearly got killed by you. Seeing himself falling into the sea, a water spout appeared under Aslan's feet, allowing him to stand on it midair. With the help of the spout, Aslan leaped back onto the boat. Now there were 2 damaged spots on the boat, leading to its draft line continuously dropping. Aslan started draining the seawater with full effort while the shark attacked once more. Damned beast! Aslan shouted, gathering all his focus on the approaching shark. With life hanging by a thread, Aslan's mind was extraordinarily sharp. Take this! An arrow flew from the harpoon at incredible speed, infused with Aslan's resolve, striking the shark right between the eyes. Rumble! The arrow plunged deep into the shark's head, making it thrash wildly. Through water-sensing ability, Aslan saw that the arrow penetrated deeply, likely damaging the shark's brain. The shark was convulsing madly before dying. Though the shark's mind was already unclear, driven by a desire for mutual destruction, it charged toward Aslan's boat once more. Suddenly, several tentacles appeared tightly wrapping around the shark. Seeing Basil arrive, Aslan finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Basil's current strength, Devouring a severely injured shark should be easy. Ignoring the battle between Basil and the shark, Aslan rushed into the cabin to see the huge cracks. Using a pump to remove seawater and his strongest water control to make it flow back, he struggled but couldn't stop the influx. Finding some spare wooden planks, Aslan dove into the cabin's water, hammering and nailing to repair the cracks. Under his frantic efforts, the sinking rate decreased. Large cracks were sealed with wooden boards, smaller ones stuffed with rags, combined with the pumps, stabilizing the boat. Although seawater continued to pour in, it was no longer a significant threat. Flipping his palm, Aslan summoned the small gourd, pointing it at the cabin's seawater. Suck it up. The gourd emitted a powerful suction force, drawing large amounts of seawater into itself. The cabin's seawater rapidly declined. This small gourd perfectly matched Aslan, storing vast quantities of salt or fresh water which Aslan could control when released, becoming weapons in his hands. Having removed most of the seawater, the pumps could handle new influxes. After doing so, Aslan exited the cabin and noticed Basil's battle nearly over. Though 20 meters long, Basil was akin to a scholar facing soldiers against the shark, always sustaining damage during such encounters. Despite its size, the shark was critically injured, and Basil easily finished it off. Basil sucked out all fluids, then devoured the dried flesh like cookies. After the battle, Aslan returned to the cockpit, where the two girls knelt on the floor, their rears visible. Both wore swimwear that had become disarrayed from the turbulence, revealing more than intended. After the intense shaking, they knelt holding their mouths, trying hard not to vomit. Ahem, Aslan coughed. The boat stabilized. Hearing the sound, the girls turned around, realizing how shameful they looked. Get out! They both shouted in unison. Seeing their embarrassment turning to anger, Aslan quickly turned away. I really didn't see anything, Aslan insisted. The girls desperately wished to disappear into the ground, standing up to rearrange their swimwear, realizing they covered next to nothing. Why, you can come in now. Back in the cockpit, the girls had changed into regular clothes but still seemed uneasy, their faces flushed red. Knowing any words would cause more embarrassment, Aslan hurried to the helm and tried to start the boat. But he noticed the vessel's malfunction due to severe impact, rendering the diesel engine unusable. However, mentioning this would panic the girls. Basil, come help, Aslan called mentally. Responding, Basil dropped the unfinished food, since it had absorbed over 90% of the nutrients, and positioned its large head beneath the boat, pushing it towards land. It has to be said, Basil's technique was impeccable. Under its push, the boat didn't sway in the slightest. Aslan, it feels like this little boat is hard to move, Alicia remarked. Yep, the hull suffered some damage, so it's best to go slow, Aslan said with a smile. It wasn't that Aslan was unwilling to speed up, but since the boat was being pushed by Basil, if it went too fast, it would inevitably become unstable, and the two girls might not be able to handle it. Ultimately, the small boat was forcibly pushed to the dock by Basil. This time, they had indeed come back from the brink of death with the two girls. If not for the two girls, Aslan wouldn't have hesitated to abandon the fishing boat and wouldn't have been bullied by the shark. When the two girls stepped back onto solid ground, they felt as though they had survived a catastrophe, grateful they hadn't perished in the sea. Carrying the barbecue grill, Aslan returned to Sao Luo City, placing the grill back in its original spot. At this moment, Dovey was still playing mahjong. Dovey, my boat is damaged. Can you help me find someone? Aslan asked with a smile. 10,000. Dovey threw down a mahjong tile. How bad is the damage? There's a hole as big as a water jar's mouth, and the engine is broken, Aslan replied. Upon hearing Aslan's words, the four old men playing mahjong all turned their gazes towards him. Weren't you attacked by a shark? Dovey Abram furrowed his eyebrows and asked. Aslan chuckled. Hee, Dovey is sharp, you guessed right. Here's 10,000 yuan. Please help me find someone to repair the boat. Seeing Aslan place the money on the table, Dovey's eyes lit up. He immediately stood up and pocketed the stack of cash. I'll take care of it for you. You can rest assured, Dovey promised. Aslan smiled. Then I'll leave it to you, Dovey. Dovey was an old hand at this dock, adept at handling everything smoothly. In reality, Aslan's old boat wasn't worth much. 10,000 yuan for repairs was quite generous, ensuring Dovey could make a nice profit as well. Chapter 145, The Three Divine Beasts. After this thrilling and perilous event, Aslan directly brought the two girls back home. Because Sao Ba towed the fishing boat at a slow speed, by the time they arrived home, it was already dark. The three of them hurriedly ate something, and then returned to their rooms to rest. Aslan's house had portery rooms, but the two girls still chose to sleep together. In the room, the two girls lay side by side. They might have been too terrified by the big shark, making them unable to fall asleep even now. Alicia, do you think Aslan saw us completely when he entered the cockpit? Gina asked. Alicia, blushing somewhat, replied, probably not. And even if he did see us, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, this incident is our fault. At that time, the boat was rocking violently, and the two girls were tossed around like rag dolls inside the cockpit. They only stopped moving when they were almost on the verge of vomiting, which led to them kneeling on the floor with their hands over their mouths and disheveled clothing. Titus, that guy is your boyfriend. So naturally you aren't afraid of him seeing you undressed. But I am different, Gina pouted. Alicia glanced at Gina's chest and said, Sao Wan, don't be afraid. I believe Aslan really just treats you as a sister. What do you mean? Unsure of what Alicia meant, Gina followed her gaze toward her own chest and finally understood. Bitch, you're killing me. Gina suddenly realized Alicia was mocking her for having small breasts, infuriating her enough to pin Alicia down and start tickling her. Haha. Alicia laughed uncontrollably despite trying to resist. Sao Wan, you haha stop it. Alicia kept struggling, but she couldn't resist Gina's relentless tickling. As the two girls wrestled, their pajamas became increasingly disheveled, but such a scene would remain unseen by Aslan. Lying in bed, Aslan felt differently from the two girls. The giant shark could not evoke any fear in him. If he had chosen to abandon the boat, his water control ability would have ensured the shark met its end. In his hand, Aslan continuously examined an egg left behind by the Sea East Eagle. On the way back, he had quietly used his earth control ability to bury the Sea East Eagle in a secluded spot, allowing it a decent burial. What Aslan needed to do now was honor his promise and take good care of the Sea East Eagle's offspring. Due to the abundant spiritual energy, the mountain sea seal's spiritual liquid recovered quickly. He poured this liquid into the egg. With the constant infusion of spiritual liquid, the life force within the egg gradually strengthened. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 2 days for the little one to hatch. Rakata one, I really want to see you be born soon, Aslan said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, an unusual pattern appeared on the fist-sized egg. This is... Aslan hesitated. It looks like a mark of a contract. The peculiar pattern became clearer until it formed a complete purple design. A piece of information appeared in Aslan's mind. Golden-winged Great Pong. A terrifying ancient demon clan known for feasting on dragons, the golden-winged Great Pong can cover 90,000 miles in a single wing flap upon reaching its peak, boasting incredible speed and power unmatched by other demonic clans. This Sea East Eagle's egg contained the lineage of the golden-winged Great Pong, meaning its strength would be comparable to Sao Maoba's devouring magic octopus bloodline once fully activated. Tsk. Who knew this egg was so powerful? Aslan chuckled. Never did he imagine that his sea trip would yield the third guardian divine beast, truly one of his luckiest moments. I remember when I first tamed Nico, the mountain sea seal also imparted some knowledge to me, but I was so astonished by gaining a guardian divine beast that I forgot what the seal told me, Aslan thought inwardly. Aslan guessed that only ferocious beasts or birds containing powerful bloodlines could be designated as guardian divine beasts by the mountain sea seal. Sao Maoba's devouring magic octopus bloodline and the golden-winged Great Pong bloodline in this egg serve as evidence. Nico, come here, Aslan waved his hand. Nico, who was resting nearby, immediately jumped onto Aslan's bed at his owner's comported. Aslan placed his hand on Nico's forehead and mentally spoke. Mountain Sea Seal, tell me what Nico's background is. Howling Moon Demon Wolf, the strongest wolf clan in the universe, once ruling the entire land. They are characterized by savage and bloodthirsty natures and possess the ability to control other wolf clans. Although this introduction didn't clarify the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's exact strength, ruling the earth certainly proved its formidable power. Looking at the smiling Nico, Aslan found it hard to associate him with the words savage and bloodthirsty. AI. It must be due to impure bloodlines. Initially thought it was a wolf, but turned out to be a second-generation husky, Aslan mused. Woof woof. Nico tilted his head, confused by why his master was sighing. The power of the Mountain Sea Pact worked unilaterally. Aslan could perceive the thoughts of his guardian divine beasts, but they couldn't perceive his. After sending Nico back to rest, Aslan lay on his bed. If the previous guardian divine beasts were so powerful, what kind of being is the Mountain Sea God? Aslan wondered, furrowing his brow. Aslan had tried researching ancient mythological texts like the classic of mountains and seas, but he never found references to creatures like the devouring magic octopus. He was aware of the golden-winged Great Pong, which appeared in pottery myths. This is strange. Could it be that legendary myths differ from true myths, or perhaps only part of it is real? Aslan couldn't fathom this issue, and it seemed the world was deeper than he imagined. After much contemplation without understanding the mystery, he shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. There was no need to dwell on what he couldn't understand. Suddenly, Aslan laughed as he noticed something intriguing. Nico ruled the Greenlands, Sao Maoba dominated the seas, and the golden-winged Great Pong controlled the skies. So, Aslan's guardian divine beasts covered land, sea, and air capabilities. Tsk. If this little creature grows up, can I ride it and fly? Aslan pondered with delight. Every porter cannot resist the allure of flight, and possessing this egg was akin to owning not just a plane, but a fighter jet. Most importantly, having a flying divine beast feels entirely different from owning a plane. What should I name this little fellow? Aslan started to think. Sao Maoba was named after its 8 tentacles, while Nico got his name from a line in the poem Jiang Qing Zi, where left hand leads yellow, right holds blue. Meaning the left hand leads a dog, while the right holds a hunting hawk, symbolizing a hunt. Holding the egg, Aslan said, in that case, let's call you Sao Maotsong. Recalling his childhood, Aslan once caught a baby turtle and named it Doraemon because he was obsessed with the cartoon at the time. One can imagine how unconventional Aslan's naming habits were, as calling the baby bird Sao Maotsong was likely the best he could do. Aslan smiled. Nico is the eldest, Sao Maoba is the second, and Sao Maotsong is the third. All these names sound great, but Aslan had never really thought about it. Nico's fur was white, and Sao Maoba just had a few more tentacles. As for Sao Maotsong, why not call it Sao Maoji? In any case, Aslan's naming skills were clearly lacking. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Aslan's mind. Speaking of which, should I find an old hen to incubate this egg? If my third guardian divine beast dies inside the egg, that would be a huge loss. Aslan didn't have much affection for the egg yet, as he hadn't spent much time with it compared to Nico and Sao Maoba, who had been with him for a long time. But in Aslan's eyes, this egg could grow into something that could carry him through the skies, and it would also be a great asset in the future. It absolutely couldn't die inside the egg. As soon as Aslan said these words, the egg suddenly began to vibrate slightly, sending a strong sense of resistance into his mind. Tidish, already developing self-awareness before birth? Aslan asked in surprise. But thinking about it, it wasn't strange. A creature with divine bloodline was different from ordinary beings. Just like how Sao Maotsong's mother could communicate freely with Aslan. Sao Maotsong, nurtured by the Mountain Sea's spiritual liquid, having a bit of intelligence was quite normal. Since you don't want to hurry, then fine, Aslan thought to himself. Aslan believed he was a democratic owner who respected his guardian divine beast's wishes. He placed Sao Maotsong under his pillow and fell asleep. The next morning, Aslan woke up early and made breakfast as soon as he got up. He had no choice since he was the best cook in the house. After preparing a delicious breakfast, Aslan woke up his parents and the two girls. Aslan's parents quickly left after eating a little, partly because they didn't want to be third wheels, and partly because they wanted to visit their old neighbors. With his parents gone, the atmosphere at the dining table relaxed, and the three of them chatted more freely. Aslan, I have an invitation to a competition. If you're interested, you can participate, Alicia smiled and said. Chapter 146, The Vast Expanse. Looking at Alicia's somewhat mysterious expression, Aslan was very curious about what competition she had mentioned. What kind of competition is it? Aslan asked curiously. It's a nationwide fishing tournament, with a 5 million yuan prize for first place. I think you should give it a try, Alicia said with a smile. 5 million. Aslan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Despite owning a fish farm and a lot of valuable seafood, he didn't have much cash on hand, and 5 million would be enough to drive him crazy. Tell me more about the rules of the competition, Aslan inquired. Alicia smiled as she explained. It's a large-scale national competition involving 100 fishing experts held 10 nautical miles off the coast of Blue Sea City. The scoring is based on the value of the fish caught. It's possible that 1,000 pounds of ordinary fish might not be worth as much as a single rare fish, but with so pottery experts involved, there will likely be some interesting events. The prizes are as follows: 5 million for first place, 2 million for second place, 1 million for third place, and 100,000 each for 4th to 10th place. Everyone else receives a consolation prize of 10,000 yuan. Aslan wasn't paying attention to the prizes beyond first place. For him, the top prize was already his for the taking. When does the competition take place? Aslan asked curiously. It's happening the day after tomorrow. In reality, there are only a few genuine fishing masters. The rest are just there to take their chances. Since I have an extra spot, if you're interested, I can give it to you, Alicia said. Save it for me. I'll definitely win first place, Aslan said confidently. As the sea mountain god, everything in the ocean was under his control. If he lost, he might as well buy a block of tofu and crash into it. Gina added with a smile. If you participate, Alicia and I will cheer for you. You're entering too? Aslan asked. In the designated sea area, there will be a luxury cruise ship where everyone can watch the competition. So when you compete, we'll be cheering from the ship, Alicia explained. Aslan had never been on a luxury cruise before, but judging from what the girls were saying, the competition seemed quite official. He certainly wouldn't miss out on the 5 million prize. Getting that money could accelerate his development plans. Spending the whole day thinking about the competition, Aslan informed his parents that night and immediately set off to Blue Sea City in Alicia's car. After resting for a day in Blue Sea City to regain his strength, Aslan arrived at the gathering point with his fishing gear. Good luck, Aslan. Regardless of your ranking, you have to treat us to a meal, Alicia said with a smile. She figured that even if Aslan didn't win, he'd still get the consolation prize and owe them a meal. Don't worry. When I come back, I'll treat you both to a real feast, Aslan replied with a laugh. Waving goodbye to the girls, Aslan walked towards the entrance of the competition site. Just as he was about to enter, 2 security guards stopped him. Sir, please show your invitation, the guard said. Aslan fished out a crumpled invitation from his pocket. He had forgotten it was in there, and it got folded while he was packing his clothes. The guard checked the invitation and nodded. It was indeed one of theirs. Sir, we need to inspect your belongings. We hope you understand, the guard said. This was a pre-established rule to prevent anyone from smuggling valuable fish into the competition, which would compromise its fairness. No problem at all, go ahead and check, Aslan replied with a smile. He allowed the guards to conduct a brief search of his body and inspect the fishing equipment he was carrying. As the ultimate cheat, Aslan wouldn't stoop so low as to smuggle fish. The guards inspected quickly because live fish needed to stay fresh and close to water, making it easy to detect any hidden items. As more contestants entered and cooperated with the inspection, Aslan noticed something unusual about one of the contestants, a heavy-set porter who was hiding something. However, the porter concealed it very well. If not for Aslan's sharp eyes, he probably wouldn't have noticed. Activating his perception ability, Aslan discovered a transparent plastic bag hanging in the porter's crotch, containing a 2-pound large yellow croaker. This guy really has guts, using his size to hide the fish, Aslan thought with amusement. A thinner person like Aslan couldn't pull it off, making the porter a standout in his own way. When the guards were searching the heavy-set porter, they were hit with a pungent sweat smell. The stench nearly made them faint. Though aware that heavy-set people often sweated more, producing some odor, they never imagined it could be this intense. It was almost a weapon in itself. Nothing suspicious here. You may proceed, the guard said. The heavy-set porter nodded calmly, inwardly celebrating the success of his plan. To avoid detection, he hadn't showered or changed clothes for 3 days, nearly overwhelming even his driver with the smell. Feeling relieved for evading detection, the heavy-set porter ignored those who pinched their noses and moved away from him. Suddenly, a group of inspectors dressed in patrol uniforms appeared, ready to check for cheating like proctors during an exam. The inspector said, I apologize, everyone, but we need to conduct another search. We deeply regret the inconvenience caused. Knowing the rules well, everyone present cooperated without hesitation. The inspectors began with Aslan, checking him thoroughly. Aslan was unfazed, but the heavy-set porter grew nervous. If caught, it would be humiliating, and he wouldn't be able to participate in future competitions. Seeing the situation, the heavy-set porter suddenly smiled and pointed out, Ha, look everyone. This guy's using a cheap, mass-produced rod worth only a few hundred yuan. Such a pauper shouldn't be in our competition. Everyone turned to see Aslan's ordinary-looking fishing rod. Why did they allow someone like this to join a national-level competition? That's disrespectful to the competition. Too disappointing. After this, I won't participate in Blue Sea City's fishing competitions again. The crowd started protesting, and some deported that Aslan be removed. It's a disgrace to compete against someone like this. I invite these inspectors to remove him, the heavy-set porter said. Afterward, a mustached porter chimed in, I agree. Someone who disrespects the competition and other participants shouldn't compete with us. At this moment, the patrol officers began to feel awkward. If only one or two people were saying this, it would be easier to handle, but with so portery people speaking up, the officers were considering whether they should consult their superiors. Doesn't having inferior fishing gear mean disrespected the competition? Aslan said, somewhat angrily, so tell me, how does the kind of fishing gear I use affect you? This? Most people started to think. It seemed that Aslan not bringing good fishing gear indeed had nothing to do with them, but there was still a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. The mustached porter stepped forward and said, if you don't bring proper fishing gear, you might end up breaking your fishing rod or line when encountering large fish. That's like intentionally letting others win, showing no respect for the rest of us. Seeing the mustached porter say this, the big fat porter also chimed in, exactly, someone who doesn't respect others shouldn't compete with us. Under the influence of these two individuals, others seemed to find Aslan's actions increasingly unreasonable and were considering whether to join in criticizing him. Do you want to make a bet with me, little mustache? Aslan asked with a smile. The mustached porter sneered. What kind of bet? A bet on our perf reporters this time. The one with the worst score has to run 10 laps around the entrance naked while shouting, I am a loser. As he runs, Aslan asked with a grin. Do you dare to bet? The mustached porter was a celebrity in the fishing community, known for his superior fishing skills and numerous awards from various fishing competitions. He certainly wouldn't fear a newcomer like Aslan. Fine, I'll bet. But let me add a condition. Losers must also give the winner 1 million yuan. What do you say? The mustached porter proposed. Aslan, naturally unafraid, replied, losers can't make any excuses to escape the bet. Of course, even if a tsunami washes away my fish, I won't admit defeat, the mustached porter said, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. He was determined to teach Aslan a lesson today, showing him just what it meant to know his place. Chapter 147, A Man's Agony. Seeing the two had already started to make a bet, the large fatty standing nearby was in the worst mood. His goal was to have this group of patrol officers take Aslan away, so he could enter the venue without any obstruction. Otherwise, if these patrol officers carefully searched his body, they might really find the fish he had hidden. The large fatty stepped forward and said, why should we make a bet with such a fellow? I say we throw him out directly. This sort of contemptuous scum isn't fit to compete with us. Those who could participate in this fishing competition were the elite in the field. The people at the top of their industry naturally had pride and didn't want to compete alongside Aslan. Seeing everyone beginning to ponder whether or not to throw him out, Aslan became angry. He stepped forward and addressed the staff beside him. Officers, when I arrived at the venue earlier, I saw this fatty go to the restroom. It seemed like he was hiding something in his pants. Upon hearing these words, the large fatty's expression turned especially grim. You're lying. Did you not hear me? I, Hendrix Hongxue, am a respectable person. How could I do something like that? While speaking, Hendrix Hongxue opened the backpack on his back and pulled out numerous fishing certificates and awards. See here? First place in Rikkanen City Fishing Competition, third place in Provincial Fishing Competition, 32nd place nationally. Why would I need to cheat? The large fatty pointed at Aslan and said. Aslan smiled and said, why are you so worked up? Are you feeling guilty? Fuck you. It's you and your whole family who should feel guilty, the large fatty retorted. At this moment, everyone noticed the large fatty's unusual behavior, and several patrol officers exchanged looks. The leader of the patrol officers came to the large fatty's side and said, Mr. Hendrix, please cooperate with our inspection. This large fatty hurriedly covered his crotch and warily looked at the crowd. If you inspect me in front of all these people, I won't agree. If this gets out, how can old Hendrix still function in this circle? Seeing the large fatty's Ada-porter refusal, it was peculiar if there wasn't anything suspicious about him. Mr. Hendrix, if we confirm you are being falsely accused, we will cancel this Mr. Yez qualification for the competition. How does that sound? The patrol officer asked. No way. This guy clearly looks like a country bumpkin. Why should one of his statements lead to a search of my body? What about my dignity? The large fatty shook his head. Realizing he had drawn everyone's attention, he decided to be uncooperative at this point. Mr. Hendrix, if you cannot cooperate with our inspection, we may have to cancel your competition eligibility, the patrol officer said. Titus, not participating, then so be it. A competition that allows a country bumpkin to join. I refuse to play along. With that, the large fatty picked up his fishing gear and walked out. He looked imposing, but everyone knew he was guilty. However, without concrete evidence showing that this porter truly hid fish, it would just remain as gossip. Aslan hadn't expected this guy to use him as an excuse even at the end. He decided not to let this fatty off easily. At this moment, the large fatty had no intention of staying to be ridiculed by these people further. He turned around and headed toward the door. Aslan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Leaving wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, a crisp smack echoed from the large fatty's crotch. Seeing the large fatty's face turn liver-colored, he dropped the fishing equipment and covered his crotch with both hands. Despite the severe pain almost causing spasms, the large fatty endured without making a sound. Can you endure? Let's see how long you can last, Aslan thought. Smack, smack, smack. Under Aslan's porteripulation, the large yellow croaker hidden in the large fatty's crotch began thrashing its tail wildly. With over 4 pounds in weight, the croaker had considerable strength. If it slapped someone's face with its tail, it could swell up the face. Striking a porter's most vulnerable area, the agony was unimaginable, a pain no porter could bear. After continuous thrashing, the large fatty's face contorted in pain. My God, it hurts so much. Letting out a scream, the large fatty reached into his crotch and forcibly tore off a large plastic bag. Inside the plastic bag was a crazily thrashing large yellow croaker. Cursed animal, I'll kill you. Pain made the large fatty mad. Grabbing the plastic bag, he swung it fiercely in the air and smashed it onto the ground. With a smack, the plastic bag hit the ground. Water splattered everywhere, and the large yellow croaker died from the powerful impact. Still unsatisfied, the large fatty grabbed a big stone and slammed it repeatedly on the dead fish, reducing it to minced meat. Tears streaming down his cheeks from the intense pain, he hurriedly took off his pants to check his private area. Seeing his swollen genitals turn purple, resembling a balloon, he sighed. Haha. Witnessing the large fatty's plight, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Everyone knew cheating had risks, but they never imagined it could lead to such intolerable agony. Ignoring everything else, the large fatty quickly rushed to the hospital, desperate to know the condition of his injured area. From that day onward, the large fatty lost all face in the fishing community, and his story spread throughout the entire fishing circle. The patrol officer leader pointed at the security guard and asked, "Who was responsible for inspecting this large fatty?" One of the guards trembled as he stepped out. It was me. Packing up your things and settling accounts with the finance department. From now on, you're no longer our employee. The guard left the venue with a dejected look, having lost a highly paid job due to his lack of diligence. The patrol officer announced, "We will reinspect everyone present and ensure no one can cheat. We guarantee to disclose the list of those who cheated, banning them from the community." Everyone applauded upon hearing this. They needed a fair environment to compete. Fishing competitions often held various events, where participants' rankings were riddled with dishonesty. Some cheated while others bribed for better standings. It was all very chaotic. People joined today's competition because the organizer was a passionate fishing enthusiast who strictly adhered to the rules set. Now it appeared effective, showing the high quality and integrity of the competition, making the titles earned meaningful. Since Aslan had been inspected earlier, he was allowed to proceed. The remaining patrol officers began checking others. At this moment, 3 individuals silently slipped away, choosing to leave and abandon the competition. Knowing these 3 likely had cheating devices on them, but since they chose to withdraw, the patrol officers let it go. Translation ends. Please let me know if you require further adjustments or additional translation. After checking everyone, the 100 participants had been reduced to 90. The remaining individuals either withdrew voluntarily or were unable to continue due to other reasons. These 90 people were led by the organizers onto a speedboat that sailed deeper into the sea. The speedboat traveled for quite some time on the sea surface until they could see a cruise ship anchored in the distance. An organizer explained, "Soon, small boats will come to pick you up. Each small boat will have an official on board to supervise the fishing and prevent cheating. The competition will last for 5 hours." By the time the organizer finished detailing the rules, the speedboat had already stopped on the sea surface. At this point, numerous small boats arrived beside the speedboat. Under the organizer's arrangement, each contestant boarded one of these small boats. Each boat was identical, about 3 to 4 meters long, made of plastic. On each boat, a staff member silently rowed. Surrounding these boats were surveillance cameras, monitoring the contestants from all angles and transmitting live footage of their competition to the nearby cruise ship. "Hey there, what's your name?" Aslan asked the staff member rowing, with a smile. The staff member smiled back. "I'm Ely. Just call me Salmao Wong." They would be spending several hours together on this boat, so having a chat wouldn't hurt. Otherwise, the atmosphere might turn uncomfortably stiff. "Aslan, where do you plan to stop the boat?" Ely asked. Ely was not only a supervisor, but also the boat porter for this plastic boat. Despite the lofty title of supervisor, he played the role of a humble ferry porter. Aslan laughed and said, "Let's stop here. I think this is a prime location. I'm sure we'll catch plenty of fish. In that case, I'll congratulate you in advance, Aslan. Wishing you a championship win," Ely said with a smile. Ely was a clever porter. Seeing that Aslan didn't want to change his position, he quickly started to compliment him. Chapter 148. 2 women argue against the crowd. He had served 2 portery fishing competitors, some of whom even changed positions without stopping. Not only did they exhaust themselves, but when the competitors didn't catch fish, they often blamed it on him. For Aslan, position was not at all important. He didn't need to actively seek out schools of fish because the fish would come to him. He took out his fishing gear and began preparing for the pre-fishing steps. Unlike others, Aslan didn't have as portery rituals. After hanging bait on the hook, he was ready to cast the line. "Brother Aslan, don't cast yet," Ely hurriedly said. "What's wrong?" Aslan asked curiously. Ely replied, "The competition starts in 10 minutes. If you start now, it would be a violation." Fishing competitions had their own set rules. If the time hadn't started, Aslan couldn't begin fishing. Sometimes just one more fish could mean victory. This was a basic rule of fishing competitions, and since Aslan had never participated before, he was unaware of it. Seeing Aslan's slight embarrassment, Ely became puzzled. This Aslan looks like a total newbie. I wonder how he porteraged to get in here. Although he thought this, Ely wasn't foolish enough to say it aloud. Waiting was always boring, so Aslan used this time to gather the fish around him. Then, Ely received an order through his earpiece and said, "Brother Aslan, you can start the competition now." Upon receiving the order, Aslan quickly cast the line. Just a few seconds after the line entered the water, Aslan pulled up the rod. "Brother Aslan, isn't that too quick? How could there possibly be any fish?" Ely said from the side. Aslan smiled and said, "Your brother Aslan is not your ordinary person. Watch carefully." When Aslan pulled the rod up, he found 2 large fish thrashing at the end of the line. "Spit." Ely, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out, staring at Aslan like he was a monster. "This doesn't make sense," Ely exclaimed in shock. The hook had been in the water for only about 5 seconds, which wasn't nearly enough time for the fish to react. Yet, how did both hooks catch fish? After being shocked for a moment, Ely felt silly. Maybe the other person was just very lucky. What Ely didn't know was that if not for the rule limiting the number of hooks, Aslan could tie 10,000 hooks and still catch 10,000 fish. "Salmao Wong, where should I put these fish?" Aslan asked. Salmao Wong pointed to a large net attached to the boat's edge, mostly submerged in the sea, and said, "Put them there." Aslan easily threw the fish into the net, and then cast the line again, pulling it up after a few seconds once more. Spit. Cough. Cough. Just as Cao Mao Wang was taking another sip of water, he spewed it out again. The first time could be called luck, but seeing the same thing happen twice was beyond coincidence. Not only was Cao Mao Wang shocked, everyone watching on the cruise ship was stunned. In the huge hall of the cruise ship, there was a massive screen displaying Aslan's exclusive close-up, while around it were 100 smaller screens showing each competitor. Since the competition had just begun, the main screen showed the first person to catch fish. Everyone saw Aslan's impressive perf reporters and tried to convince themselves it was just luck. When they saw Aslan pull up fish a second time, no one could say it was luck anymore. Without video footage, they would have suspected Aslan of cheating. By the third time, some fishing enthusiasts wanted to rush to Aslan's boat to ask how he did it. At this point, Alicia and Gina were the happiest. Seeing Aslan perform well, they knew they might win big. Doesn't this guy cheat? Otherwise, why does he always catch 2 fish every time? He must be cheating. We should disqualify him. What blatant cheating. What an ingenious method. It's hard to imagine how this contestant pulls it off, but aside from cheating, I can't think of anything else. By the 10th time Aslan lifted his rod, no one doubted he was cheating. They couldn't understand why he caught fish so quickly. Hey, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. If you accuse Aslan of cheating, present proof. Alicia stood up and said. Gina also stood up. You ignorant bunch always judge others by your standards. You're just a bunch of shameless people. These influential people felt embarrassed to be reported by 2 young women. Titus, I think you two are the ones who are ignorant. Don't treat everyone like fools. Even if Aslan performed well once or twice, now he's doing it every single time. How is that not cheating? It's definitely cheating. Even if Aslan found a school of fish, it's impossible to catch them so fast. With 5 seconds in total, 2 for casting and 3 underwater, the fish wouldn't have time to react. Maybe it's an unknown cheating method. I think there's likely a diver underwater continuously putting fish on Aslan's hook. Everyone started accusing Aslan of cheating, and the only plausible excuse seemed to be using a diver. After all, with a prize of nearly 5 million, hiring a diver wasn't unrealistic. And everyone knew that winning this competition would be significant for their future careers. They had already concocted a cheating scenario for Aslan, making it sound more and more believable. No one believed Aslan truly possessed such incredible fishing skills. Neither Alicia nor Gina allowed anyone to speak ill of Aslan. The 2 girls engaged in a heated argument with the crowd in the hall. You think a diver can hang 2 fish in 3 seconds? That's the funniest joke I've heard, Gina retorted. We don't know how to refute that, the crowd admitted. Given the deviation caused by casting, a diver moving a meter or half meter within 3 seconds was indeed impossible. But apart from this possibility, they found it hard to imagine any other cheating methods. If anyone has a diver who can hang 2 fish in 3 seconds, I'll give them 5 million, Alicia loudly declared. At this point, the crowd began to back down, knowing their limits. This was something they couldn't achieve. We can't do it, but it doesn't mean someone else can't. I believe skilled divers can porterage it. Note, the translated text closely follows the original Chinese structure, ensuring paragraph breaks and line changes remain intact while maintaining natural English fluency. A world-class freediver should be able to do this, I admit. But do you think someone would do this for 5 million? What a bunch of idiots. The girls started arguing with the crowd, and the situation seemed to escalate. However, what the girls said made sense. World-class freedivers were all unparalleled experts in diving, with extraordinary underwater capabilities. They usually performed underwater excavation work and earned salaries that easily surpassed 1 million, so it was unlikely they would engage in such despicable acts for just 5 million. Just as the argument was about to turn into insults, a person in the hall stood up with a microphone. Please stop arguing. Regarding whether contestant Aslan used a free diver to cheat, we have a way to verify it, the host holding the microphone said. How do you prove it? The crowd asked loudly. The host pointed to the large screen and said, as the contractor for this competition, we will spare no effort to uncover the truth for everyone. To let you know the facts, we have sent out our most outstanding free diver. Please watch. At that moment, the host directed everyone's attention to the large screen, which was split into 2. One side showed Aslan fishing, while the other side displayed the free diver swimming towards Aslan's boat. This free diver held an underwater camera, allowing everyone to clearly see everything in the sea. The host, looking at the large screen, said, our free diver is approaching Aslan's boat. Soon, you will see how the fish get hooked, whether they bite on their own or are placed there by someone. Please wait and see. The host skillfully engaged the crowd's emotions, and now every person in the hall was glued to the large screen. And then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Everyone discovered that a school of fish was continuously circling around Aslan's small boat. Everyone clearly saw that when the hook entered the water, 2 fish quickly rushed forward to bite the hook. Note asterisk the translated text closely follows the original Chinese structure, ensuring paragraph breaks and line changes remain intact while maintaining natural English fluency. Chapter 149, The Tragic Diver. As soon as 2 fish bit onto Aslan's hook, he swiftly reeled them up to the surface. Through the large screen on Aslan's side, everyone could see him unhooking the fish and tossing them into a net. He repeated the motion of casting the rod, catching 2 fish each time. Haha, it looks like our contestant Aslan has indeed caught all these fish by his true skills. I believe no one will suspect Aslan of cheating now, said the host with a smile. At this point, no one doubted that Aslan was cheating because such a large school of fish beneath his boat could only be considered pure luck. Now, suggesting Aslan cheated was practically impossible unless someone shamelessly claimed that the fish recognized Aslan and willingly offered themselves to be caught, which was absurd. See? Aslan is fishing with real skill, not cheating as you guys say. Alexis, don't talk to these disgusting people. They can't stand seeing someone better than them, one girl remarked. Both girls came from influential families where their parents held immense power. While they were kind-hearted, they wouldn't allow others to belittle the men they respected. Titus, what's there to boast about? It's just luck. If there were so portery fish under my boat, I could do it too. They are just 2 naive girls. Ignore them. When they grow up, they'll realize how ridiculous they sound. Even though Aslan had clearly not cheated, the crowd's attitude toward him remained disdainful. At this moment, the diver filming underwater began to swim around and intentionally waved his hands towards the school of fish. Ordinarily, the fish would scatter in fear, but something unexpected happened. The fish did not try to escape at all, continuing to swim around Aslan's boat. The diver even grabbed one of the fish, fidgeting with it to confirm it was alive. Despite this bizarre behavior, nothing changed. With determination, the diver swam toward the fish. "Hey!" Gina shouted in the hall. "Stop this guy. If the fish disperse, and Aslan doesn't win first place, who will be responsible?" The host's face turned grim. If a contestant's fishing was disrupted, this competition might become the biggest joke in the industry instead of the most prestigious event. Using his headset, the host called out to the diver underwater, "Caleb, come back. Don't scare away the fish." However, the diver ignored the host, charging straight towards the fish, waving his arms vigorously in an attempt to scatter them. No matter what the diver did, the fish seemed bewitched, continuously circling around the small boat. The diver grabbed 2 fish, squeezing blood from them, yet the school remained undisturbed. The diver, determined to scare the fish away, because Ricardo Mustache had promised him 1,000,000 yuan if he dispersed the fish under Aslan's boat, was willing to risk everything for the money. But no matter what he did, nothing worked. The diver felt a sudden darkness envelop his mind, realizing he was in deep trouble. He knew he would not only lose the 1,000,000 but also risk being fired for misconduct. Seeing he couldn't disrupt Aslan anymore, the diver wisely turned back. Aslan, still fishing, smiled to himself. "Just like coming and going as you please? It's not that easy." He portaripulated the water currents, pulling the diver down into a rapidly forming whirlpool below. "Damn it, what's wrapped around my leg? Let go of me, let go." The diver struggled fiercely, noticing the swirling vortex below. Being sucked into it would surely be fatal. Everyone on the ship watched helplessly as the diver seemed to be pulled down by an invisible force. What is this? Is it a water ghost? It must be a water ghost. Otherwise, what invisible force could drag a diver down like that? Maybe it's just the whirlpool pulling him down. That's possible too. Clearly, the diver fought desperately, but to no avail. Eventually, he was engulfed by the whirlpool. Its force was far more terrifying than expected, tearing apart the diver's diving suit. Most astonishingly, 2 pig tattoos appeared on his exposed buttocks. Your company's diver is tough, having social gang tattoos," someone joked. "Hee, what a contradiction. A full-grown porter yet childish at heart." Look, the whirlpool is dispersing. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the vortex's strength began to fade. However, tragedy struck again. The diver's frantic struggle consumed his oxygen supply. Without oxygen, he would suffocate. Desperately trying to reach the surface, he exerted himself further, only depleting the oxygen quicker. The surface seemed impossibly distant. "Am I going to die here?" the diver lamented. "I should have listened to my boss and left earlier." Losing oxygen made him weak and dizzy. "I wish I could see the sky one last time. If I survive, I want to apologize to Aslan." Dying people often have good intentions. The diver wasn't inherently evil. He resented Ricardo Mustache and wanted to expose the truth. As the last bit of oxygen ran out, the diver became drowsy, recognizing the signs of extreme oxygen deprivation. "Farewell world," he thought as he closed his eyes. Suddenly, another whirlpool appeared, extending from the surface to the depths, ensnaring the diver. "Why can't I die peacefully?" he thought as he tumbled in the vortex. Just as he entered, the whirlpool abruptly stopped. A powerful force pushed the diver upwards like a fountain, launching him skyward. Splash! The diver was hurled into the air. "My buttocks!" His scream was piercing and heard clearly by Aslan nearby. A rescue speedboat quickly pulled him aboard. "Ha ha!" Laughter echoed from the speedboat due to the funny tattoos on the diver's buttocks. After this dramatic episode, no one doubted that Aslan was cheating. Seeing that everyone else in the hall had closed their mouths, the 2 girls did not say anything further. Fishing for 3 small intervals, using underwater perception, Aslan could see that his net was already full of fish, approximately 500 pounds or so. If this net wasn't large enough, it really wouldn't be able to hold this portery fish. "Hee, looks like my first place is secured," Aslan said with a smile. The notary Ely laughed and said, "Of course it's secure. The person currently with the highest catch only has about 100 pounds or so, and there are few valuable fish." It seemed like Ely knew the status of everyone. "How do you know about the fishing situation?" Aslan asked. "Brother Aslan, don't you have the competition participants group chat?" Ely asked curiously. Aslan, puzzled, asked, "What group?" Seeing that Aslan didn't seem to be faking it, Ely began explaining to him. The fishing participants had a group where everyone would report their scores, and the contestants could view these scores within the group. The intelligence inside couldn't be falsified. The organizer of this group hadn't added Aslan because he wasn't originally part of the fishing community, and his use of cheap fishing gear gave off an air of disdain towards everyone, so they didn't add him to the group. Aslan hadn't expected there to be such a group, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. "Ricardo Wong, can you invite me to join this group?" Aslan asked with a smile. Ely smiled and replied, "Sure, no problem at all." While talking, Ely added Aslan to the competition participants group. In this group, updates on everyone's scores were continuously streaming. Since everyone was an expert, it was easy for them to calculate their precise scores. The person ranked first had a score of around $5,000, just a $1,000 economic gap from the second place, and the economic differences among the top 3 were all similar. Chapter 150, Making a Fortune from the Competition. The economic gap was neither too large nor too small. Unless one caught some rare fish, it would be hard to surpass others. After reviewing the group's data, Aslan noticed that the top scorer was the little mustache who had made a bet with him earlier. The second and third individuals had also mocked him fiercely at the start. Third place was held by Ottman, currently with a score of about 3,300, leading fourth place by over 1,000. Second place was Barkley with around 4,000, just 600 or 700 behind third. Leading by far in first place was Kiefer, the little mustache, with 5,000 points. Aslan's eyes twinkled as he pointed his phone at the third place name and asked, Sao Mao Wong, do you know where this guy is? Ely pointed toward a distant boat. Over there. Hee, let's go find this lamb. Oops, I mean Ottman. Aslan said with a smile. Ely didn't know what Aslan planned to do, but as the boat porter, he still obeyed and steered toward Ottman. Seeing Aslan approaching, Ottman frowned and waved his hand, shouting, I got here first. Don't trespass on my turf. In fishing competitions, it was an unwritten rule that one couldn't encroach near someone else's fishing spot. Why should one share their location with others when they were alone? It would be like someone snatching food from your side. It wouldn't be acceptable to the original occupant. More importantly, Ottman felt this was a prime location for fishing. He was solidly in third place, which was equivalent to winning $1 million. He certainly didn't want anyone to spoil his standing. Brother, no worries. I'm not competing for fish with you. Let's talk business, Aslan shouted. As he spoke, Aslan's boat drew alongside Ottman's, and the two boats touched closely. Recognizing Aslan clearly, Ottman sneered, Who'd break the rules like this? It's you. Facing Ottman's taunt, Aslan smiled unperturbed. Brother, wanna buy some fish? What? Ottman scratched his ear in confusion. He understood every word, but the sentence made no sense to him. Buy what fish? This was a competition. Who would sell their catch to others? Hee brother. I'll sell you fish worth 1,000 for a good price to help you catch up to second place. How does that sound? Aslan asked with a grin. You? Ottman looked at Aslan disdainfully. How could you possibly have fish worth 1,000? Ottman gestured to his fishing rod. Do you know how much this treasure costs? It's worth 70,000. Yet it only catches me a few thousand. With your cheap rod, catching 1,000's worth is absurd. From the start, Ottman disdained Aslan. Fishing with such a person was shameful, and even winning wouldn't bring any joy. Hee, just take a look at my net. Aslan opened his net, and Ottman peered down dubiously. Through the clear water, numerous fish swam densely in Aslan's net. Even saying 1,000 seemed too little. You, how can you, a yokel, catch so portery fish? Ottman blurted out in shock. Hee, don't worry about that. Just answer if you want to buy them, Aslan asked with a grin. Now, Ottman started to ponder. Using bought fish to get second place might seem unfair to others, but fairness was like passing wind. Who would turn down money in rankings? Moreover, the competition didn't prohibit buying fish. So, how much will the fish cost? Ottman asked, somewhat tempted. Fish worth 1,000 for 80,000 yuan, and you'll lead by 300 more fish than the other. If there are no accidents, you'll definitely be second, Aslan explained with a laugh. Ottman glanced at his watch. There was nearly an hour left. Unless Barkley's luck turned astronomical, second place was sure to be his. But luck was unpredictable. Ottman thought for a moment, 80,000 is too much. 50,000 for 1,500 pounds of fish. Ottman had a clever plan. If he took second place, his prize would increase by $1 million, minus the 50,000 paid to Aslan, leaving him with a profit of $500,000. Why not? Aslan chuckled. I dislike bargaining. My offer changes. I sell the 1,000 fish for 90,000. If you don't buy, I'll sell to fourth place, ensuring they surpass you. What? Ottman gaped. He never expected Aslan to stoop so low, forcing him to buy. While Ottman led fourth place by just a bit more than 1,000, Aslan claiming to sell another 1,000 seemed plausible. Without divine luck, Ottman would have no chance to regain his position. Aslan checked his watch. My time is precious. You have 10 seconds to decide. Otherwise, I'll go to fourth place. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Stop. Why did 10 move slowly, while the rest went fast? Ottman asked. 10 moved normally, but the following numbers sped up, almost finishing within 2 seconds. If not for fearing losing third place, Ottman would have thought Aslan had burned his tongue. My rules, my call. Do you buy or not? Aslan arrogantly replied. Yes, I buy, Ottman gritted through his teeth. If he didn't buy, not only would he lose second place, but he might also be overtaken by fourth place. He was being forced into a corner. Ottman felt he had encountered a live thug who ruthlessly squeezed him. But if he took second place, it meant an extra $1 million in prize money and a prestigious rank. This would undoubtedly elevate his reputation in the industry. Aslan took out his phone. Transfer me the money, 90,000, not a penny less. Money first, then the goods. With tears welling up, Ottman transferred the money to Aslan. Hearing the confirmation message, Aslan beamed, amazed that he could make 90,000 this way. Delivering the 1,000 fish to Ottman, Aslan grinned widely. Ely, serving as a witness, felt awkward. Such deals usually stayed hidden, but Aslan had brazenly made it public, forcing Ottman's hand. Brother Aslan, please keep this secret. Don't let anyone know these fish came from you, Ottman pleaded. Don't worry. I have a professional ethic. You can trust me, Aslan reassured. Saying this, Aslan waved goodbye to Ottman and departed. Wang Sao Mao, let's find Barkley, Aslan said with a grin. At that moment, Ely understood. Aslan planned to trick Barkley as well. Selling fish was making more money than the prize itself. Barkley sat idly staring at his phone, looking utterly despondent. He couldn't figure out why he was suddenly overtaken. Feeling like a cooked duck flying away from his hands, Barkley barely noticed Aslan's arrival. Finian, what are you thinking about? So deep in thought? Aslan asked cheerfully. Startled by Aslan's sudden greeting, Barkley nearly dropped his phone into the sea, shivering in surprise. It's you, this guy? Irritated and in no mood for conversation, Barkley snapped, I'm not in the mood. Get lost. After calming down, Barkley turned to look at Aslan, only to find the person he despised most in this competition right beside him. It felt like trying to shoo away a fly, infuriating enough to make Aslan almost capsize his boat with a big wave. But for the sake of money, Aslan had to endure it. Smiling, Aslan said, I know what you're thinking, Rico brother. I might have a way to help you. Huh, you helping me? Who do you think you are? Barkley retorted rudely, get lost and stop bothering me. Barkley was in such a foul mood that he didn't even bother to play nice with Aslan. Aslan loudly declared, I can help you get first place. Do you want it or not? First place. Barkley suddenly felt dizzy. He never expected Aslan to say something like that. With your capabilities, how could you possibly help me get first place? Are you kidding me? Barkley said, disbelieving. Aslan's temper flared up. He pointed at his net and deported it. Open your eyes and take a good look at what's inside. Barkley hesitantly looked into the net, nearly dropping his glasses in shock. So portery fish. How did you get them? Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. Did you really think I caught them with my bare hands? The question is, do you want to be first? Aslan asked loudly. Seeing those fish, Barkley was both shocked and started to reconsider underestimating Aslan. I want to be first. Could it be you're going to give me your fish? Barkley asked uncertainly. Impossible. No way in this lifetime, Aslan said with a mischievous grin. But I can sell them to you, guaranteeing you first place. Hashtag chapter 151. Sudden wealth. If one word could describe Aslan's smile, it would be the devil's grin, luring people towards sin. The allure of first place was immense. Barkley said, I'll buy all the fish you have. Barkley could afford fish, and even if the price was 10 or 100 times higher than the market rate, he wouldn't care. Guaranteed 1,500 pounds of fish will secure your first place. You give me 4 million, Aslan said with a grin. What the hell are you thinking? You might as well just rob someone. Barkley roared. Aslan laughed. Robbing is slower than selling fish. I believe this deal is worth it, don't you? Now Barkley had been surpassed by Ottman, becoming third place with only a 1 million prize, while first place was 5 million. If Barkley spent 4 million to secure first place, he would still net a profit of 1 million plus the first place bonus. Do you really have 1,500 pounds of fish? Barkley asked. Of course, otherwise why would I come to you? Aslan replied, smiling. Barkley hesitated. If he could truly secure first place, this deal was undoubtedly worth it. I have one question. If you have that much fish, why not compete for a higher ranking? Barkley inquired. Aslan shrugged. I'm not part of your fishing circle. Rank means less to me than money. Plus, you know about my bet with the little mustache. I can't win, but I won't let him enjoy it either. Aslan's explanation made sense and resolved some of Barkley's doubts. 4 million, right? I'll buy, but you must promise not to tell anyone else, Barkley said. Don't worry, I have professional integrity and will keep this secret, Aslan smiled. Barkley then transferred 4 million into Aslan's account, his life savings over portery years. After handing over the 1,500 pounds of fish, Aslan's face showed satisfaction. Barkley, too, felt elated, having participated in countless competitions without ever achieving first place. This felt like a major turnaround. With the transaction complete, I'll be on my way, Aslan chuckled. Haha, take your time, brother Yi, but don't forget our agreement. Keep this a secret, Barkley warned. Of course, Aslan nodded. However, they were unaware of the hidden cameras on the boat, which had captured their entire transaction, broadcasting it on a large screen. In the ship's hall, there was outrage. None expected such blatant cheating from a contestant. How shameful. Who knew Aslan would stoop so low, making a fortune through these underhanded tactics? Almost 5 million. Damn, ordinary sea fish being sold at sky-high prices. We'd ordered strict sanctions against such transactions. This is unfair. The crowd consisted mainly of relatives and friends of contestants, who now felt their supported competitors were being shortchanged. They loudly protested. Meanwhile, the host was urgently communicating with leadership to devise a solution. At that moment, on the screen, Aslan arrived beside the little mustache, Kiefer, in a small boat. Ricotta mustache, I heard you're second place now? Aslan laughed. Kiefer glared at Aslan. Are you here to mock me? Recoked Barkley earlier, Kiefer was furious, though more composed, refraining from verbally assaulting Aslan. I can help you surpass Barkley. It's a one-time opportunity. Can you seize it? Aslan grinned. Kiefer looked skeptically at Aslan. How? I sell you 1,000 yuan worth of fish, enough to regain first place, Aslan explained. Confused, Kiefer pondered. It was common knowledge he and Aslan had conflicts. He couldn't understand why Aslan would help him regain first place. Are you so kind as to help me? Kiefer asked incredulously. No eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Give me 5 million, and I'll help you surpass Barkley. 5 million. Kiefer fell silent, knowing it wasn't that simple. Indeed, Aslan asked for 5 million. That's too much. If I stay second, I get 2 million. Giving you 5 million leaves me nothing, even if I gain first place, Kiefer argued. Each contestant prepared extensively for the competition, using expensive baits. To prepare, Kiefer had spent nearly 10,000. Giving Aslan 5 million would mean losing significant capital. Throughout history, only first place is remembered, regardless of the scale of the competition. What good is second compared to first? Aslan laughed. Everyone understood Aslan's point, yet Kiefer didn't want Aslan getting the 5 million. If it were anyone else, Kiefer might not mind. If you don't want first place, it's fine. I can approach the current third place. He'd likely take the offer eagerly, Aslan said. Under Aslan's direction, boat porter Ely prepared to leave. His words were devastating. Second place was now meaningless, and third even more forgotten. Wait, I'll buy the fish. Just as Aslan was about to leave, Kiefer stopped him. Though humiliating, Kiefer had no choice. Despite being an excellent angler who had earned considerable wealth over the years, he valued first place above all else. Back in the cruise hall, upon seeing Aslan successfully sell fish to Kiefer, chaos erupted. Aslan's actions challenge everyone openly. This should result in industry-wide sanctions. How shameful. Making 9.6 million this way is shameless. All those who buy fish to improve rankings should be disqualified. As the last person suggested disqualification, Aslan approached another contestant on the screen. Brother, Need fish? Increase your ranking fast, guaranteed fair trade. Friend, listen to me. Why work hard fishing when buying fish boosts your ranking faster? Hey there, see you frowning? Troubled by your ranking? Got extra fish here interested? Aslan directed Ely to cruise around, selling fish to every contestant encountered. He had a peculiar integrity, raising prices for those who criticized him earlier while offering lower prices to others. In less than half an hour, Aslan's net had few fish left, but his account held over 13 million. Selling fish turned him from a penniless porter into a multi-millionaire overnight. Hee, now I finally have enough money to treat the two girls to a big meal, Aslan said with a smile. At that moment, the two girls in the cruise hall were deeply moved upon hearing Aslan's words. They hadn't expected that after making millions, Aslan still remembered his promise to take them out for dinner. No one in the hall was talking about disqualifying contestants anymore. Almost everyone had bought fish from Aslan. If they were disqualified, there would be no need for the competition at all. Clang, clang, clang. A loud bell resonated across the ship. Ely stood up and said, Brother Aslan, the competition is over. You can't go fishing anymore from now on. Got it, I understand, Aslan replied. Ely steered the small boat back to the cruise ship while Aslan began packing away his fishing gear. When all the contestants boarded the ship, almost everyone wore beaming smiles. These contestants were careful. None of those who had bought fish from Aslan updated their scores in the group chat, aiming to keep others in the dark until the last moment for a stunning revelation. Old Raku, I saw your score in the group. It looks too weak, not like your usual perf reporters. Haha, Brother Ishan, don't make fun of me. I also saw your score. It must be held back. I remember you made quite a splash in that competition in Shanghai. You two stop bragging. The worst off is me. I only caught fish worth 2,000 yuan. This time, I probably won't even make it into the top 50. Those who knew each other began to flatter one another, all smiling broadly. Even the last place contestant didn't look downtrodden as in other competitions. Everyone seemed confident, but only time would tell who would laugh last. Meanwhile, Aslan stood alone in the crowd. Everyone appeared to be deliberately distancing themselves from him. At that moment, the host approached with a microphone, surrounded by several cameras focusing on the contestants. Hashtag chapter 152. Roller coaster. The host walked to the front of the platform, but his expression was somewhat grim. There's something I need to apologize for to all the contestants and spectators here. Because this is our first time hosting such a competition, we might not have been professional enough. There were loopholes in the competition rules that some people exploited. As the host spoke these words, everyone in the room felt a sudden sense of unease. It was clear that the organizers had discovered the fish trading, but no one knew what kind of consequences would follow. Each person knew they had done business with Aslan, but none of them realized that Aslan had also traded with others. Now, everyone was worried about being singled out as an example by the organizers and disqualified from the competition, which would leave them devastated. Among them, Aslan remained the most calm. After all, he had already made over 10 million yuan. Whether or not he was disqualified didn't matter much to him anymore. The host continued, I have discussed with the leadership of the organizing committee, and we have come to the following decision. This happened because of flaws in our competition rules, so the responsibility lies with us. We will not disqualify any contestants. In future competitions, we will establish stricter rules to ensure no one can exploit the system again. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they wouldn't be punished, everything was fine. The host then said, Now, please display your catches. We will now tally everyone's scores. Upon hearing this, Atman was the first to step forward. Let me go. Atman handed his fish to the staff for evaluation. Worth 4,300 yuan. Atman stood on the stage, ready to bask in the applause from the audience, considering the value. 4,300 yuan was a very good score in any competition. However, the audience did not react at all, and some even looked at him with disdain. Barkley chuckled, Old Gao's score isn't bad, but let me show you how it's done. Barkley submitted his fish to the staff for evaluation. Worth 5,500 yuan. Hearing this, Barkley beamed, thinking he had secured the top spot with a catch worth that much. But there was no envy or jeering from the crowd. Then Kiefer stepped onto the stage confidently. Rhiannon got quite a price for his fish, really impressive. Kiefer, acknowledge him as a strong opponent. Kiefer handed his fish to the staff. Worth 6,100 yuan. Kiefer lifted his head proudly, expecting applause. However, the audience remained silent. Then an unknown contestant stepped onto the stage. Mr. May, don't embarrass yourself with such a low-value fish. Let me show you my catch. Worth 7,800 yuan. When the staff announced the total value, Kiefer's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. How could you catch a fish worth this much? That's impossible. Kiefer exclaimed in shock. The other contestant scoffed. If you're not up to it, don't blame the game. If you think you can cheat, why don't you try? With judges watching closely during the competition, cheating was practically impossible unless someone bribed the staff. Kiefer wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. He could only slink off the stage, humiliated. Another contestant then took the stage, presenting a fish worth 7,300 yuan, currently ranking second. One after another, every participant presented a catch worth more than Kiefer, Barkley, and Atman. The three of them were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. They had become the bottom three, feeling utterly ashamed when they thought of how proud they had been earlier. Only Aslan was left to present his catch. At this point, the highest score was 11,000 yuan. Meanwhile, Kiefer and company had slipped to third from the bottom, thoroughly disgraced. Kiefer glared at Aslan with venomous eyes. Having lost 5 million yuan, his entire fortune, he hadn't even come close to the top. The last contestant, Mr. Aslan, please come forward to have your catch evaluated, the host announced. Aslan walked towards the stage. Kiefer sneered openly. This guy probably didn't catch anything. He's bound to be the last, the most embarrassing one. Barkley added, Mr. May, you're right. This kind of person is here just to make a fool of himself. Having paid 400,000 yuan and ended up last, Otman was almost driven mad. He must be last. He shouldn't even be here. While the three were cursing Aslan, he merely smiled faintly. If curses were effective, the world wouldn't need police. Reaching the stage, Aslan handed over his net to the staff. Unlike the others, his net was almost empty, containing only one fish. Haha, just one fish? Just as expected. A complete embarrassment. I'm dying laughing. This might set a record for the lowest catch ever. Why don't we just kick this guy out? Bringing one fish is worse than coming empty-handed. Not only the trio but others laughed along. In their eyes, Aslan was a self-sacrificing fool. However, as the staff began evaluating the fish, a discussion broke out. Is this a yellow-lipped fish? I've never seen this precious species before. Right? With its brownish-gray back streaked with orange-yellow, gray-white belly, black spot under the pectoral fin base, black edges on dorsal fin spines and rays, and gray-black tail, pale ventral and anal fins. This is indeed a yellow-lipped fish. A 5-kilogram yellow-lipped fish is truly rare. Though the staff had some knowledge of various fish and their prices, this was their first encounter with a yellow-lipped fish. After thorough examination, one of the staff grabbed the microphone from the host. We cannot assign a precise value to this fish. All you experts know what a yellow-lipped fish means. This fish undoubtedly takes first place. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their heads as they realized Aslan's final reveal was a yellow-lipped fish. The host approached Aslan with a check. Mr. Yi, this is your prize for first place. Please accept it. Aslan happily accepted the check, now worth 5 million yuan. He couldn't be happier. Seeing Aslan with the 5 million yuan that should have been his, Kiefer seethed with anger. He couldn't accept this outcome. He screamed wildly. It's fake. Absolutely fake. Yellow-lipped fish live in waters 50 meters deep. How could it be caught so easily? He must have cheated. This isn't a real yellow-lipped fish. Everyone else was knowledgeable too, and understood the habits of the yellow-lipped fish. Suspicion began to grow in their hearts. Everyone, please calm down. The yellow-lipped fish is not much different from other fish. Although it usually lives in waters 50 to 60 meters deep, it does sometimes come to the surface. Though the probability is low, it's still possible. These staff members absolutely couldn't admit that Aslan had cheated. It would be like slapping their own faces. This yellow-lipped fish must have been farmed. Such a rare catch. Why did he porterage to hook it? Kiefer pointed at Aslan furiously. Aslan gave a mischievous smile and looked at Kiefer. So tell me, why can't I catch it? Kiefer's argument was completely irrational. Luck is unpredictable. One could be penniless one moment and a millionaire the next. Ignorant fool, don't measure someone's abilities by your limited knowledge, Aslan said with a grin. So you're saying you caught the yellow-lipped fish because of skill, not luck? Kiefer thought he had caught Aslan in a verbal trap, believing he could now expose him. Haha, of course it's skill, just like how you've never porteraged to catch one in your entire life, Aslan said confidently. Kiefer laughed and said, then dare you catch another yellow-lipped fish right here? If you can't, you'll have to admit you were last. Aslan replied nonchalantly, and if I succeed? Seeing Aslan falling into his trap, Kiefer, in a heated moment, blurted out, if you catch a large yellow croaker, I'll strip off my clothes and swim ashore from this cruise ship. Not only Kiefer but everyone else doubted Aslan could win again, especially given the earlier bet between them. If Aslan placed lower than Kiefer, he would have to run 10 laps around everyone naked, a humiliation that would haunt him for life. Seeing Kiefer's boldness, Aslan naturally rose to the challenge and immediately agreed. Alright, everyone here will be our witnesses. Don't go back on your word. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. It also adheres to the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. Chapter 153. The dogs have started to fight. If I cheat, may I be your grandson, Kiefer said. Aslan glanced at Kiefer with disdain and replied, you're too old to be my grandson, shameless. Kiefer nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He only wanted to make a bet with Aslan, but didn't expect Aslan to say such things. Who is being shameless? You are the one who's shameless. Your entire family is shameless. At this moment, Kiefer had the urge to slash Aslan to death. After confirming the bet, Aslan opened his fishing gear bag and took out some items like fishing rods. Hold on, for fairness, you can't use your own equipment. Show your real skill using mine. At this point, Kiefer took out his own fishing gear, bringing the fishing rod and bait to Aslan. If you catch the yellow-lipped fish with my gear, then I'll believe you have real skills, Kiefer said. Seeing Kiefer do this, all the competitors were stunned. I previously thought Kiefer was quite decent in this circle. Now he seems like a cunning guy. You're right. Fishing gear is so important for participants. Changing it randomly would ruin the feel, significantly lowering the chances of catching a fish. You guys might not have noticed, but I saw Kiefer adding powder into his bait just now. I think he tampered with it. People discussed amongst themselves. Those with good eyesight actually did see Kiefer adding something into the bait. But Aslan didn't care about Kiefer's tricks. In front of true skills, everything was futile. After attaching the bait to the hook, Aslan didn't cast the line but started reeling it down vertically into the water directly. Everyone stared intently at Aslan's fishing hook, eager to learn fishing techniques from him. However, just when the hook was less than a meter away from the surface, a large fish suddenly leaped out of the water and bit onto Aslan's hook. Crack! The sound of cracking bones rang out, shocking one person so much that their jaw dislocated from opening too wide. Others, although their jaws didn't dislocate, also looked extremely shocked as if they were watching a myth unfold. Just now, what did I just see? If this isn't a dream, I damn well saw a fish jump out of the water by itself and bite the hook. Even Jiang Taigong needed to let the hook sink before catching fish. Unbelievably, Aslan skipped this step. Only when Aslan pulled the big fish onto the boat did the astonished crowd snap back to reality. Looking at the large yellow fish bouncing on the deck, everyone recognized it immediately. This can't be possible. What kind of devil are you? Kiefer was dumbfounded. Don't think others can't achieve what you can't, Aslan said with a smile. Now, keep your promise, strip naked and swim back home. Kiefer could barely see the coastline. His swimming skills were only average. Even dying wouldn't allow him to swim that far. Brother, leave me a lifeline, Kiefer said coldly. Heh, I don't think it's necessary to leave any room for someone like you. Either jump yourself or I'll help you, Aslan said with a grin. Just then, a limping figure approached them. Don't let this guy off easily. Throwing him into the sea is too lenient. The voice belonged to none other than frog porter Caleb, whose hatred for Kiefer was as deep as filicide or cuckoldry. Seeing Caleb, Kiefer's face turned pale with an ominous premonition. Just remember, it's best not to talk rashly. Disease enters through the mouth. Disaster follows, Kiefer warned. Caleb angrily retorted. I've lost my job and gotten hurt all over. My ass is exploding, so you won't get off easily either. Caleb was now in a crazed state, determined to drag Kiefer down with him. If not for Kiefer, he wouldn't be in such misery. Rickemping up to everyone, Caleb felt intense pain in his rear, fueling his hatred for Kiefer. Do you remember seeing me on the big screen earlier? Caleb asked. As the scores of all participants were announced, spectators began entering the area. The organizers weren't worried about them helping hide fish to alter the results. I will never forget you. The porter with 2 little pig tattoos on your buttocks. I recorded videos of you on my phone. Brother, you're going to become famous in Blue Sea City. Haha, today's scene will provide laughter for a whole year, people commented, clearly remembering him deeply. Seeing the strong impression he left on people, Caleb grew more enraged. You should all know that I tried to drive Aslan's fish away underwater. But do you know why I did it? Everyone listened intently, sensing some juicy gossip about to unfold. You wouldn't guess this. It was the master-level expert, Kiefer, who ordered me, Caleb pointed at Kiefer. Seeing Caleb speak like this, Kiefer nearly exploded with anger, unable to believe this porter would betray his professional ethics so easily. You're lying. Aslan must have hired you to deceive everyone. Friends, please don't fall for it, Kiefer shouted angrily. In the fishing community, Kiefer was an undisputed master, a godlike existence that everyone respected. Everyone kept shifting their gazes between Aslan and Kiefer, trying to discern who was lying. Caleb grinned maliciously. Mr. May, you probably didn't expect this. I saved all our chat records. Let me expose your true nature. He raised his phone despite the pain in his rear, displaying the chat records. A camera focused on Caleb's phone screen, showing the chat history on a nearby large screen. Hell, so Kiefer really did hire someone to sabotage Aslan. TSK. Never imagined such low tactics from a master. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Imph. This guy deserves to be stripped and thrown into the sea. If he dies, it would be one less scourge for Huporterity. Kiefer looked around at the crowd in shock. Moments ago, they revered him as a master, but now they were openly criticizing him. Damn it, this phone caused all this trouble. Kiefer roared and lunged at Caleb, snatching the phone and smashing it on the ground. You're all framing me. I didn't cheat. You can't understand the feeling of being falsely accused, Kiefer shouted. At this moment, Caleb rushed over and punched Kiefer in the face. Damn, I'm going to cripple you for smashing my phone today. Before becoming a frog porter, Caleb had lived a rough life, hitting hard and ruthlessly beating Kiefer to the ground. Then, he kicked Kiefer's groin. Crack. Everyone even heard some breaking sounds. Kiefer clutched his throbbing area, his mouth agape but unable to scream. Realizing his injury, Kiefer ignored the pain and grabbed a bottle nearby, smashing it over Caleb's head. Aslan stood on the podium, watching the two men fiercely fight each other, neither of them being a good person. The two fought with genuine fury, and in the end, Caleb, suffering from severe pain in his chrysanthemum area and with a broken head, fled the hall in a disheveled state. At this moment, Kiefer was holding onto the bottle neck. Only the neck remained intact as the bottle had shattered, its sharp edges gleaming menacingly. Glass is just as lethal as a knife when used to stab someone, perhaps even more so because it cannot clot easily, making glass wounds harder to heal. With this weapon in hand, Kiefer looked at Aslan, his eyes flashing with viciousness. Now that Kiefer's reputation was ruined and all his savings were gone, he was in a frenzied state, consumed by the desire to send Aslan to hell. I'm only after Aslan today. Everyone else, get out of my way, Kiefer shouted. He advanced toward Aslan, clearly intent on ending his life. The menacing aura he emitted intimidated everyone present, causing them to make way for him. No one dared to approach Kiefer, fearing they might be stabbed by the crazed porter and die unjustly. Damn it, this is all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You deserve to die. Kiefer ran towards Aslan, raising the bottleneck ready to plunge it into Aslan's chest. Swoosh. A whistling sound broke through the air as an arrow shot towards Kiefer's feet, nearly impaling him. Caleb had returned to the hall, holding a spear gun in his hands. Seeing this, fear appeared on Kiefer's face. Caleb was reckless enough to really kill someone. Caleb aimed the spear gun at Kiefer and said, "Take off your clothes and jump into the sea, or I'll shoot you dead." His grim expression left no doubt that he was deadly serious. Hashtag chapter 154, TikTok. At such close range, the fish spear was as deadly as an ordinary gun. Kiefer was already utterly terrified. Brother, calm down. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 RMB, and we can settle this matter privately. Kiefer forced out a smile and said, "To hell with your 100,000 RMB. I want your life today. Either jump now, or I'll take your life right here," Caleb angrily replied. Brother Caleb, let's talk things through. Don't make it about the money. Before Kiefer could finish his sentence, another arrow shot from the fish spear struck the ground in front of him. I won't repeat myself. If you don't jump, I'll kill you, Caleb declared, driven by intense hatred that left no room for negotiation. Seeing Caleb aim the fish spear at him, and the finger pulling the trigger exerting more force, Kiefer became gripped with fear. Don't shoot, I'll jump, Kiefer shouted, having no choice but to jump if he wanted any chance of survival. Watching Kiefer approach the window, Caleb yelled, Take off your clothes, then jump. Caleb shattered Kiefer's last sliver of hope. Kiefer had intended to jump fully clothed while Caleb was distracted, but that was no longer possible. With all dignity lost, Kiefer bit his lip and began undressing. Noticing Kiefer still wore one final item to protect his modesty, Caleb roared, "Take everything off, not a single piece left." Reluctantly, Kiefer complied, stripping off all his belongings. Determined not to embarrass himself further, Kiefer rushed to the window and jumped. Plunk. Kiefer dove from the yacht, relying on his decent swimming skills to head toward land. Meanwhile, most people were pressed against the windows watching Kiefer swim away. Everyone knew that even with good swimming skills, it would be nearly impossible for him to cross such a vast distance back to the mainland without dying of exhaustion. "Look, what's that?" A spectator pointed to something in the water, a triangular shark fin rapidly approaching Kiefer. "It's a shark." Panic spread among everyone present. Sharks were undeniably the rulers of the sea, known for their ferocity. If a shark locked onto someone, chances of survival were slim to none. Because of the proximity, Aslan's consciousness connected with the shark. Although Kiefer deserved punishment, death was not warranted. Within his capability, Aslan hoped to save him. However, upon connecting with the shark, Aslan sensed its extreme curiosity. "This thing is so strange. 2 tails and plump and white. Wonder how it tastes." Driven by this curious thought, the shark opened its massive mouth and bit Kiefer before Aslan could intervene. "Aya!" Kiefer's scream echoed through the ocean, blood quickly turning the water crimson. A large chunk of flesh was torn from his body. After tasting it, the shark, finding it unpalatable, spat it out. Disgusting. The shark, used to aquatic prey, found Hooporter flesh repulsive, losing interest and swimming away, forever labeling Hooporters as unappetizing. According to some scientists, sharks attack Hooporters primarily out of curiosity. They often taste and leave due to finding Hooporters unpalatable. While a person usually doesn't die from a single bite, multiple sharks attracted by blood will eventually kill them. Moreover, the pain can cause choking, leading to drowning. Despite the severe injury, Kiefer, a middle-aged porteraged not to choke. Though missing a piece of thigh muscle, the sheer terror overshadowed the pain. Desperately swimming, Kiefer drifted far from the yacht, out of Aslan's sensory range. "Alas, this guy is doomed. Heaven's retribution is inevitable," Aslan remarked. Beside him, someone asked, "Isn't he still alive?" "As long as he's alive, there's hope." Before the person could finish, 3 more shark fins appeared, swiftly heading toward Kiefer. "Kiefer's blood will attract every nearby shark. This guy has no chance of survival," Aslan commented, then turned away from the horrific scene. Almost immediately, Kiefer's scream came again, and this time, he didn't escape the brutal fate. "Haha, good. Such an old scoundrel deserves death." Caleb laughed madly, revealing a deranged expression. Seeing Kiefer devoured by sharks, Caleb knew he faced certain legal repercussions for forcing Kiefer to jump. "If I'm going to die anyway, might as well go out with a bang," Caleb thought to himself. Despite his injuries, he still held a fish spear, lethal as any real gun. Glancing at Aslan's 2 companions, Caleb noticed Alicia and Gina, the most beautiful women in the room, stirring his desires. He intended to do something terrible to them first. Caleb aimed the fish spear at Aslan and taunted, "Ricardo Danilo, did you enjoy watching that? The porter who wanted to harm you is now torn apart by sharks." Aslan calmly replied, "While I had a feud with him, I only intended a small lesson, not sending him to his death." Originally, Aslan planned to strip Kiefer and throw his clothes into the sea just to playfully torment him, not actually to kill him. "Ha, don't pretend to be innocent. Now, strip and jump into the sea." "Why are you forcing me to jump when we have no grievances?" Aslan questioned, puzzled as to why Caleb targeted him since he wasn't aware that Aslan caused his injuries. "Hmph, if Kiefer hadn't made me target you, I wouldn't have encountered that whirlpool and injured my lower body. All this is because of you two. Only one can live, and you too must die," Caleb growled resentfully. Aslan chuckled, understanding Caleb's logic was flawed. "So you think it's fair for you to harm me, then blame me for your injuries from natural disasters?" Aslan smiled sardonically. "Indeed, if you hadn't offended Kiefer, I wouldn't have forced all of you to jump into the sea. Since things have escalated this far, none of us 3 will be walking away from this," Caleb roared loudly. Caleb was nearly driven mad with his vengeful rage, making him a dangerous individual indeed. If it weren't for the limited number of arrows in his fish spear, he would have killed all the men on the yacht and taken the beautiful women to a deserted island long ago, reveling in his freedom for as long as he could. "Aslan, you must not jump. The water is full of sharks. Jumping in means certain death. I don't believe that the 3 of us can't overpower a disabled porter. If he dares to shoot, I'll throw these 2 bottles at him and bash his head in." The 2 girls had already stood by Aslan's side, looking like they were his loyal protectors, ready to defend him with their lives. Seeing such beautiful girls protecting Aslan so fiercely fueled Caleb's fury. "Why has no girl ever liked me? This guy must be some rich second-generation brat, which is why these women treat Aslan this way. Damn rich boy. Today I'll kill you and take your women," Caleb bellowed. He aimed the fish spear at Aslan and, with a swift motion, an arrow shot out, slicing through the air with a sharp whistling sound toward Aslan. "Don't!" At that moment, Alicia screamed and stepped in front of Aslan, using her body to shield him from the arrow. Thud. Blood spattered everywhere, even splattering onto Alicia's face. She felt the warm droplets, and a strong scent of blood filled her nostrils. Amidst her fear, Alicia opened her eyes to see a sharp arrow stopped right before her. The arrow halted because a hand had firmly caught it, the palm sliced by the barbs on the arrow. Drip drip, blood fell steadily onto the floor, making a clear dripping sound. "You're right. If you hadn't offended Kiefer, I wouldn't have forced you to jump into the sea. Now that things have come to this, none of us 3 will survive," Caleb shouted loudly. Caleb was nearly driven mad, and people who seek revenge on society are extremely dangerous. If not for the limited number of arrows he had, he would have already killed all the men on the boat and taken the pretty women to a deserted island to live it up as long as he could. Aslan, you must not jump. There are sharks in the water now. Jumping means certain death. I don't believe that we three can't overpower a disabled porter. If he dares to shoot, I'll throw these 2 bottles at him and smash his head. The 2 girls were now standing beside Aslan, guarding him like his personal bodyguards, ready to protect him with their lives. Seeing such beautiful girls defending Aslan, Caleb's fury intensified. Why has no girl ever liked me? This guy must be a rich second-generation heir, which is why these women treat Aslan this way. Damn rich kid. Today, I'll kill you and take your women, Caleb roared. He aimed the harpoon gun at Aslan, pulling the trigger. The arrow whistled through the air, flying straight toward Aslan. No. At that moment, Alicia screamed and stepped in front of Aslan, shielding him with her body. Thud. Blood spurted, even splattering onto Alicia's face. She felt the warm drops and smelled the metallic scent of blood. In her terror, Alicia opened her eyes and saw the arrow stop just in front of her. The arrow was halted by a hand that firmly grabbed it, but the barbs on the arrow had scratched the hand. Drip drip, blood dripped onto the ground, making a soft sound. Chapter 155. As Danilo as the blade is fast enough. The fish spear was designed to kill fish, with barbs that were not only sharp but also long enough to feel like they could sever a finger. Seeing Aslan grab the arrow barehanded made everyone wince in sympathy. Aslan, how's your hand? Alicia asked tearfully. Alicia had reflexively tried to shield herself from the arrow, not thinking clearly, driven by her desire for safety. But she never expected Aslan to catch it mid-air. Seeing those gleaming barbs made her worry about her boyfriend. Stupid girl, next time remember to stay behind me, Aslan said, pulling Alicia behind him with his uninjured hand. He would protect his reporter. I didn't think you'd react so fast, but can you really catch a second arrow? As Caleb spoke, he immediately shot another arrow directly at Aslan's forehead. Though untrained in martial arts, Aslan's reaction speed was extraordinary. With a slight tilt of his head, the arrow flew past. Ah! A scream came from behind Aslan. The arrow hit an unfortunate person instead. Ignoring the commotion, Aslan moved quickly toward Caleb. Just as Caleb readied another arrow, Aslan slapped him hard. Phut! The force sent Caleb flying, spitting blood and teeth into the air. Simultaneously, Aslan rushed to Caleb in midair, snatching the fish spear from his hand. Bastard, do you really think a gun makes you invincible? Aslan punched Caleb hard in the stomach, slamming him to the ground. My! The impact caused Caleb's injured buttocks to throb painfully again. Seeing Aslan take down Caleb, others rushed over, pummeling him mercilessly. Alicia pulled Aslan away. Just leave him, restrain him and hand him to the police once we disembark, Alicia advised. Gina arrived with a small box, taking out some bandages. Bad boy, since you saved Aaliyah, I'll personally dress your wounds, she said. Gina, being a magician with dexterous hands, cleaned and bandaged Aslan's wound deftly. She even tied a butterfly bow on his hand playfully. Hey, this bow seems a bit much for a guy, doesn't it? Aslan remarked. Gina pouted. Many wish for my butterfly bows without getting them. Alicia laughed. Lucky isn't lying. She's a famous magician with countless fans. Best not to mess with her fanatics. Hearing about the fanatical fans, Aslan shrank back. Social connections are scary, he thought to himself. He knew dealing with such followers could affect his normal life. While they chatted, Caleb was already bound up and groaning in pain. Aslan's attention turned to someone nearby moaning. An arrow protruded from this person's chest, blood gushing out. This person should have been Aslan but suffered accidentally. Aslan couldn't stand idly by. Move aside, I'm a doctor. Can I check on him? Aslan said. Surrounded by friends and family, others had gone to beat Caleb. Because Aslan caused this accident, they were hostile. But his swift takedown of Caleb granted him some respect. Mountain Sea Chi perception technique, activate. Aslan's eyes revealed a vital light, showing the victim's fading chi. If he isn't treated soon, he won't make it ashore, Aslan thought. He learned that the technique could also reveal a person's meridians. Pointing at the victim's chest acupoint, he pressed firmly. The victim screamed. Damn, what are you doing? He's hurt. You're not a doctor. You're trying to kill old Chien. Bitch, let's beat him up first. They believed Aslan was torturing the victim. Sensing their fury, Aslan shouted. Look closely. Is his chest still bleeding? His comforting tone silenced everyone. They checked and saw no more blood. This. Everyone marveled. Now move, every second counts. If you interrupt me again, he might not survive, Aslan warned. The victim weakly said, everyone, step back, don't disturb Dr. Yi. Respecting the victim's plea, they gave Aslan space. Knowing the main issue was the arrow, Aslan instructed, Alicia, fetch a fast knife from the kitchen. Alicia and Gina hurried to the kitchen, easily finding a knife. Translation follows the original structure and conveys the story accurately while ensuring natural and fluent English. Gina brought over a large iron basin and tossed all the tools into it, preparing to let Aslan choose his own tool. Looking at the large basin brought over, Aslan picked out a hefty cleaver from it, a tool used for slaughtering large fish. This cleaver resembled a butcher's knife, curved and looking very heavy, which made it capable of chopping through big fish effectively. Alongside the cleaver in the basin was a whetstone. Aslan took out this stone and began to sharpen the cleaver. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The injured porter felt a wave of fear as he watched Aslan sharpening the cleaver beside him. It felt as if he were a large fish lying there, waiting to be slaughtered by Aslan. Brother, can you tell me why you're sharpening that knife? The injured porter asked in terror. I'm getting really scared. Don't be afraid. With me around, you won't die. You'll understand soon enough why I'm sharpening it, Aslan replied calmly. Aslan had great strength, and in the poor fishing village where he grew up, knife sharpening was a common skill since buying new knives was too expensive. With his adept hands, Aslan quickly honed the cleaver until its edge gleamed with a cold, sharp brilliance. Using his left hand, Aslan grabbed the tail end of the arrow while holding the cleaver in his right hand, gathering his strength. Brother, you're not actually going to try cutting this arrow, are you? It's made of iron. How could you possibly cut it? Even if you did porterage to cut it, my wound would be 10 times bigger. Are you here to save me or to harm me? The injured porter said fearfully. Don't be afraid. As long as the blade is fast enough, nothing in this world is unbreakable, Aslan said indifferently. At that moment, the muscles in Aslan's arms bulged, brimming with power. Swish. The injured porter saw a flash of the cleaver moving so swiftly that it seemed to teleport to a different position. Before the porter could react in shock, Aslan lifted his left hand, and the arrow was cleanly severed at its base. Clank, clank. Aslan casually tossed the cut-off half of the arrow onto the ground. Chapter 156. A group of cowards. The wounded porter felt nothing as the arrow was severed at its base, and he could not help but feel amazed. Brother, how did you do that? The injured porter asked incredulously. Aslan replied matter-of-factly. As long as the blade is fast enough, there's nothing that can't be done. In reality, it was quite simple. Aslan had utilized his brute strength to push the speed of the blade to an extreme, allowing it to cut through anything under the influence of force and velocity. Aslan helped the wounded porter sit up from the ground. He then reached behind the porter, grabbing the arrow tip protruding from his back. With a strong pull, a gush of blood spurted out from the wound as the arrow was completely removed from the porter's body. Had Aslan not severed the arrow, the barbs would have torn through the porter's body, rendering the wound incurable. That was why Aslan had taken the most troublesome route to remove the arrow. However, the barbs still caused damage to the porter's wound, just not severe enough to turn it into rotting flesh. Without the arrow holding the wound open, it began to close up on its own, supporting the pressure point effect administered by Aslan. If nothing unexpected occurred, the injured porter would make it to the hospital, which was already enough. After providing basic first aid to the wounded porter, Aslan left and returned to the two girls. Crack, splash. At that moment, the sound of breaking glass rang out, followed by a gigantic octopus tentacle reaching in from outside. Wow, monster. Everyone, run quickly. Don't get caught by this monster. Mommy, where are you? I'm scared. With the appearance of this massive tentacle, the scene became extremely chaotic. This is Octo's tentacle, Aslan thought inwardly. Though larger than what he remembered, it was indeed Octo's tentacle. Only the body of the demon octopus would allow the countless suckers on an octopus tentacle to grow teeth. To outsiders, it looked as if countless mouths lined the tentacle, giving it an alien creature-like appearance. This large tentacle wrapped around Caleb before retracting towards the window. No. Caleb struggled frantically. Titus, hurry up and save me. Save me. His cries were drowned out by the wind outside the window, akin to a horror movie scene, terrifying everyone. Only Aslan dared to go to the window and look outside, only to find that Caleb and the huge tentacle had vanished. Is it really Octo? Aslan questioned in his heart. While Aslan stood at the window deep in thought, part of his consciousness had already traveled to Octo via the power of the Nvois contract. Master, I knew you would come, Octo said respectfully. Through Octo's eyes, Aslan saw Caleb struggling on Octo's tentacle. Why did you do this? Aslan interrogated. Octo stated logically. This guy pointed a spear gun at Master, posing a threat. As guardians of Nvois, it is our duty to eliminate all dangers for Master. The purpose of the Nvois guardians was to protect the owner of the Great Seal of Nvois, ensuring they suffered no harm, both a duty and destiny. Deep down, Octo, with self-awareness, was enraged by Caleb's intent to harm its master, something it couldn't tolerate. All right, do as you see fit with him, Aslan said. Thank you, Master. Obtaining permission from its master, Octo felt particularly delighted. At least its master wasn't rigid. Seeing Octo so happy, Aslan stopped worrying about its actions, returning his consciousness to his mind. Realizing a monstrous creature was among them, everyone on the cruise ship was filled with extreme panic. After Caleb was taken, who knew who would be next? The captain issued the final order to immediately abort all plans and turn back. Even the bold girls were frightened, hugging Aslan from both sides. And at this time, Alicia didn't mind Gina hugging her boyfriend. As time passed, the huge tentacle did not reappear, making the previous events seem like a dream. Slowly, the fear began to subside among everyone, and some people in the hall started approaching Aslan. One of the men held an iron bar, with several others following behind. What do you plan to do? Alicia asked, pointing at them. Do what? The porter with the iron bar replied, we're seeking justice for Brother Kiefer. Another person pointed at Aslan. You clearly had such strong abilities, yet you did nothing when Caleb forced Brother May to jump into the sea. With such strength and refusing to help, that's murder. We're going to teach you a lesson today to honor Brother May. Hearing their skewed logic made Aslan laugh bitterly. These people could argue nonsensically. Aslan smiled and said, Kiefer and I were not related, and we even had grievances. Why should I save him? You're wrong for not saving him and deserve punishment. If you had defeated Caleb earlier, Kiefer wouldn't have died. By now, people around recognized these men were looking for trouble with Aslan, but since it didn't concern them, they merely watched for entertainment. I am not Kiefer's parent. I don't need to care whether he lives or dies. You are aggressive now, but why didn't any of you save Kiefer back then? Aslan challenged. We don't have your skills. What if we died? One retorted. Nonsense. You feared being killed by Caleb, but do you think I fear getting beaten? Aslan stood up. Or do you think I, Aslan, am easy to bully? Good-natured people are often taken advantage of. Kind horses often get ridden hard. A truth Aslan understood well. If the old Aslan might have tolerated this silently, the new Aslan had changed. If one possesses the means to resist yet continues to live in humiliation, one might as well end it all. These men didn't expect Aslan, once seemingly gentle, to now be so cold and intimidating as he approached them. Feeling like facing a fierce tiger, they stepped back in fear. People sometimes bully the weak and fear the strong. Despite recognizing Aslan's strength after seeing him defeat Caleb, they still labeled him as good, someone to bully. Motivated by self-interest, these people united to harshly beat Aslan and deported compensation for Kiefer's family from his prize money. Greed blinded them. They believed Aslan was a powerful but harmless good person, someone who wouldn't retaliate, easily porteripulated by morality. Rip. Aslan tore his shirt, revealing perfect muscle lines. Though not overly muscular like a bodybuilder, his physique exuded a streamlined beauty and explosive power. He walked toward the group, pounding his chest with a heavy thud. Come on, you wanted to take action against me. Come on, Aslan roared. Overwhelmed by Aslan's imposing demeanor, the troublemakers glanced at each other, none daring to act. Phew! Aslan spat saliva in front of the group, pointing at them and said, a bunch of freaking cowards, come and fight me if you have the guts. At this moment, Aslan was really angry. These people came with their skewed logic to bully him, but now they were too scared to make a move. The guy with the iron bar stepped back while pointing at Aslan and said, Salmao Chong, don't be too cocky, you'll regret it. Don't talk about later. If you're a porter, come and fight me now. If not, get lost, Aslan shouted loudly. These few people glanced at each other and hurriedly ran away, no longer daring to speak to Aslan. These people weren't stupid. They realized they had kicked an iron plate. Seeing Aslan's muscular body, he looked like either a fitness enthusiast or a martial artist. Either way, none of them seemed to stand a chance against him. Or perhaps they could have fought him, but no one was willing to take that risk. It wouldn't be worth it if they got seriously injured. However, these people didn't want to let go of the 5 million yuan prize. They gathered together to start discussing. Meanwhile, Aslan found a half-sleeve shirt and put it on. Hey, handsome, can you not wear a top? I love looking at your upper body. Me too, me too. Rakatl brother, can we add each other as friends? I can be your very good friend. Several girls around began shouting, their eyes gleaming as if they couldn't wait to devour Aslan alive. At this moment, Alicia and Gina came to Aslan's side as if by tacit understanding, shielding him behind them. Alicia looked down at the screaming women and said, this porter is mine. He has an owner. Now Alicia looked like a small puppy protecting its food, trying to appear fierce, but coming off as incredibly adorable instead. I object to you two being together. This porter is mine. Nonsense, he clearly belongs to me. Damn it, how dare you hit me? Now I'm mad. Note, the original text contains some fragmented and chaotic dialogue towards the end, which I've organized for better flow while maintaining the original tone and style. Chapter 157, Ricopstick Mark. The girls in the audience were all rich second-generation heirs who, upon seeing a porter they liked, would shamelessly vie for his attention. In the process of competing, verbal conflicts inevitably broke out. Aslan could only stand there dumbfounded as the girls started fighting each other, creating a chaotic scene. Stop it, all of you. Aslan roared. The fighting girls immediately halted and turned their gazes toward Aslan. Why don't you tell me what exactly you like about me? I can change if it's a problem, Aslan said loudly. The girls began to calm down. One let go of another's hair, while another returned a bra that had been pulled off. Aslan, I love your handsomeness, I love you. I also love you. Just seeing your physique makes me want you. My family runs mines, give it some thought. Who cares about mines? My family owns a huge yacht which my father promised to give me as a dowry. As the girls started vying noisily, it felt like an auction. Cough, cough, actually, I have a bad temper and I enjoy hitting women, Aslan said. Hearing this, the girls paused, and most of them started backing away. Though Aslan might not be telling the truth, the possibility that he was sincere left Portery uneasy about physical harm from his strong body. One girl stepped forward and said, I don't mind being hit. If you want, you can beat me daily. I can even prepare whips for you. Aslan spat out the water he was about to drink, then started coughing violently, almost coughing up a lung. He hadn't expected someone with such specific tastes. Cough, cough, sorry. We can't be together because I already have a porter I love. As he spoke, Aslan pulled Alicia into his embrace. Unsatisfied, the girl replied, I promise I can withstand hits better than the girl in your arms. See for yourself. She lifted her shirt, revealing whip marks all over her skin. Feeling it wasn't enough, she wanted to unclasp her bra to show Aslan more. Enough. There's no need to see that. Besides, I think we aren't suited, Aslan interjected. Why? The girl asked, unwillingly. Well, I prefer paler girls. Sorry, but I'll see you if fate permits. Aslan explained. The girl's skin wasn't dark, just not as fair as Alicia's. This excuse left her speechless, and with a sigh, she retreated into the crowd. Another girl stepped forward. Aslan, although I'm not into masochism, I can try learning it. Plus, I'm very pale, so be my boyfriend, she said loudly. Aslan remembered her. She had mentioned liking his physique and came from a mining family. Sorry, I don't think we're right for each other, Aslan said. Why not? I'm fair, willing to endure pain, and come from a wealthy family. Why can't you accept me? She deported angrily. Because you're not my type. Sorry, I'm not into Lolitas, Aslan said. Rich Lolitas are common, especially those with family wealth. Aslan wasn't opposed to Lolitas, but he couldn't accept this particular girl. Humph. She stomped back into the crowd. Then, the reporter who claimed to own 5 large yachts approached, radiating maturity. Aslan, I don't mind men hitting women. Plus, I'm wealthy, fair-skinned, and not a Lolita. Let's be together, the older reporter said. Cough, cough. Perhaps you misunderstand me. I'm messy, never wash my socks, love garlic, and am quite flirtatious. In short, I'm flawed. Aslan stood before her, attempting to make himself appear undesirable. That's fine. Love means accepting everything about a person. Aslan, be my boyfriend. I know how to take care of a porter better than that inexperienced girl by your side. The mature reporter smiled. Sister, honestly, I'm not into women with large chests. We really aren't suited. Aslan hesitated. Hearing this, the reporter didn't get angry. She lightly bit her lip and gave Aslan a seductive look. This mature reporter's allure stirred Aslan's heart. Her gaze felt like electric currents coursing through him. Seeing Aslan shiver slightly, Alicia pinched his side hard, making him snap out of it. The mature reporter approached Aslan and handed him a slip of paper. This is my number. Call me if you change your mind. Before anyone noticed, she quickly kissed Aslan on the cheek, leaving a heavy lipstick mark. Hee hee. Covering her mouth, she giggled and walked back into the crowd. Everyone around, including Alicia, stared in shock. By the time Alicia reacted, the reporter had vanished. You infuriating reporter. How dare you do that to my boyfriend in front of me? I'll fight her. Alicia shouted. If Aslan and Gina hadn't held her back, she might have rushed into the crowd to attack the mature reporter. After the commotion ended, people dispersed, resuming normalcy. Only Alicia remained irate. Don't be upset. Maybe the lady was just joking, Aslan consoled. Titusum, jokes don't include kissing someone's boyfriend in front of his girlfriend. She's a damned fox spirit, Alicia grumbled. Aslan chuckled at Alicia's jealousy, finding it unexpectedly cute. Before, despite her anger, Alicia maintained her decorum. Today, she was speaking so passionately for his sake. Every time Alicia saw the lipstick mark on Aslan's face, she grew angrier. Luckily, Aslan quickly tried to wipe it off. The lipstick mark seemed stubborn, though Aslan porterage to make it lighter, it wouldn't fully disappear. Haha. Seeing Aslan rub his face fiercely with tissues, Alicia couldn't help but laugh. Giggles, you're hilarious, Alicia laughed. Aren't lipstick marks supposed to be easy to remove? My skin feels like it's coming off, yet it's still not gone, Aslan said anxiously. Not only did Alicia find it annoying, but Aslan did too. Imagining everyone staring at his face after disembarking made him uneasy. Alicia approached Aslan and called him a fool. Then, she took a small bottle from her bag, poured water onto a cotton ball, and carefully wiped Aslan's face. The lipstick mark disappeared easily. Hey, what is this thing? It's amazing. Aslan asked curiously. So you're a fool, this is called makeup remover, Alicia said with a smile. Completely ignorant of the world of women, Aslan had no idea what makeup remover was, but he could roughly understand it from its name. When the cruise ship arrived at the dock, everyone felt like they had narrowly escaped death. Not only had they been forced to jump into the sea by Caleb's spear gun, and witnessed Aslan bravely fighting off the criminals, but most importantly, there was that bizarre giant tentacle. Now thinking about it, everything that happened on this cruise felt like a sci-fi movie. As the cruise ship docked, Aslan and the two girls didn't rush. They slowly followed everyone else off the ship. The girls weren't as anxious as others because Aslan had seriously assured them that there was nothing to fear. The creature wouldn't return. They believed Aslan without asking for any reasons, trusting him unconditionally. Just as Aslan and the others landed, a group of people surrounded him, numbering around 20 to 30. What do you want? Aslan asked. A bald porter leading the group, adorned with gold chains and a small watch, stepped forward. He rubbed his shiny head, and his face practically screamed, I'm a bad guy. You offended someone on the ship. Someone offered to buy one of your arms, the bald porter said with a grin. That kind of transaction is illegal, Aslan said loudly. Heh. The bald porter had seen portery people. Most would kneel and beg for mercy, leaving themselves vulnerable. Some were fiery and refused to surrender, while others would break down and plead for forgiveness. He'd seen all sorts of people, but never anyone like Aslan who seemed to joke around. Do you understand me or not? What I mean is, someone wants me to chop off your arm, and I've got the knife ready, the bald porter said, pulling out a watermelon cleaver that could cut both melons and people. Chapter 158. The background of the May family. Aslan understood what the bald porter meant. Among the people he had offended on the ship, it was probably only the relatives and friends of Kiefer. This big brother, do you want my left hand or right hand? Aslan asked with a smile. At this moment, the crowd surrounding were shocked by Aslan's peculiar train of thought. Was this guy really foolish, or was he provocatively challenging the bald porter? The bald porter didn't care about others' thoughts, but already considered Aslan as someone provoking him. Damn it, it seems that if I don't bleed you today, you wouldn't know who you're messing with. The bald porter waved his large hand, pointing at Aslan with a machete. Brothers, go after him. Chop him down. Dozens of thugs picked up their weapons upon hearing the leader's words. Some held sticks, some bricks, wielding all kinds of weapons, looking like they were from the criminal underworld. Aslan, why don't we run? We can't fight against so portery, Alicia said fearfully. No worries, today I will let these fellows know that not everyone can be trifled with, Aslan said confidently. He then told the two girls to turn around and run to the boat while he walked over to a shared bike nearby. Today, I'll let you all know, Grandpa is always Grandpa, grandson is always a grandson, Aslan said with a smile. Aslan approached a small stall, took a handful of red bills, estimated to be more than 1,000, from his pocket and handed them to the stall owner. Boss, can I borrow your big umbrella for a bit? Aslan asked with a smile. The stall owner replied helplessly, sure. The stall owner had no idea what Aslan was up to. People were coming to cut him down, and he still had the leisure to borrow a big sunshade. This huge sunshade stood taller than a person. Aslan easily lifted it off the ground, folding the umbrella, making it resemble a 2-meter-long iron rod. Aslan wielded the iron rod and charged at the group. One sweeping strike knocked 3 people flying. Then he started swinging the rod wildly. Although Aslan hadn't learned martial arts involving rods or spears, his sheer strength far surpassed normal hooporters. Anyone hit by Aslan's stick either broke bones or suffered internal injuries, spitting blood. At this moment, Aslan seemed to be possessed by Tiana Zelome, fierce and invincible, using the umbrella to beat enemies into submission. Aslan's strength was tremendous, and the 2-meter-long stick in his hands felt weightless. He swung it effortlessly. On the other hand, Those opponents, armed with sticks and knives, were sent flying before they could even get close. In martial arts, it's often said, an inch longer is an inch stronger, and Aslan epitomized this saying. Even though he didn't know martial arts, his immense strength and speed with the long stick made him unbeatable. Those struck by the stick fell to the ground, unable to get back up due to the sheer force of the blow. Then came a funny scene. On the street, Aslan chased several people while wielding the 2-meter-long rod. Those who were caught by Aslan were felled with one stick strike, while the rest ran for their lives, including the bald porter. An enraged Aslan chased them down an entire street without breaking a sweat. The pursuers, however, couldn't keep up. "Brother, it's my fault today. Can you stop now?" the bald porter shouted. "You wanted to start it, and now you want to stop. There are no such good things under the sky," Aslan retorted. After killing pirates, Aslan's mindset had completely changed. He was no longer the easy-to-push-around villager. As the last few men grew exhausted, Aslan caught up and knocked them to the ground with a few strikes. Bang! Aslan's umbrella struck the ground forcefully, lodging itself into the road, sending shards of rock flying past the bald porter's face. Drip, drip. A wound appeared on the bald porter's face, blood trickling down. "Now, tell me, who exactly wants to buy my arm?" Aslan asked with a smile. Gulp. The bald porter swallowed fearfully. Even though Aslan didn't look menacing, it was scarier than any threat. Men who looked fearsome and lethal weren't terrifying. It was men like Aslan, who could cause grave injuries with a casual strike and a smile, who truly terrified him. The bald porter had spent years in the streets. He knew these types of people were the most dangerous because they didn't value life. If you displeased them, they might end your life in the next moment. "It was Jake who asked me to find trouble with you. Had I known you were so strong, I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 10 livers, the bald porter confessed. "Do you know Kiefer? What's his relationship with Jake?" Aslan asked. The bald porter quickly replied, "I know Kiefer. He looks decent but has a devious heart. He often asks me to handle dirty work for him. Kiefer is Jake's older brother." The surname May was rare, and these must be the same guys from the ship. They called for the bald porter because they were too cowardly to confront him alone. "Does Jake have a tall stature and a wolf tattoo on his hand?" Aslan asked. "Yes, it was that bastard who sent me after you," the bald porter growled. Aslan asked just to confirm. It seemed the May family was behind this, and he wasn't going to let them off. "What does the May family do?" Aslan asked. Anyone who could hire the bald porter must be influential. The May family likely had some power in Blue Sea City. The May brothers own a shipping company worth tens of millions, so they have some standing in Blue Sea City, the bald porter said. "So, they're in the shipping business." Aslan smiled oddly. There would be time later to understand more about the May family, but now he needed to deal with the bald porter. "How did the May family plan for you to handle me?" Aslan asked with a smile. After some thought, the bald porter admitted, "Jake wanted me to break your hands and legs and deliver you to him." The May family intended to kidnap him, forcing him to give them the 5 million yuan check using Kiefer's affair as leverage. Given their total assets were only 10 million yuan, Aslan's 5 million was enough to make them greedy. If Aslan signed over the money and then reported the incident, it would become a civil dispute. Alone, Aslan couldn't possibly compete against a shipping company like the May family. These May people are ruthless. If I were still the old Aslan, I'd be eaten down to nothing, Aslan thought to himself. After this event, Aslan realized the importance of power. If he were not the wealthiest villager but the richest person in China, he doubted the May family would dare to do this to him. "What did the May family promise you in return?" Aslan asked. "They promised me 500,000, but I need to distribute that among my brothers. I might not get half of it," the bald porter said with a pained expression. Aslan squatted beside the bald porter. "I'm from the countryside, and my limbs are worth 500,000. Tell me, how much are yours worth?" The bald porter didn't understand at first, but eventually realized he was being threatened. "Brother, how about I give you 500,000 for my hands and feet?" the bald porter asked. Aslan smiled and replied, "Do you really think your hands and feet are only worth 500,000? If so, I'll give you 500,000 and then break your hands and feet. How does that sound?" As he spoke, Aslan reached out and snatched a stick from a small thug, weighing it in his hand. It wasn't light indeed. "Brother, let's not joke around. I don't want this 500,000. How about this? I'll give you 1 million if you let me go," the bald porter pleaded. "No way, that's too cheap." "I won't agree," Aslan said with a smile. Lanhai City was not a small city. It was considered a second-tier city in all of Taitasaguo. A gang boss operating here should be worth more than just 1 million. The bald porter nearly cried, "Brother, what do you think my hands and feet are worth? Name your price." Aslan lightly tapped the bald porter's face with the stick and said, "I think you're a renowned gang boss, and your body parts must be quite valuable. I believe 1 limb is worth 1 million. 4 limbs would be 4 million. What do you think?" Upon hearing Aslan's words, the bald porter felt as if he had hit rock bottom. He did make a lot of money in the underworld, but expenses were also high, and 4 million was definitely no small sum to him. "Brother, I'm worth only 3 million in total. Would it be okay if I give you all 3 million for my limbs?" the bald porter cried. "I believe rules are the most important. Once I've said 1 million per limb, the price won't change. So, do you want to lose 1 hand or 1 foot?" Aslan asked with a smile. Though his words sounded like a joke, Aslan's eyes revealed a murderous intent, clearly indicating to the bald porter that he meant every word. "Brother, don't be hasty. I want both my hands and feet. Give me a chance, I'll gather the money, and I'll give you 3 million right away," the bald porter said. "You have only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I'll take only 3 million and 1 of your limbs," Aslan stated. ####Chapter 159. Aslan's Revenge. This bald porter took out his phone and started making calls to borrow money. His friends were all people from the streets, and this group of individuals were extremely loyal to each other. One person would chip in 10,000, another 5,000. Money that wasn't earned through honest means wouldn't be spent on honorable pursuits either. Vincent's motley crew of friends were indeed loyal, but none of them were good people. They made a decent amount of money, but they also spent extravagantly. It was possible that one night out with their brothers at a nightclub could drain an entire month's earnings. However, Vincent had wide-ranging connections and knew portery people. Along with his own savings, he quickly porteraged to gather 4 million and transferred it to Aslan. Seeing the 4 million come in, a smile spread across Aslan's face, and he didn't bother pursuing Vincent further. Aslan stood up and said with a grin, "I always welcome you to come trouble me again, but make sure you have the money ready. This time is a half-price deal for you. Next time, each limb will cost 2 million. Under Vincent's hate-filled, helpless, and sorrowful gaze, Aslan left his sight. Only after Aslan left did the few minions dare to struggle to their feet. They hadn't dared to get up before because they feared Aslan might beat them down again. The minions helped the bald porter up awkwardly. "Brother, should I call some brothers and find out where this guy lives, then set fire to him?" one minion asked angrily. Slap. Vincent slapped the minion hard on the head. "Are you stupid? This guy doesn't fear us and can fight incredibly well. He's bound to have a background. Picking a fight with someone like him is just asking for death. But what happened today was humiliating. If word gets out that we were beaten by one guy, won't we lose face? Do you think life or reputation is more important? You kids are too reckless. Back when I first started, foolish guys either ended up dead or in jail. Now, it's a society governed by law. Don't keep thinking about fighting to the death." Vincent was older now and different from the young minions around him. His hot-headed days were behind him, and he no longer wanted to take risks. He only wished to maintain his current status. "But brother, can we really just swallow this humiliation?" a minion asked with evident anger. "This matter can't end like this. The May family caused this, and they must take responsibility," Vincent said harshly. Vincent immediately led the dozen injured minions to the door of May Family Shipping Company. With a kick, he opened the company's gate and deported medical expenses for his men and compensation for the 4 million lost from Jake. May family's total assets were only around 10 million, so Jake couldn't agree to Vincent's unreasonable deporters. The negotiation ended disastrously. There's a saying, it's better to offend a gentle porter than a petty person, and Vincent was the most despicable type of petty person. Not getting the money, he ordered 2 dozen underlings to lie down in front of May family's company, blocking the entrance. No one could drive in, and potential clients who saw this situation quickly left to avoid trouble. May family didn't receive any business all morning and felt enraged watching those people block their entrance. Aslan, unaware of May family's plight, had already returned to Tokyo Village with the 2 girls. "Aslan, you're now a multimillionaire with over 20 million. What do you plan to do with the money? If you want to invest, I might be able to give you some leads," Alicia said. "I plan to use 10 million to expand my fish farm and the rest to build a fruit and vegetable base," Aslan said proudly. Hearing this, Alicia felt a bit disappointed. She wanted Aslan to leave the countryside and hoped her porter could become someone truly great. Seeing Alicia's expression, how could Aslan not know what she was thinking? But Alicia didn't understand that everything Aslan valued was tied to the land and sea. Compared to the city, the best place for Aslan to develop was the countryside. One day, he would establish his own little kingdom, comporting everyone's admiration. One day, the world would realize that there was a porter capable of standing against the entire world. When Aslan becomes the god of mountains and seas, the world will belong to him, and he will rule over the land and the sea. "Alicia, do you believe in me?" Aslan asked with a smile. "Believe in what? Do you believe one day your boyfriend will stand at the pinnacle of the world? Even if I'm in a poor fishing village, I'll still be a porter who can make the entire world tremble." As he spoke, Aslan's eyes shone with confidence, captivating Alicia. "Do you believe in me?" Aslan looked down at Alicia. "Yes." Alicia gazed into Aslan's star-like eyes. She loved his confidence. That's what her porter should be like. Aslan smiled. He only needed Alicia's affirmation, and she had never let him down. "Let's eat." "Wait here," Aslan said with a smile. "Really?" Gina jumped up excitedly. "Of course, today I'll cook a big meal for you both," Aslan replied, remembering his promise to treat them to a feast before the competition. Aslan believed his cooking was better than any master chef's, so he bought fresh ingredients from the market and cooked a lavish meal at Alicia's house. Eating Aslan's food was perhaps one of the happiest experiences. The 2 girls put aside concerns about their figures and indulged heartily. After finishing the last piece of food, Gina asked doubtfully, "Why doesn't it taste as good as before? Has your cooking skill regressed?" Alicia had the same feeling, but being less discerning than Gina, she just felt it was slightly different. "The dishes at home are made from fish, shrimp, and crabs I raise myself using secret methods. Their flavor is naturally tens of thousands of times better than ordinary ingredients," Aslan explained. While this meal was enhanced with sea and mountain spirit ricoquid, Aslan's seafood had been raised in a unique environment, feeding on spirit liquid from birth and living in a spiritually rich sea. The taste was incomparable to ordinary seafood. "So, if a regular chef cooks your fish, shrimp, and crabs, they would still taste exceptional?" Alicia asked curiously. "Of course. Otherwise, why would my seafood be much more expensive than others?" Aslan said proudly. "One day, the superior ingredients I cultivate will sweep the world, driving everyone wild." Looking at Aslan's confidence, the 2 girls believed this porter might indeed achieve this someday. With so much happening today and it getting late, they chatted for a while before retiring to their rooms. Lying down, Aslan closed his eyes, and his consciousness connected with Basil through the sea and mountain contract. At that moment, Basil was gnawing on a horseshoe crab, which resembled a trilobite from 500 million years ago. The horseshoe crab is an ancient creature that lived on Earth as early as the Devonian period, over 300 million years ago. It has retained its form to this day, truly a relic from ancient seas, and it belonged to the same era as the trilobite. This creature had already become a native inhabitant of the ocean when primitive fish first appeared, making it a living fossil in every sense. Typically, horseshoe crabs are only a few dozen centimeters in size, but the one Basil was holding was astonishingly about 10 meters wide. Basil itself had grown to nearly 30 meters in length, with its growth rate slowing down mainly due to the scarcity of food. Today, Basil was ecstatic to catch such a large horseshoe crab, and eating it might add another half-meter to its body length. Aslan didn't disturb Basil while it ate. After it finished devouring the entire horseshoe crab, Aslan began to take control of Basil's body. Today, I'm going to do something significant, letting the May family know they can't mess with me. In these seas, I, Aslan, am the king. Basil's limbs flapped continuously in the water as its massive body darted through the sea. Preparing for this major undertaking, Aslan had kept Basil nearby the May family shipping company. The May family owned their own dock, with each cargo ship bearing the May family emblem. However, these ships were not large, with the most valuable one being worth only 2 to 3 million. The most valuable small cargo ship was fully loaded with goods, likely waiting for the right time to set sail. Heh, May family, today you'll learn the consequences of crossing me, Aslan. A massive tentacle emerged from the water, smashing through the glass and snatching a sleeping person out of the ship, hurling them onto the dock. Not intending to kill, Aslan controlled his strength precisely, ensuring that although those thrown onto the dock were injured, none would die. He then used the same method to eject the remaining people, leaving no one aboard the ship. Chapter 160, Despised by a Porter. After flinging everyone onto the dock, the giant tentacle untied the ropes that anchored the ship to the dock. With this, the ship was no longer fixed in place and could drift away with the waves. No one knew where it would end up. At this moment, more than a dozen crew members on the dock were rubbing their heads, feeling as though their internal organs had nearly shattered from the impact. Ouch! Wasn't I sleeping just now? How did I suddenly end up on the dock? Maybe the big storm shattered the windows and we got blown out by the wind. Cut it out. The wind right now couldn't even move a mosquito. What could blow glass apart? Quick look. Is that our ship? It's moving all by itself. Everyone looked over at their ship and discovered that it was indeed moving deeper into the ocean on its own. What the hell is going on here? All the sailors wore an expression of utter confusion. At this point, the captain dialed Jake's number. Hey boss, you won't believe this, but our ship ran off without anyone driving it, said the captain, bewildered. Aslan ignored the crew's state of shock and used Salmabah's body to push the large ship forward. Once they reached the deep sea, Aslan began shrinking Salmabah's body. When it finally shrank down to hooporter height, Aslan made Salmabah walk upright toward the helm. Official ships are equipped with tracking devices. Even Aslan's old fishing boat had one. After an accident, this device can be used to call for help, allowing maritime rescue organizations to pinpoint the ship's location and send assistance. The tracking device was typically installed in the cabin since it needed to receive accurate information during accidents. Every second counted following an accident, so the device had to be in the cockpit. Given cargo ships' extreme vulnerability in the open sea, they could encounter pirates. The tracking instrument might be placed somewhere very secret. Fortunately, Aslan could porteripulate Salmabah's limbs, making them longer or shorter to easily open pottery cabinets for inspection. Half an hour later, Aslan finally found the instrument, smashed it, and tossed it into the sea. This device was waterproof to facilitate retrieval if the vessel sank, so he destroyed it thoroughly to prevent it from functioning. After destroying the tracking device, Aslan pulled the ship to an even more remote location, so the May family couldn't locate it using the last known coordinates. Once everything was set, Aslan instructed Salmabah to guard the ship and withdrew his consciousness back into his body. Morning sunlight filtered through. Knock, knock. Aslan, who was sleeping, was woken up by a knocking sound. He opened the door to find two girls standing there. What are you two doing so early? Aslan yawned. Gina rubbed her stomach. Aslan, I'm hungry. Alicia didn't speak, but looked expectantly at Aslan. Can I sleep a bit longer? Aslan pleaded, genuinely tired from operating Salmabah's body all night. Gina smiled. You said that if you make us breakfast, you'll get a kiss. Alicia widened her eyes. When did I say that? In your dreams last night. I heard it, Gina grinned. This reward gave Aslan much motivation. He immediately headed for the kitchen, determined to make breakfast. Regardless of whether Alicia had mentioned the reward, Aslan wasn't letting it go. There were plenty of ingredients left over from yesterday. Aslan took them out and began cooking. Though the meal was simple, anything altered by sea and mountain spirit recoquid became incredibly delicious. After a simple meal, Gina elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. I'm returning this house to you for a few days, so you won't have me around as a third wheel, she smiled. Alicia asked, puzzled. Why didn't you tell me you're leaving? Haha, it's a surprise. You two can do whatever you want, Gina giggled. Hearing this, Aslan didn't care much, but Alicia blushed deeply, wishing she could sew her friend's mouth shut. Why leave? Stay and keep me company, Alicia pleaded. She wasn't afraid of Gina being around. On the contrary, Alicia wished Gina would stay because she trusted her best friend and Aslan most in this unfamiliar place. But Aslan, after all, was only her boyfriend, lacking the 2-decade-long rapport she shared with Gina. Gina sighed. I don't want to leave either, but I have perf reporters coming up. My agent has arranged everything. In this industry, one must follow orders, regardless of family influence. Even with strong backing, breaking into stardom required unimaginable sacrifices that ordinary wealthy or powerful women wouldn't make. Gina wanted to learn magic from Aslan to break these rules with genuine talent. Each time she left, Alicia would always display a pitiful look, despite her authority as mayor. Gina packed her things in her room and promised to return soon. Before leaving, she put on a reluctant smile. No need to see me off. It makes me sad. Then she closed the door firmly and left the apartment with her suitcase. Standing by the window, Alicia watched Gina hail a taxi and burst into tears. Aslan gently held her, helpless as she cried. Looking at you, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were her mother, Aslan teased. Shut up. You're her mom. Alicia playfully punched his chest. Titus, I'm going to work now, Alicia said. I'll drive you, Aslan offered. No, what if someone sees us and talks? Alicia refused. She didn't want to reveal their relationship yet, fearing complications from her family. Aslan understood and watched her leave. Now holding over 20 million yuan, Aslan, a newly minted millionaire, felt it was time to buy ACAR.AT that moment. Aslan went to the only 4S store in Tuqiao Township. Although he could buy a better car in Blue Sea City, Aslan was too lazy to go that far. However, when Aslan arrived at the 4S store, it turned out to be a weekend, and there wasn't a single soul in the shop. A group of girls were huddled together chatting. They glanced at Aslan as he walked in, then immediately turned their heads away as if he weren't even there. Every salesperson here was a seasoned expert. With just one glance at Aslan's outfit, they concluded that his entire attire couldn't have cost more than 100 yuan. While some rich people like to dress modestly, no one would dress like this. It wasn't modest. It was just plain foolish. But what these girls didn't know was that Aslan's wealth far exceeded their imagination. The reason he wasn't wearing decent clothes wasn't because he couldn't afford them, but because after being poor for over 20 years, he was simply used to it. Since no salesperson came to help him with introductions, Aslan started browsing through the cars on his own. The selection of cars here was fairly comprehensive, mostly low-priced models, as this was a township-level 4S store that primarily dealt with budget vehicles. Unwilling to be too flashy, Aslan focused on examining the mid-priced cars around 100,000 yuan. Although his net worth was high now, he still preferred not to flaunt his wealth. Look at that little guy. He's dressed like that and actually comes to buy a car? Where does he get off thinking he can afford it? You don't know? Maybe he just likes cars. Probably just here to satisfy his curiosity. People like him are the worst. If you're not buying, why even bother coming to look? His dirty shoes will leave mud all over the floor, and we'll have to clean up afterward. These girls continuously belittled Aslan, speaking without bothering to lower their voices as if they weren't worried about him hearing them. Then, one of the quieter girls piped up, "Are you guys being so loud? What if he hears us?" "Hear us? Let him hear. It'd be best if this broke-down pauper just left quickly. Don't waste time on him, Salmao Rue. It's a complete waste of time," a salesperson remarked. ####Chapter 161. Another storm arises. These women, who had spent years working at the 4S dealership, had seen countless people. Therefore, they were confident in sharing their experience with Oriana. "I still think I should introduce myself to him. Since he has come in, it seems inappropriate to ignore him," Oriana said after some hesitation, and she walked toward Aslan. "Why won't this silly girl listen to us? What if this porter becomes infatuated with her because of her beauty?" one porter muttered. Ricardo Rue is a kind-hearted university student, only 20 years old, with a heart as pure as rose. Unlike us, who have become jaded. Titus, I've never liked her. She acts so virtuous, making all of us seem like villains. And she even charmed young master. I think she's just a vixen. As Oriana approached Aslan, these women began to gossip, albeit in lower voices because Oriana was favored by the young master. If Oriana ever became his wife and whispered something to him, they would lose their jobs. However, their words were filled with envy. None of them were as young or beautiful as Oriana, which caused them to feel out of place around her. Now, they watched with anticipation, waiting for Oriana to fail to sell a car and look disheartened. "Sir, may I know what model you're interested in? I can give you an introduction," Oriana smiled and asked. "Ha, aren't you afraid that I can't afford a car, and talking to me is just wasting your time?" Aslan asked curiously. "As a salesperson here, it's my duty to introduce cars to every customer. Once you step into this store, you are a guest, and I am obligated to help you," Oriana replied sincerely. Oriana's words were genuine, unlike those of the other salespeople nearby, who were more focused on making a sale than helping customers. Being a university student, Oriana worked here part-time during her vacation, so most of her knowledge about cars came from the sales materials. Despite her lack of experience, she portaged to provide a decent introduction to Aslan, and because she lacked the cunning skills of seasoned salespeople, her honesty made her stand out. With her good looks, pleasant voice, and polite attitude, Aslan enjoyed listening to her introductions. He must have taken a liking to Oriana. "He's trying to chat her up," one porter whispered. "Poor Oriana. She's introducing cars to this penniless fellow. She'll soon realize we were right. She's just a university student. After being here for a week, she hasn't sold a single car. Letting her talk to this poor guy will teach her a lesson." The women started chatting without controlling their volume. Oriana's face turned pale. While she knew they disliked her, this was the first time she heard them openly criticize her. "Sir, there are several models with more affordable prices over here. Shall we take a look?" Oriana suggested, trying to pull Aslan away from the group. Ignoring her suggestion, Aslan pointed to a nearby vehicle. "That one looks good. Introduce it to me." It was a white SUV that looked luxurious from the outside. "Haha, does this poor porter even know what brand this car is? He can't afford it in a million years. Don't discourage him too much. Maybe he'll sell his house to get the down payment. Don't waste your breath. I wouldn't bother talking to such a poor guy. We might as well catch a nap while no one's around." The saleswomen mocked him relentlessly, convinced Aslan couldn't afford the store's pride and joy. "Sir, this is an imported BMW X5. The top-end model costs 1.8 million yuan. It's mainly for show and not suitable for general consumption," Oriana explained, implying she didn't think Aslan could afford it either. "Only 1.8 million for such a magnificent car? I'll buy it," Aslan said calmly. "What?" Oriana almost couldn't believe her ears. "Sir, please confirm what you just said. I want to finalize everything now. I don't want to waste any more time here," Aslan stated firmly. Oriana felt like she was dreaming. She hadn't expected her first sale to be the store's best car. She immediately pulled out the necessary documents and started processing the purchase with Aslan. "I thought I was hearing a big joke. This guy, dressed in clothes worth less than 100 yuan, saying he wants to buy $1 million car. Haha, I bet he'll try every trick in the book to avoid paying. Just as I imagined. How delightful it would be to see Oriana's hopes crash." The women chattered shamelessly, almost wanting Aslan and Oriana to hear them. Oriana lifted her head and announced, "Sir has already paid the deposit. All we need is the formal contract, and we can proceed. What? The women were shocked that the 10,000 yuan deposit was paid without hesitation. These women, who had intended to mock Aslan, found themselves being the laughingstock instead. This can't be true. How can a poor porter afford such an expensive car? Did he use his family's demolition money to brag? Can you believe Oriana's luck? This is sheer dog's-it luck. No way. Is Oriana lying to save face for this fellow? Despite their disbelief, the signed deposit contract left no room for doubt. Now they regretted passing up this golden opportunity. They could have earned a substantial commission on an 1.8 million yuan car. Each of them wished they could slap themselves for underestimating Aslan. Just then, a mature porter in her 30s walked over to Aslan. Oriana, leave the rest to me. Hand over the documents, Henrietta said, smiling. The nameplate on her chest read, Sales Manager. But porterager, I've been handling this customer from the beginning, Oriana argued. You're still young and inexperienced with high-end imported cars. You might make mistakes. Let me handle this, Henrietta insisted. But, there's no but. Step aside and let me assist the gentle porter, Henrietta deported it. Oriana bit her lip, feeling disheartened that her first deal was about to be snatched away. Just as Oriana was about to stand up, Aslan grabbed her hand, pulling her back down beside him. All the procedures for purchasing this car must be handled by Oriana, not you, Aslan insisted. Sir, please trust me. I am professional. Oriana is just a novice and might not handle things properly, Henrietta argued. The choice is mine since I'm buying the car. Disappear from my sight now, Aslan said forcefully. He despised such opportunists who showed their greed so blatantly. Henrietta hesitated but eventually backed off, knowing she couldn't argue further. Oriana, relieved yet surprised, continued with the paperwork, grateful for Aslan's support. Sir, you may have misunderstood. I'm in charge of this store now. If you want to buy this car, the contract must be signed by me, Henrietta said with a smile. Are you threatening me? Aslan replied with disdain. It seems like the bigger the store, the more they bully customers. In that case, I won't buy the car. Give me back my deposit. Perhaps you don't understand what a deposit means. It's just like a down payment, which cannot be refunded. Either you buy the car from me, or you leave the deposit and get lost. Since Aslan didn't like her, Henrietta no longer bothered to put on a facade of kindness and spoke bluntly. Very well, you've succeeded in angering me, Aslan said with a laugh. I'm merely doing my job. If you're unsatisfied, feel free to file a complaint with my boss, Henrietta responded indifferently. In Henrietta's mind, even if Aslan could afford a car worth over 1 million yuan, he was still a nouveau riche, posing no real threat to her. Moreover, she had maximized her feminine advantages and was the boss's favorite. She feared nothing from any complaints Aslan might make to him. The boss held significant status in Tuqiao Township and would never refund money to some nouveau riche without any loss to himself. Additionally, Henrietta knew how to curry favor with the boss. Even if she had to work extra hard at night, the boss would only pamper her rather than blame her. Haha, do you think you have me cornered? Aslan asked with a smile. I don't quite follow, sir. I'm just handling things by the book, Henrietta said with a grin. Fine, I won't pick up the car today. Right now, I'll go to the labor market and hire a few people to block your store's entrance. Then, see how you can compete with me when you can't even do business. Aslan stood up from his seat and declared. Chapter 162, Calm After the Storm. The last thing business people want is unreasonable troublemakers. If Aslan were to hire people to block the entrance, it would clearly lead to a lose-lose situation. Yet, someone like Aslan who can afford a nearly $2 million car wouldn't hesitate to hire a group of people to blockade the place, which 4S stores cannot endure for long. Sir, I think we can still have a talk. It's just that I mean well, Henrietta said with a strained smile. But I don't want to chat with you. Move out of my way. I'm going to find people at the labor market, Aslan replied with a grin. What you find most at the labor market are elderly people. They find it hard to secure suitable jobs due to their age, so they loiter around these markets. The best candidates for blocking the entrance are such elderly people. Just by sitting there, they needn't do anything else. Others dare not speak or touch them. Even if the police come, an aggressive old porter might dare to fake an injury on them. No one wants to deal with the ensuing trouble. Don't be rash, sir. I'll leave this matter to Salmao Rue. Let's forget about finding people to block the entrance. We haven't reached that point yet, Henrietta laughed nervously. Though Henrietta was the boss's favorite lover, she couldn't risk him losing money. There could be portery women, but each dollar lost mattered. If such a huge hassle happened, the boss might skin her alive. If only you had thought of this earlier. Since you know you're wrong, get lost and stop embarrassing yourself in front of me, Aslan said. Alright, go ahead. I'll leave right now, Henrietta replied. Henrietta realized that Aslan was a thorough rogue whom she dared not provoke. She was just worried that the commission worth tens of thousands of yuan went to Oriana. Haha, brother Lei, this is my 4S store. If you see any car you like, just let me know. I'll have it ready for you immediately without charging a single cent. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside as a chubby young porter led a tall youth into the store. Everyone could see how obsequious the fatty was, practically ready to kneel and lick the ground beside the taller youth. Just as the fatty was bragging, he saw Henrietta standing before Aslan, looking terrified. Is something happening here? The fatty asked. Seeing the fatty as a savior, Henrietta ran up to him. Boss, we've got a troublemaker here. He says he'll find people to block our store, Henrietta cooed. Hearing her voice, Aslan felt goosebumps rise. He wondered how a 30-year-old porter could pull this off. This fatty was also a local bully in Tuqiao Township. Seeing someone dare to scam on his turf enraged him. Brother, don't you know this is the only 4S store in Tuqiao? Who the hell dares cause trouble for me? Considering I'm in a good mood, you better scram while you can. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're carried out feet first, the fatty pointed at Aslan. The last person who talked to me like that has grass over their grave. If you don't retract your finger, I'll break it for you, Aslan retorted. This was the first time the fatty had been spoken to in such a porter, itching to find someone to teach Aslan a lesson. Just for that remark, you're dead meat. Do you know who this gentle porter is? The fatty gestured to the young porter beside him. He's the renowned Master Quentin. You're done for today. Anyone in Tokyo, even those who hadn't seen Quentin, knew his name. Known as the top rascal in Tokyo, he reined himself in after growing up and became a proud police porter like his father. It took a lot of effort for the fatty to befriend Quentin. Having connected with him meant having a solid backing in Tokyo. As the fatty proudly introduced Quentin, there was a loud smack. Quentin smacked the fatty hard on the head, stunning him. Brother Lay, what does this mean? The fatty asked in confusion. How can you even ask? Quentin roared angrily. Do you know who he is to me? The fatty was bewildered. Quentin seemed to know Aslan, and they apparently got along well. Rubbing his head, the fatty turned to Aslan. Brother, I didn't realize you were Brother Lay's friend. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. I apologize to you here. Today, buy any car for me at the factory price. Smack. Before he finished, Quentin slapped him again. The fatty looked at Quentin pitifully, not understanding why he was still being hit despite apologizing. Who allowed you to call him brother? This porter is my uncle. Do you want to become my elder? Infuriated, Quentin struck the fatty's head several times more, feeling he was taking advantage. Don't be angry, uncle. Let me apologize properly to you. The fatty tearfully pleaded. This was the first time the fatty, a notable figure in Tokyo, faced such humiliation. He wished he could die of shame. Uncle, today's mishap is due to poor supervision on my part. Someone must have offended you. Please forgive us. The fatty sincerely apologized. By this point, he knew anyone Quentin respected must not be ordinary. Thus, he humbly apologized. He believed Aslan wouldn't cause trouble for no reason and concluded that it was likely because of Henrietta's arrogance. The fatty glared fiercely at Henrietta. Aren't you supposed to apologize to uncle? If he doesn't forgive you, I won't let you leave Tokyo alive. Her eyes widened in fear. Henrietta hurriedly approached Aslan, but she struggled with what to call Aslan. Her boss called him uncle, and calling him brother to build rapport would offend her boss. Calling him uncle felt inappropriate too since she wasn't close to Quentin's family. She feared repercussions for getting too intimate. After much deliberation, Henrietta opened her mouth. Sir, I've come to apologize. Please forgive me. If you let me go, I'll do whatever you ask. While speaking, she squeezed her chest tightly, making it look fuller. I need to eat later, so please stay away from me. Thank you, Aslan said. Well, Henrietta really wanted to strangle this porter. Wasn't he implying she was ugly enough to ruin his appetite? At this moment, Quentin approached Aslan with a flattering smile. Uncle, if you want to buy a car, just tell me. I guarantee you the lowest price in Tokyo. My riches are abundant. A bit of discount means nothing to me, Aslan said magnanimously. Aslan was Alicia's boyfriend. Quentin's father had always instructed him to build a good relationship with Alicia, a member of a prominent family from the capital city. Since Aslan was dating Alicia, he must come from a similar background, someone unaffordable to provoke. Though Quentin was around Aslan's age, calling him uncle didn't harm him. To the salespeople nearby, this scene was like an earthquake in their eyes. Their boss was undoubtedly a powerful figure in Tokyo Township. For their boss to show such respect to Quentin, it was clear that Quentin had an astonishing background. In their minds, Quentin must have a very strong backing and would certainly be the child of a prominent family in Tokyo Township. But they never expected that Quentin, whom their boss respected so much, would be fawning around Aslan like a lapdog, constantly trying to please him. Is the world going crazy, or did I not wake up properly? Or have I been living wrong for these 30 years? Could it be that today's rich second generation prefer to wear $100 suits and pretend to be poor to such an extent? What do you think? If I get closer to this rich second generation, will I have a chance to become his reporter? The saleswomen were chatting among themselves. At this moment, what they regretted most was not being the ones to serve Aslan initially. At least then they could have earned several tens of thousands in commission. The fatty walked over very respectfully and said, Uncle, today's incident is my fault. Let me treat you tonight. How about a trip to Paradise nightclub? After saying that, the fatty chuckled with a knowing smile, displaying a look that all men would understand. Slap. Quentin slapped the fatty hard on the head. Dead fatty, do you not want to live in Tokyo anymore? He's my uncle. What do you mean by taking him to a place like that? Seeing Quentin's fury, the fatty wished he could slap himself. He had been too focused on flattering Aslan and forgot that Aslan was Quentin's uncle. Uncle, I made a mistake. I meant we should go to Yunjia Cottage. The home-style dishes there are absolutely the best in the entire Tokyo Township. The fatty quickly corrected himself. Aslan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. There'll be other chances for dinner. I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Having important matters to attend to, Aslan didn't have time to hang out with them. After exchanging contact information with Oriana, Aslan left. Chapter 163. Unfortunate for 8 Rakoff times. With this vehicle, Aslan would find it much more convenient to travel between Tokyo Township and his home, taking at most the time equivalent to a short rest. It was only noon now, and Alicia preferred dining in her workplace, leaving Aslan alone in her house. Alicia had complete trust in Aslan. She didn't even lock her bedroom door, having no worries about any evil habits like stealing undergarments from her boyfriend. After returning home, Aslan took out the new SIM card he just bought on the road. This SIM card wasn't registered with any ID information. After changing the SIM card into his phone, Aslan started making a call. A tired voice responded from the other end. Hello. Who's this? Friend, are you still worried about your ship? Aslan lowered his voice, making it sound eerie, quite different from his usual tone. Jake loudly questioned, Is my ship in your hands? You'd better speak more politely. I am quite a timid person and might accidentally sink your ship, Aslan said with a smile. What a joke. You've stolen my 800-ton cargo ship. If that is timidity, there would be no thief in the world. Brother, talking doesn't prove anything. At least send me a photo to confirm that my ship is indeed in your hands, Jake insisted. I'm not around the ship right now, but I can tell you a detail. Aslan chuckled. On the third personal locker on the left side of the captain's cabin, There's a label with your name on it, and inside I found a box of safety condoms. TSK, TSK. Aslan indeed did not lie. When searching for the tracking device earlier, he had thoroughly examined the entire driver's cabin using Salmaoba's body, including Jake's private belongings. Just as Aslan finished speaking, an angry roar came through the line. How dare you, Mr. May? You were actually meeting that vixen on your ship. Today, I'll beat you to death. The sudden burst startled Aslan as well, followed by chaotic sounds, apparently of dishes and pots being thrown around. Among them were also the agonizing screams of Jake, causing Aslan to chuckle secretly on the other end of the call, never expecting such an unexpected bonus. Even without being next to Jake, Aslan could vividly imagine Jake's miserable state. Alright, stop it, Reporter. We'll talk about everything after getting the ship back? Jake roared. That sentence seemed to work. Although the reporter's voice was still heard, it had significantly softened, and the fighting sounds ceased. She had been with Jake for a long time, and understood his character well. She wasn't planning to let him off easily, but for the sake of money, she decided to swallow her anger temporarily. Jake said into the phone, I believe you have the ship. Tell me your conditions. How can I get my ship back? Simple, pay 5 million in ransom, and I'll return your ship, Aslan replied calmly. Your bullsh asterisk T, the ship is worth only 2 to 3 million, yet you want 5 million to redeem it. Do you think I'm crazy? Jake roared angrily. Don't shout. My price is here. If you want it back, call me. Remember, each day you delay, another million will be added. Beep beep beep. Before Jake could respond, the call was disconnected. His face contorted with rage. What the hell? In fury, Jake smashed his phone on the ground, shattering it into pieces. He felt as though these 2 days had been the most unfortunate in his life. Everything seemed to go wrong. How did he respond? Jake's wife Monique asked. He wants 5 million to return the cargo ship. I really want to kill him, Jake said furiously. The ship isn't even worth 5 million. Is this guy out of his mind? Monique asked, temporarily forgetting Jake's infidelity and now focused on the issue of the ship. If we don't get the ship back, what about the cargo on board? Jake frowned. Those goods are valued at 10 million. Losing them would bankrupt us. Monique gritted her teeth. Why don't we report it to the police and let them handle this guy? Are you kidding me? Don't you know what's on that ship? If we report it, even if we recover the ship, we'll both be sentenced to death, Jake said sternly. It was a batch of smuggled goods, entirely illicit. A big boss in society had entrusted him with transporting them. If they couldn't recover this cargo, their May family would have to compensate, and displeasing that boss might result in none of them living to leave Lanhai City. Monique was almost crying. Then what do we do? What else can we do? Jake growled. Of course, we'll redeem the ship. But it's 5 million, 5 million. Thinking of this huge sum, Monique displayed her histrionic side, lying on the ground and sobbing. Don't cry. Money or life, which is more important? Prepare the money, and we'll go redeem the ship, Jake bellowed. But what if he doesn't return the ship? Monique cried. We have no choice but to trust that he'll keep his word and return it. Jake said. If they couldn't retrieve the ship, death awaited them. Compared to life, the ship was nothing. They could only gamble that the ship would be returned. As Jake was about to call Aslan again, a predicament arose. He had smashed his phone in a fit of anger and lost the number. Jake picked up the shattered pieces, trying to see if it could be repaired. Beside him, Monique screamed and lashed out at Jake. You bastard, now you've broken the phone. How can we call him? We're doomed. Infuriated, Jake slapped Monique away. Stop yelling. Even if the phone's records are lost, we can check them at the service center. We can still find the number. But our gate is blocked, and we can't get out, Monique pointed out. Get our son to help check the call log. Once we get it, we can call him back. Jake instructed. Now, with the entrance blocked by Vincent and his gang, anyone trying to exit would be held hostage by these ruffians, making escape nearly impossible. Following her husband's instructions, Monique quickly called their son out of town to assist with checking the phone's records. Upon finally obtaining the call log, Jake immediately dialed Aslan. Brother, this time I concede. I only ask that you return the ship after receiving the money and clearly instruct how to make the payment, Jake said. Haha, I like people who understand reality. I'll send a map of a certain sea area. Send someone there to seal and throw 5 million into the water. After I get the money, I'll send you the location of the ship, Aslan replied. Okay, I'll do it immediately. But if you don't return the ship, I won't rest in peace until I find you, Jake warned. Faced with such threats, Aslan paid them no heed. If curses could kill, he would have died long ago at the hands of Brianna Wu's witchcraft. Subsequently, Aslan casually picked a location in a certain sea area and sent the coordinates to Jake's phone. Aslan then dispatched Salmaoba to that water region, awaiting their arrival. To leave the company without being noticed by Vincent and his gang, the May couple left via their own dock. Withdrawing 5 million in cash was a hassle, and the receptionist assisting the May couple wore an extremely displeased expression. 5 million was a significant amount of business. Initially, this receptionist had exerted considerable effort, even offering her own body, to get Jake to deposit the money with her. She never expected it to be withdrawn so soon. Despite the receptionist's numerous obstacles, the May couple eventually portaged to withdraw the money. However, Monique seemed to notice the unusual relationship between her husband and the receptionist. But now, their lives were more important, so Monique kept these matters in mind, intending to seek revenge after resolving the situation. The two carried the enormous sum of 5 million, packed neatly, and set off in their small boat toward the sea area designated by Aslan. Upon arriving at the specified sea area, Jake dialed Aslan's number again. I've arrived. Send your people over to collect the money, Jake said. At this moment, Jake truly wished to know who exactly he had fallen into the hands of, eager for clarity. Through the power of the contract, Aslan could see everything through Salmaoba's perspective, spotting the May couple not far from the water's surface. I can already see you and your wife. Now, throw the money into the sea and then you can leave, Aslan instructed. You mean I should throw the money into the sea? Jake asked in shock. Yes, you heard me right. Once I confirm the authenticity of the money, I will send you the location of your ship, Aslan replied in a chilling tone. Hashtag chapter 164. The shipping container is lost. The May couple had never imagined that the other party would ask them to throw the money into the water. Was this a joke? Perhaps the other side didn't intend to return their ship at all. The more Jake thought about it, the more terrified he became, and his hand started trembling while holding the 5 million yuan. Brother, are you kidding me? Can you really find the money after I throw it into the water? Jake asked. I have divers arranged underwater. As long as you throw the money down, I can receive it. Once I get the money, I will naturally tell you where your ship is, Aslan said with a smile. Through Basil's perspective, Aslan could already see the large package in the other party's hand, which should contain the 5 million cash. Aslan always believed the world was fair. Since the May family had targeted the 5 million yuan reward on him, they should pay an equal price. When Jake learned there was an invisible diver beneath him, he looked around but saw no sign of any boats. With years of experience at sea, Jake knew ordinary diving tanks could only last 1 hour, and even then, only experienced divers could porterage that. The lack of nearby boats indicated the diver had been underwater for quite some time. Moreover, not seeing the diver suggested they were diving very deep, greatly increasing oxygen consumption. Even under these circumstances, the diver did not come up for air, making Jake increasingly fearful. Not knowing whether the person on the phone was telling the truth or lying, Jake felt he had no choice at this point. He threw the 5 million into the sea. Due to its weight, it quickly sank without floating. Watching the 5 million slip away from him, Jake felt an unbearable pain, as if someone was cutting a piece of his flesh out alive. Basil extended its tentacles and grabbed the sinking package for inspection. The packaging seemed sturdy enough to ensure the money wouldn't get wet. Basil quickly left the water and opened the package once it was out of sight of the May family. Meanwhile, back in Tokyo Village, Aslan received a call from the other party. I've thrown the money into the water. Send me the address now, Jake said. I've got the money, but I need to verify its authenticity first. Once confirmed, I'll give you the location of the ship, Aslan replied before hanging up to avoid further disturbances by removing the SIM card. After paying, the mice repeatedly called Aslan in desperation, but each time they were told the phone was off. On the verge of madness, Jake considered calling the police but knew the cargo was illegal. If exposed, his fate would be sealed. Back home, Jake gritted his teeth and said, let's pack our valuables and run. Aren't we just going to abandon everything we've built? Monique asked hesitantly. Jake slapped Monique across the face. Are you crazy? Do you want money, or do you want to live? We might not even escape. Since the May family took on this shipment, the criminal mastermind had been watching them closely, fearing any mishap. Thus, whether Jake and his wife could escape Blue Sea City depended on their luck. Though they hated leaving behind everything, they valued their lives above all else. They could rebuild with money, but without life, they had nothing. At this moment, Aslan was completely unaware of the May family's state. He was busy verifying the authenticity of the money. Basil retrieved a bill validator from the Water God Palace and powered it with a small solar generator. It took a considerable amount of time to check the entire 5 million carefully, ensuring each note was genuine. After all, caution was paramount. Once verified, Aslan stored the 5 million in the Water God Palace. As a porter of his word, he called the May family. At May Shipping Company, Jake and his wife had packed a small bag, knowing that escaping might lead to death en route, yet staying meant certain doom. If we must separate during this ordeal, so be it, Jake told Monique. I understand. Fate will decide, Monique responded coldly. They had no real feelings left between them, bound only by mutual interest. If Monique left Jake, Jake would suffer significant losses and could be overtaken by his brother Kiefer. These brothers were both partners and fierce competitors. They were tightly tied together by wealth and power. Now, with those ties broken, they felt like strangers clinging to each other for warmth, ready to flee at the slightest sign of trouble. Just as they prepared to leave through the back of the company, Jake's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, tears streamed down his face. Big brother, you finally called, Jake choked out sobbing. Why are you crying, tough guy? Aslan asked, puzzled. I gave you real money. Please give me the address. I can't take this anymore, Jake pleaded. Seeing Jake's state, Aslan felt a mischievous impulse rise within him. What if I was just playing with you all along? Aslan laughed. Hearing this, Jake nearly lost control of his bladder. Big brother, don't play games. Our whole family's fate is in your hands, Jake begged. Feeling something wasn't right. Normally, losing 5 million should anger Jake, not related to life and death, Aslan relented. Alright, no more jokes. I've got the money. I'll send you the address soon, Aslan assured. Big brother, thank you. Thank you so much, Jake sobbed gratefully. It was strange. Aslan had never seen someone express gratitude after being extorted. From Jake's attitude, Aslan understood a lot. He sent the address, keeping the SIM card instead of destroying it as originally planned. Storing the SIM card, Aslan began using the power of the Mountain Sea Covenant to possess Basil. Aslan intended to reach the cargo ship before the May couple. Basil moved swiftly, reaching the ship within minutes. Shrinking his body, Aslan used Basil's suction cups to climb aboard the cargo ship. At this moment, the May couple should just be coming out of the company. It will take them at least an hour to get here even if they hurry, Aslan thought with a smirk. He then used his tentacles to open one of the shipping containers and started rummaging inside. Damn, it's actually this kind of stuff. Aslan exclaimed in shock. No wonder the May couple was willing to spend 5 million to secure this cargo ship. The real reason was hidden within this shipment. The cargo turned out to be firearms and ammunition, high-grade weapons that were incredibly sophisticated. This is a capital offense. I didn't think the May family would dare touch such things, Aslan mused to himself. No, the May family definitely doesn't have the capability for this. This must have been consigned by someone else. Only this explanation made sense. The May family was merely acting as transporters, but they surely knew what they were moving. That was why they were so desperate to retrieve this cargo. TSK, since that's the case, don't blame me, Aslan said with a mischievous grin. At this moment, Jake was speeding towards the address Aslan had provided in his fast boat. His heart was pounding with anxiety, and even though he had pushed the boat to its maximum speed, it still felt agonizingly slow. The fierce wind howled, making it difficult for Jake to breathe. Jake, look over there, that's our ship. Monique pointed excitedly at the distant vessel, her face beaming with joy. Haha, Jake laughed wildly too, their hearts filled with immense relief. That guy didn't lie to us after all. The ship really is here. Looks like we won't die today, Jake chuckled. He stopped the fast boat next to the cargo ship and climbed aboard using both hands and feet. Haha, it's really my ship, it's really mine. Nobody could understand Jake's current state of mind. It was the feeling of escaping death. Hold on, where are the containers? Jake's eyes widened in disbelief. All 5 shipping containers on the ship had vanished without a trace. Chapter 165, Vanished. At this moment, the May couple were completely dumbfounded, never expecting that the ship had returned but the container was lost. The couple didn't know that the container was now aboard Salmalba's watery palace. Thump. Jake felt all the strength in his body drain away, collapsing onto the ground. Is it over? Am I still unable to escape death? Jake muttered. Seeing this situation, Monique burst into tears. Losing 5 million wasn't a problem, but now her life was on the line too. Who the hell did this? Jake, what are we going to do now? Monique sobbed. Cry, cry, cry. Damn it, you think crying will help? Jake shouted in frustration. He then took out his phone and angrily dialed Aslan's number. Meanwhile, Aslan had switched back to his original SIM card and was lounging on the sofa. Ring ring. The phone rang, and Aslan picked it up, recognizing the number. Heh, I knew you'd call eventually, Aslan said with a smile. Knowing how desperate they were, he answered immediately. Damn you, didn't you say you'd return the ship? What about the container? The cargo on the ship? Jake deported it. I only promised to return your ship. I never said anything about returning the container, Aslan replied with a grin. Bam! Jake felt like he was struck by lightning. Recalling Aslan's words carefully, it seemed true that Aslan hadn't promised to return the cargo. Brother, you have no use for that cargo. Just give it back to me, Jake pleaded. Giving it back is impossible. I'll never give it back, Aslan laughed. Besides, who says I don't need it? I'm planning to start a mercenary group of black soldiers. This cargo could be very useful. Who knows, I might even conquer a small kingdom and become king. Since lying cost nothing, Aslan embellished further, almost claiming he needed an aircraft carrier to take down the starred country. Brother, stop messing around. How about I give you money? You know our family situation. Will giving you the remaining 5 million in cash work? Surprised that they offered first, Aslan felt the May family had grown wiser. Since you put it that way, I think it can be done. You know my reputation. If you give me the money, I'll return the container in full, Aslan smiled. Okay, agreed. I'll get the money right now, Jake said. Good. Seal the money as before and throw it in the same sea area. Once I receive it, I'll return the container, Aslan instructed. After hanging up, Aslan was elated at making 10 million from his enemies so effortlessly. Due to their plans to flee, the May couple had already withdrawn the 5 million in cash. Upon returning to the company, they sealed the money and threw it into the sea at the place where they first dealt with Aslan. They communicated well with Aslan and waited at the designated spot for further instructions. After Salmalba confirmed there were no issues with the 5 million, Aslan notified them to return to their ship, where the containers had been restored. Upon arriving, Jake's first action was to check all the goods, finding none missing. Wah! Suddenly, Jake broke down, devastated that in just 2 days, $1 million of the company's funds had vanished. Overnight, they went from wealthy to destitute, a fall from grace hard to bear. Monique also cried uncontrollably. Such a drastic change was more than most could handle. After some time, Jake stood up and said to Monique, "Stop crying. At least we're alive, and we still have a chance to rebuild." He tried to console her, though few could understand the heartache of years of hard work turning to naught. Rickoff above all else was crucial. At least they were still alive. Jake entered the ship's control room to steer the ship back home. Unknown to Jake, this revenge was just beginning for Aslan. A worse nightmare awaited them. Aslan used the phone to make one last call. "Hello, police hotline. I need to report a crime," Aslan said. "Please describe what happened in detail," the officer responded. "I'm a handsome fisher porter. Today at sea, I saw people on a cargo ship moving weapons from the containers," Aslan explained. "What?" The police reporter was shocked. Any case involving firearms in Taitasagiwa was serious. "Please provide details about the location, direction, and characteristics of the vessel," the officer asked. It's a red cargo ship, probably 800 tons. It has May family shipping painted on its side," Aslan described. The officer meticulously recorded everything. "Sir, may I have your name? If this case is true, you will receive a reward from the police." Aslan chuckled. "I don't need a reward. Just call me Lay Dario. My only request is that you catch the bad guys and ensure peace for us common folk. Goodbye." He promptly hung up, removed the SIM card, and flushed it down Alicia's toilet. TSK, what a wonderful day. In just a few days, I've gone from being a pauper to a millionaire, Aslan mused. Aslan began calculating his next steps. With roughly 30 million in hand, should he buy the remaining sea territory of Yajiken? With such funds, he could mass-produce fish, quickly recouping his investment. However, he worried about excess supply leading to devaluation in Lanhai City. Aslan scribbled on paper, realizing he would need a sales agent for large-scale distribution. Thinking of it, 2 potential agents came to mind, Monroe and Ronnie. Might I start a seafood company? Aslan pondered. If he scaled up, he would need to operate more formally and study the necessary regulations. The idea of becoming a boss excited him, despite not feeling fully legitimized yet. Regardless, this didn't dampen Aslan's dreams. He started planning on paper. Immersed in thought, the sky grew dark. Stretching lazily, Aslan remarked, "Every time I stretch, I feel a little taller. Though aware it was an illusion, he liked believing he could grow taller. Noticing the late hour, he wondered why Alicia hadn't returned yet. That's strange. The township government office is just next door. There's no way one can get lost. Why hasn't she finished work yet? Aslan thought to himself. When Aslan tried to call Alicia, he found that her phone was actually turned off. Could something really have happened? Unable to reach her, Aslan started to feel anxious. He even considered rushing into the township government office to check on the situation. But he held back because Alicia certainly didn't want their relationship exposed. How can I sneak in without anyone noticing? Aslan began to think. Just as Aslan was pondering, Salmalba sensed through the Mountain Sea contract what Aslan desired. Master, actually, I have a way, Salmalba said. Aslan asked curiously, what method do you have? We octopuses are born with the ability to change color, and we do it so fast that even chameleons can't match us, Salmalba explained elaborately. The ability of an octopus to change color seemed like common knowledge. Perhaps there were some who didn't know, but they were few. That's your ability. Do you want me to skin you and use it as an invisibility cloak? Aslan joked. Cough, master. Please don't be so cruel. As the master of the Mountain Sea contract, you can borrow the powers of us guardian beasts anytime, Salmalba replied. You mean I can have your color-changing ability too? Aslan asked, curious. Salmalba confidently assured Aslan that it was possible. Aslan never imagined the Mountain Sea contract had such a magical power, allowing him to even change colors. How should I do it? Aslan asked. Salmalba said, it's simple, wish for it. Wish for it? Was it supposed to be done with mental focus? Aslan loudly called out in his mind, I want to be invisible, I want to be invisible. Under the strong force of Aslan's will, his body gradually became transparent. Chapter 166, Excessive viewing can be harmful. Perhaps because it was the first time using this ability, Aslan wasn't very proficient, causing his body to appear semi-transparent. If Aslan were to walk down the street now, he would resemble nothing more than a ghost walking along the road. It took Aslan half an hour to familiarize himself with this skill and bring himself to an invisible state, and this ability also allowed Aslan to hide his clothes. One couldn't help but marvel at how incredible this power was. If that's the case, if I go into the women's bathhouse, wouldn't it be? Aslan indulged in the thought happily. He knew that any porter who obtained such an ability would have these fantasies. The difference lies in whether some would act on it, or, like Aslan, could control themselves rationally. Aslan kept reminding himself, calm down, you're a millionaire now. Doing something like this is simply too disgraceful. After suppressing the wicked thoughts in his heart, Aslan began to ponder whether there were other capabilities besides turning invisible. For instance, what if I grow one of Salmalba's tentacles? Just as this thought surfaced, Aslan felt an intense itch on his back. Puff! An octopus tentacle broke through his clothing, sprouting from his back. This tentacle was much smaller than Salmalba's, around 2 meters long. Because he often possessed Salmalba, Aslan had very flexible control over the octopus tentacles, requiring no practice. After activating invisibility, Aslan summoned all 8 tentacles directly, making them grow from his back. Despite looking monstrous, Aslan knew he was still himself. These powers were merely borrowed. The tentacles could grow from any part of his body. Aslan moved 2 tentacles to the center of his palms. Manipulating the tentacles to open the window, Aslan used the suction cups on the tentacles to cling tightly to the wall, then began to crawl across it. Since he was invisible, no one noticed Aslan climbing the wall. Aslan kept descending, mainly to familiarize himself with this ability. When he reached the second floor, sticking close to a window, he heard heavy breathing from a porter and a porter scream inside. Wow, it's only 8 o'clock. This is way too early. Aslan thought sarcastically. Unfortunately, due to the curtains, he could only hear their sounds. Otherwise, watching live would have been quite enjoyable. During his climb, Aslan discovered that Salmalba's tentacles could stretch. Though they became thinner when extended, they could reach up to 10 meters in length. Aslan leaped between floors, just like Spider-Man in movies. Although it looked perilous, Aslan didn't care. With his strong physique, jumping from a low building wouldn't cause significant injury. There were few and sparse buildings here in the countryside compared to a big city. Upon reaching the ground, Aslan activated his invisibility and headed straight for the township government office. Although unsure of Alicia's office location, Aslan knew she worked on the 3rd floor, which was the top floor of the entire township government building. He quickly found Alicia, township chief's office on a doorplate. However, Aslan detected via the earth that the office was empty. Strange, where could she be? Aslan wondered. As Aslan was puzzled, he heard voices down the hallway. Following the sound, he opened the door slightly to discover a large meeting room where people were seated in 2 rows for a meeting. No wonder her phone was off. It looks like they're holding a meeting, Aslan thought. What shocked him was that the meeting was about firearm portragement. The May family couple in Lanhai City had been arrested, along with their behind-the-scenes mastermind. The whole city had uncovered a major case. Seeing the lax handling of firearm crimes in Lanhai, city leaders had convened meetings in townships. During such important meetings, absolute silence was required, so mobile phones were not allowed. Alicia was anxious, knowing Aslan was still at home. She believed her boyfriend would be worried, but she couldn't leave the meeting. I have several points to emphasize. Please note them down and organize them after the meeting before reporting back to me. Since Aslan was not part of the system, he didn't fully understand and decided to leave. Seeing the urgent nature of the meeting, Alicia likely hadn't eaten yet. Aslan returned home to cook. After sealing everything in an insulated lunchbox, Aslan headed back to the township government office. Knowing Alicia's office location, he climbed up the outside of the building. Fortunately, Alicia's window was open, and no one expected someone to scale the 3rd floor in broad daylight. Arriving in Alicia's office, Aslan could still smell her distinctive fragrance. Placing the lunchbox on the desk, Aslan ensured Alicia could enjoy a meal after the meeting while others remained hungry. Sitting in Alicia's chair, he couldn't help but feel the comfort. Facing him was a photo of Alicia, perfect without any beauty filters. Even the system couldn't find faults in her. Suddenly, the door handle turned. Alicia entered, looking down at her phone. I wonder how Aslan is doing this late. Must be worried about me, Alicia murmured. Closing the door, Alicia pressed the call button on her phone and walked towards her seat. Ding dong. At that moment, a bell rang in Alicia's office. She saw Aslan sitting at her desk, smiling at her. Before her scream could escape, she clamped her hand over her mouth. Calming herself, Alicia asked in shock, how did you get in here? Chuckling, I have my ways. You must be hungry. I brought some delicious food for you, Aslan said warmly. Opening the lunchbox, a rich aroma filled the air. Starved, Alicia's eyes lit up, diving into Aslan's arms. Aslan, thank you, Alicia smiled. Eat up, it's hot, Aslan replied. Yes, Alicia nodded eagerly. Though the dishes in the lunchbox were simple home-cooked meals, Aslan's skills transformed them into something extraordinary. Already famished, Alicia ate voraciously. She had long noticed that eating Aslan's homemade meals never led to weight gain. While Alicia enjoyed her meal, chaos erupted in the township government building. Because the meeting had been called suddenly by a leader today, the canteen's cooks had long since finished their shifts. Now, all the leaders in the office were working on empty stomachs. However, at this moment, an irresistible aroma of food wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water even more. Curious about what could be so fragrant, people searched everywhere but found nothing. After all, few dared to venture into Alicia's office, which meant that while Alicia enjoyed her meal, the entire building remained hungry. Feeling so full now, I finally have the energy to continue working, Alicia said with a smile. She then began organizing her notes from the meeting. The submission wasn't just notes, it also required personal reflections. Alicia wrote quickly and soon held the organized materials in her hands. I need to discuss these materials with other leaders, and then I'll go home. You can wait for me there. All right, remember to get home quickly, Aslan replied. Alicia nodded with a smile and left the room. There was so much to handle today, and she only wanted to finish early and rest. Aslan picked up the lunchbox and left through Alicia's window once again. Crawling along the facade of the residential building, when he reached the second floor, he was shocked to find that the porter's heavy breathing and a porter's screams were still ongoing. Aslan felt speechless. He had prepared the meal, and Alicia had finished eating it. Almost an hour had passed. How could they still be at it? Driven by curiosity, Aslan gently pushed the neighboring window, finding it unlocked. Slowly, he opened it and pulled aside the curtain slightly. Damn! Expecting to witness something intimate, Aslan instead discovered an old perverted porter watching adult films. Disappointed, Aslan knocked on the glass and said, watching too much is harmful. It's been over an hour. Know your limits. Because the leader had suddenly called for a meeting today, the cafeteria chefs had already finished work. Now, all the leaders in the office were working on empty stomachs. Just then, an irresistible aroma wafted through, making almost everyone's mouths water. Everyone wanted to know what could be so fragrant, but they couldn't find the source after searching. After all, few people dared to go to Alicia's room, causing her to enjoy her meal while the rest of the building suffered. Finally full, I now have the energy to continue working, Alicia said with a smile. She immediately began organizing her notes from the meeting. The report wasn't just about notes, it also included some personal insights. Alicia wrote quickly and held up the organized materials. I need to discuss the material issues with other leaders and then head home. Just wait for me. Okay, remember to get home soon, Aslan replied. Alicia nodded with a smile and left the room. There was too much going on today, and she only wanted to finish everything and rest. Aslan held the lunchbox and left through Alicia's window again. Climbing on the residential building, when he reached the second floor, Aslan was shocked to hear that the porter's panting and porter's screaming were still ongoing. Well, Aslan felt speechless. He had prepared the meal, Alicia had finished eating, and nearly 2 hours had passed. How could they still be going at it? Curious, Aslan gently pushed open the window, finding it unlocked. He slowly opened it and pulled back the curtains slightly. Damn! Expecting to see an intimate scene, Aslan instead found an old porter watching adult videos. Tap tap tap. Disappointed, Aslan knocked on the glass window and said, watching too much can harm your health. It's been over 2 hours, you should stop now. Chapter 167. Admitting to being a beast. Aslan tapped on the glass window, and the sound almost frightened the old porter inside into losing his nerve. Who's there? The old porter got up and looked towards the window. After pulling back the bed curtain, he found that there was no one outside. Am I hallucinating? The old porter said. But after hearing the sound, this old porter felt an icy chill in his heart. No. The old porter exclaimed in horror. My window was closed. How did it open? Is there really a ghost? Overcome by fear, the old porter stuck his head out of the window and looked around outside, finding nothing. Ghost. There really is a ghost. At this moment, the old porter could not care less about watching adult films. He hastily put on his clothes and left his house, not daring to stay any longer. Meanwhile, Aslan returned home happily, feeling a bit mischievously satisfied after his prank. While Alicia had yet to return, Aslan began contemplating the powers he could borrow from the guardian beasts. Aslan could borrow tentacle and invisibility abilities from Basil, and he also had Nico available. I want to borrow Nico's ability. Mentally reciting, Aslan started to channel Nico's power through their contract. Rip. Slowly, Aslan's body began to inflate, reaching over 2 meters tall, tearing his clothes apart. Not only did his body expand, but snow-white fur also started growing all over him. Wolf fur from Nico. His hands also began to change. His nails grew longer, resembling a hybrid of porter hands and wolf claws, with sharp edges gleaming ominously. Aslan reached out and jabbed the wall. His razor-sharp nails plunged into it as if it were tofu. Not only were his nails sharper than daggers, but Aslan also felt a surge of strength throughout his body. He stood in front of a mirror and saw a hideous creature staring back at him, which gave him quite a shock. His face covered in wolf fur, mouth elongated and sharp teeth visible when he opened it. His head bore a striking resemblance to a wolf's. Is this what Western legends call a werewolf? Aslan asked uncertainly. Or perhaps, the Western werewolves are actually descendants of the ancient guardians of Shanghai. Aslan shook his head to dismiss the thought. After all, according to legend, werewolves were a race, not just an individual. Transformed into a werewolf, Aslan felt an intense urge to be savage, an influence of the wolfish nature. With a mere thought, a tentacle sprouted from his back among the white fur, a skill borrowed from Basil. Now, Aslan felt not only an urge to be brutal, but also an extreme sense of hunger. He wanted to kill his prey and devour them piece by piece. These chaotic thoughts get out of my mind. I am myself, I am Aslan, not a beast, Aslan roared. With powerful willpower, he suppressed the two terrifying instincts, visible through the twisted expression on his face. Ultimately, rationality prevailed, preventing him from succumbing to the primal urges of the two guardian beasts. Only someone who can truly control themselves can wield such formidable power, and Aslan had succeeded in doing so. When Aslan's eyes regained clarity, he realized the horrifying experience he had just endured. Initially, when borrowing Basil's powers, the evil instincts couldn't take hold due to high tension. But when fully accessing Nico's abilities, transforming semi-wolfishly, the desires attacked Aslan's psyche. Adding Basil's powers was like pouring oil on fire. The combined instincts of the two beasts assaulted Aslan. If he had failed, Aslan would have lost control. Once all borrowed powers were exhausted, he would revert to Huporter form, forever losing the ability to use these powers again, rendering them uncontrollable. However, Aslan had porterage to suppress these terrifying possibilities, signaling that he could now master this fearsome ability from today onwards. Titus! Titus! The monster like Aslan collapsed on the floor, his wolf fur soaked as if drenched in water. Why didn't you tell me that your instincts would attack me, Basil? Aslan asked. Basil replied innocently, as a guardian beast, I only know that the master can borrow my abilities. As for whether there's a test involved, I wasn't sure. The purpose of the guardian beasts was to protect the owner of the Shanghai seal until the day the owner became a deity. If Basil knew of this danger, he would have warned Aslan. Could the Shanghai seal be testing me? Aslan pondered. Thankfully, Aslan successfully resisted the instincts of the two guardian beasts. Otherwise, a berserk Aslan might have gone on a rampage, leading to him being captured and dissected once he exhausted himself and reverted to Huporter form. That was terrifying, absolutely terrifying, Aslan muttered with a frown. From now on, Aslan would be more cautious with the Shanghai seal. Should there be future tests, he would at least have some preparation mentally. After deep reflection, Aslan returned all the borrowed powers, gradually shrinking back to his original size. Some residual instincts from the two guardian beasts began to dissipate as Aslan changed into a new outfit, fetched from his small gourd, since his clothes were now shredded. Just as Aslan finished, the door handle sounded, and Alicia walked in, though she looked tired. Upon seeing Aslan, she smiled warmly. I prepared a hot bath for you. Soaking in it will ease your weariness, Aslan said with a smile. The exhausted Alicia went straight to the bathroom without further words. Lying in the bathtub, she felt incredibly comfortable, as if the water had a magical effect to wash away fatigue. Unknown to her, the bathwater contained a mystical force nurturing her body. Outside the bathroom, Aslan served himself some braised chicken wings and feet from the pot, a delicious snack he prepared for himself while waiting for Alicia. He sat on the sofa, eating as he watched TV. Half an hour later, the bowl was half empty. Aslan kept half for Alicia. Strange, why hasn't she come out yet? Concerned, Aslan approached the bathroom door and knocked lightly. Alicia, are you still in there? Receiving no response, Aslan called louder, but still, there was no answer. Urgency rising, he pressed down on the door handle, surprised to find it unlocked. Instantly, various thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that Alicia deliberately left it unlocked, giving me a chance to go into the bathroom and find her? Does this mean I have a chance to lose my virginity? Or is Alicia testing my character, to choose between being a beast or being less than one? Or maybe the lock is broken, and she thought she locked the door but didn't. Numerous thoughts intertwined in Aslan's mind, and ultimately, he decided to open the bathroom door. As soon as Aslan lifted his head, he saw Alicia lying in the bathtub, already asleep. The steady rise and fall of her chest revealed that she was truly sleeping. However, this was the first time he had seen such an unobstructed view. A little devil in his heart kept urging him on. Take her, take her. At that moment, Aslan noticed his hands were moving towards Alicia without his control. Just as his hands reached into the water, about to touch Alicia, Aslan sighed. Ah, I'm indeed a beast. Such an Inhuporter act is not suitable for me, Aslan thought. After expelling all those bad thoughts, Aslan reached out to lift Alicia from the bathtub. Aslan knew Alicia was exhausted, so he had added some mystical liquid from the Shanghai seal to the bathwater, hoping to relieve her fatigue. He didn't expect her to sleep so soundly due to the comfort it provided. Using a towel, Aslan carefully dried her body, then dressed her in pajamas with utmost care. After covering her with a blanket, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and left the room. Once Aslan left, Alicia opened her eyes. If there had been light, one would have seen her face flushed almost red enough to bleed. Oofed! What a beastly guy, Alicia chuckled, covering her mouth. In fact, when Aslan entered the bathroom, Alicia had vaguely heard his voice. Later, while drying her body and dressing her, though Aslan did it gently, anyone being handled like that should have woken up by now. Alicia was confident that she could rival any porter in the world, and Aslan's restraint could only be described with the words, upright gentle porter. Alicia could sense Aslan had desires. At least, he wasn't physically or mentally ill. It could only be said that this porter was too upright. Chapter 168. The Sea God Comporter. During the days Gina was away, Aslan and Alicia's relationship rapidly escalated to the point where Aslan even tasted Alicia's sweet kisses. By day, Aslan would drive back to Yanji village to expand his fish farm and then return to Tuchao town in the evening. Can the rich do as they please? Yes, as long as it doesn't violate the law, they can indeed do whatever they want. In the past, Aslan couldn't keep shuttling between Yanji village and Tuchao town so often. But now, with a car, he could truly do as he pleased. The recent expansion of the fish farm had gone smoothly, and it wouldn't be long before new varieties like oysters and king crabs hit the market. Everything was developing positively, and Aslan now controlled more than half of Yanji village sea area by himself. After finishing all the equipment for the fish farm, the 30 million yuan had dwindled down to only over 1 million. Ah, aquaculture really eats up money, Aslan sighed inwardly, but looking at the sea surface covered by his own fish farm made him feel especially pleased. Over half of Yanji village sea belonged to him now. Just as Aslan was admiring his fish farm, an unfamiliar call came through. Hello? Aslan asked suspiciously, who's this? On the other end, a cautious voice responded, may I ask if you're Mr. Yi? Yes, that's me, Aslan replied. Yay. Upon hearing Aslan's confirmation, the person on the other end felt indescribable joy. Mr. Yi, this is Austin. I found what you asked me to find. Austin said happily. Austin? Aslan scratched his head. Did he know this guy? Austin explained, Mr. Yi, you really forget easily. Remember when you dined at Blue Sea Hotel? My little brother offended you because of a yellow croaker, and then, you beat me up? Oh. Aslan stretched out his voice in response. It's you. Why are you calling? Aslan vaguely remembered such an incident, but why did this beaten guy come looking for him? Was he seeking medical expenses? Mr. Aslan, have you forgotten what you did to me before? Austin asked, his voice tinged with resentment. This resentful tone sent shivers down Aslan's spine. It sounded like something a scorned wife would say. I'm a porter who likes women. So sorry, I won't take responsibility for you, Aslan decisively said and hung up. Aslan immediately categorized Austin as a homosexual who enjoyed being mistreated. Otherwise, why would he seek Aslan again after getting beaten up? Immediately after hanging up, Austin called again. This guy must be crazy, Aslan muttered and hung up again. When the call came back a few more times, Aslan finally blocked the number. However, just as he blocked it, another unfamiliar number dialed in. Aslan murmured to himself, please don't be you, or I won't hesitate to beat you up again. When the call connected, Austin's voice came through again. Mr. Yi, don't hang up. I found the stone you asked me to look for. Stone? Aslan asked, what stone? Suddenly, Aslan remembered what Austin was referring to. Are you saying you found that blue stone? Aslan quickly asked. I found a stone in the antique market that looks exactly like the one in your photo. Should I send you a picture? Austin offered. Yes, quickly, Aslan urged. Hanging up, Aslan waited anxiously. He hoped the stone was indeed the mountain sea god blood. Chime. The phone rang, and a picture appeared on the screen. Aslan hastily opened it to see a small blue stone. As the owner of the mountain sea seal, Aslan recognized it immediately. It was indeed the mountain sea god blood. Without wasting a moment, Aslan confirmed Austin's location and sped off in his car, cutting the 5-hour journey down to 3.5 hours. Seeing Aslan, Austin was moved to tears. He had waited for this day for too long. Where's the stone? Aslan asked anxiously. Austin took out the stone from his pocket. To him, this stone meant everything. Taking the stone in hand, Aslan felt the unmistakable connection, confirming it was the mountain sea god blood. Haha, yes, I finally found you, Aslan laughed joyfully. Beside him, Austin approached respectfully and asked, Mr. Yi, since you have the stone, can you remove what you did to me? Back then, Aslan not only beat Austin up, but also placed a reverse mountain sea spirit gathering array inside his body, making it impossible for him to function normally as a porter. No porter could tolerate such humiliation. To get Aslan to lift the curse, Austin searched far and wide for the stone. Oh, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten, Aslan admitted. He had genuinely forgotten, never expecting Austin to actually help him find the mountain sea god blood. But now, he admired his past wisdom. Without this trick, he might not have obtained the blood. With a gentle tap on Austin's body, Aslan lifted the array. The reverse mountain sea spirit gathering array had a time limit. If Aslan didn't lift it, it would naturally expire in 2 to 3 years. People shouldn't go too far. A small punishment was enough. It's working. Haha, it's really working. Austin shouted joyfully, unable to wait any longer to test it. Mr. Yi, I have some urgent matters, so I'll take my leave first, Austin said eagerly. Hold on. At Aslan's voice, Austin stopped immediately, not daring to provoke this peculiar porter. Mr. Yi, do you have any instructions? Austin asked. Aslan smiled and said, if you find more of these stones in the future, bring them to me. I'll buy each one for 1 million. A million. Austin was stunned. He had only spent 200 for the blue stone, and now Aslan was offering 1 million. Is that true? Austin asked incredulously. Of course, as long as you have the stones, I'll have the money. However, don't try to deceive me with fakes, Aslan warned. If he could buy these stones for 1 million each, Aslan would gladly acquire as portery as possible. Money wasn't a problem. He could always sell some fish if needed. All right, Mr. Yi, we have a deal, Austin agreed, thrilled by this incredible business opportunity. After parting ways with Austin, Aslan found a small inn and took out the mountain sea god blood. Aslan began to utilize the power of the mountain sea seal to absorb the mountain sea god blood. Crack, crack, crack. The blue stone started to shatter, and 2 drops of blue liquid drilled into Aslan's body. After integrating with the mountain sea god blood, Aslan felt a significant increase in his physical strength. His perception of water and earth extended to a range of 200 meters. This meant that as long as he stood on the ground or over the ocean, everything within 200 meters became his domain. Within this range, Aslan was the god. Moreover, the Mountain Sea God blood granted Aslan a new ability through the Mountain Sea Seal. Sea God Comporter. All creatures in the ocean must be comported by the Mountain Sea God, allowing complete control over all aquatic life. Aslan frowned slightly, feeling that this ability seemed somewhat useless. After all, he already had the power to porteripulate marine life. To him, this new ability merely seemed like an enhanced version of that skill, which made it feel redundant. However, more skills never hurt. Aslan decided to experiment with this new ability in the sea. Leaving the inn, Aslan drove straight to the seaside in Lanhai City. Standing by the shore, Aslan began sensing the creatures in the water. Soon, he found a small crab hiding under a rock and began to wield his Sea God Comporter ability. Once activated, Aslan felt like the god of this little crab. He could make the crab do anything, even taking its life in a mere thought. Additionally, he could engrave his comporters into the crab's body, ensuring it would always obey. The more he explored this ability, the broader Aslan's smile grew. Now I retract my previous words. This is not a redundant skill but a true godly technique, Aslan chuckled. With this ability, Aslan truly could stand at the pinnacle of the world. Although this skill bore some resemblance to porteripulating marine life, it was fundamentally different and far more potent. What Aslan needed now was precisely this Sea God Comporter ability. Chapter 169, Expanded Opportunities. After acquiring new abilities, Aslan started using his Sea God Comporter ability to control everything within his waters. King Crab, from now on, your range of activity is confined to the seabed. You must not leave the perimeter of the fish farm. Oysters, you will remain on the stone pillars in the sea. No going elsewhere without permission. Large yellow croakers. Aslan began to continuously organize the marine life he had cultivated. The pragmatic Aslan chose the strongest individual from each species and used the Sea God Comporter ability to make this chosen one the king of its group. All members of the species would then listen to their king, who would porterage the entire domain on Aslan's behalf. Meanwhile, Aslan placed a restriction on all the marine creatures he had raised through his Sea God Comporter ability. They could only breed within his designated waters. Once outside this area, they would lose their ability to reproduce. This prevented others from breeding these valuable marine creatures, ensuring that only Aslan had the means to benefit from them. Haha, with this arrangement, I can finally sell my marine products without worries, Aslan laughed, clearly satisfied. What Aslan didn't know was that someone had already taken interest in his large yellow croakers. However, thanks to the Blue Sea Hotel treating every large yellow croaker like a precious treasure and not selling live ones, those intentions were never realized. In the midst of Yan's family village, Aslan arrived at Blake's home, pushing open the gate and walking in. Inside, he saw Blake's wife crouched in the yard picking vegetables. Seeing Aslan, she forced a smile. Allison, busy? Is Finian around? Aslan greeted with a smile. Brother Adriel, what bad timing. Freddy hasn't returned from the fish farm yet, but if you wait a bit, it should be about time. Young Brienne stood up from the ground and immediately began to invite Aslan inside. I need to speak with Finian. If it's convenient, I'll wait for him, Aslan said. You say that, but we're family now. Just treat this place like your own home, Young Brienne insisted playfully. Young Brienne regarded Aslan as a godsend. Both she and Blake understood that their family's fish farm wasn't particularly large or experienced. The reason for earning over 10,000 yuan monthly was entirely due to Aslan providing the feed to Blake. Previously, Young Brienne viewed Aslan as just another friend of her husband, but now she dared not underestimate him. Opening the refrigerator, Young Brienne picked 2 of the best-looking apples, washed them carefully, and placed them on a fruit plate before handing it to Aslan. Ricardo, brother Adriel, have an apple. Thank you so much for helping Freddy. Without you. Aslan quickly interrupted. Allison, please don't mention it. Friends should help each other. It's just a little thing. Tap, tap, tap. Outside came light footsteps, and a well-dressed little girl ran into the yard. Aslan recognized her as Blake's daughter. Because Blake was relatively wealthy compared to the villagers, his daughter wore more fashionable clothes. Mommy. The little girl, freshly off school, threw her school bag aside and ran straight into Young Brienne's arms. Becky, call Uncle Yi. Young Brienne pointed to Aslan. Uncle Yi, the little girl replied shyly, still clinging to Young Brienne's leg. Hee, good girl, take this money and buy some candy. Aslan smiled, pulling out 2 crisp bread bills. Brother Adriel, this isn't appropriate. You should take it back. Young Brienne tried to refuse. As it's our first formal meeting, it's only proper I give something, Aslan explained. Becky's eyes sparkled as she came forward and took the money. Thank you, Uncle Yi, she smiled. Aslan patted her head gently. Study hard and listen to your parents, he said, realizing these were words that once applied to him. I'm very obedient. My teacher even gave me a certificate for being a model student, Becky proudly boasted. Yin Brienne, what are you doing? Haven't you finished cleaning the vegetables in the yard? A rough voice called out as Blake entered the yard. Brother Adriel, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Blake greeted cheerfully. I just dropped by unexpectedly, wanting to discuss something with you, Finian. Aslan smiled. If there's something to talk about, just say it. We're brothers, I'll handle it. Blake assured, patting his chest. Let's find somewhere else to talk. There's someone I want to introduce you to, Aslan suggested. Without hesitation, Blake changed into clean clothes and prepared to go with Aslan. Young Brienne stopped him and secretly slipped him a wad of cash. Men shouldn't leave without money. And you don't need to come home tonight, she smiled. Blake's eyes widened, amazed that his wife allowed him to stay out all night. Are you serious? This is all for me? Can I really not come back tonight? Aren't you worried about me doing anything bad? He asked excitedly. Young Brienne replied, I've thought about it. Men need to maintain face, at least avoid being seen as afraid of their wives. But if you mess around, watch out for the scissors. She joked. Blake instinctively clamped his legs together. He couldn't risk losing his troublemaker. After swearing an oath to his wife, he followed Aslan out, who had parked his car nearby. Come on, Finian, let's get in the car, Aslan invited. Climbing into the passenger seat, Blake marveled, Brother Adriel, this seat is so comfortable. You must be living the dream. There's an opportunity waiting for you. If you agree, cars will be nothing, Aslan hinted with a smile. The car pulled away from the village. On the way, Blake tried asking what the matter was, but Aslan kept him guessing. Villagers gawked at the car passing by. Wow, Sao Maochong, young people, has started buying cars. Looks like our Yin family village will fly high soon. It must be the Yi family's young master. I keep seeing him driving around. Why can't my son be like him? I heard Yin Danilo and his wife visit Aslan's house daily, as if scared someone might snatch him as a son-in-law. Everyone in the village knew that Aslan had become the richest person and was now a role model for the youth. Parents with daughters often visited Aslan's parents, most of whom were politely turned away, except for Ashlin's parents, who received special attention. Seeing Aslan drive away in such a fine car, the villagers all regretted not being kinder to him earlier. Perhaps if they had, more than just Blake and Ashlyn would be close to Aslan now. Blake, curious, asked as Aslan drove into a village, Salmao Adriel, why are we here at Panshan village? Panshan village was very close to Yan's family village, and residents of both villages were well acquainted with each other's surroundings. The area around Tokyo Township wasn't large. News from one village typically spread to nearby ones by the next day. An old brother lives here. We're just here to chat with him, Aslan smiled, explaining. Panshan village was much wealthier than Yan's family village, with paved roads and mostly cement houses. Aslan parked in front of a house and led Blake into the courtyard. As they entered, Abigail was helping her daughter, Anastasia, practice walking. Anastasia looked to have recovered well and could already walk freely on her own, though she still seemed a little unsteady. Anastasia lifted her head upon hearing the gate open and greeted Aslan with a radiant smile. Uncle Yi, you've come? Haha, long time no see. You seem to have recovered nicely, Aslan chuckled. Anastasia, remembering her awkward moments during treatment, lowered her head shyly and said, I owe it all to Uncle Yi. At that moment, Ronnie emerged from the house after seeing Aslan enter the courtyard. Brother Yi, what brings you here? Ronnie asked nervously. Currently, most of the Rico family's income came from transporting seafood for Aslan. If Aslan withdrew this business, the family would struggle to get by. Finian, I've come to discuss something with you. Is it convenient here? Aslan smiled. Translation notes asterisk. Maintain the names as given in Pinyin. Retain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Hashtag chapter 170. A talent delayed. Ronnie was still somewhat nervous. After all, though this young porter in front of him was a close friend, he controlled the family's financial lifeline. If you need to discuss anything, just give me a call. I, Ronnie, will always be available. Ronnie then said to his wife, Natalie, go prepare a table of wine and dishes. Brother Yi is visiting today, so we must entertain him properly. Sure thing, I'll get right on it, Natalie replied with a smile. Brother-in-law, I brought some things. Could you help me cook them? Aslan asked with a smile. Aslan then handed the bag he was carrying to Natalie. It contained various sea creatures he had farmed. Brother Yi, Brother Freddy, please come inside. Don't stand outside chatting. Ronnie invited them in. Ronnie's home was very simple, containing only a plain wooden bed and an old large wooden chest for clothes and belongings. In the past, there were other appliances, but after Anastasia's car accident, they were sold off quickly. The house is quite modest, my apologies for the mess, Ronnie said as he fetched 3 old wooden stools from outside. They looked worn out, but were surprisingly comfortable to sit on. Brothers, the main reason I've called you both here today is to talk about our future development. Do you want to make money? Aslan asked with a smile. Blake slapped his thigh. Of course. I dream about it every day. Though I have the fish farm now, and am considered well off in the village, I'm still just a country bumpkin. No one really respects us. Brother Yi, do you have a way to make money? If so, please guide me. I'm in desperate need of cash right now, Ronnie said. In this world, no one is indifferent to money, not even Ronnie. Though he made decent money now, he still had pottery debts to pay off. Brothers, my fish farm is starting to take shape. I want to expand and sell these products to more places, Aslan explained. Agency. Ronnie and Blake exclaimed simultaneously. Both had been out in society for a long time and understood what Aslan was getting at just by hearing the first part of his sentence. Haha, you two are absolutely right. That's exactly what I'm thinking, pursuing the agency route, Aslan said with a smile. Brother Yi, not to discourage you, but running an agency isn't as easy as you think. Especially for seafood, it's the least advisable choice, Ronnie remarked. Blake nodded in agreement. That's true. Seafood is hard to transport, with a high mortality rate during transit. Besides, why would anyone buy your seafood when they can get fresher ones at the market? Seafood is all about freshness. Once frozen, the flavor deteriorates significantly. Moreover, there's no market for it. Seafood is available everywhere, and the taste is generally the same. Why should people buy yours? Ronnie, bring the table over. The meal is ready, Natalie called out. Coming, Ronnie replied. He fetched a folding table, set it up, and placed the food on it. The aroma of the dishes was irresistible. The 3 men sat down to eat. Aslan invited Natalie and Anastasia to join, but the women chose to eat separately to avoid disrupting their conversation. Still, Anastasia kept glancing at Aslan, her eyes filled with affection, which any experienced person would notice, except Aslan. Aslan smiled. I understand your concerns, brothers, but if I wanted to do an agency business, I'd have solid reasons. Try these products I farmed. Ronnie and Blake couldn't resist the tempting smells anymore. Hearing Aslan's words, they started enjoying the food on the table. Ronnie picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. The rich, fresh flavors exploded in his mouth, leaving an unforgettable impression. He almost cried from the overwhelming emotion. Meanwhile, Blake cracked open a giant king crab. The plentiful crab meat offered an incredibly indulgent experience, almost making his saliva overflow. It felt like he had turned into a massive king crab swimming freely in the water. Too good. They both exclaimed together, their eyes almost glowing green with excitement. Try these dishes, Aslan urged with a smile. There were portery dishes on the table, all delicious. But Aslan had eaten enough of them already and poured himself a glass of wine instead. The wine was simple, just ordinary alcohol, but having aged in the Yi family's environment, it was far from ordinary. The ambient energy at Ye's place had become extremely dense, nearly reaching the level of a blessed realm, enhancing everything within it. Taking a sip of the wine, Aslan savored the lingering aroma, deeply captivated by its taste. As Ronnie and Blake fought over the food, Aslan occasionally poured them glasses of wine. Within less than half an hour, the table was left with only fish bones and crab shells. They were full but still craving more. Finian, what do you think of Sister Natalie's cooking? Aslan asked with a smile. Ronnie laughed. My sister-in-law can cook basic home dishes fine. She's at most average. So, speaking candidly, Finian, could Sister Natalie have made such delicious food? Aslan inquired. Of course not. Ronnie stopped mid-sentence, looking at his wife with astonishment. Having lived with Natalie for nearly 30 years, he knew her culinary skills well. There was no way she could make something this delicious unless the ingredients themselves were extraordinarily flavorful. Even a mediocre chef could produce astonishing results with such superb ingredients. I have special farming techniques that make the fish exceptionally flavorful. You've tasted it yourself. Do you think this has market potential? Aslan asked with a smile. If this kind of product doesn't have a market, I can't imagine what else would, Blake said. So I plan to appoint you both as my clay agents. You can develop provincial and city-level agents. This is the general idea, Aslan explained. This was Aslan's long-standing ambition, to make his seafood known worldwide. At fancy banquets, regardless of how wealthy or influential the attendees were, the event would never be considered top-tier without seafood from Aslan's farm. Though this dream was still far away, the journey begins with the first step. Now, Aslan was ready to take that step and show the world his sharpest fangs. Brother Yi, what's your business model? How will the profits be divided? Ronnie asked. You two handle the business side, and I'll supply the goods. I'll hire specialized seafood transport vehicles to deliver them to you, probably once a month, Aslan explained. Transporting seafood is complicated. Once he had the means, Aslan planned to establish his own logistics company. However, such a venture required significant capital, which he lacked now. For now, leasing was the best option. As for the profits, you two can take 10% of the sales revenue, Aslan said. Ronnie and Blake fell into deep thought. This was no trivial matter, and it would require them to be away from home for extended periods. Both were family men, and rural folks only leave their hometowns when absolutely necessary. Blake's family now had the fish farm, bringing in over 10,000 yuan each month, while Ronnie was handling seafood transport for Aslan, earning a decent income every month. Their stable lives made them hesitate. Brothers, you are the people I trust most, so when there's an opportunity, I think of you first. I know what you're hesitating about, but I want to say that the hardship is only temporary. You've seen my seafood. City folk have money these days. They'll pay a premium for delicious food. Once we develop enough agents, it won't be you seeking business. It will be business coming to you. Aslan spoke confidently at the dining table, telling the brothers the truth. Such delicious seafood would be highly sought after. It wouldn't make sense if it didn't sell quickly. Now, just look at the Blue Sea Hotel. Reservations for large yellow croakers are already booked more than a month in advance. Aslan's words were very persuasive, and ultimately, both Ronnie and Monroe agreed to become Aslan's general distributors. Ronnie patted Aslan on the shoulder and said, Brother, you're a gifted marketer trapped in the fishing industry. You're on the wrong path. Aslan was speechless. He had only meant to speak his heart and truly hadn't intended to brainwash them. At that moment, Anastasia walked up to Ronnie and said with a smile, Dad, I think you should give it a try. I believe Uncle Ye's products will surely take off. Niece, I'll take your lucky words, Aslan smiled. Although Aslan and Anastasia were about the same age, their relationship differed greatly due to Ronnie. Just look at Blue Sea Hotel. Orders for large yellow croakers were already booked more than a month in advance. Aslan's words were incredibly persuasive, and ultimately, Ronnie and Blake agreed to become his clay agents. Ronnie patted Aslan on the shoulder and said, Brother, you're a natural-born talent in multi-level marketing who just happens to be in fishing. You're taking the wrong path. Aslan couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. He was simply expressing his sincere thoughts, with no intention of brainwashing them. At this moment, Anastasia walked up to Ronnie and said with a smile, Dad, I think you should give it a try. I believe Uncle Ye's products will surely catch on. Thank you for your kind words, niece, Aslan replied with a smile. Though Aslan and Anastasia were roughly the same age, due to Ronnie's relationship, they belonged to different generations entirely. Chapter 171, The First Time. When Blake returned home with a nervous heart and relayed Aslan's words to his wife, he expected her to be strongly against the idea. However, unexpectedly, young Brienne remained unusually quiet, with a faint smile on her face. If you really want to do it, then go ahead. As a porter, one should take risks sometimes. I don't want to hold you back. Otherwise, when we're old, I'm afraid you might blame me, young Brienne said softly. Do you not fear I'll fail? Blake asked. There's nothing to fear. If you fail, we still have the fish farm, and everything is going well for us, isn't it? Young Brienne replied with a smile. Thank you, my love. Blake hugged young Brienne tightly in his arms, vowing to work hard with Aslan and not to disappoint her support. Meanwhile, Aslan had already driven back home. Upon entering, he saw his parents and Ilium's family sitting together chatting. Oh, Salmayi has come back. The most excited upon seeing Aslan was Salma Shun, who hurriedly stood up from her seat. She always felt somewhat awkward around Aslan. Ilium smiled and said, Mingro, go chat with your brother Brienne. You young people should have more things to talk about. Yes, Mingro, go keep Aslan company, Gale urged, pushing Maddie off the sofa and toward Aslan. In that case, let me take Mingro to chat in the courtyard. Feel free to continue, Aslan said with a smile. Hearing this, joy sparkled in Maddie's eyes. She loved being with brother Brienne. Aslan's yard was quite large. They both sat down at an outdoor stone table. Brother Brianin, my vacation is almost over. I'm heading back to school tomorrow, Maddie said. So soon? Aslan was surprised. He realized the time had flown by so fast. Maddie had been with him for quite some time. Brother Brianin, will you often come see me? She asked. Of course. You're my little sister. No matter where you are, I'll rush to your side whenever you call, Aslan replied. This had been his promise for a long time, and he had indeed kept it, which was why he was expelled from school initially. But I don't want to be your sister, Maddie whispered softly. Aslan didn't hear her clearly. What did you say? Maddie lowered her head, as if summoning all her courage before looking up at Aslan. Brother Brianin, I like you. Be my boyfriend. Aslan looked at Maddie with complex emotions. In the past, he might have agreed, but now things were different. He had a girlfriend. Seeing Aslan's conflicted expression, Maddie felt very uncomfortable. She knew what he was hesitating about. Brother Brianin belongs only to me. No one can take him away from me. A wild streak awakened inside her. She lunged forward, kissing Aslan passionately on the lips. Nero, I think. Don't say anything else. Just do it. Under the moonlight, the two of them entangled in the courtyard, their temperature rising. Their clothes became disheveled. Given how far Maddie had gone, Aslan could hardly refuse. He carried her into the house through a side door, returning to his bedroom upstairs. At this moment, their bodies emitted pheromones, igniting their passions even further. Nero, love me? With these words, Aslan lost himself completely. After much time had passed, the couple remembered their parents might still be downstairs. But it was midnight now. If they went out, it would probably deepen the misunderstanding. Brother Brianin, what should we do? Should I go find them? Maddie asked nervously. At this hour, Ilium must have already left. Who chats until midnight? Stay here tonight. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow, Aslan replied. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Brianin. Maddie buried her head in Aslan's chest. Her face flushed red, leaving little to imagination about what had transpired. Brother Brianin, I know what you're thinking. Are you worried about Town Chief Rickon? Maddie asked. Yes, Aslan nodded. There was no need to hide his relationship with Alicia, and he knew Maddie must have guessed. Don't worry, Brother Brianin. I won't force you into a choice because of what happened. I made this decision freely and hold no one responsible. Moreover, I want a Brother Brianin who is entirely mine, not someone obtained through tricks. Let's compete fairly, she said. Aslan was stunned, never imagining she would say such a thing. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to bind you to me for life and make you resent me, Maddie explained. Though young, Maddie understood that forced love never thrives. I'll give her a fair chance to compete. If you choose her in the future, I won't have anything to say, Maddie added. She had considered the possibility of losing, but resolved herself to it. Having given herself fully to the porter she loved and striving with all her might, she wouldn't harbor any resentment if she failed. Aslan felt the depth of her love for him, realizing how profoundly she cared. Girl, you didn't need to do this, Aslan said. I like it, Maddie pouted. Maddie wouldn't tell Aslan that she had read online advice suggesting men never forget their first love. Through continuous research, the answers were consistently the same, so her goal was set long ago, to secure Aslan's first experience. If Aslan knew the reason, he wouldn't know whether to thank or curse the author of that advice. Engrossed in each other, the newly intimate pair lingered in their embrace. Brother Brianin, I'm tired. Can you move? Maddie asked. Leave it there. I won't touch it, Aslan responded. You can't come in then. All right. You promised not to come in. The next morning, when Aslan and Maddie woke up, the little girl hid under the blanket, too embarrassed to go out. Dressed and wandering the house, Aslan found neither of his parents home but a meal waiting on the table. Aslan guessed the parents understood what had happened and, to avoid facing their children awkwardly, had gone out for a stroll. When Maddie came down, the two began eating the meal. Afterward, Aslan drove Maddie home and escorted her to the train station with her luggage. As they waved goodbye, Maddie cried. Watching her leave, Aslan heard her voice echoing in his ears. Brother Brianin, visit me often. Don't worry, I'll visit you often, Aslan smiled, reassured. After leaving the train station, Aslan drove to Lanhai City and found a proxy company in the downtown area. Starting a company doesn't need to be too complicated, but if someone without experience were to handle it, the overwhelming amount of procedures could make them explode with frustration. In this scenario, proxy companies come into play. While they may not have other particular skills, they can help you porterage all the procedures for starting a business. With their thorough knowledge of the processes, they can help establish your company in the shortest time possible, free of any hassles. Aslan directly paid 60,000 yuan to the proxy company to have them set up his company as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Aslan returned to Yanjiakan village and purchased a plot of land within the village, finding workers to start constructing a building. This was a 3-story small building intended to serve as an office for Aslan. It would likely become insufficient in the future, but by then he would have enough funds to build a new headquarters. There was also some good news. Blake and Ronnie had already moved on to neighboring provinces and different cities. Ronnie and Blake were in competition with each other, both developing their territories and establishing their own general agencies. Aslan had once mentioned that only after covering all cities in one province with their seafood products could they move on to develop the next province. For now, what Ronnie and Blake needed to do was simpler. Find powerful individuals in each city who could become secondary agents. The primary agent is the direct contact point for the company, sourcing goods directly from the company, while secondary agents are developed by the primary ones and source their goods from the primary agents. Ronnie and Blake served as primary agents, though every batch of goods had to be shipped from Aslan's side. Currently, Ronnie and Blake were carrying Aslan's seafood products, moving between various cities. They were offering potential secondary agents a taste of these delicious items, with their main challenge being the lack of opportunities to connect with these influential figures. Hashtag Chapter 172, The Sunken Treasure. The power of capital was terrifying. In just half a month, the largest building in Yinjia village was constructed. This building was the village's only 3-story structure, with each floor containing over a dozen rooms. During this period, Aslan frequently traveled between Tokyo Town and Lanhai City to recruit employees for his company. Despite offering high salaries, most people turned away upon learning they would be working in a remote fishing village. A few showed interest but left when they heard there were no staff dormitories. Realizing this, Aslan decided to use the remaining money to build several dormitory buildings behind the office. After exhausting all his funds, Aslan received this month's payment from the Lanhai Hotel, which was around 100,000 yuan. However, this amount seemed insignificant to him. Ah, I'm back to being a penniless poor porter again, Aslan thought to himself. The one thing that made Aslan feel better was that his company, named Shanghai Corporation, had officially been established. The company mainly sold various seafood and undertook underwater salvage work. But now, Aslan couldn't afford to hire more people and needed to find a way to get some money. Only those who had truly become wealthy understood how painful it was to be without money. This was why portery entrepreneurs who started from scratch and went bankrupt committed suicide by jumping from buildings despite still being wealthier than the average person. Though Aslan didn't consider suicide, he felt deeply the discomfort of being broke. As Aslan pondered ways to earn money, he felt an unusual stirring in his mind. Sao Mao Tsong. Understanding the cause of the stirring, Aslan hurriedly returned home. Brianin, didn't you say you were going to take care of the staff dormitories? Why did you come home? Raku Brianin asked. I have some urgent business. I came back to check on things. After explaining hurriedly, Aslan rushed upstairs. Removing his pillow, he saw an egg under it, shaking continuously. The little one has waited long enough. Finally, it's coming out, Aslan thought. This sea eastern falcon had the bloodline of a golden-winged great pong, a divine beast. If its bloodline could be fully awakened, it would grow into a mighty creature capable of eating dragons. Crack! A faint sound emerged as cracks appeared on the eggshell, like a determined little life struggling to break free. More cracks formed rapidly, and soon a wet little head poked out. Is this the sea eastern falcon? Aslan chuckled. This little guy has the bloodline of a golden-winged great pong, yet it looks just like an ordinary chick at birth. The small creature trembled as it crawled out of the eggshell, barely covered in feathers, exposing its pink, almost transparent skin where red veins and flesh were visible underneath. Just born, it began struggling on the ground, trying to stand up. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it's an eagle, Aslan mused. Soon, the little creature stood up and stared at Aslan with wide eyes. Chirp chirp. The little one nuzzled against Aslan's hand affectionately. Its feathers had fluffed up, making it look like a small white fluff ball. After greeting Aslan, it moved to its eggshell and started pecking at it. It took about 10 minutes to eat the shell larger than itself, appearing to grow a bit more. Ricotta one, here's something tasty for you. A drop of golden liquid appeared on Aslan's finger. The little one fixated on it intently. Chirp chirp. Seemingly reacting slowly, the little one approached the Shanghai spirit Rikoquid and swallowed it with its beak open. Ricotta one, I wonder if you'll ever carry me in flight someday, Aslan said, then gently lifted the little one to eye level. After consuming the spirit liquid, the little one lay contentedly on Aslan's palm. From now on, your name is Sao Mao Tsong. Understand? Chirp chirp. Sao Mao Tsong opened its eyes slightly, nodded at Aslan, and looked at him. Holding Sao Mao Tsong carefully, Aslan went to the courtyard. Gwilym. Bark bark. A dog barked from far away in the village, and soon a white blur leaped over the wall. Gwilym circled Aslan a few times, panting eagerly for instructions. This is your little brother. Protect him until he grows up. As he spoke, Aslan placed Sao Mao Tsong on Gwilym's back. Woof woof. Gwilym grunted and turned to see what his new brother looked like. Chirp chirp. Feeling cold, Sao Mao Tsong nestled into Gwilym's fur for warmth. Heh, Sao Mao Tsong seems to like it too, Aslan patted Gwilym's head. Woof. Gwilym nodded softly, careful not to wake the little one. Reliable despite being playful, Gwilym was trusted to take care of Sao Mao Tsong. With this matter settled, Aslan considered how to make quick money. His best option was the sea. I should take Basil to find some underwater wrecks. That's truly a profitable venture, Aslan thought. He walked to the dock and began searching online for areas with numerous sunken ships. Filtering out unreliable and distant locations, he found a promising lead. Around 10 years ago, a merchant ship sank in a certain sea area, reportedly carrying immense wealth. Many foreign teams had tried to locate this ship. Let's search for this treasure ship. If found, I might have enough money to establish my logistics company, Aslan thought. To sell nationwide, he needed a logistics network covering the whole country. As for international markets, Aslan couldn't porterage them directly. Buyers would have to come to China sincerely to make purchases or arrange shipping themselves. With this hopeful idea, Aslan boarded his small boat and sailed toward the estimated location of the wreck. Basil followed closely, also scouting for other potential wrecks along the way. Remarkably, Aslan encountered a wrecked battleship halfway through. Probably from a battle decades ago, this ship was already shattered. Covered in white bones floating around, it was eerie, and Aslan's sole find was a few blackened silver coins. Yes, the silver coins were black due to rust. After polishing them with sandpaper, Aslan realized this was a losing deal. These coins would only fetch a low 3-digit price unless they were intact and stamped with official seals. #### end of chapter. Had he known, Aslan would have definitely ignored this wreck and sailed past it. He was now so confident that a sum of around 1,000 or 2 held no weight in his eyes. After sailing for a long time on the high seas, Aslan finally reached this sea area. After aligning with the coordinates, he started anchoring and stopped the boat in this vast ocean. At the same time, Aslan began connecting to Basil's body, using Basil's eyes to scan the underwater world. The seabed wasn't deep, about 2 meters, filled with colorful coral reefs where schools of small fish were swimming through. But Aslan wasn't concerned with the fish at present. He started to move from this point, continuously exploring the surrounding areas. Those who came here to search for wrecks certainly wouldn't have a massive creature like Basil helping them. Divers searching underwater faced significant challenges. Firstly, even with professional equipment, it's impossible for an ordinary person to stay submerged beyond 200 meters for long. Secondly, this sea area was home to numerous fierce carnivorous fish, including the ferocious great white sharks. Thirdly, Basil's speed far exceeded that of any diver. Basil kept moving through the water while Aslan sat on the boat, preparing grilled fish. Now, Aslan had mastered the ability to multitask, not only controlling his own body but also Basil's body simultaneously. This felt somewhat divided, but fortunately, searching for wrecks and grilling fish didn't require intense concentration. This practice perfectly suited enhancing Aslan's multitasking skills. Finally, after extensive searching, a wreck was found 100 miles away from the central point. Aslan felt as if he had been tricked. The distance was too far off. If not for the words Thor's hammer written in English on the ship, Aslan might have thought he stumbled upon another vessel by sheer luck. Though there were some twists and turns, Aslan felt extremely joyful. In his eyes, this was not just a wreck, but an unparalleled treasure awaiting his claim. Hashtag Chapter 173, Dragon Scroll. Decades of corrosion had left the ship in ruins, covered in rust and oysters, exuding an aura of antiquity. Aslan, submerged in water, brought Salmao Ba to the wreck and began searching inside it. According to legend, this merchant ship is filled with countless treasures. Saying it could rival a nation's wealth might be exaggerated, but this fortune can definitely last several lifetimes, measured in billions. Aslan was already envisioning how to allocate this treasure, knowing that these resources would push his dream forward by leaps and bounds. He delved into the Thor's hammer, the sunken ship that every sea dream seeker craved, beginning his search within. Nothing in the water hindered Aslan. It seemed to assist him, allowing him to swim freely. Many small fish in the ship fled at the sight of him. As Aslan ventured deeper into the ship, he saw a flash of blue electric light from within the cabin. ZZZT. The sound of electricity filled Aslan's ears as he saw a 5-meter-long batfish-like creature lying at the entrance of the cabin. How could something like this be here? Aslan exclaimed in shock. It was an electric ray, capable of emitting powerful electrical discharges like an electric eel, making it one of the most fearsome creatures in the deep sea. The crucial issue was that such rays usually grow no longer than 2 meters, yet this one was over 5 meters. Salmao Ba shrank its body and followed Aslan closely. Though smaller than the electric ray, Salmao Ba wasn't fully awakened yet, having only a greater strength and appetite without any superpowers. Aslan sensed a predatory instinct surging from Salmao Ba, an impulse driven by hunger. Salmao Ba, can you handle this thing? Aslan asked, pointing at the large electric ray. Salmao Ba nodded, sensing the power it desired within the ray. Then finish this quickly. I'll back you up, Aslan said. Obeying its master, Salmao Ba lashed out with its tentacles, charging at the ray. This commotion woke the sleeping ray, which emitted a surge of electricity from its body. Even from over 10 meters away, Aslan felt a stinging pain, and his hair stood on end. What a powerful current, Aslan thought. His body far exceeded that of a normal person, almost superhero level, yet this current still caused pain. Considering the distance, the ray must have emitted at least 2,000 volts. Household voltage is 220 volts, enough to be lethal, and 10 times that voltage, 2,000 volts, was unimaginably terrifying. If someone touched such high voltage, they would become charred remains in mere moments. This electric ray isn't normal, Aslan mused. While it was plausible for an electric eel to emit 2,000 volts, a ray shouldn't have this capability. Normally, rays emit only dozens of volts, painful but not fatal. The strongest ray should only reach 200 volts. An extraordinary electric ray? Aslan wondered. Shanghai Wangqi technique. Aslan wiped his eyes, activating the technique to observe the ray. A dense aura surrounded the ray, far beyond what ordinary fish should possess. Titism. The Shanghai seal in Aslan's mind vibrated, revealing information in his head. Electric ray. Possesses Thunder Dragon bloodline, initially activated, controls lightning, has potential to transform into a dragon. Aslan hadn't expected the seal to reveal this. This discovery also stirred unease within him. He realized the ocean was more terrifying than he imagined. If a random ray can awaken its bloodline and gain immense power, what about giant whales or great white sharks? Aslan worried. A tenfold increase in power for an electric ray already posed a threat, and if larger predators awaken their bloodlines, Salmao Ba wouldn't stand a chance. Aslan originally believed he was prepared to dominate the sea, but now he realized it was far from enough. As a deity of the Shanghai, he had much to accomplish. He decided not to venture into the deep sea until his strength was formidable. Meanwhile, Salmao Ba had engaged the ray, its tentacles wrapping around the creature. ZZZT. The ray didn't hold back, releasing full power, drawn by Salmao Ba's lethal allure. Both giants battled fiercely, Salmao Ba trying to consume the ray, while the ray attempted to electrocute Salmao Ba into ashes. ZZZT. With increasing intensity, Salmao Ba started charring. Through their contract, Aslan felt Salmao Ba's agony. Today, I'll find out just how powerful you are after awakening dragon blood, Aslan thought. He began controlling the surrounding water, condensing it into a long sword. Go! Aslan compressed at least a ton of water into the sword, sharper than any true divine weapon. Under his control, the sword plunged into the ray's body. Salmao Ba, move! Aslan ordered. Upon hearing this, Salmao Ba released the ray and swam aside. Explode! With Aslan's comported, the water sword, compressed countless times, burst explosively, tearing apart everything in the cabin like a bomb. Salmao Ba curled into a ball, bouncing harmlessly thanks to its soft body. Aslan remained unharmed, protected by his water escape jutsu. However, the explosion stirred impurities into the water, clouding the cabin. After some time, the water cleared again. Never thought compressing water then exploding it would be so powerful. Looks like I have another ace up my sleeve, Aslan mused. Sao Mao Ba unfolded, reverting to its octopus form, finding the mutilated body of the ray, and began feasting. As it ate, tiny bolts of lightning coursed through its body, and green scales grew on its skin, transforming it into a monstrous appearance. Shanghai Seal, can you explain what happened? Aslan asked. Response, Sao Mao Ba, an octopus with swallowing demon octopus bloodline, has acquired dragon blood from consuming the dragon pearl. After devouring the electric ray, it fully awakened its thunder dragon bloodline, becoming a half-dragon, half-octopus creature. Dragon pearl? Aslan was baffled. When had Sao Mao Ba ingested a dragon pearl? The dragon pearl is the essence within a dragon's body. Each dragon possesses one. He never expected that Sao Mao Ba had consumed such an item. Sao Mao Ba, what's the deal with the dragon pearl? Aslan asked. In response to Aslan's question, Sao Mao Ba transmitted an image into his mind. Aslan remembered that long ago, Sao Mao Ba had ventured into the deep sea to help Erwin search for jellyfish pearls. There, they encountered a large and ferocious deep-sea dragonfish. Aslan recalled porteripulating Sao Mao Ba's body to battle the deep-sea dragonfish. In a near-mutual destruction, Aslan porteraged to defeat the deep-sea dragonfish, from which a golden sphere fell. At that time, Sao Mao Ba absorbed the sphere, and from then on, its body began to grow rapidly. Aslan hadn't delved into this matter before, assuming it was just due to Sao Mao Ba consuming marine life. Now, it seemed that much of Sao Mao Ba's rapid growth could be attributed to this golden sphere. Sao Mao Ba believed the sphere was indeed a dragon pearl. Though not 100% certain, there seemed to be no other plausible explanation. After ingesting the dragon pearl, Sao Mao Ba's body acquired the bloodline of the pearl. This meant that now, Sao Mao Ba possessed two formidable divine beast bloodlines within its body, which didn't conflict but fused harmoniously. With these dual bloodlines, Sao Mao Ba's future strength would rival that of both the swallowing demon octopus and the dragon pearl. Today, Sao Mao Ba's dragon pearl bloodline urged it to devour the electric ray, fully activating the bloodline and causing dragon scales to grow on its body. Though Sao Mao Ba might not look entirely like an octopus anymore, the increase in strength is undeniable. It will have no problem dominating the seas in the future, Aslan said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, Sao Mao Ba extended a tentacle in front of Aslan, a bolt of lightning flickering atop it. Hashtag Chapter 174, The Sunny Rain Pearl. Basil demonstrated to Aslan through his actions that he possessed not only the bloodlines of dragons and devouring magic octopi, but also the power to control lightning. Basil had now evolved into a devouring dragon octopus, historically the first of its kind. Controlling lightning was a terrifying ability. Once Basil's strength increased to a certain level, anything his tentacles touched would likely be scorched to charcoal. However, at present, he couldn't control this ability well, often sparking with electricity unintentionally. Basil informed Aslan that the higher the voltage he released, the greater the energy depletion it caused, necessitating the consumption of sea creatures for replenishment. Aslan chuckled bitterly. You're really going all the way down the foodie path. Fortunately, the marine life in the ocean was inexhaustible. Otherwise, even the world's richest person might struggle to support Basil's insatiable appetite. It would take the collective resources of a nation to feed Basil, who could consume as much as a small house worth of food daily, possibly even a small mountain in the future. You need to practice controlling your lightning here, and keep your distance until you can fully porterage it, Aslan said. Basil reluctantly nodded, wanting to stay with his master, but understanding his unique circumstances required separation. Even though his stray electricity wasn't too powerful, it still felt unpleasant when striking Aslan. Curling up into a ball, Basil hid in a corner to practice controlling his lightning while Aslan ventured deeper into the ship's cabin. The merchant ship, Thunder Hammer, was legendary for its wealth. Now, Aslan sought the entrance. Having submerged in the ocean for so long, the ship's hull was covered with various mollusks, making it difficult to locate doors. A little thing like this won't stop me, Aslan thought. Closing his eyes, Aslan activated his water control ability. Within a 200-meter radius, nothing escaped his perception. He quickly located the passage leading below, opened his eyes, and headed towards the door. Damn! Aslan exclaimed. Not portery things surprised him, but what he saw was one of them. The door showed signs of recent opening, indicating someone had come here a few months ago. Too late, Aslan murmured painfully. If other wrecks were found, he wouldn't have cared, but this was the Thunder Hammer, far from the incident site. Aslan couldn't fathom how they found it, unless they expanded their search over 10 years gradually. In anger, Aslan kicked open the door and walked into the ship's interior. From the layout, it seemed like a grand hall, with shattered porcelain scattered on the floor, resembling broken plates and bowls. The ship was in ruins, the sharp shards impossible to clear. Using water to form an arm, Aslan sifted through the debris, finding only ordinary fragments. Walking out, he began searching elsewhere, determined to find something missed by the others. Aslan's thoroughness left no stone unturned, hoping for good luck. Unfortunately, the only valuable item he found was a large gemstone ring, probably dropped by a deceased wealthy porter. Though eerie, Aslan pocketed it for lack of money. Gabba. Walking, Aslan kicked a metallic object. Picking it up with a water vortex, he wiped off the green moss, revealing a gold bar. Biting it lightly confirmed its authenticity. Seeing 1 kilogram engraved on it, Aslan felt a stab of frustration. This corridor shouldn't contain gold. Clearly, the previous group had dropped it. If they hadn't been here, everything should belong to him. Determined, Aslan searched every room meticulously, hoping to find more gold to hire employees. After flipping through the entire ship, he only found 2 more bars, a meager amount. Finally, disheartened, Aslan sat in the cabin, tallying his findings. It wasn't enough. Why did they arrive months before me? He thought irritably, kicking the wall. Thud. The underwater sound was odd. Aslan kicked again. Thud. It sounded hollow, without seawater inside. There must be a sealed space within this wall, Aslan realized. Using his water-sensing ability, he measured the wall to be about 10 meters thick. Smiling, Aslan created a vortex like a drill, rotating against the wall. Soon, a hole emerged, releasing huge bubbles and seawater. Aslan used the flowing water as his eyes, seeing inside. Inside was a hidden safe, clearly containing something extraordinary. With no one else aboard, Aslan violently opened the safe, isolating it from seawater to protect its contents. Hopefully, there are valuable treasures inside. Please don't let me down, Aslan thought to himself. As if heaven had heard Aslan's plea, when he opened the safe, a dazzling array of jewel lights flashed before his eyes. What met Aslan's gaze was a small box filled with various gems and diamonds. Next to the box lay an abundance of gold bars. I've never seen so pottery treasures at once. This is too wonderful, Aslan exclaimed in wild joy. Although Aslan had previously salvaged national treasures like the 9-dragon sword and several crates of gold, those items were ultimately donated to the state. But these gems belonged to him personally. While Aslan wasn't well versed in the value of these gems, he could roughly estimate that they were worth millions. Tidish, there's still something here, Aslan said, reaching out to retrieve the item at the back of the safe. It was a fist-sized purple pearl. Inside the pearl, numerous turbid substances coalesced together, resembling clouds. Drops of water began seeping through the surface of the pearl, making it look incredibly beautiful. The sunny rain pearl. Aslan shouted in shock, almost dropping this priceless treasure to the ground. When Aslan had obtained the Tang Daizong's edict and the imperial seal, he meticulously studied everything about the Tang dynasty. Among his findings was that Empress Tabitha, the legendary female emperor, possessed a miraculous pearl. The sunny rain pearl was a tribute from Siam, and throughout history, only one such pearl existed in the world. The sunny rain pearl had a unique property. It was usually transparent, but as rain approached, turbid particles would float inside it. When droplets formed on its surface, it signaled an impending heavy downpour. Aslan was almost certain that this was the very pearl cherished by Empress Tabitha. Chapter 175. A storm is coming. Historically, this bead was once believed to be a myth that didn't exist, but it never occurred to anyone that such an item would actually fall into Aslan's hands. Truly a priceless treasure. If I were to auction it off, it would definitely fetch an astronomical price, Aslan mused privately. However, these thoughts were just idle musings. He could not possibly sell this magical bead. Aslan had once thought of creating a world-class treasure museum, and this bead should have its place in his museum, with its own history. Taking out the small gourd, Aslan stored the Laklangyu pearl inside, for if he were to lose it, he would undoubtedly regret it bitterly. The safe contained not only the Laklangyu pearl, but also a faded yellow book that looked especially ancient. Aslan carefully examined this ancient book and discovered that it was titled Tuei Bei Tu. It was written by two of the most famous prophets in history, Rico Chunfeng and Frederick. The book primarily combined images and prophecies, cleverly predicting significant events that might happen both at the time and in the future. Historical records showed that Roxanne initially relied on the Tuei Bei Tu to become the legendary female emperor. Yet, fearing the predictions within it, she ultimately buried the Tuei Bei Tu. Opening the Tuei Bei Tu, Aslan saw detailed accounts of how the two masters predicted the rise and fall of the Tang dynasty. The predictions regarding the Tang dynasty were remarkably accurate. Almost every major event matched perfectly. However, predictions after the Tang dynasty became blurry. Perhaps because they were predicting too far into the future, even the two masters could not make certain judgments. But the overall events remained very accurate, from the rise and fall of dynasties to various significant occurrences. It even documented the two world wars, making Aslan feel as if he was reading a divine book. These two masters were truly formidable, and from these books, one could see that they had mastered the art of aura prediction to its peak, deepening Aslan's understanding of this technique. When the Tuei Bei Tu reached modern times, the pictures had already become very blurry, and the text was quite intriguing, roughly meaning the opening of a new world. According to the Tuei Bei Tu, a new world was being initiated, which left Aslan perplexed about their true intention. Why do these masters write so obscurely? Why can't they be more straightforward? They insist on leaving people to guess their hidden meanings, as if they're not impressive enough otherwise. It's really annoying, Aslan grumbled. Despite his irritation, Aslan still put away the Tuei Bei Tu, for this object was a treasure throughout history and could not be lost. Storing all these treasures in the small gourd, Aslan was immensely satisfied with this mission. This operation could be considered a complete success, and he was utterly pleased with it. If I salvage the other famous shipwrecks in the sea, I could probably become wealthier than some nations, Aslan said with a smile. Though he might not be as wealthy as large countries, compared to smaller ones, it was entirely possible. However, the locations of the other shipwrecks were too far from China, making it impractical for Aslan to go and salvage them. If I ever have a big ship in the future, I could try sailing abroad and bring those famous wrecks back up, Aslan thought. By now, Aslan had returned to his small boat, which had been repaired by Dovey and was ready for use. Dovey planned to sell the small broken boat, and Aslan was preparing to purchase another vessel. Just as Aslan was ready to set sail, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and occasional lightning illuminated the entire sky. The surface of the sea began to churn violently, and Aslan could clearly feel the increasing strength of the sea breeze. Is it going to be a storm? Aslan wondered. As a fisher porter, Aslan understood the terror of storms. If it were a severe storm, his small boat would surely be shattered by the massive waves. At that moment, a raindrop hit Aslan's face, followed almost instantly by torrents of rain from the sky. Indeed, storms come with rain. As the first raindrops fell, fierce winds began to blow across the sky. A 10-meter-high wave surged towards Aslan. Clear the way. Aslan unleashed his water-controlling ability, forcefully splitting the incoming wave apart. Rumble. As the wave crashed down, splashing water drenched the boat, causing it to tilt and sway. It felt like a leaf in a violent storm, at risk of being swallowed by the elements at any moment. Based on Aslan's experience, his small fishing boat couldn't endure such harsh weather for long and would likely be shattered by several massive waves. Basil, come out! Aslan shouted. Splash! A huge, scaly, round head emerged, and a giant tentacle extended towards Aslan. Gently touching Aslan's arm, a boat-shaped mark appeared on his palm. In this critical moment, Aslan prepared to reclaim control of the Water Deity Palace. Appear, Water Deity Palace! Aslan roared. Ricket enveloped Aslan's body, transporting him to the cockpit of the Water Deity Palace. Meanwhile, the small fishing boat was stored in the storage space of the Water Deity Palace. Standing inside the Water Deity Palace, Aslan could clearly see the outside world without being affected by the tempestuous conditions. Sitting in the cockpit, Aslan pondered whether he should return to Yinjia village. If he returned, using the Water Deity Palace would require a colossal amount of spirit liquid. Although Aslan found 10 swimming pool-sized reserves of spirit liquid in the small gourd, a single journey in the Water Deity Palace might deplete an entire pool. Well, since I can hide here for free, I'd better not waste more spirit liquid, Aslan decided. Although the Mountain Sea Spirit Array could help produce spirit liquid, the output was meager, probably not enough to fill a swimming pool even in 10 years, and it pained him. I don't know how long this storm will last. I'd better stay in the Water Deity Palace, Aslan thought. Aslan had always intended the Water Deity Palace to be his sanctuary, so he had long prepared everything. Even appliances were available in the Water Deity Palace, powered by diesel generators modified by Aslan. Sometimes, Aslan even wanted to create a device that could convert spirit energy into electricity, so the Grand Water Deity Palace wouldn't smell of diesel. Deciding to act immediately while the thunderstorm raged outside, Aslan had plenty of time to upgrade the Water Deity Palace. He immersed his consciousness into the entire structure of the Water Deity Palace, examining its construction. At this moment, the Water Deity Palace began to emit a faint light, filling Aslan's mind with countless pieces of knowledge. After experiencing several such infusions, Aslan's resistance had greatly increased, preventing headaches. It took Aslan a long time to sort through this knowledge, realizing that the Water Deity Palace was revealing everything about itself. The Water Deity Palace, born from the universe, recognized Aslan as its master and thus disclosed all its secrets to him. Tio put it plainly, the Water Deity Palace was not fundamentally different from things like aircraft carriers outside. It was merely a mode of transportation used by immortals. It could be driven or used to attack with energy, which could be spirit energy or the power cultivated by spirits, demons, and deities. Although Aslan was the successor of the Mountain Sea deity, his body was only incomparably stronger than an ordinary person's, but did not yet possess extraordinary power. This was why Aslan had to use spirit liquid to drive the Water Deity Palace. Scratching his head, Aslan said, if that's the case, I can set up a huge Mountain Sea Spirit Array on this ship. Maybe then it can achieve self-sufficiency. Deciding to act immediately, Aslan headed to the central hub of the Water Deity Palace. Extending his palm, the power of 10 drops of Mountain Sea Spirit Recoquid had gathered in his hand. At this moment, water began to condense on his left hand from the sky, quickly forming a sharp dagger made of water. Holding the sharp dagger, he drew it across his right palm, causing a wound to appear and blood to spurt out. Aslan immediately began controlling the blood, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Appear, Mountain Sea Spirit Array. The floating blood began to transform, ultimately evolving into a massive Mountain Sea Spirit Array in the air. This colossal array nearly occupied all the space in the central hub and slowly descended under Aslan's control. Mountain Sea Spirit Array, activate. Standing at the center of the array, Aslan felt countless threads of spirit energy surging toward him. Sensing this powerful spirit energy, Aslan knew he had succeeded. The spirit energy in the sea was much denser, far more effective than on land. Now, Aslan had begun to establish a connection with the Water Deity Palace. He wanted to know how much power the Mountain Sea Spirit Array could provide to the Water Deity Palace. Chapter 176, Blue Diamond. The sea's spirit energy was exceptionally dense, and soon the spirit-gathering array of mountain and sea was filled with abundant spiritual power. Aslan began controlling his thoughts to connect with the Water Deity Palace, attempting to portalipulate it. The Water Deity Palace started voraciously absorbing the spirit energy from the array, and the entire ship slowly moved towards the shore. Haha, success. Aslan laughed heartily. Possibly due to insufficient spirit energy concentration, the Water Deity Palace's current speed was around 23 knots, equivalent to about 40 kilometers per hour. Even among merchant ships, this speed was considered fast, though still far behind a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that could reach almost 40 knots. However, for Aslan, this speed was already impressive compared to his small fishing boat which only portaged around 8 knots at full throttle. Haha, I never thought I would gain control over the Water Deity Palace like this. From now on, no one in the vast ocean can challenge me. Aslan smiled, proud of his newfound capability. The Water Deity Palace was practically an impregnable fortress. While Aslan wasn't sure if it could withstand a nuclear bomb, defending against small missiles seemed feasible. Outside, a storm raged with thunderous skies, yet the Water Deity Palace navigated the sea steadily as if it were a tiny fishing boat. Even when large waves approached, the small vessel remained unharmed, as if protected by some divine force. As he sailed, Aslan unexpectedly noticed red light shining not far ahead in the sea. Could this be caused by rare treasures reaching maturity? Aslan wondered silently. He immediately steered the Water Deity Palace downwards into the depths where it could move freely. The Water Deity Palace wasn't just a ship but also functioned as a submarine. Due to the water resistance, the speed dropped but was still portageable. As he dived deeper, Aslan felt the seawater getting warmer. Through the Water Deity Palace's visibility, he saw terrifying scenes deep underwater. The red glow wasn't from treasures but from a volcanic eruption, with molten lava flowing. This is magnificent, Aslan admired. The red glow in the sea continued, accompanied by intense heat waves. Molten lava flowed in the seawater, a sight rarely seen elsewhere. Although not finding treasures, Aslan didn't feel disappointed since he realized he could collect the lava here. Ever since discovering he could control lava, he had been pondering how to obtain it. Finally, Aslan found a way. He drove the water deity palace into the lava flow, sensing the high temperature outside while inside remained normal. Surprisingly, sailing within the lava caused no issues. I'm starting to think the water deity palace can resist nuclear weapons, Aslan speculated internally. Stopping amidst the lava, Aslan retrieved his small gourd, opened the cabin door, and guided part of the lava inside. As soon as the door opened, lava surged towards him. Prepared, Aslan uncorked his gourd. Countless streams of lava entered the gourd, causing Aslan to feel intense heat, even burning his hair. Fortunately, his strong body could endure it. After filling the equivalent of several swimming pools with lava, Aslan closed the door and sealed the gourd's neck. Hee, set sail, Aslan chuckled. Satisfied, he steered the water deity palace away from the lava. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of light caught his eye. What's that? Before it vanished, Aslan directed the water deity palace to scoop up the shiny stone into the cabin. He opened his gourd, sprayed water, and surrounded the stone with it. Sizzle. Due to its high temperature after extraction, the stone cooled down quickly in the water. Aslan picked up the scorching blue stone. It was roughly the size of a pigeon egg, highly transparent, but uneven and unappealing, looking like a failed glass artifact. Lava can melt glass, so this must be? Aslan stared at the blue translucent stone in his hand, eyes wide open with astonishment. Then, he squeezed the stone with all his might, veins bulging as he tried to crush it. Gah! Exhausted after a long struggle, Aslan failed to damage the stone. Even steel could bear faint imprints under his strength, yet the stone remained intact. It seems my guess is correct. This must be a diamond, Aslan concluded, amused. A diamond, or blue diamond, as commonly known, is a mineral composed of carbon elements, another form of carbon. Simply put, this could be turned into a natural diamond once polished. With such a massive chunk, Aslan believed he was wealthy beyond belief, possibly richer than from a sunken treasure. He kept the blue raw stone, intending to cut it when he returned home. Excited, Aslan piloted the water deity palace back to Yinja village, handed it back to Salmalba, and walked home through the relentless storm, unaffected even by typhoon-level weather. At home, his parents were asleep, so Aslan searched online about diamond cutting techniques. While the skills were not valuable, the machines for cutting diamonds were essential, something he currently lacked. Having the skill suffices. Other matters don't require machinery, Aslan mused. He summoned water to envelop the diamond and spun it vigorously, polishing the diamond continuously. Some might think this method was inefficient, but it worked best. Water wears away stones eventually. Under Aslan's focused efforts, the water's power intensified, matching machine perforators. After more than an hour, 12 facets appeared on the diamond, taking on a diamond-like shape. Though exhausted, Aslan's work wasn't complete, requiring much time and effort despite his immense strength. With rain pouring outside, Aslan stayed indoors, occasionally polishing the diamond when idle. Half a week later, skies cleared up after days of rain. Early morning, Aslan drove to Lanhai City and sold several gems at a jewelry shop, leaving with money amid the stunned gaze of the owner. His first act outside was buying a crepe, as he was truly hungry after skipping breakfast. Holding his crepe, Aslan headed to a nearby job market. Since he arrived early, after paying for a day's rental, he secured a good spot. On the whiteboard beside him, Aslan wrote, Shanghai Company Hiring, Office Director, Operations Manager, Technical Manager. These departments were essential for any growing enterprise cluster. Though the company was still small now, Aslan believed it would one day astonish the world. He also listed the salaries, office locations, and even set prices higher by about a third compared to major companies in Lanhai City. Seeing such attractive salaries, Portery people were interested, but when they saw the office locations, most of them walked away. A few approached to inquire about benefits, but it was clear that most were just asking out of curiosity, with only a handful truly interested. Those who were genuinely interested engaged in discussions with Aslan, but most didn't meet his standards. He felt they lacked experience. Though Aslan didn't need top-tier talent, he at least wanted seasoned hands who could handle various situations. Fresh graduates, even from prestigious universities, had no practical experience, so Aslan passed on them. In Aslan's mind, students from prestigious universities and ordinary ones started from the same point without real-world experience. However, students from prestigious universities might master all necessary skills within a month, while those from ordinary universities might take 3 to 5 months. Once grown, students from prestigious universities would be several times more capable than those from ordinary ones. Everyone knew this, but Aslan wasn't concerned about future potential. He needed people who could support the company right now. Beside him, a porter in a suit smiled and said, Young brother, you've just started your company, huh? Yep, elder brother. What do you have to say? Haha, I just think you're being foolish. The porter in the suit laughed heartily, without any regard for Aslan's feelings. Hashtag chapter 177, preparing to buy a watch. The porter in the suit, clutching his stomach, laughed for a long time, while Aslan's expression grew increasingly cold. Sir, what's so funny? Aslan asked. Haha, you expect people to live in the middle of nowhere after joining your small company? I'll eat shit if you porterage to hire anyone. The suited porter was laughing so hard he was out of breath. At that moment, a bespectacled and well-portered individual pushed through the crowd, glancing at both the middle-aged porter in the suit and Aslan. Ultimately, he chose to stand next to the middle-aged porter. Compared to Aslan, who looked young and less reliable, and with the questionable office location, this person had no interest in choosing Aslan's company. Hello, my name is Adnan. I graduated from Jingxing University's Economics and Management School, and I've interned at a Fortune 500 company. Adnan introduced himself to the suited porter, handing over his degree certificates and work resume. The middle-aged porter's eyes lit up as he stared at Adnan, surprised to find such a gem today. I have an assistant manager position here. Since you graduated from a prestigious university, there's even a chance you could become a vice president in the future. How about we offer you a salary comparable to that of a department head? The middle-aged porter smiled. That would be an honor to join your esteemed company. Adnan extended his hand to shake hands with the middle-aged porter. However, before the handshake occurred, Aslan reached out first, grabbing Adnan's hand. Brother, why be just an assistant manager when you can learn from me? Money isn't an issue. I won't let you down, Aslan said with a smile. Adnan was bewildered. Why was this person interrupting? The middle-aged porter was furious. This recruit was valuable. If he porteraged to secure someone like Adnan, a big bonus would follow. He wouldn't allow anyone to poach his candidate. You're out of line. You're trying to steal our employee, right under my nose, the porter said angrily. What's the problem with recruiting openly? Name your price, and we'll compare offers, Aslan replied confidently. You? The porter in the suit sneered. This porter represented Baolan Corporation, a leading company in Lantai City. As a seasoned recruiter, he could easily tell that Aslan was running a shell company with limited resources. Brother, based on your credentials, I can offer you 4,000 per month, including allowances. What do you think? The salary figure was impressive by Lantai City standards, and the middle-aged porter shot a challenging glance at Aslan. Running a small shell company might involve some shady tactics, but offering a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan would be nearly impossible. How about 5,000 yuan per month? You'll start as an office manager. My company is new, but it offers ample opportunities for advancement, Aslan said with a smile. Adnan hesitated, looking at Aslan's whiteboard which didn't inspire much confidence. Don't fall for him. Clearly, it's a shell company with no real substance, the middle-aged porter interjected. Adnan paused, not concerned about the salary. His worry was more about gaining work experience. Sir, may I know what kind of business your company is involved in? I need to assess its potential. I specialize in marine farming, selling seafood, and handling deep-sea salvage operations, Aslan explained. Aslan then took out a stack of photos showing the size of the farm, offices, and staff accommodations. If these are genuine, I'd be honored to join your company, Adnan said with a smile. Aslan nodded approvingly. You won't regret your choice. In the future, you'll be proud to be part of Shanghai Company. Aslan handed over a labor contract for 1 year. After reviewing it without issues, Adnan felt relieved. A 1-year contract provided flexibility. Don't make a mistake, son. This contract isn't worth signing. Come join Baolan Corporation instead. We have a reputable brand and won't deceive you. Despite the middle-aged porter's attempts to disparage Shanghai Company and Aslan, Adnan signed the contract. After observing Aslan closely, Adnan saw no signs of deceit. The young porter exuded confidence, which convinced him. Handing back the signed contract, Adnan asked, When can I meet the other employees? Aslan smiled. You've already met everyone. Adnan's face twitched. Don't tell me I'm the first employee. Well, you've got sharp eyes. Yes, you're the first. As both your boss and colleague, I have your first assignment. Fill the remaining positions. Aslan gestured for Adnan to sit in his chair. Looking at Adnan's puzzled expression, Aslan thought this young porter needed more tempering, despite being around the same age as him. Leaving the chaotic job market, Aslan headed to a nearby mall because he intended to buy a watch. Sometimes, during deep dives, he lost track of time, needing a professional-grade diving watch. Upon entering the mall, Aslan noticed a aeroporturically decorated lobby, unusual for a typical mall. Is there a couple event? Otherwise, why so portery heart-shaped balloons? Aslan scratched his head, adding, Isn't Shishi passed already? Baffled, Aslan went upstairs where luxury watch brands were housed. Patek Philippe, a luxury brand, sold watches starting from tens of thousands of yuan. In the store, none of the salespeople approached Aslan after noticing his modest attire. Based on his outfit, they assumed he couldn't afford their products. Left unattended, Aslan began searching for a diving watch. Most options offered depth ratings of a few dozen meters and cost upwards of 500,000 yuan. Only one model boasted waterproofing to 300 meters, though that was considered the extreme limit for watches, far beyond the depth most divers ever reach. With deep-sea divers usually operating at depths around 200 meters, waterproofing to 300 meters seemed unnecessary. Undeterred, Aslan continued browsing for his perfect diving watch. 300 meters, that should be fine, Aslan thought to himself. This watch looked incredibly robust with a strong metallic feel, and in Aslan's eyes, it was filled with beauty. However, the price made him think it was quite high. The watch cost 1.3 million yuan, while Aslan had only earned just over 2 million yuan from selling his gemstones. Furthermore, he knew this price was already significantly lower than market value. If the gems were sold through regular acquisition channels, they would fetch around 3 million yuan. But Aslan needed money urgently, so he had sold some first. Although it's a bit expensive, it's still acceptable. After all, I really need a watch. Otherwise, in deep water where I can't see the sun, I can't tell time, Aslan thought. Pointing at the watch, Aslan said, Could you please take this watch out for me to have a look? The female salesperson glanced at Aslan indifferently, then took out the watch and placed it in front of him. Be careful when you look at it. If this watch gets damaged, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you sold everything you own, the salesperson said. Aslan started examining the watch. Both its design and texture were perfectly aligned with his preferences. Just then, a fat porter entered, accompanied by a heavily made-up porter. Oh dear, all these watches are so beautiful, the heavily made-up porter said with a smile. Hee indeed. These are world-renowned watches, and they're all excellent, the fat porter replied with a laugh. Upon seeing the fat porter and the porter, the salespeople realized a big spender had arrived. Several salespeople quickly gathered around the fat porter. Sir, take a look at this watch. The style is very majestic, perfectly matching your distinguished demeanor. I think this gold watch suits you best. Its dazzling gold appearance will make you the focus of everyone wherever you go. Lady, take a look at this watch. It's elegant and fashionable. I believe it's made for you. These salespeople spared no effort using every rhetorical method to flatter the two, all in hopes of getting them to buy a watch. Chapter 178. Unworthy. The hefty porter, with a smile plastered on his face, seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the attentions of the portery beauties around him. The heavily made-up porter said, "Darling, we're still going to the Maldives next week, aren't we? How about we buy a diving watch? I really want to go diving." Sure. Bring out your most expensive one, and let me have a look," the fatty replied with a grin. The fatty always wanted the most extravagant things. He wasn't interested in the right choice, only the costliest. At this moment, a salesgirl was ready to fetch a watch from the counter. However, another salesgirl had a sudden idea and snatched the watch that Aslan was examining. "Sir, take a look at this model. It can dive up to 300 meters deep, making it one of the world's best waterproof watches," and the salesgirl incessantly introduced the watch as the fatty lowered his gaze, inadvertently catching a glimpse of her cleavage. "Good shot," the fatty blurted out. The salesgirl threw a flirtatious glance and said, "How naughty? What are you talking about?" She playfully punched his chest, looking like a young couple teasing each other. However, the heavily made-up porter wasn't pleased and began to edge between them. "Sir, if you purchase this watch, we could exchange WeChat IDs for more detailed discussions," the salesgirl suggested. Upon hearing this, the fatty licked his lips, sensing a clear invitation. "All right, deal. I'll take it." The fatty patted his chest and said, "Perfect, I'll get it wrapped for you." The salesgirl beamed happily. At this point, Aslan interrupted. "Didn't I look at this watch first? If anyone is asking who should buy it, shouldn't they ask me first?" Seeing Aslan's discontent, the salesgirl remained indifferent. "With your poor appearance, I advise you not to embarrass yourself here. Even if I ask you, what difference would it make?" she asked sarcastically. "Can you afford it?" "I can. I'm buying this watch," Aslan stated. "What?" The salesgirl looked at Aslan in astonishment. Though she was momentarily surprised, it didn't last long. "Don't put on an act. You can't afford such luxury," the salesgirl sneered. "And look at yourself. Do you even deserve such a lavish watch? This kind of watch belongs to someone of high status like this gentle porter." "You're not me. How do you know I can't afford it?" Aslan retorted. At this moment, the heavily made-up porter pushed Aslan aside. "Stay away from me. Your commoner's stench might taint me." The fatty chimed in. "I advise you to back down while you can. Even if I give this watch to you, you couldn't afford it without selling your kidneys." Not only did the fatty and the made-up porter disdain Aslan, but the other salesgirls were watching with amusement. How annoying this pauper is. If not for the watch in his hand, I'd be the first to rush to the counter. This sale should belong to me. Just watch and see. I bet he'll make a big show of leaving shortly. Look at how little she is laughing. She gets a commission and has befriended a tycoon. Maybe she won't need to work here anymore. These salesgirls whispered openly, hoping their disparagement of Aslan might impress the wealthy patrons. Suddenly, a salesgirl shouted, "The boss is coming!" With this shout, all the salesgirls quickly returned to their posts, pretending to be diligently working. Then two people entered the shop, chatting amicably. "Finianu, see how nice my shop is? I worked very hard to secure the Patek Philippe dealership. Choose any watch you like," said a slightly chubby porter with a smile. "Ricardo Wong, your shop truly excels. I might consider getting into the high-end watch market," King replied with a smile. The duo clearly centered around King. The fatty saw the two men enter, and his expression changed. He hurriedly walked to the slightly chubby porter. "Daryl, it's an honor to meet you here today." The chubby porter beside King was Daryl, who now looked bewildered at the fatty. "Who are you?" "Haha, Daryl, I'm Mr. Hendrix's subordinate. Don't you remember when you had a grand banquet upon discharge? I had the honor of offering you drinks along with Mr. Hendrix." "Oh right, I vaguely recall." Daryl nodded absent-mindedly. He barely remembered, only noting that Boss Hendrix indeed came over for drinks, but he never bothered to remember his subordinates. The fatty felt incredibly honored, knowing he'd have a lifetime story to tell his buddies. "Wow, Daryl, I didn't know you owned this shop. The watches here are fantastic. I just couldn't resist buying a 1.3 million yuan piece," the fatty remarked. This fatty was a savvy social player. Though a million meant nothing to Daryl, showing deference gained him some respect points. Fine. Everything in my shop is top-notch. You won't regret the purchase," Daryl replied before turning back to chat with King. "Finianu, feel free to pick any watch you fancy. These aren't a concern if you're satisfied," Daryl respectfully added. "Why not? Let me have a look," King replied casually. The fatty was shocked. He hadn't expected the renowned master from Lanhai City to treat this thin porter so respectfully, suggesting King held a position even Daryl revered. As King browsed, he glanced at Aslan. Mr. Yi." Seeing Aslan, King's eyes widened in disbelief, and he rushed over. "Haha, Mr. Aslan, I never thought I'd bump into you here. Truly a stroke of fate. Why don't you come to my hotel later? We can catch up with you on Shan." King, the owner of Lanhai Hotel, had previously offended Aslan. Only after Dakari's intervention had Aslan agreed to collaborate with Lanhai Hotel. "I'm just here to browse," Aslan laughed bitterly. King chuckled. "Brother Yi, looking to buy a watch? I've got a fine collection. Come with me, and you can choose anything you like." King had a passion for collecting watches, arguably making him the most knowledgeable person in Lanhai City about them. Daryl had invited him precisely for guidance. Originally, Daryl's family had been more prominent than King, but since Lanhai Hotel served divine food, its status skyrocketed in Lanhai City. Thus, even Daryl showed utmost respect to King. Unexpectedly, the person Daryl revered so deeply spoke so obsequiously to Aslan. "Am I dreaming?" Daryl pinched himself hard to see if he was dreaming. Only when the pain hit him did he realize this was real. Since it wasn't a dream, Daryl's heart stirred. Even the most influential person in the city wouldn't be able to get King to part with any of his collections, which meant this young porter must have an even stronger background than he had imagined. Mr. Riku's watches are fine. We're not that close anyway, Aslan coldly replied. Aslan had always been prejudiced against King, and would never have cooperated with Blue Sea Hotel if it weren't for Dakari's intervention. Seeing Aslan reject him so decisively, King wasn't embarrassed at all. Years in business had thickened his skin. Mr. Yi, we are business partners and good friends. Giving my friend a watch is no big deal, King smiled. At this point, Daryl was almost shocked speechless. When with him, King always acted like a detached hermit. But with Aslan, King seemed more like a sycophant. The contrast was striking. It showed just how highly King regarded Aslan. Mr. Yi, if you wish, you can choose any watch in this store as a gift from me. Let's be friends. What do you say? Daryl asked. Thump. At that moment, the fatty beside them collapsed onto the floor in fear, trembling uncontrollably. The watch in his hand felt like red-hot iron, burning hot. No need. Your salesgirl said people like me don't deserve your store's watches, Aslan said coolly before turning to leave. For him, watches were ubiquitous, and this store had disappointed him so much that he didn't want to stay a moment longer. Hashtag chapter 179. Proposal. Hearing Aslan's words, Daryl knew that one of his store's employees must have offended this esteemed customer. Daryl approached Aslan with an apologetic expression. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Could you give me a chance to explain this matter? There's nothing to explain, said Aslan, who was already seething with anger as he walked toward the door, unwilling to deal with these people any longer. At this moment, Daryl came beside King and looked at him pleadingly. Mr. Riku, if you help me gain this gentle porter's forgiveness, I, Barton, will owe you a favor, Daryl whispered softly to King. King nodded slightly. It was only a small effort on his part, and having Wong family owe him a favor wouldn't be bad either. At this point, King walked up to Aslan and said, Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment. I hope you can give me some face for my goddaughter Salmaobai's sake. Kai Salmaobai is your goddaughter? Aslan asked. Yes, Faxon and I are very close friends. When his daughter was born, I became Salmaobai's godfather. King smiled and explained. King had heard from Faxon that Aslan really liked the girl Salmaobai. Helpless, King could only mention Salmaobai's name. Alright, I'll give you 10 minutes, Aslan said. Upon hearing Aslan's words, King and Daryl both breathed a sigh of relief. Daryl then turned to his sales staff and sternly asked, Who among you angered Mr. Yi? Step forward now. At that moment, all the salespeople looked at their most beautiful colleague, Salmao Shi, who kept her head lowered and dared not even breathe loudly. Tell me what happened, Daryl deported coldly. Boss, I thought this Mr. Yi couldn't afford this watch, so I sold it to that gentle porter. Salmao, she pointed at the fat porter sitting dejectedly on the floor. Why did you say those insulting things about Mr. Yi? Daryl questioned harshly. Salmao, she lowered her head, unable to meet her boss's eyes. She didn't know how to answer and remained silent. Pack your things. You're no longer an employee of this store, Daryl declared. Boss, I have the best per reporter's record among all salespeople. Please don't fire me, Salmao, she pleaded. Daryl opened the shop purely for entertainment and not profit, so the wages here were much higher than in other stores. To secure this job, Salmao, she had even sacrificed her body to get Daryl's assistant to accept her. Moreover, she used this job to take loans for a house and a car. If she lost this job, she truly didn't know how to repay the bank loans. Eventually, the house and car would be reclaimed by the bank. Boss, please give me another chance. I promise I won't look down on people anymore, the salesperson begged. Pack your things immediately and leave, or I'll call security to throw you out, Daryl replied. This job was Salmao Shi's last hope, so she sat on the ground, clinging to Daryl's leg and crying bitterly. Finally, Wong had no choice but to call the mall security. They dragged the screaming saleswoman porter out of the store. Daryl then approached the fat porter and said, If I'm not mistaken, you haven't completed the purchase procedures yet. Give back my watch, or I'll charge you with robbery. Wong. Daryl, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend your guest. This watch was bought to make amends to this gentle porter, the fat porter on the floor said apologetically. Daryl, being a big playboy in Lanhai City, kicked the fat porter to the ground after receiving the watch. What kind of person are you to presume you can apologize to Mr. Yi? Daryl said disdainfully, almost spitting on the porter's face. He respectfully handed the watch back to Aslan. Mr. Yi, please accept our sincerest apologies. Are you satisfied with how this matter was handled? You've handled it to my satisfaction. Seeing as you're sincere, I can help you resolve that physical issue you have, Aslan said. What do you mean? Daryl asked in surprise. Exactly as it sounds. Here's my business card. Call me when you've made up your mind, Aslan said. Placing the card in Wong's hand, Aslan turned and left the store. Aslan was a porter of principle. Since he had accepted a gift worth millions, returning the favor seemed fitting. Of course, the gift he gave to Daryl wasn't something to be publicized, and it was best to communicate privately. After leaving the store, Aslan took out the watch and put it on, finding it to be a perfect fit. When he reached the main hall, he noticed it was already decorated lavishly with countless roses filling the space and portery women in bridesmaid attire gathering there. It looks like they're preparing for an event, Aslan muttered as he walked outside. There were often portery events these days, but this particular one stood out due to its grand scale. If it weren't for needing to return to the talent market to check Adnan's recruitment situation, Aslan would have stayed to watch. Just as Aslan prepared to leave, he saw a handsome porter leading a beautiful porter into the hall. Alicia, Aslan blurted out. The porter was none other than Alicia, Aslan's girlfriend. At that moment, the handsome youth led Alicia to the center of the hall, and suddenly, spotlight beams fell upon them, illuminating the couple. Less than a meter away from Alicia, the handsome porter kneeled down and pulled out a small box from his pocket. Alicia, from the moment I first saw you, I fell in love with you. Will you marry me? As he spoke, he opened the box, revealing a dazzling light. Inside was a diamond as big as a peanut embedded in a ring. Wow. Everyone in the hall gasped in admiration. The diamond on the ring would surely drive any reporter crazy. Together. 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 The bridesmaids began clapping and shouting, and soon the rest of the crowd joined in, filling the building with cheers. Alicia angrily said, Bram, you told me you wanted to invest in Tubbridge Village, so I came along. But I didn't expect this. I told you I have a boyfriend. Although Alicia's voice was loud, the shouts were louder. Only the handsome porter standing in front of her and Aslan, who was nearby, could hear her clearly. Initially angry, Aslan relaxed upon realizing Alicia was unaware of this plan beforehand. Bram, however, remained unfazed. He had anticipated this. Alicia, if you marry me, the Pan family will invest in Tubbridge Village, giving you significant political achievements. What do you think? Bram smiled, believing that anyone within the system couldn't refuse such a mutually beneficial offer. Alicia looked at Bram, too furious to speak. If she had known this was going to happen, she wouldn't have come. I, Bram, am proposing to Alicia here. Please do not oppose me, Bram announced loudly with a smile. Bram knew that Alicia didn't like him, but he didn't care. As long as he got Alicia in his hands, there would be plenty of time to cultivate feelings. Even without love, getting Alicia's body was enough. At worst, he wouldn't lose anything. This grand mall belonged to the Pan family. As the young master of the Pan family, he had directly ordered his subordinates to set up the mall and arrange pottery plants inside to liven up the atmosphere. When the time came, he would use this crowd to pressure Alicia into accepting his proposal. I hope to get everyone's blessings, and I hope you can help me complete this proposal, Bram said with a smile, raising the large diamond ring high. Alicia, will you marry me? I oppose. At that moment, a voice rang out. Though it wasn't loud, it drowned out all other sounds. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a porter dressed in street market clothes standing not far away. Seeing someone come to disrupt his plans, Bram was so angry that he almost threw the rose in his hand at Aslan's face. Bram porteraged a forced smile and asked, Brother, do we have any grudges? Not before, Aslan said with a smile. Why are you? At this point, Aslan interrupted him. Now we do. Alicia is my porter. Aslan walked over to Alicia and extended his hand, pulling her into his embrace. Bram had long considered Alicia his porter. Seeing her now, behaving demurely, made him feel a green shadow creeping over his mind. As soon as Aslan spoke, everyone who had been cheering for Together fell silent. The scene became very awkward. The planted supporters were dumbfounded, unsure how to react under these circumstances. At this moment, Bram approached Aslan and said, Brother, name your price. If you leave Alicia, I can afford whatever amount you ask for. While speaking, Bram took out a personal checkbook and a pen from his pocket and held the pen in front of Aslan. As long as you leave Alicia, just fill in any amount you want, Bram said confidently. Chapter 180, Fulfilling Aslan. Under Alicia's watchful eyes, Aslan held the check in his hands, and with a strong twist from both hands, the checkbook was forcibly broken in half. With a flick of his hand, countless paper scraps flew up, landing on Bram's face. I, Aslan, have never lacked money, nor will I ever stoop to using my reporter to make money, Aslan declared. Bram reached out to clear the scraps off his face, feeling utterly humiliated, which only fueled his rage to its peak. Bram laughed bitterly as he took out a peanut-sized diamond ring from his hand and said, Hick, you dare compare wealth with me? See this ring? You couldn't afford it in your lifetime. What can you possibly compare with? Aslan gave the ring a disdainful look and replied, I'm embarrassed to even show off diamonds this size. As he spoke, Aslan reached into his pocket, and when he opened his fist, everyone saw numerous brilliant gems in his palm. Though each gem might not be as valuable as the peanut-sized diamond, their combined quantity made an impression. At that moment, an elderly porter with gray hair emerged from the crowd. What? Isn't this Germain from Titisayu Pavilion? Why is such an important person here? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Germain stared intently at the gems in Aslan's hand, as if magnetized. Young porter, could I borrow these gems for a look? Germain asked with a smile. Aslan casually handed over the gems, saying, just don't lose them. Take your time. Germain felt amazed by Aslan's nonchalant attitude, as if handing over a pile of cabbages. These are top-grade gems, rare treasures. Young porter, would you consider selling them? I'll definitely buy at market price, Germain offered. How much are we talking? Aslan asked. There are about a dozen gems here. Though they're relatively small but quite pure in color, 5 million RMB for all of them. How does that sound? Germain smiled. Though Aslan had reached into his pocket, the gems actually came from a small gourd inside. Since large gems were scarce, he grabbed a handful of smaller ones. That's a fair price. Just transfer the money, and the gems are yours, Aslan said. Please wait a moment, young porter. Germain took out his phone and started the transfer. Ding. After hearing the notification on his phone confirming the 5 million RMB, Aslan nodded and handed the gems over to Germain. Brother, I am Tiana He from Titisayu Pavilion. Here's my card, Germain said, handing Aslan his business card. If you have more high-quality gems in the future, please remember to sell them to me. No one expected Germain from Titisayu Pavilion to show such respect to Aslan. He just pulled out so pottery gems like that. Is this guy in the jewelry business? Moreover, Germain seems very fond of him. Even without his own strength, being favored slightly by Germain would be invaluable. This young porter can casually pull out millions worth of gems but dresses in street market clothes. This must be a hidden second-generation tycoon. People were discussing Aslan while Bram stood nearby, frustrated that all the attention was going to Aslan. Bram approached Aslan. So what if you have money? You still can't buy a diamond as big as mine. Diamonds of this caliber typically appeared only at high-end auctions, and Bram was sure Aslan wasn't from the upper echelons of Blue Sea City. Regardless of wealth, without proper connections, he'd remain just a nouveau riche. Alicia stood in front of Aslan. Bram, I told you before, I have a boyfriend, and I don't like you. Take back your diamond ring, and let's not see each other again. With that, Alicia pulled Aslan toward the exit. Stop if you're a porter, Bram pointed at Aslan. What kind of porter hides behind a porter's skirt? Aslan turned around helplessly. So, what do you want to compete in? Bram pointed at the ring. Let's compete with diamonds. I'll give you 10 days. If you can bring a bigger diamond, I'll leave Alicia alone. If not, get lost. Everyone looked at Bram with astonished eyes, shocked by his shameless proposition. Aslan, diamonds are optional, just a century-old scam. I love you for who you are, not for a stone. Let's go. No need to compete, Alicia urged Aslan. Haha, true coward hiding behind a porter. You're too scared to compete within 10 days. Waste. Bram mocked openly. Aslan said calmly, no need for 10 days. I can produce one now. Everyone was stunned. A peanut-sized diamond was unparalleled in Blue Sea City. How could Aslan possibly have one? Under everyone's gaze, Aslan put his hand into his pocket, his face full of mockery. Comparing cars might have been different, but Bram chose the wrong thing to compete with. When Aslan withdrew his hand, a blue light shimmered from his palm, captivatingly beautiful. My goodness, this is a pigeon egg-sized blue diamond. Can someone tell me this isn't a dream? I can't believe my eyes. The diamond looks real. Its luster is absolutely beautiful. If someone proposed with this diamond, I'd marry him instantly. The diamond drew everyone's attention, though Portery remained skeptical. Bram pointed at Aslan's diamond. This is definitely fake. There's no way Blue Sea City has such a beautiful blue diamond. Alicia, don't be fooled by this fake. Most people nodded in agreement after hearing Bram's words. Blue diamonds were extremely rare, and even the richest in Blue Sea City probably couldn't afford one this large. Can I take a look at the diamond? Germain asked. For the 5 million, you can borrow it for 5 minutes, no more, Aslan replied. Germain examined the blue diamond closely with a magnifying glass from his pocket. Incredible! This diamond is of exceptionally high purity and incredibly rare. An immeasurable treasure, Germain marveled. Following Germain's words, everyone stared in awe at the diamond, realizing it was genuine. Bram stepped forward, pointing at Germain. Old porter, are you shilling for this guy? Speak carefully, don't cause trouble for yourself. Germain fumed with anger. Brat, even your father Panriken wouldn't talk to me like this. This brat is really pissing me off. Bullshit. My father is the CEO of Honghai Company. Would he fear a jewelry-selling old porter like you? Bram sneered. Fine, fine. I'll remember your family, Pan. We'll see how things go. After being insulted by Bram, Germain returned the diamond to Aslan and stormed off in anger. Bram, watching Germain's retreating back, sneered. Just an old fraud. If he wants to leave, let him. Who does he think he is? At this point, Bram was already certain that the diamond in Aslan's hand was most likely real. To not lose Alicia, he could only stubbornly insist it was fake. However, at that moment, a porter dressed in elegant attire approached and said, Young porter, I'll buy this diamond for 10 million RMB. How about it? Sabine. If Germain didn't concern Bram, then this porter certainly did. She was someone who instilled fear in him. But Sabine didn't even glance at Bram. Her eyes were fixated on the blue diamond. Sorry, this diamond is meant for my girlfriend and is not for sale, Aslan refused politely. Sabine calmly replied, 20 million. Aslan waved her off as if shooing away a fly. Even if you offer me 10 billion, I wouldn't sell it. Sabine's face turned pale with a forced smile. Fine, a young porter with ambition. Hope you can hold on to this diamond. Feeling humiliated, Sabine left without another word. Seeing that even Sabine, who had a prominent standing in Blue Sea City, acknowledged the diamond's authenticity, Bram couldn't continue claiming it was fake. I didn't expect even Sabine to confirm the diamond is real. Looks like it's definitely genuine. Yeah, Bram must feel terrible. He prepared so much for his proposal, only to end up looking like such a fool. Haha, I really wonder what else Bram has to say now. Hearing these comments, Bram's face turned green with rage. Aslan, don't be smug. You've offended Sabine, just wait for the consequences. With that, Bram fled like a beaten dog. Hashtag chapter 181. Disappointed employees. Seeing that the annoying people had left, Aslan stood in the center of the aeroportic venue and knelt down on one knee. Alicia, I know it's not the right time to marry you yet. Would you be willing to be my fiancé? I'm willing to give this diamond to you, Aslan said sincerely. Alicia stared at Aslan in shock, never expecting him to be willing to give her such an invaluable diamond. Everyone in the venue was moved by Aslan's words. Who wouldn't want to marry someone who offers a diamond like this? That girl, do you really want her or not? If you don't, then I'll accept. A pretty girl from the crowd stood up. Although she was joking, if Aslan agreed, she wouldn't mind making it real. Another girl added, if you're willing to give me the diamond, I wouldn't mind being your fiancé, or even marrying you right away. Seeing so portery people eyeing Aslan, Alicia panicked and quickly took the diamond he was holding in both hands. I'll do anything, Alicia hurriedly said. Seeing Alicia agree, Aslan's face lit up with happiness. From today onward, Alicia would be his porter. Aslan stood up from the ground and looked at Alicia's blushing face, feeling an urge to kiss her. Noticing Aslan's intense gaze, Alicia whispered softly, let's go somewhere else, not here. The passionate Aslan pulled Alicia away from the crowd. Once they were outside the mall, Alicia asked, Aslan, why did you come to Lanhai City? I came here for a job interview. I'm the boss now, Aslan said with a smile. Did you start your company? Alicia asked, pleasantly surprised. Alicia had always hoped that Aslan would transcend his rural background and enter high society, but Aslan had always acted contrary to this, leaving Alicia feeling helpless. Seeing him establish his own company now, she couldn't help but feel happy. With a hint of pride, Aslan brought Alicia to the talent market. By this time, the talent market had closed, and most people had left. Only a few were still tidying up, preparing to leave soon. Aslan and Alicia arrived at his booth and saw 3 people waiting there. Boss, you're back, Adnan said as he walked over. These two are the employees you recruited? Aslan asked. Yes, following your instructions, they have been personally tested by me and can start work immediately, Adnan replied. Adnan had brought in a porter and a reporter. The reporter, around 23 or 24 years old, had a striking appearance. The porter wore glasses and looked fresh out of college, giving off a somewhat dull impression. Tell me about yourselves, Aslan said. The reporter smiled. Hello boss, my name is Andrea. I specialize in sales and have 3 years of experience. The shy porter spoke next. I'm Aldo, a computer science graduate. My networking skills are strong, and I once won the citywide computer competition. Aslan looked at the two with surprise. They were both exceptional talents. He couldn't understand why they joined his obscure company. Why did you apply to my company? Aslan asked. Andrea replied, promotion in large companies is too slow. It's better to grow together with a small company. If we succeed, I'll be a company veteran. If we fail, I can always find another place. This is a gamble. Aslan nodded, understanding Andrea's rationale. It was realistic and practical. And you? Aslan asked Aldo. I just want a stable job, Aldo said, looking down. At this moment, Adnan gave Aslan a look and led him aside. Boss, Aldo is quite talented, but he's the typical introverted nerd. He gets bullied and exploited everywhere he works, which is why he frequently changes jobs. Adnan explained Aldo's pros and cons, admitting he was a rare talent, just very reserved. Aslan patted Adnan on the shoulder. Good job this time. Returning to the group, Aslan smiled and introduced himself. My name is Aslan. I'm the legal representative of Shanghai Company and your boss. Pointing to Alicia, he added, this is my fiancée Alicia. You can call her boss lady. Hearing the rather rustic title, Alicia almost rolled her eyes. In the future, you will be employees of the Shanghai Group. I will take you to our workplace, and you'll see just how powerful our company is, Aslan said with a grin. Looking at Aslan's confident expression, the 3 new employees were eager to witness the company's strength. Since all 3 employees lived locally in Lanhai City, they went home to pack their belongings. With Aslan's car shuttling them, the 2 men finished packing within less than an hour. Aldo packed the simplest, carrying only bedding and a laptop, finishing in under 10 minutes. The slowest was Andrea, who had numerous items that required Aslan, Adnan, and Aldo to help load. By the time they were done, everyone was sweating profusely, and the luggage nearly filled Alicia's car. Aslan drove with the 2 men while Alicia took Andrea and the luggage. The journey was long, and as they drove through changing landscapes, the city slowly turned into the suburbs. Occasionally, they passed towns that felt increasingly impoverished, cooling their spirits. After over 3 hours of driving, they finally arrived at Yanjiakan village, thanks to the speed of private cars. Stopping in front of a massive courtyard, Aslan pointed to the buildings ahead. There it is, our office building. Both the office and the dormitories behind it belong to our company. Though not tall, these buildings were impressive and photogenic, showcasing the company's legitimacy. First, choose your rooms in the dormitory, then I'll show you our aquaculture, Aslan said with a smile. Aslan was confident that once they saw the aquaculture, they would be greatly impressed. After quickly settling their luggage, they joined Aslan. Let's go, and I'll show you the true strength of our company, Aslan gestured. Walking ahead, Aslan and Alicia led the other 3 to the dock. Upon reaching the dock and boarding Aslan's small fishing boat, everyone's faces turned grim. They really wanted to ask the boss, is this rickety boat what you call strength? The smell of diesel invaded their noses, nearly making them gag. Now, the 3 really wondered if Aslan would pay them for today if they resigned. Let's set off, Aslan said with a smile. Buzz buzz. Driving the boat, Aslan steered towards the boundaries of his fish farm. Standing outside the cabin, Aslan pointed to the vast sea area and said, see that? This entire fish farm belongs to our company. The extent of the fish farm looked massive. At this point, the 3 employees began to have a better opinion of their company. Then Aslan started harvesting from his fish farm, pulling up oysters, lobsters, king crabs, and large yellow croakers one by one. Holy crap, there are even lobsters and king crabs here. These shouldn't be native to our waters, Adnan exclaimed in shock. Aslan said confidently, as long as it's within the law, anything from the sea can be farmed by our company. If anyone else had said that, Adnan wouldn't have believed it for a second. But with the evidence right before his eyes, disbelief was impossible. Carrying the harvest from the fish farm, Aslan led everyone back to the office building. Who here knows how to cook? Aslan asked. I do. To Aslan's surprise, all 3 of them knew how to cook, including the homebody Aldo. Aldo pushed up his glasses and said, Boss, you seem to have some misconceptions about homebodies. As a tech geek, I need to save money to buy various materials, so cooking my own meals is undoubtedly the most economical way. This explanation completely refreshed Aslan's view of homebodies. He realized he didn't understand their world at all. The 3 of them headed into the kitchen of the office building. When designing the building, Aslan had specifically planned for a cafeteria because there were no restaurants in the village. So he had to provide not just employee dormitories, but also food. Soon, the aroma of seafood spread throughout the office building. Even the cooks themselves were taken aback by the delicious smell. To make a good impression on Aslan, the trio used tremendous willpower to suppress their urge to sneak a taste. Chapter 182. A true hero does not risk unnecessary losses. 5 people gathered around the table, beginning to savor this peerless delicacy. Even Alicia, who had eaten it pottery times before, still marveled at its incredible taste. Crunch crunch. The entire process was not filled with much conversation. Aslan was still composed, but the remaining 4 were immersed in their meal, almost devouring it voraciously. After a small chawn, the other 4 clutched their stomachs and leaned back on their chairs, except for Aslan. Andrea patted her belly and said with some hesitation, This is the best seafood I've ever eaten. No, it's the best food I've ever tasted in my life. Nothing can compare. Indeed, it's delicious. Even someone like me who doesn't eat seafood ate so much, and it feels like my soul is rejoicing. The introvert Aldo commented. Adnan, after finishing his meal, pondered deeply and then turned to ask Aslan, "Boss, are these incredibly tasty seafood items really what our company plans to sell?" Upon hearing this, the other two turned to look at Aslan. If such delicacies could be sold, they felt like they would dominate the seafood market. Aslan nodded and said, "Yes, this is precisely what we plan to sell from now on. And I can guarantee that every piece of seafood will be this delicious." Wow! The three employees exclaimed as if they had discovered a treasure trove. "Boss, please tell us the truth. These seafood dishes are so delicious. Did you use any underhanded methods?" Adnan asked. The seafood was indeed delicious, but there were ways to enhance the flavor of food. Just like how some hot pot restaurants add poppy shells to improve the taste, feeding these seafood items something special could also result in such an exquisite flavor. Such delectable products would certainly gain popularity, but once someone becomes jealous and investigates, it might lead to significant trouble. Our company uses ancient techniques to cultivate these seafood items. They not only taste amazing, but also have health benefits. Haven't you noticed any changes? Aslan asked with a smile. Adnan moved his body and said, "There are indeed changes. I've had a cold that made me feel uncomfortable, but now I feel much better." Aldo rubbed the back of his neck. "My shoulder seems to have improved significantly. Is this divine medicine?" At this moment, Adnan and Aldo turned to Andrea. "Andrea, haven't you felt anything?" Both asked in unison. Andrea lowered her head and blushed. "Well, my stomach isn't hurting anymore." "Stomach pain?" Aldo scratched his head. "Were you suffering from diarrhea?" Hearing Aldo's words, Andrea buried her head deeper, nearly touching her chest. Aslan held his head in exasperation. Aslan asked Aldo with a bitter smile, "Have you never been in love?" Aldo nodded in surprise. "Boss, you're amazing. How did you guess I've never had a girlfriend?" Aslan almost spat out blood and gave Aldo a thumbs up. "Brother, you truly deserve your singledom by sheer strength. Impressive." Haha. Everyone laughed warmly, leaving Aldo slightly confused. After tasting such magnificent delicacies today, everyone felt more confident. Such delicious seafood wouldn't be hard to sell. Even the staff felt that one day, this small company would become something astonishing to the world. Aslan stood up and said, "From today onwards, you are the backbone of the company. You can go rest and pack your things. Starting tomorrow, everyone must work hard." "Boss, don't worry. I will do my best for the company. Being part of this company is my fortune. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." "Boss, I'm not good at talking, but I will work hard." The three affirmed their commitment. They weren't fools. They saw the potential of this company. With extraordinary potential, the company could inspire greater work enthusiasm among employees, instead of just muddling through life. The three cleaned up the table and returned to their dormitories. Meanwhile, Aslan and Alicia strolled along the beach as the sun set, creating a picturesque scene. A gentle breeze blew Alicia's hair, mesmerizing Aslan. Aslan smiled. "You seem very happy today." "Yes, both your startup and the diamond you gave me make me very happy," Alicia replied with a smile. Alicia believed her boyfriend would succeed and shouldn't remain confined to the small Yinjia village. As the couple was about to return to the village, a group approached Aslan. Seeing the hostile attitude of the newcomers, Aslan knew they came with ill intentions. The leader was bald with a scorpion tattoo on his head, exuding a fierce aura. Definitely not your average thug. The leader took out a photo and glanced at Aslan. "Your name is Aslan, right? Who are you?" Despite being faced with 5 or 6 people, Aslan felt no fear, which surprised the leader. "Chuckles. The brothers on the streets call me Shiloh. I heard you have a blue diamond, correct?" "That's right." Aslan nodded. Alicia sensed something wrong and pulled out her phone. One of the thugs pulled out a machete and pointed it at Alicia. "Put the phone down, or even though you're a reporter, I'll cut you down." Startled, Alicia dropped her phone on the sand, too scared to pick it up under their watchful eyes. "Salmao Ashan, I'll buy your diamond for $100. Hand it over wisely. We want money, but we won't mind killing." "Who told you I have a diamond?" Aslan asked. "Some things you can't know. Hand over the diamond, or die." "Whistle." Aslan put his thumb and forefinger in his mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Bark, bark, bark. At the end of the whistle, numerous dog barks sounded from Yinjia village. "What the hell?" When Shiloh turned around, he saw countless big and small dogs running towards them. Around 20 or 30 dogs ran on the beach, raising clouds of sand dust. Bark, bark, bark. These dogs were well disciplined, surrounding the group of 5 or 6 without attacking. "What's the meaning of this?" Shiloh asked uncertainly. Though outnumbered, the gangsters had weapons like machetes and sticks. In a fight, the dogs might not win, but they would surely be injured. And Shiloh and his men weren't insane enough to engage in a deadly battle with a pack of dogs. Winning wouldn't matter. Suddenly, a large white dog stepped forward from the pack, surprisingly with a black and white ball of fur sitting atop its head. Bark, bark, bark. Nico extended a paw and gestured toward the group. What does it mean?" Shiloh asked, stunned. "Big brother, its paw pressed downward. Maybe it wants us to kneel before it," one of the thugs said. After saying this, Nico looked at the thug with an approving gaze. The approval was so profound that the thug felt like cursing. It was his first time being approved by a dog. This dog can't be enchanted or something, right? At this point, Shiloh had no more thoughts about Aslan. All he cared about was how to handle the pack of dogs in front of him. Seeing that the group in front of him wasn't paying attention to his gestures, Nico waved his paw once more. Bark, bark, bark. Upon receiving the order, the dogs began to take on a threatening posture, baring their fangs as if ready to pounce at any moment. "Boss, a true hero does not risk unnecessary losses. Maybe we should kneel just this once. They're just a bunch of dogs, after all," another thug suggested. Shiloh angrily retorted, "Nonsense. I've never knelt even for my parents. Why should I kneel to these beasts?" Hearing Shiloh's insult, Nico grew visibly unhappy and stamped his front paw lightly on the ground. Uncomported, the pack of dogs began to slowly close in, each one showing their most ferocious demeanor as they advanced forward. Plop! One of the thugs hurriedly knelt down on the ground. This method seemed effective. The dogs began to circle around the kneeling thug, moving toward the others. Seeing this, the rest quickly followed suit, kneeling on the ground. The dogs, as if guided by intelligence, bypassed those who were already kneeling. Realizing the dogs were now looking at him, Shiloh's legs turned to jelly, and he dropped to his knees alongside his comrades. Now, all of Shiloh's men were on their knees, and the dogs began to retreat slightly, though they still maintained their encirclement. At this moment, Nico strolled elegantly over to Aslan. Bark, bark, bark. The once fierce and imposing Nico now acted like a goofy husky, wagging his tail enthusiastically around Aslan, his eyes pleading for praise. Is this little guy the boss of these dogs? Those kneeling on the ground watched Aslan with fearful eyes. Chapter 183, Don't Leave Tonight. At this moment, Aslan led Alicia to the front of a few people and said with a smile, Brave warriors, weren't you trying to take my life just now? Why are you all kneeling now? Seeing Aslan's arrogant demeanor, these few individuals seethed with anger. One of them, who held a stick, stood up from the ground. You're driving me crazy. I'll take your life right now. As he spoke, this porter rushed at Aslan with his stick. Ruff, ruff, ruff. Nico barked twice, and then portery dogs from the pack surged forward like wolves, pinning down this person and tearing into him fiercely. Blood and flesh flew everywhere for a moment. Ah! A scream emerged as that person struggled helplessly under the dog pack. The sight of this individual's suffering made the others too terrified to approach. They were utterly frightened by the ferocious dog pack. Brother, I think there has been a misunderstanding between us. As long as you can forgive me, we can discuss anything, Shiloh shouted loudly. Just disperse, Aslan said. At this moment, Aslan took control of the dog pack. As the god of mountains and seas, he could control not only the creatures in the ocean but also these dogs. The dogs slowly retreated. In their minds, Aslan's comporters outranked even those of their king. When the dogs dispersed, it was clear the porter holding the stick was barely recognizable, bloodied and bruised on the ground, struggling continuously. Aslan looked down at the people kneeling on the ground with a triumphant smile. You startled me when you suddenly appeared, so let's talk about compensation, Aslan said. What do you require? We will agree to everything, Shiloh said fearfully. That's simple. Just leave everything you have on you, and you can go, Aslan said with a smile. Hearing Aslan's words, Shiloh felt incredibly relieved. If this would allow them to leave, the price was negligible for them. Everyone, hand over what you have to this brother, quickly, Shiloh instructed. As he spoke, Shiloh started by taking out his wallet and phone and placing them on the ground. Meanwhile, the dogs kept bringing the items the group handed over to Aslan. That's not enough yet, Aslan said. Seeing Aslan wasn't satisfied, Shiloh gritted his teeth and removed the gold necklace from his neck, along with the watch from his left wrist. Seeing their leader do this, the rest of the gang members followed suit. Brother, are you satisfied now? Shiloh asked. Aslan smiled and said to Shiloh, I saw the golden gleam in your mouth just now, didn't I? Shiloh looked at Aslan with a mix of fear and anger, his expression turning vicious. He picked up a stone from the ground, took a deep breath, and revealed a predatory look in his eyes. Then Shiloh hit himself in the face with the stone repeatedly, the force smashing against his teeth and causing the inside of his mouth to bleed from being battered against his teeth. Shiloh spat out a mouthful of blood, 2 gold teeth falling out with it. Brother, are you satisfied now? By this point, Shiloh's face was swollen beyond recognition, making his speech slightly muffled due to missing teeth. Not quite, Aslan said. I said leave everything, including clothes and shoes. At this point, everyone realized Aslan's wicked intentions. They wished they could fight back, but sadly, the sticks and knives they brought had already been taken away. Now unarmed, they couldn't fight Aslan even if they wanted to. Take off your clothes, Shiloh shouted. Having already knelt before him, they didn't care much about stripping now. The men reluctantly stripped off all their clothes, which were promptly carried away by the dogs to Aslan. Alicia turned her head out of shyness, unwilling to face these naked men. Now you can leave. Hope you come back to cause more trouble next time, Aslan said mockingly. The dog pack opened a path for the group to leave. Shiloh covered his private parts and fled hastily, not even daring to utter a threat. Walking barefoot on the rocky path, each step made them wince in pain. After this group disappeared, Aslan patted Nico on the head, saying, Good job today. To reward him, Aslan gave Nico a drop of spirit essence from the Sea of Mountains. Nico, content, led the dog pack back towards the village. Aslan then sorted through his loot. The cash wasn't much, pocket change to him. However, the gold chains and watches were nice finds. He planned to sell them at a pawn shop soon, except one chain felt noticeably light. With a firm grip, Aslan crushed the chain, revealing it to be plastic, a fake. Is Nico really just an ordinary wolf? Alicia asked curiously. If we hadn't discovered Nico together, I'd think this guy is becoming supernatural. The smartest border collies can reach an intelligence equivalent to an 8-year-old porter. And Nico is a wolf king's child, so his higher intelligence isn't surprising. He hasn't become supernatural. He's just very smart, Aslan laughed. Alicia nodded, realizing how fantastical it sounded. She was merely expressing her astonishment. After this robbery incident, Aslan didn't want Alicia to stay in Yanji village any longer. So, in the evening, he drove her back to the county government compound where no one dared to rob her. Standing at the entrance downstairs, Alicia shyly lowered her head and said, Why don't you stay tonight? Looking at her, Aslan's heart warmed. Naturally, he agreed wholeheartedly. Sure, he nodded eagerly. Silly goose. Alicia smiled, shaking her head as she walked towards the staircase. Aslan happily followed behind her, barely thinking about needing to assign work tasks for tomorrow. They entered the room, both knowing what was likely to happen, creating an awkward atmosphere. I'll go take a shower first. You've been driving for so long, Rest here? Alicia, perhaps feeling her words too direct, blushed and headed to the bathroom. Inside the room, Aslan felt anxious and uneasy, pacing around. The sound of water from the bathroom made him feel restless. It seemed like Alicia took an eternity in the shower. When he heard the door moving, it felt like hearing the sweetest music. When Alicia emerged from the bathroom, seeing Aslan's agitated state, she struggled to suppress a laugh. I have some bad news to tell you, Alicia grinned mischievously. What is it? Smiling, Alicia said, my period came. Boom. Aslan felt as if struck by lightning, thoroughly shocked by this news. Aslan asked with the last shred of hope, are you joking with me? Alicia shook her head. It should have been 2 days later. I guess I was too nervous, so it came early. Mountain Sea Chi divination technique, activate. Opening his eyes that could see through one's destiny, Aslan looked at Alicia's body and confirmed she indeed had started her period. The world inside Aslan's heart had crumbled, with lava erupting. Extremely frustrated, Aslan never thought the done deal would just slip away like this. Heartbroken and tearless, Aslan felt nothing could be more disheartening than this. Alicia quickly hugged Aslan. All right, I've agreed to become your fiancé, so sooner or later, I'll be yours. Just a little later. Helplessly accepting this bad news, Aslan gave a bitter smile. Maybe it's destiny. Let's leave it for another time. The thought of rushing things only flashed across his mind for an instant before he dismissed it. Though forcing himself might not be refused by Alicia, it would ultimately harm her body and affect their relationship. He shouldn't do such a thing. By the time Aslan finished his shower, it was already dark. Alicia had returned to her room, and Aslan walked toward his own. Suddenly, Alicia's door opened, and a fair arm grabbed Aslan, pulling him into her room. Her room was pitch black, but with his ability to see in the dark, Aslan could make out Alicia's bashful appearance. Stay with me tonight. I'm scared, Alicia said. Indeed, Alicia had been startled by Shiloh and his gang earlier. Being alone in the dark made her particularly frightened. Aslan allowed Alicia to pull him close, and they clung tightly together. He could even smell her fragrance. Given how pitiful you are, I can give you a little treat, but don't get carried away, Alicia said. Treat? Just as Aslan was puzzled, Alicia guided his palm up toward her upper body. Note: for the sake of content appropriateness and adherence to platform guidelines, the description has been adjusted slightly while preserving the original tone and context. Chapter 184, Idiotic Stare. Early in the morning, Aslan walked out of Alicia's house with heavy black circles under his eyes. As the successor of the mountain and sea god, it was clear that Aslan had gone through something significant the previous night. During the night, while holding on to a favor, Aslan endured intense torture as he fought to suppress the urge to turn into a wolf. In the end, Alicia possibly fell asleep early due to her period, and even though Aslan held this favor in his hands, he did not disturb her sleep. This left Aslan suffering endless torment. After an entire night passed, Aslan felt more exhausted than if he had battled all night, feeling completely drained. After clearing his mind of all thoughts, Aslan drove back to Yinjia village. After a short trip, Aslan returned to the company. When he pushed open the door to the conference room, the scene inside made him laugh and cry at the same time. 3+1. Blow. Run. The 3 people inside were enthusiastically playing Landlord. The notes plastered on their faces showed they had been playing for quite some time. Cough. Hearing the light cough, the 3 people turned around, so engrossed in the game that they hadn't noticed Aslan had come over. The 3 of them hurriedly removed the notes from their faces and put on serious expressions, ready to receive rep reporters from Aslan. There's no need to be so nervous. Just sit down, Aslan said. Since the company was newly established as the boss, Aslan hadn't given specific orders yet, and indeed, there wasn't much for the 3 to do. Now let me outline our work arrangements. Adnan, as the office director, your task is to recruit new staff members and establish departments like finance and Huporter resources. You should also expand Andrea and all those teams. Understood, boss. Andrea, as head of sales, you should use your abilities and experience to find business opportunities and promote our products, as well as undertake some salvage tasks. Yes, boss. Although, as the technology department head, we don't currently have high technical deporters, but you need to set up a website for our company. Can you handle that? No problem. With Aslan's instructions, the 3 understood their roles clearly. From his words, they could tell that their boss truly wanted to grow the company and wasn't running a shell corporation. Once everything was arranged, everyone started working. As they say, the beginning is always difficult. Aslan drove Adnan to Lanhai City to have him recruit talent at the job market. At this moment, Aslan realized how inadequate having only himself and a single car felt for a large company. Buy a car. As he thought, a girl's image flashed in his mind. Oriana. Aslan's understanding of cars was limited to driving and basic knowledge. Oriana was the only friend he knew who sold cars. Without hesitation, Aslan drove straight back to Tushan Township. Upon reaching the town's only 4S store, he saw Oriana introducing a high-end car to a fat porter. Seeing Aslan walk in, the other staff's eyes lit up. They would never forget his appearance. This young guy who was addressed as uncle-in-law by even their boss was quite memorable. Mr. Yi, you're here. Is there a problem with your car? We can offer door-to-door repair services, a sales porter smiled and asked. I don't need your help. I'll talk with Oriana later, Aslan replied. Salma Rue is working. You might need to wait a bit. The female sales porter then left dejectedly. Aslan had plenty of time and wasn't in a rush. He went to the side sofa to watch Oriana introduce cars to others. The fat porter kept looking at Oriana lecherously. Despite Oriana's attempts to avoid him, it didn't seem to help. Suddenly, the fat porter grabbed Oriana's hand, smiling. If I buy this car, will there be any additional benefits? Furrowing her brows, Oriana subtly withdrew her hand. This is a high-end car. We offer fuel cards, dash cameras, and a tripod. There are portery discounts. The fat porter didn't care about those. Taking out his phone, he said, Hee Miss Chen, if you can join me for dinner tonight, I'll sign the contract tomorrow. How does that sound? I asked for your respect. I'm a salesperson and am not responsible for anything else, Oriana replied irritably. The fat porter smiled. Don't reject too quickly. Not just dinner. We can chat about other matters. Rest assured, money won't be a problem. At this point, Oriana was thoroughly disgusted. Though she needed money, she wouldn't stoop so low as to earn it in this porter. Sorry, I cannot introduce cars to you anymore. Please find another salesperson, Oriana said. Just as Oriana turned away, the fat porter grabbed her hand again. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. If you stay with me, not only this car, but I can give you a monthly living allowance. What do you think? This was the fat porter's usual tactic. He believed few girls could resist such temptation, and getting such a beautiful girl was worth extra effort. Slap. Upon hearing these nasty words, Oriana slapped the fat porter across the face. Enraged, the fat porter flushed red. You bitch, how dare you hit me? He raised his hand to strike Oriana in the face. Oriana, terrified, closed her eyes. The other salespeople tried to stop him, but it was too late. If this slap landed, Oriana might be disfigured. Tightish. The fat porter's puzzled voice sounded. The slap didn't land on Oriana's face but was caught firmly by a hand. What the hell are you, daring to grab my hand? The fat porter angrily asked. Aslan glanced at him disdainfully. I don't care what you are, you're disgusting. With a casual flick of his wrist, Aslan flung the 300-pound fat porter hard into the ground. The most contemptible people are scumbags like you. If you want something, buy it. Forcing good people into evil is shameful, Aslan commented. Don't F***CK with me, the fat porter cursed, getting up from the ground and charging at Aslan with a fist aimed at his head. Slap. Before the punch landed on Aslan, he slapped the fat porter across the face, sending him flying once more. The fat porter felt dizzy but remained conscious. Realizing Aslan was skilled in martial arts, he knew he couldn't win against him. All right, today you offended me. None of you will get away with this, the fat porter shouted angrily. I'm standing right here. What can you do? Aslan laughed. I hope your strength lives up to your big mouth. The fat porter's eyes flickered, knowing he couldn't beat Aslan physically. He decided to use his best method to deal with them. Who is the porterager here? Come out, the fat porter shouted. At this moment, a slim porter walked out from the crowd. Hello, sir. I am the porterager of this store. My name is Cindy. May I know what you need? The fat porter pointed to a high-end car nearby and said, I'll buy this car, but I have some requirements. This car cost nearly 1,000,000 yuan, making it one of the best in all of Tushan Township. Selling it would yield a very impressive commission. The porterager was tempted. Sir, if you have any requirements, please tell us. Our store will do its best to meet your needs, the porterager said ingratiatingly. It's simple. I want you to fire this girl, and have the security guards throw them out. If you agree, we can sign the purchase contract right now, the fat porter said. The fat porter looked at the porterager confidently, believing that anyone with normal intelligence wouldn't refuse his condition. Compared to selling such an expensive car, firing an employee was just a small matter. However, what he didn't expect was for this porterager named Cindy to look at him with a particularly idiotic stare. Sir, I cannot meet your request. Salma Rue is our sister, and we absolutely will not fire her because you are buying this car. Moreover, we can't have the security guards toss people out. It's too humiliating, the porterager said. Do you have a problem? There aren't portery people in all of Tushan Township who can afford such a good car. I'm buying it now, and you can't even meet this tiny condition. Do you think I won't complain to your boss? The fat porter angrily said. At this moment, the fat porter wondered if the porterager had water in her brain. Selling the car to him not only brought a large commission but also completed a significant sale. But he found himself wrong. Not only the porterager, but even the other salespeople were looking at him with derision. Chapter 185. The Titus Humiliated Fat Man. The fat porter felt bewildered under the idiot's stares. He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Sir, I think there might have been a misunderstanding somewhere. We're very clear. If you wish to buy the car with your previous conditions, we advise you to leave since we can't comply, the porterager said rather politely. These words infuriated the fat porter. He couldn't believe they wouldn't agree even when he offered to pay for the car willingly. This pig-like fat porter is hilarious. He even wants to fire Ricardo Rue and throw out Mr. Yi, truly clueless. Yeah, hasn't he heard that this Mr. Yi is someone even our boss calls uncle? What does he think he is, throwing out Mr. Yi? The porterager really shouldn't waste time on this swine. If it were me, I'd have already kicked him out. Who knows? Maybe I could curry favor with Mr. Aslan. These waitresses had seen how respectfully their boss treated Aslan and naturally didn't think anyone in this store would dare to toss out Aslan. Moreover, they spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. Finally, the fat porter understood why these women were looking at him that way. It turned out the person in front of him was the store owner's uncle. No wonder they refused his deporters. You ignorant women, do you know who I am? I'm an investor coming to Tokyo Township. Even the township leaders don't dare speak to me like this. If you don't follow my instructions today, I'll report you to the township leader, and I will reconsider investing here, the fat porter angrily said. Hearing the threat of township leadership, the porterager became slightly apprehensive. Aslan asked, which township leader are you referring to? Of course, Deputy Township Leader Alicia. Perhaps you haven't even heard of Township Leader Rickon. Tell you what, pleading for mercy now is too late, the fat porter sneered. Interesting. Coincidentally, I also know Township Leader Rickon. Why don't you call Alicia right now, and see if Alicia will help you or me? Aslan smiled. Seeing Aslan so confident, the fat porter began to doubt Aslan's identity, but regained confidence thinking about his 10 million investment. Alright, I'll call him right now. I'll get Township Leader Rickon to kick you out, the fat porter declared. Good, I'll be waiting here. If you lose, you will apologize to us. By the way, my name is Aslan, Aslan chuckled. Titus, you'll cry soon. Don't think knowing Township Leader Rickon makes you special. Before capital, you're nothing, the fat porter responded. He then took out his phone and dialed Alicia's number. Hello? Alicia's sweet voice came through. Township leader Ricken, it's Gustavo. I'm the one planning to establish a food processing plant in Tokyo Township. I visited your office this morning, Gustavo said respectfully. If it were an ordinary township leader, Gustavo wouldn't have been so respectful. But Alicia was different. To become deputy township leader at such a young age clearly meant Alicia was no ordinary person. I welcome Mr. Peng's investment in Tokyo Township. If you need any assistance, please let me know, Alicia replied. Hearing these words, the fat porter grew more confident, looking at Aslan smugly. So, when I was buying a car in Tokyo Township, I encountered some trouble. They were extremely rude to me, and I started questioning whether Tokyo Township is worth my investment, the fat porter explained. Believing Alicia would definitely support him, as a 10 million investment wasn't small change for Tokyo Township. Additionally, providing jobs for portery people from Tokyo Township, even if Aslan was Alicia's friend, she would still back him up. Mr. Pong, please don't be upset. I assure you this is just an individual. If the person troubling you is still there, please tell us where you are, and we will educate them, Alicia assured. With Township Leader Ricken's assurance, I feel reassured. That person's name is Aslan, and apparently, he knows you, the fat porter remarked. Aslan? Alicia exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Pong, could you hand the phone to Aslan? Hearing Alicia's words, the fat porter grew happier, thinking Alicia was going to scold Aslan. Aslan took the phone from the fat porter and laughed. Alicia, it's me. Did you offend Mr. Pong? Alicia asked. We had a little friction, Aslan explained. Then, Aslan recounted the incident to Alicia, emphasizing how the fat porter had tried to take advantage of Oriana. Hearing Alicia's reply, Aslan smiled and handed the phone back to the fat porter. Seeing Alicia didn't scold Aslan, the fat porter felt unhappy. Township leader Ricken, your handling leaves me unsatisfied. I'll seriously reconsider my investment, the fat porter threatened. Mr. Pong, I think Tokyo Township isn't suitable for your investment. I order you to leave Tokyo Township. If you insist on investing, we won't offer you any benefits, Alicia declared. Generally, companies supported by townships would receive assistance like tax breaks or land allocation. Township leader Ricken, are you joking? The fat porter exclaimed in shock. Alicia sternly said, not at all. Please consider carefully, Mr. Pong. Dial tone. The fat porter stared at the disconnected call, dumbfounded by the treatment he received. Haha, seems Township leader Ricken didn't throw me out, Aslan laughed. TCH, maybe Alicia is insane. My phone records this call. I'm reporting her to the disciplinary department now, the fat porter declared. With such a large investment, any township would prioritize it, and Alicia's actions were suspicious. Reporting her could result in charges of abuse of power. As the fat porter walked toward the door, hey, did you forget something? Aslan teased. What? You didn't get Alicia to throw me out, so you lost this bet. As the loser, you must apologize, Aslan stated. The fat porter's face turned red, having forgotten this condition in his confidence. I don't accept it. You and Alicia are covering for each other, but I'll report both of you anonymously. Wait until you cry later. Go ahead, who knows which of us will cry in the end, Aslan said. Ignoring Aslan, the fat porter left and headed straight for the township's disciplinary department with the recorded call. Watching the fat porter leave, Aslan wasn't worried at all. Mr. Yi, thank you for helping me again today, Oriana said gratefully. It was nothing. However, I do need your help today, Aslan smiled. Sure, if I can help, I'll gladly do so, Oriana replied. Well, I recently opened a company and need to purchase some cars for official use. The paperwork is quite troublesome, so I hope you can assist me, Aslan explained. What? When they heard Aslan's words, all the salespeople looked at Oriana with envious eyes. This was equivalent to a large sum of business falling right into their laps, practically free money. Mr. Yi, what price range of car are you interested in? I can help you evaluate, Oriana said. Recently, my funds aren't very abundant, so I'm looking for sedans around 20,000 yuan with good cost per reporters. I need 10 of them now, and if not enough, there will be more purchases later. Upon hearing this, the remaining salespeople wished they could offer themselves to Aslan. These car sales would exceed their monthly targets, and they wished they could replace Oriana. Mr. Yi, please follow me, Oriana said. Oriana then led Aslan to the area where private cars were displayed, introducing cars with excellent cost per reporters near the 20,000 yuan mark. Oriana genuinely appreciated Aslan's help, so she introduced only the best models and clearly explained both the pros and cons. Alright, Aslan pointed casually at one of the cars. I'll take this one. I need 10 of them. Do you have that portery? We currently don't have 10. We only have 3 in the store. But we can definitely deliver the remaining 7 to you tomorrow, Oriana replied. That sounds good. Can your people deliver these cars to specified locations? Aslan asked. To sell so portery cars at once, such a small favor was certainly no problem. Immediately, Oriana called over 3 young men from the store who were responsible for test driving cars for customers. Deliver 2 of the cars to Yansha Village's Shanghai company. Take the other one to Lanhai City's talent market and hand it over to a person named Adnan from Shanghai company, Aslan instructed. Upon hearing they had to deliver the cars to such distant places, the faces of the 3 young men immediately turned grim. Yansha Village wasn't too bad. Though far, they still had ways to return. However, Lanhai City was much farther, and even if they went, returning would take until the next day. Hashtag chapter 186, another one. The 3 young men were inwardly cursing their luck. Delivering to these 3 places was truly a pain in the neck. However, Aslan was a major client, and also the boss's maternal uncle. No matter how much they were dissatisfied, they dared not voice it. Yet, Aslan noticed their dissatisfaction and reached into his pocket. Under the cover of the pocket, he took out 2,000 yuan in cash from the small gourd. This is a bit troublesome for you guys. I know this trip is quite far, so consider this as your hard work fee, Aslan said. It was only a journey to Yanjia village, but Aslan gave each of the 2 delivery men 500 yuan. He then handed over the remaining 1,000 yuan to the third young porter heading to Lantai City. Mr. Yi, this is too much. All of this is our duty. The three men began to humbly decline, as this was their first time encountering such generosity with tips. Of course, there was no way Aslan would take back the money he had already given. He forcefully pushed the money into their hands. Though they verbally refused, deep down they wished Aslan could give even more. After handling the procedures for 10 vehicles, Aslan left. Even though they could only provide 3 cars at the moment, Aslan felt confident that they wouldn't dare sell him inferior vehicles. Meanwhile, Alicia was under investigation following a real name report, but it posed no problem for him. Fat Gustavo thought Alicia had covered up for his friend, hence refusing his $1 million investment. But Alicia provided evidence to the organization showing that the investment in Yinjia village was several times larger than Peng's million. To give up a few millions worth of investment just for a mere million? Only a fool would do that. It turned out Alicia hadn't covered up anything, and instead, Fat Gustavo was taken away for slandering Alicia, a crime worthy of sentencing. To appease the villagers, Gustavo chose to invest in Tuliao Township without any discounts and added another $1 million as a gesture of goodwill. Seeing Peng's request, Alicia finally calmed down and agreed to drop the criminal charges. Aslan laughed when he learned about this during a phone call with Alicia. Truly, evil people got what they deserved. Fat Gustavo emerged from the detention center with a pained expression. This time, he had lost everything. Not only did he get nothing from this investment, but he ended up investing more, clearly a failure. With his funds now locked in Tuliao Township, Peng couldn't develop elsewhere. Back at his hotel, Peng cried into the night. The next day, his eyes were swollen. But Aslan knew none of this yet. Feeling very satisfied after purchasing the vehicles, Aslan ate a simple lunch in Tuliao Township and returned to Yinjia village. His newly bought cars were already parked in the company yard. Back at the office, Aslan saw Aldo coding the company website and Andrea searching for potential clients online to compile a list for follow-ups. Hearing footsteps, Andrea looked up. "Boss," she greeted. "Sit down," Aslan said, pulling a stool over to sit opposite her. "Adnan called me. He has hired some staff for you in Lantai City." "Really?" Andrea exclaimed in pleasant surprise. She never imagined she would become a leader so quickly. "Yes, currently, he hired 3 employees, but they lack experience. You'll have to work hard to train them," Aslan explained. "Don't worry, boss. I'll ensure they become proficient and contribute to the company soon," Andrea assured. Chuckles. "I trust you, but today I'm here to discuss other matters," Aslan said. Excited, Andrea eagerly awaited Aslan's instructions. "Our sales department differs from others. You need to travel frequently for business, and Yinjia village's location isn't ideal for that. After all, it takes half an hour just to reach Tuliao Township, which doesn't offer city-level amenities. We should focus on Lantai City. Round trips between Yinjia village and Lantai City would take 8 hours even for experienced drivers, leaving no time for business discussions. I plan to rent offices and dormitories in Lantai City for your sales team. What do you think?" "I agree. The geographical limitations of Yinjia village hinder us. Establishing operations in Lantai City is crucial," Andrea replied. She had previously planned to propose this idea after conquering the high-end seafood market in Tuliao Township. "Here's what I'll do. I'll allocate a budget for you to porterage, including renting offices and dormitories. You will establish the operation in Lantai City," Aslan said. "Boss, you trust me so completely?" Andrea was surprised. Such arrangements could easily allow for misuse if not handled properly. "I trust my judgment in people. If the company grows bigger, your future bonuses will outweigh this small budget," Aslan explained. "Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I'll set up everything efficiently in Lantai City, aiming to make our company a leading enterprise there as soon as possible," Andrea guaranteed. She believed Aslan was right. Company growth meant astronomical commissions for her. After encouraging Andrea, Aslan returned to his spacious executive office with its large desk and comfy chair. The room had a computer, a bookshelf filled with books, and an overall luxurious yet understated charm designed by Alicia. Sitting in his chair, Aslan felt comfortable. Though his company was just a 3-story building, he aimed to turn it into a skyscraper someday. He wanted to make Yinjia village the richest village in the world, the global hub, spreading the name, mountain, and sea worldwide. Knock, knock, knock. While Aslan envisioned the future, a knock came at the door. "Come in," he called. Aldo entered carrying a laptop. "Boss, this is the preliminary version of the website I've been working on. Please review it." As Aldo placed the laptop before Aslan, the site displayed a simple yet attractive design introducing the company's seafood products and services for various marine harvesting tasks. "This looks excellent. If there are no issues, let's finalize it as our company website," Aslan remarked. "Yes, boss. I'll handle it right away." Aldo left happily. As a socially awkward techie, making something his boss approved brought him immense joy in the evening. Adnan drove the newly hired employees to the company. Each employee was assessed again by Aslan. Overall, they were somewhat less capable compared to Adnan and his team, but they were still considered experienced hands. These individuals were among the earliest employees joining the company and would eventually become senior members. To foster their loyalty to the company, Aslan personally went to the fishery to catch seafood for everyone to enjoy. During the meal, everyone praised the company's fish highly. Even one person who was allergic to seafood ended up eating quite a bit. After dinner, this person deeply regretted it, not knowing that after waiting for a long time, no signs of an allergic reaction appeared. Through introductions by Adnan and others, everyone learned that the company's seafood wasn't just seafood. It could even serve as a rare tonic, with health-strengthening properties. Almost all employees felt confident in the company. If such a company couldn't succeed, there truly would be no justice in the world. After encouraging the employees, Aslan returned home. "Father, mother, are you waiting for me?" Seeing his parents in the living room, Aslan asked curiously. Normally, at this hour, they should have already retired to rest. "Briannan, your mother, and I want to go traveling," Jetty said. Raku Briannan also smiled and said, Your father and I have been busy for most of our lives, and now we plan to travel. Aslan had known about his parents' travel plans beforehand, so he wasn't surprised at all. Aslan took out a bank card. This card has been prepared for you long ago. It has 1 million yuan inside. Since you'll need money while traveling, consider this as your travel expenses. I'll take it then. Your father and I plan to leave tomorrow, and you should stay here and focus on your work. Raku Brianna knew her son's wealth, so she didn't hesitate and directly accepted the bank card. Chapter 187. Crisis at the Fish Farm. Aslan was awakened by a phone call in the middle of the night. Looking at the number, he scratched his head in confusion. Erwin, why are you calling me? Aslan asked curiously. Rakadalyi, something's wrong at your fish farm, Erwin said urgently. Hearing about the incident at the fish farm, Aslan was startled. He couldn't imagine what could possibly happen there. I just received news that some people were stealing fish from your farm and their boat hit a reef. They're waiting for rescue, Erwin explained. I can't believe someone dared to steal my fish. What about those people now? Aslan asked. Aslan felt no pity for the thieves. He merely wanted to ask them directly why they had come to steal his fish. Some of them were engulfed by the sea, and the rest who survived are still trapped on the reef. As the owner of the fish farm, you should handle this, Erwin said. All right, I'm on my way. But Erwin, please tell the rescuers to be extra careful. There are pottery reefs around my fish farm. I'll proceed with the rescue only when I arrive to avoid any further danger, Aslan replied. Aslan quickly got dressed and headed towards the dock. When expanding the fish farm, he had used the mountain and sea seal's power to move pottery hidden reefs around it to prevent theft. What he hadn't expected was that the thieves would act so swiftly. Soon, Aslan arrived at the dock, which was unusually well lit despite being late at night. Rakadalyi is here. Rakadalyi has arrived. We'll stand up for you today. Yes, let's rescue them first, then beat them senseless before talking. The villagers, though Aslan was not originally from their clan, treated him like one of their own. These villagers were called by Erwin to help rescue the thieves trapped on the reef. Aslan smiled and said, thank you all in advance. Let's rescue these rascals first. Aslan boarded his fishing boat, while others climbed onto theirs. There are pottery hidden reefs around my farm. Everyone must follow me very carefully, Aslan warned. Aslan's small boat had been sold earlier, and now he was using a fishing boat transformed from the Palace of Water God. Though not large, it was new enough to blend in. The boats sailed toward the fish farm, with 2 other fishing boats following behind. When they arrived, the searchlights illuminated a group of people sitting dejectedly on a reef, their faces full of fear. The tide was currently going out. If they weren't rescued soon, the incoming tide would submerge the reef, leaving them to drown. At low tide, fishermen often came to collect various seafood left exposed by the receding waters. Each year, some didn't make it back in time and were swept away by the rising tide. Only those living near the sea truly understood the terror of a rising tide, a lesson learned through loss of life. Seeing the fishing boats approach, the thieves felt both relief and fear. Relief because they were about to be saved, avoiding certain death. Fear because they were thieves, and captured thieves rarely met good ends. Aslan's boat stopped nearby, but did not get too close to the reef. Swim over yourselves, Aslan said. Aslan could have laid planks across for them, but he wasn't kind-hearted toward these thieves. Others on the boats saw Aslan's action and silently returned the planks they had taken out. Plop, plop. The sound of bodies hitting water echoed as the thieves jumped into the cold sea without hesitation. Saving their lives outweighed enduring the cold. The thieves swam clumsily toward the boats. About 10 people ended up on Aslan's boat. Brother, thank you for saving us. The thieves thanked and tried to flatter Aslan, hoping to curry favor with their rescuers to avoid a beating once ashore. Aslan remained silent. They were not deserving of sympathy. Soon, the boats returned to the dock. The thieves disembarked to find themselves surrounded by villagers. They initially planned to dash out of the dock, but found it blocked tightly, making escape impossible. Nearly 100 villagers, mostly middle-aged men, were far more formidable than these dozen or so young thieves. Uncles, elders, can you let us leave? A porter, looking under 30, stepped forward, speaking humbly. The villagers stayed silent, and Aslan approached the group. Why did you come to steal from my fish farm? Aslan deported it. Your fish farm? The porter exclaimed in surprise. You're Aslan? Upon hearing this, Aslan's eyes turned cold. The porter knew his name, indicating they had targeted him specifically. If you heard the fish were good from outsiders, you wouldn't have reacted so oddly. Someone instructed you to steal? Aslan pressed. Who was it? No one instructed us. Your fish looked good, so we decided to steal, the porter lied, his gaze shifting nervously. Aslan smiled wryly. So, where did you hear about the good fish? Where the hell had he heard it? If he admitted it, he'd be done for. The porter thought rapidly, needing neither to betray his conspirator nor incur the villagers' wrath. It was Bram, right? Aslan confidently surmised. The porter was stunned. How do you know that? Aslan had few enemies aside from the Yuan's family and Bram. Just moments ago, he had guessed and now confirmed his suspicion. Aslan pondered how to retaliate against Bram. Why did you try to sneak into my fish farm? Aslan asked. Just to steal a few fish to sell for money, the porter hastily replied. Aslan sneered. Bram, a rich second generation, sending people to steal a few fish seemed too feeble an excuse. You don't want to tell the truth, Aslan remarked. Do you know you've broken the law? I've already called the police. Whoever answers my questions won't face charges or jail time. This translation maintains the structure, style, and continuity of the original text while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence. Upon hearing this, the leading porter's face changed. Aslan's move effectively cut off his retreat. He was well aware of his subordinates' dispositions and knew that someone would surely betray them. The moment this thought crossed his mind, one of his underlings hurriedly spoke up. I'll talk. As long as you don't pursue my responsibility and send me to jail, I'll tell you everything. Shut the hell up. The porter roared. Seeing how furious he was, the underling trembled with fear. Aslan smiled and said, "Come on, tell us what you know. This guy is going to jail anyway. What do you have to fear from him?" This gave the underling a lot of courage. "Master Bram instructed us to poison your fish farm. He wants to ruin you." Damn it. Rarely did Aslan utter a curse, but this time, he couldn't help it. Not only was Aslan enraged, but the other villagers were also filled with anger. Yinjia village was vigorously supporting aquaculture. If the poison had been released into Aslan's fish farm, all the other farmers would be affected too. It wasn't just the farmers. Even the rest of the villagers were seething with rage. If the poisoning succeeded, a large number of fish and shrimp in the sea would die, affecting everyone who relied on fishing for their livelihood. To hell with them. They're trying to starve us out. If it succeeds, we'd all starve to death. What the hell? These little bastards are too vicious. We should just beat them to death. These bastards can't be spared. Aslan, just say the word, and we'll tie them up and throw them into the sea. In their fury, the other villagers wanted nothing more than to tear them apart. Interrupting someone's livelihood was akin to killing their parents. It was no exaggeration. Seeing the villagers truly ready to kill them, the thieves trembled in fear. If these people really killed them and pushed it off as an accident at sea, they would die without anyone knowing. Aslan waved his hand and said, "Villagers, let's not be hasty. Let's leave this matter to the police. Poisoning the ocean is a serious crime. They won't get away with it." This translation adheres to the original text structure, style, and tone while ensuring natural English phrasing and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 188, Seeking Revenge. After hearing Aslan's words, Erwin also stepped out from the crowd. Aslan is right. Killing these scoundrels and getting into big trouble isn't worth it. It would dirty our hands. Let's leave them to the police, said Erwin. The words of Aslan and Erwin had a significant impact. Hearing this, the anger in everyone began to subside. The group who had attempted to poison were already quaking with fear. If they lost their lives over this incident, it would be too tragic. At that moment, Aslan pointed at the poacher who confessed and said, "Come here. If you behave well, I can let you go now." Under the furious gazes of his accomplices, the porter quickly approached Aslan. Aslan put his arm around this porter's shoulder and walked him to a secluded area. "Tell me everything you know about Bram," Aslan asked coldly. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" the porter asked. Aslan replied coldly, "I hate people bargaining with me. You either agree or you don't." The porter thought for a while. If he didn't tell Aslan about Bram, he'd likely be killed by his gang as soon as he was sent back. "I'll tell you everything I know," the porter finally said, biting his lip. He figured it was better to try his luck with Aslan than to face certain death otherwise. It turned out that Bram's wealth came from a family mine, a real coal mine. The Pan family's fortune was unimaginable. From this porter, Aslan gathered all the information he knew. Smiling, Aslan said to him, "You can go now." "Oh, really?" the porter exclaimed in surprise. "Of course it's real. If you want to stay and be taken away by the police, I won't stop you," Aslan replied. Without further ado, the porter sprinted off like his life depended on it. The smile slowly faded from Aslan's face, revealing a colder expression. When Aslan returned to the crowd, Erwin asked curiously, "Where did that guy go?" "He escaped. By the time the police arrive, he'll be treated as an escapee," Aslan said. Aslan never intended to spare these thugs. He let the porter run because it would make them even more desperate. "Thank you all for helping me today. I appreciate your efforts, and there will be gifts as gratitude," Aslan said. "Rakadal ye, no need for formalities. We're all family here," one villager responded. "Our village helps each other when someone is in need. We don't expect anything in return," another added. Yinjia village may have been poor, but it was incredibly united. "Everyone, please go back. I can handle them alone," Aslan said. Though the villagers knew Aslan was highly skilled, they were still worried about him facing so portery opponents. Several wanted to stay, but Aslan persuaded them to leave. Most of those present were young adults who had farm work or fishing to do the next day. Staying up tonight would make their work tomorrow tougher. As the crowd dispersed, Aslan stood alone before the criminals. The gang members exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes darting toward Aslan with a mix of fear and hope. "Boss, should we?" one member muttered vaguely, but everyone understood his meaning. K it, the gang leader shouted. "Of course we run. Poisoning carries heavy penalties, starting with at least 3 years. What are we waiting for?" The gang leader had studied the criminal code beforehand, knowing the severity of their actions. He was prepared to flee. He walked up to Aslan and sneered, "Are you stupid? Giving us a chance to escape?" Meanwhile, the gang members grabbed whatever sticks they could find on the dock. If Aslan hadn't given them a chance to escape, would they really run? The gang leader was confused, but realized they needed to escape quickly before the police arrived. "Run. If this fool tries to stop us, beat him," the leader ordered. A dozen men bolted from the dock, thinking that once outside, they'd be free from anyone's grasp. But then, Aslan stood directly in front of the gang leader. "You're asking for it. If you won't move, I will force you to," the leader threatened, swinging his stick at Aslan. Smack! The stick smashed against Aslan's head, but instead of breaking skin, it snapped in two. "Did you come from Shaolin Temple? Your head is so hard," the gang leader exclaimed in shock. Aslan grabbed the leader by the collar and tossed him like garbage at the other members. "Ah!" The leader flew into his accomplices, knocking them all down except 2 lucky ones. They screamed in pain. "Brothers, don't blame me. I'm taking off first," one cried. "Sorry everyone, every porter for himself. I won't stay to keep you company," another yelled, running past Aslan. These two had some sense. They split up, figuring that if one got caught, the other might still get away. Their plan seemed solid, but reality hit harder. Aslan's speed far exceeded their imagination. Even splitting up only delayed Aslan for a few seconds. Seeing all the gang members writhing in agony on the ground, Aslan chuckled as he approached the leader. "Now you understand why I let the others go. I wanted to take my frustrations out on you," Aslan said with a grin. Beating someone without reason would have been wrong, but this way, it was self-defense. They should be arriving soon. Aslan glanced at his diving watch. The police station in Tuliao Township was about a short distance from Yinjia village, and it had been that long since the report was made. Sirens. Sure enough, as Aslan finished speaking, several police cars appeared outside. Hearing the sirens, the gang members looked utterly defeated. The police quickly apprehended them, finding poisonous chemicals on their bodies, a perfect catch. With the matter settled, Aslan walked to the edge of the dock and dove into the sea with a splash. Swimming faster than any boat, he reached the location where the poisoning incident occurred. Although the tide had covered the reefs, Aslan couldn't possibly mistake the spot. Bubbles. After exhaling a few bubbles, Aslan swam deeper into the ocean. With his water-sensing ability, he saw a wrecked ship lying at the bottom of the sea. This boat was the fishing vessel left behind by the poisoning gang. Although it contained no treasures, there were 2 bloated corpses inside. Previously, Aslan had heard that when the boat sank, 2 people didn't porterage to escape and had since swollen from being submerged in water. Aslan directly stored the corpses within the space of the sea god palace. These bloated bodies looked terrifying indeed. Afterward, Aslan climbed ashore and returned home. The next morning, Aslan drove his parents to Lanhai City Airport, sending them off on their travel journey. After seeing his parents off, Aslan did not leave Lanhai City but instead found a place to rest until evening fell. In the evening, Aslan drove to a standalone villa in Lanhai City. After hiding his car, Aslan used the power of Basil to turn himself invisible. Entering the villa as if it were unoccupied, Aslan made his way inside. The villa was inhabited solely by Bram. On the second floor, he could hear a porter and a porter conversing in one of the rooms. Aslan recognized the male voice as belonging to Bram. Soon, the room echoed with the porter's moans and the porter's heavy breathing. It seemed the porter was doing her best to please Bram, constantly praising his prowess. Aslan curled his lip and remarked, "This porter is such a fake. She's clearly just acting, and not even putting effort into it." After about 2 minutes, the sounds ceased as if nothing had happened. What a quick finisher," Aslan sneered disdainfully. After a brief pause, Bram's voice returned, "Hee, let me take some medicine, and we'll go for another 300 rounds." On the surface, the porter flattered Bram, but inwardly she was extremely displeased. His reliance on medication only left her unsatisfied, and without it, he might as well be useless. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knocking at the door. Chapter 189. Pretending to be a ghost. Bram was in the middle of flirting with a new girl when a knock at the door startled him. "Brother Pan, didn't you say this villa is only occupied by you? Why would someone come knocking?" the girl asked. Bram scratched his head and replied, "Probably my parents are back. Wait inside the room. I'll go check." In order to have fun with the girl, Bram had given his housekeeper a day off, preparing for an all-night play session in the villa. He didn't expect such an eerie knocking sound. Putting on a pair of shorts, Bram walked towards the door. Upon opening the door and seeing what was outside, Bram let out a terrified scream, as if he was about to faint. What happened? Seeing Bram's frightened expression, the girl came downstairs. After seeing what was outside, she fainted from fright. How did you end up here?" Bram asked fearfully. Outside stood 2 swollen corpses, porterating the distinct stench of decay. Bram already knew that the poisoning gang had been caught, with 2 members drowned. He had seen these 2 men before. They were members of the gang. If they hadn't been arrested by the police, they must be the 2 who had drowned. Suddenly having 2 dead bodies appear in his home was terrifying beyond words. "Bram, we died so miserably. Can you give us back our lives?" A chilling voice filled Bram's room, seeming to come directly from his ear. The voice, paired with the 2 corpses, made Bram believe he truly saw ghosts, overwhelming fear filling his heart. "Brothers, you also took money to do business. You should seek revenge from Aslan. If it weren't for the reef around his fish farm, you wouldn't have died," Bram stammered, his legs trembling, unaware his pants were wet. Hidden nearby, Aslan became even angrier. He couldn't believe Bram was still trying to drag him into this mess. Aslan used a chilling voice again. "We didn't get paid by you. You are our creditor. Pay us with your life." Bram felt his scalp tingle, quickly running back to lock himself in the bedroom, covering himself with a blanket, shivering. Aslan watched Bram's terrorized face and smiled, but thought frightening him wasn't enough punishment. Hee. An eerie and evil laugh echoed through the room, making Bram even more terrified, as if cold chills were seeping from his soul. Click. The locked door unlocked, followed by a creaking sound as it opened. Then footsteps entered the room. Gathering his courage, Bram peeked out. His locked door had opened, and the 2 swollen corpses entered again. "Paying debts is only fair, Bram. Give me back my life." The chilling voice reappeared. Bram trembled. "Brothers, I have money. I can give you money." Terrified and nearly unhinged, Bram walked to a hidden corner where a safe lay. Opening the safe revealed golden bars gleaming inside. Holding a stack of gold bars, Bram offered them to the corpses. "Brothers, take this money. If you need more, I can buy mountain-high piles of spirit money. Please forgive me," Bram pleaded. Aslan found it strange. Even wealthy families shouldn't keep so pottery gold bars at home. These gold bars alone were worth tens of millions, far more than what Aslan currently had. "Why do you keep so pottery gold bars in your home?" Aslan asked chillingly. Terrified beyond reason, Bram answered without hesitation. "Our family runs mines with pottery issues. My parents prepared much gold to run away anytime necessary." Bram revealed everything openly, not fearing porter knowledge but not minding ghostly awareness. Aslan laughed at this explosive information. He decided not to spare any news about the Pan family. Since Bram wanted to ruin his fish farm, Aslan didn't mind destroying their mine. "If your parents are guilty, we can take them to die in your place, provided you have evidence," Aslan said. Bram patted his chest. "Ghost brothers, I have evidence. There's a notebook in the safe recording all my parents' misdeeds, proof of their sins." Seeing Bram willing to sell out his parents to avoid death, Aslan inwardly cursed him as an animal. If Bram's parents knew, they'd be devastated. Finding the notebook in the safe, Aslan read a few pages, infuriated by the Pan couple's monstrous deeds. On one page, they had killed an entire family to seize their mine, including infants. On another, a worker was burned alive for stealing coal. Yet another detailed how a small mine collapse led to the murder of all affected families. The notebook recorded countless crimes, revealing the Pan family's utter lack of humanity. Aslan could barely stand reading a few pages. Storing the notebook in his storage space, Aslan took all the gold bars, deeming them useless otherwise. I've obtained the evidence. I'll collect debts from your parents. Relieved, Bram thanked the non-existent ghosts, grinning. After a long silence, Bram cautiously asked, "Brothers, are you still there?" Receiving no response, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Realizing the ghosts had left. Having never experienced such a terrifying event, he was utterly shaken. Looking at the two remaining corpses, Bram felt helpless. "Ghost brothers, you forgot to take your bodies," Bram muttered. However, Aslan never intended to take them and left the trouble for Bram to handle. After leaving the villa invisibly, Aslan returned to his car and drove away from the place. Holding the small notebook in his hand, he pondered over how to handle it. Should I use this notebook to gain greater leverage over the Pan family? Or should I hand this notebook over to the police so that the Pans receive their just punishment? These two thoughts continuously swirled in Aslan's mind. Ultimately, he chose to turn the notebook over. The Pan family was like a clan of demons. If allowed to continue existing, more innocent lives would be harmed. Aslan felt that such tragedies should not happen again. Later that night, Aslan invisibly went to the police station and threw the notebook into the anonymous tip-off mailbox before walking away. This mailbox was specifically for those who did not wish to disclose their identities. Every day, staff would check it. Aslan believed that someone would discover the notebook tomorrow. The Pan family's sins would eventually be exposed. When the sword of justice fell upon them, there would be no way to avoid it. By the time Aslan drove back to Yinjia village, the sun had already risen from the horizon. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Aslan was about to rest at home, the ringing of a phone call woke him up. He didn't expect this call to be from Andrea. Picking up the phone, Aslan asked, "Andrea, what do you need?" "Boss, I've contacted a deep-sea salvage operation, approximately 500 meters deep, to retrieve a massive object weighing around 2 tons. Can we take on this job?" "Andrea, remember, as long as it's in the sea, there's nothing I can't get my hands on. As long as it's legal, we can take on any job, provided the price is satisfactory," Aslan said with a smile. This statement wasn't out of arrogance. With Salmalba and the water deity palace boat, Aslan believed that besides some ancient sea creatures hiding deep in the ocean, nobody could match him. Chapter 190, The Proud Reporter's Oath. Andrea could hear the confidence in her boss's voice over the phone. If others couldn't accomplish a task, their Shanghai company certainly could. "Boss, I will negotiate with them after referencing market prices. As long as it's legal, I'm confident I can drive up the price to its maximum," Andrea said. Aslan replied, I trust your abilities. In the future, you can handle such matters on your own and simply notify me of the results." After briefly going over some details with Andrea, Aslan hung up the phone. Even though he was the heir of the sea god, Aslan still had a porter body and thus felt fatigue. After using Basil's strength for so long, Aslan was already very tired. The moment his head hit the pillow, he drifted into a deep sleep. Aslan slept for an entire day and night. When he woke up, he felt completely refreshed. He had a hearty breakfast that morning. Perhaps because he was used to his parents being around, he felt the house seemed empty without them. After eating, Aslan picked up his phone and noticed there were more than 30 missed calls from Andrea. He dialed her back immediately. "Hello, Andrea. My phone was on silent yesterday. I didn't notice your calls." "Boss, you finally answered. If you hadn't replied today, the other party might have refused to cooperate with us," Andrea anxiously explained. Deep-sea retrieval at 500 meters was not something Aslan boasted about. In China's private sector, only Aslan's company could achieve this. Unless they could get the most advanced equipment in the world, 500 meters below the sea would remain an untouchable realm for any private company. "What did you negotiate for?" Aslan asked. "The price is 3 million yuan, but the risk is quite high. I'll send you the data on the mission. You can decide whether to accept it after reviewing it," Andrea replied. Agreeing with Andrea, Aslan hung up the phone. Ding dong. A few seconds later, the SMS notification sounded. Aslan opened the message and downloaded the attached file. It was a document Andrea had compiled, detailing the mission clearly. Aslan understood it easily. According to the client, they wanted to retrieve a giant porter-eating clam located approximately 500 meters deep in the ocean. Delivering the specified clam would net them 3 million yuan. The document included detailed information about the porter-eating clam. It was several meters in diameter, capable of swallowing a cow alive, and extremely aggressive. Successfully retrieving such a clam was rare worldwide. Aslan loved these kinds of retrieval missions. It was like picking up free money. For him, it would be just like taking a trip. He called Andrea to inform her that he had accepted the task and needed the precise location of the porter-eating clam before setting out to sea. Shortly after, Andrea replied, saying the client wanted to meet Aslan in person. Although Lanhai City was far away, for 3 million yuan, Aslan agreed. He drove towards Lanhai City and arrived at the hotel by noon. Andrea was already waiting for him at the entrance. "Boss, this client seems to be important. She's waiting for you in one of the private rooms," Andrea said. Aslan nodded and headed into the hotel, with Andrea following closely behind, like a personal secretary. Following Andrea's guidance, they entered a private room. Inside, there were 3 people. Among them was a reporter around Aslan's age seated at the main position, flanked by a bodyguard and a secretary. Undoubtedly, the reporter sitting there was beautiful, but she exuded an air of arrogance. Her condescending gaze made Aslan uncomfortable. Aslan found the young reporter plain, both in appearance and attire. Her presence lacked charisma, and her eyes carried a hint of disdain. Adeline doubted this porter possessed the sophisticated deep-sea retrieval technology she needed and felt disappointed. Boss, this is our client, Miss Salma. Andrea introduced Aslan to Adeline. Miss Salma, this is my boss, Mr. Aslan. It was the first time Aslan met a client formally. He intended to shake hands, but Adeline only gave a cold nod in acknowledgement. This attitude left Aslan feeling annoyed. Although Adeline's beauty rivaled Alicia's, being unattractive wasn't a reason to look down on someone. Aslan took a seat without any further gestures. Sitting beside him, Andrea felt uneasy, sensing the icy atmosphere in the room. Adeline looked oddly at Aslan. As the daughter of the Salma family, she was usually adored wherever she went. It was unusual for someone not to pay attention to her. Though she had encountered portery playboys who played hard to get, Adeline sensed that Aslan genuinely did not care much about her. Strange. Has my charm diminished? Adeline thought maliciously. Could this guy be gay? If not for this reason, Adeline found it hard to believe why a porter wouldn't react to her beauty. Suddenly, she became very interested in Aslan. Mr. Yi, I hope you can demonstrate your capabilities to convince me that you can retrieve the porter-eating clam, Adeline said. There's nothing in the ocean I can't retrieve. There's no need to show you my bottom card, Aslan replied. You. Adeline choked on Aslan's arrogant reply. 3 million yuan was indeed substantial, covering Aslan's fee, but he wasn't willing to lower himself. Titusemph, there are plenty of companies capable of deep-sea retrieval. I don't have to choose yours, Adeline retorted. Aslan stood up and shrugged. Then there's nothing to discuss. I won't take this job. As he turned to leave, showing no hesitation, Adeline sneered. I see you don't have what it takes. Just putting on a show. Aslan stopped but didn't turn around. If you can find someone better, go ahead. But if you ask for my help again, the price will double. Doubling 3 million would make it 6 million yuan. Adeline felt Aslan exuded a wild arrogance. I'm putting it out there. I'll spend 10 million yuan before turning to your Shanghai company again, Adeline declared. So be it. It's just a few million yuan. Aslan, don't care either way, Aslan smiled. Now, Monroe and Lise had already developed some secondary agents in other regions. With Aslan's current monthly revenue reaching several hundred thousand, he really didn't care about these few million. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knocking on the door, and someone walked into the room. Haha, Mr. Yi, you are really not nice to keep me in the dark while being in my territory. The person who entered was precisely Riku Luo. After learning from the security guard that Aslan had arrived, he promptly came here to meet him. Riku Luo then noticed Adeline sitting by the table, looking furious. Hey, niece Adeline, I didn't expect you to be here too, Riku Luo said in surprise. Uncle Riku, do you know this scoundrel? Adeline asked, puzzled. Adeline hadn't expected that King, the big boss of Lanhai Hotel, would be so courteous to Aslan, an ordinary small business porter. Scoundrel? You mean Mr. Yi? King hurriedly asked, is there any misunderstanding between you two? There's no misunderstanding. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first, Aslan said. With that, Aslan took Andrea and left the room. King glanced at Aslan, then at Adeline, and ultimately decided to follow Aslan out. Seeing King walk away like that, Adeline felt waves of turmoil within her heart. What does that scoundrel have that makes King behave so humbly towards him? Adeline grumbled inwardly, harboring some resentment. Previously, King was merely a peripheral figure in Lanhai City's upper-class circles. Everyone knew he existed, but never took him seriously. No one expected King's Hotel to suddenly serve seafood that was incredibly appealing. Once tasted, it would leave a lasting impression. By captivating the palate of Lanhai City's elites, King's Hotel became highly sought after by influential figures hoping to enjoy this world-class cuisine. As a result, King's status rose rapidly, making him a hotshot in Lanhai City's upper-class circles. His social network was extensive and powerful, giving him access to numerous resources unimaginable before. Chapter 191. The first negotiation. When Aslan walked out of the private room, King followed him. Mr. Yi, please wait a moment, King said. Aslan stopped and asked, what is it? Mr. Yi, could you please come to my office? There are some matters I wish to discuss in detail with you, King said. Aslan nodded. Aside from being somewhat opportunistic, King was not bad. He had never delayed payment to Aslan. Everyone who supplied ingredients to restaurants knew that usually, restaurants would withhold part of the final payment. This withheld amount often ended up unclaimed, but King had never done this. Moreover, he treated people decently, so Aslan was willing to give him a chance. Under King's lead, they arrived at his office. King respectfully invited Aslan to sit on the sofa and diligently served him a cup of tea. Aslan raised the teacup. Although he wasn't an expert in tea, he could smell its fragrant aroma, indicating it was probably of high quality. King glanced at Andrea beside him and said, Mr. Yi, have you started large-scale distribution of seafood? Riku boss, your information is quite up to date. Yes, I've established a company and am indeed engaged in this business, Aslan replied. There was no need to hide this as he intended for Shanghai company to gain international fame, which would eventually become public knowledge anyway. Mr. Yi, can I buy all your seafood in Blue Sea City at market price? King asked anxiously. I'm sorry. I want to build awareness for my fishery and bring these products into the public eye. I can't sell everything to you, Aslan refused. King's heart sank. What he most feared had indeed come true. Recently, King had successfully entered the upper echelons of society due to Aslan's seafood. If this advantage were to disappear, his status would plummet. Having used his exclusive seafood resources to cultivate portery powerful connections in Blue Sea City's high circles, King couldn't bear the thought of reverting to his original position. Mr. Yi, I'm willing to pay above market price for your fish, King offered. As long as the price wasn't excessively high, monopolizing Aslan's seafood in Blue Sea City would help him maintain his current status and still make a profit. Even if it meant losing money, he'd do it, because the value of networking outweighed the cost of purchasing seafood. I apologize, but I need brand recognition, so I can't sell exclusively to you in Blue Sea City, Aslan said. Why did big companies spend money on TV ads? for brand awareness. Although Aslan had the capital to invest in advertising, his unique seafood flavor was unforgettable after just one taste, making TV ads unnecessary. But first, the public needed to try the product. Seeing Aslan remained unmoved, King felt disheartened. Monopolizing the seafood seemed impossible. Since Mr. Yi has your own business strategy, let's drop this matter, King then added. I have another request and hope you'll grant it. What is it, Raku boss? Aslan asked. I hope to get more seafood from you. Without the monopoly, I aim to compensate with quantity, King explained. This request was more realistic and mattered more to him than the monopoly. Although Aslan's fishery was vast, distributing nationwide would be challenging, meaning each city's quota would be limited. When deported exceeded supply, having a large stock at Blue Sea Hotel could help maintain King's standing. Of course, our two businesses have always been partners. It's no issue, Aslan smiled. Haha, thank you, Mr. Yi. They agreed that Aslan would supply twice as much fish to Blue Sea Hotel, with the purchase price increased by 30%. Both parties were satisfied with the negotiation, and King personally escorted Aslan back to his car. Meanwhile, Adeline returned home, carrying deep resentment towards Aslan. Upon arriving at her family's seaside villa, she saw her father sitting anxiously on the sofa. Did you find a trustworthy company? Salma Chinching asked. I've consulted all major domestic companies. None can undertake this task. Some small companies claim they could, but they seem unreliable, Adeline replied. Adeline had exhausted almost all domestic salvage companies, but major firms declined, while smaller ones appeared deceptive. Salma Chinching sighed, feeling helpless despite his anxiety. I've contacted top foreign companies to conduct the salvage operation here. However, their equipment needs approval to enter China, which takes a long time. As for top domestic enterprises, they require application processes, making them unsuitable for the urgent situation. Desperation engulfed Salma Chinching. Everything seemed too late. Sire, Miss, Ricardo Master is having an episode again. Come quick. Upon hearing this, Adeline and her father rushed upstairs. In a room on the second floor, they saw a boy sitting in a wooden tub filled with water, his body bright red. A caregiver kept adding ice cubes from the refrigerator into the tub. It's so hot, I feel like burning, the teenage boy moaned. Rolling in the tub, his face contorted in agony. How do you feel, Salma Yin? Salma Chinching asked. I'm in unbearable pain. Let me die, father. I don't want to live anymore, Salma Yin sobbed. Hold on, Salma Yin. I will soon get the killer muscle, and it will cure you, Salma Chinching said, heartbroken. Watching his son suffer made Salma Chinching more anguished than if he were ill himself. Big sister, will I die? The boy asked. Adeline wiped her tears and shook her head. No, believe in me. I'll find a way to cure you. Okay, the boy said, determined to endure until cured. His body temperature had already exceeded 50 degrees Celsius. Without the cooling ice water, he would likely burn alive. Unable to bear seeing his son suffering any longer, Salma Chinching left the room with Adeline. Your brother's condition is worsening. We might not have enough time to find the killer muscle, Salma Chinching said somberly. By now, Adeline was sobbing uncontrollably, feeling particularly distressed. Her brother had suffered from this strange illness since childhood, with no diagnosis from major hospitals except for a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who noticed something unusual. Initially, the illness struck once a year. With age, it became more frequent, occurring every 2 days now. The old practitioner had warned that the peak severity would occur at 18 years old. If he has a severe episode every day, it means that his brother's time is running out. Only the powder ground from the pearl formed by the killer muscle can cure this disease. Now, her brother has already turned 18. Due to their wealth, he had been eating large amounts of ice mountain snow lotus all year round, which helped suppress the illness. However, it now seemed that his time was not far off. Suddenly, Adeline's mind flashed with Aslan's detestable face. Father, there's a small company that might really be able to catch the killer muscle, Adeline said. Salma Chinching asked hopefully, which company? For Salma Chinching, this company represented the last glimmer of hope. Whether or not it could capture the killer muscle, it still offered a chance. It's a small company called Shanghai Company. The boss is very arrogant. I offered him 3 million, but he unreasonably deported 6 million. Adeline recounted the situation to Salma Chinching. You're saying that even King, that old fox, shows great respect to Aslan? Salma Chinching asked. Yes, and that's why I think he might have the capability to catch the killer muscle, Adeline explained. King, that old fox, is notorious for being opportunistic. If he treats the owner of this small company with such respect, there must be something significant about it, Salma Chinching remarked. Urgently, Salma Chinching took out his phone and dialed King's number. Chairporter Salma, it's truly an honor to receive your call, King's voice came through. Finianu, time is of the essence, so let's skip the formalities. I'm calling you today to inquire about someone, Salma Chinching said. Hearing this, King understood that Salma Chinching was indeed facing difficulties. Otherwise, the president of the prestigious Salma Group in Blue Sea City wouldn't be speaking to him so courteously. Chairporter Salma, ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. I want to inquire about a young porter named Aslan. I believe you are quite familiar with him, right? Chapter 192. Yes, brainwashing. After leaving the Blue Sea Hotel, Andrea invited Aslan to visit the office area she had rented in Blue Sea City. Your speed is amazing. You porterage to rent an office space in just 2 days? Aslan was quite incredulous. Hee, it's good luck that a company went bankrupt just at the right time, and I got their vacated office space. Plus, it came fully furnished, Andrea said smugly. This wasn't just luck. If Andrea hadn't been focused on finding this office, someone else would have snatched it up. Guided by Andrea, they arrived at an office building in the city center. Their office was on the 16th floor, conveniently located in the heart of the city. Andrea led Aslan into the office, which was quite spacious, covering several hundred square meters. The office was divided into cubicles, but disappointingly, only a few people were busily working in the vast office space. Clap, clap. Andrea clapped her hands, and all eyes turned towards her. This is our company's CEO, Please welcome him with applause, Andrea announced. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the door. Seeing this, Andrea nearly turned green with frustration as Aslan stood right next to her. Yet these employees acted like they didn't notice him. What are you all looking at? Andrea asked. Director, we're waiting for the CEO to come upstairs so we can warmly welcome him. Andrea wanted to tear apart the speaker's mouth. The CEO was standing right next to her, and they were acting blind. Andrea pointed to Aslan beside her and respectfully said, "This is the founder of our Shanghai company and our CEO. Please give him a round of applause." These words shocked the remaining sales staff. They hadn't expected this young porter, who looked like a driver, to be their boss. Hello, Mr. Yi. Clap, clap, clap. Fortunately, being salespeople, everyone quickly reacted and started applauding. Aslan waved his hand, signaling them to settle down. It's an honor to meet all of you for the first time. Our company has just been established, and each of you can be considered the backbone of our company. In the future, standing in the center of the room, Aslan began his speech. His charisma had an unusual charm that made everyone hang on to his every word, almost brainwashing them. Through a brief speech, the enthusiasm of all employees was greatly uplifted. Aslan firmly believed that the most important aspect of a company was its hard power, followed by sales capability. If your product quality is poor, even the best sales skills won't help sell it. Conversely, if your product quality is exceptional but lacks strong sales skills, it will still be tough to sell. Companies aim for profit, focusing on selling products to make money. Aslan's strength naturally did not need to be mentioned, so he placed great importance on the employees' hard power. After concluding his speech, Aslan smiled and said, "If anyone has any questions about the company, feel free to ask now, and I'll answer them." A male salesperson stood up. "Boss, I want to know if our products really taste as good as we claim." This question was crucial. If a salesperson praises the product sky high but the sample tastes awful, it would embarrass them. Haven't you tasted our company's products?" Aslan asked in surprise. At this moment, Andrea interjected, "Boss, they haven't been to the headquarters, and I don't have permission to obtain samples from the farm, so the sales department hasn't tried the products." Slap. Aslan slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this. He tossed his car keys to Andrea. "There are some of our company's specialties in my trunk. Bring them out for everyone to taste," Aslan instructed. "Yes, boss." Andrea grabbed the keys and hurried downstairs. She could only remember tasting those delicious foods once, and she had been craving more ever since. In fact, these items were originally intended as gifts for Adeline, as a gesture of goodwill during client meetings. Now that the partnership fell through, there was no need to gift them. "Try our products tonight, and you'll know how to assist customers in evaluating our products better," Aslan said. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Another salesperson stood up. "Boss, will our salaries be paid on time?" Shanghai company offered higher wages than others, making employees happy while also worrying about salary payments. "How do you expect me to answer that?" Aslan chuckled bitterly. "When you have doubts, whatever I say won't convince you. Just wait and see by the end of the month." The salesperson nodded, thinking that Aslan wouldn't rent such a large office if he were short of funds. Then, a pretty young girl shyly asked, "Boss, are you married? Do you have a girlfriend?" Aslan froze, surprised by this question. Cough. "Not married, but I do have a girlfriend," Aslan laughed. "Not married, huh? So, I still have a chance then." The female salesperson seemed disappointed at first, but then seemed to come to terms with it, appearing more determined. "If our perf reporters is outstanding, will there be rewards?" the young girl asked. "Of course. No matter what, the company never forgets those who contribute," Aslan replied. "That's great. I'll strive to be the top performer, and my reward will be dating me for a day," the young girl happily declared. This young lady was quite attractive, but her thinking seemed a bit different from others. Meanwhile, Andrea returned carrying 2 boxes. "Come on, everyone. Let's look at the company's farm-raised products." When Andrea opened the boxes, everyone saw various cooked seafood inside, emitting an irresistible aroma. Smelling it, everyone felt their mouths watering uncontrollably, drooling down their chins. They were mesmerized by the delightful fragrance, oblivious to how ridiculous they must look. "These are our company's products, cooked by me. Try them out. I believe it will boost your confidence in the company," Aslan smiled. Everyone couldn't resist and started tasting the food immediately upon hearing the boss's words. Some shed tears of joy after their first bite, having never tasted such exquisite flavors. Forget porterners and humility. Everyone scrambled to grab pieces of the delicacies, even snatching a whole yellow croaker from the box. Despite the abundance of food, it didn't take long for everything to be devoured, leaving a messy scene behind. After eating, everyone closed their eyes, savoring the incredible taste. Wah! The pretty girl who asked about Aslan's marital status crouched on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xiaomao, what's wrong with you?" Andrea, as the department head, hurriedly asked. "Wah, this food is too delicious. After eating this, I've lost interest in other seafood. What am I, a foodie, supposed to do now?" The girl squatted on the floor and cried dramatically, leaving everyone around her torn between laughing and crying. Aslan smiled and said, "Didn't you want to be the top performer in the company? If you really achieve that, I'll treat you to these delicacies every day." The girl, with tears still glistening in her eyes, looked up at Aslan. "Boss, are you serious?" "Of course, I'm serious. In the future, Andrea will draft a reward and punishment policy. Those who perform well in the sales department will receive rewards of our company's farm seafood," Aslan said with a smile. Hearing this, the girl stood up from the floor, her spirit as a foodie rallying within her body. With a look of fierce determination, she declared, "Boss, rest assured. I will make sure my perf reporters ranks first." "Haha, I believe in you," Aslan said with a smile. After tasting the company's delicious products, everyone was fired up. With such high-quality products, they had nothing to worry about for the company's growth. From now on, When the sales team went out to negotiate, they could confidently boast about their products without fear of opposition. Just as everyone was feeling exhilarated, Andrea walked over with a surprised expression. "Boss," Miss Salma called. "She wants to meet you again," Andrea said. Aslan smiled and replied, "Tell her I don't have time the next couple of days. Let's talk about it later." "All right, I'll reply to Miss Salma right away," Andrea said. Knowing the strength of her own company now, Andrea wasn't as timid as before. Even the Salma group had to take notice of her boss's attitude. Confidently, she left to respond to Miss Salma. "Please note that I've maintained the original tone and style while ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as close to the original as possible." Chapter 193. The beauty is also helpless. After encouraging the employees, Aslan and Andrea went to her department office. This was the only office in the entire work area, looking quite spacious inside, giving a very formal feeling as soon as one stepped in. Andrea and Aslan sat on the guest sofas. "You are the head of the sales department, so you must know its importance to the company. I also place great importance on your department, so I want to create a reward and punishment scheme for the sales department. Could you help me refine it?" Aslan said. "Sure, boss, it's my honor," Andrea replied. Hearing that the boss valued her department so much, Andrea felt incredibly happy. A department's importance within a company completely depended on the boss's attitude. Aslan preliminarily drafted the reward plan for the top 10 performers in the sales department, which included monetary rewards and rewards from the company's products. The first place winner would even receive the company's product daily, while outstanding employees could purchase the company's products at discounted prices. Once all the regulations were written down, he handed over these ideas to Andrea to fill in or revise any deficiencies. Andrea, coming from an experienced sales background, deeply understood the nuances of sales. She made some simple adjustments to Aslan's thoughts, making them more suitable for employees, then submitted them for Aslan's review. Indeed, it looks much more professional than my initial thoughts," Aslan smiled. "Such reward and punishment schemes should be established by Adnan as well. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished properly." Aslan believed that no major company could thrive without strict rules. After chatting with Andrea, Aslan left their office location in Lanhai City. "The sparrow may be small but has all the vital organs. Now I just wait for my company to take off," Aslan said smilingly. As Aslan prepared to leave in his car, a mysterious figure approached him. "It's you." It wasn't anyone else but Adeline, whom he had previously negotiated with. "Mr. Yi, I need your help to salvage the killer clam," Adeline said. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Aslan replied. Aslan still remembered how arrogant this reporter had been before. He didn't care about those few million and did not wish to be belittled by her. "Mr. Yi, if you can retrieve the killer clam, I'll give you 6 million, Adeline offered. Aslan looked at her strangely, surprised that she conceded so easily. However, the 6 million felt like charity. "Sorry, 6 million was the old price. It's 10 million now," Aslan smiled. Seeing Aslan's detestable smile, Adeline nearly burst into tears. As the heiress of the Salma family, she had always been pampered wherever she went. Who would have thought she'd meet such a scoundrel today? Angry, Adeline asked, "Are you playing tricks on me again? This is called asking for an outrageous price and settling for less. I earned this money through skill. Why should I be accused of tricking you?" Aslan grinned. Enraged, Adeline grabbed Aslan's collar. "What do you think you're doing?" Aslan told Adeline, "I've trained in combat. If you start a fight, you won't stand a chance." Unless necessary, Aslan wouldn't hit a reporter. Grabbing Aslan's sleeve fiercely, Adeline said, "If you don't agree, I'll scream sexual harassment right now." "You can't be that unreasonable," Aslan exclaimed. You're right, I am that unreasonable. If you don't agree, ask everyone here if they agree," Adeline replied. Alas. Aslan sighed helplessly. If Adeline really did that, Aslan would instantly become everyone's enemy. "Sister, what will it take for you to let me go?" Aslan asked helplessly. "Who's calling who sister? I'm only 25 today," Adeline retorted. "Then how about big sis?" Aslan said with a bitter laugh. So corny. Aslan felt the roles had reversed. Gender equality truly never existed. If Aslan pulled Adeline's sleeve and screamed sexual harassment on the street, people would probably congratulate him or say he had good luck. But if Adeline did the same to Aslan, he believed at least 100 people would swarm around him. "I'll help you retrieve the killer clam, but you'll not only pay me 6 million but also leave me alone," Adeline proposed. "All right, let go of me, but we need to discuss the details of retrieving the killer clam," Aslan agreed. Hearing Aslan's agreement, Adeline finally calmed down her angry face. "Let's find a quiet place to talk this through," Adeline suggested. There was a nearby cafe where they both went in, and Adeline ordered 2 coffees. "I don't mind helping retrieve the killer clam for 10 million, but I want to know the specifics of the waters involved," Aslan said. He wasn't concerned about why Adeline wanted to retrieve the killer clam. After all, he was a porter with professional ethics. That water area is about 100 nautical miles away from Lanhai City. There's a killer clam there, but it's extremely dangerous. We hired people multiple times and failed, Adeline explained. The water depth of 500 meters made it difficult for anyone to dive there, so she wasn't clear on specifics but knew the clam was very vicious. "Did you say someone died during the retrieval?" Aslan frowned. "Yes, the exact cause of death isn't clear. Out of 3 attempts, 2 resulted in deaths," Adeline answered. As a true business porter, Adeline disclosed all the information, including the fatalities. However, the Salma family had hired legitimate salvage companies, and proper compensation had been provided. Adeline expected Aslan to deport more money after hearing this news, but Aslan only pondered silently. Intriguing. The term killer clam refers to its enormous size, not that it actually eats porters. "This one seems unique," Aslan remarked. "Clams, no matter how large, lacked intelligence to kill. This task is interesting. I accept," Aslan smiled. Adeline was taken aback. "You agreed?" "Sure, why shouldn't I?" Aslan responded oddly. Adeline shook her head. She was just curious why this guy agreed so quickly given his notorious character. When do you need the killer clam retrieved? Aslan asked. As soon as possible. If you can deliver it today, I'll give you an extra $1,000,000, Adeline said. Haha, alright, it's a deal, Aslan laughed. It's a deal. For Adeline, getting the pearl earlier meant less suffering for her brother. Compared to that, $1,000,000 more was worth it. Just wait for my update. I'll prepare to retrieve the killer clam now, Aslan stated. I'm going with you. Otherwise, how would I know if you're faking it? Adeline lifted her head. My salvage techniques are a trade secret, and it's inconvenient to have outsiders watch. Besides, out at sea, wouldn't you be worried about what I might do to you? Aslan smirked evilly. For a moment, Adeline indeed felt a bit hesitant. It was certainly inconvenient for a girl like her to go to such a place. But when she saw the smug look in Aslan's eyes, Adeline realized she had been toyed with. I must go with you. Otherwise, if you cheat, I have no way of dealing with it. And I'll have my secretary join us on the sea voyage. If you do anything inappropriate to me, don't think you'll get away scot-free, Adeline said. Seeing Adeline's stubborn expression, Aslan said, sure, you can come along, but that will cost extra. Adeline replied without hesitation, 1,000,000. Agreed. I like working with people like you, Aslan said with a smile. They quickly came to an agreement, and Aslan drove Adeline to the Blue Sea City docks right away. Beside the dock rested a small fishing boat, which was none other than the Water God Palace. After resolving Bram's issue, Aslan had left the portagement of the Water God Palace to Salmalba. Upon receiving this mission, Aslan ordered Salmalba to sail the Water God Palace to the Blue Sea City dock. Taking Adeline aboard the small fishing boat transformed by the Water God Palace, Adeline wrinkled her nose and said, the smell on this boat is truly awful. This is diesel fuel. It's something princesses like you never encounter, Aslan replied. To make his small fishing boat look more authentic, Aslan deliberately splashed some diesel fuel on it as a cover. After setting the small fishing boat to autopilot, Aslan went up to the deck. There was a hammock chair on the deck, where he lazily lay back, soaking in the sun. The warm sensation was very comfortable, yet it only made Adeline, standing beside him, gnash her teeth in frustration. Hey, is this the only hammock chair here? Adeline asked. Don't tell me you can't see? Of course, there's only one, Aslan replied lazily. Actually, the boat had 3 chairs, but Aslan had stowed the other 2 in the storage space so that Adeline wouldn't have a place to lie down. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English. The paragraph structure and line breaks remain true to the original text. Chapter 194. The Giant Murderous Clam. Gradually, night began to descend. Lying on the rocking chair, Aslan opened his eyes to gaze at the endless starry sky. What a charming night sky. Nowadays life is fast-paced. How Portery people can truly appreciate this beauty of the stars. Aslan thought to himself. Rumble. At this moment, Aslan's stomach growled loudly as hunger pangs surged through him. Aslan suddenly remembered that his boat seemed to have no food supplies. If he wanted something to eat, he would have to prepare it himself. In the future, I must definitely install a refrigerator on this boat to store some food anytime and anywhere, Aslan thought. Aslan knew it was not the time for complaints. He went into the cabin, taking down the spear hanging on the wall. What are you going to do? Seeing Aslan holding a spear, Adeline felt a surge of fear. Was this porter really intending to do that to her? Noticing Adeline's thoughts, Aslan chuckled inwardly, surprised by the ordinary side of this proud-looking porter. What do you think we should do on this boat alone together? Aslan asked with a smile. At that moment, Adeline stiffened and pulled out a black object from her pocket. Zzz. When Adeline pressed the button, the black object emitted electric sparks, turning out to be an electric baton. Clutching the baton, Adeline gritted her teeth and stabbed towards Aslan. Zzz. When the baton touched his body, Aslan could feel an electric current coursing through him, but surprisingly didn't feel any pain. How strange. Why am I not harmed by this electricity? Moreover, it seems I can harness it, Aslan wondered curiously. Curiosity piqued, Aslan gathered the electric current within his body to his hand, seeing a faint spark flickering on one of his fingers. Master, the reason you aren't harmed by lightning might be because of me. Salmalba's voice entered Aslan's mind through the power of the Shanghai contract. Why? Aslan asked. I'm not just consuming devil squids now. My body also has the strength of the thunder dragon. As my master, you can possess this power too, Salmalba explained. Salmalba elaborated further, making Aslan realize he had an additional power over thunder and lightning. Though this ability was borrowed from Salmalba, it was far less intuitive than his control over water and earth. In Adeline's view, the electric baton sparked against Aslan's body, but he showed no reaction. Tightish? Is there something wrong with my electric baton? Adeline wondered aloud. Why weren't you affected at all? Taking the baton away from Aslan, she inspected the sparking device doubtfully. Be careful, Aslan shouted, but it was too late. Adeline's finger touched the electric current. Seeing Adeline's body convulse violently, Aslan reached out to snatch the baton from her. This intense pain made Adeline sob uncontrollably. The feeling of being electrocuted was indescribable torment. You're quite ruthless, lady. I was just teasing you. And yet you carried an electric baton, Aslan remarked. Sob, I don't want to talk to you. You bastard, Adeline cried. Feeling extremely wronged, Adeline was the pampered heiress of the Salma family, stranded on this dilapidated fishing boat without food and enduring Aslan's taunting. Ignoring the sobbing porter, Aslan headed to the deck with the fish spear in hand. Connecting the fishing line to the spear and using the sea's sensing ability, he locked onto a fish. Take this. With a swift whoosh, the steel arrow shot out of the spear, piercing a large grouper underwater, which weighed about 2 pounds. Aslan placed the catch on his makeshift barbecue grill, ignited the charcoal fire, cleaned the fish, and skewered it for grilling. However, knowing that one fish might not be enough, he speared 2 more. That night, the boat was brightly lit, and Aslan diligently turned the skewers on the grill. Soon after, he added the mystical liquid from Shanghai, releasing a mouth-watering aroma that spread around. Hearing the smell from the cabin, Adeline stopped crying. This smells amazing. Following the scent, Adeline saw Aslan savoring a grilled fish. Swallow. Overcome by hunger, Adeline swallowed audibly, eyeing the fish in Aslan's hands with desire. Smiling, Aslan asked, "Titus hungry?" Nodding involuntarily, Adeline remained silent. "Either pay or give yourself up," Aslan said. "Huh, dream on, pervert." "I'll pay," Adeline snapped. 110,000, Aslan stated. Upon hearing the price, Adeline's eyes widened in shock. Aslan set a new benchmark for shamelessness. "One lousy fish for 10,000? Might as well rob us." Adeline retorted angrily. "Robbery wouldn't be as profitable as this, right?" Aslan grinned smugly. "On the vast sea, if you wanted food, you'd have to settle for what he offered, even if it hurt to pay." Grr. Clenched teeth nearly cracking under strain, Adeline finally spat out, "I'll buy." The words seemed squeezed from her throat, highlighting her anger. "Transfer the money immediately, and I'll give you the fish once it's received," Aslan deported it. Money-grubbing scumbag. Though verbally berating Aslan, her actions were honest as she transferred 10,000 to his account promptly. Aslan tossed one of the grilled fish to her. Unable to resist the temptation, Adeline took a bite and nearly moaned in pleasure. It surpassed her imagination. How can anything taste so good? Adeline marveled internally. An impulse struck her, to hire Aslan as the exclusive chef for the Salma family for 1 million monthly. Such was the fish's deliciousness. She devoured it voraciously, grinding bones between her teeth. "We should be arriving soon." Sensing the boat slowing down, Aslan understood they had reached their destination. Adeline checked a pocket watch-like device and found the coordinates matching the one she gave Aslan perfectly. "The general location of the murderous clam is below." "Hey, what are you doing?" Interrupting herself, Adeline screamed as Aslan began undoing his clothes. "Of course, I'm getting ready to dive. Would you prefer me diving fully clothed and washing your laundry?" Aslan teased. Considering Adeline's presence, Aslan couldn't fully reveal his abilities. If he were alone, he would have dried off instantly using his water control after catching the giant clam. Yet, due to her presence, he wore a short pair of shorts for modesty. Plop! The sound of entering water rang out as Aslan swam into the deep sea like a real fish. At this moment, a colossal figure appeared beside Aslan. It was Salmaubah, now about 30 meters long. Salmaubah had grown even larger since the last time Aslan saw him. Aslan reached the point where Salmaubah's head met his tentacles and mounted him like a knight on a steed. Under Salmaubah's lead, Aslan sped towards the 500-meter deep water zone at an incredible speed. As long as he was in the seawater served as his eyes. Despite the darkness, Aslan could still perceive everything around him through the water. Upon reaching the seabed, Aslan saw an enormous clam right in front of them. "I've been fooled. This is not a 2-ton giant murderous clam. It must weigh close to 10 tons, Aslan thought inwardly. This giant murderous clam was indeed massive, resembling a small house. "More money. I have to make Adeline increase my pay when we get back," Aslan muttered. Immediately, Aslan directed Salmaubah to approach the giant murderous clam. The size of this clam was comparable to Salmaubah, and likely only a monster like Salmaubah could move such a large creature. Just as Salmaubah neared the giant clam, its shell suddenly opened, and a jet of water spewed out with immense force, piercing straight through one of Salmaubah's tentacles. In intense pain, the tentacle fell off, and the severed nerves eventually alleviated much of the agony. Frightening, I didn't expect this huge clam to possess such capabilities. No wonder Adeline described it as especially savage, Aslan thought. Aslan could sense that the clam's body was normal, without any signs of evolution from exposure to spiritual energy. In other words, this clam's formidable power came purely from its natural growth. "I estimate this clam must be over 1,000 years old. Time has certainly made this ancient clam different," Aslan mused. Chapter 195, Robust as an Ox. This giant clam's power was overwhelmingly strong. Even the water jets it casually spat out were lethal enough to kill 2 people. "It seems I'll have to resort to some heavy-handed measures," Aslan said. As soon as Aslan finished speaking, the seawater began to coalesce into 2 long and slender water snakes formed by highly concentrated seawater. Under Aslan's control, these water snakes swam towards the killer clam, continuously wrapping around it. Sensing danger, the killer clam began to struggle, trying hard to open its shell. Aslan's face turned red from exertion as he reinforced the water snakes to prevent them from being snapped too early. "Salmaubah, attack now," Aslan ordered. Salmaubah extended its body, with the remaining 7 tentacles acting like a net enveloping the killer clam. The small gap in the shell, which had just started to open, was sealed shut by Salmaubah's entwining tentacles. Aslan, working together with Salmaubah, temporarily subdued the killer clam but could still feel a powerful counterforce. Salmaubah, electrocuted, Aslan comported it. Zap zap zap. Salmaubah emitted countless bolts of electricity that wreaked havoc on the killer clam. "Be careful not to kill it. I need it alive for delivery," Aslan said. Salmaubah nodded at Aslan, and the electric current instantly became much weaker. Next, Aslan took out a small gourd and retrieved a particularly long steel wire from the gurgling gourd space. The steel wire, wrapped tightly like a bundle of rice dumplings, secured the huge creature. "That should do it," Aslan nodded. Binding the killer clam with steel wire was the safest way to ensure the client wasn't killed by a jet of water during inspection. "Salmaubah, let's go," Aslan said. After subduing the killer clam, Aslan held onto the steel wire and stood atop Salmaubah's head. Plop! A large wave appeared in the seawater as Aslan jumped out of the water, landing on the small fishing boat. "How is the killer clam?" Adeline asked eagerly. Aslan smiled and said, Prepare 10 million yuan. Aslan then tied the steel wire to the machine and dried off his body before putting his clothes back on. Watching him, Adeline felt her cheeks flush hotly. I didn't expect this guy to be such a jerk, but his physique really is impressive. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Adeline covered her face, blushing like a boiled crab. She scolded herself internally. Oh no, how can I think like this? So embarrassing. Despite her embarrassment, she peeked at Aslan's body through the cracks between her fingers. Her heart pounded. This was her first time observing a porter's body so closely. At that moment, Aslan's mind was solely focused on the 10 million yuan, and he activated the equipment with a wave of his hand. Titusum hum. The motor started running, and the massive machine began pulling the steel wire. The small fishing boat tilted slightly, indicating just how heavy the load was. Adeline put aside her distracting thoughts about Aslan and looked toward the steel wire in the water. Gradually, a huge object appeared before Adeline's eyes. So big, she exclaimed in shock. Aslan nodded and said, much bigger than expected. Extra money is needed. Sure enough, you're all about money, Adeline commented. Soon, the enormous creature, as large as a small house, was hauled onto the boat. I'll transport this big guy to land. When you inspect it and find no issues, you can transfer the payment, Aslan said with a smile. Adeline, fully engrossed in studying the killer clam, didn't hear what Aslan said. After securing the killer clam on the deck, Aslan returned to the cabin to set the course for return. With the course set, Aslan came back to the deck, watching Adeline hold a notebook while studying the killer clam. Aslan approached Adeline and saw the small notebook filled with portierally recorded details about the killer clam. At that moment, Adeline sensed a male presence beside her. Before she could fully turn her head, Adeline's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her head turn to accidentally result in their lips touching. For a brief moment, Adeline's mind went blank. Aslan was also momentarily stunned, having only intended to glance at the notebook. Several seconds passed before Adeline suddenly reacted and slapped Aslan. Fortunately, Aslan quickly caught her arm. You dirty bastard, you stole my first kiss, Adeline said angrily. Hey, don't blame me. You turned your head, causing us to kiss. If anyone should take responsibility, it's you, Aslan retorted. These words almost made Adeline cry in frustration. Could he be any more shameless? Rumble. Just as Adeline prepared to scratch Aslan, lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. Unknown when it happened, the stars had vanished, and rolling dark clouds could be seen under the flashing lightning. Unbelievable! Aslan exclaimed. As an inheritor of the mountain and sea god, Aslan sensed a terrifying pressure from the dense clouds. He grabbed Adeline beside him. Follow me to the cabin. A typhoon is coming. In her anger, Adeline felt nauseous and pushed Aslan's hand away forcefully. Due to excessive force, Adeline lost balance and fell sideways. In her scream, Adeline plunged into the sea. What a troublesome porter, Aslan muttered. Without hesitation, Aslan jumped into the sea, using his underwater perception ability to locate Adeline and swim towards her rapidly. To Aslan's surprise, Adeline had good swimming skills. After struggling in the water for a bit, she found direction and started swimming upward. Now, the sea was pitch black, making it impossible to tell how far the surface was or to breathe, causing fear to spread within her. Am I going to die in this sea? Adeline's mind raced with numerous thoughts as she swam frantically, realizing that even if she reached the surface, she would still be dead. The darkness outside was extreme. Aslan couldn't find her, and there was no one to rescue her. She didn't know which direction to swim to reach the shore, telling her that death was certain. Suddenly, an arm appeared in front of Adeline, grabbing her tightly. The sudden appearance startled Adeline, feeling as if the arm belonged to a ghost reaching out from hell. Gurgle. In terror, Adeline struggled wildly, even exhaling air through her mouth. Large amounts of seawater rushed into her mouth and nose, drowning her and intensifying her panic. Just as Adeline was about to give up, Aslan's face appeared before her, their lips pressing tightly together again. Oxygen flowed into Adeline's mouth, and she greedily inhaled it like holding onto the last straw. Aslan held Adeline tightly in his arms and swam upwards towards the surface. Plop. When they surfaced, Adeline coughed wildly and gasped for air. You shouldn't have saved me. Now we'll both die, Adeline said. At this moment, both of them could see that the brightly lit fishing boat was sailing farther and farther away. Let's go. I'll take you to catch up with the fishing boat, Aslan said with a smile. What? Adeline really wanted to know what kind of brain circuitry Aslan had. A world champion swimmer might match the speed of the fishing boat, but champions can't keep it up forever and would eventually lose to a machine. Ignoring Adeline's astonished gaze, Aslan hoisted the girl onto his back and started swimming towards the fishing boat. Only when she truly embraced Aslan did Adeline realize how muscular he was. Aslan chased after the small fishing boat tirelessly, as if he were an ox. In reality, Aslan was secretly controlling the water god palace slowly to reduce its speed. He didn't want Adeline to realize this inconspicuous little boat could be porter-manipulated by someone. Otherwise, she might connect some dots. Swimming at high speed, Aslan eventually caught up with his own small fishing boat and then climbed aboard. Titus, huff. Adeline, lying on the deck, started to pant heavily. In that short time, Adeline felt like she had experienced life and death. Rumble. Just as Adeline was still recovering from her shock, a thunderous roar filled the sky, followed by 2 or 3 lightning bolts striking nearby sea surfaces. The lightning looked terrifying, scaring Adeline nearly into screaming. Rumble. The thunder continued to strike, and at this point, they could feel the wind intensifying. Quick, get back to the cabin. A typhoon is coming, Aslan said. Lying there, Adeline scrambled to her feet and ran toward the cabin with Cassius. Adeline screamed. But just then, a howling wind blew and Adeline, who weighed less than 100 pounds, was lifted off her feet like a kite. At that moment, Aslan grabbed the railing with one hand and reached out with the other to catch Adeline, who was being swept up into the sky. ##### Chapter 196, The Young Mrs. Fear. Aslan forcefully pulled Adeline down from the sky and hoisted her over his shoulder. Adeline, clinging to Aslan's shoulder, felt an unimaginable sense of safety. Yet, this position was incredibly embarrassing, making her feel like a slab of pork being carried around. Braving the gale force winds that could blow a person away, Aslan slowly made his way towards the cockpit. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall, quickly turning from a light drizzle into a torrential downpour. The rain soon drenched them both like wet chickens as they walked, eventually finding shelter in the cockpit. Click. With the door of the cockpit closed, the roaring wind finally ceased its assault on them. Through the windows, the outside world appeared dark and gloomy, devoid of any light. Boom! A brilliant flash of lightning was followed by a deafening clap of thunder that echoed through the heavens. The massive waves started surging wildly now, making Aslan's small fishing boat seem as if it were sailing through the end of the world. Yee! Aslan! I'm scared, Adeline whispered. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you, Aslan said firmly. His words calmed Adeline somewhat. Outside, the storm raged, the wind howled fiercely, and some waves rose over 10 meters high. Aslan's small boat rode atop these massive waves, only to suddenly plunge downwards as it continued forward. Ah! Watching the boat descend, Adeline screamed, her heart feeling like it might leap out of her chest. Don't scream. We're not going to die, Aslan assured her. Plop! The boat plummeted from the wave, and a huge wave slammed down on it violently. Boom! Feeling the boat shake incessantly, Adeline clung tightly to Aslan, screaming loudly. Her cries were so intense they almost deafened him. Now the boat floated aimlessly like a leaf in the water, subject to every undercurrent's whim. Adeline was terrified, crying and screaming hysterically. Aslan wanted to tell Adeline that his boat was unbreakable even by nuclear bombs, robust, watertight, and likely the safest place on Earth, but he couldn't reveal that yet. Due to the typhoon, numerous undercurrents dragged the small fishing boat deeper into the ocean. Aslan, what do we do? Adeline cried. Are we going to die? Wah, I don't have a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die. Stop crying. We won't die. And isn't a boyfriend just something? I can find you one when we get back, Aslan said, irritated by her crying. Boo-hoo, I don't want the porter you pick for me. I want you to be my boyfriend. Adeline sobbed. What? Aslan was taken aback by her words, remembering the disdain she had shown upon first seeing him. Seeing his hesitation, Adeline pouted. Is it such a loss for you to have me as your girlfriend? I already have a girlfriend, Aslan replied calmly. Wah! Adeline cried even more intensely upon hearing this. Stop crying. Can't you give me some peace right now? Aslan's head felt like it was buzzing with 1,000 flies, driving him mad. I won't. You must still be angry at me from our first meeting, so you won't agree to be my boyfriend. I'm about to die and can't get what I want, so I'll cry. Adeline showed no hint of her usual pride, instead acting completely irrational and unreasonable. If you can stop crying, I'll agree to be your boyfriend. Deal? To preserve his eardrums, Aslan conceded to her unreasonable request. Really? Adeline wiped the tears from her eyes. Aslan nodded. Really? We might die soon. Can you hold me? I get cold easily, Adeline pleaded pathetically. All right. Since there was no real danger, Aslan would do anything to calm her down. Hearing this, Adeline gave a bittersweet smile. She knew Aslan was just humoring her but wanted to vent her fear through irrational behavior, hoping not to die alone. Watching the boat being dragged deeper into the sea, Adeline's heart sank colder. Sitting on the sofa, hugging her knees, the fearful Adeline trembled uncontrollably. Through the glass, Aslan saw numerous whirlpools in the water, the sea transforming into a ferocious beast. Look, Aslan, quick, there's a monster. Following Adeline's gaze and aided by the flashes of lightning, Aslan saw a gigantic creature swimming toward them. With each lightning bolt, he could discern its form. A colossal octopus-like creature covered in green scales. The creature stretched out 7 enormous tentacles, grabbing the small fishing boat and pulling it up to the surface. What is it doing? Is it going to eat us? Adeline became even more terrified. The prospect of death was bad enough without being devoured by this monstrous creature. Don't worry, it's probably here to save us, Aslan reassured her, stroking his chin. The dragon squid Salmalba seemed more handsome than ever before. But his words did little to comfort the frightened Adeline, who hugged Aslan tightly. Wah! Now we're really going to die, she cried, clutching Aslan. Both soaked by the rain, their bodies pressed together, allowing each to feel the warmth of the other. To die alongside such an outstanding porter is your good fortune. No need to be so sad, Aslan joked. Adeline glared at him irritably. Disgusting, almost dying, and you're still cracking silly jokes. On the verge of death, Adeline dropped her arrogance, seeking solace in his embrace for a semblance of safety. What's poking me? Embarrassed, Adeline looked down, blushing furiously. Enraged and embarrassed, she punched Aslan's chest. Bastard, at a time like this, what inappropriate thoughts are you having? It's a normal reaction. If I didn't react this way, I wouldn't be a normal porter, Aslan responded frankly. You. Though furious, Adeline couldn't bring herself to let go. The stronger her grip, the more Aslan felt his heart race. The atmosphere in the cockpit grew awkward. Plop. Suddenly, the entire boat began to shake, apparently pulled up to the surface by Salmalba. Ouch! Adeline gasped in pain, holding her stomach after the boat stabilized. What's wrong? The bump from your thing hurt me, Adeline said, blushing deeply. Due to the violent shaking, the collision was severe, causing significant pain in Adeline's abdomen. Cough, cough, shall I give you a massage? Aslan asked. Phew, no chance for you, Adeline retorted. Though she almost agreed in that fleeting moment, Adeline was ultimately a girl with no experience in love. Her modesty finally made her refuse Aslan. On the sea surface, the gale continued to rage, but Adeline's heart was no longer as oppressed as it had been underwater. No matter how dangerous the sea might be, it was still better than being trapped deep in the ocean with no hope of escape. The small boat kept moving on the sea, and due to the fierce waves, the boat was extremely unstable. Unable to stand steadily, Adeline blushed and burrowed into Aslan's embrace. The two of them drifted aimlessly on the sea, losing all sense of direction. Aslan, can I ask you something? Adeline asked. Aslan nodded and replied, sure, go ahead. If only the two of us were left in the world, would you choose me as your wife? Adeline inquired. Of course I would. Although you're just average looking, have an ordinary figure, aren't particularly smart, and tend to be a bit spoiled, I'm not picky, Aslan chuckled. Waiting for her rebuttal, Aslan lowered his head and saw that Adeline had already fallen asleep in his arms. The discomfort from her first time on a small fishing boat, combined with the prolonged fear, had truly exhausted her. Unsure what she dreamed about, Adeline clung tightly to Aslan, her face showing signs of fear even in sleep. A drop of golden mountain sea spirit recoquid appeared on Aslan's fingertip, and he gently placed it on Adeline's forehead. Once the spirit liquid was absorbed by Adeline, her expression relaxed, and her look of fear gradually disappeared. The mountain sea spirit recoquid itself had calming properties, and under its influence, Adeline could finally sleep soundly. Water Deity Palace, stabilize. The Water Deity Palace stably floated on the water, unmoved by even the fiercest winds and waves. Previously, Aslan had avoided drawing attention by keeping the boat from trembling, fearing Adeline might notice something strange. Now that she was asleep, there was no need to worry anymore. Chapter 197, Attending to the Chambers. If there were other boats passing by at this moment, they would have noticed a small fishing boat floating on the sea surface like a ghost. Even huge waves several meters high didn't make the small fishing boat tremble in the slightest. Aslan wanted to gently place Adeline on the sofa, but found her hand gripping his clothes tightly. All right, it's fine like this. Aslan laughed bitterly. Though holding a beautiful porter was a good thing, for a porter, not being able to enjoy what he saw was also a torment. Sometimes Aslan thought that if he were truly a bad person, his life would probably be very different now. Suppressing his desires, Aslan leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes. At this point, Aslan entered Basil's body using the power of the mountain and sea covenant. Basil was near the fishing boat, ensuring it remained unharmed. After stretching out Basil's body, Aslan controlled Basil to the sea surface. Aslan faintly sensed he could resonate with the lightning in the sky. It was an instinctive yearning. Come down. Rumble. As Aslan thought this, thunder began rumbling in the sky. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking Basil. Sizzle. Most of the lightning was absorbed by Basil, while the rest circulated around its body. Feeling the continuous baptism of lightning, Aslan sensed Basil's physical strength steadily increasing. I didn't expect lightning to be so important for Basil's body. It seems ancient beliefs about lightning tribulations are indeed correct, Aslan said. Now merely an inheritor of the mountain and sea seal, there might be other powerful beings as represented by the gods of mountains and seas. The belief in lightning tribulations is not coincidental. Through the power of the covenant, Aslan could draw strength from Basil's body, suggesting he could also temper his own body with lightning. Then Aslan started continuously drawing lightning from the sky, allowing Basil to bathe in it for some time. Afterward, although Basil's body didn't grow larger, its strength increased significantly. Most importantly, Aslan felt that Basil's control over lightning had become more potent. The lightning in the sky was exhausted by Basil, feeling that its strength had risen considerably. Following the storm and heavy rain for some time, the rain and wind became much less intense. At this point, Aslan felt Adeline moving in his arms, his consciousness returning to his body. The boat started shaking slightly, but under Aslan's control, the tremors were minimal. Adeline opened her eyes. With the help of the mountain and sea spirit recoquid, she slept deeply. Am I not dead? Adeline asked in surprise. Of course not. Aslan smiled. How I brought you out, I will bring you back the same way. Looking at Aslan, Adeline felt a strange sensation, as if everything was within Aslan's expectations. Cough, the rain is light now. Can you let me go? Adeline chuckled. I think it's quite nice here, and I'm not tired, Aslan said with a smile. Who says you're not tired? What she meant was that this position was very embarrassing. However, Adeline didn't say these words. This embrace made her feel warm. If not for embarrassment, she would want to stay in his arms longer. Seeing Adeline struggle to leave his embrace, Aslan felt a sense of reluctance. Although Adeline looked very frail, hugging her felt soft and warm, very comfortable, and even seemed to have a great feel. While Aslan was lost in thought, Adeline broke free from his embrace. When her feet touched the ground, she felt her legs go weak and almost fell. Whoa! Adeline gagged, looking very uncomfortable. I feel like vomiting. What should I do? Adeline asked. Not mine. While you were sleeping, I did nothing, Aslan hurriedly replied. Hearing this, Adeline nearly strangled Aslan. Did he not care at all? His words were infuriating. I mean, the boat is rocking so much now, and I feel terrible, Adeline said. Aslan patted his chest. Oh, I thought you were pretending. Sorry about that. You can't just say sorry. Adeline couldn't believe a porter could be shameless to such an extent. All the goodwill towards Aslan vanished. Whoa. At this moment, Adeline couldn't hold it any longer, covering her mouth and rushing outside to vomit over the railing. Had the wind and waves not calmed down, Adeline would have either been blown away or tumbled into the sea. Aslan saw how truly ill Adeline was, quickly grabbing an umbrella from the cabin and shielding her from the rain. Feeling like her stomach was emptying itself, when she turned and saw Aslan holding the umbrella for her, a trace of gratitude emerged. Let's go back. Your body is too weak. I'm worried you'll get sick if we stay in the rain, Aslan said. Adeline shook her head. You finished speaking, and I already feel sick. At this point, Adeline's face was flushed. Aslan thought she was embarrassed until he realized the flush wasn't normal. Placing his palm on Adeline's forehead, Aslan found it burning hot, clearly indicating an abnormal temperature. Aslan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Adeline's health to be so poor, catching a severe cold despite consuming the mountain and sea spirit Rico quid. Let's return to the cabin. Your body isn't suited for sea breezes right now, Aslan said. Adeline nodded, grabbing Aslan's arm to steady herself as they returned to the cabin. Aslan carefully controlled the water palace cruiser, reducing the rocking to ensure Adeline's comfort. I'll go get some food. Wait here calmly, Aslan said. Thank you, Adeline said. Aslan smiled upon hearing those words, surprised she, as a wealthy young lady, could say, thank you. She seemed less spoiled than he imagined. Leaving the cabin, Aslan approached the side of the boat, unaffected by its motion. Controlling the surrounding seawater, splashing sounds arose as portery fish leaped into Aslan's hands. Cleaning the fish and preparing the grilling tools, Aslan protected himself from rain and wind with water walls around him. In the gloom, Aslan started grilling, infusing the fish with mountain and sea spirit Rico quid. Afterward, he disportaled the water walls and returned to the cabin with 4 grilled fish. Without the wind, the aroma of the grilled fish filled the cabin. Rumble. Initially having no appetite due to nausea and illness, Adeline suddenly felt her stomach rumble, eyeing the grilled fish greedily. Here, these are yours. Aslan handed 2 grilled fish to Adeline. Taking the fish, Adeline looked at Aslan suspiciously. You won't charge for this, will you? After Adeline's reminder, Aslan felt a sense of regret. As someone who clung to money like his life depended on it, he felt like he had lost a fortune. Aslan gritted his teeth and said through the pain, eat up. This time it's on the house. Huh. Adeline chuckled, feeling elated at Aslan's expense. The two of them settled in this little world, slowly savoring the grilled fish in their hands. After eating, Adeline felt much better, regaining some strength. Adeline said, the wind and waves have calmed down significantly. Can we head back now? No, the waves are still too large for us to control the boat. We might need to wait a few more hours before we can return, Aslan replied. Typically, large typhoons last several days, but smaller ones like this usually dissipate within a few or even a dozen hours. With Aslan's years of experience as a small-time fisher porter, he reckoned they would have to wait at least another 2 hours before setting sail again. The sick Adeline had taken over the entire sofa, lounging lazily like a kitten. But only Aslan knew that this seemingly gentle creature had sharp claws and harbored the pride of a little princess inside her heart. After eating the grilled fish infused with mountain and sea spirit Rico quid, Adeline's complexion improved, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she looked at Aslan. Adeline was curious about the kind of person this porter truly was, sensing an aura of mystery around him. Sometimes, a porter's curiosity could be her undoing, and Adeline found herself ensnared in this peculiar state. Aslan was observing the weather outside when he turned around and saw Adeline staring intently at him. Did you get swept away by this exceptional porter and decide to embark on a passionate Aro porters? Aslan joked. Realizing Aslan was teasing her, Adeline retorted without missing a beat. Yes, my lord boyfriend. Now that this lady is tired, may I attend to the chambers? ####Chapter 198. The customer is God. Aslan, of course, would not refuse an invitation to sleep beside Adeline, especially since she was an incomparable beauty on par with Alicia. After turning off the light, he eagerly went to Adeline's side. You mustn't move. Just hold me, Adeline instructed. I said no moving. Keep your things away. Move your hand. I only asked you to hold me. In the dimly lit cabin, Adeline's voice continued intermittently. Whether Aslan followed her instructions or not remained a mystery. Amidst their constant struggle, Adeline gradually drifted off into a hazy sleep. Much later, when she opened her eyes again, Aslan had already left her side and was standing at the helm, gazing out. Upon waking, Adeline felt that her body seemed completely recovered. All symptoms vanished as if she had never been ill. How is the situation now? Adeline asked. The typhoon has passed. Though the wind is still strong, we can attempt to dock, Aslan replied. In heavy seas, going to the pier was risky because if one couldn't control the boat properly, it was easy to collide with other vessels. The sky, though still overcast, was no longer pitch black, and even the distant pier could be seen. If it's too difficult, we don't have to go ashore. We can wait a bit more, Adeline suggested. The small fishing boat moved forward through the waves, getting closer to the pier. Seeing the vessel sway, Adeline clutched her own sleeves, praying nothing untoward happened. No problem. I'm confident in my skills, Aslan reassured her. Even the best ship captains in the world couldn't guarantee complete safety in such conditions. In stormy weather, everything was unpredictable and had nothing to do with skill. Aslan was confident due to the water deity palace, which responded perfectly to his comporters without being affected by the rough sea. Under Aslan's expert handling, the small fishing boat docked safely at the pier, anchored securely without any mishaps. Witnessing this, Adeline finally felt her heart settle back down from where it had risen to her throat. With Aslan's assistance, Adeline walked across the gangplank onto the pier. It felt like walking on a swaying tightrope. A misstep could send her into the sea. Had it not been for Aslan, Adeline wouldn't dare walk this gangplank alone. When her feet touched the pier, Adeline felt as if she had just returned from hell. The sense of surviving danger was incredibly gratifying. Now inspecting the goods isn't convenient, and I don't have enough people. Once I get help, we'll proceed with the final transaction, Adeline said. Sure, no problem, Aslan agreed. Since you don't have a place in Lanhai City, why don't you come back to the Salma residence with me? Adeline invited. Aslan shook his head decisively. While spending time alone with a beautiful reporter might be enjoyable, dealing with a crowd at her family home wasn't appealing. Besides, his relationship with Adeline was somewhat unclear, and meeting her elders at this time would be awkward. Seeing Aslan decline, Adeline felt some disappointment. They began walking toward the exit of the pier together. Just give whatever price you want, Fredchen, if you're willing to set sail, someone pleaded. Mr. Salma, please don't ask this of me. Setting sail in this weather means certain death. Money is important, but not at the cost of our lives, another replied. 1 million isn't enough? 5 million, and we'll set sail immediately. As they reached the entrance of the pier, they heard a commotion outside. Father! Adeline shouted, running past Aslan toward a dignified middle-aged porter, like a child seeking comfort in their parents' arms after hardship. Adeline! Salma Chinching embraced his daughter excitedly, saying repeatedly, You're safe, you're safe. Salma Chinching had one son and one daughter. His son had suffered from a strange illness since childhood and didn't live long. Now his only daughter had been caught in the typhoon, leaving him with no news. Fearing the loss of his only remaining child, Salma Chinching braved the storm, searching for skilled sailors house to house, offering them substantial sums to set sail. However, no sailor dared to venture out in such dangerous weather. Even with the storm weakening, none were willing to risk it. The sea's power was absolute. Even modern carriers could not withstand the center of a typhoon. This was nature's unchallengeable authority. Realizing this, Aslan glanced at the sky. Perhaps one day, when I become the sea and mountain deity, I will comport such heavenly power. This thought was quickly suppressed. Though Aslan was powerful, he still had far to go before reaching such heights. While Aslan was lost in thought, Adeline brought her father, Salma Chinching, to meet him. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for bringing Adeline back safely. Salma Chinching expressed his gratitude. Please, Mr. Salma, there's no need. The customer is always God, Aslan replied with a smile. He held back another thought. If God dies, who would pay them? Considering Salma Chinching's prominence in Lanhai City, Aslan kept silent, knowing this bigwig might have him killed otherwise. Father, Aslan also brought back the killer clam, Adeline added. What? Salma Chinching exclaimed in disbelief. He actually retrieved the killer clam? Now, not only had his daughter returned safely, but perhaps his son's mysterious illness could be treated thanks to the clam. Mr. Yi, may I see the killer clam? Salma Chinching asked. Certainly, follow me, Aslan said, guiding them back to the pier and instructing the father-daughter pair to wait by his boat. Returning alone to the boat, Aslan pulled the killer clam using a steel wire. When he dragged it to the pier, both Salma Chinching and Adeline were stunned. Heaven, how much strength does Aslan have to pull such a massive clam? Salma Chinching marveled. After a brief moment of shock, Adeline regained her composure. Having spent time with Aslan on the boat, she knew how formidable he was. Some foreign strongmen can even drag trains and airplanes. Aslan's feat is within reason, Adeline commented. Salma Chinching gave his daughter a curious look, sensing an unusual admiration for Aslan. As a father, he recognized the danger his daughter faced. This he might charm her away. This is the killer clam you wanted. It's larger than your records indicated, so the price should increase, Aslan said. The money isn't an issue, but I need a detailed inspection. Please remove all the steel wires, Salma Chinching requested. Unfastening the steel wires is fine, but I hope you can stand further away. This giant clam is even more ferocious than you imagine, Aslan said. Subsequently, Aslan took a large pot lid from his boat and handed it to Salma Chinching. What's this for? Salma Chinching asked curiously. It's for your protection. Remember to shield yourself with this pot lid, Aslan explained. Though unsure how a pot lid could protect him, Salma Chinching still held it in front of himself. Aslan slowly removed all the steel wires from the killer clam and tossed them aside. Once freed, the clamshell began to open gradually. Salma Chinching realized that this was indeed a live killer clam. Puff! Just as Salma Chinching marveled, a jet of water shot out from the clamshell. What is that? Standing 10 meters away, Salma Chinching instinctively used the pot lid to block the water jet. Boom! Salma Chinching felt as if a train had crashed into his pot lid. A tremendous force hit him, sending him flying backward. Ouch! After rolling several times on the ground, Salma Chinching groaned in pain. His arms were under intense pressure, feeling as though they might break. Watch out! At that moment, the killer clam shot another jet of water toward Adeline at an astonishing speed. Finished! This sudden event frightened Adeline so much that her legs turned weak. She wanted to dodge, but they wouldn't move. At that instant, Aslan leaped in front of Adeline and used his back to block the water jet. Boom! With a loud thud, Aslan and Adeline flew through the air. Just before hitting the ground, Aslan twisted his body to land on his back, using himself as a hooporter cushion for Adeline. After landing, Adeline felt warmth and wetness on her face. Wiping it with her hand, she found it covered in blood. Chapter 199, Killing the Murderous Clam. Adeline stared at the blood on her hands and glanced over to Aslan, who was lying on the ground. Blood still lingered at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the blood came from him coughing it up. Now, this porter was unconscious. Adeline shook Aslan anxiously, crying out, Aslan, you can't die. Wake up. Please wake up. Cough. Cough. Aslan turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood before saying, I'm not dead, but if you keep shaking me, I might be. Seeing Adeline's tear-streaked face, Aslan porteraged a bitter smile. He thought that both Ashlyn and Alicia had once looked at him like this. He reached out with a trembling hand and gently wiped away her tears. Don't worry. I haven't even gotten paid yet, so I won't die that easily. Adeline lightly pounded Aslan's chest and said, You're so annoying. Even now, you still have the heart to make jokes. Cough. Cough. Just as her fist hit Aslan, he began coughing uncontrollably, frightening Adeline and changing her complexion. In reality, Aslan wasn't seriously injured. He had only been coughing to try and extort more money. Seeing Adeline's expression, he couldn't bring himself to ask for more. Ouch, it hurts so much. At this moment, Salma Chinching, standing nearby, glanced over at Aslan and Adeline before loudly shouting. However, his cries were mostly feigned. Adeline clenched her teeth, took off her coat, covered Aslan's body, and then ran towards Salma Chinching. "Father, how is your condition?" she asked worriedly. "My arm is severely injured," Salma Chinching replied. "I'll call an ambulance right away. Both of you hold on for a bit longer," Adeline said with concern. At this moment, Aslan stood up from the ground, his complexion completely recovered. "I feel much better now. Let's send Mr. Salma to the hospital first," Aslan suggested. Salma Chinching shook his arm and replied, "I also feel much better. I should be fine." These two men seemed to have miraculously recovered. Though Adeline was happy to see them improve, she felt something was odd. The reason Aslan didn't want to go to the hospital was due to his pottery secrets. If discovered by the doctors, they might have dissected him for study. As for why Salma Chinching stood up, it remained a mystery. In truth, his injuries weren't severe. He only pretended to be hurt to divert his daughter's attention away from Aslan. Who would have thought that this murderous clam could shoot such terrifying water jets? "If we hadn't had the pot lid, we might really have met our end here," Salma Chinching said. In fact, the distance played a big role. If it were closer, the water jet would have enough force to pierce through the pot lid, Aslan explained. Salma Chinching nodded in agreement. He, after all, had experienced the water jet attack firsthand and knew just how powerful it was. As Aslan approached the murderous clam, it started shooting water jets at him again, but he skillfully dodged each one. "I wonder just how much water you have left," Aslan remarked. Even the most venomous cobra needs a week to recover after spraying its venom. Similarly, the clam's water storage was limited, especially since it wasn't in the sea. Sooner or later, it would run dry. Continually provoking the clam, Aslan finally made it exhaust all its water. In the end, he picked up a stick from the ground and struck the clam fiercely several times. Poo poo poo. The clam barely portaged to shoot one last weak jet, clearly reaching the point of exhaustion. "Mr. Salma, you can come and inspect it now," Aslan said. After confirming it was safe, Salma Chinching approached the clam for examination. Since learning about the healing properties of the murderous clam for his son, Salma Chinching had extensively studied it. He understood it better than some experts did. Circling the clam a few times, Salma Chinching nodded and said, "Yes, this is indeed a murderous clam, though it's surprisingly large." "It must be at least a 1,000-year-old clam," Aslan remarked. "Since there's no issue with the item, shouldn't we settle the final payment?" They had previously agreed on a price of 10 million yuan, with Adeline paying Aslan 5 million upfront, and the remaining amount to be settled upon receiving the clam. Now, Salma Chinching took out his phone and transferred the money. Ding! Almost simultaneously, Aslan's phone rang, notifying him of the transaction. "Is this amount too much?" Aslan asked curiously. The message indicated a total transfer of 10 million yuan. Even accounting for the initial agreed-upon price plus any increases, it should not have amounted to 10 million. "Mr. Yi, the extra money is to thank you for taking care of my daughter," Salma Chinching explained. "Well, I wouldn't say no to it," Aslan said with a smile. For a money-loving person like him, earning 15 million in total exceeded all expectations. "If everything is done here, I'll take my leave. Remember to contact me if you need further salvage work," Aslan said nonchalantly. "Next time, I will certainly invite you to dinner to show our gratitude," Salma Chinching replied. Aslan nodded and left. The typhoon had not completely passed, so he found a nearby inn to stay. Meanwhile, Salma Chinching instructed his staff to transport the clam back home. "Adeline, immediately notify Eric to come over," Salma Chinching ordered. Eric was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert who had initially informed the Salma family that the pearl inside the murderous clam could heal Salma Yan's illness. After a while, Eric arrived at the Salma residence. Seeing Eric get out of the car, Salma Chinching hurriedly went out to greet him. "Eric, I am truly sorry. If not for my anxiousness, I wouldn't have asked you to come in such weather," Salma Chinching apologized. "No problem. Ricardo Yin grew up under my watch, and now that we found the murderous clam, I'm willing to treat him as soon as possible," Eric said. Eric then took off the wooden medicinal box he was carrying, which had an antique appearance. Opening the box, Eric retrieved a sharp small knife. Holding the knife, he approached the murderous clam and began cutting into it. Despite its small size, the knife was incredibly sharp, slicing through the shell as easily as butter. Eric then cut into the clam's flesh, retrieving a pearl roughly the size of an egg. After grinding the pearl into powder, he took various precious herbs from the box and concocted a herbal soup with them. Immediately, the room filled with the aromatic scent of Chinese medicine, invigorating everyone present. "The deed is done, haha," Eric laughed. Carrying the bowl of medicine, he entered Salma Yan's room. Salma Yan lay in bed, looking weak due to his illness. "Uncle Chu, will this medicine really cure me?" Salma Yan asked. "Don't worry, kid. You should trust Uncle Chu." As Eric handed the medicine bowl to Salma Yan looked up and saw his father and sister watching him with hopeful eyes. Gulp gulp. Salma Yan drank all the medicine in the bowl and felt an icy chill throughout his body. In the past, Salma Yan always felt an inexplicable heat in his body, but now this cool sensation made him feel very comfortable, as if he had never experienced such a feeling before. "Salma Yan, did you feel any effect after drinking it?" Eric asked. "Yeah, I feel much better," Salma Yan nodded. At this moment, both Salma Chinching and Adeline were moved to tears. They had waited for this day for too long. "Big sister, who found the pearl for me?" Salma Yan asked curiously. "It was someone very capable," Adeline said, slightly embarrassed. Now, Adeline felt like she was dreaming. She could hardly believe that she had become involved with a rascal, and so portery embarrassing things had happened. Salma Yan, curious, asked, "Big sister, why is your face red?" Go away, go away. Why are you asking so portery questions, kid?" Adeline said, blushing deeply as she walked away. Because of the recovery of the Salma family's young master, Salma Chinching tripled the wages of all the servants in the villa, celebrating together. In the following 2 days, Salma Yan's strange illness did not recur. However, Adeline often secluded herself in her room, holding her phone and gazing blankly out the window. Sometimes, she really wanted to call a certain phone number, but she would hesitate and put down the phone. Ah! Suddenly, a scream broke the tranquility of the villa. Adeline and Salma Chinching rushed to Salma Yan's room, only to see Salma Yan's body turning red again. Hot! It's so hot! The familiar scene occurred once more. This sudden change left the father and daughter at a loss, hurriedly calling for Eric to come over. Sigh. Eric sighed heavily. I underestimated this strange illness. It's even more serious than I thought. To ensure Salma Yan's survival, we need a continuous supply of pearls from the murderous clam. Salma Chinching and Adeline couldn't accept this reality. How could the illness, which seemed cured, suddenly recur? Hashtag chapter 200. I'm expensive. At this moment, the sky outside was still dim. Aslan directly headed to a nearby inn. These past few days on the ship had left Aslan somewhat weary, and he used this time to rest. 2 days later, the sky had cleared up, and Aslan felt that his little vacation was over. During these 2 days, when he was hungry, he ordered takeaway. When tired, he slept, and whenever he had free time, he played on his computer. Life was truly enjoyable. Seeing that the sky was now clear, Aslan checked out of the small inn and walked out. Back in his car, as soon as he turned on his phone, countless missed call notifications flooded in. Aslan counted carefully. Alicia alone had called him dozens of times, while Andrea and Adeline had also made portery calls. The reason he turned off his phone was simply to enjoy a perfect 2-day holiday, so he had switched it off. He immediately dialed his official girlfriend's number. The moment the call connected, Alicia angrily asked, Aslan, where have you been? Through her voice, Aslan could hear traces of sobs. These past 2 days I took on a job. Sorry, I had my phone off, Aslan explained. Alicia sobbed on the other end. Bad guy. The thunderstorms these past 2 days were really scary. Aslan slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten that Alicia was particularly afraid of thunderstorms? How about I come see you now? Aslan suggested. The rainstorm has already passed. I don't need you, Alicia replied in a huffy tone. Even over the phone, Aslan could imagine Alicia's cute appearance. Girls often say one thing but mean another. Be good, once I finish things here, I'll come find you, Aslan said with a smile. Alicia paused before saying, I know your company is new and there's a lot to do. Just focus on your career for now. Besides, the thunderstorm has passed, so I'm not scared anymore. Sometimes girls need comforting, just like Alicia, who can be very reasonable too. After chatting for a while, Alicia hurried off to work. This typhoon had caused significant damage in Tokyo town, keeping Alicia very busy these past 2 days. Next, Aslan called Andrea and learned from her that Adeline had been desperately trying to reach him because she couldn't get hold of him. Ding dong. Just as they say, if you talk about Chow, he will appear. As soon as Aslan hung up with Andrea, Adeline's call came through. Aslan had always had a good feeling about Adeline. After all, they had once sought comfort in each other's company without crossing boundaries, blurring the lines between them. Why did you turn off your phone? Adeline shouted. Aslan disliked this accusatory tone. I turned it off when I wanted to. Bastard. There was even the sound of teeth grinding on the other side. You dirty rotten scoundrel, are you trying to play me? Chuckle. What does playing someone mean? By heaven and earth, he didn't do anything. Are you trying to scam me? Aslan asked. Anyway, whenever I want to find you, you better let me find you, or else I'll go to your company and make a scene, telling everyone you abandoned me after using me, Adeline said. Though Aslan had already seen Adeline's irrational side, experiencing it again left him at a loss. Alright Missy, stop joking around. What do you want? Aslan asked. I don't have time to joke with you. Tell me, can you get more porter-eating clams? Adeline asked. What are you talking about? Aslan laughed sarcastically. Man-eating clams are rare. I'm just a small boss responsible for salvaging. How could I get so portery? Actually, Aslan enjoyed making quick money. The most important thing was how simple it was. Therefore, technology was the primary productivity booster. If Aslan lacked underwater salvage skills, he wouldn't have been able to earn this money easily. 1 porter-eating clam for 1 million yuan. I'll take as portery as you can get, Adeline said urgently. Hearing the desperation in Adeline's voice and the tempting offer, Aslan was quite tempted. Even if I could get it, it's incredibly difficult. It might take several days just to find one, and it's not worth it, Aslan said. Most importantly, if the porter-eating clam was small, Cao Maoba could catch it, but for a large one like before, it would be beyond Cao Maoba's ability. The powerful water jets could pierce through dragon-scale tentacles, making its underwater destructive power comparable to firearms. To capture such an ancient clam, Aslan and Cao Maoba would need to work together. If the clam were close to Titasaxia, it would be porterageable. But if it were abroad, it wouldn't be worth the time. Aslan, please help me. For the sake of our friendship, please help me get this porter-eating clam. My brother needs it to save his life, Adeline cried. It's not that I won't help you, but this isn't like vegetables. It's very troublesome to find, and I might not be able to get it, Aslan said. Wah. Adeline started crying over the phone, tears flowing uncontrollably, breaking Aslan's heart. They're just some old clams. Is it worth crying like this? Aslan said. Wah. I need the clam pearl to save my brother's life, Adeline sobbed. In the background, Adeline could still hear her brother's painful cries, which tore at her heart as a sister. A voice suddenly appeared in Adeline's ears. It's nothing serious. Since it's about treatment, leave it to me. I'll cure your brother. Just you? Adeline spoke with disbelief. Even the renowned Master Chu, known both domestically and internationally, couldn't cure her brother. What gave Aslan the confidence to claim he could do better? If you don't trust me, forget it, Aslan said. If not for their shared life or death experience, Aslan wouldn't have bothered. Since Adeline didn't believe him, there was nothing more to say. He hung up and prepared to drive away. Ding dong. As Aslan just started his car, the phone rang again. Seeing it was Adeline calling, he hung up without a word. With assets reaching tens of millions, Aslan was slowly developing an authoritative personality. Since he was rejected by Adeline, he wasn't going to answer the call. Ding dong. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. Adeline, what do you want? Aslan shouted. Why are you being so harsh? I just doubted you a little. Why not answer my call? Adeline sounded especially aggrieved, with sniffles audible. Miss, what do you want? How can you leave me alone? Aslan asked irritably. Aslan seriously wanted to block Adeline. Why was peace so hard to come by? Can you really cure diseases? Adeline asked. Yes, but it's expensive. 1 million yuan per treatment, Aslan said sternly. Now, Aslan was truly angry. Treating diseases was merely a drop of mountain sea spirit liquid to him. Charging 1 million was a great deal. Okay, as long as you can cure my brother, forget 1 million, 5 million, I can give you, Adeline agreed. Time, place, Aslan deported it. As soon as possible. I'll send you the address, Adeline said. After hanging up, a text message popped up on Aslan's phone with the Salma family's address. With 5 million yuan coming to him willingly, Aslan had no reason to refuse. He immediately drove towards the Salma family. The Salma family's residence was located in Lanhai City, nestled within a vast villa district. Screech! Aslan's car executed a perfect spin and came to a stop in front of one of the villas, which belonged to the Salma family. As Aslan approached the door, he found Adeline waiting for him at the entrance of the villa. How long did it take you to get here? Adeline asked. Aslan replied somewhat irritably. I only have 4 wheels. It's already quite fast that I'm here this quickly. After all, I don't have wings and can't fly yet. Not being able to fly now doesn't mean he won't be able to in the future. Once Salmao Tsong grows up, perhaps he could borrow its wings using the power of their bond. Cut the chatter. Let's go see my brother, Adeline said. Then, Adeline took Aslan's hand and led him into the villa. The security guards present were stunned to see their young mistress holding someone else's hand, staring wide-eyed in shock. Crack? It sounded as if something was breaking, but it was the sound of hearts shattering. Once inside the villa, Aslan heard a scream echoing throughout the building. Who is screaming? Aslan asked curiously. It's my brother. He has been suffering from an illness since childhood, Adeline explained. Adeline guided Aslan upstairs and opened a door, revealing a boy lying in a wooden tub filled with icy water. Sis. The boy was very strong-willed. Despite his pain, he portaged to smile when he saw Aslan, though the smile was strained. Don't worry, little Yin. Sister brought a very capable big brother who will definitely cure you, Adeline said. Okay, I believe you, sister, Salma Yin nodded, though he had heard such promises pottery times before and didn't truly believe Aslan could help him. However, he put on a show of belief to keep his sister from being saddened. Aslan moved closer to the boy and quietly activated the Shanghai gas technique to observe him. He noticed that the boy's energy was somewhat abnormal. Chapter 201. Be my brother-in-law. The boy's entire body was bright red, as if he were a boiled crab. Big brother, what are you looking at? The boy asked curiously. Aslan smiled and said, I'm looking at your destiny. Destiny? This boy found this big brother strange. Was his sister bringing in a lunatic? An inexplicable fear arose in his heart. And Aslan's foolish smile only reinforced the boy's suspicions. If not for fear of making his sister angry, he would have really wanted to call security to throw Aslan out. If Aslan knew what the boy was thinking, he might have been tempted to beat him. Aslan believed that his smile was one of happiness, with no connection to a foolish grin. Perhaps because of swallowing 2 drops of the divine blood of mountains and seas, Aslan could now vaguely see traces of destiny. Aslan saw countless destinies from this boy, some leading to death in a few days, others to future wealth and power, becoming a new generation of tycoons in Blue Sea City. Countless destinies appeared on this boy, some true, some false. Moreover, these destinies were too fragmented and blurry, making it hard to integrate them truly. To Aslan, they offered no real help. I can't see anything useful now because I'm too weak. If I became the god of mountains and seas, perhaps I could truly see a person's fate with just a glance, Aslan thought to himself. But Aslan also knew it wasn't the time to think about these things. He reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. Big brother is feeling your pulse, Aslan said, placing his hand on the boy's pulse, though Aslan wasn't a real traditional doctor and knew nothing about pulses. However, at this moment, Aslan used the spirit vision technique of the mountains and seas to observe the boy's body, discovering an anomaly. In the boy's middle dantian, which is located in the center of his chest, there was something unusual. Inside, it felt like a small furnace burning constantly in his chest. It was precisely this fiery force causing the boy's mysterious illness. Ricardo brother, bear with it. You might feel uncomfortable, Aslan said with a smile. Okay, big brother, the boy nodded. Then Aslan placed his palm on the boy's chest, allowing the divine liquid of the mountain and sea to enter the boy's body. Under Aslan's control, the divine liquid transformed into a cooling force, flowing through the boy's veins like water. This combination of ice and fire made the boy shiver. Under Aslan's porteripulation, this force formed a large net encircling the flame in the boy's chest. Be sealed. The net formed by the divine liquid tightly wrapped around the flame, gradually diminishing its strength. 1 drop of divine liquid. 2 drops of divine liquid. 7 drops of divine liquid. After using the 8th drop of divine liquid, the flame in the boy's middle dantian was finally extinguished. The root cause has been removed. When Aslan took his hand off the boy's chest, a red bead appeared in his hand, covered with a thin layer of something like pearl powder. The bead instantly vanished from Aslan's hand and reappeared in the small gourd space. Big brother, am I really cured? Salma Hai asked in disbelief. Don't worry, big brother has medical ethics. If you fall sick again, I'll refund you, Aslan said with a smile. Adeline felt she had made the right decision when she chose Aslan to treat her brother. Even someone as money-loving as Aslan saying such a thing proved it. Big brother, can you teach me medicine? Salma Yin looked up at Aslan. Why do you want to learn medicine? Aslan asked strangely. I want to heal people and eliminate pain in the world, Salma Yin replied. Aslan stroked Salma Yin's head and laughed. Strictly speaking, Aslan's mindset was more like a commoner's, lacking grand ideals. Although he didn't have such lofty aspirations like Salma Yen, it didn't stop him from admiring the boy. Just strive to become a doctor. Honestly, my methods aren't suitable for you, Aslan said. All of Aslan's abilities came from the mountain and sea seal. He couldn't just scoop out the seal from his mind and give it to Salma Yen. Salma Yen looked at Aslan suspiciously. Big brother, are you unwilling to share your skills with me? Then Salma Yen pulled Aslan aside and whispered, Big brother, if you give me all your medical knowledge, I can help you pursue my sister and make you my brother-in-law. Spit. Aslan nearly spat out blood. The kid was barely 15 or 16 years old. Were kids these days so mature? Smack. Aslan tapped Salma Yen on the forehead sharply. Stop thinking about weird things. Your sister and I have a pure relationship. Salma Yen pouted and mumbled. Do you really think I'm a child? You two definitely don't have a purely platonic relationship. What did you say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Salma Yen shook his head quickly. Such words must never reach his sister's ears, or else her violent temper wouldn't spare him. Aslan told Adeline, why don't you take Salma Yen for a physical examination? If he's completely healthy, then pay me. There's no need. If modern medicine could diagnose my brother's illness, it wouldn't have dragged on like this, Adeline replied. As one of the wealthy families in Blue Sea City, the Salma family tried everything. They even consulted unconventional treatments, but got nowhere. Only Greg Porteridge to suppress the illness temporarily using a pearl from a killer clam. Adeline took out her phone and began transferring money to Aslan, adding, if my brother isn't cured, I'll come after you. No problem. Fake 1, refund 10 times, Aslan said confidently. Seeing Aslan, who usually cared so much about money, say such things, Adeline knew her brother was truly healed. Yet a pang of sourness rose in her heart, even harboring a wish for her brother's illness to be unresolved, so she'd have a reason to find Aslan. Oh no, why would I think such horrible thoughts? Adeline scolded herself mentally. Meanwhile, Aslan watched Adeline cover her face, wondering what she was thinking. Now that things are settled here, I'll leave, Aslan said. Wait until my father comes back. Let our Salma family thank you, Adeline suggested. Recalling that devious old porter, Aslan shook his head. Forget it, we'll have time later. Seeing Aslan reject without hesitation, Adeline could hardly try to persuade him. All she could do was see him off regretfully, watching him leave. Sis, do you like this big brother? Salma Yen asked. TSK, only a blind person would like someone like him, Adeline retorted. She then pulled her brother back into the villa, sharing the good news with her father. Later events remained unknown. After traveling through 3 or 4 towns, Aslan returned to Tokyo village. The sky wasn't yet dark, so Alicia should still be at work. Aslan directly opened the door to Alicia's home with his key, entering the room. Taking a breath of the familiar air, Aslan smiled. Indeed, the scent of home. Rustle, rustle. Just as he entered, Aslan heard noises coming from Alicia's bedroom, as if someone was rummaging inside. A burglar. Aslan immediately felt infuriated, never expecting this bold thief to dare steal in Alicia's house. He prepared to make the intruder enter walking and leave crawling. Boom. Aslan kicked the door open and swiftly entered the room. Bold little thief, prepare to meet your doom. Ah. The sudden change startled the person inside, who screamed and hastily grabbed a cup from the bed to cover herself. Alicia, with fear, turned back and saw Aslan standing there looking awkward. You? What do you want? Alicia asked angrily. Aslan said apologetically, sorry, I thought there was a burglar in your house, didn't expect you weren't at work. Get out, Alicia said, her voice trembling with anger. Aslan sheepishly left the room, closing the door behind him. Alright, if you want me to go, I'll go. But can't you be a little more polite? Besides, there's nothing much to hide anyway. It's not like I haven't seen it before. This whisper didn't escape Alicia's ears, making her even angrier. Alicia had been changing clothes for an evening gathering. Just as she was trying on outfits, Aslan rushed in abruptly. After hurriedly picking an outfit, Alicia stormed out of her room, ready to confront Aslan. Meanwhile, Aslan was pacing outside, racking his brain for how to explain himself to Alicia. When Alicia emerged, Aslan stood there stunned. Dressed in formal attire, Alicia gave him a breathtaking feeling. She wore a black one-piece evening gown that accentuated her figure perfectly while showcasing her innate noble aura. Moreover, her white shoulders and décolletage revealed a side of Alicia he had never seen before. Idiot! What are you staring at? Seeing Aslan's silly expression, Alicia's earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. Alicia, you're really beautiful, though there's just a small flaw, Aslan commented. Chapter 202. The most expensive. What's imperfect? Although this dress wasn't her favorite, it suited her perfectly and seemed flawless. As Alicia wondered what could be imperfect about herself, Aslan entered her room and picked up a black lace scarf from the bed. Approaching Alicia with the scarf, Aslan draped it over her shoulders. Seeing this, Alicia couldn't help but laugh wryly. The scarf perfectly covered her shoulders and the beautiful view above her chest. Alicia chuckled. You're such a petty person. This isn't pettiness. There are portery bad people around, and there's no need to give them an advantage, Aslan replied. Men aren't good things at all. You hope for other women to dress less, but insist on covering your own women like mummies, Alicia remarked. Aslan, hearing this, felt no shame but rather pride. He didn't know about others, but he was selfish and wanted to protect his reporter. I won't argue with you on that twisted logic, Alicia said. Tonight, there's a charity gala in the village to raise funds for those affected by the typhoon. Aslan frowned. Is it similar to the earthquake relief gala? Yes, the nature is the same, Alicia responded. She had been responsible for organizing this event, so it meant a lot to her. Why don't I join the auction then? I want to have some fun, Aslan smiled. That's fine, but you need to change into formal attire, Alicia stated. Aslan grinned. That's easy. Let me get one now. Aslan then went to Tuchao Village's town market and selected the most expensive suit. It took him less than half an hour to buy the suit, after which he returned to Alicia's residence. You came back so quickly? Alicia was astonished. Could this guy always keep a suit in his car? Otherwise, it was hard to believe that one could buy a suit in Tuchao Village. Hee, buying a suit doesn't take long. Wait until I change, and you'll be surprised by how handsome I look. Aslan laughed confidently. Watching Aslan's self-assured demeanor, Alicia was eager to see him in the suit. When Aslan emerged from the room dressed, Alicia was momentarily stunned. Shocked by my handsomeness? Aslan laughed. Alicia's lips twitched involuntarily. Whether it was because of his handsomeness or not, she knew she was certainly shocked by Aslan's rural style. Aslan, may I ask how much this outfit cost? Alicia inquired. 200 yuan. But it feels quite nice, Aslan replied. Alicia put a hand over her heart, turning away. She felt a sharp pain in her heart and a burning sensation in her eyes. After this event, I must get Aslan the finest suit possible. I can't let him keep getting worse in the countryside, she thought. If it weren't already dark, Alicia would have taken Aslan to Lanhai City to buy a proper suit. But it was too late now. Checking the time, Alicia said, let's go. The gala is about to start. We're off, Aslan smiled. They arrived at the only high-end hotel in Tuchao Village. The area was lined with luxury cars. Exiting the car, Alicia linked arms with Aslan as they walked into the hotel. They took the elevator to the hall where the event was being held. The hall was brightly lit, filled with various exquisite foods. Haha, old Raku, didn't expect to see you here. This is a surprise. Finley, we made over 2 million last time we cooperated. Want to do it again? Esmond, I hear you're involved in real estate. I'm thinking of doing something similar. Can you offer any guidance? People were scattered in small groups, discussing business and expanding their networks. Feeling a strong business atmosphere upon entering, Aslan found himself out of place despite being a big boss. A young porter holding a glass saw Alicia enter and smiled, but his face fell when he noticed she was linked with Aslan. Look, Deputy Mayor Ricken is here. Wow, Deputy Mayor Ricken is holding onto a porter's arm. Is this someone new? Haha, this will be fun. Everyone knows Gong's Changhai has been chasing after Deputy Mayor Ricken. This guy is in trouble. Everyone glanced towards the stylish young porter with wine in his glass, noticing his face had turned cold as ice. The young porter was fuming inside. He had admired Alicia for a long time. Since Alicia arrived in Tuchao Village, the young porter had pursued her relentlessly, sending her a bouquet of roses daily. In his mind, Alicia belonged to him. Seeing her with another porter felt like betrayal. Despite his rage, the young porter kept calm, setting down his glass and approaching Alicia. Yu, I knew you'd come. Here's your gift. Suddenly, he produced a bouquet of roses. 101 roses, signifying you're my pick of 100. Will you accept them? Pablo smiled. At this moment, Aslan interjected, sorry, my girlfriend doesn't like accepting roses from others. Girlfriend? Aslan's words exploded like a bomb, stirring up everyone in the hall. Heaven, Deputy Mayor Ricken has a boyfriend? What's his background? Incredible. He's dressed like a beggar yet claims to be Deputy Mayor Ricken's boyfriend. Do you think this porter is just a decoy? I heard Deputy Mayor Ricken lives with a porter. The crowd speculated wildly, almost suggesting Alicia liked women. But they weren't entirely wrong. Pablo was handsome and wealthy, making him popular among the local women. Yet, he was solely interested in Alicia. Whenever he walked the streets, countless women would follow him. Any porter would fall for him. Say you're Alicia's boyfriend. Why should I believe you? What proof do you have? Pablo asked. That's funny. So prove your mother is your mother, Aslan retorted. The crowd anticipated a good show, especially with Aslan and Pablo going head to head. Pablo said angrily, bastard, how dare you insult me? Are your ears sick? I think you need some treatment. Which ear heard me insulting you? Aslan retorted. You asked me to prove my mother is my mother. Isn't that an insult? How would anyone go about proving that? Pablo said. Pablo was seething with rage inside. If Alicia weren't present, he would have shown Aslan the severity of his 10 years of taekwondo training. You know this kind of thing can't be proven, yet you asked me to prove that Alicia and I are a couple. Aslan pointed at Pablo's nose and said, friend, it seems you're quite sick. Initially, no one in the hall felt anything unusual. But after Aslan's comment, everyone indeed found something wrong with what Pablo had said. Proving two people are a couple seemed as absurd as proving your mother is your mother. Seeing everyone laughing at him, Pablo's face turned beet red with anger. Alicia, I want you to tell me yourself what your relationship with this guy is. If you're being coerced by him, I'll risk my life to save you, Pablo declared. Mr. Gong, I've told you long ago that it's impossible between us. And he really is my boyfriend, Alicia replied. Alicia's words were like a heavy hammer smashing into Pablo's heart, almost making him bleed internally. Unable to accept this reality, Pablo exploded with fury, his eyes brimming with anger. Alicia, do you mean to say that I, Pablo, am not even as good as this rube dressed in market stall clothes? Pablo asked furiously. Aslan protested, hey, that's going too far. This outfit of mine is the most expensive suit from the wholesale market. Got it? The most expensive. The most expensive, my foot. You must be crazy. Note, the last line, the most expensive, my foot. You must be crazy, is a colloquial translation to maintain the naturalness and fluency of the dialogue while preserving its meaning and tone. Hashtag chapter 203, a shield. The concept of a wholesale market to ordinary people is that it's a place full of cheap items, where wearing its clothes makes one too ashamed to face others. Yet Aslan not only proudly spoke about it, but also seemed to mock everyone present for not wearing the most expensive clothing from the wholesale market. Hick, do you know how much this suit costs? Bray pointed to his outfit and said, this Versace men's tuxedo costs $19,000. Do you understand? This price is something you'll never be able to afford in your entire life. At this moment, Bray felt like he was going crazy. He had long discarded any pretense of porterness, as all he wanted now was to belittle Aslan completely. Bray intended to bring down Aslan with all his might and then, With the attitude of a victor, tell Alicia that her choice was wrong, and that only someone as excellent as himself suited her. Aslan reached out to touch Bray's suit. Brother, are you joking? How can an expensive garment like this exist? From what I see, your suit would only cost around $300 at a wholesale market. $300 indeed. Bray felt like a scholar facing soldiers. There was no reasoning with them. He couldn't fathom how such an uncultured person could become Alicia's boyfriend. I get it, Bray thought to himself. This hick must be Alicia's shield, a test she set up for me. It has to be this way. Creak. While Bray was deep in thought, a sound caught his attention. When he looked down, he saw Aslan's hands had torn a seam in his tuxedo. Instantly, silence fell over the room, with everyone staring at Aslan in disbelief. Brother, which store did you buy this suit from in the wholesale market? The quality is terrible. Tell me who sold it to you, and I'll help you complain to them tomorrow. Aslan smiled. Clenching his teeth tightly, Bray kept reminding himself, Bray, don't get angry. Don't fall for his tricks. Remember, this is just Alicia's test. Suppressing his heartache, Bray forced a smile. It's fine. If it's ruined, so be it. Anyway, I have pottery of these suits at home. The Gong family was wealthy in Tokyo Township, but a $20,000 suit was indeed rare, even considered a luxury in the Gong family. It was understandable why Bray felt pained. Though most people present could tell Bray was putting on a brave face, no one dared to expose him. To offend the Gong family's heir just for some fool was sheer madness. Then, Bray's eyes lit up, and he smiled at Aslan. Brother, could we step aside and talk? I want to chat with you privately. Aslan nodded. Sure. Under everyone's gaze, Bray pulled Aslan to a nearby corner, but all eyes remained on them. What do you think they're going to do? I bet they're going to duel. That seems unlikely. Someone from the Gong family wouldn't be so irrational. Bray will probably use money to settle things. Look at Director Ricken. She doesn't seem worried at all. Meanwhile, Aslan and Bray began discussing under everyone's watchful eyes. This friend, may I ask your name? Bray asked with a smile. Aslan. Oh, brother Aslan. Bray continued, smiling. Your identity has been figured out. There's no need to continue acting. My identity? Subconsciously, Aslan thought his identity as the successor of the sea god had been exposed. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he pondered whether to eliminate Bray to cover his tracks. Let's be frank. I know you're here as Alicia's shield. Put a price on it. How much did she pay you? I'll offer double. Bray said. Excuse me? Only then did Aslan realize it wasn't about exposing him. Bray had misunderstood. A strange smile spread across Aslan's face. At this moment, a bad feeling rose in Bray's heart. Indeed, Aslan loudly declared, What? Mr. Gong, you're donating 2 million to the disaster relief fund. Everyone turned their heads toward them, eyes wide with shock. Now, Bray wished he could kill Aslan. The porter was utterly unreasonable, breaking all the rules. If Bray tried to explain he never said that, it might damage his reputation and portray him as uncharitable. Biting the bullet, Bray replied, Ha ha, yes, this typhoon caused severe damage in Tokyo Township. I'm preparing to donate 2 million. People looked at Bray in astonishment, unable to believe he was thinking of donations while dealing with a rival. Although no one understood the conversation, it didn't stop the praise pouring in for Bray. Mr. Gong, you're truly a benefactor. Having you is our town's blessing. 2 million can really solve the problem. We can quickly rebuild the houses destroyed by the typhoon. In the future, whenever we mention Mr. Gong, we'll give you a thumbs up. You're a rare good person. Seeing everyone praising him, Bray finally felt somewhat relieved. 2 million for fame. Maybe it was worth it. But he wasn't letting Aslan off easy either. Mr. Yi mentioned donating 3 million earlier. Bray, thank you on behalf of all the disaster-stricken citizens. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone started applauding, realizing the two were competing in wealth over love. Just then, Aslan interrupted, No need to clap. Bray promised 2 million. I didn't say anything about donating. The applause stopped abruptly. No one expected Aslan to reject the donation so outrightly. Aslan was notoriously stingy. Getting a penny out of his pocket was difficult. Compared to money, face meant nothing to him. The most incredulous person was Bray, who hadn't anticipated Aslan's refusal. Hey, you didn't say you'd donate. Why did you lie? Aslan questioned. You, Bray stammered, trembling in anger. After regaining his composure, Bray glared at Aslan with venomous hatred. I apologize. I might have heard wrongly. Sorry. Brother, you must have kidney deficiency. I heard those with kidney issues experience hearing problems. You should see a doctor soon. Aslan kindly advised. My kidney problems are none of your business. With that, Bray stormed off, fearing he might lose control and attack Aslan. Aslan returned to Alicia with a triumphant smile, like a general after a victorious battle. You're quite naughty. How did you porterage to get 2 million from Bray like that? Adeline praised. It's just a small trick. If this guy wants to play dirty with me, I'm not afraid of him. Aslan replied cautiously. Despite not knowing his exact strength, Aslan was certainly far superior to Bray, who grew up in a pampered environment. However, Aslan still quietly told Alicia what had just happened by her ear. Hee. Alicia covered her mouth and laughed. You mean this guy thought you were a shield? Yeah, it's the first time I've seen such a foolish and dim-witted guy, Aslan chuckled. At this moment, Bray had already moved to a distance, but he kept glancing at Aslan and Alicia. When the two of them laughed and looked over, Bray felt an intense discomfort. Bray was certain that these two were talking about him, likely making fun of him to Adeline. Damn it, I won't let this guy off, Bray gritted his teeth. The party officially began, and most of the invited guests had arrived. This hall now gathered the upper echelons of Tokyo Township. During the party, Aslan noticed Alicia casting an envious glance at the people dancing in the ballroom. Alicia, let's dance too, Aslan smiled. I remember someone saying they didn't know how to dance, Alicia grinned. Alicia still remembered when they attended the gala in Lanhai City. Both she and Ruby had invited Aslan to dance, but he refused, claiming he didn't know how. Hee, your boyfriend is a genius. Dancing is no problem for me. Aslan then took Alicia's hand and led her into the dance floor, holding her tightly as they began dancing. Indeed, Aslan didn't know how to dance, but having never eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. He had a rough idea of the basic steps of ballroom dancing. With extraordinary concentration, Aslan portaged to correct his missteps a few times and avoided stepping on Alicia's feet through sheer effort. Alicia danced flawlessly, while Aslan, despite his best efforts, resembled a jumping monkey. Just a dancing clown. Soon, I'll make you cry, Bray said harshly, glaring at Aslan. Chapter 204, High Stakes Bet. To be honest, Aslan didn't exude the noble and graceful aura expected of ballroom dancing. Instead, he looked like a clown. Everyone turned their heads towards the two people, as if watching a circus performers at the zoo. Master Gong is right. This guy is just a country bumpkin. I can't understand why Bar Rickon would fancy such a fellow. I guess this guy may come from humble origins, but perhaps his family owns mines. You don't know anything. You have no idea about Bar Rickon's background. Even if this were a diamond mine, she wouldn't be impressed. Amidst these murmurs in the dance floor, although Aslan could hear everything despite their attempts to lower their voices, it barely affected him. In Aslan's eyes, everyone present was neither as wealthy nor as powerful as him, appearing insignificant like ants on the roadside. If you saw an ant far away on the road waving its legs provocatively, what would you do? Most likely, you'd simply sneer and consider the ant's bravado laughable, then completely ignore it and walk away. But if you ran over to stomp it out while shouting, "I'm squashing this ant," that would clearly be the behavior of a lunatic. Aslan felt the same way. He allowed them to mock as they wished, because in his eyes, they were all unworthy ants. Do you really not care what they say? Alicia asked curiously. There's nothing worth worrying about. My world and theirs are different. If they provoke me further, I won't mind crushing them, Aslan said coolly. Just as an ant crawling up your body and biting you would infuriate most people into stomping it flat, everyone has their limits. As the successor of the god of mountains and seas, Aslan had a much higher tolerance level than others, considering his immense power. As the music for the dance ended, Aslan and Alicia walked off the dance floor. Everyone returned to their seats after watching a few performers until a beautiful reporter stepped onto the stage. Oh, it's actually her, Aslan remarked with a smile. Titus, seeing you so pleased. I bet you're just another porter captivated by her charm, Alicia retorted angrily. Hey, I'm not like the others. Look how clear my eyes are, Aslan replied. When the beautiful reporter appeared, every porter in the hall stared slack-jawed, almost wishing they could stick their eyes onto her, their mouths watering. Men are all the same, Alicia muttered with disdain. Aslan shrugged, knowing he indeed differed from them, at least not influenced much by these women. This reporter was none other than Missy, whom he had seen at the previous auction, whose aura had an unusual allure that drew others to her. Under everyone's gaze, Missy came to the front of the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Missy, the auctioneer for tonight. Please support me. As Missy stepped onto the stage, the men below grew excited, while portery women frowned, secretly cursing the beauty for being a fox spirit. The auction started, with items quickly being bid up to sky-high prices. Most items were ordinary, medium-value items worth around a few $100,000. Yet, due to Charity and Missy's charm, prices skyrocketed. During the last auction, Aslan had acquired the little gourd, and he paid close attention this time too. However, using the Mountain Sea Aura Vision technique continuously, he couldn't find any noteworthy items. This technique revealed not only who porter fortunes but also identified special items. It wouldn't detect common items, or even treasures like the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Pablo approached Aslan. Bumpkin, as Alicia's boyfriend, you should contribute something to the auction. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Bar Rickon otherwise? I don't know if Alicia would be embarrassed, but who are you to dictate terms? Making me auction just to save face. How embarrassing for me, isn't it? Aslan responded with a smirk. Damn it, Pablo muttered under his breath. Pablo knew Aslan was tough and slippery, unbothered by humiliation. Bumpkin, let's do this. I'll put up one item, you match its value, and together we'll contribute to Tushan Bridge Village, Pablo suggested. Others nearby were startled, realizing Pablo was cunningly pressuring Aslan, a poorly dressed bumpkin, using his status as master of the Gong family. Do you want me to embarrass myself? Aslan sneered. Pablo froze, surprised that Aslan openly mentioned his intentions without losing composure. How about this? I'll put up an item, and you must put up one of equal value. We continue until one of us concedes. What do you say? Hearing this, Pablo's eyes gleamed with triumph, thinking Aslan was easily deceived. Fine, it's a deal, Pablo agreed. He realized Aslan wasn't bothered by potential embarrassment, but focused on making him look foolish before Alicia and everyone else, hoping Alicia would leave Aslan, opening opportunities for him. Others overhearing this bet thought Aslan was incredibly imprudent for challenging the Gong family, who owned assets nearing hundreds of millions. Even minor items they owned would surpass this bumpkins by tenfold. At this point, the auction on stage neared its end. Missy, wearing a red cheapao, was pleased with the outcome. Thank you all for supporting Missy. The auction items have been successfully sold, she bowed deeply, inadvertently revealing a deep cleavage that caused two men to bleed noses. Wow, this reporter is remarkable. Those men down there need better nourishment, Aslan commented with a grin. Spit. You never say anything decent, Alicia retorted. Aslan laughed proudly, noticing his recent boldness might be due to his changed status and wealth, giving him a more carefree attitude. Thank you all for your support. I declare this auction a success. Hold on, it's not over yet, Aslan interrupted. That's right, the bumpkin and I still have items to auction, Pablo added loudly. Seeing their determination, Missy smiled, enjoying the contribution these men made to her performers. Pablo looked at Aslan with a provoking gaze. Country bumpkin, take out your items for auction. Whatever value you put forward, I'll match it with an item worth twice as much. The people in the hall burst into laughter upon hearing Pablo's words. It was clear he was bullying Aslan, like an adult playing with a child. Everyone had already labeled Aslan as a bumpkin wearing a 200 yuan suit. What could such a person possibly have to offer? Aslan smiled and said, alright, if that's how you want to play, let's have some fun. Thanks in advance for helping the disaster-stricken friends. Thanks my ass, soon I'll make you cry, Pablo muttered under his breath. Just take out your item quickly, Pablo said. Aslan nodded, reached into his pocket, and pulled out pottery small round objects, placing them on the table in front of him. Tightish, what are these things? They look like glass marbles that kids play with. Haha, actually putting up these 5 for you on glass marbles for auction. Laugh me to death. Who can help me up so I can keep laughing? Not only did the others in the hall sneer, but even Pablo couldn't hide his disdainful smile. Pablo laughed, just as expected, dog meat can't be served at a feast. Any item on me is worth hundreds or thousands more than these marbles. At this point, Alicia's face also turned sour, not expecting Aslan to pull out such items. Aslan, you really want to auction these? Alicia asked. Why else would I take them out? Do you think they're pretty and don't want to auction them? Aslan replied with a smile. Alicia was at a loss, never imagining Aslan would bring out such items. It was terribly embarrassing. It's fine. I have plenty more of these. Here, take these to play with, and if you need more, I can give you some. As he spoke, Aslan handed over 2 seemingly attractive glass marbles to Alicia. Chapter 205, The Disheartening Haze. Aslan spoke very casually, showing no concern for these items at all. At this moment, Alicia felt as if a big kid was telling a little kid. I have pottery marbles here. You can play with them. If you lose them, I'll give you more. Alicia looked at the glass ball in her hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She felt she had perhaps found an unreliable boyfriend. When Thomasina returned happily to Aslan, she still held the 2 glass balls in her hands. Aslan saw the white expanse in front of her cheepow and thought the 2 guys who had nosebleeds earlier were justified. This item in front of Aslan also stirred some excitement within him. Sir, I'm sorry, your items do not seem to meet our regulations, Thomasina said. Why? Aslan asked. Thomasina explained, we have a rule that items valued at least 10 million must be qualified for auction, and your items clearly do not meet this requirement. It wasn't just that they didn't meet the regulations. If it weren't for the restriction on her actions due to her position as an auctioneer, Thomasina would have really wanted to ask Aslan where he got these defective glass balls from the factory. These glass balls varied in size and even shape. They seemed like rejects from a glass factory. Miss, I still suggest you find someone to appraise my items. I believe they absolutely meet the auction standards, Aslan smiled. Thomasina gave a forced smile. Alright, please wait a moment, sir. Such auctions always have appraisers on standby, and at Thomasina's request, the appraiser came to Aslan's side. Noah, could you please appraise this item? Thomasina asked. Sure, Noah replied. Noah picked up the glass ball on the table. Initially relaxed, his face gradually turned serious. This? Noah's expression changed drastically as he took out his magnifying glass from his pocket and carefully examined the glass ball. After cautiously appraising everything, Noah's expression became one of shock. These are truly masterpieces, lucid and transparent. All rare top-grade gems, Noah exclaimed in surprise. Noah, you mean these are gems? Thomasina asked, stunned. Yes, not only are they gems, but extremely high-grade ones. Although their prices vary, they're all worth over 10 million, Noah explained. While Noah had appraised pottery antiques, things valued over 10 million were rare, and gemstones even rarer. Holy crap, those aren't glass balls but gems. I don't believe this hick could produce such valuable items. Is the appraiser getting senile? There's probably a conspiracy. I think it's your auction house working with this hick to scam money. Everyone in the venue was stunned. They never expected Aslan's casual offering to be priceless gems. Alicia looked down at the gem in her hand, her face odd. I should have known. Though Aslan is unreliable, how could he possibly bring glass balls to auction? Alicia thought. Meanwhile, Hayes, who received the news, felt nauseous, as if he'd swallowed a fly. Noah, I think you must have made a mistake. How could someone like this hick bring out such great items? As he spoke, Hayes came to Noah's side, blocking everyone's view. In a low voice, Hayes said, Noah, this is a check for 1 million. If you can help me, this money is yours. Noah glanced at the check and loudly said, Sir, I earn my living by my craft. Don't taint my hands with your money. With that, Noah swept away and exposed Hayes holding the check to everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Alicia angrily remarked, what a despicable porter. Hayes, noticing the contemptuous looks around him, turned red then purple. He wished he could disappear into the ground. However, Hayes clenched his teeth and endured. If he left now, he'd have no chance. If he stayed, he might have a chance to defeat Aslan. Mr. Yi, will all these items be auctioned? Thomasina asked, blinking her large eyes. Let's start with one. As for the rest of the gems, I plan to play with Mr. Gong, Aslan laughed. Aslan handed over the gem of the poorest quality to Thomasina. The appraiser quickly determined its market value to be around 11 million. All eyes turned to Hayes. Mr. Gong, it's your turn now. I remember you said your item must be twice the price of mine, Aslan smiled. Seeing Aslan's hateful face, Hayes seethed. But being from a prominent family, he concealed his anger well, feeling above Aslan's barbarity. Hayes brought out a wooden guanine statue and handed it to the appraiser. This statue was quite large, nearly half a person's height, initially prepared for auction but kept due to the bet with Aslan. Noah, still angry with Hayes, began appraising without even looking at him. Thomasina asked, Noah, what do you think this is worth? 25 million, Noah replied. 25 million. 25 million. 250,000. Haha. Hearing this, Aslan couldn't help but laugh unkindly. Aslan said, I heard this number fits you perfectly. This comment enraged Hayes, who wished he could tear Aslan apart and devour him. Thomasina happily placed both items on the platform, announcing with a smile, "According to Mr. Yi and Mr. Gong's agreement, we'll add a few items to today's auction." She started with Aslan's gem, which was valued lower than the wooden statue. "I've checked. This is a rare 1,000-faced blue sapphire. Its last auction price was 7 million. In a few words, Thomasina significantly increased the gem's value, implying it was almost extinct. The auction began, and under Thomasina's enthusiasm, the gem's price soared, eventually selling for close to 2 million. This money would go to disaster relief and wouldn't reach Aslan. Next, Thomasina brought out Hayes' wooden guanine statue, which gave off an awe-inspiring presence on the platform. This wooden guanine statue is extraordinary. Based on its style, it likely dates back to the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the lines indicate this statue may have been an imperial tribute. Fans shouldn't miss this opportunity. Following Thomasina's introduction, the audience showed interest, though not much. People from rural areas tend to be superstitious, even when they become successful businessmen. They say inviting a deity is easy, sending one away is hard. Not all statues can be taken home. Devotion must be to the deities one believes in. Some here believed in God, some in the god of wealth, some in the kitchen god, and others in bodhisattvas and arhats. Except for those who truly believed in Guanine Bodhisattva, the others weren't particularly interested in this wooden guanine statue, and it even received less attention than the gem before. Out of boredom, Aslan used the mountain and sea chi technique to examine the wooden guanine statue, and noticed something unusual. He wasn't sure if it was an imperial item, but it had clearly been worshipped by Portery people. The wooden body exuded a force of faith. Aslan had seen this kind of power before on the deity statues in the Dragon King temple. It was likely a genuine old artifact. This special force could be detected by the mountain and sea chi technique, and through this, Aslan realized that the wooden guanine statue wasn't solid. The inside of this statue was hollow, and there was something hidden within. This piqued Aslan's curiosity. What could be hidden inside this wooden guanine statue? By now, the auction of the guanine statue was nearing its end, and the bidding enthusiasm was not very high. 500,000, first call. 500,000, second call. 500,000. Just as Thomasina was about to strike the hammer, Aslan smiled and said, 550,000. Thomasina looked at Aslan with surprise, unable to understand why he would raise the price of his rival's item. Wasn't it better if the price was lower so he could mock him more openly? At 550,000, the price had already reached its limit, and the wooden guanine statue eventually ended up in Aslan's hands. Hayes felt infuriated. Aslan's $1 million items fetched 2 million, while his $2 million item sold for only 500,000. The injustice gnawed at him. Watching Aslan smirk triumphantly and gesture towards him, Hayes felt as if Aslan was straddling his neck and defecating on him. Damn, too outrageous, Hayes raged. A middle-aged porter beside Hayes tried to calm him down. Young master, stay composed. The other party is just a hick. Why should you care about such a person? Hashtag chapter 206, the Luo Shan Fu painting. Bray's mind was in turmoil, his only thought being to have Aslan killed. Josiah, can you help me kill Aslan? Bray said bitterly. Sir, this isn't quite right. The middle-aged porter hesitated. Josiah, I know you're capable. Please, if you do this for me, Bray will owe you a favor, Bray pleaded. The middle-aged porter nodded, unable to refuse Bray's request once again. Fine, after the auction ends, I'll help you get rid of this guy, the middle-aged porter said. Thank you, Josiah, Bray said gratefully. To Bray, as long as the middle-aged porter agreed, Aslan was already as good as dead. Others might not know the extent of the middle-aged porter's abilities, but he did. At that moment, Aslan had just paid and moved the wooden guanine statue to his spot. Why did you buy this thing? Alicia asked curiously. Aslan grinned and said, hee, I bought it to smash for fun. Who knows, there might be a surprise inside. Smash? As Alicia questioned him, Aslan grabbed a red fire axe from a nearby cabinet. The sight of Aslan holding an axe drew everyone's attention, and people around him stepped back to give him space. What are you doing with that? It's scary, Alicia said. Aslan chuckled, hee, watch the show. Everyone watched as Aslan raised the axe high. What is this yokel planning? He wouldn't be smashing this valuable item worth hundreds of thousands, would he? Damn, this guy really swung it down. He must be crazy to discard something worth hundreds of thousands so easily. He's hacking away, scattering wood chips everywhere, truly a top-tier wastrel. Under everyone's watchful eyes, an elderly porter walked out shakily. Brat, stop right there, the old porter cried, heartbroken. This is disrespectful to the gods. You will face divine retribution. That's Rocco from Chengnan's Buddhist Edges store, isn't it? I heard he's a lay disciple of Zhenru Temple and once declined an invitation to preach there by a venerable master, someone noted. I've also heard of Rocco. If he had become a monk back then, he'd undoubtedly be a renowned Buddhist scholar now, another person added. Everyone gazed at Rocco with reverence, knowing how rare it was for someone to dedicate themselves wholly to Buddhism these days, and his expertise in Buddhism was formidable. Rocco was the same person who had been bidding against Aslan. Without him, Aslan could have acquired the wooden guanine statue for a much lower price. Seeing Rocco come forward to condemn Aslan, Bray couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Rocco had pottery disciples, and numerous wealthy merchants had spent fortunes to obtain statues from his Buddhist Edges store. Once Aslan offended Rocco, his life in Tokyo Township would become unbearable. This is my purchase, and it's up to me how I handle it. You old porter are overthinking it, Aslan said. You disrespect the deities. You're doomed, Rocco said, revealing a terrifying expression as he stared at the damaged statue. Aslan ignored the eccentric old porter, knowing he was the heir of the sea god and thus himself a deity. Why should he care about others? Bang bang bang. The chopping continued vigorously as Aslan hacked into the wooden guanine statue. How wicked! Rocco cried. Old porter, why are you so upset over my property? This statue was meant to be chopped, Aslan said. Hearing this, Rocco pointed at Aslan, nearly having a heart attack. You dare insult the divine. This statue is for veneration, not for your destruction, Rocco raged. Let's make a bet. If this wooden guanine was made to be chopped, what will you do? Aslan smiled and asked. If you can convince me, old Porter here will let you choose any treasure from my Buddhist Edge's store, Rocco said angrily. Whoa. Others watching murmured in excitement. Everyone knew the treasures in Rocco's store were invaluable. Clearly, Rocco was incredibly furious to offer such a bet. Aslan laughed. All right, it's a deal. Rotten boy. Soon you'll be on your knees apologizing to the statue, Rocco said. Aslan smiled. Keep your eyes wide open. As he spoke, Aslan reached into the debris left from the wooden statue and found a hidden compartment filled with brocade. He pulled out the brocade carefully. Whoa, what is this? Everyone was astounded, never expecting such a discovery. Incredible, this guanine statue dates back to Stevie's era, making it over 1,000 years old. My goodness, I have a feeling this treasure will shock everyone. Of course, anything over 1,000 years old is bound to be extraordinary. Aslan unwrapped the brocade, revealing a wax-sealed scroll inside. After peeling off the wax, he found an oil paper-wrapped scroll. During the Tang Dynasty's prosperity, wax and oil paper were rare items used only by wealthy families, indicating the importance placed on this scroll. Could it be a masterpiece by a great artist? Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the scroll in Aslan's hands. Grinning, Aslan shook the scroll. Old Porter, see? This wooden guanine was indeed meant to conceal something, and hence meant to be chopped. Honor the bet. Come to my store another day, and I'll gift you a treasure, Rocco said. If it were anyone else receiving a treasure from him, Rocco might have felt pained, but he saw potential in Aslan that puzzled him. Hey, open the scroll and let us see what it is, someone suggested. Yeah, we can't wait. Open it up. If it's something valuable, put it up for auction. I, Rico Dajwang, won't miss out on this treasure, others chimed in eagerly. Their gazes were filled with anticipation. All right, let me open it, Aslan smiled. Truthfully, he was curious about its value too, hoping it could fetch a good price. Slowly unfolding the scroll, the painting revealed itself. A massive artwork stretching over 10 meters, featuring warm tones. Even its style suggested it was very ancient. It seems like an antique. Though I don't know much about paintings, one from over 1,000 years ago is certainly valuable. Very valuable indeed, but not outrageously so. If it's by a famous artist, it could be priceless. Ricardo Lachan sure has good luck, getting an ancient painting and a treasure from Buddhist Edge's store. Jealousy-inducing. Jean Sheen stared at the painting in awe, recognizing it from her memories. The first line read, Behold a beauty by the rock. The porter was walking in the woods when he suddenly looked up and saw a beauty by the river. They gazed at each other, falling in love at first sight. The second part reads, Exchanging tokens of affection. The porter offered his jade pendant to his goddess, and the river goddess promptly accepted it. The river goddess also presented a beautiful jade as a gift, thus they pledged their eternal love. The third part reads, Different paths for Titus porters and deities, unwilling parting. The porter was who porter, and the river goddess was divine. Their paths were different, and eventually, she was taken away by other deities. No matter how desperately the porter pursued, he could not catch up to the river goddess. Most people felt an overwhelming sense of sadness from this, witnessing the porter's relentless efforts, yet realizing that against the divine, everything seemed so powerless. Painting of the Luo Shanfu. Painting of the Luo Shanfu. At this moment, Bray and Alicia both exclaimed in shock, staring at the painting. The two of them simultaneously spoke out loud. In their astonishment, they hurriedly examined the signature at the corner of the painting, discovering a red seal. Due to the ancient font used, they could just about make out the three characters Gu Alfazi. An authentic piece. Both Bray and Alicia were extremely shocked. Bray's eyes were filled with flames as he stared at the painting. This painting was found inside my wooden guanine statue. Now, I won't sell this statue anymore. Give me everything back, Bray shouted loudly. As he spoke, he eagerly reached out to grab the scroll on the ground. Just as his hand touched the scroll, a palm appeared on Bray's chest. Bray felt an immense force push him back, sending him flying. As he hit the ground, a middle-aged porter extended his hand, catching and stabilizing Bray. Aslan looked puzzled at the middle-aged porter. He had only used 30% of his strength, which should not have been something an ordinary person could withstand. Bray, agitated, said, Josiah, kill him. I must have him dead. This translation continues the story logically and coherently from the previous context provided, ensuring all names and terms are correctly used and maintaining the style and tone of the original text. Chapter 207, Helping You Run. The middle-aged porter who had come was outright defined as returning the painting, deep down not believing that it belonged to Aslan. Are you crazy? Why should my painting belong to you? Aslan said disdainfully. This logic was entirely bandit-like and laced with threats. Aslan rolled up the painting, looking defiantly at Pablo and the other person. I just checked online about the Luoshan Futu, Riverbang Goddess Scroll. It said that even a replica is considered a national treasure. Now Pablo has really suffered a huge loss. He thought he was selling a cheap guanine statue, never expecting there was a national treasure inside. Yeah, if I were Pablo, I'd be wishing I could die now. People around were discussing loudly, making Pablo wish he could bash his head against a wall right there. Just then, auctioneer Missy walked over. Mr. Gong, Mr. Yi, do you still wish to continue with the auction? Missy asked politely. Missy was very excited. She had just indirectly auctioned off a national treasure, an honor no one could experience in a lifetime. She would soon be known as the National Treasure Auctioneer, which sounded impressive. Get lost. Pablo snapped at Missy. You're all insane. Pablo's words made Missy pale. It was the first time someone told her to get lost. Oh, I remember we were betting until the end. What happened now? Aslan laughed. Ricardo Chong, you'll regret this. When the time comes, I believe you'll return the painting to me on your knees, begging for mercy, Pablo threatened. I think you have delusions. Maybe seeing a psychologist will help you, Aslan smiled. Pa, keep talking big, let's see how things turn out. With that, Pablo couldn't stay any longer, leaving with the middle-aged porter. Walking away, Pablo's heart bled. The national treasure, Luotian Futu, was in his hands, but he ended up giving it to his rival. Damn. Pablo's face twisted. If possible, he would use the cruelest methods to torture Aslan. Let's go, sir. That bastard is doomed, the middle-aged porter said. He must suffer before he dies. Pablo nodded, speaking as if they had deep-seated hatred. Seeing Pablo leave, Aslan put the scroll back into the wooden guanine statue, preparing to take both away. As a true university graduate who had seen the world, Aslan knew the Luotian Futu from textbooks. It was indeed a true national treasure. If this was the real thing, the entire country would be buzzing, and the broken wooden guanine statue would increase its value per terrafold. Just as Aslan finished packing up, a fragrant breeze wafted in, and a red figure appeared before him. Mr. Yi, hello, Missy greeted, extending her hand. Hello, Miss Tatusen. Aslan shook Missy's delicate hand, finding it comfortable to hold. Though Aslan wasn't a gentle porter, he wouldn't take advantage of others. Their handshake was brief and courteous. Mr. Yi, this is my business card. If you ever want to sell gemstones or the Luotian Futu, feel free to contact me, Missy smiled. Of course, thank you, Aslan replied. Then Aslan left with Alicia, having already gained enough today without needing to stay and steal the spotlight. They got into the car, and Alicia drove them home. Back home, an excited Alicia immediately started cleaning the floor. Alicia, still in formal attire, knelt and scrubbed the floor, creating quite a scene for Aslan to admire. Quickly, get out the Luotian Fu Tuesday. I want to examine it closely, Alicia urged. Alicia went through great lengths to ensure nothing dirted the floor, meticulously wiping every spot. Aslan took out the scroll and laid it on the bright area, unrolling it. Alicia used her phone to search everything about the Luotian Futu, even calling her grandfather. Young lady, what are you calling Grandpa so late at night? Without a good explanation, I'll be angry, came the voice on the other end. Grandpa, we found a scroll that might be the genuine Luotian Futu, Alicia explained. Luotian Futu? Sounds familiar. Her grandfather, just woken up, seemed a bit dazed, thinking slowly. What? Luotian Futu? Recalling the matter, Alicia's grandfather shouted loudly, shaking her ears. Then Alicia recounted the entire process of obtaining the Luotian Futu, praising Aslan highly in pottery places. Rickon's grandfather felt breathless, hearing about a 1,000-year-old missing national treasure, even surpassing the fame of the Nine-Dragon Sword. While the Nine-Dragon Sword was a national treasure, its fame was limited within the country. However, the Luotian Futu was different. It represented the pinnacle of Chinese art, attracting numerous domestic artists and envoys from neighboring countries to replicate it. At that time, it was hailed as an unparalleled masterpiece, impossible to appear in Porter hands, earning its place among the top 10 national treasures. The Laclaming River Festival painting, though also a national treasure, was well known due to its surviving original. The Luotian Futu, despite disappearing for a millennium, still ranked among the top paintings, showing its true greatness. If its original surfaced, its reputation might even surpass the Laclaming River Festival painting. Quick, let me see the Luotian Futu, Rickon's grandfather deported it. Alicia used her phone to film the scroll. Aslan could see her grandfather nearly pressing his face against the phone screen, scrutinizing it. Salmaoyu, move the phone a little to the left. A bit higher. Rickon's grandfather continuously directed Alicia, who followed his instructions diligently. This is too blurry and hard to see. I'll call the appraisers from Blue Sea City to arrive tomorrow morning. Then, hand everything over to the experts, Rickon's grandfather suggested. Alicia hesitated. Grandpa, the painting isn't mine. I can't decide. Now, Alicia was troubled. If it were something ordinary, it wouldn't matter. But being a national treasure, everything had to follow Aslan's lead. Rickon's grandfather asked, is that stinky Aslan still with you? Alicia looked at her grandfather, puzzled by his intentions. Give the phone to him. I need to talk to him, Rickon's grandfather instructed. Alicia scrutinized her grandfather. You're not trying to get back at him, are you? I'm not petty. Just do as I say, Rickon's grandfather replied. Holding the phone, Alicia realized her grandfather already knew about her relationship with Aslan from his tone. Tio protect Aslan. Alicia didn't want to tell him about this matter, as the frightening power of the Rickon family was beyond Aslan's imagination. Give me the phone. I'll talk to Grandpa Rickon. While Alicia was at a loss, she turned her head and found Aslan standing behind her with a gentle smile on his face, nothing like the crazy and foolish demeanor he displayed in the hotel earlier. Trust me, Aslan said with a smile. As Alicia was lost in thought, Aslan took the phone from her hand. Hello, Grandpa Rickon, this is Aslan. Aslan spoke seriously. At least you have some backbone. Find a place where no one can overhear us, and let's talk. It was clear that Grandpa Rickon's attitude towards Aslan wasn't good because Aslan had kidnapped his favorite granddaughter. Aslan followed Grandpa Rickon's instructions, entering his bedroom and closing the door. Alicia watched helplessly as Aslan closed himself inside, pacing back and forth outside anxiously. Now, Alicia was extremely worried, not expecting the secret she had kept for so long would be discovered by her grandfather. It must be great-grandpa who tattled on me. Next time I see him, I'll definitely pull out all his whiskers, Alicia thought fiercely. However, the more anxious she felt, the slower time seemed to pass. What frightened Alicia the most was hearing arguing sounds coming from inside the room. Alicia felt her hair standing on end. Her grandfather was such an important figure. Offending him could spell disaster for the rest of her life. Oh no, it's over. Maybe I should book Aslan a flight right now. If he leaves the country, he might still have a chance, Alicia thought desperately. Just as Alicia was having these frantic thoughts, Aslan walked out of the room with a smiling face. Aslan, give me your ID card, Alicia said. Confused, Aslan asked, what for? Idiot, I'm going to buy you an international ticket to run away. Stay abroad for a few years. I'll beg Grandpa to forgive you. Maybe you can come back after a few years, Alicia explained. Chapter 208 thrown out. After hearing Alicia's words, Aslan laughed heartily. Alicia, don't tell me you thought Grandpa and I were arguing just now? Aslan chuckled. Wasn't that the case? Alicia asked. Of course not. I was just chatting with your grandfather, and I didn't offend him at all, Aslan smiled and replied. Hearing this, Alicia finally breathed a sigh of relief, but continued to press Aslan about what they talked about in the room. However, it seemed as though Aslan had reached some sort of agreement with the elderly neighbor, for he refused to divulge anything about their conversation. Seeing how tight-lipped Aslan was, Alicia pouted in frustration and stopped asking. Titusum, you can take that secret to the grave with you. With those parting words, Alicia stormed back into her room, slamming the door behind her. Aslan stood by the door, a bitter smile on his face. Some things are men's secrets, impossible to share with women. Thereupon, Aslan also returned to his room and went to sleep peacefully. The night passed uneventfully. Knock knock. A morning knock woke up the two people in the room. Who is it? Don't you know it's shameful to disturb someone's sleep? Aslan grumbled as he got dressed and walked out of the room. He saw Alicia leading a group of experts who looked like they were appraising something into the room. Oh dear, how can you place national treasures on the floor? It's disrespectful to them. That's true. The floor has higher humidity which could lead to corrosion of the artifacts, a grave offense indeed. Wait a minute, it isn't certain yet whether it's a treasure, so please don't get too excited, one expert cautioned. Several experts came in and began criticizing the placement of the painting on the floor. It was clear they disapproved of Aslan and Alicia's treatment of what might be a valuable artifact. This behavior made Aslan quite unhappy. He was the owner of Luoshun Fu too, and these experts showed no respect towards him. Soon enough, these experts started discussing and evaluating Luoshun Fu too. The brushwork here absolutely comes from a master. I can feel the spirituality conveyed through this painting. Indeed, however, I always feel that the style does not entirely match that era, suggesting it may be a copy. Yes, I believe it's an excellent imitation by a highly skilled master. Though it cannot rival the original, it could barely be considered a national treasure. Not necessarily. I think it might well be a modern reproduction. A thorough examination will be needed to determine its authenticity. As the appraisers discussed, they almost seemed convinced it wasn't authentic and even hinted it might be a contemporary forgery. Hearing these remarks, Aslan grew furious. Since they doubted his integrity, further discussion was unnecessary. I'm sorry, but I won't be handing this over to you, Aslan said coldly. Then, right before the experts, he rolled up the scroll. What do you mean by this? Do you know who we are? How dare you treat us like this? This item must be turned over to us for research unless it is determined to be a forgery. How insolent! If not for our esteemed colleagues requesting us, would we ever come to such a remote place? When Alicia heard the term, remote place, she became enraged. As the deputy mayor of Tokyo Township, it felt like a slap in her face. I agree with Aslan. We're not turning over this painting, Alicia interjected. Seeing the firm stance of both individuals, the experts started to panic. They were indeed antique experts from Lanhai City, but lacking sufficient expertise in recognizing the authenticity of Luoshun Fu too, they still acknowledged it could be a precious artifact. Their earlier comments were merely a professional reflex to devalue items they wished to obtain at lower costs. Getting such a treasure for the price of a replica would be a significant accomplishment for them, and potentially allow the artifact to remain in the Lanhai Museum. Realizing their statements had infuriated Aslan and Alicia, they felt a chill run down their spines, knowing this task had been assigned from above and failure would bring dire consequences. At this moment, a younger expert boldly spoke up, Sir, if this is a forgery, we can file fraud charges against you. If it's a genuine piece, because its origin is unclear, it should be handed over to us for investigation and temporary custody. If it's found to be of unknown origin, it will be confiscated. The tone of the Dustin was very domineering, filled with threats, which made Aslan increasingly irritated. If you hand it over, everything will be fine. We can even give you a reward for submitting cultural relics, the expert added confidently. Thinking he was clever, the expert believed these threats would intimidate the naive locals into gratitude and compliance. Aslan gave a contemptuous smile. You seem quite ill. If you don't want me to throw you off the balcony, leave my home immediately. Don't be absurd. We are the cultural relic experts from Lanhai City, and you dare to lay hands on us? The expert defiantly retorted. Without another word, Aslan grabbed the expert's collar and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Opening the window with his other hand, Aslan dangled the expert outside. The Dustin looked down to see how high they were. The people walking below looked like tiny ants. Don't let go. This is murder. The Dustin screamed. Murder? Aslan laughed. This is my girlfriend's home. You entered without permission. Don't I have the right to deal with intruders? The Dustin, nearly in tears, pleaded. Don't accuse me wrongly. I showed my work permit. As the saying goes, the ruthless fear the crazy, and the crazy fear those willing to risk their lives. Even the most reckless person fears someone who acts without thinking. And while the fearless ones act recklessly, they still value their lives. Faced with someone willing to fight to the death, even the most daring person backs down. Earlier, the Dustin was arrogant, but now he was meek as a lamb because he met Aslan, the impulsive youth. Your work permit? To enter my house without consent, you need a search warrant, which you clearly lack, Aslan smirked. You agreed to let us in, the Dustin argued. Do you have proof? Aslan asked. Proof, my foot. If the young porter wasn't dangling outside the window, and if Aslan weren't so incredibly strong, he would have spat in Aslan's face. Please, don't make things difficult for me. Aslan grinned. I remember someone threatened me. I can't stand being threatened. What should I do? Brother, sir, ancestor, I truly understand now. Please let me go. We can talk about anything, the young porter pleaded. Rip! The sound of the Dustin's clothes tearing grew louder, and the tear in his clothing began to widen. Seeing this, the Dustin's face turned deathly pale. Please pull me up, or I'll really die, the Dustin shrieked in terror. Aslan chuckled. You broke into my home uninvited. This is just self-defense. So, if you die, well, that's on you. Rip! As Aslan spoke, the collar of the Dustin's shirt completely tore apart, leaving only a strip of fabric flapping in the wind in Aslan's hand. No! The Dustin let out a tragic scream as he plummeted downward. In that split second, adrenaline surged through his body, his mind raced at an unprecedented speed, and even images from his past flashed before his eyes. At that moment, the young porter deeply regretted ever crossing Aslan. If he hadn't stuck his neck out earlier, he probably wouldn't be in this situation now. Now I'm going to die. How hateful! How hateful! In his fear, the Dustin felt as if he was enduring decades of torment, knowing exactly when his life would end. Splat! Upon hitting the ground, the Dustin felt a tremendous impact. Mud splattered everywhere, covering him from head to toe. I didn't die. The Dustin struggled out of the mud pit. Apart from some pain caused by the fall, he seemed unharmed overall. Getting covered in mud was the least of his worries. At least he had survived. Just then, two workers emerged from the hallway, caked in mud. Damn, where did those brats come from? They messed up our freshly mixed cement. Tightish strange. I remember this pile of cement was 10 meters away earlier. How did it end up here? Note: the story has taken an unexpected turn with elements of surrealism and absurdity. For continuity, this translation adheres closely to the original text while ensuring clarity and coherence. ####Chapter 209, The Cursed Dagger. Seeing the Dustin crash into the pile of cement on the ground, Aslan, inside the room, revealed a delighted smile. Such people should be taught a good lesson to understand that not everyone is so easy to bully. At that moment, the other experts in the room heard the Dustin's pitiful screams and exchanged glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. When they saw Aslan turn around, still holding a piece of cloth in his hand, the experts realized he had indeed thrown the young porter out. They all let out frightened cries and rushed to open the door, fleeing down the corridor. They, as experts, did not wish to stay with Aslan, fearing that if his aggression surged, he might throw them out too, risking their lives. Seeing this group of experts flee, Alicia asked worriedly, "You didn't really throw him out, did you?" Aslan laughed and replied, "I threw this guy into the cement pile. Don't worry, he won't die." It was true, though the cement pile was deliberately moved by Aslan using his water control ability to catch the Dustin below. Good, those experts had their eyes on top of their heads. They deserved this lesson, Alicia said angrily. At that moment, Alicia went to the window and watched as the experts gathered around the Dustin, helping him up before leaving. Her heart, which had been racing, finally calmed down. After eating some breakfast at home, Alicia went to work, already determined to complain about the experts if her grandfather called. As the town mayor, Alicia had responsibilities, while Aslan, bored, put away the Los Hen Fu scroll into his small gourd, recalling that Tucker had promised to give him a treasure. With nothing else to do, Aslan set out for Tucker's FO Yuan shop near the town hall. Surprisingly, Tucker seemed quite famous. Asking passers-by led directly to the shop, and everyone showed great respect. Without even needing a car, Aslan walked for about 10 minutes before reaching the FO Yuan shop. The shop was just over 100 square meters, decorated in a golden hue, looking very clean. Entering, one could smell the aroma of burning incense, while Buddhist chants played softly in the background, adding an air of solemnity. Stepping into the shop gave Aslan an immediate sense of peace, as if all worries were lifted from his heart. This FO Yuan shop indeed has its charm. No wonder it's so renowned here, Aslan remarked with a smile. Inside, there were numerous Buddha statues and items like incense burners. The shop was bustling with customers, and Tucker and a middle-aged porter were busily serving them. Aslan, you're here. Please wait a moment while I handle my customers, Tucker said with a smile. That's fine. I'll browse around until the customers leave, and then we can talk, Aslan responded warmly. Despite being deeply influenced by Buddhism, Tucker was actually a nice person. Aslan began to leisurely wander around, examining the Buddha statues. Mountain Sea Energy Site, reveal. A flash of brilliance shone in Aslan's eyes as he began to perceive things beyond the ordinary view. Earlier, these statues seemed odd to him, and when he used the Mountain Sea Energy Site, he noticed they were emitting faint golden light, a sign of faith power. This energy was peculiar yet similar to the wooden Guanyin statue, both fueled by faith. Aslan reached out and captured a strand of faith power from one of the statues, examining it closely. Whether Taoism or Buddhism, ultimately, faith was immensely powerful. Aslan, as a mountain deity, wondered about the nature of this power, and if he would also come into contact with it. After careful examination, he found that faith power was a form of spiritual force, albeit in small but pure quantities on these statues. The wooden Guanyin statue, although filled with faith power, lacked the purity. Scratching his head, Aslan mused, strange, what causes such differences in faith power? Casually glancing around, he discovered the reason. The middle-aged couple, who owned the shop, constantly emitted golden spiritual energy that attached itself to the statues. Other customers also radiated faith power, but nowhere near as potent as the couples. So that's it, Aslan thought. The wooden Guanyin statue must have been worshipped by countless people, with varied levels of faith leading to its mixed essence. Understanding this, Aslan lightly crushed the faith power between his fingers, turning it back into pure spiritual energy dispersed into the universe. Pity I don't know the function of faith power despite studying it for so long, Aslan lamented. By midday, all the customers had left. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Rakadal Yi, Tucker smiled apologetically. Don't say that, Tucker. Coming over today felt awkward enough. Your apology makes me want to vanish into thin air, Aslan chuckled. Today, Aslan felt like a debt collector, coming to claim something owed. This is fair. Even Buddha told us not to lie, Tucker said with a smile. Then I shall accept it, Aslan replied. Tucker nodded and led Aslan to a storage room at the back of the shop. When the door opened, the Mountain Sea energy site revealed a dense concentration of faith power, much of which came from others rather than Tucker. This is my treasure trove. I seldom show my collection to anyone, Tucker remarked with a smile. Inside were display cases, each containing an item. Incense burners, prayer beads, high-quality Buddha statues, each having received worship or imbued with blessings from senior monks, carrying extraordinary abilities. Aslan, choose any item you like, Tucker offered. While Tucker couldn't see the faith power, years of experience told him the value of each item. Aslan examined everything carefully. Although the items carried significant faith power, they remained ordinary objects. Tucker, what is Buddha? What use are these items? Aslan asked. A simple question, yet profoundly difficult, even for a seasoned monk to answer satisfactorily. Buddha is one who sees through the illusions of the world, obtaining great wisdom. Buddha isn't just statues and legends, it's within the heart. If you can achieve what Buddha can, you too become Buddha, Tucker explained with a smile. Tucker said, those who have their hearts set on the Buddhist path but lack great wisdom cannot cross the sea of suffering. Therefore, they need to jitour their hearts in objects like these, purifying their minds and drawing closer to Buddha. Corrected sentence. Tucker said, those who aspire to the Buddhist path but lack profound wisdom cannot transcend the sea of suffering. They need to jitour their hearts in objects like these, purifying their minds to draw closer to Buddha. Continuing with the rest of the text. Of course, the prayer beads in the hands of high monks and the incense burners and Buddha statues that are constantly worshipped, influenced by Buddhist scriptures, possess the ability to turn disasters into good fortune and repel evil entities. As Tucker continued to explain, Aslan gradually began to understand the capabilities of these items. Nodding his head, he thought to himself, I seem to grasp a hint of the power of faith. During the continuous selection process, Aslan saw a silver short knife imbued with an abundance of faith. This knife had a peculiar shape. Its blade was long and curved. Most crucially, it was extremely sharp, with portary serrated teeth below the tip. On both sides of the blade were 2 blood grooves. If this knife were to stab someone, just the blood grooves would be enough to drain the victim's blood. What Aslan couldn't have anticipated was that this bloody-looking knife possessed a significant amount of faith power. Tucker, what is the origin of this knife? Aslan asked curiously. Tucker smiled and replied, this is a cursed knife. Then, Tucker slowly explained the history of this knife to Aslan. Legend has it that this knife was forged by an ancient blacksmith for an assassin. When the assassin received the knife, he killed Aaron's entire family to test its sharpness. Strangely, after absorbing the blood of Aaron's family, the knife became even sharper and more sinister. The assassin used it to wreak havoc, gaining notoriety across the land, becoming a feared assassin. But one day, the assassin went mad. When everyone found him again, they discovered that the assassin had used this knife to torture himself to death, a scene so horrifying. This knife came to be known as a cursed dagger, allegedly bearing the curse of Aaron. Of course, prayer beads held by high monks and incense burners and statues long venerated have the ability to turn disasters into blessings and drive away evil entities due to the influence of Buddhist scriptures. As Tucker continued his explanations, Aslan gradually understood the powers of these items. Aslan nodded, thinking to himself, I seem to grasp a hint of the power of faith. While browsing, Aslan spotted a silver dagger heavily infused with faith. The design of this dagger was peculiar. It had an elongated blade with a slight curve. Most notably, the blade was exceedingly sharp, with serrated edges beneath the tip. There were also 2 blood grooves on either side of the blade, which would likely drain a victim's blood if pierced. What surprised Aslan was that despite its bloody appearance, the dagger contained an immense amount of faith power. Tucker, what is the origin of this dagger? Aslan asked curiously. Tucker smiled and replied, this is a cursed dagger. He then slowly explained the history of the dagger to Aslan. According to legend, this dagger was forged by an ancient blacksmith for an assassin. However, upon receiving the dagger, the assassin tested it by killing Aaron's entire family. Strangely, the dagger, having absorbed the blood of Aaron's family, became even sharper and more sinister. The assassin then went on a rampage with this dagger. Originally an unknown nobody, the assassin rose to infamy after obtaining the dagger, becoming a feared figure among the powerful. But one day, the assassin went insane. When people found the assassin again, they discovered that he had used the dagger to mutilate himself, the scene being horrific beyond words. This dagger came to be known as the cursed dagger, supposedly bearing the curse of Aaron. Chapter 210, Saving Rikovs with a Knife. The successive owners of the cursed dagger all died in fits of madness. Finally, this dagger fell into the hands of a high-ranking monk. The monk originally intended to destroy the dagger but found it incredibly resilient. Neither intense fire nor hammering could damage it. Eventually, out of helplessness and concern that the dagger would continue harming others, he carried out daily rituals with his disciples to exorcise its curse. After 10 years, the evil aura on the dagger finally dissipated, and it was enshrined in the temple, receiving offerings. However, centuries later, the temple declined, and the dagger changed hands portary times until it eventually landed in Tucker's possession. Well-versed in Buddhist scriptures, Tucker knew the history of the dagger and kept it safe. Aslan examined the dagger, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No wonder the faith power is so strong. It must have been purified by a high-ranking monk. In those times, monks had pure minds, and their faith was especially potent. I'll take this dagger, Aslan said with a smile. This dagger has taken lives before. Are you sure about this, Aslan? Tucker asked. Of course. This dagger looks so cool. I liked it at first sight. Please part with it, Tucker, Aslan replied. Though Aslan seemed like an ordinary young porter who enjoyed the aesthetics of such weapons, Tucker eventually agreed. Alright, here's the antique certification for the dagger. Any restricted blade would be forbidden on flights or trains, but with an official certificate, things were different. Aslan swung the dagger a few times, noting its excellent feel, though it was somewhat light. Just as he and Tucker were about to leave, they heard cries from inside the shop. A reporter lay sobbing over a porter's body. What happened? As the shop owner, Tucker was deeply concerned. Tucker, please save my husband. He seems possessed and can't recognize anyone now, the reporter sobbed. At the moment, the porter appeared unconscious, restrained. Possessed? Tucker asked skeptically. Wake him up. There's no such thing as possession in my shop. Tucker sincerely served the hundreds of deities in the shop, making any malevolent entity docile. The reporter untied her husband and splashed cold water on him. Titus, where am I? The porter woke up confused, rubbing the back of his neck. Ouch, he exclaimed. Titus band. I'm sorry. I hit you with a stick, the reporter said guiltily. Why did you hit me? The porter asked incredulously. Usually, they had a good relationship, so this caught him off guard. As the reporter explained, the porter realized what had happened. You mean I was possessed? He asked, frowning. While she spoke, Tucker approached the porter. Son, did you encounter anything unnatural? Tucker asked. I'm just a worker, never encountered. The porter hesitated, clearly remembering something. Tell us everything. We're here to help you. If you don't help yourself, no one else can, Tucker urged. After some hesitation, the porter shared his story. Last night, after drinking with colleagues, someone suggested visiting a massage parlor. Unable to resist, he went along. In a room, a reporter gave him a pill, which made him fall into a deep sleep. In his dream, a worm-like creature entered his body, initially dismissed as a nightmare. Since then, he felt odd, sometimes acting uncontrollably. It's happening again. That thing is back. The porter started shouting in fear. Veins bulged across his body, and his face twisted in agony. Stay back, I can't control myself, he yelled. His body convulsed oddly, as if two personalities were fighting for control. Tucker, you said nothing evil can disturb here. Why is this happening? The reporter asked accusingly. With a serious expression, Tucker responded. This isn't an evil spirit. Is your husband certain he doesn't have schizophrenia? Schizophrenia causes people to lose control over emotions and actions. That's impossible. We've been together for years, and this never happened, the reporter insisted. Just as they prepared to restrain the porter, he pushed them away violently. Ha, I'll kill you all. Grabbing an antique vase, the porter lunged at Aslan, eyes wild. Die, he growled, swinging the vase at Aslan's head without mercy. Naive, Aslan said calmly, catching the vase midair and striking the porter's neck with a chop. The porter collapsed, twitching unnaturally. Tucker sighed in relief, knowing a death in his shop would ruin its future. Mountain and sea aura detection technique, open. Aslan's eyes glowed as he activated his ability, focusing on the porter. Aslan detected an eerie presence within the porter, porterating a sinister aura. Interesting. Let's see what this little thing is, Aslan smiled, focusing more intently. His eyes adjusted, allowing him to see through the porter's clothes and skin. A worm-like creature resided at his brow, emitting the evil aura. So, it's you, Aslan mused. This tiny creature exerted psychic control over the porter, porteripulating him whenever he regained consciousness. Aslan reached out and firmly held down the struggling porter's hand. Then, with another swift motion, the cursed dagger appeared in Aslan's hand. Hey, you bastard. What are you doing? Even if my husband went mad and tried to hit you, you can't just kill him. Though her husband had been with questionable women outside, they had been married for portery years, and this reporter couldn't bear to watch Aslan prepare to kill him. If you want to save your husband, let go, Aslan said coldly. The reporter rushed forward, attempting to grab the dagger from Aslan's hand, but he easily brushed her aside with his other hand. Aslan, don't kill anyone here. It will only harm yourself, Tucker advised. Aslan chuckled bitterly and replied, I'm not as petty as that. I'm using the knife to save this porter. Save him? Tucker asked, puzzled. Using a knife to save someone? Do you think you're a doctor? I'm not that foolish. Killing this guy would cost me my life too, Aslan smiled. Seeing that Aslan was speaking rationally and didn't seem intent on killing, both Tucker and the reporter relaxed slightly. Aslan, how do you plan to save him? Tucker asked curiously. This porter has been tampered with by someone. I'm helping him resolve the issue, Aslan explained with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of Tucker and the reporter, Aslan extended his left hand and pressed it against the porter's forehead. With his right hand gripping the cursed dagger, he made a swift downward motion. Thwip! A small wound appeared between the porter's eyebrows. Fortunately, the cut wasn't deep. Though blood trickled out, it wasn't serious. Aslan discarded the dagger to the side and began pressing two fingers repeatedly on the porter's head. As he continued pressing, more blood flowed from the wound, causing those around to watch nervously. Just as the reporter couldn't bear to watch anymore and was about to intervene, a worm-like creature, its head resembling an earthworm's, wriggled out of the wound. Its body kept twisting, showing that it was still alive. Chapter 211. The Goo Worm. Under Aslan's porteripulation, the worm-like creature was pulled out from inside. It continued to wriggle in Aslan's hands as it was removed. What is this thing? The reporter asked in shock. This worm was very thin and about 10 meters long, resembling a white parasite found in snakes or frogs. Except this worm was black. I don't know what it is either, but I can tell your husband has been controlled by this worm, Aslan said. At that moment, Tucker leaned over and asked, Aslan, can you let me take a look at this? Sure. Aslan pinched the struggling worm between two fingers and passed it to Tucker. Tucker held a bowl and placed the worm into it for examination. A few years ago, when I was collecting lost treasures of Buddhism in Miao territory, I saw something similar. This thing is called a goo worm, Tucker said. Goo worm. Everyone had heard of goo worms, which were said to be mysterious, almost having the power to control life and death. Some witch doctors in Miao territory were particularly adept at handling these worms. The witch doctors in Miao territory are even more terrifying than you can imagine. I once saw a villager offend a local witch doctor. Subsequently, a centipede-like goo worm crawled towards him. The porter suffered excruciating pain before turning into a puddle of blood under everyone's watchful eyes, Elder Tiana said. Elder Tiana's account gave Aslan quite an insight. His only encounter with Brianna Wupa was now dead, and he could not gauge his true strength. While Tucker was talking, the worm suddenly bit down on his finger with lightning speed. Ah! With Tucker's scream, the bowl flew out of his hands. The worm had bitten through his finger, its body gradually burrowing into his skin. Save me. Seeing the worm entering his body, Tucker recalled his fear of witch doctors. Just as the worm was about to completely enter, Aslan grabbed its tiny tail tightly and carefully pulled it out of the wound. Aslan was cautious, fearing that if the worm broke in half, part of it might enter Tucker's body, complicating matters further. Once the worm was extracted from Tucker's body, he visibly relaxed, appearing as though all strength had been drained from him. Aslan, we must destroy this malicious thing immediately, Tucker said, clutching his chest which was still pounding. I agree, Aslan replied. Tucker then fetched an incense burner, added an alcohol block, lit it, and started burning the small creature inside the burner. Krama seems fitting. Aslan threw the worm into the burner, watching it struggle painfully within the flames. Sizzle. Unusual sounds echoed from the burner as the small worm began to burn. In a dim villa somewhere, a middle-aged porter stood behind a ritual platform, ringing a bell and muttering incantations. Suddenly, the porter's expression tightened. His face turned crimson, and he felt a sweetness rise in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Josiah, what happened? Beside him, Bray anxiously asked. No harm, one of my goo worms was destroyed by the other party, causing some backlash. I'll rest for a while, the porter said. Josiah, your goo worms are so powerful. How could they be eliminated by others? Bray asked. Young master, remember, there's always someone stronger. The world has portery experts, far more than we can imagine. Supported by Bray, Josiah walked a short distance away, calmed himself, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. After all, losing just a small goo worm did not seriously injure him. If it had been his bound worm, even if he didn't die, it would have caused severe damage. That Aslan can find my goo worm. He must be one of us. Hee, this situation is becoming interesting, Josiah laughed evilly. Josiah, what do you plan to do next? Smiling, Josiah replied, that porter was just a pawn used to test Aslan. I'm satisfied with how Aslan handled it, making him a worthy opponent. What excited Josiah the most was that Aslan appeared to be a capable person. Only such a person's blood could nourish his precious creations and help them grow faster. Meanwhile, Aslan was unaware that he had been categorized as food. He was assisting the porter, bandaging the wound on his forehead. The porter slowly woke up and murmured, I feel like that demon has left my body. Slap. The porter slapped the porter across his face, disregarding the 2-inch wide wound on his forehead. Honey, you scoundrel, you've been cheating on me. Today, you'll learn who's the boss. Hand over your salary every day, and see what you can use to chase women. The porter grabbed her husband's ear and dragged him out of the shop. Witnessing the formidable display, Aslan wiped the sweat from his brow. Scary. Earlier, the porter had loved her husband dearly, but after he woke up, everything changed. Indeed, women can be unpredictable. As the porter dragged the porter to the door, she angrily remembered something. Kneel down and thank this young porter and Tucker for saving you, she ordered. The porter pleaded, honey, can you give me some dignity in front of others? Dignity? The porter scoffed. Did you think about my dignity when you chased after those low-life women? If you don't want to kneel on lychee seeds tonight, thank them now. The porter glanced at his wife, recalling his actions. His wife was indeed furious. To pacify her, he struggled between maintaining his pride and saving face. After 2 seconds of hesitation, the porter thumped to his knees. Young porter and Tucker, your kindness is immeasurable. Your favor will never be forgotten. This porter was honorable enough to kneel and bow to the 2 people before being dragged away by his wife. Watching the scene unfold, Aslan smiled and bade farewell to Tucker before leaving the Buddhist artifact shop. In a secluded area, Aslan retrieved the cursed dagger from his miniature gourd space and began practicing with it. The dagger's design was bloody and menacing, giving off a strong vibe of power for men. Though the design was impressive, it felt fragile to Aslan. If it were ordinary metal, such a design would likely snap easily in combat. Let's see just how powerful this legendary dagger really is, Aslan chuckled. That moment, Aslan held the dagger's handle with his right hand, while extending 2 fingers of his left hand in front of the blade tip, preparing to bend the short dagger to test its resilience. However, what dumbfounded Aslan was that despite possessing a strength equivalent to 1,000 caddies, comparable to the legendary Shichu overlord who could lift a tripod, such immense force failed to induce even the slightest sign of bending in the dagger. Perhaps that legend could be true. If even a high monk couldn't destroy this dagger, it makes sense why they couldn't, Aslan mused inwardly. Whoosh! The cursed dagger in Aslan's hand transformed into flashes of light as he chopped against a nearby rock. Aslan didn't feel any resistance. The blade effortlessly sliced through the stone. Aslan distinctly felt that his blade had cut through the stone, yet there seemed to be no visible change in it. Plunk! Just as Aslan was puzzled, a corner of the rock fell to the ground, the cut revealing a mirror-like surface, so smooth it reflected light. I thought I was hallucinating. It seems the dagger really did cut through the stone, just with a delayed reaction, Aslan said with a wry smile. When slicing the stone, Aslan encountered no resistance, indicating that the cursed dagger's sharpness exceeded his imagination. Scary, truly scary. If this blade struck a person, they'd likely be dead before they even felt the pain, Aslan remarked with a laugh. But it made sense. After all, a legendary blade should possess extraordinary abilities. After a few simple tests with the dagger, Aslan decided to leave the secluded area. He originally planned to return to Alicia's home, but learned that his girlfriend had to work overtime and wouldn't be home for several days, staying at her workplace instead. Deciding not to linger in Tuqiao Township, Aslan drove towards Yin family village, unaware of a black shadow in the sky gradually approaching him. Chapter 212, Such a Tightish Snake. Just as he was about to drive into Yanjiakan village, Aslan suddenly noticed a grayish wall appeared in front of his car. Screech! The moment he saw the grayish thing appear, Aslan immediately stopped the car. What the hell is this? Aslan wondered to himself as he got out of the car and looked at the distant gray wall. After getting out of the car and looking from afar, it was very strange for this road to have something like a wall appear. Aslan slowly walked towards the direction of the wall, wanting to investigate. However, Aslan found that no matter how he walked, the wall always remained about the same distance away from him. As Aslan walked along the road, he actually saw a car on the road, and he was very familiar with this car. This is my car. It should be behind me, Aslan pondered. Could I have been walking in circles all this time? Aslan understood that after walking for half a day, he must have been circling in one place. Otherwise, his own car couldn't possibly have appeared behind him. Mountain Sea Chi Divination Technique, open. When Aslan opened his eyes again, everything became clear. In the world of the Mountain Sea Chi Divination Technique, there was no gray wall. In Aslan's view, he was in a mist. Hee, you can see through my ghost wall? You do have some skill. An eerie voice came. Aslan asked, who are you? A soon-to-be dead porter. It's fine telling you. My name is Wang Titusi. People in the Dao call me Uncle Gu A. Aslan suddenly felt this voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. At this moment, a spark flashed in Aslan's mind, and an image appeared in his mind. Are you the middle-aged porter beside Pablo? Aslan asked. Didn't take you long to guess. Yes, it's me, the eerie voice replied. This middle-aged porter was also surprised by Aslan's memory. He hadn't spoken much at the party, yet Aslan could still remember him. At this moment, the middle-aged porter was still in that villa, standing behind a ritual platform, ringing a bell in his hand. Did Pablo send you to kill me? Aslan asked. I decided to come here myself to kill you. What I want is your flesh and blood. Just as this eerie voice faded, a ghastly and strange cry came from the gray mist. What's this? Aslan used his eyes from the Mountain Sea Chi Divination Technique and saw portery semi-transparent shadows appearing in his field of vision. At this point, countless black ghosts emerged from the gray fog, rushing toward Aslan. These ghosts were flying in midair, each emitting terrifying cries. At this moment, Aslan took out a palm-sized gourd from his pocket. After opening the bottle's mouth of the gourd, Aslan shouted loudly, absorb them. The gourd emitted a powerful suction force, not only drying up the surrounding gray mist but also sucking all the spirits and ghostly forms in the sky into the gourd. Finally, when Aslan put away the small gourd, the sky returned to normal, with no trace of any ghostly presence left. Just so, Aslan said casually. Yi Sao, don't get cocky. I'll show you what real power is. Josiah's voice sounded again. At this moment, Aslan heard a strange sound coming from the nearby bushes. Damn, real or fake? A spider as big as a wild dog appeared in front of him. The spider was just one of them. There were also huge scorpions and mosquitoes as large as wash basins. Aslan really wanted to know what genes these creatures had, which made them grow so large. He saw countless giant insects crawling out from the side bushes and woods, completely surrounding Aslan. If you return my ghost now, I might let you off, Josiah suggested. There's no reason to spit out meat once it's in my mouth, Aslan replied. After saying that, Aslan directly went to the nearby car, opened the door, and dived inside. The car started up quickly, and Aslan sped away, breaking through the encirclement. Sizzle. Many corpses were left on the ground. Numerous large insects were crushed, emitting cracking sounds. Driving away, Aslan left behind numerous insect corpses. After all, they were just bugs, unable to match a metal vehicle. Surprisingly, his method indeed worked, prompting him to marvel at his own intelligence. Do you think you can escape? The eerie voice resurfaced. Aslan smiled and asked, do you have another trick up your sleeve? Just as Aslan was feeling proud, a massive snake appeared in front of him. To hell, has this thing become a spirit? This giant snake was probably 20 to 30 meters long, truly a behemoth. The snake stood upright, its massive tail swinging down like a fly swatter. There wasn't enough time for Aslan to stop the car, so he jumped out of the moving vehicle and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. My car. Aslan groaned as he saw the giant tail striking the car with a loud boom. The impact distorted the car, leaving it completely stalled. With his ride now wrecked, it would require a hefty amount to repair it. Damn thing, you've thoroughly angered me, Aslan roared. Hiss. The giant snake flicked its tongue, glaring coldly at Aslan. Today, I'll tear you to pieces, Aslan snarled. Howl. Looking up at the moon, Aslan let out a long, resonant howl. His body swelled rapidly like a balloon being inflated. SSSHHH. In an instant, Aslan transformed into a 2-meter-tall monstrous figure. His clothes tore apart and hung like shreds on his now wolf-like body. No longer Hu Porter, Aslan's body was covered in wolf fur. His face morphed into a wolf's snout, and his claws gleamed menacingly. Die. Harnessing Nico's strength, Aslan's jumping ability became astonishing. With a powerful leap, Aslan shot towards the giant snake at an incredible speed. Die. Aslan swung his sharp claws at the snake, slicing into its body and gouging a deep wound. Roar. It was unclear if the snake had become a spirit, but it let out a low, rumbling roar. Then, the snake's massive tail struck Aslan. Boom. Aslan felt his insides nearly shattered as he flew back due to the impact. PFFF. In midair, Aslan spewed a mouthful of blood mist, crashing into a large tree. Crack? The tree couldn't withstand the force and snapped. Such immense power. Aslan gritted his teeth. The snake, enraged, charged at Aslan. Rolling on the ground to dodge the snake's bite, Aslan narrowly escaped this attack. But danger did not end there. The numerous insects flung aside by the car now rushed towards Aslan. Hee, didn't expect you to have such a miraculous transformation ability, but I advise you not to struggle anymore and become food for my precious pets, the eerie voice taunted. Forget it. I will crush your insects and slay your snake, Aslan said angrily. Woof woof woof. Just at that moment, Aslan heard barking and turned to see Nico sprinting towards him from a distance. At that instant, Nico's voice came through the mountain sea contract. Master, give me back my strength. The giant snake had just tried to smash Aslan with its head but missed, striking the ground instead and possibly knocking itself out. Taking advantage of this moment, Aslan returned the strength to Nico. Nico then propelled himself off the ground with his hind legs and leaped into the air toward the giant snake, giving the impression of a moth diving into flames. However, as he soared through the air, Nico's body began to swell, transforming into something the size of an ordinary horse. Nico pounced on the giant snake, biting and clawing at it furiously. Meanwhile, Aslan rose to his feet, borrowing Salmeaba's strength. Swish! 8 tentacles sprang out from behind Aslan, each one several meters long. Die! While Nico fought the snake, Aslan used Salmeaba's strength to attack the insects charging towards him with these tentacles. These tentacles not only lashed out like whips but also flickered with powerful electric sparks, acting like electrified batons. Inside the eerie villa, Josiah, who was ringing the bell, looked extremely troubled. Josiah, is Aslan dead? Pablo asked. This guy is stronger than I imagined. I might not be able to handle him, Josiah gritted his teeth. Now, Josiah was no longer thinking about how to kill Aslan, but rather how to save his precious giant snake. That creature had been raised by him since it was small, and 80% of his power resided within the snake. If the snake died, Josiah would essentially become a mere charlatan. He couldn't afford to spend another few decades raising a new one. Josiah, what if we can't beat him? This guy won't let us off easily, Pablo said fearfully, dreading Aslan's potential retribution. Chapter 213. Racing the ambulance. Watching Bray's terrified expression, Josiah felt a pang of sympathy. Young master, don't worry. It doesn't matter that I'm not a match for this little one. I can find someone more powerful, Josiah said. Upon hearing that Josiah could find someone even more formidable, Bray felt a wave of relief and trust towards him once again. Meanwhile, Aslan was nearing the end of his battle. The power of the lightning tentacles left even him astonished as he swiftly cleaned up the massive insect. The giant snake, which had been fighting alongside Junior, no longer wanted to fight. After receiving orders from its master, it focused solely on escaping. However, the snake's speed was far slower than Junior's. It hadn't run far before Junior caught up, clawing and biting at the snake relentlessly. Junior, let me help you, Aslan shouted. Under Aslan's control, 8 tentacles wrapped around the giant snake. Junior, step back, Aslan shouted. Woof woof woof. Junior jumped away from the snake and stood aside, watching Aslan take action. Hee die, Aslan said with a smirk. Zzzt zzzt zzzt. Countless bolts of lightning emerged, causing the giant snake to convulse repeatedly. At the same time, inside the eerie villa, Josiah's body began to shake violently, as if he had touched an electric wire. Josiah, what's happening? Bray asked worriedly, preparing to reach out to help. Don't touch me, Josiah yelled as if he had been electrocuted, stopping Bray from coming closer. He had used witchcraft to cultivate the snake, and they were bound by life and death. Any damage to the snake would also reflect back onto him. As the snake faced unprecedented attacks, hundreds of miles away, Josiah made a decision. Cut it off, Josiah muttered. At that moment, Josiah spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Josiah, what happened? Bray asked anxiously. I'm finished. All my abilities are ruined. Seated on the ground, Josiah felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the world had lost all its color. By severing his connection with his life-bound snake, he gave up all his powers and became just an ordinary person. Moreover, due to his weakened state, Josiah feared he had only 10 years left to live, filled with regret. My masters and seniors were right. Unless in dire straits, one must never let their life-bound insects engage in combat. Now Josiah understood this, but it was too late. He had paid an unbearable price. Bray was stunned as well. He had always relied on Josiah for support. Now that his support was gone, he felt both heartache and remorse. If only he hadn't offended Aslan. If only Josiah still retained his strength, he, Bray, would still be the influential young master in Blue Sea City. On the other side, Aslan took a new set of clothes from the small gourd and put them on, having returned to Hooporter form. The giant snake lay motionless on the ground, smoking ominously. With a wave of his hand, Aslan used the gourd's ability to absorb the snake's corpse into the gourd. Entering the gourd mentally, he saw the snake being continuously refined. Nearby, the cursed dagger remained unaffected, confirming Aslan's suspicions. It was indeed an ancient expert's tool for refining monsters. That was why the faith-powered cursed dagger was unrefined while the snake's body was being refined. Pity, there are so few such extraordinary beings in this era. It's hard to restore you to your peak, Aslan thought to himself. The gourd enhanced itself by refining monsters. Modern pollution had drastically reduced the number of monsters compared to ancient times, making it difficult to enhance the gourd. Aslan cleaned up the battlefield, burying the insect corpses and then drove the transformed car back home. Despite their extraordinary powers, the insects looked too dirty, and Aslan couldn't bear to have the gourd store them. Junior licked its wounds on the passenger seat, injured by the snake despite suppressing it. As a reward, it received a drop of Nanshan Rikong Riko quit. Chirp! An eagle's cry came from the sky where Rakatl Cyan flew overhead. Although Rakatl Cyan grew rapidly thanks to the Nanshan Rikong Riko quit, it still lacked combat capabilities due to its short age. If it had the power, the golden-winged great roc could feed on dragons, making it a natural enemy of creatures like the giant snake. But now, Rakatl Cyan was too weak, easily swatted away by the snake's tail and unable to participate in battles. Rakatl Cyan followed the vehicle in the sky, sharing its vision with Aslan, acting as a natural radar. When Aslan returned to Yin village near midnight, he washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, he was woken up by the noisy crowd outside. Ouch! Aslan got angry when woken up. He really wanted to ask those people why they were so loud. After dressing, Aslan stormed out into the yard, where he saw a group carrying two bloody children toward the clinic. What happened? Aslan asked, pulling aside a bystander. Oh, terrible. Two grandsons of Terrence went to play by the sea and encountered sharks. These kids were bitten. Fortunately, nearby fishermen chased away the sharks and saved them, or they might have died. While talking, Aslan observed the children. One child was relatively fine with just a bite, but the other was severely injured with a large chunk of flesh torn from his thigh to his back. His survival was uncertain. Aslan sighed. The village clinic could treat minor illnesses, but was ill-equipped for severe cases. The rural health center was better but limited. The best option was to send the child to Blue Sea City, but a 3-hour bumpy ride might be too much for the critically injured child. Has an ambulance been called? Aslan asked. They called immediately, but it will take 3 hours to reach us. We fear the child won't last. Aslan said, not necessarily. Joining the crowd, Aslan arrived at the clinic. Shane, the only doctor with a medical license, nearly despaired at the sight of the children. If it were a big hospital, these injuries wouldn't be a problem. But here in a small clinic, lacking equipment and supplies, it was challenging. However, as an experienced doctor, Shane portaged to pull himself together, fetching whatever limited medical tools they had. Shane started urgently bandaging the children, clearly overwhelmed. Shane, let me help you, Aslan offered. You? Shane looked at him skeptically. Are you sure you can? Don't worry, I'm pretty skilled, Aslan reassured him with a smile. Back when Aslan was in college, he worked part-time at the medical office due to his family's poor financial situation. There, he encountered pottery students with external injuries. After all, being young meant getting hurt quite often, whether from playing sports, fighting, or simple accidents. Through this experience, Aslan honed his medical skills. Soon, Aslan picked up the disinfectant and began cleaning the wounds of the two children, then started bandaging them with gauze. Dr. Chui, watching beside him, smiled and said, Your technique is pretty impressive. Hee hee, Dr. Chui, you're too kind. It's just a few minor skills, Aslan replied modestly. When Aslan left for university, those who were most reluctant to see him go were the students and teachers at the medical office, but sadly, those days had long passed. Ouch, mommy, I want mommy. Wah, brother, am I going to die? After a brief period of bandaging, the two children gradually woke up from their unconscious state and started crying out in pain. They're awake, the kids are awake. Better awake than asleep. They can hold on until the ambulance arrives. Yeah, these kids have met so portery benevolent people today, they'll surely turn danger into safety. Although the children cried loudly from pain, it was still better than lying there motionless. Only those who couldn't regain consciousness would remain in a coma or even die. What this crowd didn't know was that while bandaging them, Aslan secretly gave each child a drop of Nanshan Rikong Riko quid, delivering it straight to their hearts. This could sustain their lives. Though their bodies wouldn't heal instantly, it ensured they wouldn't die. Vroom vroom. The ambulance arrived on the scene. A group of medical personnel ran down from the ambulance. After a brief conversation to understand the situation, they began moving the two children onto the ambulance. Hold on, ambulance. We need a ride too. Just as the ambulance was about to leave, another group of people rushed over, carrying a porter covered in blood. Chapter 214. Strange Fish. What happened? As the Yuan, Gale began to inquire about the incident. In just a short time, 2 children and an adult had been attacked. This was no longer a minor issue. The sharks have struck again, and there are more of them this time. A villager said, Chief, there were only 2 sharks before, now we have at least 10 by our shore. Upon hearing the villagers' accounts, Gale grew increasingly worried. If these sharks stayed in Yanjiazhuang for another 10 days or so, the village would be doomed. Go to the dock and find Dovey. Have him inform the villagers not to venture out to sea recently, Gale ordered. Dovey, though he was just the owner of a small store at the dock, was a seasoned veteran of the sea. He went out to sea at 16, and all the fishermen in town regarded him as a senior. On the docks, one word from Dovey was more influential than that of the Yuan. As long as the sharks are around our village, let's lie low for a while, Irwin suggested. Sharks were too ferocious. Some large ones might even attack boats. For the safety of the villagers, Irwin would never let them risk their lives fishing. When this order was issued, everyone understood Irwin's intentions, but Yanjiazhuang was already poor. Without fishing, they could starve. Ardell, my elderly mother is seriously ill, and you know our situation. I must go out to fish. Otherwise, I won't have money for her hospitalization, a middle-aged porter pleaded. Vic, if I can, I'll lend you some money to help Mira with her treatment, but it's too dangerous to go out now. Think carefully. What will happen to your hospitalized aunt if something happens to you? What about your sister-in-law and the kids? Irwin replied. The porter looked dejected, grabbing his hat and hurling it to the ground in frustration. Then, like a child, the stalwart porter burst into tears, embodying the helplessness felt by the impoverished. Irwin, I'm getting married next month. If I don't fish, I won't have enough for the dowry, a 30-something porter lamented. This porter was the poorest in the village, having remained single for years, finally finding hope. Now, this issue threatened to dash those hopes. Don't worry. Wait a bit before venturing out to sea. The sharks might leave soon. If you need dowry money, I can lend you some, Irwin reassured. After helping resolve one person's difficulties, others came forward with their own issues stemming from sheer poverty. Money could solve most of their problems. At this moment, Aslan approached Erwin. Uncle, borrowing money isn't a solution. Let me check the situation at sea. Aslan, don't take risks. Let's wait for the sharks to leave, Erwin advised. Uncle, we coastal dwellers know what sharks are capable of. 10 sharks lingering here for 2 days could decimate the fish population. We wouldn't have much left to catch. Yanjiazhuang's fishermen mostly fished close by using small rafts. If the local fish were gone, the village would suffer greatly. But, Uncle, there's no but. Let me take a look. My new boat is sturdy, and the sharks can't harm me, Aslan said with a smile. All right, but remember Aslan, prioritize your safety above all, Erwin cautioned. After bidding farewell to Erwin, Aslan headed alone to the dock. Sharks didn't concern him. With his current abilities, he wasn't afraid. He arrived at the dock and boarded the small fishing boat formed by Water Palace transformed by Basil. Recently, Basil had been exploring nearby waters, familiarizing himself with lightning control, so the Water Palace had remained docked. Aslan steered the boat deeper into the sea, using his heightened perception to search for sharks. Though he didn't find any sharks immediately, he noticed a significant reduction in fish. Though Aslan no longer fished commercially, fish were vital for the villagers. Allowing them to be wiped out by sharks would be disastrous. While driving, Aslan focused on Basil, who was feasting on a large shark near Yanjiazhuang's shores. The shark was abnormally large, resembling a poor beagle shark, known for its fearsome reputation. Master, this shark is rich in nutrients and has a hint of spiritual energy, Basil remarked. Spiritual energy? Everything has spiritual energy, but this shark's energy surpasses normal levels, Basil clarified. Do you mean this shark was affected by dense spiritual energy, leading to some mutation? Aslan asked curiously. It's not quite mutated yet, but it's definitely stronger and tastier than other sharks, Basil commented, judging quality purely by taste. From Basil, Aslan learned that this shark was caught near Yanjiazhuang. Basil intervened mainly because the shark was large and carried strong spiritual energy. Eventually, Aslan found 2 sharks wandering in the sea. They indeed carried heavy traces of spiritual energy. Aslan shifted focus from Basil and tried to communicate with the sharks. Why did you come to this area? Roar. Who are you, and why can you communicate with me? The shark wondered, confused by the voice in its head. I am your god. Answer God's question, Aslan declared. What is a god? Can it be eaten? The shark asked, curious. Aslan sighed. Underwater creatures seemed obsessed with eating, much like Basil. Aslan proposed, if you tell me why you're here, I can give you something good. Eyes lighting up, the shark responded. We didn't want to come here, but a powerful strange fish drove us here. Due to their limited intelligence, the sharks couldn't describe the creature's appearance, only that it was peculiar. Satisfied with the shark's response, Aslan casually grabbed a tasty fish from the sea and gave it to the shark. At the same time, he conveyed his hope that the sharks would leave, but this request was met with refusal. The reason was that the strange fish was blocking their exit. The sea area where Yanjiazhuang was located was an inland sea, surrounded by land on all sides with only one passage leading out to the open sea. Currently, the strange fish was positioned right at that exit. Previously, 2 sharks had attempted to force their way through and were devoured by the strange fish. In reality, these sharks did not wish to remain in the inland sea near Yanjiazhuang. The fish population here was too sparse. Once depleted, they would face starvation. It seems the problem lies with the strange fish, Aslan thought. At this moment, Aslan found himself immensely intrigued by this strange fish. What kind of fish could earn such a description from sharks? Moreover, why did these sharks possess so much spiritual energy? These mysteries centered around the strange fish, and Aslan had plenty of time to explore them. Deciding to act, Aslan steered his small boat toward the inland sea's exit, with Basil following close behind. The exit was a crucial route for fishing boats heading out to the open sea. For the sake of the villagers, Aslan was determined to eliminate the strange fish. After about an hour's journey, they finally reached the exit. Despite its name, the exit was quite expansive. Looking sideways, the outlines of the land on either side could be faintly seen. Aslan lay down in the cabin of the small fishing boat, closing his eyes. His consciousness, guided by the power of the Mountain Sea Covenant, entered Basil's body. Upon regaining awareness within Basil's body, Aslan felt the immense size, 30 meters long, and explosive strength. This strength far surpassed his own, making him feel as if he could destroy the earth with a mere tentacle extension. Of course, this was merely an illusion left over from the sudden surge in power. Pleased with the shark's response, Aslan casually caught a delicious fish from the sea and gave it to the shark. At the same time, he conveyed his wish for them to leave, but the shark refused. The strange fish was blocking their way out, and since Yanjai Village Sea area was an inland sea surrounded by land on all sides with only one exit to the open sea, and that exit was now blocked by the strange fish. Previously, 2 sharks that attempted to force their way through were devoured. Actually, these sharks didn't want to stay in this inland sea either. There were too few fish here, and once they ate everything, they would starve. It seems the problem lies with the strange fish, Aslan thought. By now, Aslan was very interested in this strange fish. What kind of fish could be deemed strange even by sharks? And why did these sharks possess such abundant spiritual energy? All these mysteries centered around the strange fish, and Aslan had plenty of time on his hands. So, he decided to sail towards the inland sea's exit, with Basil following not far behind. The exit was a crucial passage for fishing boats heading to the open sea. Even if it meant putting himself at risk, Aslan had to eliminate this strange fish for the villagers' sake. After about an hour of sailing, he finally reached the exit. The exit was surprisingly wide. Looking sideways, one could barely make out the land on both sides. Aslan lay down in the boat's cabin and closed his eyes, his consciousness merging with Basil's body via the power of the Mountain Sea Pact. Once again inside Basil's body, Aslan felt the immense strength and size, 30 meters long. This strength was far greater than his own. making him feel like just extending a tentacle could destroy the earth. Of course, this was merely an illusion left over from the sudden surge in power. Chapter 2:15. Even fish have begun to deceive. At this moment, in the vast blue sea, a gigantic creature was continuously diving deeper into the water. This enormous being was none other than Salmeaba's body, now controlled by Aslan. As he descended, Aslan could feel the spiritual energy in this area was incredibly concentrated, surpassing normal levels. Salmeaba, was the spiritual energy in these waters this dense before? Aslan asked curiously. No, Salmeaba replied. When I used to pass through here, it wasn't nearly as dense. Previously, Salmeaba often frequented the high seas for hunting large animals for food. Though almost every corner of this inland sea bore Salmeaba's footprint, several anomalies had been noticed, but not in this location. It seems the changes in this sea are directly related to that large thing. Let's find out what it is and why this place has become like this, Aslan said. Salmeaba's body continued to descend, eventually finding a region with abnormal spiritual energy. Finding it interesting, Aslan maneuvered Salmeaba towards that spot. This was an enormous cave, entirely black inside, with its entrance relatively small. If someone were to enter, it would be easy, but for Salmeaba's massive body, it was impossible. Shrink. Aslan began reducing the body, ultimately shrinking it to 3 meters long and easily entering the cave. Right, this is the scent of that spiritual energy, Aslan mused. Spiritual energy originates from spirit veins, each with its unique scent. The smell here matched that of the shark Salmeaba had eliminated, suggesting most of the sharks absorbed the spiritual energy from this place. As he swam further inside, Aslan felt the spiritual energy growing denser, even detecting a familiar scent. Eventually, after traversing a tunnel-like passage, he reached a vast space. It was pitch black, but luckily, Aslan's eyes could see in the darkness. This place resembled the center of a honeycomb, surrounded by countless entrances of varying sizes. The one he entered was among the smallest, requiring him to shrink his body. Upon reaching this space, Aslan felt something calling out to him. What is this? Aslan wondered. Feeling the sea and mountain seal in his mind pulsating, it suggested whatever lay inside might be related to the previous sea and mountain deity's creation. As he ventured deeper, the call grew stronger, almost becoming uncontrollable. Suddenly, a cold presence appeared behind Aslan. Turning around, he saw a huge shadow rushing towards him. As he clearly saw the shadow, the giant creature opened its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs. You're really ugly, Aslan commented. Just as the creature was about to bite down, Aslan's body emitted numerous electric lights. Roar. Accustomed to the dark, the fish was blinded by the sudden bright light, letting out a roar of anger. Probably a wolf-tooth fish. Wonder if it ate fertilizer or hormones to grow this big, Aslan mused. Normally, a wolf-tooth fish grows up to half a meter. The occasional one might reach a meter, but this one was over 10 meters long and incredibly ugly, with a disproportionately large head compared to its body, resembling a long triangle. If you cut off this creature's head, it would scare people at a Western Halloween party. While blinded, Aslan extended tentacles and tightly wrapped the fish. Hee, let's name this move Death Wrap. ZZZT. Countless electric lights appeared as Aslan sent powerful currents into the fish's body, intending to electrocute it and hand it over to Salmeaba for consumption. The fish began to struggle fiercely, opening its mouth to bite Salmeaba's tentacle. Crack! Aslan heard scales breaking, then saw the sharp teeth pierce Salmeaba's flesh. Pain was sensed, but surprisingly, it wasn't severe. Roar! Roar! In pain, the fish roared. After a short struggle, Aslan portaged to kill the fish, sacrificing a torn tentacle. Then, he returned control of the body to Salmeaba, who enjoyed devouring the dead fish. Though ugly, the fish tasted delicious to Salmeaba, who remarked on wanting more. Hey, this fish is delicious. I'd love 2 more. Before Salmeaba could finish speaking, 2 more wolf-tooth fish swam nearby, similar in size to the previous one. Why are there 2 more wolf-tooth fish? Aslan exclaimed, feeling deceived by the misleading shark. Salmeaba, do we fight or run? Aslan asked. Given Salmeaba's current strength, defeating 2 fish individually was portageable, but fighting both simultaneously posed significant danger. Master, I think we should fight. This fish tastes incredible. I want more, Salmeaba insisted, still holding onto the remaining half of the fish. You're a glutton, risking your life for food, Aslan laughed bitterly. Since Salmeaba insisted, Aslan didn't mind playing with the 2 fish. Body control back to me, Aslan ordered. Salmeaba quickly finished the fish and handed over control. After regaining control, Aslan turned and swam backward, with the 2 wolf-tooth fish chasing him fiercely. Hee little guys, you'll soon know what it means to face an octopus, Aslan smiled. Controlling Salmeaba, Aslan opened its mouth and spewed ink infused with lightning. The ink spread into a large lightning field, brimming with electric light. Once inside the ink field, the wolf-tooth fish became paralyzed, their movements stiff and slow. Though lethal to Hooporters, the strong electric currents merely immobilized the wolf-tooth fish, whose bodies far exceeded Hooporter durability. Slower movement was the least of their problems. The paralysis affected their senses, dulling their hearing and touch. Note: paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved to match the original text as requested. As the 2 strange fish were searching for Salmeaba, 2 tentacles suddenly emerged from the ink and wrapped around one of the fish. Swoosh! Before the other strange fish could react, its companion had already vanished. The remaining strange fish swam about in confusion. Its simple mind told it to find its companion. Most fish have very short memories, usually only 7 seconds, but this strange fish might have a slightly better memory. After a minute, the remaining strange fish was no longer as panicked and began swimming through the ink. After a long while, the tentacles reappeared, wrapping around the remaining creature and electrocuting it to death. After letting Salmeaba consume both fish, Aslan dispersed the ink in the water. This space was vast, and Aslan guided Salmeaba's body to swim further down. Occasionally, Aslan encountered one or two more strange creatures, which he promptly captured and ate. After eating these fish, Salmeaba rapidly absorbed their power and began accelerating the secretion of ink. The amount of ink in an octopus's body is limited, and even Salmeaba, being a devouring dragon squid, could not possess infinite ink. He could only secrete it temporarily, self-sufficient enough to be usable, at least not like ordinary squids that need a week to recover after releasing a mouthful of ink. As they continued to descend, Aslan suddenly witnessed a scene that was hard to believe. Countless strange creatures appeared at the bottom of this space, like a school of piranhas. Aslan felt that although Salmeaba's body was large, it would not be enough for this group of fish to feast on. For Aslan, the deeper he went, the more intense the irresistible attraction became. This is terrifying, Aslan muttered. Aslan knew it was not the right time to act, so he simply clung to the side of a rock wall, blending in by changing his color. He occasionally caught a wolf-toothed fish that swam nearby, but most of the time, he stayed hidden on the rock wall, disguised as a stone. Chapter 216, 5 Titus and Dread Years. After a long while, Aslan finally secreted enough ink. Hee. Accompanied by Aslan's wicked laugh, an endless stream of ink spewed out, along with intense electric currents. Outside the ink, Aslan began to continuously shrink his body, then swiftly shot into the ink like an arrow, moving at an extremely fast speed. While navigating through the ink, Aslan had to maintain his speed and avoid being detected by the fish. The senses of the creatures in the area were impaired by the electricity, allowing Aslan to approach the bottom of this vast underwater space. The calling sound seemed louder as Aslan swam downwards, eventually reaching the seabed. The ink did not obscure Aslan's vision. He could see a large blue stone floating in the water. Aslan felt an intense pull from the stone and extended a tentacle to firmly grasp it with its suction cups. The moment Aslan held the stone, he sensed the spiritual energy in the underwater space suddenly begin to diminish. All the wolf-toothed fish within the ink domain grew restless due to the weakening spiritual energy. Oh no, gotta run, Aslan thought frantically. Without hesitation, he directed Salmeaba to swim rapidly away. He couldn't care less about startling the fish. All he wanted was to escape as quickly as possible. Due to the effects of the electrical current, the fish reacted slowly, but Aslan's blatant flight would be noticeable even if they were blind. Numerous wolf-toothed fish followed Aslan's trail. As he swam out of the ink domain, Aslan saw a swarm of fish chasing him. Not only that, but 5 wolf-toothed fish were biting onto his body. Shrink. Reaching the cave entrance, Aslan rapidly shrunk his body and squeezed through a smaller opening. The 5 wolf-toothed fish, with their teeth embedded in him, were left outside the cave. Though their sharp teeth tore off much of Aslan's flesh, marine creatures are less sensitive to pain, sparing him immense agony. This wasn't the entrance he came from, but Aslan could feel the flow of seawater, indicating an exit. Having narrowly escaped, Aslan emerged from the underground cavern. Upon surfacing, countless fish gathered around him. What's going on? Initially puzzled by the approaching fish, Aslan soon understood. The fish were drawn to the stone for its abundant spiritual energy, which aids in evolution. Realizing the risk of attracting larger predators, Aslan quickly swam away. Guided by the connection to his Hooporter form, he headed towards it. Just before reaching the surface, his consciousness returned to his Hooporter body. Stepping out of the cockpit, Aslan saw a huge tentacle emerge from the sea, delivering the stone to him. Holding it, Aslan felt a profound resonance deep within his soul. Meanwhile, countless fish, including sharks and other species, harmoniously converged towards him. Sometimes Aslan wondered, if a trawler happened by now, how portery fish would end up caught, devastating the village's resources for years. But when he returned to the cockpit and closed the door, the fish lost direction and resumed their natural behavior, with sharks hunting and smaller fish fleeing, returning to the primal state of the ocean. Aslan examined the massive blue stone repeatedly, suspecting it might be a colossal remnant of sea mountain god blood. Thump thump thump. At this moment, Aslan felt the stone pulsating, evoking an eerie sensation. Good heavens, it can't be a heart? Both the sound and feeling resembled a heart, and its shape was strikingly similar. The blue stone pulsed faster, turning into a blue light that entered Aslan's body like a living entity. Blue light surged through his veins into his brain. Whoa! Aslan felt a jolt in his head and collapsed, landing on the ground. In a blink, he found himself in a dark place with no light. Hello, young successor of the sea mountain god. A figure in a Taoist robe approached. Despite the darkness, Aslan could clearly see him. Who are you? Aslan asked curiously. Call me Cain, the last sea mountain god successor, he said with a smile. What? Are you some sort of ghost? Aslan felt uneasy. Why have you appeared? To take over my body? Aslan asked cautiously. Not at all. I'm merely a lingering consciousness, not a ghost or capable of possession. I've come to apologize sincerely, Cain replied earnestly. Why apologize? We've never met, and your sudden apology is unsettling. Aslan laughed bitterly. I do owe you an apology. The sea mountain god has a legacy, but because of me, you missed it, Cain explained. He then detailed his story. Once, Cain, as a young Taoist boy, received the sea mountain seal, rapidly enhancing his power. He reached the boundary between porter and deity, attempting to become a sea mountain god using the seal. However, after repeated failures, he grew desperate and forcefully extracted power from the seal. Just as he was about to succeed, an enemy ambushed him, leading to his death and the seal's fragmented legacy. Surprised, Aslan hadn't expected such a powerful artifact to be flawed. Can I still obtain the complete sea mountain seal legacy? Aslan asked. You've already absorbed my heart. With it, the sea mountain seal's legacy is now complete, though its power is diminished, Cain replied. Hearing that he could obtain the complete legacy, Aslan was already very happy. His wish was merely to be a small fisher porter. As for becoming a sea mountain god, It would be best if it happened. But if not, living a carefree life until the age of 100 was also good. If I hadn't met you, would I never have been able to get all the legacies? Aslan asked. Not exactly. The seal of sea and mountain is ultimately a divine artifact. It will recover on its own. It's just that. That would be after countless generations of successors. Cain didn't say this out loud. He was afraid that Aslan might dissipate his lingering consciousness in a fit of anger. However, now the power of the seal of sea and mountain is very weak. So weak that it cannot help you in battle. Therefore, you need to collect the blood of past sea mountain gods to restore its strength continuously, Cain said. Oh, as for power, it doesn't matter much to me. I'm already strong enough that no one can threaten me. Whether the seal is powerful or not makes no difference, Aslan replied lightly. Currently, he was practically invincible. Being invincible now and continuing to be so even after becoming a sea mountain god, why should he exhaust himself? Sometimes people should learn to be content. My strength is about to dissipate, but I must tell you that this world isn't as simple as you think. You need more power, Cain said. At this moment, Cain's figure started to slowly fade. His lingering consciousness was an apology to future successors. Now that he had returned all the legacies, his wish was fulfilled, and this sliver of consciousness began to gradually dissipate. Senior, you may not understand the current world. Basically, there aren't portery people like us with superpowers anymore, Aslan said with a smile. Superpowers? Cain said. You mean cultivators, right? Take myself as an example. If I hadn't been ambushed, I would have at least 500 years left to live. How portery people like me do you think exist in this world? Chapter 217. Superpowers. The original structure and tone of the text have been preserved while ensuring the translation is fluent and natural in English. The names are kept in pinyin as requested. Chapter 217. Island Nation Fishing Boat. When Aslan awoke from his deep slumber, he still felt utterly bewildered, suddenly finding the world terrifying. Could it be true, as Cain said, that there are countless old monsters living for hundreds of years in this world? Aslan pondered for a moment, and then dismissed the thought from his mind. This wasn't the time to worry about such things. If an old monster really appeared, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Instead of worrying, he might as well focus on earning more money and gradually boosting his strength. Subsequently, Aslan immersed his consciousness within the Mountain Sea Seal, searching for any inheritances hidden inside. The Scroll of Mountain Sea Deity, the cultivation method of a Mountain Sea Deity, allowing one to become a Mountain Sea Deity when practiced to its peak. I thought this complete inheritance would grant some earth-shattering powers, but it turns out to be a cultivation method. Aslan scratched his head awkwardly. However, this cultivation method didn't seem too bad either. All his previous abilities had been granted by the Mountain Sea Seal. Sometimes Aslan wondered if losing the seal would render him powerless and useless. Now, there was no need to worry. As long as he could cultivate, losing the seal wouldn't matter much. Aslan began practicing according to the method outlined into the Scroll of Mountain Sea Deity. Running the cultivation technique through one full cycle, he felt portery streams of spiritual energy enter his body, refining and accumulating in his dantian. Feeling a sense of fullness in his dantian, Aslan ceased cultivation. Checking his watch, he realized he had only practiced for less than a small period. He sensed his perception range had increased slightly, just a few meters. But this already represented a significant improvement. Even though progress is faster at the initial stages, this is tangible advancement, far more reliable than simply seeking the blood of the Mountain Sea Deity, Aslan thought to himself. The most disappointing thing for Aslan was that the complete inheritance of the Mountain Sea Deity was merely a cultivation method, with more powerful abilities still sealed away, only unlocking as his strength increased. While Aslan was cultivating, Basil had returned to the cave space, hunting wolf-tooth fish like a spider catching prey. With Basil guarding them, the unintelligent wolf-tooth fish stood no chance of escaping. Afterward, Aslan steered the boat back toward the waters of Yen family village. After continuously searching, he finally found a cluster of sharks struggling and preying on fish in a small area of sea. Hello, brothers. Aslan greeted the sharks. Aslan's voice resonated inside the sharks' heads. Upon hearing it, they abandoned their current prey and responded to Aslan. What kind of fish are you? Why is your voice in my head? I've heard this voice before. He said he's a god. A god? Is it a very powerful fish? All the sharks were curious. Though savage, they also had innocent hearts. Their savagery stemmed merely from hunger and instinct. The fearsome monster fish have been eliminated by me. You can now leave these waters, Aslan said. Really? So happy. Finally, we can leave here. I've missed the taste of small fish outside. Let's go, brothers, let's set off now. These simple-minded sharks swam happily outward upon hearing Aslan's words, not even considering whether they were being lied to. Sitting at the bow of the boat, Aslan watched the sharks leave, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Sometimes people can be worse than these ferocious sharks. Whose fault is it? Man's or sharks? Sitting at the bow, Aslan received no answer. Let's go find other sharks. Standing at the bow, Aslan waved his hand, and the water palace boat transformed into a small vessel under his comported, moving forward. Han. As Aslan approached nearby waters, he saw a group of sharks crashing into a small fishing boat not far away. Just as Aslan was about to chase away the sharks to save the people, he noticed several people waving at him, speaking incoherently in a language that sounded familiar but unfamiliar to him. Their language was one Aslan had encountered while watching adult films from the island nation during university. He could say a few phrases from those films fluently. Words like konnichiwa, arigato, and oni-san were all familiar terms from those island nation movies. Though it had been a while since he watched those films, Aslan recognized the language as that of the island nation. Damn it, these guys crossed the line, Aslan muttered angrily. This was clearly a trawler used for fishing, and these people had sneaked into the waters of Yen family village to poach. It was practically theft. Though he didn't understand their words, from their gestures, Aslan guessed they were probably asking for help. You thieving poachers, die if you must. Aslan laughed. With national and personal grievances piling up, Aslan had no intention of saving them. He took photos of their plight with his phone, just in case the island nation made trouble later, providing evidence. Under constant shark attacks, the small boat eventually capsized. Many people jumped into the water, swimming towards Aslan's boat, the only place near them to avoid sharks and potentially save their lives. But their despair soon grew as the sharks began attacking them relentlessly. Within a minute, all were dragged underwater and torn apart, turning the sea red. Aslan knew sharks usually don't eat hooporters. They bite out of curiosity and often stop after tasting, thinking the flesh terrible. But after consuming all the good fish, now famished, they resorted to eating hooporters. In the blink of an eye, all the island nation's people sank with their boat into the depths. Some mistakes can only be made once because the price paid will be unimaginable, Aslan mused. Then Aslan sailed to the side of the sunken boat and notified the sharks that they could leave. You should have told us earlier. If we knew we could leave, we wouldn't have eaten such unpalatable food. Yes, this meat tastes awful. I still prefer the fish in the sea. Come on, brothers, we're free now. No more hunger. After the sharks left, Aslan dove into the sea, swimming towards the wrecked fishing boat. Opening the hatch of the island nation's boat, Aslan swam around inside, easily finding the compartment where the fish were stored. The most valuable part of the entire boat was this load of fish. Aslan collected them all into the space within the small gourd. Seeing the bodies of island nation fishermen floating in the boat, Aslan didn't even think about giving them a proper burial and turned away. Back outside, Aslan placed the harvested fish in his boat's cabin and continued out to sea, seeking out the remaining stray sharks. By the end of the afternoon, Aslan had informed all the sharks in the region, successfully getting every shark to leave the area. Aslan felt that this mission had been exceptionally successful. Not only had he driven away the sharks, but he also obtained the complete inheritance of the mountain sea seal. Lastly, he returned with a boat full of fish. When the small boat sailed back to the pier, he saw a crowd from Yin family village already surrounding the dock. As soon as they saw Aslan approaching, they quickly surrounded him. Rakadalyi, how did it go? Can we head out to sea tomorrow? Brienne and Gu, if it's good news, just say it. If it's bad, turn around and leave. I can't handle the shock. Aslan, speak up. I can accept whatever outcome, another voice chimed in. Everyone was eagerly waiting for an answer. This concerned their future survival. Fellow villagers, rest assured, I have driven the sharks out of this area. However, portery fish in these waters have been devastated by those beasts. You'll need to venture further into international waters for fishing, Aslan said. This news brought mixed emotions. Those who owned fishing boats felt better, just more fuel costs. But for those using simple rafts, it felt like a death sentence. I have some good news to share. On my way back, I encountered a sunken fishing boat. Using my swimming skills, I salvaged a lot of fish they had caught. I'll give these fish to everyone, Aslan added. The crowd hadn't expected such a surprise. Led by Aslan, several young men went to the boat cabin and began moving the fish ashore. Fish vendors, who had been despondent, now rushed over like cats chasing a piece of meat. Aslan smiled and said, I'm a bit tired. Let Dirk handle the distribution. He can decide who gets what. Hearing this, Dirk smiled and replied, Thank you for your hard work, Rakadalyi. The village will never forget your contributions. Uncle, don't forget, I'm part of this village too. This is all I should do, Aslan responded with a smile. Chapter 218, Nightmare. Aslan walked out of the crowd and headed towards his home. Chirp. A cry of an eagle echoed from the sky, and soon a black shadow landed on Aslan's shoulder. Normally, an eagle should stand on a falconer's glove because its claws are too sharp and can easily injure a person. But it was different for Aslan. His body was incredibly strong, and Cao Mao Song, still not fully grown, couldn't scratch him at all. Rakadal guy, why aren't you with Junior? Aslan asked with a smile. Previously, when Cao Mao Song couldn't fly, his favorite place was in Junior's fluffy fur. Now that he could fly, Cao Mao Song only returned to Junior's fur at night to find a comfy spot to sleep. Aslan was very curious about Cao Mao Song seeking him out because this was the first time Cao Mao Song had voluntarily landed on Aslan's shoulder. The little one transmitted a thought to Aslan through the power of the mountain and sea covenant, a thought of longing. Perhaps due to Cao Mao Song's youth, he couldn't converse with Aslan yet, and could only express himself this way. Now, Cao Mao Song seemed like a child expressing attachment to his guardian. Wow, Cao Mao you sure has money now, playing with such high-end stuff. This eagle is so handsome and fierce-looking. Briananzi, did you know? You remind me of a pirate captain from the movies. On his way back to the village, Aslan heard portery people complimenting and praising him. As the village's hope, Aslan accepted all these words with grace. When he returned to his courtyard, Aslan stared at his car in dismay. It had only been bought recently but was deformed by the giant snake's tail. Aslan felt a pang of pain. Seeing it was already late, he decided to have it repaired the next day, unsure when it would be fixed. Back home, Aslan casually prepared 2 small dishes, drank a couple of cups of white wine happily, and then went to bed with a good mood. When Aslan regained consciousness, he found himself in a very eerie forest, reminiscent of a fairy tale where evil wizards lived. Where am I? Why am I here? Aslan wondered aloud. Jeej. Gaga. Haha. Various eerie sounds came from the forest, making it seem even more sinister, as if entering a ghostly realm. Suddenly, a ghastly pale shadow flew past Aslan, trailing a long tongue, an unmistakable hanging ghost. Die, fiend. Upon seeing the ghost, Aslan reached into his pocket. To his shock, the pocket was empty. His equipment had vanished. My small gourd. Aslan exclaimed in horror. The small gourd was incredibly effective against these ghosts, easily melting them away. Without further ado, Aslan stomped his foot to summon the earth control ability, intending to conjure a stone hand to crush the ghost. But he found that his powers were gone. He couldn't control the ground beneath his feet. This isn't scientific. I must be dreaming, Aslan said. A sudden realization hit him. Of course, he was dreaming. That explained why his powers and the small gourd were missing. He pinched his finger, feeling real pain. In dreams, shouldn't you not feel pain? Could this be a special kind of dream? Aslan wondered. Just as he was pondering, countless ghosts appeared from the eerie forest. Hanging ghosts, starved ghosts, decapitated ghosts, every kind imaginable was there. Jeej, give up struggling. Let us devour you, said one ghost standing forward, which happened to be the hanging ghost Aslan saw first. You aren't just ghosts, what are you? Aslan asked. Hee, we are ghosts indeed, the most malevolent ones that crawled out from the 18th layer of hell, and we intend to feast on you. Ah, such tender white flesh. I'm almost drooling. This one must be delicious, they laughed. Looking at these ghosts, Aslan felt something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint it. Mountain and sea seal. It suddenly occurred to him what was wrong. The mountain and sea seal had vanished from his mind. Come on, brothers, let's tear him apart. With a shout, almost all the ghosts flew towards Aslan. They drilled into his body, biting and gnawing, causing him immense pain. Yet Aslan didn't flinch, silently enduring the agony. Gradually, as his mind calmed down, he noticed the pain diminishing. Shatter this dream. With those words, the world before him began cracking like a mirror, eventually collapsing entirely. Far away, in a sinister villa, a Ernst in Taoist attire held a mirror, chanting continuously. Suddenly, the mirror in the Ernst's hand started to shatter, developing numerous cracks. Damn, this kid broke my nightmare spell, the Ernst screamed. Heartbroken, he looked at the broken mirror. His means of livelihood was ruined. Master, how did your mirror break? Josiah asked fearfully. Smack. The Ernst slapped Josiah away in rage. Why did you say I could surely get rid of this kid? My ghost dream mirror is broken, and you're supposed to compensate me. Furiously, the Ernst pummeled Josiah mercilessly. Master, stop hitting me. Can't you let me fix the mirror? Josiah begged. You said it. You must fix this mirror, the Ernst roared. All right, I'll collect materials tomorrow and promise to repair it, Josiah agreed. Josiah felt extremely wronged. He never expected Aslan's spiritual prowess to be so high, turning him into a cripple and breaking his master's renowned magical artifact. This artifact was a mirror crafted from porter bones, making it difficult to repair, but since the trouble was caused by him, it was fair that he should repair it. Moreover, having lost his abilities, Josiah was now useless. If he refused, his master might kill him and use his body to fix the mirror. Friggin' kid, why can't he die like a normal person? Josiah raged inwardly. No worries though, in a few days his elder master would arrive, and killing Aslan would be child's play then. Meanwhile, Aslan sat up in bed after waking up from the dream, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That dream had a strange vibe, he mused. Some dreams are indeed very realistic, but there should be a limit to how real they can feel. The dream he just had was too real. It felt almost as if it wasn't a dream at all. Seeing Aslan wake up, Nico raised its head and looked at Aslan with eyes filled with confusion. Master, I sensed a trace of ghostly presence on you, Nico said seriously. Has a ghost ever been in our home? Aslan asked. Nico shook its head. As a wolf king, Nico was highly sensitive to things like ghosts. Though it wasn't a black dog, it could still sense and deal with them. When did you first smell this ghostly presence on me? Aslan asked. It was when Master first fell asleep, and I faintly sensed that this ghostly power came from this direction. Nico lifted its paw and pointed toward a direction. Aslan knew that direction led straight to Tuqiao Township. I understand. It must be that damn bastard's doing. Aslan gritted his teeth. The only person who could possibly use such sinister methods was Josiah. His continuous attempts to kill Aslan had made Aslan extremely angry. You damned fool, since you refused to let me be, then prepare to face my wrath, Aslan thought to himself. Leaving the room immediately, while it was still dark, Aslan drove his battered car towards Tuqiao Township. After a short drive, Aslan arrived at Tuqiao Township just as the roosters began to crow and the sky started to lighten with the rising sun. At this moment, Aslan parked his car in front of a breakfast stall. Hey, young porter, what kind of severe accident did you have? Your car is completely deformed, the stall owner asked. Well, uncle, you might not believe this, but I encountered a massive snake over 20 meters long. One swipe of its tail smashed my car like this. Upon hearing Aslan's explanation, the stall owner looked at him as if he were a lunatic. Chapter 219. Struck by reckoning. Boss stared in amazement as Aslan finished his breakfast. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he said, this world is like that sometimes. Occasionally, no one believes you when you tell the truth. Aslan paid and drove to the front of the 4S store, where salespeople were just opening the doors. Mr. Yi. It was Oriana's turn to open the store this morning, and she was surprised to see Aslan standing outside. Good morning, Salma Rue, Aslan smiled. I brought some breakfast from the shop, would you like to try it? Oriana blushed as she looked at Aslan, wondering why he was being so nice to her. Did he fancy her? If he confessed, should she accept? Numerous thoughts raced through her mind, but she instinctively took the breakfast from him. I haven't eaten yet this morning. Thank you, Mr. Yi, she replied with a smile. Don't mention it. I came here today because I need your help, Aslan said with a wry smile. Well, if I can assist you, it's my honor. What do you need me to do? Oriana asked curiously. Aslan pointed to his damaged car behind him. Oriana then understood what he meant. So badly damaged. You've been in a car accident? She asked worriedly, noticing that Aslan seemed unharmed, which made her relieved. Just a minor incident. Can you help me get the car fixed? Aslan asked. Certainly, that's our job, but repairing this will be quite expensive, Oriana replied. You have my number, right? Just let me know how much it costs, and I'll transfer the money later, Aslan smiled. Oriana nodded. Their boss addressed Aslan as uncle, so it wasn't a big deal for her to handle this small matter. After handing over the car to Oriana, Aslan left. Since it was Saturday, he thought Alicia should be home. He walked slowly toward Alicia's residence. Looking up at the sky, which had turned cloudy despite being clear earlier, he saw thick clouds gathering rapidly. As he arrived at the neighborhood entrance, he noticed a luxury car parked inside. The ground around the courtyard was covered with roses arranged into a huge heart shape. In the center of this heart stood Pablo, kneeling and holding a small box, proposing to Alicia. Alicia, marry me. My family is wealthy. I promise to make you happy for the rest of your life if you marry me, Pablo declared. Alicia responded, exasperated. Pablo, I've told you before, I have a boyfriend. Please leave me alone. I know you're lying. He's just a decoy you hired. Alicia, please stop testing me. I love you more than anyone else in this world, Pablo insisted. This scene, roses on the ground and a porter proposing with a diamond ring, is something Puerto Rican women dream about. A crowd gathered around them. At this moment, Pablo subtly signaled someone in the crowd. Marry him, someone shouted. The voice sparked a wave of agreement. Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. Everyone clapped and cheered, seemingly urging the couple on. Pablo, I'm telling you for the last time. It's impossible between us, Alicia said coldly before turning to leave. Alicia, I swear, I truly love you. If I break this vow, may I be struck by lightning, Pablo shouted. Rumble. Thunder rumbled ominously in the darkening skies. Swallow. Pablo nervously swallowed and looked up, clearly afraid. Alicia, catching his expression as she turned back, scoffed, Men? I mean it, heaven is my witness. If I lie. Another thunderclap interrupted him as a massive bolt of lightning struck Pablo squarely on the head. Blinding light made everyone instinctively cover their eyes. When they opened them again, they saw Pablo slumped on the ground, his hair standing on end and smoking. Pablo lifted his blackened face, mumbling, Man proposes, God disposes. I must never lie again. With that, he collapsed forward. Is this divine retribution? Actually struck by lightning, the crowd murmured. My God, the vow came true so quickly. We should be careful with lies from now on. Frightening. How Puerto Rican nursing homes did Pablo vandalize in his past life to be struck by lightning for lying? People gasped, and those planted in the crowd by Pablo turned pale. They hadn't been paid yet, and their employer seemed to be heading straight to the hospital. Whether they'd be paid was uncertain. At the gate, Aslan smiled. The intense lightning in his eyes vanished. He had borrowed Basil's ability to control lightning, but found it hard to summon it down from the sky. It only worked when Pablo made his second vow, after which Aslan realized this power was impractical in battle unless the target remained still. As people rushed to aid Pablo, some even performing CPR, Aslan walked through the crowd and pulled Alicia back upstairs. Aslan, why are you here? Did you see what happened? Alicia asked, her face flushed. Yes, I saw him get struck by lightning, Aslan laughed. Oh. Alicia felt conflicted. She wanted to know if Aslan thought poorly of her for being proposed to in public. Back in the room, they watched from the window as people loaded Pablo into a car. That guy is a jerk. Be careful around him, Aslan smiled. Did he make a move on you? Alicia asked. Alicia knew what kind of person Pablo was, which was the main reason she ignored him. Yeah, he tried some childish tricks, but it's nothing serious, Aslan replied. I'll speak to the Gong family tomorrow. If they continue targeting you, don't blame me, Alicia said fiercely. No need. I can handle it myself. You focus on being my girl. Aslan placed his hand on Alicia's head, gently stroking her hair. It felt good indeed. Alicia looked up at the porter. He wasn't particularly handsome, but perhaps he had a unique charm that bound her to him. All right, but you have to be careful. If you can't handle them, let me know, Alicia said. Okay, Aslan nodded. Since Alicia cared about him so much, Aslan wasn't going to be indifferent. Sometimes, even if something wasn't necessary, you had to agree to it because it would make your reporter happy. Looking at the contented expression on Alicia's face as she rested in his arms, Aslan slowly lowered his head. Seeing Aslan's action, Alicia blushed with embarrassment. Though she felt a little uneasy, she closed her eyes. Feeling the rapid heartbeat of the reporter in his arms, Aslan pressed his lips to hers. It was like touching a live wire. 2 bombs exploded inside their bodies. The passion flared up like fire, and they clung tightly to each other, lost in each other's embrace. They gradually moved further inside, preparing to taste the forbidden fruit of Eden. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, the phone rang, dousing the flames in their hearts like a bucket of cold water. Alicia immediately pushed Aslan away and pulled his hand out from under her clothes. At the same time, she fished the phone out of her pocket. Aslan stared at the phone intently, wishing he could smash it into pieces and stomp on it. Yes, Grandpa, Alicia answered. What are you doing, girl? Your breathing is so heavy, Colt Rickon asked curiously. Oh, I was exercising just now. Why did you call Grandpa? Alicia forced herself to remain calm. At that moment, she shot Aslan a fierce glare. If not for this troublemaker, she wouldn't be in such a state. The experts from Lanhai City have already been dealt with. The experts for this project will soon arrive at Tugchiao Township. They are specialists in this field and will be there shortly. You should go to welcome them, Colt Rickon instructed. Chapter 220, 3 Curators. Alicia drove Aslan towards the railway station. Are you still sulking? Alicia asked with a smile. Of course. It's infuriating to be interrupted at such a crucial moment, Aslan retorted. If given another chance, Aslan would have turned off Alicia's phone without hesitation. Aslan sighed, still feeling frustrated as he recalled the situation. It was as if the fat prize within his grasp had slipped away. Alicia chuckled at Aslan's dejected expression beside him. They soon arrived at the railway station, and he glanced at his watch. Experts from Beijing should be arriving soon. Before long, 3 elderly men in Zhongshan suits emerged from the station. They exuded an air of scholarly sophistication. As soon as these elders stepped out, a group of middle-aged women surrounded them. Do you need accommodation? Our inn is the cheapest in Tokyo Township. You'd better not mention your inn. It's clear they're from the city. Come to my place. We have air conditioning. My inn offers not only air conditioning but also a bathroom with a shower. These women seemed eager to drag the elders away forcibly, as if they were walking coins. At this moment, Alicia approached the three experts with a smile and asked, "Are you the esteemed experts from Beijing?" The three elders broke free from the women's grasp and said with wry smiles, "You must be town head Ricken. I didn't expect people here to be so enthusiastic." Note, the word ruiching was directly quoted in Chinese in the user's input. It has been translated to English in this edited version to ensure the text reads naturally and fluently. Upon hearing that Alicia was the town head, the women were startled and stopped pulling on the experts. To them, the town head was already a high-ranking official, and they, being ordinary citizens, dared not touch anyone under his purview. Hee, please forgive me for embarrassing you. Experts, please follow me. The national treasure is at my house, Alicia smiled. Haha, sounds good. Let's go then. We can't wait to see the Ode to the Luo River Goddess painting, the leading expert replied with a laugh. In the car, Alicia drove while Aslan sat in the passenger seat, checking the identities of these three elderly men on his phone. They were actually the three curators from the Beijing History Museum, Calhoun, Aiden, and Director Rico. These three were highly respected and renowned antique appraisers in their field. Sitting in the passenger seat, Aslan was surprised to find out that the three were top-tier figures in the industry. During the ride, everyone introduced themselves, and the three curators learned that Aslan was the discoverer of the artifact. Yi, if this painting turns out to be the genuine Ode to the Luo River Goddess, are you willing to donate it? Calhoun asked. Of course, it would be my contribution to the country, Aslan replied with a smile. In reality, Aslan was somewhat selfish. If possible, he would prefer keeping these artifacts, planning to create a personal collection someday. But due to his agreement with Alicia's grandfather, he had no choice but to give up this precious item. Although the reward was intangible, Aslan did not feel cheated. The three curators praised Aslan highly during the drive, as there were few who would willingly donate a national treasure nowadays. Many treasures remained in private hands, and these experts often struggled to persuade the owners to contribute them. Having endured much indifference and rejection, the curators felt that if more people like Aslan existed, China's historical research progress would accelerate significantly. Due to pottery historical studies derived from these artifacts, antiques were not just relics to the curators but a reflection of history itself. The car soon parked in front of Alicia's small villa. Under Alicia's guidance, the three curators entered the house. Experts, please sit. I'll prepare some tea for you, Alicia offered. Calhoun waved a hand. Not yet. First, let us see the Ode to the Luo River Goddess. The other two experts shared his eagerness, wanting nothing more than to see the painting immediately, leaving all else to wait until after the appraisal. Since you wish to see it, I'll bring it out right away, Aslan said, smiling. He returned to his bedroom, fetched the Ode to the Luo River Goddess from a small gourd, and brought it outside. Meanwhile, the three experts washed their hands in the bathroom before Calhoun carefully unrolled the painting. Whoa! At the sight of the painting, the three experts exclaimed together. A replica from a famous artist was stored in Beijing, but compared to this one, Aslan's version of the Ode to the Luo River Goddess was far more vivid. I'm beginning to believe this is the authentic Ode to the Luo River Goddess. Fantastic! Even if it's not genuine, it's almost identical. Considering the style, figure depiction, and material, modern techniques couldn't replicate this. I believe there's a 90% chance it's genuine. After a preliminary inspection, each expert pulled out a magnifying glass from their pockets, crouching down to examine every detail meticulously. Aslan remarked admiringly, "This is the most dedicated professionals I've ever seen. Crouching on the floor to appraise a painting makes my knees hurt just watching them." This may be the dedication that separates our older generation from ours, Alicia commented. Aslan nodded, admiring their commitment even though he could not match their endurance himself. Ouch! About 3 hours later, Calhoun suddenly cried out in pain. What's wrong, Calhoun? Aslan asked anxiously. My legs, they seem numb. Could you help me up? Ishan replied, clearly in discomfort. Aslan slapped his forehead. Having been strong for so long, he had forgotten how fragile Hu-porter bodies, especially those of elderly people, could be. Kneeling for so long would cause significant strain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Alicia and Aslan hurriedly helped the three elders to sit on the sofa. Aslan sent Alicia to prepare tea for them. How do your legs feel? Aslan asked. A bit numb and painful, very uncomfortable, Calhoun answered. The remaining two curators echoed similar responses, their faces showing visible discomfort. Mountain Sea Chi technique, activate. Aslan used his technique to inspect the internal condition of the elders' thighs. Due to prolonged kneeling, the three elders suffered varying degrees of injury. Without proper treatment, their legs might develop serious issues. With their consent, Aslan began massaging their legs, secretly infusing a drop of Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid into their knees. Yi, your technique is remarkable. My legs feel as if they've been rejuvenated, full of energy. Indeed, my old cold leg problem has vanished. Powerful medicine, almost on par with the best traditional Chinese practitioners. Aslan smiled faintly. If the Mountain Sea Spirit Ricoquid couldn't handle this, he wouldn't be worth much. These are just minor skills, Aslan said with a smile. So, what's your assessment of this painting? We are quite confident that this is an authentic piece. However, to get a definitive answer, we need to compare it with other similar works back in Beijing, Calhoun replied with a smile. Though they were already 90% certain it was genuine, adhering to their rigorous work principles, the three curators refrained from making a conclusive statement. In their excitement, two of the three curators insisted on taking the Luo River Goddess painting back for further examination. They were even cautious enough to request military escort, demonstrating how much they valued this national treasure. After seeing the three curators off, Alicia lazily sprawled on the sofa, looking like a little lazy cat. By now, the sky outside had darkened. After pulling the curtains shut, Aslan looked at Alicia with sparkling eyes. You aren't thinking of anything naughty again, are you? Alicia asked irritably. Aslan had once given her that predatory gaze before, and Alicia knew exactly what was on his mind. Hee, knowing something but not saying it keeps friendship alive. Don't you understand this simple principle? Aslan responded with a mischievous grin. Aslan, look behind you, Alicia shouted suddenly. As Aslan turned to look behind him, Alicia abruptly stood up and dashed towards her room, trying to lock Aslan out. Oops. Perhaps due to excitement, Alicia stumbled, falling sideways. Seeing herself getting closer to the ground, Alicia closed her eyes in fear, bracing for the pain. Suddenly, she felt herself land in someone's arms. Opening her eyes, she saw Aslan looking at her with a scolding expression. Foolish reporter, even if you want to escape being devoured, you don't have to be so careless. Alicia kept her head lowered, too afraid to meet Aslan's gaze. She felt surrounded by a wave of intense warmth, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation in her heart. Chapter 221. Arrogant Young Master. Alicia's heart was racing wildly as she lay in Aslan's arms, feeling a mixture of anticipation and unease. Soon after, Alicia felt herself being lifted by Aslan. Is he planning to carry me into the bedroom? If so, should I resist? Amidst her anxious thoughts, time seemed to stretch on interminably until finally, Aslan gently placed her down. Is it about to start? Alicia thought shyly to herself. She could feel the heat from Aslan's breath on her face, causing her heart to thud nervously. Watching Alicia with closed eyes, Aslan's passion flared uncontrollably. Driven by his primal urges, he lunged toward her. For a moment, their passion intensified, the room almost seeming to grow warmer. Aslan gazed at the reporter in his arms, feeling an overwhelming excitement as he realized that what he had long desired was finally happening. Seeing Alicia trembling slightly, Aslan began unbuttoning her blouse. Perhaps it was in a porter's nature to undress someone easily. Watching the reporter beneath him made Aslan feel parched. Just as he prepared to proceed, Alicia instinctively reached out to stop him. Seeing her somewhat anxious look, Aslan said, I promise to be good to you. Click click. Just as Alicia began to relax, the sound of the door handle turning interrupted the moment. Damn. At this point, Aslan's fury surged. His plans had been ruined again. Quickly, he scooped up Alicia, whose expression had changed dramatically, and carried her into her room. Inside, they hurriedly rearranged their clothes while the sound of a suitcase sliding across the floor echoed in the room. Alicia, are you here? Gina's voice came from the living room. I'm back. Hearing this, Aslan gritted his teeth in frustration. That damned airport, ruining my plans yet again. He muttered angrily. Well, Salmawan didn't know you were up to no good today, Alicia commented, finding it amusing despite herself. After hurriedly dressing, they left the room. Ah, you two are actually home, Gina remarked in surprise. It's the weekend, so I'm home, Alicia explained. Gina looked at Alicia quizzically. Salmayu, why is your face so red? Upon hearing this, Alicia's face changed slightly, and she approached the mirror. It's not that red. Maybe it's because it's hot, she explained. I always feel like you're hiding something from me, Gina commented. We're best friends. Why would I hide anything from you? Alicia replied. Worried Gina might ask more difficult questions, Alicia quickly pulled her into her room to inquire about the perf reporters. In the living room, Aslan sighed. He felt they should have their Badzur compatibility checked. It seemed that every time he was about to get what he wanted with Alicia, something would ruin it. Edited for natural fluency and accuracy. In the living room, Aslan sighed. He felt they should have their horoscopes checked. It seemed that every time he was about to get close to Alicia, something would come and ruin it. Ring. Aslan's phone rang. It was Andrea calling. Andrea, what's up? Aslan asked. Boss, I've got a business opportunity, but it's dangerous. Not sure if our company can handle it, Andrea replied. Send the details to my phone, and I'll call you back, Aslan said. After disconnecting, the email alert sounded 2 seconds later. Opening the email, Aslan's expression turned serious as he read through the information. This was a job from the Tianyang Group in Lanhai City, to locate a missing ship. The Tianyang Group would provide the last known coordinates of the vessel. Though the task seemed simple, it was riddled with mysteries since Portery other maritime companies had already taken on the assignment. Disturbingly, all those vessels sent to search never returned, seemingly vanishing without a trace. The reward for this task was only 1 million yuan, but compared to money, Aslan valued reputation more. Successfully completing such a challenging task would put Shanghai Company on the map, attracting clients rather than them having to chase opportunities. After discussing with Andrea, Aslan headed towards the girl's room. Pushing open the door, Aslan heard a piercing scream and caught a glimpse of something white before a large pillow hit his face. Get out, Gina shouted. Sorry. Bowing his head in apology, Aslan quickly left the room. If Andrea saw Aslan like this, she'd be astonished. There was none of the usual dominance in his demeanor. Once calm returned, Alicia and the furious Gina emerged. Bastard, don't you know to knock first? Gina scolded. She had been changing into comfortable pajamas when Aslan barged in. Although they had shared intimate moments when drunk before, this time Alicia was wide awake and saw everything, which mortified her. Cough, should I blame myself for not locking the door? Seeing Aslan's smug look, Gina lunged at him, wishing to scratch his face. Don't be mad. I'm sure Aslan didn't mean it. Alicia tried to calm her down. Alright, I won't tease you two anymore. I need to go take care of some business and wanted to say goodbye, Aslan said with a smile. What business? Alicia asked. It's work-related. Might be out at sea for a few days, Aslan explained. Knowing Aslan was focused on advancing his career, Alicia simply instructed him to be careful. Waving goodbye, Aslan exited Alicia's apartment and hailed a taxi back to Lanhai City. Waiting for him was Andrea. Boss, I've arranged a meeting with the president of Tianyang Group. You'll get the most detailed information there and discuss the terms, which can be negotiated above the minimum price of 1 million yuan, Andrea informed him. The true offer had once reached up to 8 million yuan from other companies. On the way, Andrea briefed Aslan extensively on the situation, ensuring he had all the leverage needed. Arriving at Lanhai Hotel, Andrea led Aslan to a private suite, reserved exclusively for Shanghai Company whenever needed. Inside the suite, Aslan saw a very young porter seated at the main position, calmly savoring yellow croaker. Frowning, Aslan thought it disrespectful for the host to eat before guests arrived. Boss, this is the young master of Tianyang Group, Edric, and the heir of the Shah family. Only his approval will secure this contract, Andrea whispered in Aslan's ear. Nodding, Aslan sat directly opposite Edric. Edric casually glanced at Aslan and said, "So, you're the boss of that Shanghai company. You don't look like much." His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he were a king speaking to a beggar. At least, Edric perceived it that way. "My name is Aslan. I came here today to discuss a potential collaboration," Aslan replied. Edric sneered, "Tianyang Group isn't just any company. We don't collaborate with just anyone off the street." With that, Edric stood up from his seat and started walking towards the door without even giving Aslan a proper look. As he walked, Edric told his beautiful secretary beside him, "The yellow croaker in this hotel is quite good. Add it to my daily menu from now on." The secretary nodded respectfully, "Yes, sir. Without my permission, no one can have this fish because no one would dare sell it to you," Aslan said. Edric shot a sharp look at Aslan, his face revealing a mocking smile. "Funny, who do you think you are? In Lanhai City, there's nothing Edric, can't buy," Edric retorted. "Mr. Shah, why get upset over a country bumpkin? The boss of such a small company hasn't seen the world yet. He doesn't know how valuable this blue sea yellow croaker is. It's something he could never afford in his lifetime," the secretary laughed. Hearing her words, Edric burst into laughter. "Haha, well said. After we get back, I'll get you that limited edition handbag you've been asking for. You can expense it," Edric smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Shah. I'll work even harder tonight," the secretary replied coyly. With her suggestive words, Edric's mind was already racing with various ideas. Then, he cast a disdainful glance at Aslan. "Rakasan up, kid. When you lie, don't make them so big. Even the owner of the Blue Sea Hotel wouldn't dare go against my wishes." Chapter 222, The Three Brothers. Haha. Laughing heartily, Edric put his arm around his secretary and walked toward the door. Aslan, without turning his head, said, "It's a coincidence that the owner of Lantian Hotel, King, also dares not to defy me." Upon hearing this, Edric halted his steps and coldly looked at Aslan. "Are you provoking me?" "So what if I am?" Aslan replied nonchalantly. After all, the local families in Lanhai City were nothing much for him. "Very good," Edric sneered. "It's been long since I've encountered such an amusing person. It would be interesting to squash these ants. Beware, what you step on might not be just ants but also nails. Don't hurt your own feet," Aslan retorted. While Aslan's company was indeed considered as an ant in others' eyes, Aslan himself possessed the arrogance of a deity and did not take anyone lightly. "Fine, I'll call King over now. Let's see who ends up being embarrassed." Edric smiled. He could hardly wait to see this ant lose face before casually crushing his company, making this fool who dared challenge him regret it. The secretary, very considerate, knew her boss's intentions well. She dialed King's phone number. "Hello, is this Mr. Riku?" the secretary asked. "This is secretary to young Master Shah. There's some trash disturbing young masters dining in your hotel. Now, young master is very angry." King, on the other end, sounded flustered. "Please hold. I'll bring security over immediately. Do it soon. My young master has little patience," the secretary added, hanging up the phone before she heard King's reply. She then turned to Aslan and said with disdain, "Just wait for your humiliation." Aslan shrugged and sat there calmly, showing no fear. Bang! 2 minutes later, the room's door was kicked open, and King led a group of security guards into the room. "Which bastard is causing trouble in my territory, even disturbing young Master Shah? Truly blind like a dog," King shouted, demonstrating loyalty to Edric. "The one you're talking about might be me," Aslan's voice interrupted. "You? What kind of?" Hearing the voice, King instinctively began swearing but abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "Are you cursing me?" Aslan asked with a half-smile. "Cough, brother, ye misunderstanding. I didn't mean to insult you. I wanted to know which bastard disturbed young Master Shah, not talking about you," King quickly explained, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief clay. King only wanted to please Edric but accidentally offended Aslan as well, a situation he couldn't bear. "If you're looking for the one who offended Edric, that's me, no mistake," Aslan said with a smile. "Brother ye, are you playing a trick on me?" King asked tremulously. Aslan glanced at his watch and replied, "Do you know how precious my time is? How could I be joking?" Stunned, King looked between Aslan and Edric, wishing he could spit out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't afford to offend both mighty figures. "Finianu, I want to buy fish from you, 1 per day, and I don't want to hear any refusal," Edric deported it. "I don't want you selling him fish." "Simple as that," Aslan interjected. Caught between the two, King felt like exploding. If he had a choice, he'd rather leave this place. "Young Master Shah, brother ye, I think there must be some misunderstanding here." King tried to placate both, hoping to resolve their conflict and thus avoid his dilemma. "There's no misunderstanding. I just don't want to see people act arrogant in front of me," Aslan said firmly. "Riku, make your choice," Edric stated confidently, seeing Riku's hesitation. As the heir of the Shah family, Edric still had some confidence. Losing to this commoner would be a disgrace. "How about this? I provide young Master Shah 5 fish per month," King suggested weakly. "No!" Both Aslan and Riku spoke simultaneously, their attitudes unwavering. Feeling ready to explode, King wished he knew how portery nursing homes he must have bombed in a previous life to deserve this. King's mind raced, searching for a solution. Since he couldn't favor one over the other, he had to choose one of them. Finally, Riku steeled his resolve. Young Master Sha, you already enjoy plenty of gourmet food. I believe you don't lack one more fish from me. Edric's face turned icy, glaring viciously at King. King, you're siding with this commoner? Edric growled nastily. Forgive me, young Master Sha, King said firmly. Haha. Aslan laughed loudly, feeling triumphant at seeing Edric humiliated. Old Riku, your choice is right. From now on, we will double the supply of seafood to your hotel, Aslan announced generously. Really? King asked in delight. With Aslan's seafood now spreading to neighboring cities, Lantian Hotel had gained prominence as the first to serve these exotic delicacies in greater quantity than others. Previously, King had requested additional supplies, but Aslan had always declined. Now, although Lantian Hotel had more premium seafood than others, they had lost their competitive edge. Doubling the amount would re-establish their supremacy. Had he known aiding Aslan would have such benefits, he wouldn't have hesitated. Alright King, you and this commoner, just wait. I'll make you regret it, Edric threatened, leaving with his secretary. Watching Edric's back, King warned Aslan, young Master Sha is just a spoiled rich kid. Be cautious, he might come after you. Don't worry, it's a minor issue, nothing serious, Aslan replied calmly. After finalizing things, Aslan left with Andrea. Boss, offending young Master Sha may make it difficult for us to operate in Lanhai City, Andrea remarked. Relax, I don't have time to deal with the Sha family right now. If they go too far, I'll make sure they disappear from Lanhai City, Aslan replied coolly. Andrea nodded, reassured by Aslan's composure. After parting ways with Andrea, Aslan rented a car from a rental service until his vehicle was repaired. He drove towards Tuqiao village in low spirits, planning to visit Gina and lift his mood by teasing her. Boom! As the car approached Tuqiao village, the ground began to shake violently, tossing Aslan's car into the air. The car, spinning uncontrollably in midair, left Aslan with no choice but to use his immense strength to tear the car door open. He then burst out of the vehicle. Stabilizing himself in midair, Aslan landed on the ground. Boom! The asphalt road cracked extensively, and the immense force caused dust to fly everywhere. When the dust settled, 3 people appeared opposite Aslan. One of them was a towering figure, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, holding an enormous hammer, the very weapon that had sent the car flying. The second person was an obese Taoist priest, brandishing a white bone mirror. The third person, whom Aslan recognized, was Avon's butler, Josiah. It was he who had orchestrated the attacks by venomous snakes and insects before. The giant with the hammer asked, "Is this the guy?" Aslan felt infuriated. How could you smash a car if you're not sure? What if it was the wrong car? Would the occupant just die for nothing? Josiah glared fiercely and said, "Yes, it's him. He crippled my venomous snake familiar. Jesus, you must avenge me." With his venomous snake familiar killed by Aslan, Josiah's power was now barely a tenth of what it used to be. His entire life was ruined. Worthless, you can't even defeat a brat like this. It's a disgrace to our sect, Jesus sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, the Ernst priest hung his head in shame, as he too had been defeated by Aslan. Not only did Aslan break through his nightmare spell, but he also shattered the white bone mirror. Cough, Jesus, now isn't the time to talk about this. If you and second brother team up, I don't believe this kid can survive, Josiah said. Jesus replied coldly, I can take care of this kid alone. Big brother and second brother, are the 3 of you Tang monks 3 disciples, ready to go on a pilgrimage to the west? Shall I give you a send-off? Aslan laughed. Note, I have corrected Tang Sung to Tang monk, for better readability and fluency in English. The term Tang Sung seems to be a mix of English and Chinese, likely referring to the character from Journey to the West, also known as Tang monk or Tripitaka. Well, Jesus was tall and thin, while second brother was very fat, making them indeed look somewhat like characters on a journey to the West. But then again, none of the 3 disciples seemed Hu Porter. The car spun wildly in the air. With no other choice, Aslan used immense strength to rip the door open and leaped out of the vehicle. After stabilizing himself mid-air, Aslan landed on the ground with a thud. Boom! Cracks spread across the asphalt road from the impact, and dust clouds rose from the force. As the dust settled, 3 people appeared opposite Aslan. One was a towering porter at 1.9 meters, holding a massive hammer, the very one that had sent the car flying. The second person was an overweight Taoist priest, clutching a white bone mirror. The third person, Aslan recognized as Josiah, the butler of Bray. He was responsible for the attacks by venomous snakes and insects Aslan had faced earlier. The giant with the hammer asked, "Is this the guy?" Aslan's teeth clenched in anger. If you're not sure, why smash the car? What if you hit the wrong person? Wouldn't it be too late then? Josiah snarled, "Yes, it's him. He crippled my soul-bound snake. Eldest brother, you must avenge me." With his soul-bound snake killed by Aslan, Josiah's powers were now barely a fraction of what they once were. He was effectively ruined for life. Useless, unable to defeat even a mere novice. It's a disgrace to our sect, the eldest brother sneered coldly. These words made the Ernst lower his head in shame. He too had lost to Aslan, who not only dispelled his nightmare spell, but also shattered his bone mirror. Cough, eldest brother, now is not the time for this. Together with second brother, we can take care of this kid, Josiah said. The eldest brother replied coldly, I can handle this kid alone. Eldest brother and second brother, you two remind me of Tang monk's 3 disciples. Are you planning to journey to the west for scriptures? Need me to send you off? Aslan joked. Well, indeed, the tall and lanky eldest brother alongside the short and plump second brother did evoke some resemblance to the characters from Journey to the West, though all 3 disciples were non-Hu Porter beings in that tale. Translation note. The last part contains a cultural reference to Journey to the West, a classic Chinese novel where the main characters humorously include a monk, Tang monk, a monkey king, who is non-Hu Porter, a pig monster, and a sand demon. This joke plays on their appearances and the idea that they are on a sacred mission. Chapter 223, The Barbecue Bintan. Josiah seemed to sense something odd about what Aslan had said. After some thought, he angrily said, "Master brother, this guy is insulting us by saying we're not who Porter." Indeed, Jeremiah was a monkey, second brother Hendrix Beji was a pig, and Amerigo, though somewhat normal, was still an exiled heavenly general turned demon in the flowing sands river. None of them were who Porter. "Ricotta brat, since you like to play with words so much, I'll pull out your tongue," roared Master Brother. Enraged, Master Brother swung the hammer in his hand at Aslan, sending a powerful force toward him. "Hee, don't underestimate me," Aslan replied. Aslan clenched his fists as countless pieces of earth and stones began to converge, forming a huge earthen fist floating in front of him. "Get lost." Aslan swung his fist, and at that moment, the colossal earthen fist followed his movement, mimicking its posture perfectly. The huge earthen fist smashed into Master Brother's hammer. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, and the earthen fist shattered into countless fragments under the force of Master Brother's hammer. Master Brother was also sent flying back by the tremendous impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist in midair. Not yet done. Aslan clasped his hands together, and two enormous earthen palms rose from the ground, coming together as if praying, trapping Master Brother within. "Today, I will imprison you, this monkey, under the five-finger mountain." Then, Aslan pressed his clasped hands downwards, causing the earthen mass to slam hard against the ground. Not good. Master Brother is in danger. Second brother quickly took out his bone mirror, making a complex seal gesture with one hand while tossing the mirror into the air. The mirror continuously expanded until it became a towering 10-meter-high mirror. A huge, fierce ghost head emerged from within. This large ghost laboriously stretched its arms, using them to crawl out of the mirror into the world. When the ghost appeared, Aslan felt immense pressure. This ghost was incredibly powerful. Roar! The struggling ghost let out an earth-shattering roar, causing pain in Aslan's eardrums. "Haha, Bintan, consider the enemy before you as my gift to you. Feast on him at your leisure," the Ernst laughed loudly. Roar! The ghost nodded to the Ernst. The completely freed Bintan emitted dense black, ghostly mist, towering over everything like a mighty demonic god. Seeing the delectable prey, the Bintan's eyes gleamed red as it extended its massive claws towards Aslan. "I can't believe second brother can now comport a Bintan. With just this Bintan, he could be a formidable power," Josiah remarked admiringly. "Haha, it's pure luck," second brother, flattered by Josiah's praise, laughed. With the Bintan in his grasp, the world was wide open to him. He no longer needed to endure Master Brother's disdain. Even if he couldn't defeat Master Brother, the Bintan would ensure Master Brother pays dearly for any victory. Watching the Bintan, Josiah felt a deep jealousy. If his true form, a great serpent, hadn't been killed, given 3 more years, he might have rivaled this Bintan. Thinking of this only deepened his resentment towards Aslan, wishing to tear him apart to quell his fury. "Don't think size makes you invincible. Mine isn't small either." As he spoke, Aslan raised his fist, and numerous earthen stones converged to form another giant fist, attacking the Bintan's claw. This punch created a massive hole in the Bintan's body, but before Aslan could celebrate, the Bintan's claw still portaged to grab him. How is this possible? Aslan was shocked. His earthen fist clearly hit the Bintan, yet it seemed as if it did no damage. Held like a tiny hamster in the Bintan's grip, overwhelming strength compressed Aslan, preventing him from portaripulating the earth and stone. The massive earthen fist automatically disintegrated onto the ground, while the Bintan's wound healed before Aslan's eyes. "This doesn't make sense," Aslan said in disbelief. "Haha," second brother laughed. "This is a Bintan, existing between the physical and the intangible. Physical attacks are ineffective." "Ineffective to physical attacks, huh?" Aslan frowned. Quite a strong ability. However, Aslan wasn't afraid of such an ability. In his hand appeared a small gourd. Opening its lid, streams of lava flowed out. Sizzle. The sound of burning butter echoed as the lava ignited the Bintan's massive claw, causing agony on the Bintan's face. Roar. With its claw burned off, Aslan broke free, falling to the ground and immediately directing the lava before him. This lava was collected during a volcanic eruption he witnessed underwater last time, unexpectedly useful today. Knowing time was short, Aslan had to act quickly. While the lava was still liquid, he could control it. The more it solidified, the harder it was to portaripulate. Once fully solidified, Aslan would lose all control. While the lava was still burning, Aslan hastily portaripulated it, forming a colossal lava dragon in midair. Go! Under Aslan's comported, the fire dragon wrapped around the Bintan's body, melting it like butter meeting a hot iron. "No! Don't! Release my Bintan!" the Ernst roared. Driven by rage, the Ernst drew a peachwood sword from his back, charging at Aslan with 7-star steps. "Monster, die at Taoist master's hand." The sword, emitting intense black light, stabbed towards Aslan's heart. Himph! Facing the wooden sword, Aslan did not relinquish control of the fire dragon. Stomping his foot, a soil dragon rose from the ground, rushing towards the Ernst. "Take this sword." Swinging the wooden sword, the Ernst unleashed a powerful sword chi, slicing through the airborne soil dragon. "Die!" The Taoist shouted as the soil dragon offered no obstruction, his sword stabbing at Aslan. Rip! A tearing sound echoed, and a massive tentacle burst through Aslan's back, emerging from his clothes. Covered in green scales, the tentacle tightly wrapped around the Ernst like a python squeezing its prey. "What kind of monster are you?" The Ernst's face showed agony as he spat out a mouthful of blood from being squeezed. Chopping the scales with the wooden sword produced no effect, instead leaving the sword cracked. "Brother, save me quick," the Ernst pleaded desperately. At this moment, the Ernst had no time to worry about the Bintan being melted. he was thinking of saving his own life. Upon hearing Aslan's call, Josiah hurriedly took out a black box from his back. Opening the box, countless insects swarmed out. Oh no, Aslan thought. Currently maintaining the tentacle and the fire dragon already consumed much of his energy, leaving him unable to deal with these insects. Go! The tentacle flung the ernst towards the fire dragon, then transformed into a fan, spinning rapidly to block the swarm of insects flying towards Aslan. Countless insects were knocked away, but a few still portaged to reach Aslan, biting into his flesh. Large patches of blood and flesh were consumed by the insects, causing Aslan's face to twist in pain. At this moment, Aslan abandoned control of the fire dragon and took out the small gourd. Water surged from the gourd, washing away the insects on his body. Aslan's body began to heal at a visible rate, quickly returning to its original state. Today, you will all die. Aslan roared in anger. Streams of water formed a large net, enveloping a massive cloud of insects. Bury them. The earth began to churn, drawing the insect-laden water streams into it, burying them along with the insects. Roar. At that moment, the Bintan let out a roar. Although its body had been melted down significantly by Aslan, it had now recovered, albeit much smaller. Meanwhile, the ernst, having been thrown into the lava by Aslan, suffered severe burns over much of his body. Had Aslan not relinquished control of the fire dragon earlier, the ernst would likely have been reduced to ashes. Standing on the Bintan's shoulder, the ernst pointed at Aslan and said, Bintan, don't let this guy escape. Seal his soul inside your body and let him suffer for thousands of years. Roar. The Bintan nodded, its eyes burning with infinite hatred as it looked at Aslan. It raised its enormous fist and slammed it towards Aslan. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, sending countless chunks of soil and rock flying, raising clouds of dust. Aslan nimbly dodged the fist, then ignored the Bintan and charged towards Josiah. It was better to sever one finger than to hurt 10. Killing Josiah would make the Bintan nothing more than a prize for Aslan, to be dealt with as he pleased. Chapter 224, All-Out Attack. Josiah watched as Aslan rushed over, pulling a black orb from his pocket and throwing it. Explode. Aslan's hand trembled as the cursed dagger appeared in his hand, slicing toward the black orb. Boom. As the small ball shattered, thick smoke enveloped Aslan entirely. The moment the smoke entered his nostrils, dizziness and blurred vision began to overwhelm him. The smoke is toxic. Only then did Aslan recall that Josiah specialized in poisons. Every item he used was laced with toxins. Aslan felt power surge through his body, cultivated from the Shanhai Divine Scroll. Though this spiritual energy was still weak, it sufficed to dispel all toxins within his body, quickly ridding him of the dizziness. Emerging from the smoke, Aslan sped towards Josiah with unmatched speed, an unquenchable killing intent blazing in his eyes. Second Jesus, save me! Josiah shouted loudly. Just as Aslan approached, a massive fist descended from the sky. Such a bother, go away. Without turning around, Aslan wielded the small gourd in his left hand, which spewed out lava, colliding head-on with the Ghost King's punch. Boom! The Ghost King's fist exploded alongside the molten rock. Seizing the opportunity, Aslan dashed in front of Josiah, his dagger emitting an intense sacred aura. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. In the shadow of death, Josiah pulled two pistols from his waist, aiming them at Aslan. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Aslan felt a piercing pain in his chest as 2 blood blooms blossomed on his torso. Waves of weakness swept over him, yet he forced himself to slash toward Josiah despite the agony. Splat! A limb flew off. With one swift strike, Aslan severed Josiah's right arm. With a painful cry, Josiah took the chance to flee, not even daring to retrieve his severed arm. Grr. Hit by 2 bullets, Aslan didn't chase after him. Instead, he utilized the spiritual energy within his body. Clang, clang. 2 crisp sounds echoed as the bullets fell to the ground. Aslan, who had recently begun practicing, had exhausted his spiritual energy. Roar. At that moment, a roar resounded behind Aslan, and he turned just in time to see a giant fist slam into his body. Aslan coughed up a mist of blood, his entire body flying away due to the immense force. He crashed into a tree before finally stopping. Lying on the ground, covered in green scales provided by Basil at the crucial moment, Aslan portaged to withstand the attack. Otherwise, he might have died instantly from that blow. Despite this, Aslan felt like his body was shattering, burning in excruciating pain all over. No, I cannot fall here, Aslan thought to himself. Thud, thud, thud. As Aslan struggled to get up, a heavy stomping sound grew louder in the distance. The Ghost King was advancing towards him. Damn it, who would have thought Josiah still had guns? If not for these bullets, you wouldn't be my match. Aslan shouted. Fools, you've pushed us brothers to this extent. Only your blood can cleanse this hatred, the ernst said. Hatred welled up inside the ernst. The Ghost King was grievously injured and needed countless lives to recover. Ordinary animals were of no use. Only Hooporter blood could restore its strength swiftly. It would likely take hundreds of lives, causing panic if they went missing. Bintan, consume him. This single person can at least replace 100, the ernst instructed. Roar. The Ghost King nodded, bearing a deep-seated grudge against Aslan for bringing it to this state. Approaching Aslan slowly with a sinister smile, the Ghost King grabbed him, lifting him eye level. Hee, my Ghost King plans to crush you into a bloody pulp, then lick every bit clean while imprisoning your soul in its belly. For centuries, you'll suffer endlessly until time itself ends, the ernst laughed maliciously. As long as the Ghost King survived, Aslan's soul would remain forever trapped. Imagining Aslan's cries of torment from the Ghost King's stomach made the ernst extremely excited. Roar. The Ghost King roared, its evil grin widening. Chuckles, do you know something? What? Villains die because they talk too much, Aslan chuckled. A dying porter talking. Let's see if you can laugh when your soul suffers eternal torment, the Ernst sneered. The Ghost King's grip started tightening, inflicting immense pressure on Aslan. Pity, the one who dies won't be me, Aslan smiled. Sizzle. Suddenly, green smoke emerged from the Ghost King's fist. Roar. Agonizing pain caused the Ghost King to roar again. Its fist seemed to blaze now. What's happening? As the Ernst puzzled, a sacred power radiated from Aslan. This holy power acted as the bane of ghosts, capable of melting the Ghost King. So, I told you villains die because they talk too much. You may rest assured now. This sacred power stemmed from Aslan's dagger. A holy blade sliced through the Ghost King's gigantic fist as Aslan waved it. Go to hell. Recoke a river of light. This sacred power cleanly bisected both the Ghost King and the Ernst perched on its shoulder. I don't believe it, the Ernst muttered. Hee, there's nothing unbelievable about it. Victory belongs to the victor, Aslan remarked. Roar. The Ghost King let out a mournful wail, its body gradually becoming translucent. Ghosts fear such sacred power unless they are truly legitimate spirits. Plop. As the Ghost King vanished completely, the Ernst dropped from the sky. Seeing him dead, Aslan ignored the gruesome sight, focusing on recovering. Possessing the power of the Shanghai seal, Aslan recovered rapidly, both physically and spiritually. Rumble. Just as Aslan regained about 60% of his strength, the earth began to shake violently, a powerful aura erupting from it. A figure burst forth from the ground, radiating a ferocious presence. Second junior brother. Seeing the dead Ernst, Esmond's heart filled with sorrow. Although the three of them had conflicts and looked down upon each other, they had grown up together since childhood, viewing each other as brothers. Now, seeing his brother die so horribly, Esmond's heart filled with rage. Today, I will tear you apart and make your soul into a wick to burn for millennia. Esmond roared furiously. His emaciated body began to swell rapidly, soon transforming into a muscular demon-like figure. Recoke an enraged gorilla, Esmond charged at Aslan, brandishing a massive hammer. You three brothers have thoroughly infuriated me, Aslan said angrily. It was Bray who had constantly provoked Aslan. Not only did Josiah make his move, but he also brought in the Ernst. Now, all three brothers were attacking together, pushing Aslan to the brink by this relentless group. Ayuyu. Aslan let out a long howl to the sky. His body began to swell, sprouting long hair, transforming him into a half-porter, half-wolf creature. A layer of green scales covered his half-wolf form, and 8 scaly tentacles grew from his back. Hiya! Aslan roared. I can transform too. The 8 massive tentacles wrapped around nearby trees and boulders, each one wielding a deadly weapon as they lunged toward Esmond. Boom boom boom. The two monster-like figures collided continuously, their immense physical strength clashing against each other. The terrifying force caused the ground to shatter, leaving both men wounded during the relentless battle. Kaboom! Both unleashed their final bursts of strength mid-air, colliding like 2 tanks. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Plop plop, they landed on opposite sides of the battlefield, utterly drained of energy, feeling as if their entire beings had been hollowed out. Titus Huff. Breathing heavily, their sounds echoed across the desolate wilderness. Chapter 225, Divine Reward. The roads and ground around were now shattered beyond recognition, as if they had been bombed by missiles, becoming a wasteland. On the ground, Jesus was desperately trying to regain his strength, for only those who could stand first would survive. Just as Jesus believed he could stand up, he began to make tentative attempts, trying to use every ounce of strength effectively. Shaking uncontrollably, Jesus stood up from the ground, walking towards Aslan with a victorious smile. It looks like I won. Jesus came in front of Aslan, standing over him with a smile. Aslan was still closed-eyed, recovering his strength. Although their combat abilities were evenly matched, Jesus getting up first meant he was stronger than Aslan. However, at this moment, Aslan opened his sleepy eyes and yawned. You finally get up? I've been waiting for you for so long that I even took a nap. You really disappoint me, Aslan said. Titus, don't pretend. I know you still don't have the strength to stand. Why boast? Jesus said disdainfully. Suddenly, Jesus' face changed in shock. Damn. He saw Aslan leap to his feet effortlessly. Are you some kind of monster? Jesus asked incredulously. The bridge kick wasn't difficult. Jesus could do 100 casually. But with his body near its limit, not only could he not porterage a bridge kick, even standing was strenuous. The difference in their strength was now obvious. Ha! Mere mortals like you can't comprehend the realm of gods, Aslan said with a laugh. Indeed, Aslan had been exhausted before, but he had set up a spirit-gathering array on himself. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had regained his ability to move. He hadn't killed Jesus first because he was too tired, so he decided to take a nap. Even while sleeping, Aslan didn't relax his vigilance, constantly observing the surroundings. Through his ability to sense the earth, he knew when Jesus approached and woke up. Pity, you had the chance to slay a god, Aslan said with a smile. Jesus didn't hear what Aslan was saying. There was a stabbing pain in his chest as he saw his heart being pierced by Aslan. I regret it so much. After muttering these words, Jesus fell backward and crashed onto the ground. Pity there's no medicine for regret, Aslan said. After changing out of his torn clothes and destroying the scene with a stream of lava, Aslan left. Dragging his somewhat fatigued body back to Alicia's home, Aslan used the key to open the door and lay down in his room to sleep. The next morning, when Aslan woke up, his mind felt exceptionally refreshed, as if all his fatigue had vanished with a good night's sleep. After getting up, Aslan headed towards the bathroom. As Elsa was drying herself off after a beautiful shower, she saw the bathroom door open and Aslan walked in. Startled and terrified, Elsa instinctively screamed. Just as her scream was about to escape, Aslan appeared in front of her, covering her mouth with his hand. Shoo, don't scream, Aslan said. Pressing against Elsa's body, Aslan smelled a faint fragrance. At this moment, Aslan felt intense pain in his fingers as Elsa bit down fiercely on them. Hey, you dog-loving fly airport? Aslan whispered in exasperation. You damned scoundrel, you spied on my bath. I'll bite you to death, Elsa snapped. This isn't my fault. I didn't know you were bathing inside. And why should I be blamed for your unlocked door? Aslan said. Seeing Aslan's cheeky demeanor, Elsa couldn't help but get angry. Did an unlocked door give him the right to barge in? Sometimes women don't reason with you when they're angry. Their problems aren't problems, and yours become magnified. As long as you don't scream, I'll leave, Aslan said. No deal. Since she had been seen by Aslan, Elsa hugged Aslan tightly, a mischievous thought arising in her mind. You must teach me magic, or I'll scream and tell Alicia you molested me, Elsa deported boldly. Is this blackmail? And it's your fault for not locking the door. Can't I even go to the bathroom in the morning? Aslan asked. None of that matters. If you don't teach me magic, I'll tell Alicia you molested me. We've been close sisters for 20 years. Who do you think she'll believe? Elsa said calmly. Though it might be unfair, for her dream of becoming a great magician, pride could be sacrificed. Fine, I'll teach you, Aslan said through gritted teeth. Hee, if you lie, I'll haunt you for life, Elsa smiled. Sigh. Aslan sighed and walked out of the bathroom. Watching Aslan leave, Elsa fumed inwardly. What does he mean by sighing? Is teaching me magic a loss after seeing my body? Walking to the mirror, Elsa began measuring her chest. It's not that small either. Eating papayas should give me some growth potential, but deep down, she didn't fully believe it. These things didn't grow on comported, and papaya wasn't a miracle cure. Changing her clothes, Elsa eagerly stepped out, unable to wait to learn Aslan's magic. Aslan, teach me that water ball trick, Elsa said. Sure, but promise not to reveal the secret of this magic to anyone, Aslan replied. Of course. I want to become a great magician using this. Naturally I won't tell, Elsa assured. Seeing Aslan was ready to teach her, Elsa grew excited. This was a magic trick that could turn her into a legendary figure in the magician community. Aslan extended his palm, and the water from a nearby cup flew to his hand, floating above it, forming a water ball. Feels pretty amazing, doesn't it? Aslan asked. Elsa nodded. Actually, it's not magic but an ancient spell passed down from ancient times, Aslan explained. The concept of spells was mystical, like Sun Wukong's 72 transformations. Spell? Recoke ancient tricks? Elsa asked curiously. No, spells are spells, transcending ordinary existence, Aslan clarified. As he spoke, the water ball transformed, morphing into adorable animals like rabbits and horses, each vivid and lifelike. So amazing, Elsa marveled. Whether it was magic or a spell, Elsa felt if she could learn it, she'd become a world-renowned magician. Teach me now, Elsa urged. Extend your hand, Aslan instructed. Elsa nodded, extending her hand toward Aslan. Aslan held Elsa's palm in his hands. The smooth, fair skin felt excellent to the touch, almost making him reluctant to let go. Too bad it's all good except for one thing, Aslan muttered to himself. Then, Aslan extended his fingers, channeling the spiritual energy that had recovered in his dantian into the tips of his fingers. He drew a symbol on Elsa's palm with his finger. This symbol was an esoteric comported rune bestowed by the sea and mountain deity upon its faithful followers. Possessing this rune allowed one to control water flows as if they were extensions of the deity itself. Throughout history, each generation of sea and mountain deities would only bestow this rune upon their most devout followers, spreading their divine authority through these believers. Previously, Aslan lacked this ability. However, after cultivating the scroll of the sea and mountain deity, he possessed spiritual energy and could now grant this power to his followers. Although it was his first time drawing such a rune, this ability seemed ingrained in his very being. Aslan easily completed the drawing on Elsa's palm. All right, it's done, Aslan said. Elsa looked at the mysterious symbol on her palm and asked curiously, is that it? Try sensing it with your mind and see what you can do, Aslan instructed. Elsa took a deep breath and began attempting to control the water in the cup before her. Under her effort, the water inside began to ripple, then slowly floated out of the cup, though it eventually lost control midair and fell to the ground. Oops, Elsa said, unsatisfied. Why did it turn out like this? Your control isn't proficient enough yet, and using this ability consumes physical energy. Do you feel tired? Aslan asked. Elsa nodded. After Aslan pointed it out, she realized she did indeed feel a bit fatigued. Chapter 226, Adelin's attitude. When Aslan first obtained this ability, he could use it freely because he had the mountain and sea seal. Even so, using it back then had exhausted him greatly. Moreover, Elsa is rather slender and naturally has little strength, so it was understandable that she struggled to control the water currents well. You should practice more. Practice makes perfect, and eventually, you'll be able to save a lot of energy, Aslan said with a smile. Okay, Elsa nodded. Elsa then carried a basin of water to the balcony to train while Aslan finally had time to go to the bathroom. Creak. The sound of the door opening made Aslan turn around to see Elsa's embarrassed expression. Cough, I didn't mean to, Elsa said awkwardly. Aslan calmly tucked his gun back into his pants. And I didn't mean to before either, but you didn't let me off. Slam. Elsa didn't give Aslan a chance to speak. She slammed the door shut and ran back to her room with a red face. That guy really has assets, but how shy. Elsa blushed, feeling both stimulated and embarrassed, as this was her first time seeing something like that. Aslan sighed and walked out of the bathroom, sometimes thinking about how uneven it was between men and women. One couldn't do anything if seen by a waporter, yet a waporter could run away after seeing a porter. Alicia was getting dressed when she saw Elsa return with a flushed face. Salmawan, what happened? Alicia asked curiously. And nothing, just not feeling well, Elsa replied. Elsa couldn't tell Alicia about this incident since Aslan was still nominally her boyfriend. This scene felt familiar to Alicia, similar to how Elsa came back yesterday with an equally flushed face. But Alicia eventually dismissed the thought, knowing that Elsa's taste wouldn't incline towards someone like Aslan. Ring. Aslan was comfortably lying on the sofa, contemplating what to eat later when his phone rang. Mr. Riku, what's up? Aslan asked. King responded from the other end, Brother Yi, I'm acting on someone's behalf who wants to talk to you. They hope to have a conversation with you. Aslan was puzzled about who this person could be to contact him through King. You can have them contact Andrea, my salesperson in Blue Sea City. They can discuss it with her, Aslan said casually. Him, brother, the other party is very urgent. Can we make an exception? King almost begged. Though there had been some friction between them earlier, King had spoken up for him yesterday. Aslan figured it was worth giving him the benefit of the doubt. Alright, how do I contact the other party? Aslan asked. The person is here with me now. I'll hand over the phone so you can talk, King said. Okay, Aslan agreed. He heard some noise, indicating King had handed the phone over. Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Enrico, a deep voice came through. Though the name wasn't particularly remarkable, the surname, Shah, reminded Aslan of someone since it wasn't very common. How are you related to Edric? Aslan asked. He's my son. I apologize on his behalf. He's impulsive and arrogant, but I've punished him. Please don't blame him anymore, Enrico said. Aslan was confused. From the tone, this wasn't trouble-seeking. Why would a prominent figure in Blue Sea City come apologizing? Is this just an apology? Aslan questioned. Haha, not just an apology. I also need you to find my missing ship, Enrico laughed. Sorry, I'm not interested, Aslan said, and hung up immediately. A good horse doesn't eat backward grass. Back when Aslan had approached Edric, he was mocked. Now they wanted his help? No such luck. The phone rang again, King's number. Brother Yi, don't say another word. If you hand my phone over to anyone else, don't blame me. Aslan sternly cut him off, ending the call completely. If King dared call again, Aslan would block his number purportedly. Fortunately, King knew Aslan was enraged and didn't dare upset him, fearing their newly built relationship might crumble. Mr. Shah, I can't help you with this, King regretfully said. I know you did your best. The promise I made to you will stand. Starting today, the Shah family will help the Blue Sea Hotel become 5-star, Enrico said with a bitter laugh. Thank you, King gratefully replied. Enrico left the hotel with a bitter smile. Outside the hotel, Enrico pulled out his phone unwillingly. Niece Adeline, that person refused me, Enrico bitterly said. Uncle Shah, what a pity. There's nothing I can do, Adeline responded. Initially, considering the good relationship between the Salma and Shah families, Adeline told Enrico about Aslan's prowess. After Edric offended Aslan, Adeline no longer wanted to help the Shah family. Niece, let's be honest. If Aslan can retrieve my ship, I'll help the Salma family enter the marine transport industry, Enrico proposed. Do you really mean that, Uncle Shah? Adeline cautiously asked. Yes, Enrico earnestly replied. Good. Wait for my news, Uncle Shah, Adeline smiled. Enrico sighed, hanging up. If only Changshu were half as capable as the Salma girl, I wouldn't worry about the lack of successors, he lamented. Control over Blue Sea City's marine transport industry rested entirely with Enrico. For the Salma family to enter this field required his approval. Given their substantial power, the Salma family might surpass the Shah family if they expanded into this area. A large part of the marine transport industry would be taken by the Salma family, which we can't allow, Enrico realized. If only Edric hadn't rejected Aslan initially, Enrico wouldn't be so passive now. He mentally vowed to discipline his son severely upon returning home. The price Enrico would pay was immense, but recovering the ship would make it worthwhile, albeit at a high cost. Ring. Seeing Adeline calling again, Aslan was puzzled. Hey, beautiful, what's up? Aslan chuckled. Aslan, I hope you'll agree to help the Shah family. Adeline got straight to the point. Aslan was surprised. The Shah family had not only gone to King but Porterage to reach Adeline. Give me a reason, Aslan said coolly. I won't hide anything. The Shah family offered us conditions the Salma family can't refuse. I hope you can help them, Adeline explained. For some reason, Adeline just didn't want to hide anything from this porter and proceeded to tell him the terms offered by the Shah family. If that's the case, I won't charge for finding the wreck, but you have to give me shares in your Salma family's maritime business, Aslan said. No problem with that, Adeline smiled. Aslan hadn't expected Adeline to agree so readily. Suddenly, it felt as if all his efforts were like punching into thin air. In fact, what Aslan didn't know was that Adeline had long been thinking of pulling him into the family business. When she went out to sea with Aslan before, Adeline sensed that he was no ordinary person. If they could tie Aslan to the Salma family through shares, it would be a huge win for them. This was also the intention of Adeline's father, who never thought Aslan would proactively propose this. How much equity? Aslan asked. 45%. We need to maintain control, Adeline replied. No issue. Send the detailed information about the wreck to my phone, and I'll prepare to set off immediately, Aslan said. The Salma family was one of the prominent clans in Blue Sea City. If they invested in maritime transport, it would be on a grand scale, and 45% equity was enough for Aslan to risk once more. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Aslan hurriedly left Alicia's house and walked toward the seaside in Tokyo Township. Reaching the shore, Aslan released the water deity palace boat and boarded the small vessel, steering it towards the deep sea. Once the boat was set on automatic, Aslan began reviewing the details of this mission. Upon seeing the information, Aslan realized this task wasn't going to be simple. After the Shah family's ship sank, countless salvage companies attempted to find the wreck, but out of 17 vessels, only one returned. Most people on board that one ship were dead, with just one survivor. That sole survivor was scared insane, and due to this, most salvagers in the industry declined to take on the job. Chapter 227. Fairy tales are all Rico's. Aslan took 2 days to reach the area near the shipwreck. However, if he were to enter it, it would be considered a danger zone. Standing at the prow and gazing into the depths of the sea, The sunlit water surface shimmered with floating mist. Basil, what do you think is inside that makes all ships vanish once they enter? Aslan asked. Chirp. Basil, standing almost as tall as a person, shook its head at Aslan. Let's go inside and see what sort of demonic monster lurks there, Aslan said. Chirp. The small cyan bird on Aslan's shoulder nodded. For this mission, Aslan ensured absolute readiness by not only calling Basil from the sea but also summoning Rakatl Cyan. Apart from Junior, who needed to stay behind, Aslan had both mountain and sea divine beasts by his side. Aslan didn't believe anything inside could threaten their trio's existence. Let's set off, Aslan exclaimed cheerfully. The small boat steadily moved into the deep ocean. This particular stretch of sea was far out in international waters. Strangely enough, countless rocks stood amidst the vast expanse of the sea. Odd, if there are rocks here, why don't those ships avoid them? Aslan felt puzzled. Such large rocks were hard to miss, especially with ships having multiple crew members taking turns to navigate. Fatigue driving was unlikely. Most importantly, according to records, the ship had deviated significantly from its route to reach these remote waters. Today, I'll see just what strange things are inside, Aslan thought privately. Aslan piloted the water deity palace slowly into the cluster of reefs. Within the reef area, the sea was unusually calm. As Aslan sailed through, he sensed an odd atmosphere. What on earth is this? Aslan's curiosity grew exponentially. A faint yet melodious singing drifted over, causing Aslan to feel dizzy upon hearing it. Suddenly, an image appeared in Aslan's mind. A group of beautiful women dancing around him, dressed scantily, stirring primal desires within him. Feeling his blood pumping intensely, Aslan found himself growing hot all over. An impulse urged Aslan forward. Take one step, and all these beauties will be his. Buzz. Suddenly, the mountain and sea seal began vibrating. Everything before Aslan shattered into pieces. The flying beauties and mesmerizing scenes were all illusions. Only the singing persisted as the remaining beauties vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Aslan stood perilously close to the edge of the boat, a single step away from plunging into the ocean. Titus. Aslan wiped the sweat off his forehead, noticing sharks circling below. If he fell, they'd tear him to shreds instantly. What a hellish place. If it weren't for the mountain and sea seal, I'd surely be dead, Aslan thought. Turning back, he saw Basil waving wildly not far away. Basil, snap out of it. Using the power of the mountain and sea pact, Aslan woke up the still dancing Basil. Moss Master. Basil looked surprised at Aslan, as if everything earlier was just a dream. Ah, it seems we've stumbled into something extraordinary, Aslan commented. There are descriptions in my inheritance about this kind of singing. It should be mermaids, Basil said. Mermaids? Aslan had heard about them in myths, but never imagined such creatures existed in reality. My devouring demon octopus and dragon clan inheritances both describe mermaids. As intelligent sea races, interactions were inevitable. Mermaids were in ancient existence, even witnessing the flourishing of the mermaid kingdom in prehistoric times when they fought against the devouring demon octopuses. Later, portery mermaids were eaten by devouring demon octopuses, nearly extinguishing the already rare octopuses, leading to the decline of the abundant mermaid population. A grand empire was divided among other sea tribes, making both the devouring demon octopus and the mermaids losers in that war. Do you mean mermaids caused the disappearance of the devouring demon octopuses? Aslan asked. Mermaids brought about the decline of the devouring demon octopuses, but the extinction had other reasons. Both the devouring demon octopuses and dragons have blank memories about this, as if erased by a powerful being, Basil explained. Aslan realized this world harbored more mysteries than he could imagine. After encountering spellcasters, now even mythological creatures like mermaids appeared. I wish to witness the former rulers of the seas, Aslan smiled, continuing his journey. In the distance, Aslan glimpsed an island amidst the ocean depths. Look, master, that's the mermaid. Basil pointed to a nearby rock where a mermaid rested, making Aslan feel like he'd entered a fantasy world. The mermaid had a blue fish tail, and only 2 shells covering her upper body. She was incredibly beautiful, resembling a western face with golden hair and appearing about 20 years old. The mermaid lay on the rock, singing a song that had bewitching powers. So, those missing fishing boats must have fallen under the influence of these mermaids, losing themselves to the singing, Aslan remarked, laughing. Basil nodded, staying close to Aslan, fearing the song's allure. Born just a few months ago, Basil was still young in the devouring demon octopus clan. With impure bloodline and weak power, it feared the mermaids. If not for Basil's fear, Aslan would have liked to send it to find the shipwrecks underwater. As Aslan approached the mermaid, facing the singing maiden, "Can we talk?" Aslan asked. The mermaid tilted her head curiously at Aslan. Master, she probably doesn't understand Chinese, Basil noted. Mermaids had their own language, not comprehending Hooporter speech. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Aslan used the mountain and sea seal's power to communicate. I'm Dara. Can Hooporters give me your boat? Dara replied. Cough. Aslan choked on her question, coughing violently. The water deity palace was invaluable to him, perhaps second only to the mountain and sea seal. Why do you want my little boat? Aslan asked. To have a home, of course. My people discovered living in shipwrecks is much more comfortable than underwater caves, Dara smiled. Aslan was left speechless. Her reasoning made some sense, despite being unexpected. Have portery ships sunk in this area recently? Were they all you're doing? Aslan asked. Yes, my people and I have come to love those who bring us ships, Dara replied with an innocent smile. Upon closer inspection, that smile was devious and sinister. So, Hooporter, give me your boat as well, Dara said with a wicked grin. Boom. The originally calm sea suddenly churned up colossal waves that crashed toward Aslan's small boat. Let's go. Aslan grabbed Basil beside him and rushed back to the cabin at full speed. The massive wave hit, causing the small boat to spin wildly like a leaf in the water. Is this really a mermaid? Aslan exclaimed in shock. Isn't she too vicious? Master, don't be fooled by Porter fairy tales. True mermaids are extremely savage. They not only occupy sunken ships, but probably devour the drowned sailors as well, Basil said. You mean, they eat people too? Aslan asked. Seeing Basil nod, Aslan felt his worldview completely shattered. This was far from the mermaids he had imagined. Mermaids aren't truly Porters, they just look similar. Just as some Porters eat monkeys, in mermaids' eyes, you Porters are merely food. Moreover, they once competed with us devouring demon octopuses for dominance in the sea. How could they possibly be a kind-hearted bunch? Aslan never imagined this was the true nature of mermaids. So-called fairy tales were indeed deceptive. Through the cabin window, Aslan saw Dara swimming towards him, stopping right in front of it. She opened her mouth wide, revealing countless sharp fangs inside. Aya! A horrifying screech that could pierce through eardrums sounded. It made Aslan feel like he was about to vomit blood. At that moment, the spiritual energy within his body surged, allowing Aslan to barely withstand the sound wave assault. Chapter 228, Price Hike. At this moment, the mermaid looked like a monster, with sharp fangs and a distorted face, resembling nothing but a beast. Her powerful spiritual energy was unleashing terrifying attacks, and even so, Aslan felt as if his body were about to explode. Do all mermaids have such strength? Aslan asked. Mermaids from ancient times were far more powerful than her. Modern spiritual energy is sparse, so a mermaid of this caliber should be rare, Basil said beside him. The mermaid, capable of stirring up huge waves and emitting piercing screams, was undoubtedly one of the few formidable ones among her kind. Who cares, let's just give her a beating first, Aslan said. Immediately, Aslan had Basil's two tentacles cover his ears, then he entered a state of serenity. Fully concentrated, Aslan began to control the sea. Under his comported, the powerful water currents coalesced into ropes that bound the mermaid. Roar! The mermaid roared, using her immense strength to break free from the bindings, and started slamming her powerful body against the palace of water deity. I am the god of mountains and seas. Everything in the sea belongs to me, Aslan said. The seawater began to converge, transforming into a sharp blade that flew towards the mermaid. Ah! These condensed blades cut open portery wounds on the mermaid's body. To her, the ship seemed like a hedgehog, impossible to damage and causing her considerable pain. Swoosh! The mermaid flicked her tail, swimming away into the deep sea, abandoning any thoughts of attacking Aslan's ship. Having driven away the mermaid, Aslan began steering the small boat like a submarine, diving deeper underwater. Amidst his descent, he noticed numerous shipwrecks. At this point, Aslan pulled out a photo from his pocket. This photo displayed an image of the Shin family's sunken ship. Cassius could only continuously search for it. From some of the wrecks, small heads emerged, looking at the palace of water deity. Titus, is this a ship? It looks very strange. But this little boat seems pretty broken. I think living in it would be very uncomfortable. Hey, it's heading this way. These small heads belong to young mermaids, each observing the small boat with curiosity. If Aslan didn't know their true nature, he might have been deceived by their innocent and beautiful appearance. At this moment, from the largest wreck, Naomi lifted her head and gazed at the small boat. Damn bastards, I've already run away. Why are you still chasing after me? Naomi was furious, never expecting the Porter to try and finish her off completely. Since you found the location of my people, you won't leave here alive. Naomi, being 500 years old, had witnessed Porterity's cruel side over her long life. Even in her childhood, she had seen Porters capturing mermaids as trophies or pets. To prevent her tribe's location from being exposed, Naomi decided to silence him. As an intelligent being, Naomi knew one mermaid alone wasn't enough to take down Aslan. Chirp, chirp. Naomi opened her mouth, emitting a series of strange sounds, the language of mermaids. Chirp, chirp. All the mermaids began communicating at this special frequency. As the oldest member of the mermaid race, Naomi's words were akin to divine edicts. Seeing Naomi charge at the palace of water deity, followed by thousands upon thousands of mermaids, Aslan asked curiously, what are these mermaids planning? Basil rubbed its head with its tentacle, recognizing the scene as something familiar. I remember now. Mermaids can harmonize their songs. For every additional mermaid, the power of their terrible song increases slightly. In ancient times, the mermaid race used this ability to hunt down Portery, devouring devil squids. Memories flashed before Basil's eyes, showcasing scenes of devastation that seemed imminent. Great! One Naomi almost overwhelmed me with her song, and now there are so Portery more mermaids. Aslan exclaimed, shocked. Even a deity descending from heaven would fear such a congregation. Aslan then took out a small gourd from his pocket. Upon opening the bottle, a river of spiritual liquid gushed out. The palace of water deity absorbed this liquid, infusing faint spiritual power throughout its structure. Ah! Naomi led the pack, wailing loudly, while other mermaids joined in behind her. The massive roar swept across the entire ocean, shocking even small fish into bloody mist. When the sound wave reached the surface, it caused towering waves. Under the protection of the spiritual force barrier, Aslan could hear the sounds without being harmed. Admittedly, mermaid voices are incredibly grating. I wonder who lived through the mermaid's dream song without getting eaten and ended up thinking it sounded beautiful. The powerful sonic waves gradually depleted the spiritual energy within the palace of water deity. Aslan felt heartache with each passing second, knowing the liquid contained in this gourd was abundant but finite, a non-renewable resource. Master, I found the ship you need. What should we do now? Basil asked. Store it in the palace of water deity's storage space, then let's escape quickly. Aslan said. Yes, master. While Aslan maintained the defensive array, he handed over control of the palace of water deity to Basil. They charged through the mermaid crowd, picking up the underwater wreck. Go! Aslan ordered. The palace of water deity sped away from the area, colliding with several mermaids along the way. You damn bastards, that was my home. Return it to me. They stole our ship, sisters. Don't let them escape. Sing together with all your might. Destroy them. The mermaids pursued the palace of water deity relentlessly for 100 miles until they finally gave up. Within this vast stretch of ocean, no other life existed except for the mermaids. Seeing the palace of water deity exhaust all its spiritual energy, Aslan felt even more helpless. I lost big on this one. So much spiritual liquid wasted. If the Shah family can't offer satisfactory compensation, I'm ruined, Aslan thought privately. This incident also left him wary. The ocean held two portery unknowns. A single mermaid clan nearly forced him to this point. Who knew what else lurked beneath the sea? Fortunately, he encountered mermaids and not a mature devouring devil squid, which would likely have swallowed the palace of water deity whole. In such a scenario, Aslan wouldn't be able to escape anytime soon, and would have to continuously cultivate inside the palace until breaking free from the squid's stomach. It appears exploration of the ocean must be reconsidered until I gain absolute strength, Aslan pondered internally. In a world where power ruled supreme, Aslan set the palace of water deity on autopilot towards Blue Sea City and entered a meditative state to cultivate. 2 days later, Aslan had already vaguely spotted signs of the mainland. He took the wreck remains out from the palace of water deity. Hanging the remains at the stern of his ship, he let the palace of water deity tow the wreckage towards the direction of land. Aslan stood at the bow, taking out his phone and dialing a number. This was a waterproof satellite phone custom-made after he became wealthy. Otherwise, there would be no signal out in the open sea. Hello, Adeline, I found the item, but you need to notify the Shah family to increase my payment. This time, I nearly went bankrupt, Aslan said. What happened? Adeline asked curiously. I can't tell you what exactly happened. Just know that I almost lost my life in this task. I must get compensated enough, or I'll throw the wreckage back into the sea, Aslan said angrily. This mission consumed an excessive amount of spiritual liquid, so much so that it pained him. Negotiating a higher price was non-negotiable. I'll negotiate with the Shah family. If they don't increase the payment, we Salma family will cover it for you, Adeline replied. All right, it has to be satisfactory, Aslan responded. Okay, wait for my call, Adeline said. The Salma family was determined to enter the shipping industry. They needed the wreckage to negotiate with the Shah family. Even if the Salma family had to pay out of pocket, they would acquire it. While waiting for news, Aslan anchored the palace of water deity in the sea. Until the price was agreed upon, Aslan wouldn't return. After a long while, the phone rang again. It was Adeline calling. I've negotiated with the Shah family. They're prepared to offer 50 million this time. However, they are short on funds and would like to use an antique as part of the payment. If you're not satisfied with the antique, our Salma family can exchange it for cash, Adeline explained. Hashtag chapter 229, billionaire. Buzz. The sound of engines echoed from the distance as 3 tugboats approached. On the leading boat stood 2 figures. One was a middle-aged porter, and the other was Adeline. The lead tugboat slowly moved closer to Aslan's small fishing boat, towering about 2 or 3 meters above it. The sailors began setting up ladders, and Adeline and the middle-aged porter climbed down. The only thing Aslan found regrettable was that Adeline wasn't wearing a skirt. Otherwise, a glance upward would have been enough for a clear view. Tsk, what a pity, Aslan muttered. What's a pity? Asked Adeline, now standing beside him, curiosity evident in her voice. Cough, nothing, Aslan replied, his face slightly embarrassed. Adeline looked at Aslan with scrutinizing eyes, her sixth sense telling her he wasn't being honest. At this moment, Enrico arrived beside Aslan and extended his hand. You must be Aslan. Indeed, as Adeline said, you're quite impressive, Enrico flattered. Aslan ignored the offered handshake and coldly asked, did you bring what you promised? Haha, yes, Enrico responded, feeling somewhat awkward when Aslan didn't acknowledge him. He pulled out a small red bead from his pocket. The bead resembled a burning flame, and when held, Aslan could feel the seal of mountains and seas tremble. Ricardo brother, this bead is an extraordinary artifact, excavated from an ancient treasure vault. Its market value exceeds 50 million, and it could fetch even more at auction, Enrico explained with a smile. If not for the financial strain caused by hiring multiple salvage teams, the Shah family wouldn't have considered selling antiques. Fine, I'll take it, Aslan said. Considering Aslan's wealth, his fish farm alone earned him hundreds of thousands each month. He had no need for money. The bead was undoubtedly linked to the ancient sea god, and he wouldn't foolishly sell it. Mr. Yi, where exactly is the wrecked ship? Enrico inquired. It's directly beneath my boat. You can send your people to check, Aslan answered. Enrico nodded and gestured to the tugboat. 2 divers jumped into the water and began descending toward the sunken vessel. Mr. Yi, I apologize on behalf of my son and hope you can forgive our family. One day, I'll personally have him come to apologize. As he apologized, Enrico respectfully handed over a card. This contains 8.88 million, a lucky number, and I ask you to accept this token of gratitude, Enrico smiled. Previously, Aslan had agreed to take on the task for just 1 million, merely seeking fame but was disrespected by Edric. Originally, he had no intention of forgiving the Shah family but took on the job due to Salma family's maritime shares. Since you're so sincere, I won't refuse, Aslan smiled. The amount was too tempting to turn down. The pin is 4 sixes. I hope we have more opportunities to work together, Enrico added. If the pay is satisfactory, I won't refuse future collaborations, Aslan echoed. Plop. Water splashed in the sea as a diver surfaced and signaled that everything was fine. Knowing the ship was intact, Enrico felt the expense was worth it. After the divers attached cables to the wreckage, they towed it away. Enrico bid farewell to Aslan and returned to the tugboat. Adeline remained on Aslan's boat and accompanied him to the cabin. From today onward, you might become a billionaire, Adeline chuckled. Are you saying Salma family's maritime company is already in operation? Aslan asked. Becoming a billionaire would imply he received a significant sum, likely the shares in the Salma family's maritime company. We've always been working on it, but the Shah family slowed our progress. Now that they're no longer interfering, things are progressing smoothly, Adeline laughed, subtly emphasizing the Salma family's influence. How much has your family invested? Aslan asked. About 5 billion, mostly in vessels. Though prices have dropped, it's still expensive. Our largest second-hand cargo ship cost over 100 million, Adeline explained. Generally, a 10,000-ton cargo ship costs around $200 million new, while a second-hand one is at least 100 million. They bought cheap due to a bankrupt shipyard selling off its stock. After a few million in repairs, the ship is ready for transport, Adeline continued. There are also dozens of smaller ships at lower costs, forming the initial fleet, Adeline smiled. This showcased the Salma family's powerful connections. Alright, I'm just a laid-back shareholder riding on your success, Aslan remarked indifferently. Aslan, I have a business proposition, will you consider it? Adeline asked. What kind of business? Aslan queried curiously. To boost our family's reputation, we've taken on a high-risk task, Adeline explained slowly. A major Chinese conglomerate imported goods from Black Continent, but faced pirate conflicts due to cargo disputes. The pirate leader vowed to seize the cargo and ensure the Chinese group couldn't leave the continent. Trapped, they dared not leave their hotel. The conglomerate requested our help to return both employees and cargo to China. Can you take on this task? Adeline asked. How do you know I can bring them back? Aslan questioned. Many extraordinary people exist at sea. From our time sailing together, I knew you weren't ordinary, Adeline replied. His ability to swim with her and catch up with a moving fishing boat was beyond normal Porter capability. Hence, the Salma family granted him significant shares. I'll take it, but I dislike trouble. Please assign such tasks sparingly, Aslan stated. Aslan understood the shares came with expectations. To undertake challenging tasks others couldn't. However, the Salma family shouldn't overstep, especially after the recent Shah family incident followed by another maritime mission. Don't worry, once our reputation grows, we won't lack for opportunities, Adeline reassured. Without power, one begs for business. With power, business comes knocking, hoping for collaboration. Aslan clearly fit the latter category, which is why Adeline shared nearly half the shares with him, equivalent to several billion. This reward wasn't without merit, and Aslan grasped the responsibility it entailed. When do they require me to depart, and what preparations do I need to make? Aslan asked. They want you to depart immediately. You will follow our company's ship to their port, load the people and cargo onto the ship, and then bring them back safely, Adeline explained. Currently, the collaborating party is in urgent need. Their employees in Black Continent are already terrified out of their minds. In that lawless and chaotic country, life and death are not within their control. Unlike the comfort and safety of China, the land there exudes a bloody atmosphere, making it incredibly terrifying. The employees in Black Continent almost call dozens of times every day, nearly driven mad with fear to the point of threatening to destroy the goods. I'll get there as soon as possible, but before that, I need to go somewhere, Aslan said with a smile. Where? Supermarket. Supermarket. Adeline never expected Aslan to head to the supermarket. After arriving at the dock, they directly drove Adeline's car to a nearby large supermarket. What left Adeline perplexed was that Aslan bought a lot of vegetables, meat, and eggs. Why are you buying these? They won't last long on the ship, Adeline asked, puzzled. Other items were fine, but vegetables wouldn't last more than a few days even in low temperatures. Don't worry about that, Aslan replied with a smile. Why shouldn't I worry? You bought enough for one person to eat for several months. Do you know how poor trips we made? Even my car is filled up, Adeline complained angrily. Cough, don't pay attention to those details, Aslan chuckled. What Adeline didn't know was that Aslan's small gourd still stored a lot of vegetables. While in the supermarket, Aslan thought about whether he could instantly become rich by emptying the entire store into his gourd. He later realized he didn't need that much money and decided against it. Arriving back at the dock, Adeline had a crew move everything from the car onto the ship and place them in Aslan's room. Chapter 230, The Treasure That Can Change the World. The cargo ship slowly sailed away from the dock. Aslan stood on the deck, continuously waving goodbye to Adeline below. The ship moved at a great speed and soon, the mainland was no longer in sight. Aslan then returned to his room to start organizing his food supplies. When sailing on the vast sea, what's most important? It's definitely food. In ancient times, portery sailors got scurvy due to not eating fruits for long periods. Nowadays, technology has advanced enough to freeze some fruits, but this is only limited to items that are easy to preserve. The staple food remains canned goods and nutrition is hard to replenish properly. Aslan's small gourd perfectly solved this problem. Whatever was put inside could be taken out in the same condition. After storing it properly, Aslan occasionally walked around the ship. He could sense the crew's distant attitude towards him. Is that guy really the new captain assigned by the company? Isn't he too young? Who knows, maybe he's just here for experience. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, let's just pretend he doesn't exist. I heard that this mission is very dangerous. Hope this guy doesn't stir up any trouble. Walking through the ship, Aslan overheard their discussions about him but didn't care much. A god wouldn't possibly concern himself with a mortal's thoughts. Upon reaching the bridge, everyone was working diligently. Given the high risk of this mission, the people who came here were not only fearless but also extremely professional. Hello Fred, I'm the first mate of this ship, glad to meet you. A porter who looked around 50 approached and said with a smile. Glad? Aslan asked with a smile, how so? Phew. The old captain nearly choked. How can anyone be glad under these circumstances? Don't you speak plain language? In fact, the old captain wasn't happy at all. He used to be the head of this ship, but suddenly, someone became the captain and relegated him to the position of first mate. A minor change in title, but a huge shift in status. Just do your jobs, I'm just having a casual look around, Aslan said with a smile. Sitting in the captain's chair in the bridge and looking out, he had to admit that the view was indeed excellent. far better than his small wooden boat. Suddenly, Aslan's expression changed. Turn the ship around quickly, immediately, now. The driver had a blank look on his face, unsure of what this newly arrived captain was up to. Fred, our course is set beforehand. If we turn now, we'll veer off course and we'll need more time to reach our destination, the first mate said. Don't tell me you don't know that? Aslan said anxiously. Now make an emergency turn. I order you as the captain. Hearing Aslan's comported, the helms porter began preparing to change the course. Don't move. Without my permission, no one changes course. The first mate comported it. As the former captain, he had countless years of maritime experience, and everyone on this ship respected him immensely. No one dared to disobey his orders. If you want to die, don't drag me along, Aslan said angrily. He couldn't believe his comporters weren't being followed. Standing up from his seat, Aslan pushed past the old captain and went straight for the helm. Fred, please listen to the old captain. He has decades of sailing experience. Listening to him will surely be right. The helm's porter blocked Aslan, unwilling to let him touch the helm. Move! Aslan shouted loudly. Using tremendous strength, he pulled the helm's porter away and started turning the wheel, trying to change direction. Aslan found the wheel locked. He couldn't turn it. If he applied full force, he might tear the wheel off. To control this ship requires a password. Only I and the helm's porter know it, the old captain said with a smile. He then approached Aslan and patted his shoulder condescendingly. While you're the captain, this ship cannot be at your whims. I can't hand over the lives of everyone on board for your recklessness, the old captain explained. Reckless? Aslan said furiously. We're about to die, and you're talking about recklessness? Quickly tell me the password. Haha, the password isn't something I'll tell you, the old captain laughed. Even if you're the new captain, you still have to follow my comporters. It would have been better if you stayed respectfully quiet and left with your dignity intact. Forget it, there's no point. It's too late, you guys just wait to die, Aslan coldly stated. What do you mean? The old captain asked confusedly. Fred, look ahead. With a scream, everyone looked forward and saw a massive wave hundreds of meters high forming just 100 meters away. Turn around quick, they yelled. The helms porter rushed to the control panel, trembling with nervousness, his forehead drenched in sweat. In his panic, he couldn't enter the correct password. You damn fool, hurry up. Tell me the password if you can't do it, someone urged. I forgot it. The helms porter broke down crying. Panicking, his mind went blank, unable to recall anything. No use, turning now will be useless. We can only charge into the wave or everyone dies, the old captain declared. He entered the password at the control panel, steering straight towards the massive wave. Fred, did you know this would happen? Yeah, I noticed earlier, but you all refused to turn back, missing the best chance for survival. Now it's fate. This area of the sea was peculiar. Stepping into it, Aslan felt his powers completely gone. Initially intending to leave, the giant wave appeared unexpectedly. If Aslan's powers were still intact, he might have had a chance to overcome this 100-meter high wave. But now he had no powers at all. The ship couldn't withstand this wave. All Aslan could hope for now was that Basil could save him. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the wave closed in. Boom! The wave crashed down. Titus Porter seemed so insignificant against nature as the entire ship was engulfed by the sea. At that moment, Aslan felt darkness before his eyes. He appeared in a black void. What is this place? Where are the others? Aslan scanned his surroundings in shock. But everything around him was dark. There was no sense of gravity. He felt like he was floating in the chaos before creation. What is this place? Is anyone here? Aslan shouted. This is the Shanghai space. Welcome, successor of the mountain and sea deity. A voice resonated, ethereal yet real. Who are you? What is this Shanghai space? Aslan deported it. It belongs to the deities, and you are the successor of the mountain and sea deity. Upon entering this sea region, you will be brought here to undergo the trial of the mountain and sea deity. What benefits will this trial bring me? Aslan asked. Right now, Aslan didn't want to accept any trial. Having his life and death controlled by others felt really unpleasant. As long as you can complete this trial, you will obtain the ultimate treasure of the mountain and sea deity. At that time, no one in this world will be your match. Such great benefits. Aslan was shocked. If it were true, wouldn't he be able to do anything he wanted? Is there punishment for failure? Aslan asked curiously. If you fail, the seal of the mountain and sea will leave your body to find its next master, and you will be expelled from the Shanghai space. You mean I'll return to the ship and back to being an ordinary person? Aslan asked. Yes. Upon hearing this confirmation, Aslan felt a buzzing sensation in his head. The large ship had already been swallowed by the sea. As an ordinary person, he would be waiting to die. If I don't accept the trial, will you let me go? Aslan asked. Lacking the courage to accept the trial disqualifies you from being the successor of the mountain and sea deity. I will erase you directly from this stone staircase. All right, I accept the trial, Aslan said dejectedly. When you're under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Aslan truly regretted taking on Adelin's mission in the first place. If he hadn't, he would still have everything he wanted without risking his life in someone else's test. As Aslan agreed, the entire space brightened. A door appeared before him, leading to a floating stone path suspended in the air. This is the trial path. Follow it to the end, and you will gain the treasure of the mountain and sea deity. Aslan took out his small gourd from his pocket, opened the bottle, and placed it at his mouth. Gulp! The white wine from the small gourd flowed down his throat. Instantly, Aslan felt bolstered and confidently stepped onto the trial path. Countless years later, as Aslan sat on his divine throne, reminiscing about that day, it felt like a nightmare. One he could never forget despite the passage of time. The darkness of the trial path left an indelible mark on his memory. End of book.